At the career awakening ceremony, I thought obtaining a hidden class would bring me endless glory, but with my damage fixed at 1 and no skills or attributes, I became the laughingstock of the entire school. The principal and homeroom teacher both advised me to give up the path of a professional. My childhood friend, the class president and a future top-tier puppet master in the Alliance Guild, invited me to team up for a beginner dungeon to level up, but I declined out of self-awareness. Locking myself in my bedroom at home, I unexpectedly discovered hidden information on my class panel. Today was supposed to be the highlight of my life, but instead, it marked the beginning of a nightmare. I was overjoyed, believing a hidden class would propel me to greatness, but when I saw my damage fixed at 1 with no skills or attributes, my world crumbled. The principal and homeroom teacher both urged me to abandon the path of a professional and instead attend a liberal arts college to live as an ordinary person. Filled with resentment, I had no choice but to accept my fate. The thought of my parents' expectations for me made my heart ache even more, and I didn't know how to face them. In the corner of the playground, as I was lost in my pain, a familiar voice suddenly reached me. "So here you are. I'd been looking for you for a long time." Looking up, I saw Su Meng, the class monitor and my childhood friend. She was still as radiant as ever, with sparkling white teeth and a graceful figure. Su Meng told me that the other students were forming teams to prepare for tomorrow's challenge in the beginner's dungeon, and asked me what I planned to do. I smiled wryly and spread my hands. "A class with only 1 fixed damage, do you think anyone would want to team up with me?" She then asked if I planned to give up being a professional. I had no choice but to tell her the truth. Both the principal and homeroom teacher had talked to me. With my condition, entering a dungeon would be suicide, so I could only live as an ordinary person. Su Meng gently bit her lip and pressed me about what I really thought. Outwardly, I said that my liberal arts grades were decent and that I'd have to listen to the principal and homeroom teacher to live as an ordinary person, but deep down, I was filled with resentment. I stood up, dusted off my pants, and told her to find other students to team up with, wishing her success in gaining the recognition of the greedy Wolf Guild and a bright future. Seeing that I was about to leave, Su Meng anxiously asked, "Are you just going to accept your fate like this?" I didn't turn around because I didn't know how to answer. At that moment, she suddenly said, "I'll take you. I'll take you to the beginner dungeon to level up." I turned around in shock, unable to believe my ears. "You'll take me?" Su Meng nodded firmly and invited me to team up with her the next day. I stared at her for a long time but ultimately shook my head. I'm not unaware of her kindness, but I know my own limitations. Tomorrow's beginner dungeon is like the college entrance exam. It determines one's future prospects. Su Meng is a rare puppet master with immense career potential, likely to become a top-tier adventurer in the future. But my damage output is only 1, with no skills or attributes. Even after leveling up a few times, my damage would still be single-digit. Teaming up with her would only hold her back. I turned her down. Meng, forget about teaming up. Taking me along would just be a burden, and I don't want to hold you back." But Su Meng insisted she was serious, and I told her I was just as serious. She grew frustrated and challenged me. "Don't you know how to accept kindness from others?" I sighed inwardly. Of course I wanted to accept it, but reality wouldn't allow it. In the end, I firmly refused her again and then trudged home, feeling defeated. I locked myself in my bedroom, lying on the bed as images of Su Meng kept flashing through my mind. The fact that she was still willing to help me in such a low point moved me deeply. I opened the profession panel once again, filled with disappointment. However, just as my finger unconsciously touched a point on the panel, suddenly, as if jolted by an electric current, I sat up abruptly from the bed. It turned out there was a hidden message prompt on the panel. When my finger accidentally brushed past the profession traits section at the very bottom of the profession panel, behind the original none, a faint line of text suddenly appeared. When reaching level 2, a mythic trait is guaranteed to awaken. A mythic trait? I was utterly shocked. Profession traits are crucial to a profession's impact. Even for the same profession, the upper and lower limits can differ vastly due to different traits. These traits are categorized by quality, from low to high, common, potential, excellent, epic, legendary, and mythic. Mythic is the highest tier, the cream of the crop. Among so many professionals in the Alliance, those with mythic traits are exceedingly rare. Moreover, generally speaking, even the least impressive mythic trait won't be too bad provided it suits one's profession. I was thrilled, but quickly calmed down. Getting a mythical entry would be great, but my potential is far from optimistic. If even a mythical entry can't change my potential, wouldn't it still be useless? However, this is also my opportunity. What if the entry that appears turns out to be crucial for me and can change my situation? After some thought, I decided to go to the beginner dungeon tomorrow. This is the college entrance exam. My fixed damage is only 1, and teaming up would just make me a nuisance. Why bother inviting trouble? Although Meng wanted to take me along, she already has teammates. If I tagged along, it would only put her in a difficult position, possibly even causing a rift with her teammates. So, I decided to go alone. Didn't they say the beginner dungeon was easy? I'll just find isolated monsters to kill, level up from 1 to 2, and if it doesn't work out, I'll retreat. Just as I was pondering about leveling up, my mom Zhang Yu's voice came from outside the door. "You brat, it's already mealtime. Why are you locking the door? Come out and eat now." "Oh, got it, Mom." With something to look forward to, I felt much more energized. Arriving at the dinner table, tonight's meal was quite lavish. As soon as I sat down, my stern-faced dad Yangji spoke up. "You kid, judging by how you looked when you came home today, I can tell the profession you awakened isn't great, is it?" "Ha?" I was stunned, not expecting Dad to bring this up himself. I was just thinking about how to respond when Mom suddenly frowned. "Old Yang, how many times have I told you? The kid's in a bad mood, let's not bring this up again. Why did you go and mention it yourself?" "Honey, I'm just concerned about our child, aren't I? I just wanted to comfort him. Having a bad career isn't the end of the world. So many people aren't professionals, and they're doing just fine. There's no need to lock yourself in your room over something like this." Hearing Dad's words, I was deeply moved. I was still struggling with how to break the news to my parents, afraid they'd be disappointed and upset. To my surprise, they were more open-minded than I expected. Not only did they not blame me, but they were also so understanding. I scratched my head and said, "The profession I awakened isn't really great. It's called a rare profession, but in reality, it's just a bare-bones one with no skills or traits, making it hard to achieve anything in dungeons." "No big deal," Dad waved his hand dismissively. "If it's not good, then it's not good. You can always go to a liberal arts college later, work hard, and who knows? You might still have a bright future." "Oh," I replied, feeling much more at ease. But then Dad suddenly changed the subject. "It's just that, this way, the matter with the neighbors probably won't work out." "The neighbors? Dad, are you talking about Uncle Sue's family?" Mom sighed. "You silly boy, who else do you think your dad would be talking about? We were originally planning to visit your Uncle Sue after you and Meng Meng awakened your professions, to arrange your engagement with Meng Meng. But now it seems, even if we wanted to arrange it, they probably wouldn't agree." I felt a bit awkward. "Dad, Mom, I just became an adult. It's too early to talk about engagement. Whether it's early or not isn't the main point. The main thing is that Meng Meng is such a lovely girl," Mom said regretfully. "I heard from Meng Meng's mom while shopping that she awakened as a rare puppeteer. It's a very powerful profession, and Meng Meng has great talent. There's a 90% chance she'll be recruited by the Greedy Wolf Guild." "Mom, that part is true. Meng Meng really did awaken as a puppeteer, and the school has been praising her a lot." "So, you silly boy, doesn't that mean you have no chance at all? He has a great chance of making something of himself in the future, and it's our family that's not good enough for him. Just as well. It saves me and your dad the trouble of proposing." "Oh." I felt a bit down, not because of the engagement, but because Meng Meng and I grew up together. She has a bright future ahead. Once the Greedy Wolf Guild recruits her, they'll surely take care of her whole family. By then, our two families probably won't have anything to do with each other anymore. I wish I could be recruited by the Greedy Wolf Guild too. That's one of the 8 strongest guilds in the alliance," I thought to myself. During dinner, my parents, mindful of my feelings, didn't bring up the topic of professions or Meng Meng again. As expected of my parents, they're so considerate and always take my emotions into account. After finishing the meal and returning to my room, I unconsciously took out my phone. On the standby screen was a photo of Meng Meng smiling sweetly. It was taken long ago when we were on good terms. To be honest, it's a bit embarrassing. Perhaps I kept it because I was captivated by her beauty. For now, I should hide it. If we become strangers in the future, let it be sealed away forever. If I could defy fate and change my destiny, asking for a better one wouldn't hurt. Thinking of my parents fills me with shame. They hoped I would achieve great things, but I've let them down. I really want to become a powerful professional, not for vanity, but to earn money, so my parents can worry less and live a happy life. I pulled up the profession panel again and took a deep breath. I still have a chance. Maybe when I reach level 2, that mythical trait will be compatible with my profession, allowing me to defy fate. Now, get some good sleep and rest. Tomorrow, we'll go all out in the dungeon, fighting with our backs against the wall. Today is the day when all martial arts students from Yuechuan City's high schools gather for the novice dungeon trial. For us, this is equivalent to the college entrance exam, as it determines each person's future and destiny. I didn't go to school early in the morning, but instead went to the market near the General Affairs Department first. I know very well that with my fixed damage class, no one would be willing to team up with me. Although Su Meng offered to take me along, I couldn't let her abandon her original teammates just to look after me. This isn't child's play, it's a decision that will shape our future. I bought some cheap items at the market, 10 shoddy traps and 10 blue spirit herbs, which cost me the 500 pocket money I'd painstakingly saved. It hurt my heart to spend it. Just then, my phone rang. It was Su Meng calling. I didn't answer. I knew she might be trying to help me out of childhood friendship, but I didn't want to hold her back. She called 3 times in a row and even sent a message. "Where are you? Don't you know today is the day to enter the beginner's dungeon? Come to the school and meet up with me. I'll take you there. Why aren't you answering the phone? Call me back quickly." After thinking for a long time, I finally replied, Meng Meng, I don't want to hold you back or put you in an awkward position in front of your teammates. I'm sorry. Then I set my phone to silent mode. It wasn't until 9 o'clock that I headed to the General Affairs Department Hall. Here, there was a teleportation array leading to the space dungeons. The novice trial dungeon was quite special for the convenience of students. A dedicated area was set up where one could see the students' levels and kill counts on the public screen. There was also a resting area for school principals and others. By the time I arrived, most of the students from various schools participating in the novice trials had almost all entered. In a corner of the hall, principals and deans of student affairs from 6 schools were engaged in conversation. Among them were Zhang Yanghui, the principal of Longteng School where I studied, and Wang Lan, the dean of student affairs. As luck would have it, I arrived just in time to hear them talking about me. The principal of Wugou High School said with a smile to Principal Zhang Yanghui, Old Zhang, I heard your school has produced a hidden profession. I was really scared earlier, afraid that this year your 3rd high would produce another batch of outstanding talents, leaving our 5th high far behind. Principal Zhang Yanghui's face twitched with anger. Shorty Li, what do you mean by that? Are you deliberately trying to pick a fight with me? Director of Student Affairs Wang Lan quickly held him back. The principal of 1st High continued, Old Zhang, to be honest, we really feel sorry for you. The day before yesterday, when we heard your school had produced a hidden profession, everyone's heart skipped a beat. But hidden professions tend to polarize, either they're unbelievably powerful or so weak they're unbearable to watch. It seems you're out of luck, Old Zhang. Rare as it is to encounter one, the fixed damage is only one completely useless. Principal Zhang Yanghui felt utterly disheartened. Initially, he had been thrilled to learn that the school had a hidden class, imagining how great it would be if the class turned out to be strong enough to catch the attention of the greedy wolf guild. The school could bask in the glory and might even secure some sponsorship. But now, he knew full well everyone was laughing at him, yet he had no way to refute it. All he could do was pray for a miracle to happen with me. Meanwhile, taking advantage of their distraction, I walked up to the front desk and said, Excuse me, could you help me out? I got held up with some things and couldn't come with the school group. Could you register me for the entry process now? My teammates are all waiting for me in the dungeon. The staff member reminded me, the beginner dungeon is practically your college entrance exam, you'd better take it seriously. I thanked them repeatedly, and after registering, I grabbed my pass and headed straight for the teleportation array. This scene was witnessed by the director of political education, Wan Lan, who hurriedly said to Principal Zhang Yanghui, Principal, something's wrong. I just saw Yang Lin register at the front desk and then head alone towards the teleportation array. Chapter 3 Even the worst must have a dream. The next day at 8 a.m., it was the day when all the martial arts students from all the colleges in Ichigawa City assembled. Going to the novice copy trial was actually equivalent to the college entrance exam after awakening a profession. As long as the awakened profession is good, and you can achieve good results in the novice copy in the next 2 days, then you can be honored to enter different guilds based on the overall situation. Such as the Greedy Wolves, one of the 8 strongest guilds in the alliance. Every year, it would send specialists to the colleges and universities in the corresponding jurisdictions to select exceptional top students. If they were selected, not to mention the generous treatment they would receive, even their entire family would be able to get in on the action. Back to Yang Lin. He didn't go directly to the school after leaving the house in the morning, but went to the General Affairs Division's neighboring market. You asked him if he was going to participate in the novice copy or not? Then he definitely wanted to participate. The reason why he didn't go to the school was because he knew that no one would be willing to team up with him in that fixed injury one profession of his. Although Su Meng offered to take herself, Yang Lin knew that even if he agreed, Su Meng's teammates would definitely not agree. To make Su Meng abandon her original teammates to bring herself, this kind of thing Yang Lin couldn't do, and his thick skin couldn't do this kind of thing. After all, this is the college entrance examination, which is related to everyone's future destiny, not a family game. In addition, if you want to travel to the novice copy, you have to go to the General Affairs Division side afterward. There's a teleportation array to the space copy here, and the school side will come over once they're assembled. So anyway, knowing that there wouldn't be anyone to team up with him, Yang Lin rushed over first. As for why he was at the market, it was because he was buying some cheap and simple props. For example, he was picking out the inferior beast traps and the cheap blue spirit grass that could wind itself around, which he thought would be of great use to him. When he finished his purchases, he couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache. 10 low-quality traps, 10 blue spirit grasses, actually cost 500. This is my pocket money that I've only clutched down after all this hard work. Just at this time, the cell phone rang. At first glance, the caller was Su Meng. Yang Lin did not connect. He guessed that it was probably because he wanted to give himself a hand in light of his status as a childhood friend. But still, he was such a pussy. Was it fun to hold people up? Yang Lin sighed. He is not connected. But Su Meng seems to be very reluctant. Not only did 3 calls come in a row, in the end, even the communication messages came over. Yang Lin, where are you? Don't you know that today is the date ahead to the novice copy? You come to the school and meet me, I'll bring you. Why aren't you answering your phone? Get back to me quickly. Yang Lin thought for a long time, and although he refused to answer Su Meng's call, he still returned a message. Meng, I don't want to hold you up, and I don't want to make things difficult for you in front of your teammates, I'm sorry. In the end, Yang Lin exhaled deeply and put his cell phone on mute. It took him until 9 o'clock, and only then did he feel his way over to the lobby of the General Affairs Division. Again, to clarify, although the General Affairs Division had constructed a teleportation array to the duplicates. However, because the novice trial copy was rather special, a separate area was set up in it for the convenience of the students each year. Here, more than just on the public screen, one could see the level of the students within the replica as well as the kills. There was also a special place left outside for the school's principal and others to rest. When Yang Lin came to this side, the students from each school participating in the novice trial were almost finished entering. In one corner of the hall, the principals, political and educational directors, and other people from the 6 schools were talking about something in one corner. Among them, Yang Lin's school, Dragontang School, the principal, Zhang Yanghui, and the political education director, Wang Lan, were both there. It should be said that coincidentally, when Yang Lin came over here, he actually happened to also hear a group of people talking about themselves. Old Zhang, I heard that you 3 have come up with a hidden profession. Do you know, I was scared to death earlier. I was afraid that this year, your 3 highs would have another generation of talent and then leave us 5 highs behind. Shorty Lee, what do you mean by that? You're determined to have a hard time with me, aren't you? Principal Zhang Yanghui was so angry that his somewhat obese face was shaking, if it wasn't for political education director Wang Lan pulling him. It was estimated that he was now going to have a real-life PK with the principal of the 5th high school. Look at you, old Zhang, just this sentence is still anxious on? In fact, we several schools quite feel sorry for you, know? Sorry my ass, you think I don't know what you guys are thinking, deliberately want to see me laugh. Old Zhang, that's not right. Listening to the principal of the 1st high school, he said, When I heard that your school had come out with a hidden profession the day before yesterday, who wouldn't have thumped in their heart? However, based on the experience of nearly hundreds and hundreds of decades, this hidden occupation thing is easily polarized. Either it's so powerful that it's outrageous, or so weak that it's impossible to see straight. It seems that old Zhang, you are really unlucky. It's rare to come across a hidden profession, and as a result, it's like that, right? Just like being poked to the sore spot, Zhang Yanghui, the principal of the third high school, also had a pretty hard time. At first, when he heard that the school had come out with a hidden profession, he was more excited than anyone else. At that time, he also pondered that as long as this hidden occupation wasn't bad, it might subsequently be seen by the greedy wolf guild. Then the entire school would follow this hidden profession and shine a bit. Next year, the greedy wolf guild would sponsor and reward his Dragon Tang school, and all would be happy. But I never thought that the hidden profession, solid injury, only one ah. Even if every level up could increase the solid damage by a little bit, what was the use of that? I don't know, the lowest level of the devil generally have 700 or 800 drops of blood. Wait until the late stage, just a common devil or tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of blood. This solid injury, not to mention one, even if it is 10 or 20, that is not still useless? Zhang Yanghui is very difficult. Even more difficult is, know that in front of these grandchildren are teasing themselves, but on the contrary, cannot find a reason to counterattack back. If only a miracle happened on that kid. Thinking of Yang Lin, headmaster Zhang Yanghui could only pray like this in his heart. However, what he likewise didn't expect was that while their group wasn't paying attention, this guy, Yang Lin, had actually touched the front desk side. Sorry to trouble you, I didn't move with the school because I was delayed by something. Can you help me register for the entry procedure now? My teammates are waiting for me at the copy. Little brother, the novice copy can be equivalent to your college entrance exam, you have to be on top of it. Yes, I'm really sorry, mainly because something happened on the way. Alright, stop talking, I'll help you register now. The college entrance exam, it's very important for you students, you must take it seriously. Thanks. After registering, Yang Lin hurriedly took the pass and headed over to the teleportation array. Instead, this scene was just seen by Wang Lan, the political education director beside Principal Zhang Yanghui. As the political education director, how could Wang Lan not be aware of what the status of the school's only hidden profession was? So quickly, she said to Headmaster Zhang Yanghui, "Headmaster is not well, I just seem to have seen Yang Lin registering at the front desk and then heading over to the teleportation array alone." Chapter 4 Heartbreaking Double Strike. What? You're saying that Yang Lin did the registration alone and then traveled to the novice copy's teleportation array? Because he was too shocked, Principal Zhang Yanghui's voice was slightly too loud. So much so, that all of the other college heads who were still together originally heard it. Yang Lin, because of his hidden profession, had actually spread the word among the higher-ups of several colleges. Even if they had never met Yang Lin, they were still quite familiar with this name. Thus, the conversation between a group of college heads exploded. Old Zhang, a profession with a solid injury of only one, you didn't advise the other party to rest at home, and now you're actually letting him die? TSK, all I can say is that old Zhang, you have quite a big heart. You, as the principal, are somewhat derelict in your duties. Zhang Yanghui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I persuaded, okay, and I'm not the only one. After saying that, he turned to the political education director Wang Lan. Did you see clearly? Are you sure that it was Yang Lin who took advantage of our inattention and then traveled to the copy? Principal, I just had a trance glance, it seems. A little like him. Then what are you still waiting for? Quickly go to the front desk and ask. His solid injury is only one, what's he going to do in the copy? Go to send def. Oh, I'll go to the front desk and ask. Political education director Wang Lan screamed in her heart. In order for the principal not to get angry, she almost jogged to the front desk. Then she learned from the front desk office staff. The student who just went in was indeed named Yang Lin. Because of taking the ID card and school-related information, fake, it was impossible to fake. When she told the principal Zhang Yanghui about this news, Zhang Yanghui almost lost the light in his eyes. Nonsense, too nonsensical, solid injury is only one, but also go to what copy, really do not want to die? The rest of the senior management of each school were all dumbfounded as well. This student from your school is quite bold, actually this all dare to go to the copy. Although it's not like we can't understand his unwillingness, but this solid injury one going to a copy really isn't asking for trouble? Don't be anxious first, although entering the copy of the dead words is the body death of the road to disappear. But the newbie copy, the only exception. It's the only one that offers a chance to come back from the dead. Even if he dies inside, as long as it's the first time, then he won't really die, but will be forcefully kicked out by the copy. Right, in my excitement just now, I almost forgot about the matter of novice copies having a one-time death tolerance. Zhang Yanghui kept going to touch the cold sweat on his forehead. At the same time, he listened to him instructing Wang Lan, the political education director. Wang Lan, keep an eye on me. Once Yang Lin enters the copy and gets kicked out, when the time comes, directly press me, and absolutely don't allow him to take his life as a child's play and enter the copy again. Don't worry, principal, I'll watch. As long as he gets kicked out, I'll immediately hold him down. Absolutely, don't allow him to continue risking his life. Alright, that's it, you must keep an eye on it. Got it, principal. At this moment, not to mention what the group of executives from the several schools outside thought, Yang Lin, at this moment, had already smoothly entered within the novice copy. In front of his eyes was a dense forest. According to Yang Lin's known intelligence, within this novice copy, there were actually not many types of demons. The most common one in the periphery is a kind of magic creature called a chopper rabbit. Speaking of which, don't listen to the rabbit and associate it with the white and white thing with two ears standing up. Within the replica, it was called a magic item. And since it's called a magical creature, it's definitely not the same as the usual cognizant rabbit. Just like the chopper rabbits Yang Lin found not long after he came to the copy, every one of them was standing and walking. Their bodies were about a meter tall, and in their hands they were carrying an incredibly sharp cleaver. Overall, the comical is some, but the oppressive force to the novice is by no means general enough. The core area, Yang Lin definitely did not dare to go. He was now wandering in the outer area. However, after a full half-hour of work, he hadn't found a single suitable opportunity to strike. These chopper rabbits, often in groups of 3 or 2, but where the number was more than 2, Yang Lin knew that he was absolutely sending himself to death by rushing over. In such a situation, Yang Lin was also screaming in his heart. This profession of mine is also too difficult. It's also a hidden profession, and what a domain demon suppressor. The name sounds racy, but in reality, I can't even beat 2 rabbits. In addition, although the novice copy had a one-time death tolerance rate, Yang Lin definitely didn't have the idea of trying it on his own. Not to mention whether there will be an accident cannot live, even if you can really resurrect, that was kicked out of the copy will be on the file. The college entrance examination is equivalent to a direct failure of half. So half an hour without a shot is indeed very sour for Yang Lin, but he hasn't given up yet. Continue to roam around the edge, continue to look for the single chopper rabbit. About an hour later, his eyes snapped open. The heavens had not failed him, finally allowing himself to see a single fallen chopper rabbit. Demon, chopper rabbit. Level, 2. Blood, 625. Damage, 2228. The information was a very simple one. As long as one was an awakened professional, one could see the rough basic information of the demonic creature. In this case, after determining that there were no remaining adventurers or magical creatures around, Yang Lin carefully approached the chopper rabbit for some distance before finally striking. Inherent domain. It was finally time to officially confirm his innate ability. Immediately, with the place where he was standing as the center, a roughly 10 by 10 square area was circled. Within the inherent domain, any enemy identified by Yang Lin in this area would receive a fixed damage of 1 point per second. Through Yang Lin's perspective, he now saw that the one was coming from the top of Chopper Rabbit's head continuously. However, this Chopper Rabbit was clearly not jealous. After sensing that it was being attacked, at the first moment, it targeted Yang Lin, who suddenly rushed out. This rabbit hadn't arrived yet, but the chopper in its hand whirled and flew over first. Yang Lin was startled. I didn't expect that when the distance was a little too far, this chopper rabbit would still throw a knife. And it was still a rotary knife. The chopper rabbit, seeing that the roundabout knife failed to hit Yang Lin after catching the chopper that flew in a circle, it had already madly held up the chopper and rushed over to this side. In such a situation, Yang Lin definitely wouldn't let the chopper rabbit rush to his side. With the help of his 4 basic attributes of agility, Yang Lin dragged the chopper rabbit and ran backwards. Anyway, he had to keep his distance from the chopper rabbit. Otherwise, with the chopper rabbit's attack, even if there is no blitz, it will only take 3 or 4 hits to dry himself, and he doesn't want to get boxed up at light speed. Technique is nothing technical. Yang Lin is now purely in the delay. The chopper rabbit more than 600 blood, a second deduct 1 point, that is to drag the time of 10 minutes, with it to consume his Of course, during this period, Yang Lin has not forgotten about the traps and blue spirit grass that he bought for $500. Determining the attack route of the chopper rabbit, he found the right moment and threw a tie trap first. Very well, the low IQ chopper rabbit was easily hit. Not to mention anything else, this poor quality trap is enough for the chopper rabbit to struggle for 10 seconds. As for Yang Lin, he naturally wouldn't let go of this hard-won time. He quickly brought out an ordinary iron lance from his occupation space, quickly came behind the chopper rabbit, and viciously stabbed at this thing's asshole. Your sister, let's see if you die. Also with this shot going down, after striking the demon's weakness, bludgeoning and lethal bonus, looking at the 62 blood floating above the head of the chopper rabbit. In this instant, Yang Lin's heart was so sour that he almost broke his defense. Look at that, take a good look. Occupational damage subtracted 1 drop of blood per second to the chopper rabbit. But even though he wasn't a lance professional and didn't have the professional damage multiplier of others, he had stabbed the chopper rabbit's weak point just like that, and all of a sudden, he had dealt a horrifying 62 damage. However, Yang Lin also knows, this is after all, the newbie pre, the devil's blood is small and weak, he can still manually aim at the weakness of the attack to hit dozens of points of damage. Really wait for the later stage of the devil more than 100,000, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of blood, on their own attack the dozens of hundreds of points of damage, it is estimated that not top the devil a hair. But anyway, at least now. Kill it while it's sick. Seeing that the chopper rabbit was suffering from fatal injuries and struggling even more violently, it was about to break free from the inferior trap. After Yang Lin deftly dodged another crazy roundhouse slash from the chopper rabbit, the second shot, once again, ferociously stabbed into the back of the chopper rabbit. Possibly due to the accumulation of fatal injuries, this second shot inflicted even more insane damage. It was enough to reach a staggering 83. An inferior trap, in exchange for 2 chances to attack, inflicted 145 damage on the chopper rabbit. Whether or not it was worth it to others was not to be discussed, but to Yang Lin, anyway, it was a big profit. Because of this, he was able to be hunted by the chopper rabbit for over 2 minutes less, greatly increasing his killing efficiency. Chapter 5 Principle, he really didn't come out. When another 3 minutes had passed, the chopper rabbit that was locked by Yang Lin finally used up its last drop of blood and fell to the ground. Congratulations on killing chopper rabbit, gained experience 36. In addition to that, as the chopper rabbit died, a nail-sized dull magic crystal exploded from it. A first-rank inferior magic crystal. Because it was too low level and still inferior, it was worth 20 cents at most. But an ant is neat even if it's small, collect it. You can't let your $500 go to waste, you have to return your capital in the right amount. By the way, Yang Lin checked his panel at this moment. After killing a chopper rabbit, the experience bar went up by 5%. It seemed that after killing 19 more chopper rabbits, he would be able to rise to level 2. Well, it's a good run. Yang Lin felt like his fighting spirit was on fire, and without stopping, he began to look for the second fallen chopper rabbit object. At the same time, the rest of the novice copies. Hundreds of squads from 6 schools were frantically slaughtering chopper rabbits. They could be much more relaxed than Yang Lin. When they encountered 2 or 3 chopper rabbits, they basically swarmed up and chopped the chopper rabbits into dregs in minutes. If there were a lot of mages in the team, they would not give the rabbits a chance. That is not to give the chopper rabbit a chance, the staff so arrays easily can let a few chopper rabbit into flying ash. And so many teams, there is a full of girls of the 5-member team. They, likewise, were frantically harvesting the lives of the chopper rabbits. Among them, the 2-meter-tall magic puppet following one of the girls was extremely eye-catching. Needless to say, this was the magic puppeteer Su Meng. Currently, Su Meng could only summon one magic puppet, and the name of this magic puppet was called the Vajra magic puppet. The Vajra demon puppet was not only invulnerable to swords and spears, it was also extremely powerful. Moreover, it could also provide its master with the ability of an undefeatable golden body, allowing the master's armor and strength to be increased by a huge margin. Because of this, Su Meng was now the core of the team. Coupled with the fact that all 4 of her teammates weren't bad, it wasn't like they were generally able to kill the demons. However, Su Meng was not happy at all right now. The originally beautiful eyes all still contained a hint of sadness. Privately, she was heard murmuring, "I don't know how he's doing, do we really have to give up on this novice trial? Darn guy, why didn't he return my call, not even my message? Ming, I have invited you to team up." At this time, she suddenly heard her teammate say, "Meng, this outermost chopper rabbit is too easy. Why don't we slowly go deeper into the core area? The experience inside is definitely higher. Sumeng replied, alright, then let's kill towards the core area now. Good. The group of girls all agreed, and then together, they unstoppably killed their way to the core area in search of new magical creatures. It can only be said that anyone with a bit of strength would definitely not stay in the periphery for too long. The demons in the periphery were too few, only encountering 3 or 2 in half a day. And the more you level up, the more experience you need. Staying in the periphery all the time, how long will it take to level up? Basically, everyone thought so. But only, there was one person who was still complaining with liver pain. The chopper rabbits in the periphery were so terrifying, one wouldn't dare to think how powerful the demons in the core area must be. Moreover, when they appeared, there were 3 or 2, or even 4 or 5 of them in a group. Do they still give people a chance to live? No need to think, the one who could say that was definitely Yang Lin. After he managed to kill the first chopper rabbit, he complained, but his actions were like a small universe had been ignited. That sight of frantically searching for the second fallen chopper rabbit was truly tearful. There wasn't much to say about his play style. It was to go and stall for time, slowly grinding it using the inferior beast traps and the blue spirit grass that would entangle. When another hour passed, the number of chopper rabbits he had killed had reached a staggering 3. The hardships and dangers that he had gone through in this were not enough for outsiders to understand. In fact, if it was just one-on-one, Yang Lin, relying on his 4 basic attributes, it was still very easy to consume the chopper rabbits. The difficulty lies in the fact that during the searching process, he must be careful so that he won't be discovered by the hordes of chopper rabbits. As well as, in the confrontation with the single chopper rabbit, how could he not startle the nearby chopper rabbits? So after battling for so long, even if he only killed 3 chopper rabbits, deep down in Yang Lin's heart, he already felt satisfied. 17 more to go. As long as I kill 17 more chopper rabbits, I'll be able to obtain the mythic phrase. As soon as he thought of the mythic lexicon, the small universe in his body exploded once again. Yang Lin began to be more active in searching for the fallen chopper rabbits. It was just that he couldn't have imagined that right now, outside of the copy, Headmaster Zhang Yanghui's brain was buzzing. Almost every once in a while, he had to contact the political education director Wang Lan to ask if that Yang Lin had been kicked out of the copy yet. The poor political education director Wang Lan, who couldn't do anything else right now, could only stand in front of the teleportation array, waiting painstakingly for that familiar figure of Yang Lin. An hour has passed. 2 hours passed. When the time came to the 4th hour, it was no surprise that Wang Lan, who was standing in front of the teleportation array, once again received a communication from the principal, Zhang Yanghui, in the hall. Without even waiting for the principal to speak, Wang Lan had already breathlessly made his report first. Principal, no, Yang Lin, he hasn't been kicked out yet. Wang Lan, are you being negligent? Is it possible that after he was kicked out, he used his second chance to directly run in again through the teleportation array? Principal, believe me, I've been staring at the teleportation array very carefully and attentively. I haven't seen Yang Lin's silhouette at all. It shouldn't be, it's already been 4 hours, why hasn't he been kicked out yet? Strictly speaking, all the other students had formed a team before entering, and Yang Lin himself was still the last one to enter the copy solo. Even if he entered the copy, he randomly appeared in the periphery, and trying to find a teammate was most likely impossible. With his solid damage 1, can he fight monsters? Headmaster, how do I know this? Maybe he's hiding somewhere inside. Okay, let's pretend he's hiding. Next, you still have to keep an eye on the teleportation array for me. Yang Lin can't have an accident. If he has an accident, how will the principals of the other schools look at me? Saying that I don't care about the safety of my students, knowing that the students' occupations are so bad, but still letting them go to the duplicates, will I still be able to mix in the future? Yes, Headmaster, I will definitely keep a careful eye on the teleportation array. Don't worry, as long as he appears, I'll press him down the first time and bring him to you personally. That's it then, keep staring. Okay, Principal. Time continued to go by. Soon, the 5th hour passed. The 6th hour passed. All the way to the 8th hour, not to mention how it was inside the replica. Anyway, the ones who would be the most excited about this would have to be the 6 principals waiting in the hall. Simply because, the matter of the novice copy, on the hall's public screen, would be summarized every 8 hours. Who killed the most demons, who leveled up the fastest, all of these were clear at a glance. If this was previous years, then there was no need to think. The small time period must be a time when the 6 principals were together to climb over each other to see whose students were the strongest. A time to pretend whose students were the best. But now, upon seeing the public screen doing the summarizing, although the 6 principals still cared about this. But what they wanted to see most of all, coincidentally, was only one person. That was Yang Lin, who had the hidden occupation field of demon suppressor. The 6 principals all knew that Yang Lin he ran into the copy alone. Then a full 8 hours had passed without seeing Yang Lin being kicked out of the copy. In this way, how could this heart be calmed between the 6 principals? Zhang Yanghui from the Dragon School, he was trying to make sure that Yang Lin was still in the copy, so he mustn't lose the whole person. The remaining 5 principals were worried, deeply worried. As I said earlier, hidden professions were either the strongest or the dogs disliked them. And Yang Lin, as a hidden profession, he had run into the copy alone for 8 hours without being kicked out. Could it be that this kid had tapped into the key to hidden professions and had already killed in the copy? If that was the case, wouldn't one of the spots in the Greedy Wolf Guild this year fall within the 3 High Dragon School? And this was definitely not what the other 5 principals wanted to see. So as soon as the summary came out, these 5 principals that were on fire started to look for the name Yang Lin in the list of personnel. Fortunately, that kid shouldn't have tapped into the key to the hidden profession. Anyway, in the top 10, 20 or even 50, there was no Yang Lin's name. At this point, all 5 principals except Zhang Yanghui were relieved. As for where exactly was Yang Lin's name? Looking at the list from top to bottom, all the way to the last place, even including Zhang Yanghui, several principals all tensed up. Chapter 6 Double Surprise. Yang Lin, one person in a team. After 8 hours, the total number of demons killed was 20. Level, from level 1 to level 2. What? Why 8 hours, you ask? Come on, do you think this is a game where you're fighting demons? You don't take into account your blood, defense, environment, demon attacks, attack style and number, do you? Looking at the name Yang Lin at the end of the hall's main screen, the 6 principals had mixed feelings. Obviously, there was only solid injury 1, oh no, upgrading to level 2, that would be solid injury 2. But why, this student was still so persistent to stay within the copy? And it was still one person in a team? Although one could imagine this student's unwillingness, was it necessary to persist like this? Or rather, was there really a point in continuing to persevere like this? This lad's toughness is good, it's just a pity that he's being dragged down by his own profession. Yes, it's obvious that he's already in this state, but he's hardened himself within the copy, unwilling to give up. This kid, it's impossible not to let people feel bad for him. The 5 principals each side. In the end, coincidentally, they also went to comfort Go Zhang Yanghui. Old Zhang, this student of yours is a bit of a pity. It's not good to awaken any profession, but to awaken a hidden useless profession. In this current situation, even if he continues to struggle within the copies, he won't be able to accomplish much. Old Zhang, I actually kinda admire this student of yours. Acting alone, he was actually able to last for 8 hours within the copy with only 1 solid damage earlier, and killed 20 demons. This is actually quite exaggerated. Listening to the words of the other few principals, Zhang Yanghui also felt quite bad in his heart. This kid, Yang Lin, was a real pity. Why did such a resilient student just awaken a useless occupation? This is completely sorry for this kid's hard work and struggle. And whether it was Zhang Yanghui or the other 5 principals, they were all quite curious now. When exactly did Yang Lin plan to come out of the copy? And when he came out, was he kicked out or did he come out on his own initiative by recognizing reality? Could it be that he really wanted to stay inside the copy for enough 48 hours? Can he stand that? If you want to ask Yang Lin if he can stand it, then you have to look at his state first. After 8 hours of hard work, Yang Lin had killed enough 20 chopper rabbits to fulfill his wish. Then he successfully rose from level 1 to level 2. He also gained 4 free attribute allocation points. At this moment, Yang Lin's mood was leaping and exhilarated. All the suffering he had suffered earlier was now all turned into his anticipation. And he hadn't even thought about it earlier, he was just desperately trying to level up to get a mythological phrase to see if he could change his fate against all odds. In reality, it directly gave him a double surprise. Congratulations on raising your level to level 2 and comprehending your first profession skill Super Heavy Pressure. Due to your leveling up to level 2, unlock the first current vocational phrase. I didn't expect it, the vocational skills were out. This was something that Yang Lin didn't even dare to think about. In his perception, to obtain career skills, one either had to have their own strange encounters or go through the perception of the career. But now, he was clearly only expecting the first career word. Who would have thought that he would have comprehended a career skill in passing? Just, what the hell was this super heavy pressure? After glancing at the skill description, he understood that it was a gravity spell that was applied to the enemy. In this way, it limited the enemy's mobility, and correspondingly, weakened the enemy's offensive ability in disguise. The most crucial thing was that this super heavy pressure of his could apply gravity to more than just one object. As long as they were within his inherent domain, all enemies identified within it would be subject to the same force of gravity. The most remarkable thing was that there was basically no consumption when casting the skill, regardless of whether it was single or group. And speaking of the inherent domain, it was still 10 by 10 at level 1, but now that it had grown a bit larger in range, it became 11 by 11. It's pretty good. I just don't know how effective this super heavy pressure is in actual combat. Although he was concerned about the real-world effect of the new skill, Yang Lin was, at the moment, more concerned about the profession phrase that he had just unlocked. The first career phrase. Negative increase. Mythic level. Within the unfolding inherent domain, each additional personally imposed negative status held on the corresponding enemy. Then the fixed damage that enemy receives per second is doubled on top of that. At first glance, Yang Lin felt that this phrase was ordinary. But after thinking about his own occupational skills, he couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. He had to imprint, and he had to do it quickly now. Almost madly, Yang Lin began to look for a new object to try his hand at this moment. For 15 minutes, he looked for a fallen chopper rabbit. Then, he unfolded his inherent domain and simultaneously cast super heavy pressure on this chopper rabbit within the domain. First of all, the occupational skill was worthy of super gravity pressure. With that gravity simply being cast down, the weak rabbit was immediately as if it was carrying a huge boulder on its body, and its maneuverability was only at most 1/3 of what it was earlier. And even better, the chopper rabbit would have originally thrown a roundhouse chopper. But now, don't even think about it, the super heavy pressure was equivalent to directly cutting off one of its means of attack. Upon seeing this, Yang Lin was immediately happy. Wasn't it crazy earlier? How did it turn sickly now? In this situation right now, if the risk factor was set at 100 when facing a chopper rabbit at level 1 earlier, now, the risk factor has dropped by at least 70%, or even less. For example, now, Yang Lin dared to bring out his spear from the space, and without the aid of poor quality traps and the blue spirit grass that can be entangled, he directly went to stab the chrysanthemum of the chopper rabbit. The poor chopper rabbit screamed madly, but because of the ultimate pressure, even its counterattack seemed so breathless. On top of that, the sustained damage that the chopper rabbit itself received had also changed from 1 point at level 1 to 4 points per second at level 2. The reason why it was 4 points was because the solid damage was 2 at level 2. Then because of the super heavy pressure, it became 4 after the increase from the profession lexicon. All things considered, it was almost easy for Yang Lin to complete the kill of this current chopper rabbit. Although most of the damage was created with the lance, there was no doubt that his speed of killing monsters had increased by at least dozens of times compared to the beginning. Without having to be woefully chased, he scorned the struggles of the demonic creature under the super heavy pressure and easily dry sunk it. LOL. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a copy, how Yang Lin mustn't take out his cell phone and play a Big Apple song to cheer himself up. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. He also gained 4 free attribute points when he upgraded. Now Yang Lin had already considered how to add them. He added 2 points to physique and another 2 points to agility. In his profession, he didn't need to add strength to increase his output, so adding strength was useless. He also didn't need to add spirit, because he had observed that casting professional skills basically didn't cost energy. When he felt the cost later on, he could just add a bit of spirit. Therefore, the blood quantity related to physique and the speed involved in agility became Yang Lin's first choice. After some operations, the current career panel became the following. Name, Yang Lin. Occupation, Domain Magician. Level, 2. Blood quantity, 245. Blood energy, 137. Natural ability, Inherent Domain. Profession skill, Super Heavy Pressure. Occupational phrase, Negative Increase. Oh, you asked why the 4 basic attributes weren't shown on this panel? That question, that's because Yang Lin casually hid them. He's sensitive to numbers and can't look at a series of numbers. That's it, don't think too much about it. In addition, it was also at this moment that Yang Lin finally let go of part of his heart, found a quiet place, and decided to take a good rest. During this time, he began to ponder. His own occupational skill super heavy pressure was quite good, even without mentioning his inherent damage. Relying on this skill alone, he seemed to be quite qualified to be a support. It is said that the iron auxiliary flowing water sea, if he really cannot mix, he can also count on professional skills to eat. However, as a man's romance, Yang Lin is more willing to be a big C. He feels that his domain, Jinmu, is a very good one. He felt that he still had a lot of potential in this field as a demon suppressor. Looking at the career panel that he had casually summoned, he subconsciously touched the career phrase that he had only just realized. It was at this time. The hidden hint appeared again. Chapter 7: The Long-Legged Girl's Bitter Plea. When level 5 is reached, you can activate the second mythological phrase. Swish. Yang Lin's cold sweat came out. He was, right now, just scared by himself. Activating an occupational phrase was already fine, and at this level 5, it was actually possible to activate a second one? And it was still mythic level? In an instant, Yang Lin's passion for drying demons surged back up. Let's just say that he was a hidden profession. How could a hidden profession be bad? District copy demons, just see if you're going to them next. In order to test out the current limits. Yang Lin, because of his dependence, was now not satisfied with getting one chopper rabbit at a time, he wanted to get two. It just so happened that there were two fellow chopper rabbits nearby. The same old trick was repeated, and under the super heavy pressure, the district chopper rabbit was close to leading its neck to be killed. Little brat, weren't you chasing your buddy fiercely earlier? Now give buddy a fierce try? On one side, the two chopper rabbits continued to lose blood. On the other side, Yang Lin held a long spear and continuously greeted the back of the chopper rabbits fiercely. In a matter of 2 minutes, the two chopper rabbits died violently one after another. Killed chopper rabbit, gained 35 experience. Killed chopper rabbit, gained experience 37. After killing the 3 rabbits at level 2, the experience bar had only risen by a total of 6%. But now, Yang Lin was no longer anxious about leveling up. Compared to other professions, he was currently not that rough, but the victory was that he could be safe and enjoyable. When the vocational skills increase in the future, and then unlock a few new vocational phrases, then it will make everyone realize. What is called a hidden occupation? Know the gold content of hidden occupation? Under ambition, seeing how easy it was to two chopper rabbits at a time, the current Yang Lin continued to become bolder. He began to try to greet 3 chopper rabbits at a time. As a result, it was still not that difficult. The only drawback was that the kills were a bit slow. Because he wanted to increase his monster killing speed, most of the time, he also had to carry a lance that didn't belong to his profession and stab it viciously. This led to the fact that under successive actions, he was quite tired. Yang Lin couldn't help but think that it would be cool if he had someone to help him stab after he limited the demons. Originally, he had just thought about it for a bit. What he was looking forward to even more now was to quickly reach level 5 and see what benefits the second profession phrase could bring to him. But unexpectedly, right after using the convenience of his profession to stab 3 more chopper rabbits to death in one breath, a girl suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Tall in stature, with a pretty face. And the most attractive thing about this girl was none other than her tender white thighs, which were slender and tantalizing. Speaking of which, this girl wasn't from another school, she was from this school, and she was still in the same class. Wang Qianqian, how come it's you? Ha! Yang Lin, you're actually in the copy too? The encounter between the two was a bit unbelievable to each other. According to what Wang Qianqian knew, Yang Lin didn't even go to the school assembly. It looked like he should have given up on the novice copies examination. How could she think that she could actually meet Yang Lin in the replica now? On Yang Lin's side, although he wasn't too familiar with Wang Qianqian. But he remembers that Wang Qianqian's awakened profession is not bad. If he remembers correctly, it seems to be a druid. It should be able to recruit the souls of animals for its use, with a high growth ceiling. But now, how did this girl appear in the periphery? And still alone? Then looking at Wang Qianqian's somewhat grimy appearance, Yang Lin had to speculate. Wang Qianqian's team wouldn't have been destroyed, right? Otherwise, how could it appear here? For the sake of his classmates, just as Yang Lin wanted to ask Wang Qianqian what had happened and decided to show some sympathy, Wang Qianqian instead opened her mouth first. Yang Lin, just now when I watched you kill the 3 chopper rabbits, why were they so docile? Why is it that the chopper rabbits I've encountered are all so ferocious one by one? Meek? Yang Lin was a bit surprised. When were the chopper rabbits docile? It was with this thought that he immediately came to a realization. When he was killing monsters, because of the super heavy pressure applied, the chopper rabbit's speed slowed down and its attacks became sluggish. To the uninformed outsiders, that would be the chopper rabbit becoming docile. You're saying this, Yang Lin said back, actually, it's just restricting their abilities a bit, I don't think this thing is docile. Wang Chanxian was quite surprised. They said your profession was weak, but I didn't realize that you were so powerful that you could restrict them? Ahem, well at least I'm a hidden occupation, restricting a few chopper rabbits isn't excessive, right? Not excessive but not excessive, you're strong, and I'm envious. These words were said. Yang Lin's mood was a little complicated for a moment. Thinking about earlier, after knowing that he had awakened the profession of fixed injury one, basically that was people seeing dogs. But how long had it been that someone actually said that they envied themselves? The way things were going, it was really a bit unbelievable. Oh, almost forgot, seeing Wang Chanxian appearing here alone, Yang Lin was still quite curious about this. Wang Chanxian, didn't you follow the team to go hunting demons? How come you're here alone now? Yang Lin, it was fine if he didn't ask. This question immediately saw Wang Chanxian's eyes instantly red. Almost, the aggrieved little pearls were about to fall off. That? You are okay? I'm fine, Wang Chanxian hurriedly rubbed the corners of her eyes, I'm fine. Since you're fine, then I'll leave. I still have to rush to upgrade. I said that I am not too familiar with Wang Chanxian, and looking at Wang Chanxian's appearance, I am afraid that there is trouble on this girl. Yang Lin felt that it was better not to get involved. However, he just took 2 steps, who thought that Wang Chanxian actually chased up from behind. With one hand, she pulled Yang Lin's clothes from behind. Yang Lin, can I team up with you? Yang Lin sweated, don't you have a team? Why do you want to team up with me now? I've been fired. Huh? Expelled? They said that I was, a drag, and then voted to expel me from the squad. Hearing this, Yang Lin's heart really couldn't believe it. Druid, a very powerful profession, was actually said to be a drag? How was this possible? As far as Yang Lin knew, Druid was by no means generally strong. According to his understanding of this profession, the Druid's fighting style would be different depending on the living spirit that was summoned. However, no matter what kind of living spirit it was, the original body would never be too weak. Even if a Druid was fortunate enough to be able to summon a flying being such as an eagle, he would be able to fly in mid-air afterwards. This kind of thing was a dream that other professions wouldn't even dare to think about. But Wang Chanxian, she, would actually be expelled from the squad? Wang Chanxian, you're not joking, right? I'm not joking, I really don't have a squad now. I'm alone and can't kill monsters properly. Yang Lin is begging you, is it okay to let me team up with you? Yang Lin was still pondering how to open his mouth. Behind him, Wang Chanxian was obviously more anxious. As long as you take me, I won't complain about any dirty work. I promise I'll be obedient. If you say for me to go east, I'll definitely not go west. As long as you ask, anything will do. In this situation now, Yang Lin couldn't leave even if he wanted to. With no other choice, he turned around and said, you're exaggerating a bit, suddenly begging me to form a team. I have to understand what the situation is in detail, right? Well, Wang Chanxian nodded her head repeatedly, then told the matter one by one. Chapter 8. This girl is quite good. Based on what Wang Chanxian said, Yang Lin quickly understood the reason for what happened. The reason why Wang Chanxian was expelled from the squad wasn't because her occupation wasn't powerful enough. It wasn't because her personality didn't get along with people. In fact, it was because her profession consumed too much. As a druid, Wang Chanxian could summon a powerful grizzly spirit. Once the spirit was added to her body, she herself would become violent and ferocious. Combat power was needless to say, such as the chopper rabbits that she currently encountered. 1, 2, 3 was really just a matter of sprinkles for her. But herein lies the problem. The druid needs to be possessed by a living spirit, so that the power of the living spirit can be transformed into its own power. During this period, it was necessary to consume a huge amount of blood energy. This also led to the fact that Wang Chanxian was very strong, yes, but every time she fought powerfully for 5 minutes, she immediately had to rest for 15 minutes. In the beginning, the people in the squad didn't say anything when they saw that she was so strong. But with the passage of time, when found that the novice copy of the demonic creature is not strong, and Wang Qianqian and so waste of time. So the group of people combined their efforts and simply fired her. For this matter, Yang Lin, even if he is an outsider, his mood is still quite complicated. Although it was true that the novice copies were related to the future. But you can't see that people are strong and rush to pull them on. Then when you find out that the demon to be fought is weak, you feel that they are too consuming and gang up on them to open them up at this time of life changing. This is not a typical bully? And right after Wang Qianqian finished her business, she pulled on Yang Lin's clothesline that was even tighter. Yang Lin, please, let me team up with you, I'm really willing to do everything. This examination is important to me, really important. Let me see your panel first. Seeing that Yang Lin didn't refuse on the spot, Wang Qianqian looked overjoyed and hurriedly revealed her career panel. Name, Wang Qianqian. Profession, Druid. Level, 3. Blood quantity, 226-226. Blood energy, 108-108. Natural ability, Spirit Summoning Non-Entity. Profession skill, Raging Pale Bear First Living Creature. Profession words, Prayer of Fate Epic. For every living spirit that can be summoned, one's base damage is permanently increased by 5%. TSK. After reading Wang Qianqian's career panel, Yang Lin lamented two things. First, her profession panel was really strong. Although the profession words were epic level, not comparable to legends and myths, they were already good enough. One couldn't even dare to imagine how far her basic attack would have to go against the odds if she could summon more beings in the future. The second thing that Yang Lin lamented was himself. He was worthy of being a hidden profession. The attributes of level 2 now were all a lot stronger than Wang Qianqian's attributes at level 3. The same was upgrading plus attributes. Even for a druid, it couldn't compare to the substantial increase of his own profession. Yang Lin, can I join the team? Yes, you can, but are you really willing to do anything? I promise, I'm willing to do whatever you ask me to do, and I'll absolutely listen to you. Very good. Yang Lin nodded. I just want to talk to you beforehand, lest you think I'm bullying you when I ask you to work afterwards. Won't, I'm already happy that you let me join the team. That's fine, subsequently I'll find work for you. Yang Lin now, what he said about finding work to do, that must be to let Wang Qianqian subsequently help stab the chopper rabbit. Thinking about earlier, although he was able to restrain it, he still had to carry the lance and keep going to stab it. Now there is someone's hand, divide the work, very reasonable, right? Thinking that things had been decided, immediately, Yang Lin sent a team invitation to Wang Qianqian. As if seeing hope in Wang Qianqian's eyes, Yang Lin has become a radiant sun at this moment. Another thing to mention. The experience of killing a demon is fixed. If you kill a few in a group, then it's just a few people sharing the experience. In addition to some special props that will enhance the experience to a certain extent, basically everyone's share of the experience will not be too different. Now that there are teammates, although the experience is divided out some, but since it is a helper, then it will certainly make up for it in quantity subsequently. Yang Lin said that now go to find Chopper Rabbit, and then let Wang Qianqian assist in playing with it. However, this footsteps only moved 2 steps, his stomach already could not help but grumble. At this time, looking at the time on his cell phone, Yang Lin was shocked. He had only killed a few Chopper Rabbits and didn't realize that 8 or 9 hours had actually passed. No wonder he was hungry. It was alright, I guess. When I came, I put a few bottles of water and steamed buns in my career space, so I'll just make do for now. However, Yang Lin never thought that he had just taken out water and steamed bread from his occupation space. Wang Qianqian had already quickly handed over a lunchbox. What are you doing? I heard that you're hungry. This is the bento I brought, for you to eat. No need, what will you eat if I do? It's okay, I made a few bento all in the career space. And I already ate earlier, I'm not hungry now. Yang Lin was trying to refuse, but he couldn't help that Wang Qianqian had already opened the bento box with enthusiasm. Once he saw the white rice and sumptuous side dishes inside, Yang Lin was even hungrier now. I'm a person who doesn't like to be pretentious. Since you're going to let it, then I really have to eat it all? But it's slightly cold after a long time. If you mind, I'll make a fire and heat it up for you. No, it's fine now. A mouthful of side dishes and a mouthful of white rice went down. Eating it made Yang Lin's eyes light up. This flavor, it wasn't generally good, it was quite good. How is it, does it suit your taste? Quite tasty. That's good, because I made it with my own hands. I was afraid that it wouldn't suit your taste. Where's the word? The mushrooms and tofu in this are simply a masterpiece. Wang Qianqian, I didn't expect you to know how to cook. Not bad, my mom used to be a chef, I learned a lot from her. After a period of time, Yang Lin was full of food and energy. After that naturally meant brushing monsters. And first, in order to test Wang Qianqian's limits, when he encountered the chopper rabbit at the very beginning, Yang Lin didn't make a move. He was observing this sister's state. As Wang Qianqian transformed her form, it could be clearly seen that behind this girl, a huge and ferocious pale bear was revealed. That was her first living spirit, the furious pale bear. To say that this girl's destructive power is really strong, 3 chopper rabbit together to attack her, instantly by her all shot flying out. Afterwards, Wang Qianqian launched a pursuit, 3 times, 3 chopper rabbit was all dry over by her. Cow is really cow. It was after this. Wang Qianqian already had a red face and sat down in the same place to breathe heavily. Probably because she was afraid of being disliked by Yang Lin. At this time, she looked at Yang Lin with eyes that were by no means in general panic. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, "It seems that when you conduct combat, your energy consumption is really big. But let me ask you, if you just do normal attacks after you've been added by a living spirit, would the energy consumption be drastic?" "No, but then the attack damage would be greatly reduced." "That's fine, when you're rested and we're back in action, just do normal attacks as much as possible after you change your form if necessary. Unless, in case of an emergency, make sure to retain a certain amount of energy." "Okay." Seeing that Yang Lin didn't abandon himself, Wang Qianqian instantly relaxed. A nice cloudy haze appeared on her pretty face. And that is, after resting for a period of time for the two of them to act, when she saw the ability that Yang Lin had exerted, surprised to the point that Wang Qianqian all directly covered her small mouth. Chapter 9, It seems cruel to mop up that way. Yang Lin, he was just utilizing super heavy pressure to restrict the chopper rabbit within the inherent domain. But in Wang Qianqian's eyes, watching the originally ferocious chopper rabbit suddenly inch forward, that was close to treating Yang Lin as a god. What an awesome ability. Don't be awesome, you hurry up and transform your form, then use normal attacks to slaughter all of these chopper rabbits. Wang Qianqian did as she was told. It didn't take long before the experience of several chopper rabbits had easily arrived. And during this time, since there were people helping to kill the rabbits, Yang Lin was definitely clearing his head. Although she didn't want to say it, but this was invisible, Wang Qianqian was like she was specifically pulled to do hard labor. Yang Lin, on the other hand, lived to become the unscrupulous boss who watched from the wall. "You're the one who said you're willing to do anything, I didn't bully you, right?" "No," Wang Qianqian shook her head repeatedly, and her expression was still quite uplifted. "Killing monsters with you is quick, I don't have the ability to do that on my own. Then I hope we work well together, fight for it, rise a few more levels." Because of Wang Qianqian as a helper, the 1, 2, 3 scattered chopper rabbits in the periphery could no longer satisfy Yang Lin's needs. So soon he decided to take Wang Qianqian and run towards the core area. During this time, even if Wang Qianqian changed her state to only do normal attacks, her energy, she would still be forced to lift her state due to consumption. At this time to ask how to do it. It would definitely be. Yang Lin threw the lance to Wang Qianqian. "Stab the back of these demons. Can we change the place? Are you stupid? What we're after is efficiency. You have to remember, no matter what demons, maybe they have other weaknesses, but the back is definitely one of them." And then looking at Wang Qianqian carrying her lance to stab the back of the demonic creature, Yang Lin himself watched his scalp go numb. He didn't feel anything when he did this kind of thing himself, but watching others do it, he really felt quite cruel. When another 8 hours had passed, Yang Lin's level had risen to level 4 by this time. Wang Qianqian, on the other hand, had reached level 5. Just one level away, Yang Lin would be able to activate the second mythic rank occupation phrase. He was, right now, filled with anticipation in his heart. As for outside the copy, the 6 principals in the hall were again seeing the general screen doing a second summary after they each widened their eyes to the maximum. Just never thought that this time in the last place did not see Yang Lin's name. It wasn't until after counting upwards for more than 100 places that they finally saw the right person. I didn't expect that this kid was level 2 8 hours ago, and after these 8 hours, he actually rose to level 4. Could it be that his hidden potential has awakened, and he's subsequently going to make a killing like in the movie novel? Don't be ridiculous, according to the wire map on the general screen you guys, he has teammates this time. Several principals took a look at the fact that Yang Lin actually had a teammate, and afterward, all of them were unanimously relieved. Scared me to death, I thought he had truly awakened. Who wasn't, almost letting the Dragon Tang school get the quota? The principal of the Dragon Tang school, Zhang Yanghui, was so angry that the fat on his face was trembling. Can you guys be a little public-spirited? I'm still here in the main body. Do any of you talk about my students like this? Don't give me that, we are all in competition. If you Dragon Tang get one more place, our 5 schools will get one less, who cares? Ha! Zhang Yanghui quenched a mouthful of spittle and said, can you 5 stop putting gold on your own faces? Yang Lin, even if he can't be awakened in the true sense, are you guys sure that your school can get a spot? When the Greedy Wolf Guild comes down to recruit people, they have their own targets, okay? What a bunch of shameless old farts. Hey, then don't expect us to support you either. If you can be recruited by the Greedy Wolf Guild, you'll get a lot of sponsorship next year. Suit yourselves, bunch of old things. Don't say you're a lot younger than us, you're over 60 years old and still think you're in the prime of your life. Go go go, too lazy to talk to you guys. After bull-ting with a few other principals, Zhang Yanghui's heart was now more or less relieved. That Yang Lin, being able to go for a teammate, was indeed out of his expectation. But no matter what, thinking that Yang Lin wouldn't go to his death easily, at least, he, who was the principal, felt much more at ease in his heart. Also, because it had already been determined in an intangible way that Yang Lin's hidden profession probably didn't have a chance of coming out on top. So the next discussion of the several principals, this time finally pulled back to the topic of whose school's students were the most powerful. And for this question, Zhang Yanghui definitely had someone in mind as well. For example, Su Meng, who is currently ranked in the first echelon like the other schools, was quite good. Such an outstanding student, he, who was the principal, definitely needed to know about it. Magic puppeteer, a rare profession. As long as this novice vice can reach level 10, and subsequently pass the special trial above, odds are, one of the Greedy Wolf Guild spots won't be able to run away. But speaking of rare professions, Zhang Yanghui's subsequent attention. Subconsciously, it fell on Yang Lin's partner, Wang Qianqian. This student he definitely knew something about as well. Druid, again a rare profession with not a small potential and a promising future. The only thing he couldn't figure out was that Yang Lin ran into the copy by himself. How did he still get involved with Wang Qianqian? Thinking about this, he simply dialed a phone with Wang Lan, who was guarding the teleportation array. This time, without waiting for Wang Lan to open his mouth, he directly said, Wang Qianqian, this student, you should know something about it, right? Principal, you actually didn't ask Yang Lin this time? Yang Lin's matter will be discussed later, I'll just ask you, doesn't Wang Qianqian have a fixed team? Why is she splitting off separately now? Political Education Director Wang Lan froze for a long time on the opposite side of the communication. Headmaster, can you speak more clearly? How come I didn't understand what you said? I'm asking you, when Wang Qianqian entered the replica, there was a fixed team, right? Yes, of course there is. Principal, what are you asking this for? It's not what I'm going to do, it's that I can't figure out, this Yang Lin, how come he's teamed up with Wang Qianqian? What? Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian teamed up? When did that happen? It's impossible, right? What's impossible? I saw it on the general screen just now. Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian teamed up, he's already level 4, and Wang Qianqian is only one level higher than Yang Lin. Then even if you ask me, Principal, I'm not sure. It could be that Yang Lin has some kind of charm that attracted Wang Qianqian. Forget it, I can't ask you even if I ask you. I'll take a look afterward and see what kind of commotion Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian can make in the copy. The communication finally hung up. Wang Lan, the political education director who had long been exhausted in front of the teleportation array, was speechless. The principal was also right, asking himself about everything, making it seem like he was a know-it-all. However, it's still a bit unbelievable. Yang Lin, he actually managed to hook up with Wang Qianqian of the rare profession, and actually rose to level 4. This kid, he's got some skills. Thanks to himself, he had been worried before the teleportation array that something would happen to him in the copy. Chapter 10, I'm not a pretentious man. Besides, Yang Lin sighed. He had currently risen to level 4, although he knew that level 5 would activate the second mythic profession phrase. But after continuously staying in the copy for 16 hours, even if his body could hold up, the mental and spiritual fatigue was simply increasing with each passing minute. He really couldn't top it anymore, and he began to discuss with Wang Qianqian about setting up camp. You just arrange these things, I'll listen to you. Hearing Wang Qianqian say this, Yang Lin was a bit speechless. You're quite obedient, what I say is what? Aha! I didn't expect Wang Qianqian to nod her head in response, not normally seriously. Earlier I said, I'll listen to your arrangement for anything. Alright then, let's find a quiet place to rest and relieve ourselves. After that, that was what was done. Although the copies didn't have a setting of alternating day and night. For example, for the novice copy, the setting was daytime, so it would be daytime for as long as it passed. But psychologically and mentally unable to stand it, it was definitely better to rest. After finding a good place, Yang Lin proposed to take turns resting and sleeping, but was rejected by Wang Qianqian. Don't worry about me, if it's just for one day, even if you don't sleep, it's still okay. Are you an iron body? That's not true, it's mainly because I'm used to staying up. Suddenly hearing Wang Qianqian say this, Yang Lin was still quite curious. What are you used to boiling? With him so inquiring, did not expect to actually ask Wang Qianqian some other conditions. It turns out that Wang Qianqian family now, there is a frail mother and a 9-year-old young brother to take care of. So usually after school or vacation time, she will go to find some part-time jobs so as to subsidize the family. Because of this, she stayed up late overtime work, not less. For what, is not to earn more money, can let the family's days a little better. Because of this newbie copy she actually see more than anyone else. She didn't dare to ask for enrollment in the strongest guild, but she also thought that she could be in a position to go to other good guilds. In this way, her mother and brother could definitely be taken care of in no small way subsequently. Above all, this kind of mood, how could Yang Lin not understand? No matter what, compared to Wang Qianqian, he himself was already happy enough. Although mom and dad are just ordinary employees, they are stable, and they don't need to go out and work part-time or anything. But Wang Qianqian not only have to take care of her mom, but also have to manage her brother. For a girl, it is indeed quite difficult. No wonder, when she begged herself to form a team earlier, she looked so humble. What is the purpose? It wasn't that she wanted to level up a few more levels and fight for favorable conditions so that she could subsequently go to a good guild. Just as Yang Lin was thinking about this, Wang Qianqian asked, "What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you were resting?" "It's okay, I'll observe the surrounding for you, just rest at ease." This mainly if it's wild, it's a bit uncomfortable, you wait for me to stabilize my emotions. So that's how it is, then why don't I make a neat pillow for you? This way, maybe you can rest a little more at ease. What? Yang Lin thought he heard wrong. Wang Qianqian, she actually wanted to give herself a knee pillow? Looking at her straight and slender attractive thighs, Yang Lin asked uncertainly, "Are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious, I'm grateful to you for letting me join the team. So even if I make a knee pillow for you, I'm willing." This. Yang Lin was a little emotional. Since he grew up, he really hadn't tried a girl's knee pillow. Now steeply hearing a girl say this to herself, this mood, wanting to not be emotional cannot be At this time, Wang Qianqian added with a red face, "I don't have any other meaning, I just want you to have a good rest. Of course, if you dislike it, then forget it." Cough cough, I didn't say I dislike it, I just feel that this will be troublesome for you. It's not troublesome, it's really not troublesome. Even if I say it's troublesome, it's definitely not as troublesome as letting you take me to upgrade. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, "Like I said, I'm not that kind of pretentious person either. If you've come to this point, then I'll have to borrow your knee pillow for a while." "Well, no problem." Wang Qianqian stretched out her tantalizing legs and said, "Just lie down and rest at ease. Don't worry, I will always pay attention to the movements in the surrounding area, but if there is any wind or grass movement, I will definitely wake you up at the first time." Good. Yang Lin was indeed a bit fatigued right now. Plus the long legs invited him so much, as a normal man, he really had no reason to refuse. Then, Yang Lin lay on Wang Qianqian's knee pillow and entered a state of rest. When he woke up, a full 6 hours had passed. This sleep, Yang Lin himself are sweating. On the contrary, Wang Qianqian, who gave him a knee pillow, the first time also tenderly said to him, "How is your rest? Do you want to lie down for a while?" "No need, it's already fine." Yang Lin now, some quite embarrassed. The main reason was that he saw that even though Wang Qianqian was putting on a very spirited appearance, a hint of fatigue could still be seen within her eyes. "Yang Lin, since you're rested, let's continue to brush the monsters now." "No, I think you need to take a rest." "Me?" Wang Qianqian was a bit surprised, then she waved her hand back and forth. You believe me, I'm really okay with it. It's not a matter of whether it's okay or not. Afterward, you may have to put in a lot of effort to assist me in hunting the demons. If you're not in good shape, our speed of brushing monsters will definitely drop drastically. But Yang Lin, there's only less than a day left. It's precisely because of this that you need to rest even more. Let's forget about the greedy wolf guild, but then we can still reach the standard as long as we cooperate well and enter other better guilds. Wang Qianqian was a little embarrassed. Is it really okay? It's fine, I'll put the word out around a bit, just go and have a good rest. If you refuse, our team is directly disbanded. Don't disband, I'll listen to you and go rest for a while now. Good, it's settled. Next Wang Qianqian went to rest, and Yang Lin, if he was there, stood guard in the proximity, observing the movements around him. When another 4 hours had passed, Wang Qianqian woke up from her rest. She told Yang Lin that she had rested well. Seeing that her condition was indeed fine, Yang Lin was then relieved to start moving. The current plan Yang Lin had set was to head towards the core area. This was because as the level increased, the level 2 chopper rabbit, in exchange for the benefits, was really getting lower and lower. Then, just like other professionals, go to the core area. By the time they reached the middle level of the replica, in addition to the most common chopper rabbit, there was now a new magical creature. Nail Rake Cat. This thing had a higher level than the chopper rabbit, basically at level 4. Attack power, in the 40 to 50 range. The amount of blood had also increased a bit compared to the chopper rabbit, but not much, so it wasn't much of a threat. After that, it is Yang Lin control, Wang Qianqian to help fill the knife. Two people teamed up a good fight. When the copy time passed 36 hours. Yang Lin, his level finally reached level 5. And this time, the hidden profession still didn't let him down and once again gave him a huge surprise. Chapter 11. Is it still a man if you don't accept it? Congratulations on raising your level to level 5. Congratulations on your realization of the profession skill super paralysis. Congratulations on activating your second vocational phrase domain synchronization. Yang Lin, he was now humanly confused. The vocational skill super heavy pressure that he had previously obtained already belonged to the unexpected. He didn't expect that at level 5, he would actually obtain another super paralyze. And what excited him the most was nothing more than the new vocational phrase. Domain synchronization. All enemies identified within an inherent domain have their full attributes reduced by 25%. Worthy of being a mythological phrase, it was just so simple and crude. However, Yang Lin now just knew that this second phrase was powerful, but he hadn't realized the terror of this phrase. It was also the next test that made him realize how crazy this second career phrase was. Qianqian, I'm going to try my hand at the next encounter with a demonic creature. At that time, you only need to be responsible for protecting my personal safety. I know, Wang Qianqian responded, but she was still a little confused. Yang Lin, why did you suddenly remember to try your hand? You'll know this later. Yang Lin didn't explain too much, and the next thing he did was to take Wang Qianqian and wind up looking for the demons. Ahead, 4 spiked cats appeared. This thing said it was a cat, but its size wasn't small. Growing with the gorilla general not to mention, the hand also one by one with a nail rake, for gathered together quite ferocious, so that people do not dare to easily provoke. Yang Lin at the moment, after he exhaled a deep breath, he took big steps to meet the 4 nail rake cats. Wang Qianqian now, she didn't dare to be careless. Although she listened to Yang Lin's instructions not to participate in this battle, if there was an accident on Yang Lin's side, she wanted to make sure that she could transform her state at the first time. Thus, she could solve some unnecessary troubles for Yang Lin. However, very quickly, Wang Qianqian realized how redundant she was at the scene. To ask why, it wasn't because Yang Lin was too powerful, so powerful that he was out of control. Back to the scene. Right after Yang Lin reached a certain distance from the 4 spiked cats, he unfolded his inherent domain. At the same time, super heavy pressure and super paralysis all enveloped the 4 nail rake cats. How excited the 4 spiked cats were to see humans earlier, how devastated they were now. A super heavy pressure had already made it difficult for them to walk, and now a super paralysis. 2 of the nail rake cats even stumbled and rolled to the ground on the spot because they didn't react. Even if it was a simple action like getting up, it was now not an ordinary effort for the nail rake cats. In such a scene, Wang Qianqian's eyes went straight. She was not aware that Yang Lin had learned super paralyze again. However, she saw that as Yang Lin performed his restriction ability, the 4 nail rake cats all decreased in super amplitude, whether it was their movements, their aura, or their breath.
Compared to earlier, Yang Lin's restriction ability had clearly reached a new realm and level. At this point, to ask Yang Lin what he cared about, there were indeed 2 points.
The first was the amount of sustained blood drop after various additions. Rank 5, inherent damage 5, because the 2 negative statuses linked to the first word were each doubled.
So the damage taken by the spiked cat was now 15 per second.
Based on the fact that these things had less than 1000 blood. Even if no one stabbed these nail rake cats, Yang Lin would only need 45 to 50 seconds to make these nail rake cats die without a burial.
And actually, without even reaching 40 seconds, all 4 spiked cats were already dead.
The main reason for this was on the second point that Yang Lin was concerned about, the second mythological phrase. Since the entire attribute drops by 25%, naturally, the spiked cats in the field, whether it's attack, defense, or speed, all drop by 25%. But who would have thought that the magical creatures that entered the field, because of the second mythological phrase, even the blood and energy would also be deducted by 25%? This is equivalent to, these nail rake cats since they entered Yang Lin's inherent domain, first-hand by Yang Lin to a 25% blood volume decimation. When he realized this, Yang Lin was shocked in his heart.
He himself was only level 5 now. This was another restriction, another damage increase, and another weakening. His profession seemed to be going in the direction of perversion. As of now, the 4 spiked cats that were killed in front of him, in exchange for a 5-man squad of the same level. Even if they kill faster than their own side, but certainly not too simple. Think of a team, always have to split a front row back row, make a attack defense support what? So which has their own field so a spread, negative status or release so casual. Naturally. Yang Lin killed 4 nail rake cat scene, also fully shocked Wang Chanxian. Wang Chanxian couldn't help but think at the moment. With her current level 5, if these 4 spiked cats were left for her to resolve. After the outbreak, she could easily eliminate 2 of them in a short period of time. But if she followed up, she would probably not be able to keep up in terms of energy, and at this time, she would need to fight a protracted battle with the remaining 2 nail rake cats. But what about this man he was following? He easily restricted the movement of the 4 spiked cats with a lift of his hand. Without moving, the continuous and sustained damage made the 4 spiked cats die on the spot. This is too fierce. Because the shock was too great, it made Wang Chanxian feel that Yang Lin could not use himself at all. Once this man said, "You're useless, don't team up with me, what should I do?" "Chanxian, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and collect the magic crystals, let's go hunt more demons." "Oh, okay." Not hearing Yang Lin expel himself, this made Wang Chanxian's heart breathe a huge sigh of relief. However, in her heart, she was still suffering. Only she herself knew how important this novice copy was to her. Being able to get a better score would make it possible to go to a relatively good guild. This would allow her to share the pressure for her mother and allow her young brother to have a good growing environment in the future. However, if Yang Lin expelled himself even now, then all of this would turn into a dream. That's why in the next action, in order to prove her worth, Wang Chanxian also put up a fight. When Yang Lin asked her to make up for it, the scene of this girl carrying her lance to stab the demon was no less than killing Red Eye. Seeing how ferocious she was, Yang Lin was made whole. And what was even more unexpected to Yang Lin was that after fighting for some more time, when he said to rest, Wang Chanxian actually came to him with a red face. This girl's tone at this time was even much more gentle than usual. "Yang Lin, seeing that you're so tired, do you want me to pinch your shoulders?" "Trust me, I'm very skilled, I often pinch for my mom at home." Yang Lin's head was full of questions. He was unclear why Wang Chanxian suddenly became so proactive. Seeing that Yang Lin didn't say anything, Wang Chanxian hurriedly added, "Pinching shoulders and whacking back and such, I'm really good at it." In response, Yang Lin pondered for a moment. When he went into the copy to kill the chopper rabbit earlier, how much suffering he had endured and how much he had suffered. Now suddenly, there was a delicate girl who took the initiative to run up to him to pinch his shoulders and whack his back. If you don't accept it gladly, is that still a man? So, Yang Lin agreed. Not to mention, Wang Chanxian, whether it's pinching the shoulders or pounding the back, it's really powerful. This girl's force control is very good, quite a hand. And Wang Chanxian also said, if you want a knee pillow, anytime, anywhere. In this way, when a good deal of serving down, Yang Lin almost cooled to the sky. It was in this pleasant time together, the next even if it was a boring job like brushing monsters. Yang Lin always maintained a relaxed and passionate state. Chapter 12 She's My Teammate. Meanwhile, within the same novice copy. A 4-member squad made up of girls was looking sad. Why? It was because as they went deeper and deeper into the inner perimeter, they realized that the demons were getting harder and harder to kill. Just now, the 4 of them teamed up to challenge 5 scarecrows, and they almost didn't get wiped out. If you want to talk about turning around the periphery, because their level is generally up to level 6, under the experience penalty cannot get much experience at all. So now the 4 girls, not the general melancholy. In the midst of their despair, one of the girls said, "If only Wang Chanshan was here. She's a druid, in that situation just now, it's no problem for her to hold off 2 scarecrows. What's the point of mentioning her? Wang Chanshan was kicked out by the captain who initiated the vote, it's useless to regret it." "No, Lu Wenjiao, what do you mean? How come it seems like I'm the one who kicked her out? Didn't you also agree at that time? Li Yan, what are you yelling at me for? Is being a captain a big deal? When did I say being a captain is terrific? I'm just discussing the matter now, letting Wang Chanshan leave the team. Which one of you dares to say that you're not responsible? Don't argue, people have already left the team, what's the use of arguing about this now? It's better to take a good rest and think about how to kill monsters subsequently." The team, finally, quieted down. But not long after, a sister suddenly said, "Someone is coming over there, it seems to be Wang Chanshan. Didn't you say not to mention her? How to mention again? No, it really seems like her, you guys see, there is a boy beside her." The few sisters in the field all went over to look. Because the terrain they were on was a bit high, they could see a 2-person team coming towards the neighboring side. "It's really Wang Chanshan. That's just right, call her back to the team again. Is this okay? What's not to like? There are still 8 hours until the end of the novice copy, what future does she have following a boy? That's right, as long as we open our mouths, for the sake of the future, you'll see if she'll return to the team with tears in her eyes." The 4 girls then looked at each other and smiled, then began to take the initiative to approach the 2-man team that Wang Chanshan was in. In the middle, because of some terrain, by the time the 4 arrived over here. At this point in time, Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan had just killed a chopper rabbit and a spike cat. So the 4 women saw that Wang Chanshan first farted to pick up the magic crystals, then ran back to Yang Lin and skillfully pinched Yang Lin's shoulders and pounded his back. Such a situation startled the 4. Wang Chanshan she is actually pleasing Yang Lin? Then isn't Yang Lin a waste profession? And he didn't even go to the school assembly earlier, I thought he gave up on this novice copy. Unexpectedly, this Wang Chanshan actually degraded herself and got mixed up with Yang Lin? Wouldn't that be just right? The 4 of them combined their efforts and felt that it was too easy to get Wang Chanshan to return to the team. To team up with a waste profession or to return to a full squad, as long as one's brain wasn't stupid, they should all choose, right? And in the 4 people's hearts, already imagined, when they recruited Wang Chanshan to return to the team, Wang Chanshan that unparalleled touched look. With this thought, the captain Li Yan brought Lu Wenjia and the other 2 girls together and walked out. Wang Chanshan. Suddenly hearing someone call her name, Wang Chanshan was subconsciously stunned for a moment. "Yes, it's you guys? That's right, it's us, just now seeing you come over here, the 4 of us thought about it for a while and planned to let you return to the team." Just as if they were certain of Wang Chanshan, whether it was Li Yan or the other 3 girls, they all put on a superior stance and waited for Wang Chanshan to run to their side. However, reality gave them a hard slap in the face. "I've been expelled by you guys, why do I still need to return to the team?" Wang Chanshan ignored Li Yan and Lu Wenjia's 4 people and continued to concentrate on pinching Yang Lin's shoulders. Seeing this, Li Yan gritted her teeth and said, "Wang Chanshan, you're stupid, returning to the team is for your own good. You don't appreciate it, not to mention that now you continue to go and please a man?" Lu Wenjia chimed in, "Don't you know that Yang Lin's career is wasted, you don't even want a future, but you're actually hanging out with him?" Wang Chanshan frowned, "Can you guys leave and not disturb our rest?" "Wang Chanshan, we are doing this for your own good, don't be ungrateful. Why should I appreciate your kindness? Earlier, when you drove me away, is it hard to believe that it's also for my own good?" Wang Chanshan was very angry at the moment. It was only because her heart was loaded with great grievances. Earlier, she voted to kick herself out of the team, and now she's asking herself to go back. Is she a soccer ball? You can take it whenever you want, and throw it whenever you want? The 4 women on the opposite side, one by one, became embarrassed. She was not expecting, together over to shout Wang Chanshan return to the team, Wang Chanshan she actually still play temper. And when the 4 women's line of sight landed on Yang Lin, they became even angrier. simply because the current Yang Lin was squinting his eyes, full of comfort enjoying Wang Chanqian's serving. Yang Lin, is it you who seduced her, otherwise she would not return to the team?
Yang Lin raised his eyes. Talking is talking, but please pay attention to the wording.
What does seducing mean, do you guys understand? Less bull, it's you who compelled her, or else she would not return to the team?
Wang Qianqian wanted to say something at this time, but was stopped by Yang Lin.
Listening to Yang Lin, he said, "Listen up, you guys, Qianqian is now my teammate. If you guys keep cutting corners in front of me, then I won't give you a good face."
The four women looked like they had heard a big joke.
Yang Lin, are you stupid? Just you, a useless waste of a hidden profession, dare to say that you won't give us a good face? Even if your profession is wasted, you still don't know yourself, are you ashamed? Just tell me truthfully, you dare to run to this side, is it all because Wang Qianqian brought you? Yang Lin felt a little funny. You four, I think it's the lack of social beatings.
You guys should be thankful that this is a newbie copy, with the copy once resurrection mechanism and the school to give you protection. If you're still so mouthy within the copy you have to get later, I'm afraid that you won't know how you'll disappear.
Yang Lin, you're enough. What kind of thing is it to only hide behind women and lecture us? Ha! Yang Lin didn't like to quarrel with people.
He just signaled Wang Qianqian to the side to watch the show, then he got up and walked towards Li Yan's four people with big strides. On Li Yan's side, the four of them watched Yang Lin approach, and they were all confused in their hearts.
What did this man want to do? Could it be that he wanted to find the four people to move? Right, a waste hidden profession, actually want to help people out? But it is the next moment.
Whether it was Li Yan or Lu Wenjia, as well as the other two girls. Almost at the same time, they felt their bodies suddenly like carrying a huge stone. Involuntarily, their knees all sank a large portion. But that wasn't all. Just in the next moment, all of them were even hit by a force similar to electric current, paralyzing half of their bodies between breaths.
Yang Lin, what have you done to us? It's not good, our blood is continuously losing.
Seeing the 1515 floating constantly above the heads of several of their people, the four women all panicked. Yang Lin struck, the field first chopped 25% of the blood volume, then 15 drops of blood per second continuously deducted. Just like playing with the blood strip disappearance technique, how can Li Yan and the others not panic? Didn't they see that only a few seconds later, their blood level had dropped by a large margin? The level of 6, the blood volume of a few hundred, and then continue to not immediately be kicked out of the copy? At that moment, the body suddenly more than 2 negative status, not to mention, coupled with the lowering of the blood bar, will follow the state of the whole person withered. At this time, the four women had already been stunned. Yang Lin, you can't do this to us, novice copies are prohibited from private fights. Heh, then what? Brother Yang, we're wrong, we'll leave right now and never steal from you again. Right, we'll leave right away, Brother Yang, you let us go. Li Yan's four girls were definitely afraid, it was false that they weren't. Although the novice copy has a resurrection opportunity, but really want to be copy kicked out, will be on the school file. Even if we don't talk about this, really wait to re-enter the copy, run from the periphery to the current side, and how long precious time to waste? They are not sure what Yang Lin has done, but when they look at their respective statuses and the speed of their blood loss, it's not a good time to admit that they've given up. Yang Lin's words. When he said he was striking out, he was actually trying to try out the effects his profession could cause against other professions to scare the four girls. If he really got them out of a new hand copy, he would inevitably be written down on his own file, and the loss would be more than worth it. And to say what conclusions were drawn from this attempt. Human occupations, it seems, don't have the same tolerance as demons. It's probably because humans are a bit more fearful, so they are quick to chicken out. In short, his own profession, if he really took it to PK, it had a strange effect. Not bad. Very good. I cannot make things difficult for you. If you do now, I'll come over here and apologize to my teammate Wang Qianqian, then quickly disappear. Yes. Thank you, Brother Yang, for raising your hand. We'll apologize to Qianqian here. After this matter was over and the field finally quieted down. It was unclear what Yang Lin was thinking at the moment. But Wang Qianqian, the way she looked at Yang Lin's eyes all became more and more tender. For the first time in her life, by a man's side, she actually felt a sense of peace of mind and security that she had never felt before. This feeling, it's very mysterious. Chapter 13, Qing Mei Can't Resist Heaven's Descent? After 40 hours, the newbie copy has started to have students teleporting out of it one after another.
The copy is equivalent to the battlefield. A long time on the battlefield cannot properly relax, in the long run will be a nervous breakdown. A part of the students knew that there was nothing to be gained by sticking around inside, so they teleported out a few hours earlier. Of course, we can't rule out the fact that there are quite a few strong professions inside. After reaching level 10 with the squad, which was equivalent to successfully completing the copy, they retreated from the copy. Su Meng, for example, she was. As a magical puppeteer, she was extremely strong in her own right, not to mention that the 4 teammates she brought with her were certainly no worse. Under the joint hands, there was no need to wait 48 hours to reach level 10. At this point, it would be pointless to stay in the novice copy and not even get any experience. However, although Su Meng had reached level 10, she didn't seem very happy by the looks of her. After she exited the copy, she took out her cell phone and dialed a number at the first opportunity. But the result she got was, "Sorry, the number you dialed is not in the service area." This situation caused her to stomp her little foot. "Yang Lin, why don't you simply piss me off?" Originally, she had said that she would bring this childhood friend, but what the hell was it that she didn't even go to school when the school assembled earlier? No one answered the phone. No one answered the phone. No one returned the message. It seems that this childhood friend of his has really given up on the novice copy. With some disillusionment, I walked to the lobby, that is, I unintentionally swept my eyes to the general screen. Suddenly, a name caught Su Meng's attention. Yang Lin, he was actually within the novice copy? And according to the stats shown in the last round, his level had passed level 5 2 hours ago. What did that mean? Since he ended up going to the replica, but why didn't he pick up his phone and return his messages earlier? Earlier, he had clearly resisted tremendous pressure to reserve a spot for him in the squad. And so on. On the hall's general screen, according to the character grouping wire map, Su Meng realized that Yang Lin actually had teammates. Wang Qianqian. In response, Su Meng was stunned for some time. Although she and Wang Qianqian were in the same class, they didn't know each other very well. But even so, she knew that Wang Qianqian was quite good looking. Understood. Su Meng now all of a sudden all understand. As a childhood sweetheart, more than 10 years of friendship, actually compared to a halfway neat classmates? Well, so play it right? I was really wrong to worry about that guy earlier. Should let that guy in the copy more suffer a little, the more the better. Let that guy and Wang Qianqian warm up to each other. When Su Meng was still gnashing her teeth in the hall, Yang Lin inside the copy inexplicably felt the cold hairs stand up. At this time, he and Wang Qianqian had hunted another wave of scarecrows. Now his level is already more than half of level 6, Wang Qianqian's words, is just out of the beginning of level 7. Looking at the time, there wasn't much left until the end of the novice copy. It seems that this level can't be raised to level 10, and after that, don't want to pass the Greedy Wolf Guild's head trial and enter the Greedy Wolf Guild. When Wang Qianqian next to her heard this, she said with some guilt, "Yang Lin, it's all because I dragged you down. If you were alone, you would definitely be able to reach level 10. Yang Lin shook his head, "Don't say that, it's mainly because I wasted too much time earlier. As for afterward, if it wasn't for you working with me, my upgrade speed would actually be a bit slower." Is that so? Actually, it's fine if you don't have to comfort me. No, I'm serious. Yang Lin was now speaking very seriously indeed. Although it was easy for him to kill the demons he encountered right now, and assuming that the novice side quests could continue for a certain amount of time, he would definitely be able to easily level 10. But initially, it was really a waste of time. With such a result, it was better to forget about it if he wanted to reach level 10 in the last limited time. Roughly calculating the remaining time, he should be able to rise to 1/3 of the level 7 experience, and if he was a bit more compact, he might reach 1/2 of the level 7 experience. At this time, Wang Qianqian carefully glanced at Yang Lin. Actually, to be able to rise to level 7, my words, I'm already satisfied. Qianqian, your goal is not too high. My ability is limited, so I don't expect that much. If I'm at level 7, according to the recruitment of various guilds in previous years, I can still be accepted by some very good guilds. It's not as good as a super guild like Greedy Wolf, but if I work hard in the future, it's not that hard to take care of my family. Well, that's also true, then we'll see, besides the super guilds, what other relatively good guilds can be entered. Once she heard Yang Lin say that, Wang Qianqian was shocked anyway. Yang Lin, your strength is so strong, are you really willing to not go to a super guild? What's the point of saying that? I didn't even reach level 10, and then I didn't even have a chance to try out for the Greedy Wolf Guild. Let alone having to be accepted by the Greedy Wolf Guild. No, Wang Qianqian hastily shook her head. I think you should take the initiative to talk to the principal and see if the principal has a way to help you fight for it. If you can go to the trial for Greedy Wolf admission, you'll definitely be able to reach the standard easily. Qianqian, you have a pretty high assessment of me? Because you are indeed very strong. If I were half as strong as you, I would have stolen my joy long ago. Okay, then when we get out of the copy, I'll go find the principal and talk about it, see if he can help me fight for it. As for this, let's go, continue hunting demons. Aha! Follow Yang Lin to continue moving. But when Wang Qianqian looked at Yang Lin's back, the envy in her eyes overflowed. She was just thinking, Yang Lin is so strong, letting the principal help fight for a chance might really work. She also wanted to go to the Greedy Wolf Guild. The Greedy Wolf Guild was one of the powers of the 3 departments, 8 publics, and 12 gates of the Alliance. As long as one could be accepted, it would be equivalent to directly entering a country's Imperial City Forbidden Army, or entering a country's Royal Knights directly under the Royal Knights. Not to mention what other ranks one could reach in the future. Anyway, just at the moment, the family could also follow along and settle in Cloud City. The generous salary and subsidies would definitely allow the family to live peacefully over there. In that case, one's younger brother would be able to grow up better. Mother would also be able to take care of her health. However, these thoughts were enough. If he hadn't met Yang Lin this time, I'm afraid that he would still be at the outermost perimeter, slowly grinding away at those chopper rabbits by himself. He, himself, should feel contented. Qianqian, what are you still flabbergasted about? You've encountered a demon. Oh, I know. I'll restrict them later. You remain the same as before, kill them as soon as possible. No problem. As with the formulaic monster killing that the two had done along the way, Yang Lin unfolded his inherent domain and quickly used super heavy pressure and super paralyze to restrict the demons. If Wang Qianqian was there, she would either utilize the Raging Pale Bear's ability to directly kill the demonic creature. If there was a lack of energy, then he would use his lance instead and viciously go stab the demon's back. Time passed little by little. By the time the novice copy was about to close in 48 hours, Yang Lin's level had reached 1/3 of level 7, while Wang Qianqian was at 3/4 of level 7. It was pretty much as expected. Right at the moment of the 48-hour mark, the novice copy closed and everyone within it was teleported out, including Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian. Chapter 14, Have muscles, show them off if necessary. If you were to ask who was the saddest person in this novice copy, that would definitely be Wang Lan, the political education director of the 3rd High Dragon School. Just because Yang Lin sneaked into the novice copy, she was then sent by the principal to the teleportation array. Tormentedly, bitterly, anxiously, she stood guard until the end of the novice copy. During that time, she didn't dare to have the slightest distraction, didn't dare to be careless. I was afraid that Yang Lin, the great master, would be kicked out of the replica once and then turn around and run in again and lose his life. If that kind of thing really happened, and then after a few other schools disguised as publicity and stirring up. If that happened, then after a few other schools disguised as publicity and stirring, maybe, Dragon Tang School would have to lose a lot of popularity and be poked in the back by how many people? So look at this political education director, who was usually very dignified. Now, when he sees Yang Lin, his eyes are grudging, not to mention. He couldn't wait to go up and kick this guy over, then take a whip and whip this guy's ass. Yang Lin, I finally waited for you, go, follow me to see the principal. Director Wang, when you're talking, why do you still have the sound of gnashing teeth? It's all because of you. Me? I didn't do anything wrong, did I? I just participated in a novice copy. Wang Lan was almost lifeless. You still know you're participating in a novice copy? Do you know that if anything happens to you, I might even have to take the blame and be demoted? Yang Lin sighed, Director Wang, do I really have that much influence on you? Cut the crap, now come with me to see the principal. Also, Wang Qianqian is with you, right? Just right, go over there too. Wang Qianqian blinked, do I have to go over too? Of course, it's not because you're indulging him in copies. Wang Qianqian was filled with confusion. How was she indulging Yang Lin when she was at the copy? During that time, it was just assisting Yang Lin in killing monsters, helping this man pinch his shoulders and rub his legs, and occasionally making knee pillows for him. These things, were they considered indulgence? When Wang Lan brought Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian to Principal Zhang Yanghui's side, It momentarily drew the attention of many fellow students. Isn't that Yang Lin? Hasn't he already given up on participating in the novice copy? How come he's over here now too?
Look at the lobby screen, Yang Lin did participate in the replica, and people have leveled up to level 7.
It's still true, he actually teamed up with Wang Shanshan and did it together to level 7. But can his profession work? It's said to be hidden, but the solid injury level 1 is only 1? Maybe Wang Shanshan is better. I don't know how Yang Lin pulled on Wang Shanshan and was brought up hard. It was no different that students from the same school would talk like this. When Yang Lin had previously awakened his profession, this school was well known.
A mention of Yang Lin, it is necessary to mention his solid injury 1, have become the talk of the tea after dinner. But who would have thought that, because more than one Wang Shanshan, Yang Lin in the copy upgrade is quite fierce, actually higher than the general 5-person squad. Also because of this relationship, some students are quite distressed Wang Shanshan. With a solid injury 1 drag bottler so fierce, that Wang Shanshan if not dragged, now will not also be able to rise to level 10? Unfortunately, it's too bad. This Yang Lin, in addition to being as handsome as the readers of the book, the rest did not know where to attract Wang Shanshan. She was actually able to make her willingly do this for Yang Lin.
Yang Lin, his sins are not shallow.
Above all, leaving these aside, after Wang Lan brought Yang Lin and Wang Shanshan to the principal, Zhang Yanghui.
This principal's heart finally followed suit.
Seeing the many students around, Zhang Yanghui simply signaled Yang Lin and Wang Shanshan to follow him to the side of the lounge. After arriving at the lounge, he didn't even wait for Yang Lin to open his mouth to ask about his doubts.
He heard Zhang Yanghui say, "Yang Lin, do you want to scare me to death or be angry with me?" "Headmaster, it's not that bad, right? I just went to a novice copy." "Not so much?" "That's too much. Just because you have awakened a hidden profession, how could the old things in the other 5 schools not know about it? But on the contrary, this hidden occupation of yours is not to be mentioned. Because of this, what did I tell you earlier? You said for me to find a liberal arts university to attend, and in the future engage in other jobs to be a useful person to society. But you still disobeyed my advice to go to a novice copy." "But principal, didn't I come out fine?"
Zhang Yanghui exhaled. "It's fortunate that you came out properly, otherwise I'm telling you, those 5 old things might want to make up something about me in the back."
"Yang Lin, let me tell you, don't look at me and their 5 old things standing together and cursing and making fun of each other, but as long as you dare to have an accident, the next day, you will be able to get away with it.
But as long as you dare to have an accident, the next day these 5 old things will have to put a hat on me.
By then, I'll be your accomplice, okay? In the future, who will dare to come to Dragon School?"
Yang Lin thought about it and said, "Principal, don't tell me, this is really quite serious."
"That's right, and fortunately, you are safe and sound.
However, since the words have all been said here, and Wang Shanshan is also here, there are some things I'd better say straight away."
"Principal, you say?"
"Yang Lin, as a student of my Dragon Tang, I as the principal, then I definitely hope that you can soar to the sky to help you rise.
However, your hidden occupation is really hard for people to say. Look, just like this novice copy, you let Wang Shanshan lead you. Is this a disguised delay in her future?"
Wang Shanshan was right next to her and suddenly heard the principal talk about herself. She quickly spoke up, "Principal, you're mistaken, Yang Lin didn't hold me back, it was me who held him back."
"Wang Shanshan, I have to talk about you too. Your druid profession is very good, and you have endless potential in the future. But how can you disregard your own future?"
"Although I'm the principal and there are some things that are inappropriate to say, but Yang Lin, his profession is already limited.
Even if you bring him to level 7, what's the point?
As for yourself, you might have been able to reach level 10 originally, and by reaching level 10, as long as you can pass the Greedy Wolf Guild's trial, you can be accepted."
"Wang Shanshan, you're confused. Principal, listen to me, it wasn't me who brought Yang Lin, it was Yang Lin who brought me. Otherwise, not to mention level 10, I'd be lucky if I could reach level 5 now and not get kicked out of the copy."
"Look, you're still saying that even at this time.
I kind of understand, Wang Shanshan, you're in love brain. I can understand if you like Yang Lin, but you can't affect your future just because you like it, because of love brain. Do you know, Principal, how much it hurts for you?"
After a few words, Yang Lin's face was filled with black lines.
"Headmaster, I don't like what you're saying. What do you mean Shanshan is love-brained? Even if she's love-brained and likes me, it doesn't seem like I'm that bad, right?"
"Yang Lin, you still have the nerve to say that. Look at Wang Shanshan, what a good girl.
She originally had the chance to reach level 10 to participate in the Greedy Wolf Guild's trial. But now, she's only at level 7, so she has no chance with the Greedy Wolf Guild. Yang Lin, if you like her too, why don't you understand that there is a kind of love called letting go? With these words, Yang Lin was really crying and laughing. Alright principal, I'm not a child, I understand what you're saying and what you're trying to convey. It just so happens that earlier when I was out of the copy I also said to Qian Shen that I wanted to ask you for a favor, and this would be the right time. Zhang Yanghui froze for a moment. You want to ask me for a favor? What kind of favor? It's like this, I want to participate in the Greedy Wolf Guild's trial and want to be accepted into the Greedy Wolf Guild. Zhang Yanghui was like petrified for a moment. Dare I say so much just now, this kid didn't listen to a single word. Alas, Yang Lin, I'm just a principal, how can I have that power to be able to meddle in the Greedy Wolf Guild's enrollment matters? You're thinking too highly of me. Headmaster, don't worry, I'll show you something. As Yang Lin spoke, he also used his eyes to signal Wang Qianqian to close the door to the lounge. Principal Zhang Yanghui looked confused, but probably thought of something and hurriedly said seriously, Yang Lin, let's not talk about the specifics of how you and Wang Qianqian are. But your levels are simply not up to par, and the Greedy Wolf Guild will definitely not make an exception for you or your participation in the trial. Don't even think about sending gifts through the back door or anything like that. Moreover, I'm not that capable of helping you. Headmaster, you're mistaken. You might as well look at my career panel first. This thing, the panel, besides being registered once upon awakening, definitely possessed a high degree of privacy during the growth period afterward. The reason why Yang Lin wanted to show the occupation panel in front of the principal right now, that was definitely because he wanted to get a chance for himself. For this reason, he must have seriously considered it. The secrecy of the career information must definitely be done, but at the current novice stage, with very little career information, it wasn't impossible to leak a little when necessary. After all, if you don't properly show off your muscles, who gives a? You will not think that empty mouth shouting a sentence, their future is promising, others have to stick their facepole to help you? On what grounds, others are cheap? Your career panel? Right in the middle of Headmaster Zhang Yanghui's doubts, Yang Lin unfolded his occupation panel. Chapter 15. The shortcomings are a bit big. For a long time afterward, the lounge was silent. And the look on Headmaster Zhang Yanghui's face, from the initial jolt, to the shock that followed, to the final shock, could not be described as anything less than wonderful. 2 super auxiliary abilities, this is Daisuke. Oh my god, there are also 2 mythological phrases, actually 2 mythological phrases in a row? You kid, you can go buy a lottery ticket. No, buying a lottery ticket isn't as lucky as you. Seeing how excited the principal was, Yang Lin spread his hands and said, Principal, do you think I have any problems going to the Greedy Wolf Guild's trial with my current panel? Don't be in a hurry, let me do some math first, let me do some math. As for what to calculate, it was of course Yang Lin's damage power. Yang Lin was currently level 7, so the base solid damage was 7. Because of the 2 super auxiliary abilities linking words, the second damage is then quadrupled, which is 21. So 21 a second, a minute is 1260. The copy of the demon, level 7, level 8 of these demons, in addition to those very special, the blood volume is often just 1000 out of the head. In short, under the right conditions, Yang Lin can kill these demons in 1 minute. Because it was a domain suppression demon, it was definitely ranged. Calculating like this, it was really no better than those popular berserk professions. In this, Principal Zhang Yanghui naturally didn't calculate it because he didn't know about Yang Lin's second mythic word, which would slice 25% of the enemy's blood and energy in one slash. So Yang Lin's actual kill was definitely 25% faster than Headmaster Zhang Yanghui's calculation. Good, very good, I understand now, it's really not Wang Qianqian who's leading you, it's you who's leading her. Wang Qianqian responded on the side for Yang Lin, my occupation consumes too much and I can't support prolonged battles. That's why all along this journey, I've been helping Yang Lin fight. Good. Principal Zhang Yanghui nodded, then he started pacing around the lounge. He was thinking about Yang Lin's occupation and panel. How to put it, Yang Lin's occupation panel was truly amazing when it was shown. Even if he didn't have a bit of damage power, he could pull it out as a strong auxiliary presence with his 2 super skills alone. However, this world does not exist pure auxiliary, the so-called auxiliary, all of them are in the attack profession because they have 1 or 2 limited abilities relatively. And to put it mildly, not to mention the real world, even if it is a normal auxiliary in the game. Unless you're this auxiliary directly against the sky to open the golden finger, otherwise once the team overturned, that is absolutely the first to consider being abandoned object. So again, when it comes to Yang Lin's damage ability, then this shortboard is too obvious. Now the level is low, and the low-level demons to deal with okay. But after 10 levels or later, facing a group of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions or even hundreds of millions of blood of demons, this minute 1000 damage is really enough to see? Moreover, in Yang Lin's current state, once targeted by those in the know, it's hard to fight back. For example, long-range professions such as archers, musketeers, qigong masters, and so on, how do you let this field profession fight? Be consumed alive? Seeing that the principal didn't say anything for a long time, Yang Lin tried to ask, "Headmaster, is this panel of mine really not working?" It's not impossible. Just looking at it now, within the same level, even if you can't lead the pack, you can still be one of the best. However, there are simply too many short panels, and once you are targeted, you will be easily broken. Headmaster, I've actually seriously considered my career situation. The short boards are a bit much, but as long as I grow, I may not be unable to comprehend or activate new career skills and career phrases. In any profession, isn't it true that every aspect is slowly made up as you level up? Indeed, that's the right reasoning, but you want me to help you go and lobby for the trials. Headmaster, actually I just came over to ask you to fight for it. If it really doesn't work, it's fine for me to go to a similar guild. No, Yang Lin, since you've come to me, I, as the principal, will try for you even if I put my old face on the line. Headmaster, thank you so much. Don't thank me first, after all, I can't guarantee success either. What's more, I know that the Greedy Wolf Guild's trial copy, which is a special copy, has an optional difficulty. Assuming that side agrees, with the characteristics of your profession, it's perfectly possible to bring a teammate to the abyss difficulty to slowly grind. But accordingly, the danger factor will also multiply. Yang Lin was a bit surprised. You can still bring a teammate to the above guild's admission copy? Normal, hard and nightmare difficulties definitely can't, but if you choose the highest difficulty abyss, then naturally you can bring one. But generally speaking, no one does that because it's really too difficult. But thinking that you can restrict demons in the first place, and secondly, you're dealing sustained damage, if you have a partner to assist you, I'd really suggest that you take the plunge. Headmaster, even if you say so, that would require the approval of the people above. Yeah, if the people above don't agree, saying that is a waste of time. Anyway, then you wait for my news, I'll walk for you tomorrow. Principal, then Qianqian, and I will wait for your good news. Well, first of all, afterward wait for my notice at home. Okay principal, please principal. After Principal Zhang Yanghui left the lounge, Wang Qianqian was already in a hurry. Yang Lin, after talking to the principal so much just now, it turns out that I can participate too? Yeah, if the higher-ups agree, then you'll fight the abyss with me. At this moment, the reason why Qingmei Su Meng wasn't mentioned was because Yang Lin knew that Meng Meng she could definitely pass. So if he chose a partner besides Qingmei, it would definitely be Wang Qianqian who was the most compatible with him. I'm so bad, I'll drag you down. Qianqian, you won't be afraid, right? I'm not afraid, as long as I'm following you, I'm at ease and won't be afraid. That's not good. If you can really participate, then the two of us together. After all, this abyssal difficulty thing, it's scary as soon as I hear it, even if I have a restricted ability, for the sake of being foolproof, I do have to pull a teammate. Wang Qianqian was quite happy. If it's possible, I'll join you. Good, it's settled, let's leave the conference room as well, for now go home and rest. Seeing Yang Lin lifting his foot to go out, Wang Qianqian suddenly thought of something at this time, but after trying to open her mouth a few times, she wanted to speak. Seeing that she was about to leave the hall, finally, Wang Qianqian opened her mouth and said, Yang Lin, if the top doesn't agree, which guild are you going to go to afterward? Yang Lin replied back, I haven't thought about it yet, I'll consult the school at that time and then make plans. Then, can I go to a guild with you at that time? So you want to join me? Well, I want to be with you. Of course, if you mind then forget it. Why would I mind? So you agree, great. Possibly noticing that she was too excited, Wang Qianqian's pretty face then couldn't help but blush. It's not early anymore, now that the novice copy is over, I have to hurry back as well, otherwise my mom will be worried. Good, when we go back, if the principal gives me information, I'll contact you then. Aha! Seeing Wang Qianqian leaving, he looked at her delicate back. Yang Lin couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. This girl, she even asked herself if she didn't mind being with her? As a normal man, what do you mind? Seriously think about it, and Wang Qianqian stay together. Knee pillows, shoulder pinching and back rubbing. In the case of being able to ask for as much as you want, a man would be addicted, okay? Just as Yang Lin was thinking about this, suddenly a nice voice rang out from the side. But it's really a gentle and beautiful sister. What, the people have gone far away and you still can't stop yourself from looking at their backs, can you? Yang Lin snapped back to his senses. Meng Meng? Chapter 16. A dozen marriage letters. The one who appeared by his side was not Su Meng. It was like a breeze blowing under the warm sun. Clear bright eyes, clean temperament, just appearing, will make people intoxicated. Especially her fair skin was lightly powdered, like a peach blossom in its first bloom, beautiful. However, at this moment, Su Meng's mouth was still permeated with a small aggression. No wonder you didn't pick up my phone and didn't return my messages, so it's because you're rushing to pick up girls. Meng Meng, you're wrong about this. Wang Qianqian and I belong to the halfway meeting, only to accidentally get along very well. Su Meng heckled. Yeah, good yet, it's all arranged to go to a guild later. Yang Lin spread his hands. You don't believe me when I say it. Believe you, damn it, you haven't answered me yet. Why are you ignoring me? Do you know that originally, in order to reserve a spot for you in the team, I was under a lot of pressure? In response, Yang Lin looked serious and said, truly, if I knew that my profession was still saved, I would have been brazen enough to join you earlier. It's not like I don't mind if I invited you. But at that time, wasn't I afraid that you would fall out with your teammates because of me? Also, it's true that originally I didn't intend to come to participate in the novice copy, but because I wasn't willing to, I ended up coming anyway. Su Meng was now in a better mood. You and Wang Qianqian really met halfway? Well, she was expelled from the team by a few people from Liyan, and then met up with me. Then the two of us teamed up until the end of the copy. Who let you not follow me in the beginning? Otherwise, I would have definitely been able to take you to level 10. Yeah, so now my level isn't up to par, and I can't even participate in the Greedy Wolf Guild's subsequent recruitment trials. But I talked to the principal and he said that he would help me fight for it. Really? But your occupation? It's not bad, with having comprehended 2 occupation skills, it's still quite alright. The two of them talked while walking towards home together. Because they lived right across the street, and it was still a relationship of 10 years or so, how else could they say they were childhood friends? Along the way, slowly, the topic came to the relationship between the two. Previously said, although it is a childhood friend, but the relationship, although not too bad, but also not really good. I really didn't expect that the two of us actually said so much today. Yang Lin, you still say, it's not all because of you, somehow alienating me, making me think I did something wrong. Don't be evil, it's clearly you who alienated me. Nonsense, where did I alienate you? At school, you didn't even want to say hello to me. How would I dare? You're surrounded by stars, I'm afraid that a bunch of people around you will eat me up. Saying this, the two of them looked at each other and guffawed. Obviously both adults, the relationship is still so familiar, now actually still like a child in the entanglement of this. All the way to the door of the house, just as the two people entered the door individually. Su Meng suddenly thought of something at this time. Hearing her open her mouth, speaking of which, I've been giving you phone calls and messages, and you don't answer or return them. I have good reason to suspect that you haven't deleted me? Which is not true, the phone calls have always been there. I don't believe you. See for yourself. It's better not to look. After looking at Yang Lin's cell phone, I don't know what's going on. Su Meng's cheeks are bulging. Meng Meng, what are you doing? Still saying you're not picking up Wang Qianqian, go find your Wang Qianqian. He. Yang Lin watched as Su Meng huffed and puffed and went inside and closed the door. He was confused. Isn't this the cell phone number still there? Why did you mention Wang Qianqian again? Sure enough, even though they were childhood friends, they still didn't understand what this girl was thinking sometimes. And just when Yang Lin was about to enter his own home, the cell phone message alert suddenly rang. At first glance, it was actually sent by Su Meng, who had just entered the house. She actually sent over a picture of her in her pajamas. TSK. Worthy of being Meng Meng, her body is actually so materialized. The thin pajamas were able to block her pride and raging. However, why send photos to himself, and they were so domestic and private? Just when Yang Lin was still puzzled, Su Meng's second message came. If you delete my screensaver again, I'll bite you to death. The message was followed by an expression of a puppy baring its teeth. Yang Lin instantly understood. He thought what happened to Su Meng just now, but it was because she saw that she deleted her previous screensaver photo. So, this was a photo that she added to her standby screen in passing? Ah, this. But does this have anything to do with the Wang Chanxian she mentioned earlier? Well, now that it's all at the doorstep, let's not talk about this. Thinking that this novice copy didn't reach level 10, but at level 7, it's already more than 1,000,000 times better than what was initially expected. It is better to hurry to enter the door to report the joy to mom and dad. Time, it is necessary to go back to 30 minutes before Yang Lin entered the house. At this time, Yang dad, Yang Ji, and Yang mother, Zhang Yu, were discussing a major event. Listening to Yang Ji said, "Daughter-in-law, you see, is there a need to write 2 more letters to my son?" Zhang Yu replied, "I have written 12 marriage letters, almost, more is not necessary." "Alright, then these 12 letters it is. When he returns, give these to him. As for who he wants to marry, let him choose and decide for himself." "Good, then let's arrange it that way." "But you say, will our child resist? After all, we're kind of meddling in his marriage affairs." "His mom, isn't this a no-brainer? You also saw earlier how difficult it was for him because of his bad career. Since that's the case, in the future, we can only let him go out and eat soft food." "But old Zhang, what if our child is wronged outside?" "Nonsense, my Yang Ji's son, who dares to let him suffer? If my child is wronged today, I'll have his family removed from the alliance tomorrow." Alright, why are you so agitated? I'll just say it off the top of my head. Just one more thing, these marriage certificates to him, what are we going to say about our matter? This problem then, really some difficult to do. Really can't, just say that in the past we are all kinds of opportunities coincidental, to these big people have grace. In this way, marry their family's daughter is not reasonable? Row. It can only say so. Also, it's getting late, counting the time, he should be coming back soon. You first put away these 12 marriage letters, I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Okay, I'll pack up the marriage letters, you go cook. Dad, Yang Ji, carefully put away the wedding letters into the brocade box on the table. Mom Zhang Yu, on the other hand, put on her apron and ran to the kitchen to start cooking. Even at this time, he also heard his dad Yang Ji said, "Mom, I think we should write a few more wedding letters. This will also make it easier for the child to choose, right? 12 is too few choices, wouldn't it be unattractive if none of them fall into his eyes? You can do it yourself, I have to hurry up and cook, otherwise what if the child comes back hungry?" Okay, then I'll write a few more letters, so that our child can have a wider range of choices. Chapter 17, Mom and Dad actually tested me like this. Yang Lin, who was in high spirits, opened the door and entered the house. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." As soon as he shouted from his side, his mom's voice immediately came from the house. "Old Yang, I didn't hear the child came back, but not to the kitchen to bring the food out." "Good Lu." Yang Lin would like to help now, but there is no opportunity. Not only no opportunity, and when he sat down at the table, he suddenly realized that today's dad and mom's eyes, all are meaningful. "Dad, Mom, is there something you guys want to say to me?" "Yes, how can there not be?" Dad Yang Ji looked serious and said, "Actually, it's like this, just before you came back, your mom and I were discussing your future." Mom Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. "You bastard boy, your father and I, you know how much worry about you? So it's talking about the future." Yang Lin hemmed and hawed and laughed. "Mom and Dad, I know you guys want to comfort me again, but don't worry, I'm not the kind of person with a weak heart. The most crucial thing is that your son is not as unproductive as you think." Seeing Yang Lin's sudden radiance, Dad and Mom looked at each other. What kind of happy event had happened? Why did his son look quite excited? "Mom and Dad, let me tell you, my profession isn't that bad. If it wasn't for the fact that I wasted some time during the novice copies, I would have definitely reached level 10. But it's not bad, the last 7 levels, super guilds can't go, but almost guilds are still quite okay." Dad Yang Ji froze. "You said you're level 7? Yeah, at first I didn't have any expectations. But even I didn't expect it, my career potential is 100 times stronger than I expected. Let's put it this way, as far as those ordinary professions out there are concerned, if they dare to clamor in front of me, no matter if it's one or a group of them, at the same level, I'll them over in minutes." Mom was very stunned. "You're so powerful?" "Mom and Dad, you don't have to underestimate your son now. I'd like to show you the career panel, but don't you guys not understand it either? All in all, I'm very strong now, and I can guarantee that even if I don't go to a super guild, I'll go to a similar guild. I can guarantee that even if I don't go to a super guild and go to a similar guild, I'll definitely be able to break through in the alliance in the future. Mom and Dad completely froze. And this situation was completely different from what Yang Lin had imagined. Hearing that his son was so powerful, shouldn't his dad and mom be happy? Why were they all frozen now? Not being able to figure it out, Yang Lin opened his mouth and said, "Dad, don't you want your son to turn into a dragon?" "Mom, can you at least give some indication? Why do I feel that you all, today, are a bit strange?" Dad Yangji took a breath and said, "It's not that your mom and I are weird, it's mainly because we've already thought of the future for you. Now you suddenly say that you've made a fortune, aren't you letting me and your mom worry for nothing? Then, if your child is capable, can't he or she still make a future on his or her own? I know, Mom and Dad, you've worked hard. But believe me, it won't be long before I'll definitely let you guys live a good life." Dad Yangji was a bit at a loss. "Then kid let me ask you this way, if you were given a chance to eat soft rice now, do you want to eat soft rice, or do you want to struggle?" Yang Lin was shocked. He never thought that he could hear such words from his dad's mouth. A test, this must be a test of his own heart. "Dad, I'm at least a 7-foot man, what kind of soft rice do I eat?" "You are underestimating your son." This was what he said on the surface, but Yang Lin was also muttering in his heart. For an ordinary family like his, what kind of soft rice to eat? Dad's question is not realistic at all. Even if your son wants to eat, you have to be able to fix this bowl of soft rice. You really have to decide to struggle on your own? That's a must. Not only am I going to struggle, I'm also going to make sure to let you two live an easy and cozy life. This is my promise to you. Old Mom Zhang Yu was obviously touched. "Bastard boy, I'm not ashamed that I worked hard to bring you up, in the future, definitely better off than your father." His mom, "He is now a good man, then I am busy today for nothing?" 15 letters, I've written 15 letters. You say a few words cannot suffocate you, do not disturb my child's excitement. Mom Zhang Yu cheerfully give Yang Lin clip food. But Yang Lin now, he was interested in the 15 letters in his dad's mouth. "Dad, what 15 seals?" "15 what? What did you do today?" "You hurry up and eat, listen to your dad talking nonsense there." Yang Lin wanted to ask again. He heard his mom forcibly change the subject and said with some small complaints, "Earlier, when you went to the newbie copy, didn't I prepare dry food and lunches for you? Why did you forget to bring them? Look at you now, it's only been 2 days and you've lost a circle of weight." "Mom, I was only thinking about other things at the time, so I forgot to bring dry food and such." "But it doesn't matter, the novice copy is already over. What's next?" "What next?" Yang Lin originally wanted to tell his dad and mom that the principal could possibly help himself to the Greedy Wolf Guild trial. But on second thought, dad and mom were just ordinary people, they wouldn't understand if they said that. Even if they are fought for, once they hear that what trial is dangerous, they will definitely worry about themselves again. So, just don't mention this, now eat seriously. After some time, Yang Lin had a full meal and a full stomach. Then after going to take a beautiful bath, he returned to his bedroom. Unintentionally, he saw the screen of his cell phone and looked at Su Meng's somewhat provocative photo. Unconsciously, it made him think of Wang Chanshan's soft thigh-knee pillow in the novice copy again. I go. Young people cannot afford to think nonsense, they should think more about the bright future. As for the next time, just wait for the principal's side of the notice. Success, go to the trial, see if you can pass the Greedy Wolf Guild's admission. If it doesn't work out, we can only consult the school and go to another relatively better guild. Yang Lin was thinking about this at the moment. Dad Yang Ji and Mom Zhang Yu started another discussion in the hall. "Kid's mom, look at our kid's excited expression when he came back, this shows that his profession doesn't seem to be bad." "It shouldn't be bad, see how confident he is about his future, I'm actually quite relieved." "You are relieved, causing me to consider 15 big girls for him, I don't know how hard it is." "Hee, our child is much more outstanding than you." A refusal to eat soft rice, all without hesitation. "Old Jan, let me ask you, you're afraid that you didn't get to eat soft rice when you were young, and now you want your child to make up for your regrets, right?" "Daughter-in-law, your words are too much. What do you mean I didn't eat soft rice when I was young? Let him make up for his regrets. Am I that kind of person? All these years, I've given my heart and soul, and you actually think I'm that kind of person? Who knows if you have thoughts in your heart all these years? I've been wrong to death, let me say what you good. Look at our current status, even if I had thoughts, who else would look at me besides you? You're so sensible. Really, an old married couple, and still test me, this day cannot live with you. Tonight you'll sleep in the hall for me. Daughter-in-law, I'm wrong, daughter-in-law, you listen to me. Daughter-in-law. We do not bring this. Chapter 18 Sun Yenji. Yuechuan Guest House. Inside a temporary office, two people were working in front of a computer. One of them was a woman with a cool temperament. Her white fingers were tapping rapidly on the computer keyboard. Her eyes were sharp, her posture was straight as a pine, and that serious look brought with it an aura that made it even more cold. The other was a man, imposing and rather dashing. The corners of his mouth seemed to carry a hint of a smile, if anything. If it looked like it, it was much better to get along with than the woman. He was in the process of organizing information, and from time to time, he would transfer the information in his hands to the woman's hands. Occasionally, he would also make some notes on some of the information. These two people were the two deacons that came down from the Cloud City Greedy Wolf Guild. They were Sun Yinji and Su Guan. The status of deacons in the guild was not low. In addition to the president, vice president, and secretary general, the highest authority managers were the deacons. As for how many deacons there were in a guild, it depended on the size and specifics of the guild. Originally, down the enrollment of the work of sending a few auditors on the line. However, recently the guild had some problems and was understaffed, so Sun Yinji and Su Guan were temporarily sent to Yuechuan's side. Currently, the two of them are counting the talents of the 6 colleges and universities that stood out from the newbie copies this time. For the ones that were especially valued, they would make a note of them. Based on the trials that would unfold next, they would determine if these students were qualified to be recruited. Sometime later, Su Guan was heard to say, "The personnel information has been gone over, and I feel that this year's Yuechuan seems to be somewhat unsatisfactory." Same feeling. Sun Yanji faintly responded and said, "Although there are 22 people who meet the criteria for the trial, but after looking at the information of their novice copies, most of them were brought out by strong people. This subsequent trial, I'm afraid that they will show their original form soon after going in. Yeah, except for a few that still have potential. For the rest, it's a bit hard to pick to fill the 10 spots. But Nianji, did you see, there's actually a hidden profession in here, domain suppressor. I see it, but it's already been screened out by me. A profession that fights fixed injury, and with such a poor fixed injury foundation, even if the profession skills and profession words are good, they can't make up for his innate flaws. That's a shame, a rare hidden profession that can actually be said to have no ceiling. This is odd enough to be said in all the years. There's nothing rare about it, hidden professions come out once in a million miles though. But for how many years now, there aren't even 20% of hidden occupations that can be taken. So, there's no need to hold any expectations." Su nodded his head. "Isn't there a hidden profession that can take the sky and the earth in seconds? If there was, and it appeared in our guild, that would be great. Thinking too much, you should still do your current job first." Just as Sun Yinji and Su Guan were finalizing their information, the office door was suddenly knocked on. "Come in." As the door was pushed open, then a wide-bodied, fat old man walked in. This person was none other than Zhang Yanghui, the principal of the 3rd High Dragon School. He came here today, and needless to say, it was precisely for Yang Lin's matter. "Two deacons, sorry for the disturbance." Sun Yinji glanced at Zhang Yanghui before frowning and speaking. "Zhang Yanghui, the Greedy Wolf Guild's acceptance trial will begin tomorrow. The time is so urgent, what are you doing here if you don't gather your students to talk more about the arrangements?" Zhang Yanghui accompanied with a smile, "Actually, I came here mainly because I wanted to mention about a student." "Then you can go back." Don't intervene, I haven't said anything here yet." Zhang Yanghui, the Greedy Wolf Guild's acceptance is very strict, and the information of the qualified students has now been properly tallied. As for whether or not to admit them, it's good to see their performance afterwards. You know, the guild only looks at strength and performance, private lobbying doesn't work. No, Deacon, see, you've misunderstood, I'm not being merciful, I just want you to give a student a chance." As Zhang Yanghui spoke, he could feel Sun Yinji's icy cold line of sight. Under the immense pressure, his forehead was rustling with cold sweat. What's the difference between this and a favor? For the sake of you being the principal, I'll pretend that nothing happened today. If there's a next time, you don't have to be the principal. Zhang Yanghui could not cry as he looked up at Sun Yinji, then at Su Guan next to him. Su Guan spread his hands. He expressed his love and helplessness. After all, although he was also a deacon, he was the one who came down to play second fiddle and had little say. Zhang Yanghui now, he couldn't stand Sun Yinji's pressure and wanted to retreat, but he was still a bit unwilling. At least, people have come, how can we fight for it? Deacon Su, I'm talking about that hidden profession. He's very strong, dual skill Daisuke, dual mythic phrase. The moment Zhang Yanghui insisted on opening his mouth, Sun Yinji had actually made a gesture, signaling Su Guan next to him to directly throw Zhang Yanghui out. However, with Zhang Yanghui's sentence of dual skill Daisuke, dual mythic phrase out of his mouth, whether it was Sun Yinji or Su Guan, all of them froze in unison. What did you say, dual skill Daisuke? There's also a dual mythic lexicon? That's right, Yang Lin's potential is very high. I'm sure that I'm afraid that all the potential students from the current 6 colleges in Yuechuan aren't his rivals. Although there are some shortcomings, I feel that there is quite a strong moldable posture. After listening to Zhang Yanghui's words, Sun Yinji pulled up Yang Lin's information from her computer. However, on this profile, it didn't show what skills or words Yang Lin had. It was only because, after most professions had just awakened out, the skills and phrases that should be there had already been revealed. Even if they relied on comprehension or stimulation, it would have to wait until after level 10. But Yang Lin, during the period when he had risen to level 7, he had actually comprehended dual skills and dual mythological phrases? Moreover, not to mention the matter of dual skills. The dual mythic phrase alone, that felt quite terrifying just by hearing about it. Zhang Yanghui, have you looked at his occupation panel? Looked at it, I assure you, saw it with my own eyes, it's true. Because I was afraid of filming it and leaking it, so I handwrote a copy, the 2 deacons might as well take a look. Seeing that things were a bit loose, Zhang Yanghui hurriedly sent a note over at this moment. Super heavy pressure, super paralyzing? Nianji, I have to say, these 2 skills do have the qualifications to be a Daisuke. I'd like to see how far a profession with extremely low solid damage can be compensated by Mythic Lexicon. The first Mythic Lexicon, linking negative statuses, increased the fixed wound multiplier. Sun Yinji and Su Guan pondered over it. Don't say it, with Yang Lin's level 7, the sustained damage created by linking 2 negative statuses was indeed not bad. At least at this low level, it wasn't bad. As for the second mythic phrase, this was properly another great auxiliary phrase. Enemies in the field had their entire attributes reduced by 25%. It was worthy of being a mythic lexical entry, it was indeed terrifying. 2 deacons, how do you guys feel, how is he, Yang Lin? Zhang Yanghui asked cautiously while wiping his cold sweat. Sun Yinji pondered for a moment and said, honestly speaking, if we don't look at his attacking ability, and only look at the 2 skills and the second mythological phrase, it's completely possible to be a full-time auxiliary. But because of this, if you want to put it to use in the future, you'll need the guild to spend a lot of manpower and resources on him. It's just that in his situation, once the team rolls over, he basically has no possibility of saving himself. Zhang Yanghui smiled sarcastically, then, in Deacon Su's opinion, is he able to enter your eyes? Sun Yinji nodded slightly, I think it's not bad, it has value for cultivation. After speaking, she looked at Su Guan, what do you think? I also think it's quite good, honestly speaking, if Principal Zhang's words are true, these 2 mythic words, they're really rare. If an ordinary profession can have 1 mythic phrase, they should burn high incense. Unexpectedly, this kid has 2 of them at once, is this smoke coming from his ancestors' graves? Zhang Yanghui was overjoyed, since the 2 deacons said so, then Yang Linhe. If he does, I will focus on reporting it to the guild. If that side doesn't object, bring him back as a full-time aide for training. Principal Zhang, do you have anything else to say? It's like this, actually, Yang Lin's will is that he wants to participate in the trial. Because he also has a partner, Wang Qianqian, when he participates in the trial, he will choose the abyss difficulty. Inside the entire temporary office, the temperature plummeted by 12 degrees. Sun Yinji's complexion was ice cold as she looked at Zhang Yanghui and slowly spoke, Zhang Yanghui, do you think that my guild's recruitment is a child's playground? You interceded on behalf of a person, I tolerated it for now. Now you're saying that he wants to go to the abyss and wants a partner, what kind of joke are you playing? Get out. Yes, I'm going out. Seeing Sun Yinji harboring anger, Zhang Yanghui didn't dare to stay in the office for a moment, and fled like he was leaving the place. Chapter 19 This is a lucrative industry. Seeing Zhang Yanghui leave, but the chill on Sun Yinji's face did not completely subside. Young people don't know how to do things, this Zhang Yanghui is so old, and being a principal doesn't know how to do things? On the contrary, it was Su Guan, who at the moment was retrieving Wang Qianqian's information with interest. After a while, he said, Nianji, I think that it's worth giving this opportunity.
This Wang Qianqian is also considered a rare druid profession. Even if we make a breakthrough, the training should not be bad.
So, you agree that Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian team up and challenge the Abyss difficulty trial?
What's wrong with that? Anyway, if the situation isn't right after going in, you can completely choose to retreat and disengage. With Yang Lin's 2 restrictions in place, if the situation is even worse, the odds are that their lives can still be preserved.
Su Guan, are you serious? I am serious. Because I've taken something into consideration. Tell me.
This Zhang Yanghui, coming over to help Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian plead for mercy. It seems likely that Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian are very close.
In accordance with that, say what you initially thought. You said that you wanted to pull Yang Lin alone to the Greedy Wolf Guild for auxiliary training. I'm only afraid that if there's one Wang Qianqian left over here, he might not be willing to go. Is there still one? There is, even if you ignore Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian's relationship. Do you think that the current Yang Lin would agree to specialize in assisting in the future?
His current level and damage, getting a copy is completely enough.
If you treat him as an assist, then how do you know he doesn't have a big C heart?
And you have to realize that specializing as an assist is a profession that can easily be betrayed and dumped in a crisis-ridden copy. At least, if I were Yang Lin, I would definitely not agree to specialize as a support right now.
Su Nianji fell silent.
After pondering for a while, she said, I admit that his current ability is indeed enough for a copy at around the same level.
And let's not talk about how it will be in the future. If we were to take this profession for output alone, aren't the drawbacks a little too much?
Right, the fear of long-range kiting and not being able to block the fatal strike of a close-quarters surprise attack enemy.
But on the contrary, it's such a profession that you're now throwing him into the crowd of Ichigawa High School's professional students. In a matter of minutes, it could kill quite a few people.
Even powerful professions are basically unable to achieve this effect. So thinking about it from a certain aspect, this domain suppressor, if there are enough negative statuses, it's really quite terrifying.
Su Nianji once again entered a state of thinking.
After another good period of time, she made a compromise. Since that's the case, then it might as well let him partner with Wang Qianqian to try challenging the Abyss difficulty. This year's talent over here is withering anyway, so I'd like to see if he can create some surprises or not. I'm quite looking forward to it as well. I'll inform Zhang Yanghui now.
Good.
Zhang Yanghui, he was quite helpless after leaving the temporary office of the guest house. In the end, he wasn't sure if he had accomplished his mission or not.
How should this subsequently give Yang Lin notice?
Just as he was still tangled in his mind, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but after hearing the voice, his entire spirit trembled.
So it's Deacon Su?
That's right, I discussed with Deacon Su on my side and made an exception to allow Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian to participate in the subsequent trial together as partners.
Great, thank you Deacon Su for helping. Don't say help, I didn't help much.
Rather, it's you, as the principal, since you have the confidence to recommend students.
Then it's best that the results don't disappoint everyone. Don't worry, Deacon Su, Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian will definitely not disappoint you and Deacon Su when they go to the trial. Then we'll see.
Hanging up the communication, Zhang Yanghui breathed a sigh of relief in his heart.
No matter what, this was finally a done deal. The subsequent words would depend on whether Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian fought or not. As for Yang Lin's side,
he didn't have much to do today, so he was resting at home. Suddenly seeing a call from the principal, he definitely had expectations.
Waiting to pick up the phone. Really? The 2 deacons from above actually made an exception and allowed me to partner with Wang Qianqian to participate in the trial? Don't worry, Principal, Wang Qianqian and I will guarantee that we will pass the abyssal trial and definitely bring honor to our school. After hanging up the phone, Yang Lin definitely notified Wang Qianqian at the first time as well.
After that, he then studied the trials from previous years when the Greedy Wolf Guild came down to admit people. By synthesizing information from all aspects, he had a new step in understanding the trials.
First of all, let's talk about the trial itself.
Instead of being a trial, it was already considered a reward for those students who had reached the standard of novice copies. Because the copies of the trial given above were special copy scrolls bursting out from the space itself, not the mass copies connected through teleportation on the surface. Secondly, it is important to mention which types of special copy scrolls there are. Generally, there were several categories such as transfer copy scrolls, separate secret realm scrolls, and leader challenge scrolls. And in order to allow students to gain benefits more directly, historically in previous years,
the Greedy Wolf Guild's trial was the chosen transfer copy scroll. As for this transfer copy scroll, there is a way to say it. This copy of the inside of the demon kill is no experience. But it can drop a variety of career change evolution materials. Small chance will also burst some special props. So when the novice copy of the level reach 10 level, go to the transfer copy that is simply just right. Among them, part of the profession because of the lifetime only one form, cannot in other professions as the same transfer. But that's okay. As long as you can reach the standard in the transfer copy, it's still equivalent to transferring. If you're lucky enough, there's also a chance that you'll get a new career skill, another talent, or a career phrase. Above. After understanding this, Yang Lin went to check his career panel. After a long time, he realized that it seemed that he, the domain demon suppressor, only had this one form in his life. But don't get hung up on this. Whether or not there was a transfer was not the standard for judging the strength of a profession. Occupational skills, talents and vocational phrases, this is the most fundamental means of distinguishing between strong and weak occupations. What Yang Lin cared about now was whether he could also gain benefits if he could pass the trial. He was currently only level 7, even if he reached the standard, if he didn't have any benefits, wouldn't it be equivalent to fighting for nothing? But soon, his eyes couldn't help but light up. I almost forgot, even if I reach the standard is considered to be fighting for nothing, but by killing demons, some evolutionary materials can still be collected, right? Thinking about evolution materials. Yang Lin went to look up the prices of some of the evolution materials on various trading platforms on a whim. Good lord, are most of them this expensive? This archer, if he wants to transform into a windwalker, the obsidian he needs is 5,000 apiece? And this ranger, if he wants to transform into a shadow, the malachite required is actually 20,000 apiece? Completely like opening the door to a new world, Yang Lin was now marveling at all sorts of things. In the past, he only knew that professionals entering the copy, although it was a knife to the heart, it was very profitable. But the specific money to what point, also limited to stay in who obtained a rare props, the auction house sold how many thousands of this kind of. And now he realized that sometimes even just a small piece of evolution props. Its price was a huge sum of money for an ordinary family. Hiss. No wonder they all want to be professionals, this is simply a profiteering industry. However, sighing was sighing, but Yang Lin's brain hadn't been washed away. If you wanted to profiteer, you had to have a strong battle power to match, otherwise it would be just going to a copy to send people's heads. If my profession can rise completely, then it won't be hard to earn it a world. Yang Lin, as he said. Chapter 20. Is this surely emotional value? A certain ordinary family in Yuechuan. After a girl received a phone call, basically, she was already in tears. This girl was no other than Wang Shanshan. Joyfully, she told the good news to her mother and brother at home. Mom, I also have the chance to participate in the Greedy Wolf Guild's trial, so happy. Shanshan, Mom doesn't know about you professionals, but I've heard that it seems like you need to be level 10 to participate in the trial, and it seems to be dangerous? Mom, I've met a noble person, and they made an exception before letting me participate. And to say copies, which one isn't dangerous, but since I chose to be a professional, I'll be careful. Mother Wang sighed. Shanshan, I blame Mom for being useless, and usually drags you down because of your weak body. Mom, you mustn't say that. As for this trial, I will definitely work hard. As long as I can pass, I will subsequently be accepted by the Greedy Wolf Guild, and then our family of 3 will be able to settle in Cloud City. Next to him, an 8 or 9-year-old skinny and dark little boy asked, Sister, is the Cloud City side better than here? Why do we have to go to Cloud City? Wang Shanshan doted on the little boy's forehead and said, Silly, of course that side is better than this side. As long as I am accepted, the Greedy Wolf Guild will give our family a large subsidy every year. Not only will you have a stable school environment in the future, but our mom will have great subsidies and excellent medical conditions when she goes to the doctor over there, okay? Got it, then I'm going to Cloud City. Good, after my sister and I are accepted, our family will go to Cloud City. Aha, then I wish sister good luck in this trial. My little Yang is really good at talking, so good. After informing her mother and brother of the good news, Wang Shanshan returned to her room. She was in a very excited mood right now, and she rolled on the bed even as she hugged her pillow. But soon, she calmed down again. Although the trial made an exception to participate, it was an abyssal difficulty. Wang Shanshan, she definitely didn't doubt Yang Lin's ability. She just felt that it was highly likely that she would drag her feet. If Yang Lin couldn't pass the trial because of himself, wouldn't he become a sinner? Subsequently, it went without saying that she would definitely be loathed. It would be good if my career consumption wasn't that great. Then I could help him out and wouldn't be such a drag. What should I do during the trial? The mood became more and more tense, and in order to ease the tension, Wang Qianqian opened her cell phone and then touched a copy exchange website. After hesitating for quite some time, finally, in the section for help, she sent a post with a nervous mood. I'm a girl with a somewhat weak profession. But just recently, during a recent action, I met a very powerful god. He's very strong and is willing to take me on, but I'm afraid of dragging him down. What should I do? The post was just such a post. After posting, Wang Qianqian buried her face in her pillow. She usually doesn't chat online, it's just that right now she's worried and can't find anyone to talk to. So that's why she tried to post on the internet. But what she never expected was that this post didn't sync, not to mention that it actually also gained a large number of people's replies in a short period of time. 1L, captured a wild girl. 2L, this question is too simple, we'll shout 666? 3L, 666. 4L, third floor is sick, come to the bowl. Continuously looked at the replies of the 18 floors, however, they were all unnutritious replies. Originally, Wang Qianqian was about to put her cell phone to rest, suddenly the new 19th floor reply caught her attention. 19L, little sister, what's there to worry about? You're weak and he's still willing to take you, at least that means he doesn't hate you. So this is too good to be true, as long as you subsequently provide him with enough emotional value, all is well. In response to this reply, Wang Qianqian thought for a long time. She then replied within the building, I want to know how to provide enough emotional value? I hope you can help me. Simple. The 19th floor first replied back in this manner at the same time, and then immediately followed by attaching a picture below. It was a picture of a sexy woman. Although the scale of scratching her head was slightly bold, causing Wang Qianqian's pretty face to stifle a blush. But it had to be said that the woman in the picture was indeed very attractive. After sending the picture, the 19th floor also did not forget to add a sentence at the end, this is the emotional value, have you learned to waste? Did you learn to waste yourself? Not waiting for Wang Qianqian, so ask yourself, I did not expect other people to see the 19th floor to send a sexy girl's picture. This post is suddenly like turning on a switch, instantly ignited all the people who flocked to this thread. And then, the scene seemed uncontrollable. The next floor was filled with sexy pictures. Either city beauties or sultry nurses. Or else it was a rabbit girl or a flirtatious little fox. In short, see Wang Qianqian whole person is fast, cover the eyes. About posting before and after is also 20 minutes time. The post suddenly disappeared. Wang Qianqian received a message from the website. Your post may contain unhealthy information, it has been blocked, please understand. Phew. It was like fighting an uphill battle. Wang Qianqian didn't lose her head over the post blockade, on the contrary, she was relieved. So, this is emotional value? But it's too shameful to do so. But I think I should do something, I can't do nothing, right? Wang Qianqian's heart was struggling. After struggling for about 15 minutes, she finally made up her mind. Then it was seen that she took out a deposit box from under her bed. The money inside was what she usually earned from doing odd jobs and engaging in part-time work. Although most of it subsidized the household, over time, she had still accumulated some. More is not much, but there are several $100s. At this time she thought of a special clothing store on the street near her home. The clothes there were not sold to ordinary people, but to the crowd that liked photography, cos, and such. Usually when she passed by that store, she didn't go in and look around, but through the windows, and the crowds of people coming in and out of the doorway, she knew that the clothes there were beautiful. Okay, act now. After Wang Qianqian took out the money from the deposit box, she ran towards that clothing store on the block. The clerk inside was enthusiastic beyond her expectations. Enduring great shame, she purchased one of the finished sets under the recommendation of the clerk. Before leaving, she also heard the clerk swear, little sister, don't worry, as long as you wear this outfit in front of your boyfriend, we'll definitely be able to charm him. Fascinated, not fascinated even if, but the sentence boyfriend led Wang Qianqian quite ashamed. She did not say to buy a boyfriend to see, she only said a man, is the clerk must be so understood. At this moment, Wang Qianqian tightly hugged the clothes in her arms, her heart poofed. I don't know if I wear this outfit tomorrow, will he like it? Or will it be disgusting? Forget it, I've bought it all, there's no point in thinking about this anymore. Anyway, I hope I can provide him with some emotional value tomorrow. Chapter 21, Upping the Ante? It was a new day, a day when the greedy wolf guild came down to recruit potential seedlings straight away. A novice copy, being able to reach level 10, was considered to have passed the passing line. But next, if you want to be officially accepted by the greedy wolf guild, you must pass the copy trial provided by the guild. Yang Lin, he was still quite confident in this trial. Then just as he was going out, he met Su Meng, who was also going to the trial. What? Are you out of your mind? You're actually going to be partners with Wang Chanshan and challenge the abyss difficulty together? That's right. Hearing Yang Lin answer like this, Su Meng was aggrieved and angry in her heart. Aggrieved because, what was so good about that Wang Chanshan that she had to be a partner? To ask why she was angry. That goes without saying. Yesterday, the whole day, are lamenting their own childhood friend cannot and their own to a guild, maybe in the future to the end of the world. And now he's telling himself that he's going to participate in the trial? And still with other girls? Originally, Su Meng couldn't help but want to bite Yang Lin hard for this matter. But on second thought, if Yang Lin couldn't pass the trial, wouldn't he really be a stranger to the world? As soon as her mood calmed down, Su Meng immediately began to worry. Abyss difficulty is the highest difficulty, are you really sure? It shouldn't be a problem. Is it because you think the difficulty itself is no problem? Or do you think it's fine with Wang Chanshan? Meng, this isn't the time to dwell on this, right? It's rare that Principal has fought for a chance for me, so of course I want to enter the greedy wolf guild. Good, then let's cheer together. After that, together with Su Meng, Yang Lin once again came over to the General Affairs Division. Today, compared to the first novice copy, the number of people gathered over here was more than just a lot less. Originally, there were several hundred people, but today there were only a handful of 24. There were 6 colleges in Yuechuan, but of the principals who came today, the 1st and 5th high schools were not listed. This meant that no one from the 2 colleges had reached level 10 and were considered eliminated. As for the Greedy Wolf Guild's annual target for Yuechuan, there were only 10 people, and the competition was fierce and cruel. It was also here that Yang Lin, besides meeting up with Wang Chanshan, also met the 2 deacons from the Greedy Wolf Guild who came to enroll this year. Su Nianji and Su Guan. Su Nianji was clearly a cold beauty. Her aura was so strong that even the 4 principals who came to the General Affairs Division, no one dared to look directly at her. Su Guan, for his part, seemed to get along well. But because of his identity, no one dared to get close to him, even if the 4 principals similarly didn't dare. When the people arrived, Su Nianji began to speak. Everyone, the fact that you are able to stand here today shows that you each have different abilities. The next trial, it's not just an examination, it's an opportunity for you to change the path of your lives. Because of this, I hope that each and every one of you give me serious attention. Saying this, Su Nianji paused for a moment. A clear and cold line of sight swept across the room. Of course, I also have to say the ugly words up front. This trial, compared to your previous novice copies, the difficulty has definitely increased. If you can't guarantee that you have the capital to overcome, I suggest that you give up immediately now, please don't make any mistakes. As soon as Su Nianji's words fell, even though the number of people in the entire arena was not large, they were still talking to each other, and the voices were quite loud. He really didn't expect that this year's trial copies would actually be this difficult. Originally, the replica would normally be divided into 4 difficulties: normal, difficult, nightmare, and abyssal. But now, the 2 deacons who were in charge of the exams had actually blocked the normal difficulty entry method. In other words, if the students present wanted to be accepted by the Greedy Wolf Guild, they would have to overcome at least the difficult difficulty. Finally, a student couldn't help but voice out. It's not fair, it's too unfair. In previous years, just normal difficulty was fine, why would the difficulty be raised this year? Su Nianji, the cold beauty, was indifferent to the students' protests. If you think the difficulty is too high, you can probably give up now. This is my advice to you, as well as to all those who participate in the replica. After all, it wouldn't be good to really lose your life if you enter the replica. Isn't this considered a straw man? A straw man? Did the Greedy Wolf Guild force you to participate in the trial? If you don't want to, turn your heads now and head to another guild. The choice is still in your hands, it's not too late to give up. The crowd of students present didn't speak. Who didn't want to go to a super guild? How could they be willing if they gave up now? And most of the students' thoughts, even if they didn't think they could pass this trial, they definitely had to give it a try. If the difficulty was too exaggerated, then when the time came, they would act carefully, take what they could get, and retreat from the difficulty. Even so, it was still better than just giving up. If you guys are fine with it, prepare to enter the trial copy. Retreating when you feel you can't fight against it is not a shameful thing. On the contrary, not knowing how many kilograms you have and charging hard, that would be a laughing matter. As soon Yinji's words fell, the staff in the hall had already activated the scroll that Greedy Wolfguild had delivered long ago. Now, it was only necessary to pass through the teleportation array outside, and the 22 students, including Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian, would be able to enter within the trial replica. And just in the meantime, Yang Lin was still quite concerned about his childhood friend. Meng, is it really okay for you to go to the difficulty alone? Yang Lin, who are you underestimating? If I wasn't afraid that my parents would be worried, I would have to at least pick a nightmare difficulty. It's good that you're confident, that way I can also rest assured. I haven't seen you so concerned about me before. Speaking of this, Su Meng Ren's expression became grave, and not to mention me, what about you? Can you and Wang Qianqian pass the abyss difficulty? That's abyssal difficulty, it's no joke. I know, so Qianqian and I will deal with it carefully. After all, this is an opportunity that the principal has managed to secure for the two of us, and if we can't pass it, traveling to the Greedy Wolf Guild will be completely out of the question. No failing, or I'll hate you to death. After saying that, Su Meng panicked and entered the teleportation array like a bunny. Seeing this, Yang Lin said to Wang Qianqian, let's also prepare to enter the copy, go to the abyss difficulty. Aha! Wang Qianqian nodded her head. Then the two of them also stepped into the teleportation array together, choosing to enter the highest difficulty abyssal copy of the trial. Inside the hall, it was seen that all the students had finished entering the trial copies one after another. However, the three principals other than Zhang Yanghui couldn't stay at this moment. The trial copy, only level 10 was qualified to enter. This Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian, how could level 7 also participate? Could it be that the two of them went through the back door? Earlier, before the copy didn't start, the three principals, except for Zhang Yanghui. Although they had doubts, they didn't dare to open their mouths due to Sun Yinji's aura pressure. They even comforted themselves one by one, thinking that Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian had come over today, probably just to watch the reference student hustle and bustle. Now that they had taken a look at the two of them and followed them to the teleportation array, how could this still be tolerated? Chapter 22: The Surprise She Gave. Seeing Sun Yinji and Su Guan return from the side of the teleportation array, there were already principals who couldn't help themselves. Deacon Su, this isn't fair, is it? Didn't it say that only level 10s are eligible to enter the trial? Why can Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian, level 7, participate as well? That's right, this isn't fair, why can they participate at level 7? If that's really the case, what will our school's grade 9 and grade 8 students say? Deacon Su, you must give us a statement. Even if you guys are deacons, that won't do. We must seek justice today. The three principals other than Zhang Yanghui, that were not forgiving. On the contrary, Sun Yinji and Su Guan were calm to the core. Su Guan had said that he was only a deputy, so he basically wouldn't worry too much about everything. So this answer, naturally, fell to Sun Yinji. Sun Yinji wasn't angry or annoyed either. You guys want an argument? Must want an argument. On what basis can Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian participate in the trial at level 7? This is breaking the rules. Without a proper argument today, even if the principal doesn't become the principal, I'm going to go to the Alliance to expose you guys. Why are you so excited? Don't you guys know that Yang Lin is a hidden professional? What's wrong with hidden professions? Although it's rare, how many hidden professions have gotten ahead over the years? Right, we can't open the back door for them just because he's a hidden profession. What's more, who doesn't know that this hidden profession of his is actually a scrapped profession? In the minds of the three principals, the reason why Yang Lin was able to rise to level 7 was entirely because of Wang Qianqian. Now that he was actually giving backdoor access, it was light for them to say that they were enraged. However, Sun Yinji was unimpressed. Since you guys are so concerned about both Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian, why don't you care about both of their choices? Choices? What choices? The three principals were confused. But right after the hall's public screen displayed the current basic status of the 22 students, these three, all of a sudden, froze. The two of them actually chose the abyss difficulty? Are you kidding? What kind of difficulty is abyss, and the two of them actually teamed up to go to Abyss. Two deacons, they're only level 7, do you want the two of them to die?
Sugwon came out at this time and rounded off the scene. Gentlemen, hold your horses. The greedy wolf guild has always followed what is fair and reasonable. Hidden professions, although very few can grow up, in comparison, there are still a few more expectations than other professions. It's also because our greedy wolf guild is fair, that's why for this examination, we made an exception and gave Yang Lin a chance. Then Wang Chanshan, she's also not a hidden profession. Aren't you guys clear that special copies like this, the Abyss difficulty allows two people to partner up? That Wang Chanshan is just a sidekick. No, Deacon, you misunderstood my meaning. I'm saying that, as an aside, you guys are willing to give the hidden profession a chance. But Wang Chanshan, she, neither is a hidden profession, so partnering with Yang Lin, what if something happens? Sugwon let out a light laugh. Then with a face full of innocence, he looked at Zhang Yanghui. You shouldn't ask me about this. If you want to ask Zhang Yanghui, the principal of the 3rd high school. When Zhang Yanghui heard this, his heart thumped. He sort of understood. It was right that he had begged for mercy, but if an accident really happened, the two deacons, they were not willing to take the blame at all. Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan do not accident, okay, but where this is going to be an accident, their own principal, I'm afraid that directly to the end. As Zhang Yanghui himself thought. The three principals immediately pointed over the spearhead. Old Zhang, you want to allocate money for bonuses, you want to go crazy, right? Abyssal difficulty, you also dare to let Yang Lin bring Wang Chanshan on? You're really not afraid of something happening to the two of them? How exaggerated is the difficulty of the Abyss? Between 10 years, there may not even be a single student who can pass the Abyss. Old Zhang, have you ever thought that if you're not careful, both of them will lose their lives in it? Losing that you're still a principal, you actually. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk about you, take care of yourself. Facing the duties of the three principals, Zhang Yanghui's heart was also bitter. But it's useless to say anything now. As a principal, he did hope that his students would be accepted by the greedy wolf guild and a few more. But letting Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan participate in the trial as well, this wasn't his own idea either. It wasn't even Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan's own request? No. It couldn't be said that it was all the two students' idea. It was also mainly because he himself had looked at Yang Lin's data panel and felt that it was really possible, which was why he had approached the two deacons to ask for mercy. But now, what to say to the other three principals, how to explain? Because there was no way to refute the words of the three principals, plus the two deacons had to set aside the unfavorable effects beforehand. This led to the fact that Zhang Yanghui now had to be a turtle in distress. Whatever you guys say, things have already happened anyway. The only thing he hoped for now was that Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan would be able to fight for their honor and successfully reach the trial copies. In that case, he would be able to hold his own backup. Talking about both ends of the spectrum, said Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan. After the two entered the copy, Yang Lin just intended to act. Wang Chanshan suddenly stammered with a red face, Yang Lin, can you wait a little? 5 minutes will do. Yang Lin didn't think much about it, but he expressed his understanding. Chanshan, you are going to water the flowers, right? I understand, when people are nervous, it's normal to want to go and put water on them, go ahead. Wang Chanshan's pretty face turned even redder. It's not to go watering. Chanshan, we are not outsiders anymore, are you as shy as that? Anyway, you go quickly, I'll be right here waiting for you. Yang Lin, it's really not that, in fact, actually I want to give you a little surprise. Yang Lin was stunned, you said you want to give me a surprise? Well, it's kind of a surprise. Looking at the somewhat flustered Wang Chanshan, Yang Lin momentarily felt that his brain was a bit inadequate. This girl suddenly said she wanted to give herself a surprise. Seeing how she still looks so shy, just this situation, wanting to not let people be curious can't be done. Chanshan, you're not joking with me? No kidding, I'm serious. Good, then go quickly, I'll wait for you. Well, I'll be faster. Saying that, Wang Chanshan jogged all the way to the back of a big tree close by. It was unclear what this sister was going to do, but Yang Lin vaguely heard the sound of pattering fabric rubbing against his skin. What exactly is this girl going to do? Making it so mysterious, Yang Lin was now more and more curious. Enduring the confusion and curiosity, roughly 5 minutes later, Wang Chanshan finally walked out from behind the neighboring tree. At that instant, Yang Lin's spirit was greatly energized.
Along with that, there were also various sighs in his heart. To say the least, he was indeed shocked by Wang Chanshan's actions. In addition, he was thinking that he, today, seemed to have come over to kill the copy trial, right? But can this be linked to the scene in front of him? Wang Chanshan, right now, carefully stood in front of Yang Lin. Her expression was not generally nervous, and her bashful mood could be glimpsed from her red cheeks. Brother Yang, is it okay for me to be like this? Listen, the name calling has changed. It is no longer Yang Lin's call, the starting hand is Yang brother. Chapter 23. What strength, daring to fool around like this? And to ask if it's possible? That can only say, two can. Yang Lin absolutely did not expect that the surprise that Wang Chanshan said was surprisingly this light. In the original abyssal copy full of killing machines, the beautiful girl, surprisingly dressed in a maid outfit, shyly stood in front of the eyes. Not the kind of formal maid outfit, in fact, is the kind of partial erotic interest. The costume itself perfectly outlined Wang Chanshan's delicate figure. Slightly swaying train seems to contain her heart. The butterfly decoration in front of her body spoke of her beauty and innocence. Now this sister stood with her head down in front of her. The white cheeks were dyed red, not to mention, even the small ears, all had a light pink blush. Such a situation make Yang Lin really do not know what to say. He was afraid that if he made a wrong remark, he would let this girl fly away like a frightened butterfly. Chanshan, it's quite pretty. Really? Wang Chanshan, who was originally still twisting the train of her skirt with her fingers, looked a little excited. A pair of big beautiful eyes were looking straight at Yang Lin. Of course it's true, I was not expecting that you wearing a maid's outfit would actually have a different flavor. Wang Chanshan was relieved in her heart. The shyness of the current her was at least a large portion less. This is what I bought yesterday. I was worried earlier that you wouldn't like it, but now I'm relieved. Chanshan, I wouldn't mind at all if this kind of surprise could come more often. Yang Lin was telling the truth. As a normal man, is it wrong to like to love to see more? Look at this maid outfit that favors eroticism, it's really powerful. Even the white silk dislikes it, who can stand this normal man? Maybe Wang Chanshan's surprise was too big. Anyway, Yang Lin is now full of power all over his body. This small universe that erupted, followed by not ruthlessly beating two cows to death, was a loss. Chanshan, wait and act as before. I'll restrict, you cooperate with me to deal damage, as well as protect my safety. No problem. Rather, it was said that this abyssal difficulty copy, Yang Lin had learned about it in detail from the internet when he came. It was said that the abyss difficulty had little change in terms of level compared to the other difficulties. However, the biggest difference was that the attacks and defenses of the demons increased substantially. Some of the demons will even break through the limitations and use some fancy abilities. The above is not the main point. The main thing is, all the abyssal demons come with a layer of armor, which is commonly known as the defense bar in the game. The role of the defense bar is not only a layer of protection, but also resists some physical and mental damage. As a result, under normal circumstances, very few teams take the initiative to challenge the abyssal difficulty of the replica. Unless, this team is quite confident in the combat of their own teammates. As for now, asking Yang Lin what he thought about this? People have come in, so let's just try it out, and if it doesn't work out, he'll just take Wang Chanshan and retreat. He won't die in the copy for a moment of bravado or face, that's not his style. That's not his style. In this way, the two of them started to go deeper into the replica afterward. However, there was one more thing to say: special copies were not like ordinary copies. There were fewer magical creatures in special copies, just like Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan now. At the beginning, they were delayed for some time, and now another 10 minutes had passed, and the two of them hadn't even seen a single hair of a demon. Wang Chanshan was confused about this. Why haven't we seen a demonic creature for so long? I studied the information earlier and said that it's a special copy, just like the transfer copy we're entering now. Each demonic creature has a chance of popping the evolutionary materials of each profession, so the relative number is low. So that's how it is. Chanshan, don't take it lightly, this is an abyssal copy. If the demons don't appear, it's amazing. I know, won't take it lightly. When Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan kept going deeper and deeper into the depths of the replica to look for traces of demons. The few principals in the hall outside the replica, on the other hand, had one pair of eyes wider than the other. Because there were few people entering the replica, the data over at the main screen was quite clear at a glance. Even who and when and what demonic creature was killed was clear. Because of this, when they saw their own school students killing demons, these few principals, it was just like the new year, all sorts of jubilation and joy. Or our school's Zhou Zhang, easily crushing the demonic creatures. Look at that, just 15 minutes into the game, he's already killed 3 goblins. Hee, our school's Jiao Qiao is not bad either, taking down a deerhorn beast and earth dragon in a short period of time. Isn't that better than the 3 goblins on your side? Less bull. Look at my school's Li Mingwang, even though he doesn't have the advantage in numbers, he showed killed a barrowbone. That thing, ordinary people can't take it. The 3 principals bragged to each other. But their eyes, besides staring at the students of the Dragontang school on the general screen, were actually staring at Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan. To say that Dragontang school, that Su Meng was really powerful. Although the other 3 principals were complacently showing off their students, it couldn't be denied that Su Meng was definitely no worse than their students. As for Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan, after staring at them for 15 minutes in one breath, they saw that these 2 had nothing to offer outside. The initial worry in the bottom of their hearts had actually dissipated by half. Although they didn't say it outwardly, they were actually relieved in their hearts. Seeing as how Zhang Yanghui held these 2 students in such high regard, they were actually nothing more than that. What kind of strength is this, to actually dare to challenge the abyss difficulty? If the 2 level 10s were together, it would barely make sense, but the 2 level 7s really weren't the ones to go to the abyss difficulty and get hit. It won't take long for those 2 students to escape from the copy. It wasn't just one principal who thought this way, the 3 principals other than Zhang Yanghui all thought this way. Anyway, they didn't believe it anymore. A hidden profession that had been brought to level 7 by someone else could do something. If he really wanted to make a mark, how could he not even reach level 10? As for Headmaster Zhang Yanghui, he was also constantly wiping away sweat. He was really afraid that something would happen to Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan in the replica, and he was also afraid that they would retreat from the replica. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to respond to the 2 deacons who came down. If he couldn't respond to the 2 deacons who came down, it would be a big deal if he was labeled by other schools. Because of this, his heart was also quite saddened with emotion. Earlier I went to plead for the 2 of them. Is this matter right or wrong? If I'm not careful about this, my future might be buried here. However, Zhang Yanghui still carried some expectations in his heart. Thinking about a few students from his own school. Su Meng, as long as she played normally, one person reaching the difficulty should not be a problem. If this Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan could really pass the abyss difficulty, then this year, their own dragon school would be able to be guaranteed to recruit away 3 students by the greedy wolf guild. And, that's not to mention that there were several other students who were in the middle of their trials who actually weren't performing too poorly and could possibly be admitted as well. If everything went as beautifully as expected, the self-same Dragon Totem School would definitely see its best results ever. Even without mentioning what sponsorships and rewards it would subsequently receive, this excellent result alone would become the best publicity for the enrollment afterwards. At that time, what were the other schools worth? Because of these thoughts, Zhang Yanghui's eyes, at this moment, were even more fixed on the names of Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan on the general screen. As the principal, he was by no means looking forward to these 2 students. Chapter 24 Brother will buy you a little skirt to wear. As for this time, Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan had been acting for a long time. After some time they finally met the demon. Ice Demon Swordsman. Level 8. Suspended in midair, blood between 1000 and 1050, attack 60 to 80. Saw the demonic creature. At this moment, Wang Chanshan was quite excited. At Yang Lin's words, he first observed the 2 ice demon swordsmen that had appeared, and then, he stepped forward and calmly unfolded his domain. Under the restrictions of super heavy pressure and super paralysis, although the 2 ice demon swordsmen were still able to move, they were no longer that much of a threat to Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan. Chanshan, let's have a small outburst first and try the strength of the ice demon swordsman. Got it, Brother Yang. Yang Lin was now, being a support and recording the situation on the side. The matter of quick kills was left to Wang Chanshan. And to say, the abyssal demon did possess a defense bar, yes. And this defense bar, to a certain extent, also had a resistance effect against super heavy pressure and super paralysis. But overall, the double restriction still reduced the mobility of these demons to less than 50%. The most crucial thing was, it was only now that Yang Lin realized that originally, his own fixed injury actually ignored the defense bar of the demons. It could inflict a true injury effect on the demonic creature. Even if the demonic creature armor was worth 100 million, it didn't affect the sustained damage effect of the fixed injury at all, so taking out these things was still a matter of minutes. So it was like Yang Lin in the middle of the field managed his positioning to restrict and attract the two ice demon swordsmen. Wang Qianqian had long since switched to the state of Cong Xiong Shangling Plus, with the majestic power of the pale bear spirit resonating with her own blood qi. In the next moment, her entire person had been like a gale, cutting strongly into the field. Her slender hand wrapped in the power of the Cong Xiong living spirit, and when she swung it down, it was no less than chopping down a sharp blade with a flashing cold light. Before and after only 10 seconds, the two ice demon swordsmen were killed one after another. TSK, this kind of copy really doesn't have a bit of experience. But Brother Yang, the drops have materials. Wang Qianqian joyfully picked up 2 first-order upper-grade magic crystals, as well as 2 ice obsidian stones. Even if the first-order upper-grade magic crystals were even more superior, but in the case of the first order, the price was only about $2 per piece. But this ice obsidian, because it was an evolutionary material for the ice archer transformation, if Yang Lin remembered correctly, it was worth about 100 yuan per piece. Qianqian, it's still very okay, killing 2 monsters, we've probably earned more than 200. Ha? Is it worth that much? Qianqian, don't forget, this is a special transfer copy, it's only natural that some evolutionary materials will come out. Yesterday I went online to check the price of some transfer materials, basically I won't misremember. Even if it depreciates again, at least it's enough for the 2 of us to go to a restaurant and order a sumptuous set meal for 2. Brother Yang, it's too easy to make money when you say that, right? Yang Lin lamented, that makes you think it's easy? If we are lucky and obtain some crimson stones, thunderstones or other precious materials, then, that's really earning. Wang Qianqian, she didn't dare to think so much. All she was thinking about now was how not to drag Yang Lin's leg. As for these evolutionary materials, she didn't even think that Yang Lin would share them with her or something like that. For Wang Qianqian, being able to pass this trial was her most desired goal. As for the next step, seeing that the ice demon swordsman was not very difficult. So the 2 of them just kept walking around the ice-cold pool, trying to discover more ice demon swordsmen. However, more ice demon swordsmen were not found, but the 2 of them accidentally startled a swarm of insects along the shores of the ice pool during their next search walk. As a result, within the slightly dusky copy, not far from Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian, there was suddenly a flurry of crystal-clear halos. Light crystal flying beetles. Each one was the size of a soccer ball. Looking at the number, there were 12 or 13 of them. Yang Lin, there are too many, should we retreat? This is an abyssal difficulty copy, we must retreat. If there were 1 or 2, 3 or 5, Yang Lin still planned to go and harvest some. But a dozen or so at once, even if he had a restricted ability, he didn't want to take that risk. However, the 2 still underestimated the flight speed of the light crystal flying beetle. In a few moments of effort, it had already greatly shortened the distance between it and the retreating 2. Seeing this, Yang Lin definitely unfolded his inherent domain. Anyway, restricting it a bit, it was convenient for the 2 to withdraw. However, he did not expect that after the swarm of light crystal flying beetles flew into Yang Lin's field, an unexpected ending unfolded. The original swarm's 3-meter high flying altitude instantly dropped to about 1 meter. A single light crystal flying beetle flapped its wings in an effort to try to get close to Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian. But their speed was really hard to say. Let's put it this way, the same as restricting magical creatures, such as the ice demon swordsman just now, after restricting it, even if it is because the defense bar resists part of the effect, can still maintain about 50% mobility. But these flying bugs, now can maintain 30% maneuverability is already a high opinion of them. There were a few of them that were slightly weaker, and they even fell from mid-air. Even though they flapped their wings very hard to take off again, it was basically considered futile. Brother Yang, I feel that your restriction ability seems to be more effective against flying bugs. Hey, I've also noticed this problem, the effectiveness of the air-to-air restriction has been increased by at least 20 percentage points. Feeling that the bug swarm in front of him was easier to mess with than expected, Yang Lin was no longer planning to run. He was saying that he would let Wang Qianqian act cheaply afterwards to make up for it. But the situation that happened at the scene once again exceeded the 2 people's expectations. Barta! Since the bug entered the field before and after just 10 seconds, this thing, actually one after another, began to fall to the ground and die. This is dead? Wang Qianqian was very stunned, not to mention that Yang Lin himself was confused. I'm not even ready to fight yet, How come they're gone one after another? Yeah, I haven't even mended them yet, they're actually all dead? Yes, they're dead, look, their blood levels are all depleted. Earlier, they had encountered an emergency, and the two of them didn't even have time to explore the light crystal flying beetle's information. It was only now that they realized that although these things were not of a low level, with each one reaching level 9, but their abilities seemed to be focused on attack and defense as well as mobility. So relatively speaking, their blood quantity was extremely low. A level 9 magic creature of the same class probably had around 1200 blood, and most of these things didn't even reach 400. Although they had high armor bars, they were purely a pose in the face of Yang Lin's solid true wound. Since these contraptions entered the field, they were first slashed by Yang Lin's second mythic word for 25% of their blood. And then with a rate of 21 blood consumption per second, that is not 10 seconds out of time, the group of things dry sinking it. Seeing the death of the swarm, Wang Qianqian's side rushed to clear the field. Brother Yang, there are 2 halo stones. What? Halo stones? It's halo stone, is it precious? Qianqian, more than precious, we are both rich. Wang Qianqian was a little stunned, meaning halo stone is very valuable? Well, I remember that it is the light swordsman's transfer material, a piece of the market price is around 5,000. Hearing 5,000, Wang Qianqian covered her small mouth in surprise. 2 small pieces of materials that were as if they were stones could actually be sold for 10,000? This is too exaggerated. Yang Lin sighed in the same way at this moment. Worthy of being a special transfer copy provided by the Greedy Wolf Guild, it's much stronger than those transfer copies on the market in terms of explosion rate. Although he didn't see the wordings or anything about this special copy, Yang Lin was certain. Before this transfer copy was activated, the wordings it possessed itself, such as the material drop rate, prop shipment rate, and whatnot, must have been of a precious level. And now, it was rare to be able to walk on this kind of replica, which was still not a hard earn. This abyssal copy doesn't seem to be very difficult. Next, have to make a little more money. Brother Yang, that's because it's not difficult for you. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to tackle this huge pile of bugs. Let's not talk about this, let's continue to look for magical creatures, it's best to encounter more of these bugs. Not to mention, the 2 of them were really lucky, and before long, they once again found a group of light crystal flying beetles. Knowing that these things were brittle, with Yang Lin's current means, he could really just take them at will. Another halo stone exploded. When Wang Qianqian held the piece of halo stone that she had obtained once again in front of Yang Lin, her face was all flushed. Yang Lin didn't hold back for a moment and flirted, Qianqian, let's work harder, and when we get out of the copy, how about brother buying you a few sets of little dresses? Brother Yang, you're not teasing me, right? I'm serious. Wang Qianqian's face burned, but in the end, she nodded her head in shame. As soon as he saw that his sister was now this dainty, Yang Lin felt that all the power within his own little universe started to become rolling and volatile. And in order to live up to his surging power, then around the territory where the 2 of them were, there were more light crystal flying beetles that began to suffer one after another. Unbeknownst to them. Just because the 2 of them killed the light crystal flying beetle, it caused the crowd outside of the replica to directly explode. Chapter 25, Must Be Crazy. Get it wrong, this is abyss difficulty. The light crystal flying beetle is no less than a novice's nightmare, and the 2 of them are actually killing them in swarms. Crazy, the 2 of them must be crazy. Inside the hall, not to mention the 3 principals other than Zhang Yanghui were agitated, even Su Ningji and Su Guan, who were presiding over this replica, were somewhat dumbfounded. Because the light crystal flying beetle was really one of the newcomers' nightmares. Let's not talk about the abyss difficulty, even if it's the normal difficulty, the general fledgling team bumped into it, it's hard to get a good deal. Why? It's not because these things are a large group. Although these things were brittle, they couldn't help but fly. Not to mention maneuverability, attack power is also high. If those novice squads were only in the bonding period, and they really ran into these things, but if someone panicked or was not disciplined, it would be easy to turn the car over. But now, Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian had only killed a group of light crystal flying beetles not long ago. It had only been a short time apart, and the general screen showed that they had actually finished off another group. Could it be that Yang Lin's hidden profession is truly awakened? I think it's possible, otherwise you guys think that Deacon Su and Deacon Su would make an exception for Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian to participate in this trial? Moreover, it's an abyssal difficulty? Dragon School, it looks like it's getting rich this year. The 3 principals, looking at Zhang Yanghui next to them, had indescribable envy and jealousy in their eyes. Look at the kill rankings displayed on the total screen right now. Not to mention Yang Lin and Wang Chanchan.
That girl called Su Meng is definitely going to hog a spot in this year's Greedy Wolf Guild. That kill speed, it's insane, basically pressing the top students of the other 3 schools. Aside from Su Meng, there were 2 other students from the Dragon School whose grades weren't bad either. Basically, they were in a stalemate competition with the students from their 3 schools.
Ah. Is your Dragon Tang school going to be this crazy this year? Because it's really possible that of the 10 acceptance slots for the Greedy Wolf Guild, his one school could potentially take 3 to 5 this year. Does he still let other schools live? You asked the principal, Zhang Yanghui, how he reacted to this. TSK, let's put it this way, there has never been a year where his back was straighter than it is now. Listening to the other 3 old farts discussing their own. This modesty still needed a little bit. What about you guys? Don't be in a hurry. Aren't the results of this trial still pending? Steady, we who are principals should learn to be steady, don't move and make a fuss. Steady your sister. The other 3 principals' teeth itched. But there was nothing they could do with this old bastard Zhang Yanghui, who made other people's students just so powerful. And on the main screen, after another period of time, Yang Lin and Wang Chanchan first killed the number of Ice Demon Swordsmen +2 in the Abyss difficulty copy. Then it didn't take long before they jumped again to kill the number of Light Crystal Flying Beetles +13. This total number of kills was getting more and more outrageous. Su Guan, who was also watching the battle data situation, couldn't help but sigh. Nian Ji, although this Yang Lin's professional shortcomings are big, you can't deny that right now he does have the ability to kill big. Indeed, watching him and Wang Chanchan kill so many Light Crystal Flying Beetles in a short period of time, I suddenly have a doubt now. What doubt? His fixed injury, it should belong to the category of ignoring defense and directly charging as true injury damage, right? Su Guan thought for a moment and said, the odds are that it is, like that Light Crystal Flying Beetle, although it's powerful, its blood quantity is very low. Bumping into a profession like Yang Lin that can limit, if it can really ignore defense, it's really like meeting a natural nemesis. Su Nianji pondered for a moment. But after thinking about it, I still think that we should position him as a support for specialized training. The higher this rank is, the more difficult it is to comprehend or inspire vocational skills and vocational phrases. Allowing him to develop on his own will likely bury him. What's the rush? Come what may, just observe slowly. Easy for you to say, for those special students, special cultivation measures are often required. In this way, we can deliver talents to the frontline space earlier. You know, we don't have that much free time. Su Guan spread his hands. Even if you think so, you still have to ask him personally for his opinion. After all, you also have to know that once you forcefully intervene with manpower for full-time training, it's easy to cut off his understanding of the profession, his ideas, his senses, as well as his opportunities and chances. Pulling up seedlings is not a good thing. I've thought about it, so let's wait until it's over to ask his opinion. After that, 2 hours into the copy time. There were already students teleporting out of the copies one after another. Earlier, with a small team in place, it was relatively simple for a group of people to join forces to kill the demons, but now they had to brush the monsters in the difficult copy alone. These students, they couldn't even survive. It was too hard, really too hard. Every monster was so strong that if they really wanted to continue, they might lose their own lives. There was nothing they could do but exit the copy. However, the students who exited were still quite unconvinced in their hearts. Obviously, in previous years, as long as a single person went to a normal difficulty copy, but why should this year be an exception? The starting point was difficulty? Was the guild purposely trying to make things difficult for people, or was their own point just so backward that they happened to run into the changes above? And just as these students returned to the hall, in the face of the principal looking at them lost. Without exception, they saw a shocking scene through the general screen. The people who ranked first in the number of kills were actually in the Abyss difficulty? And looking at the levels, they were actually all still level 7? Goodness, level 7 dared to go to the Abyss difficulty, not to mention that they were actually able to reach the top of the kill rankings? This is 4 times more than the number of kills of the second place, right? This Yang Lin and Wang Chanchan must have eaten Hyun Mai. Look at the number of kills prompt, simply cannot stop. By the way, look at the other students, the competition is still fierce. This undoubtedly, do not let the students who withdrew early feel deeply powerless and disillusioned. The gap was right there. The more they complained about the guild increasing the difficulty of the trial, as well as seeing the strength of others, the more it reflected their own weakness.
Not to mention this, anyway, most of the students who withdrew from the copies were probably shocked by Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian, who had the highest rankings. So at that moment, they didn't choose to leave, and most of them stayed in the hall. They just wanted to observe how far these two strong people could exaggerate. On the contrary, the special transfer copy territory that the students were participating in at the moment wasn't really that big. Therefore now, not to mention that those students who were observing were curious, even a few principals within were wondering. This Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian were so heaven-defying, killing so quickly. It couldn't be that they even managed to take care of the abyssal difficulty leader, could it? Then look at the two deacons, Su Nianji and Su Guanjie. Although they didn't say anything, but judging by the way they were staring intently at Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian's names on the general screen, I'm sure that their hearts were also very much looking forward to it. The normal, difficult, and nightmare difficulty copies only had small leaders. And to talk about the real ringleaders, it had to be the abyss. In the middle of the field, Zhang Yonghui, who was Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian's principal, was definitely the most excited. He was just thinking, if these two students of his, if they could take out the abyssal leader as well, how much face would he have to grow? Chapter 26. How much does the sister trust herself? What the people outside the copy were thinking, Yang Lin wasn't sure. But he had been very passionate when he was brushing monsters inside the copy. This was all thanks to the fact that the drop rate of this particular abyss difficulty copy was really high. Don't look at the fact that only 5 hours had passed so far, but after roughly estimating the value of the materials obtained, it had long surpassed 30,000 yuan. For rich people, it really wasn't much, but for ordinary families, it was almost half a year to a year's worth. And in addition to that, what also made Yang Lin variously refreshed was definitely Wang Qianqian. Yang Lin simply did not expect that after coming to the copy, this girl directly changed into a maid outfit. Or that kind, favoring the erotic maid outfit. The picturesque features of the eyebrows were matched with the bare white shoulders. Knee-high white stockings with well-proportioned and slender thighs. In this way, it gave even this originally gentle and full-bodied sister a bit more of a tantalizing astringent aura. Of course, if it was just good-looking, it wasn't enough to make Yang Lin completely moved. The key was, Qianqian she was understanding pinched the shoulder, pounded the back and knee pillows, this combination, the killing power was too great. Otherwise, how could Yang Lin be energized all the way down? Back to the present, when the two people combined their efforts to clean up the 3 green skin essence, began to take a nap in the same place. Originally, when Wang Qianqian was about to go up and pinch Yang Lin's shoulders again at this time, she was pulled by Yang Lin's hand. Alright, it's been such a long time, you take a good rest too. Brother Yang, I'm not tired. Don't be brave, by the way, I want to discuss something with you. Wang Qianqian thought for a moment, then sat down beside Yang Lin. Brother Yang, what do you want to discuss? Yang Lin looked serious and said, all the way here, the demonic creatures that we both killed have actually reached the target long ago. But the reason why we're still staying here is because on one hand, I want to take advantage of this opportunity to get some more evolutionary materials. On the other hand, I'm considering whether or not to kill the abyssal head. Wang Qianqian looked a little shocked. Abyssal heads aren't like ordinary small monsters, if you're not careful, you'll lose your life. I know, that's why I want to discuss it with you. Speaking of this, Yang Lin seemed to be trying to remember something, and said after a while, according to the information I've looked up, this kind of special copy can only be officially cleared by killing either the small leader or the abyssal leader. If we're level 10, and if our occupation needs to be transferred, the probability is that we'll get an evolution prompt after officially clearing the level. Brother Yang, but we're only level 7. So Qianqian, aren't you curious? If we kill the abyssal leader at level 7, assuming that we trigger another evolutionary transfer, what do you think will happen then? Wang Qianqian shook her head, I think it's hard to trigger. First of all, the chances of triggering it are not high in the first place, and secondly, none of our levels have reached it. You're right, our basic conditions are insufficient, but there's one more thing that makes my heart itch a bit. What is it? Whether it's a small leader or an abyssal leader, there's a high chance of popping the rare universal evolutionary material malachite. Even if there's no chance of triggering a transfer, if we can obtain a peacock stone, it's worth at least $30,000. If our luck is a bit better and we obtain another rare item, then this trip is truly a pot full of money. Wang Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Brother Yang, you think quite a lot. What, you don't want to? I don't have that strength, but if you want to try, Brother Yang, I'll join you. It's dangerous, aren't you afraid? If I follow Brother Yang, I'm not afraid.
TSK, 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 how much does this girl trust herself? Okay, forget about how much Wang Qianqian trusted herself, but ask whether or not to kill the abyssal head. After Yang Lin thought seriously for a while, he made a decision. Special copies generally only last for 8 hours, in other words, we still have an hour and a half of action time now. Previously, we have already finished turning around the general area, and most of the demonic creatures have already been killed by us. Now if we want to kill the abyssal head, we can head to the deepest core area now. So are we going to act now? Hearing Wang Qianqian's inquiry, Yang Lin let out a deep breath. Of course we have to act. If we don't take care of the abyssal leader, it always feels like this abyssal copy is a waste of time. Of course, subsequently, if it feels really dangerous, find a time to retreat. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Yang. Let's set off then. Just as the two of them were advancing towards the very core area, Yang Lin was in a somewhat agitated mood. He was excited, and that was because when he tested his career panel earlier, he didn't get the hint of obtaining the third career phrase. If it was the first and second occupation phrases, he had obtained hidden hints. But there was no hidden hint for the third vocational phrase, and instead of being discouraged, he speculated backwards. Not giving hidden hints, did that mean that it could be obtained by following the normal path? And to say what was the normal way, it must be killing the small leader of the special transfer copy or the abyssal leader. Therefore, Yang Lin was by no means looking forward to it in general right now. He needed to verify it. That is, while thinking about all of the above, Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian had already stepped onto the land of the area where the abyssal head was located. Although they hadn't yet seen the main body, the demonic creatures in the region had already appeared. Swamp Reckoner. Sheep-headed, in groups of 3 or 2, holding a soul recruiter. Level 10. Blood level is around 1400. In terms of attack, it was a step up from the demons encountered earlier, directly reaching a terrifying 150 or so. Other than that, for most of the professionals who only had a blood level of 1000 or so, just seeing the horrifying attack of the swamp recruiter, their hearts would absolutely have to drink 2 pots. Qianqian, none of the weapons held by this thing look like physical attacks. Pay more attention and observe not to be reckless. Don't worry, Brother Yang, I will pay more attention to observe the situation. Good, prepare for action. Just as Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian started to move, the 3 swamp recruitment envoys in front of them similarly discovered the 2 of them. While the low swallowing sounds from their mouths sounded slightly shrill, the deathly aura around the entire territory became much thicker all of a sudden. Yang Lin didn't dare to be careless now, methodically approaching quickly before unfolding his domain. Then, he proceeded to use super heavy pressure to put enough pressure on the 3 swamp spirit recruiting envoys first. When he saw these things shaking their soul invocations, he would then use a super paralyze to interrupt their spell casting movements at the right time. Wang Qianqian's side was also not idle, and Yang Lin had acted together for so long, not to say that her heart was in the right place, but it was also quite a tacit understanding. Taking advantage of this opportunity, her blood qi around her body violently erupted. After the Tsang Xiong living spirit was added to her body, her entire body seemed like an extremely stringed arrow, rapidly approaching the demonic creature like wind and lightning. Within the deadly region, the cold aura of biting claw strikes blossomed in Wang Qianqian's hands, and instantly, blood and flesh were already flying around within the venue at the moment. Completely with the fastest speed, Wang Qianqian finished a set of consecutive pursuit. Although the swamp invokes the soul to make the blood skin thick, flesh also has both defense bar, not by Wang Qianqian a set of take away. But at this time Wang Qianqian does not choose to entangle with these things, quickly retreat back to Yang Lin's side. The rest, slowly consume enough. After about 30 seconds, the 3-headed swamp recruiter's blood level emptied and died. It's not as difficult as expected, Qianqian, let's continue to go deeper and kill the abyssal head. Chapter 27, Are you sure you want to pull up seedlings to help them grow? When the special copy reached the 5th hour, all the remaining students, except for Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian, had come out of the copy. Most of the students had quit on their own initiative. There were also 3 who tried to fight their way out, but almost lost their lives in the copy and had been dragged off to first aid. As for the students who had fought through the trial copies, there were only 5 in total. Su Meng was one of them. It was just a difficulty, and it was easy for her. Just like she said, if she wasn't afraid of her family worrying, she would have at least picked a nightmare difficulty. When she came out of the copy, the first thing she did was run to the lobby to look for someone. When she didn't see Yang Lin, her heart thumped violently. However, after seeing that the general screen showed that Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian were still inside the copy, her mood was only slightly better. As for the atmosphere of the hall, If it was previous years, at this time of the year, there would have been celebrations and hard feelings. But only this year was different. Very heavy, very serious, basically no one dared to speak loudly. And the root cause of the gravity and seriousness was within the abyssal difficulty copy, Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan. How many years had it been? How many people had passed the special trial copies of the abyss difficulty? And this year's Yuchuan, not only did the two of them, Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan, go. What was most disturbing was that each of them was merely only at level 7. According to the information intelligence on the general screen, the two had just killed 4 swamp recruiters. This was showing that the two of them were in the final area. If there were no surprises, it was likely that the two of them would have a final battle with the abyssal head if they continued to carry on. Would it be possible? No one could guess the outcome. However, the one who was most concerned was the principal of Dragon Tendency College, Zhang Yanghui. He was just watching the battle on the general screen, but the upper half of his shirt was soaked through. He was still wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and the nervous look on his face was slightly exaggerated. Headmaster, I know Yang Lin too well, he normally won't do anything he's not sure of. So you don't need to be so excited. Su Meng, you're still talking about me, aren't you also quite nervous about this kid? That's for sure, our two families are opposite, we've known each other for over 10 years. But I believe in him, if he insists on challenging the abyssal leader, even if he can't beat him, he'll definitely be able to come out of the copy unharmed. I hope it's as you said. At that moment, besides Zhang Yanghui, he then looked at the other 3 principals. Although they only considered the interests of their respective schools, right now, they were looking at Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan, who were still in the abyss difficulty copy killing the swamp recruiter. In their hearts, they really had mixed feelings. Originally, they thought that Yang Lin was just a scrapped hidden profession. But now they have to believe that that kid, the so-called hidden profession, definitely awakened a part. Although it has been said that hidden professions are easily polarized. But if a hidden profession really appears, it will still make people look forward to it. Just because of the chance of a hidden profession appearing, it is truly 1 in a million. If you can grow up in the future and enter the Hall of Fame in the league, this is still not enough for the school to blow him for 100 years? So why isn't Yang Lin a student of his own school? It's so hard to bear. The angle of view, at this moment, turned to the 2 deacons, Su Ninji and Su Guan. Su Ninji's color was as cool as ever. Hearing her speak faintly, I think the 2 of them are still too hasty, they've obviously already qualified and reached the standard, is it possible that they're really going to challenge the abyssal head? Su Guan leaned his back against the wall, the corner of his mouth carrying a faint smile as he said, even if we go to challenge the abyssal leader, what's wrong with that? Su Guan, are you so convinced that the 2 of them can do it? Don't you know that Yang Lin, this hidden profession, is fine against ordinary demons, but against an existence like the abyssal head? In the same level state, once something goes wrong, it will be completely powerless. Nianji, he's a hidden profession. I don't think that similar auxiliary abilities of other professions can touch base with his restricted abilities. Even if there is some effect, how much can it be? The resistance value of the abyssal head itself is high, plus the defense bar that mechanism weakens the negative status. Once you can't properly hold back the abyssal head's actions, then the profession of domain suppressor is basically the end of certain death. Don't be anxious, isn't there a Wang Chanshan? Druid as a profession, the upper limit is also quite terrifying. With her, even if it gets out of control, she can still help Yang Lin withstand it for a while. Then it's best as you said. Still, I've decided that as long as Yang Lin is able to come out of the copy, I'm going to firmly suggest that he take the path of a full-time auxiliary. It's already considered heavenly luck that he was able to awaken 2 skills and words. And luck that won't always favor only him. I don't have a problem with it, I only came down to cooperate with you anyway. As long as you don't feel that such behavior is holding up a person's future, everything is fine for you to do on your own. Su Nianji snorted coldly. You're quite considerate of others, but it's not as if my decision is not for his sake. At this moment, Su Nianji affirmed her thoughts. In her opinion, although Yang Lin had means of restriction, he had no means of defense. Once the means of restriction were weakened or ineffective, it would be hilarious to really expect Yang Lin to kill demons. Unless, Yang Lin still had the heavenly luck to comprehend other more negative status skills. I must convince him to take the path of a full-time auxiliary. Although this falls into the category of pulling up seedlings to help them grow, his 2 restricted abilities are really good. Pulling his level up in the shortest possible time will definitely save a lot of lives over at the front line subsequently. Within Su Nianji's mind,
she had already begun to orchestrate what she would say subsequently. On the contrary, at this moment, Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian had already exchanged blows with the abyssal leader Swamp Messenger. Although it was also a level 10 monster, this level 10 was naturally different from an ordinary level 10 pawn. The Swamp Messenger exuded an aura of death all around its body. It was much larger, a full 3 or more times larger than a normal Swamp Invoker. On the Soul Invoker it held, the lingering aura of death was even thicker, and it would give people an uncomfortable feeling from a very far distance. Moreover, should I say that it was worthy of being an abyssal leader or an abyssal leader? The damage of this thing could reach up to 400. For other professionals who were also level 10, after being attacked by this thing 3 times, they would basically die 9 times out of 10. Not to mention, Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian were currently less than level 10, and all of them were level 7. Only. Knowing that the abyssal head was quite tough, they had considered every aspect when they came. However, there was one thing that still went out of Yang Lin's surprise. Putting a fixer-upper, accidents were right, but not all accidents were bad. As in the present moment, when Yang Lin cast his super heavy pressure and super restriction, he once again completely understood the second characteristic of the profession of domain suppressor. Domain demon suppressor. The first characteristic, although it fought sustained solid damage, all of it was true damage. No matter what kind of armor you wear, what kind of secret techniques or magical items you use, all of them are nullified against this profession. Clear as your most fundamental blood, the whole so much fancy useless. The second feature, in a sense, is even more terrifying. Chapter 28, will you follow me from now on? In all the copies, each type of demonic creature itself had a hidden resistance value. Because of this, when the demonic creature was attacked by each professional, the amount of damage it received varied. But when it came to Yang Lin, he knew through the occupational feedback prompts. The reason why his vocational skills were not heavy pressure technique or paralyzing technique was because he had added the word super in front of it. The actual meaning was that. But whenever the same type of demonic creature, regardless of whether you're on normal, hard, nightmare or abyssal difficulty, the offset value was small. It doesn't affect the effects of the domain demon suppressor's occupational skills. Taking the immediate abyssal leader, the Swamp Messenger, it was at best a variation of the Swamp Recruiter. So what effect it could have on an ordinary Swamp Recruiter of the same type, but it was just as enough for this abyssal head. Even if the defense bar and abyssal head slightly weakened the effect of Yang Lin's profession skill by a certain amount, the deviation value wasn't that big. So the following situation arose. When Yang Lin's super heavy pressure was applied to the Swamp Messenger, this thing didn't behave much differently from a normal minion. And Yang Lin's other profession skill, Super Paralyze, just happened to be used to interrupt each of the Swamp Messenger's invocation starters at the right time. So the end result was. Aside from the fact that this thing's blood level has soared to 7,000 and its attack is thievishly high, is there any difference between it and a small monster? Brother Yang, you're also too heaven-defying. Is the restriction against the abyssal leader also this outrageous? Wang Qianqian was shocked to the point of skepticism. To ask her what she thought about abyssal heads. According to her common sense and the conditions she learned from the internet. Often, when those with auxiliary abilities went to kill the ringleader or abyssal leader, they basically had to send out a group. This was because the ringleaders and abyssal ringleaders would greatly weaken the effects of these auxiliary professions' restrictions. But even so, the riskiness was quite high. But when it came to Yang, this common sense was clearly broken. Qianqian, even though this thing is slow to move and I will interrupt its spell casting at the right time. But you still have to be careful when killing it. I'll be careful. How he had killed the small monsters earlier, he was still doing the same when killing the abyssal head now. And in order to speed up the killing speed, Yang Lin, in a rare occurrence this time, all personally carried his iron lance right into battle. And so it was. After a period of time had passed, the battle situation in the field became something like the following. Wang Qianqian's Tsung Xiong Living Spirit Plus was constantly looking for an opportunity to ruthlessly use the claw-cracking strike to make the Swamp Messengers but crack. Yang Lin's words, from time to time, he would use his lance to deliver a vicious blow to its rear. How had the Swamp Messenger ever been so humiliated? But even though it desperately resisted, every time the soul-invoking streamer was raised, the next moment its body was like an electric shock, and its spellcasting was suddenly interrupted by super paralysis. Swamp Messenger want to use its own brute force directly counterattack, but the body is limited how to catch up with the rabbit like two people. Ah! Why are you so obsessed with your behind?
If it was not for the fact that he could not speak human language, the swamp messenger would definitely want to greet these two people with the world's most vicious words for 18 generations. The swamp messenger, rather than being ground to death by the two men. Rather, it was more like being exasperated to death by these two inappropriate human beings. Can you imagine what it was like to be chased by two people, taking turns to wreak havoc on the back? I'll be damned, still an abyssal leader, just like this? Even though the swamp messenger died, he still didn't escape Yang Lin's verbal disdain. In his unwillingness, in his anger, in his despair, the swamp messenger finally had his blood bar cleared and managed to free himself on the path of death. Brother Yang, a big explosion. Don't say it, it really is. Right next to the swamp messenger's corpse, two dazzling lights appeared. Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan hurried forward. Upon getting the two items, none of them were very much invigorated. One of the items was the Universal Evolution Material Peacock Stone. The burst rate of this thing was extremely low, poor professionals couldn't afford to use it at all, it was used by the rich. It was worth at least $30,000. In this instant, with the addition of this peacock stone, Yang Lin just slightly calculated the value of the evolutionary materials that the two of them had obtained on this trip. Immediately, he was shocked himself. It was almost 7W. How much would an ordinary person earn in a year of hard work, whereas as a professional, it was enough just to walk through the duplicates? Although the main reason was this special transfer copy provided by the Greedy Wolf Guild, this burst rate, it was really powerful. But it still illustrated a problem. If you want to get rich quick, then you have to be a professional, money just comes fast. Maybe see this, some people will certainly think, a low-level transfer copy so powerful, then the high-level directly to brush materials have to. Oh, the idea is very beautiful, the reality is very cruel. Go to the asymmetrical copy, no experience not to mention, the chance of bursting materials is not likely to have, this is a copy of the rules and restrictions. Above, stop, go to see the second thing obtained. It's a jewelry bracelet. Binding of Sea and Sky, one of the three-piece set of flying bird and swimming fish. When worn as a single piece, the speed of one's blood energy recovery is increased by 20%, and one's blood energy consumption is reduced by 20%. It can be, it's actually one of the sets. Yang Lin sighed in his heart, the item was quite good, but he couldn't use it himself. Because when he performed his professional skills, he didn't consume any blood chi energy. In his own hands, this thing wasn't even considered a chicken rib, it was purely an accessory. Brother Yang, although I don't know the price. But since it's a set series, if it's put into an auction, it might even become one of the finale. Well, price-wise, it shouldn't be low. Yang Lin chanted this and then turned his head to look at Wang Chanshan. Brother Yang, what are you suddenly looking at me for? Chanshan, we are now considered to have completed the trial of the copy, and we will definitely be recruited by the Greedy Wolf Guild afterward, right? Wang Chanshan looked uplifted, well, thanks to Brother Yang's blessing, I can also head to the Greedy Wolf Guild. Then in the future, are you going to follow me? Wang Chanshan's pretty face soared, if Brother Yang wishes it, I will always follow Brother Yang. Very well, then stretch out your left hand. Wang Chanshan was confused and didn't understand what Yang Lin was trying to do, but she obediently stretched out her left hand. Without saying a word, Yang Lin directly put the Sea and Sky's binding bracelet onto Wang Chanshan's left wrist. Ha! This is too expensive, I don't want it. I also don't have the money to give Brother Yang to you. Do you still want to follow me or not? Want. If you want to, then give it to me and accept it as a gift from me to you. If you refuse, don't be together in the future. Wang Chanshan opened her mouth, wanting to say something but she couldn't. In the end, she was moved to accept this gift at the same time, that is to drum up 1,200,000 points of courage, tiptoe, quickly pecked to the side of Yang Lin above the face. To say that the role of this bracelet for Wang Chanshan, that was simply epic enhancement. Consuming too much was the current drawback of her druid profession, with this bracelet, it was simply super amplitude making up for her flaws. Chanshan, you're quite bold. Listening to Yang Lin flirting like this, Wang Chanshan was so bashful that she didn't dare to meet this man's eyes at all, so flustered that the whole person was a bit at a loss for words. Alright, just kidding for you, don't be nervous. Aha! Looking at the shy girl in front of him, although Yang Lin also likes money, but he really doesn't care about a piece of jewelry. Into the copy, Wang Chanshan immediately changed made outfit to surprise herself. Along the way all kinds of provide emotional value not to mention, and even fearless of life and death to follow their own adventures. Even if nothing else is said, just to be able to do life and death teammates, Yang Lin felt that the gift is not bad. Originally here, Yang Lin thought that this copy was the real end. But next, not only him, even with Wang Qianqian, ushered in a great surprise. Chapter 29, this is playing with too many flowers, isn't it? The data panel has changed? At the first moment, Yang Lin couldn't wait to check his profession panel. In the occupation skills column, in addition to super heavy pressure and super paralyze, there was now a third item, a series of question marks. Going down the page, he continued to look. Inside the talents column, in addition to inherent domain, there was likewise an additional series of question marks behind it. After the feedback from the career panel, Yang Lin understood the situation. The reason why there was now an additional series of question marks on top of each of the skills and talents represented the meaning that he had completed a special evolution copy and had the fortunate chance of obtaining a reward. The reason why it was question marks was because he hadn't reached level 10 yet. Wanting skills and talents to show up and activate would naturally happen when he reached level 10. However, this surprise wasn't over yet. Earlier, Yang Lin said that if he could gain benefits from the copy, a high probability should be in terms of the profession lexicon. But now, the vocational words didn't move, but he gained vocational skills and talents. As he subconsciously touched the profession lexicon. This time, the panel's hidden hints reacted. When level 15 is reached, a third mythic quality profession lexicon will be obtained. It was accomplished. Let's just say that one's profession had a great future, so how could it possibly stagnate? It didn't matter what career skills and innate abilities could be obtained at level 10, and what the third career phrase would be at level 15. His instincts were all telling Yang Lin himself that the profession of domain suppressor had a great future. To say that Yang Lin's side received benefits from getting tips, Wang Qianqian's side was the same. On Wang Qianqian's career panel, a series of question marks appeared on her career skills. This represented that upon reaching level 10, she would be able to successfully summon a second living spirit other than the Tsang Bear for possession. Continuing to read on, her talents hadn't changed. But the occupation phrase, there was one more, again, not shown for the time being because it hadn't reached level 10, but it was certain that it was there through the series of question marks. Brother Yang, when I reach level 10 I can summon a second being, and on top of that, I'll get a second profession phrase. Actually, I'm pretty much the same. So Brother Yang, you've also gained this benefit? Yes. Since I haven't reached level 10, it doesn't show up for now. When we reach level 10, everything will fall into place. Great. On Wang Qianqian's side, she had only just finished being happy, and then she realized that her own body and Yang Lin's body in front of her were all starting to become transparent. What are we? Don't be alarmed, because killing the abyssal leader and obtaining the reward is equivalent to completely completing that copy. It's just being teleported out. Scared me, I thought something unexpected had happened. Wang Qianqian sighed in relief, then quietly waited for herself to be passively teleported out of the copy. But at this moment, he heard Yang Lin say, "Not good." "What's wrong with you, Brother Yang, what's not good?" "Qianqian, I'm not talking about me, it's you." "Me? What's wrong with me? Didn't you say teleport out of the copy?" Without waiting for Yang Lin's response, a moment later, both of them were forcefully teleported out of the copy. When they opened their eyes again, they had already arrived outside the teleportation array. Even at this time, Wang Qianqian was still concerned about Yang Lin's earlier words. "Brother Yang, what exactly did you mean during the copy? Why can't I figure it out?" This words, Qianqian, you look at your own clothes." Wang Qianqian looked at the clothes she was wearing, and almost instantly, her pretty face had scalded to the root of her ears. Earlier, in the online study, in order to provide Yang Lin with emotional value, she had deliberately gone to buy a maid outfit that was on the erotic side. To say that it was revealing, that wasn't so much. There was definitely no situation where, at a glance, an outsider's sight took advantage of the situation. Can only say that this clothes as a whole look very astringent, very open, very bold. Wang Qianqian simply did not expect, this killed the abyssal leader only a few minutes, actually was directly teleported out. She is to forget the clothes this matter right. But even if she remembers, this time is also too hasty, simply too late to change. As for now, that was even more impossible. Because the principal and students in the hall, including the two deacons, after seeing the general screen showing that the two had killed the abyssal leader again, one by one, all of them came to this side of the teleportation array. Even if the number wasn't large, it still added up to more than 20. At this moment, it was as if the music had suddenly been pressed pause, and the atmosphere in the arena was a little too quiet. But in an instant, it suddenly boiled over. The students who came this way, the boys looked at Yang Lin with a face of envy. Unexpected, this brother Yang is too fluffy, actually tuned the girls following him so well. Look at this, the erotic maid's outfit is all over the place. For the girls, don't look at the contempt in most of their eyes. But in the deepest part, in fact, it is still jealousy mostly. Just because Wang Chanxian weather face or body conditions, before wearing plain is not overly obvious. But now, such as the face, such as the front of the body, such as the small waist, such as the long legs, this series of hardware conditions really led to their inner madness. As for asking the 4 principals how they reacted, the 3 principals other than the 3 high school principals, one by one, looked at Zhang Yanghui with a grin. Old Zhang, is this how you educate your own students? This dress up at a young age, those who know understand that they went to a copy, those who don't still think they went to a hotel. Degrading, you 3 high schools, simply degrading. Zhang Yanghui was also quite speechless now. If he had known that Yang Lin liked this tone, he should have advised him properly. Usually it doesn't matter how you like your little girlfriend around you, but in public, can't you pay a little attention to your image? Egu, this scene is also too raw grass. And the face of the crowd's talk and pointing. Wang Chanxian immediately panicked. But she was not expecting, just at this time, a strong warm big hand suddenly held her small hand. Brother Yang. I'm to blame for this, I didn't remind you to change your clothes earlier. But Chanxian, you look pretty good in this outfit, I like it a lot. Brother Yang, aren't you purposely comforting me? Yang Lin smiled, it's not like we came out of the replica naked, so what are we afraid of? Other girls want to wear it, they don't have that condition yet. Being praised in such a way, Wang Chanxian instantly became much more confident. Although the occasion was indeed wrong to wear a very bold maid outfit, but with people around her saying so, her nervousness had already gone 70%. And when she looked at Yang Lin again, her eyes were filled with more tenderness. Yang Lin's words were not ambiguous either, and at this moment, he saw that Principal Zhang Yanghui was in the crowd. He fell to holding Wang Chanxian's hand and walked to Zhang Yanghui in large strides. Headmaster, Chanshan and I have passed the special trial copy perfectly, fortunately. Yang Lin's voice was loud, so loud that everyone in the room could hear it. It was only in this instant that most of them snapped back to their senses. Right, they had come over to see the 2 divine beings who had passed the abyss difficulty. This just now, how come they still cared about other people's clothing? Not to mention that people were only wearing sexy clothes, even if they were even more fancy, it seemed like it wasn't their turn to say anything about it. Principal Zhang Yanghui has adjusted his mind. Look at him, that was nodding repeatedly. Yang Lin, Wang Chanxian, you guys are very good, this is a fierce fight for our school. Principal, it's not that exaggerated. Yang Lin, this is not exaggerated at all. Earlier, when you and Wang Chanxian went to challenge the abyssal leader, I was sweating for you. Seeing you kill the abyssal leader and return safely, my heart can finally be completely put down. Principal Zhang Yanghui had only finished speaking when a voice suddenly came from the back. Yang Lin, wait and come to the Security Defense Department of the General Affairs Division, I have something to say to you. A sentence fell and the entire room fell silent, no one dared to clamor a bit at all at this moment. Yang Lin followed the source of the voice and saw a woman with a cool demeanor. He knew that this woman was one of the 2 deacons from the Greedy Wolf Guild who had come down to record recruitment this time, named Sun Yinji. Seeing that Sun Yinji had gone to the General Affairs Division's Security and Defense Department office first, Yang Lin hurriedly asked Zhang Yanghui, Headmaster, do you know what she wants to find me for? How would I know what Deaconess Su means? It might be to praise you, after all, you and Wang Chanxian acted so brilliantly. Alright, then I'll go over there this time to take a look. Right, Yang Lin, when you go to see her later, make sure not to offend her. I've heard that this Deaconess Su is not simple, she seems to be related to the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild. Don't worry, Principal, I'll get myself into trouble if I have nothing to do, and it's delaying my future. At that moment, Yang Lin chatted with the principal for a few moments before proceeding to give a greeting to Wang Chanxian, asking this girl to wait for herself here for the time being. Then, with much confusion, he headed to the General Affairs Division Security and Defense Department to meet with Sun Yinji. Chapter 30, I Refuse. In theory, wouldn't it be fine for one to wait for the Greedy Wolf Guild's acceptance notice now? Sun Yinji wanted to talk alone, what did she intend to say to herself? With this confusion in mind, Yang Lin arrived at the General Affairs Division's Security Defense Office.
The room was now quiet, except for Sun Yinji, there was no one else. This woman, her complexion was especially cold, and her stunningly beautiful face was as if it was covered with a layer of white frost. Her eyes were equally beautiful, but if you looked into them, you would realize that the depths of those eyes rejected the sense of detachment. Seeing Yang Lin coming over, she pointed to the chair next to her, signaling Yang Lin to sit down and say, "Lord Deacon, what exactly are you looking for me for?" "Well said, it's actually for your career. I want to help you make a plan, that's why I'm looking for you to talk privately." Sun Yanji's aura was very strong, the entire space seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, which made Yang Lin's entire being in this room not much comfortable. After trying his best to calm himself, Yang Lin said, "It turns out that Lord Deacon is going to help me with career planning." "I just don't know, Lord Deacon, how exactly do you plan?" "Actually, it's also very simple. That day Zhang Yanghui came over to me and told me the general situation of your career panel. So for the past 2 days, I've been pondering over the idea of treating you as an auxiliary for full-time training." "Dedicated auxiliary?" Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Sun Yinji's side continued, "As long as you agree, then after arriving at the Greedy Wolf Guild's headquarters in Cloud City, I'll specially find a group of people to take turns bringing you upgrades. As much as possible, with the fastest speed possible, I will bring your level up. As for your family, you don't have to worry at all, the guild side will definitely give generous subsidies, allowing them to enjoy all sorts of superior conditions and resources." "Yang Lin, would you be willing to do that?" It turned out that Sun Yinji had planned it this way. Her proposal, at first glance, was really not generally enticing. If it were an ordinary student, hearing that there was someone to bring them after going to the Greedy Wolf Guild, that they could upgrade quickly, and that their family members could enjoy a great subsidy, perhaps, immediately agreed. But after Yang Lin thought about it, he would never agree to this proposal. In this world, levels were important, and if any professional wanted to be powerful, their level definitely needed to be raised. However, a hard leveling up is not very useful. If a profession wanted to be truly powerful, it was necessary to fully explore the potential of the 3 major aspects of the profession's skills, natural abilities, and vocational phrases. But reality is not the same as a game. When the level reaches a certain point, it may automatically realize some of the skills, talents, and words. But comprehensively speaking, this automatic comprehension only accounts for at most 30% of a career. The rest of the 70% must rely on personal understanding of their own careers, perception, actual combat, and even luck, all aspects of the convergence together by chance. As Sun Yinji said, if he really agreed to her proposal, then when he arrived at the Greedy Wolf Guild in the future, he would completely lose his autonomy. At that time, being led by a group of specialized people to upgrade, under the premise of fast upgrading, one still has a load of understanding, perception, opportunity, etc. If experts could be created by only mentioning levels, then the entire alliance would have long been as strong as dogs everywhere by now. Therefore, Yang Lin now looked at Sun Yinji with resolute eyes and slowly opened his mouth. "Lord Deacon, I don't agree with your proposal." Sun Yinji frowned. "Why?" "My occupation is named Domain Demon Suppressor. By suppressing demons, that naturally means suppressing and subduing, which is obviously fundamentally different from some professions that favor aids. So what, your damage cap is too low. Now that the level is low, you can still make a mark within the copy, but what about raising this level another 10, 20 levels, by then will you still be able to clear those demons? Lord Deacon, if you underestimated my potential earlier, I won't argue with you. But just now after killing the Abyssal Leader Swamp Emissary, my professional instincts told me that I have strong potential, and that I will definitely have a great future." "Yang Lin, are you that confident?" "Lord Deacon, I'm only level 7 now. How do you know that I can't subsequently raise my fixed injury through talent and occupational phrases? Therefore, I will never agree to become a full-time auxiliary, because that would be the same as annihilating 70% of the possibilities of my growth." Being rebuffed in such a manner, Sun Yinji was not annoyed. However, her complexion was still clear and cold, making it impossible to see what exactly she was thinking. After a period of time had passed, Sun Yinji lightly opened her vermilion lips. "Then what if, I firmly want you to become a full-time auxiliary?" Hearing this, Yang Lin's heart was a little tight. This woman won't come for real, right? Thinking about his own profession, because of the chance he gained by passing the special transfer trial copy, there would be a new second talent and third mythic word waiting for him when he reached level 10. Because of this, Yang Lin knew that his hidden profession was by no means simple. Even Yang Lin guessed, based on the second talent he was about to obtain as well as the third mythological phrase, that he was afraid that his profession might be a bug.
So now to run over to be some kind of full-time auxiliary, isn't this a joke? Thinking about this, Yang Lin said back, Lord Deacon, if you must force it, then I can also refuse to be recruited by the greedy wolf guild.
Su Nianji was exasperated and laughed in her heart. This boy in front of her seemed to have quite a backbone. She had looked for Yang Lin to come over purely for career planning. If Yang Lin didn't take the path of a full-time auxiliary no matter what, with her status and position, she wouldn't be so strong as to force her hand. However, now that she had even said the words refusing to be recruited by the guild as a deacon, she was still somewhat uncomfortable in her heart. Yang Lin, is there a possibility that if you refuse the greedy wolf guild's recruitment, it will be difficult for you to go to another guild as well? Under the alliance, there are 3 divisions, 8 dukes and 12 gates, 23 forces occupying all the resources of the world, and greedy wolf is one of them. If it's not an alliance connection, then you're equivalent to rejecting a country and all the resources in your life. There doesn't seem to be any enmity between me and Lord Deacon, right? It's not so bad as to threaten me like that, right? Of course there's no enmity between us, and I'm not so bad as to cross the line with you, a professional who hasn't been awakened for long. It's just that I, as the greedy wolf guild's entry recruiter this time, want to give you some advice as much as possible. Yang Lin sighed in relief. I don't want to take the path of a full-time auxiliary. I think I have a lot of potential. Really, are you really that confident? If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have risked going to an abyssal difficulty trial copy. This was a good point. Su Nianji nodded slightly. Originally, I did want you to be a full-time auxiliary, and even drafted an outline of a plan for you. As well as, also applying for many preferential treatments for your family. But since you insisted on rejecting my proposal, forget it. Then, Lord Deacon, am I free to go? There are people waiting for me outside. Hearing Yang Lin say that there were people waiting for him, Su Nianji unconsciously thought of that Wang Qianqian who was wearing an erotic maid outfit. This guy. There's really nothing else, but Yang Lin, I'll remind you one last thing. You can refuse my offer, but later on, if you find out that your career doesn't have the potential you imagined for yourself. At that time, if you beg me, you won't have this opportunity today. Don't worry, Lord Deacon, I believe in the potential of my profession as well as my own. In time, not only will I make a difference in the guild, but I will also make a difference in the alliance. Really, then I'll have to wait and see. Chapter 31: The Man Who Makes Sisters Grieve. Not long after Yang Lin left the office on the front foot, another person walked in on the back foot. It was Su Guan, who was also a deacon. Nianji, am I right that Yang Lin won't agree to your proposal? Su Guan, you seem happy about this matter? No, I'm just quite happy to see you somewhat defeated. Who in the greedy wolf guild doesn't know the majesty of Miss Su, and now she can't handle a rookie professional who hasn't been awakened for long? Just thinking about it gives me an inexplicable sour feeling. Su Nianji snorted coldly, and the temperature of the entire room plummeted by 12 degrees. Su Guan, do you want to die last time? Don't be impulsive, I was just casually joking around. It's not as if you're going to sword fight me, right? I don't want to hear you speak out of turn again. Yes, Su Guan said after taking a seat next to him with some laziness. I heard all of your conversation just now from next door. I think that Yang Lin he might really have potential that we didn't expect. How do you mean this? When he spoke, he clearly had something to rely on. And this reliance is beyond what an ordinary professional would expect from their future career prospects. From this, it makes me think of a great possibility. You're trying to say that he gained a new ability or something like that in this abyssal difficulty trial copy, right? Nianji, so that's what you guessed. Because he was too confident, and he was also very dry when he rejected me, that kind of attitude, not giving himself any leeway at all. That's why I also instinctively thought that he might have gained some kind of opportunity or new ability in the previous copy. The probability is like that, so well, if it's such a rare hidden profession, I wonder if our Miss Su is interested in paying more attention to it? Su Nianji thought for a moment. After that, she said, help me submit the new instructor's information, then I want to personally look at the Li mountainside. How much potential does he have for this hidden profession? Okay, no problem. On Yang Lin's side, after leaving the office, he met up with Wang Qianqian who had been waiting for a long time. Brother Yang, what is the deacon looking for you to say? It won't be that he's backtracking on our recruitment, right? Don't worry, there's no backtracking, just looking for me to talk about my future career plans, small matter. Wang Qianqian sighed in relief, scared me to death, I thought I couldn't go to Greedy Wolf Guild. Definitely can go, let's go together at that time. Good.
Wang Qianqian just finished answering. Yang Lin suddenly thought of something and said, I almost forgot that we also got a batch of materials in the copy earlier. Yes, Brother Yang, do you want to deal with it now? Of course, it's not useful to keep it in your hands, so you might as well realize it earlier. Wang Qianqian thought that Yang Lin would sell it off in the neighboring market or online, which thought that Yang Lin directly pulled her to the miscellaneous window in the most corner of the office hall. This side of the hall still collects materials? Collect these you do not know? Wang Qianqian was a little ashamed. Brother Yang, I really don't know about these. Yang Lin explained to Wang Qianqian. Compared to having to haggle in the market, or waiting online to throw away the order, the miscellaneous section on this side of the hall is much quicker. Only the price of this, it will be cheaper by a hair. Then wouldn't selling to the miscellaneous section be a loss? It's a loss, but it's quick to realize. And generally speaking, this is a formalized way, so you don't have to worry about being fooled over here. Although people are also doing business, they are in the General Affairs Division, they are still concerned about credibility and face. While talking, the two had already arrived at the miscellaneous affairs window and started to go through the formalities. And when Yang Lin took out a bunch of materials from the occupation space, the counter lady's eyes lit up. Another halo stone, another malachite, these were all bestsellers in the market. According to Yang Lin's estimation, his materials could be sold for 7W. However, because he wanted to realize it quickly and still get a guarantee, after a short negotiation, it was sold at a perfect price of 6Ws. In particular, after hearing Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian talk, the counter lady learned that these materials were obtained in a copy. The way she looked at Yang Lin became envious and ambiguous. What did it mean that people were more angry than others? How much money do you get for working hard here for a month? But when people go to a copy once, they easily get a few W in their hands, it's not comparable at all. Moreover, this also shows that the man selling materials is not simple. At such a young age, he had the strength to obtain precious materials in the replica. What kind of potential was there for him? If it wasn't for the fact that the girl beside the man was so watery looking that the counter lady felt ashamed of herself, she would have gathered the courage to ask Yang Lin for a private message. On Yang Lin's side, when the 6W's incoming message rang out, he was also quite energized. Let's just say it's still necessary to be a professional. If it's an ordinary person, how is it possible to complete the primitive accumulation of growth in the shortest possible time? However, he didn't swallow the money alone, and asked Wang Qianqian for the bank account number after he entered the account. Upon hearing that Yang Lin also wanted to share half of it with himself, Wang Qianqian immediately became anxious. Brother Yang, I can't have it, you gave me all the trinkets, I already don't know how to thank you. Qianqian, you still don't understand. In the future we are the ones who are going to go to the copy to earn big money, just this some small money, don't excuse yourself with me. What Yang Lin said was sincere. Ever since he knew that his career potential was incomparable, he had already refocused on his bright future. With this money in front of him, at most, it would only slightly improve his life. But what he was going to earn in the future was definitely going to be much, much more. Not to mention that Wang Qianqian had indicated that she wanted to follow her, so to her own people, how could Yang Lin be stingy? Wang Qianqian couldn't argue and finally had to accept it. But also at this time, Wang Qianqian inadvertently looked at Yang Lin's cell phone. She found the standby page Su Meng's photo. Looking at Su Meng's rather bold photo, she couldn't help but ask out. Brother Yang, is Su Meng your girlfriend? This matter, Yang Lin didn't hide it. We're childhood friends who live across the street and grew up together on good terms, so we made her photo a standby page. Then can I have Yang's photo? I also want to make the standby page. The girl had said so, how could Yang Lin not fulfill it a bit? When he was out of the hall, Yang Lin fell to take Wang Qianqian's slender waist and used the girl's cell phone to take 2 intimate pictures. After that, he heard Yang Lin say, Qianqian, can't you just have my picture, you have to send me 2 too, right? Got it, Brother Yang, I'll send it to you when it's night. Why wait until night? Wang Qianqian had a blush on her face, mainly thinking about Yang Lin's cell phone, Su Meng's bold photos. I don't have any suitable ones right now, I'll take a few and send them to Brother Yang when it's night. Good, then I'll look forward to it. When they were out of the door of the General Affairs Division, Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian parted ways. Today, the trial copy passed, and he also got many benefits and a sum of money. Now back home, it's time to be a son and give mom and dad a surprise. Just when Yang Lin was ready to go home, there was a fragrant breeze between his nose around him. Turning around, he saw Su Meng, his childhood friend's great beauty, looking at himself with a grudging face. Chapter 32, What? Still so tested? Meng, why haven't you gone home yet? No, isn't this watching you and Wang Chanshan show their love?
Yang Lin awkwardly said, look at this, we are a pure male and female relationship.
Yes, the erotic maid outfit is on, taking a picture and hugging together, what a good pure male-female relationship.
Seeing Su Meng talking back with an appearance of wanting to kick herself,
Yang Lin suddenly thought of something at this time. Meng, you won't be jealous, right? Could it be that you are interested in me? If the girl in front of him was someone else, Yang Lin definitely wouldn't ask this.
But since it was a childhood friend for more than 10 years, last time Su Meng was like this time she was still like this, and she also sent herself home photos, then Yang Lin had no qualms about asking.
As for Su Meng, although her pretty face appeared red, she used a look of idiocy to say, I'm just curious to ask, you actually think so? Yang Lin, I can kind of see that you have quite a lot of fancy thoughts, can't it be that you're still thinking about what's in the pot when you're eating from the bowl? No? This topic has come and gone, how did it come back to me? Well, I know that it's pointless to talk like this. So on their way home, Yang Lin simply said seriously, Shanshan is indeed quite good.
Previously, although it was just an accidental team, but all the way down to get along with the feeling is quite good. Especially since the Abyss difficulty trial went down, the two of us are also considered to be teammates who truly live and die together.
I know, isn't it okay for me to know that you two have deep feelings?
Su Meng said with some muttering, then still concerned, Abyss difficulty is hard, you didn't get hurt in the trial copy, right?
No, what about you, Dream?
I don't even look at the nightmare difficulty, let alone the difficulty during the trial. But I'm still a bit surprised that you and Wang Chanshan are quite powerful, actually taking down the Abyss difficulty with ease.
It's average.
Where is average? When the novice copy was there, everyone said that you gave up on guild recruitment, causing me to feel sorry for you for a long time. As a result, who would have thought that you would even be able to pass the Abyss difficulty trial now?
So now I'm wondering, Yang Lin, has your hidden profession completely awakened? Pretty much, I feel that my hidden occupation has great promise. That's really congratulations.
Yang Lin suddenly thought of something at this time and hurriedly said, Meng, I suddenly have a proposal.
I also agreed with Chanshan earlier that we would still act together in a team after the guild recorded recruitment.
Why don't you also join in, and we'll form a regular squad in the future?
A sweet smile appeared on Su Meng's delicate face. Yang Lin, are you serious? Is it really sincere to invite me? Meng, what kind of relationship do we have, how can I joke around?
You're strong, Chanshan and I are also strong, we're strong together, thus subsequently how shall we not make a name for the squad?
That's good, I agree to join, but there is a condition. What condition?
You a male, I and Wang Chanshan two girls, you are not allowed to take the wrong medicine to mess with love.
Cough. Hearing Su Meng's words with some teasing, Yang Lin almost didn't choke on his own saliva. What is this all about? It should be said, what kind of existence is he in the eyes of this childhood friend of more than 10 years in front of him? But no matter what, after inviting his childhood friend to join the team, on the way home, the atmosphere of chatting between the two was much more pleasant. And a relationship as cozy as the current one had to go back a long time. Although the two had even bathed and slept in the same bed together when they were young, when they grew up, that was really close to being estranged. In addition, because the two were living across the street from each other, so when Su Meng arrived home, then Yang Lin naturally arrived home as well. At this time, Yang Lin definitely wanted to give his dad and mom a surprise. When he entered the house, it was still the familiar lively family scene. Old Yang, what are you still standing there for? Can't you see that our family's asshole is back? Hurry up and go to the kitchen to serve dinner. Okay.
Not much time, a table of sumptuous meals was set in front of the eyes.
Yang Lin said with excitement, Mom and Dad, I have good news for you. No need to say it, Dad. Yangji waved his hand. The principal called early and said that you passed the trial, and 2 days later, the people from Greedy Wolf Guild will take you to the Li mountainside for intensive training. Ah? So you guys already knew?
Mom Zhangyu laughed, such a big thing, even if the principal didn't notify, your dad and I would have made a point of inquiring about it. I heard that trial is hard, several times harder than any novice copy, your dad and I have been worried for a day. Yang Lin hemmed and hawed and laughed, difficult indeed a little bit, but you guys don't look at what kind of person your own son is, the district trial is just a trial, it's not worth mentioning. Speaking at the same time, Yang Lin also handily transferred the money from selling materials in his hand to his mom, Zhang Yu.
This is?
Mom, this is the money I obtained from the materials in the trial today and went to the miscellaneous section to realize the money after I came out.
So much? It's not much. When my career grows a bit in the future, I'll definitely be able to earn more and more. At that time, Mom and Dad, you guys just follow me to have a good retirement on the line. Dad Yang Ji and Mom Zhang Yu is full of relief. But then, Mom Zhang Yu eyes still showed a few points of worry. Mixed kid, although you say lightly, but Mom is still worried. I see that the news and the network reported every day, which copy died, which spirit realm extinguished the team, you go to be a professional, or let Mom rest assured. Mom, don't worry, your son is really strong. Good, strong good, but... Mom Zhang Yu said halfway through her sentence, hesitated for a while, and then finished her sentence. Remember what your dad said to you earlier? What? Yang Lin looked at his mom and then looked at his dad. Dad Yangji spread his hands and said, it's not the same thing he said last time about finding you a girl to marry. Huh? Yang Lin cried and laughed as he looked at his mom. Mom, you were talking about my dad last time, why are you bringing it up now instead? I'm not worried about you? Mom said, her complexion was much more grave. I'll ask you, asshole, if there is a very rich and beautiful girl who wants you to start, and guarantees to treat you well in the future, so that you won't suffer a bit of aggravation and have a worry-free life. Would you still choose to be a professional? Here it comes. Last time it was Dad who tested himself, this time it was Mom who tested herself for the second time. Listen to Mom's conditions. The other party is rich, the other party is beautiful, and after the initiation, she's still good to herself, and the rest of her life is worry-free. Under the sky, how can there be such a cheap thing? They are not gold encrusted, and since they are excellent in all aspects, do they need to let themselves be initiated? Yang Lin guessed in his heart. Mom and Dad just want to see if their choice of the future is firm. Otherwise, as to so painstakingly carry out the second test? Or that, on their own this family conditions, want to eat soft rice also do not have that doorway So for this second test, Yang Lin once again corrected his demeanor. Mom and Dad, you guys are really underestimating your son. A great man is born between heaven and earth. Dad waved his hand, don't bull, the opportunity is in front of you, just say yes or no, right? I have full confidence in my profession, in time, how can I not be famous in the world? Therefore, I will firmly establish myself on the path of a professional, forget about such things as joining a family to enjoy happiness. Good, since you are so determined, then in the future, Mom and your dad will no longer mention this matter, everything will be as you wish. Oh. The meal was finished happily. After eating, Yang Lin went to the washroom to take a bath. Looking at his back, Dad Yangji said to Mom Zhang Yu, looks like our kid is really determined to break into the world on his own. Yes, I didn't expect our boy to be so successful. At level 7, he was able to bring a girl who was also level 7, and hard past the abyss difficulty trial. Mom, this kid is really something. In the future, he might really be able to break into a new world in the Alliance by himself. Well. Mom, why are you still wiping your tears, is it too much? How not to, son has good fortune, I as a mom happy a little how. Okay, but don't let our child see it. It's not decent to cry when you're so old. Wait a minute, Lao Yang, who did you say was so old? Huh? What? You think I'm old and unattractive, don't you? Don't go into the bedroom tonight, sleep outside on the sofa. No, daughter-in-law, why are you here again? Chapter 33 Bamboozled and Heavenly Descent. On Yang Lin's side, after taking a shower, he went back to his room and laid down beautifully on his bed. Idly he intended to browse the internet by hand. But this light up the cell phone screen first look, immediately saw the standby page Su Meng's home photo. Delicate face, taut and chiseled body, all highlighting the youthful restlessness and vitality. Worthy of being his childhood friend. It's so foul now, what's more in 2 or 3 years? Speaking of this childhood friend, Su Meng is quite lively. Coupled with her good looks, good body and good talent, in the past 2 years, she has been confessed to by a lot of boys. But in the end, they were all rejected by her without any surprise. It was also because her popularity was really too high, so invariably it always felt like the distance between the two was getting farther and farther. But how could one think that just in these few days of effort, the relationship had actually pulled back? Just when Yang Lin was thinking about this, suddenly there was an incoming call on his cell phone. A look at the display, actually still Su Meng. At this point in time, looking for himself for something? With confusion, Yang Lin answered the call. Meng, what are you looking for me for? What do you mean, I can't call you if there's nothing? Luckily we're still in a relationship of more than 10 years. That's not true, I'm just curious to ask casually, is it really nothing? Well, I wanted to go to bed, but I couldn't sleep, so I dialed you in passing. Meng, it seems I'm quite important to you. Speaking of which, I had expected this childhood friend of mine to say something like, come on, or what a thick skin. I didn't expect her to reply back some time later, of course I'm important, but it's hard to say whether I'm important in some people's hearts or not. This. Yang Lin almost didn't react for a moment. You yourself said that we've known each other for more than 10 years, can it not be important? This is still. Almost, well, the time difference is not early, I want to rest early, so I won't talk to you. Good, have a beautiful dream. Hanging up the phone, Yang Lin scared in his heart. This childhood friend of his suddenly came to the phone while he was sleeping at night, and this tone of voice was actually quite tender. Although it was just an ordinary phone call, but the relationship between the two people sure is really pulled back. After thinking about Su Meng, a childhood sweetheart, lying in bed, Yang Lin thought about his career. The current goals and plans were clear. 2 days later, he was going to follow the people from the Greedy Wolf Guild to Li Mountain in the Cloud City area for intensive training. In order to not let that woman Su Nianji completely define herself as an auxiliary and thus train exclusively, he had to make achievements during this period. And both mentioned Su Nianji. Yang Lin also had to say that that woman was indeed beautiful, and definitely described as an extreme beauty. Only a pity is that it is too cold, the aura is too powerful. At that time, when he talked to her in the office, the woman's oppressive feeling simply suffocated himself. It is hard to imagine Su Nianji this kind of woman if she is conquered. She even begged for forgiveness will be what kind of moving light. The topic seems to be far away, return to the topic. If you want to achieve results, you should naturally say that your own potential. Because previously passed the transfer trial copy chance to obtain the opportunity. At level 10, one could obtain a third career skill and a second natural ability. When he was level 15, he would also obtain the third mythic level vocational phrase. And this, without a doubt, was considered to be 2 nodes, and at that time, one's profession would definitely be further or super further carried out. This future, wasn't it waiting for one to just go and build it? Very good, it would be great if I could hurry up to level 10 and 15. Yang Lin at this moment, he was too eager to know what kind of heavenly surprises the new skills, talents, and words could bring him. The heart was looking forward to it. A series of message prompts from his cell phone interrupted his thoughts. What the hell? A message is a message, but it's a series of messages? Until Yang Lin clicked on the received information, immediately, he was shocked. It was also at this moment that he remembered something. When he parted ways with Wang Qianqian over at the General Affairs Division today, Wang Qianqian had promised him that he would send over some photos at night as an exchange for the photos left during the day. Now, the photos were received, but Yang Lin had only looked at a few of them, and his old face was already slightly burning. How to say it, instead of saying that the photos Qianqian sent over were photos, they should actually be called bikini portraits for a change. The impact that these photos brought to Yang Lin was no less than earlier in the Abyssal Difficulty copy trial. Wang Qianqian changed into a maid outfit that was on the erotic side and suddenly stood in front of him. Really and truly, let Yang Lin understand what is called chaotic flowers gradually fascinating eyes. Yang Lin now, in fact, he is still a little crying and laughing. At least is also born into the death of teammates, for this girl's temperament, Yang Lin must still understand some. Qianqian usually absolutely will not shoot these things, is definitely afraid that he is not satisfied with her photos, so he went this way. Although she is very beautiful, at first glance the photos taken are really like that. But look closely and it is not difficult to see that every photo is imitating those net stars argued out of the shape. Look, action, demeanor, traces of imitation is too serious, maybe too shy reason, many places are not smooth and natural. But even so, the girl's heart Yang Lin certainly received. In this regard, Yang Lin was planning to reply to the message, saying that he had received the photo and that it was very nice and so on. Which thought the words had not finished typing, Wang Qianqian's phone came directly. Just after connecting, Wang Qianqian's nervous words came from the opposite side. Brother Yang, did you receive the photo I sent over? Received it, it's very nice, I was saying to give you a message back, I didn't expect you to call directly over. Really? Brother Yang, you're not comforting me, right? For the aspect of taking pictures, I'm not very good at it. Qianqian, trust me, it's really pretty. Phew. On the opposite side of the phone, Wang Qianqian sighed in relief, then I'm relieved, I was afraid that Brother Yang wouldn't like it. Yang Lin, he definitely couldn't have imagined that the reason why Wang Chanxian endured her shyness and became bold was still attributed to the website where this girl posted for help last time. Just because of one sentence of emotional value, she went and bought a maid outfit to show Yang Lin. Now after making another post, it was continued by countless enthusiastic netizens who continued to come up with suggestions, and in the end, the bargains were sent to Yang Lin. And according to the suggestions of the enthusiastic netizens, this is obviously not over. Listening to Wang Chanxian on the opposite side of the communication, she said, "Brother Yang, tomorrow, are you free tomorrow?" "Yes." "Then can I go out for a shopping excursion with Brother Yang? Also, my mom said that you are my nobleman. If you can you stop by my house again for a casual dinner?" As a man, Yang Lin was now very comfortable in his heart. "It's okay, then tomorrow we'll go out for a walk together." "Well, then it's settled, I'll call Brother Yang tomorrow morning." The matter was settled like this. When he hung up the phone and then looked at the photo on his cell phone, Yang Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As I said earlier, this girl's character is easily addictive to men. This future teaming up to act together, one is blessed. Chapter 34 Skylight. Early the next morning, Yang Lin carefully picked up his appearance. He then said that he would go out and meet up with Wang Chanxian to go out for a walk. Who would have thought that Su Meng's phone call had called again? "Yang Lin, there's nothing to do at home anyway, how about going out shopping together?" "Huh? Are you suddenly so whimsical? Why don't we do it tomorrow?" "Why does it have to be tomorrow, can't we do it today?" "Anyway, it's settled, you wait for me to tidy up, I'll knock on your door later." Not giving Yang Lin a chance to refuse at all, Su Meng's side had already hung up the phone. At this, Yang Lin was quite speechless. Originally said that yesterday because of Wang Chanxian things to get a night without sleep, today encountered Wang Chanxian, how not to borrow a girl's soft long legs knee pillow to make up for it. Now well, all fizzled out. See, good thing cannot engage, Yang Lin liver pain, he suddenly thought of a problem. Yesterday, he invited his childhood friend Su Meng to join the team. Today, since it cannot be avoided, then and Wang Chanxian together, just to put the team thing publicly. After a period of time, when Su Meng appeared in front of him, Yang Lin's eyes couldn't even think of not lighting up. I can only say that it is worthy of being the object of confession that countless boys dream of. Today's Su Meng purposely tied a high ponytail, and with her tight top, she was vibrant and full of vigor. Her figure was already absolutely marvelous, and her waist was even slimmer than a handful, coupled with the just right arc outlined with her firm buttocks. This is absolutely, everywhere you go is the center of attention. How is it? Not bad, right? Su Meng was quite confident in her own appearance, and indeed, it was. Yang Lin replied back, "It's indeed quite good, Meng, let me tell you, I actually want to go see Qian Qian today, I already have an appointment with her." Su Meng couldn't help but quench a bite. "No wonder you excused me on the phone just now and said tomorrow. Dare I say you're in a hurry to go pick up a girl today? In order to pick up a girl, you don't even care about your childhood friend of more than 10 years. Don't ever say that. Isn't it possible to meet up with Chanxian together now? It's just right, when the time comes, the three of us can talk about teaming up." Su Meng thought about it and said, "It's not impossible, so let's go there together. It's also lest I'm not there and you do something excessive to someone else's girl." Oh come on, dare I say that Su Meng was following him just to supervise his own behavior. Although it is a pity that this situation can't enjoy Chanxian's gentleness, but since we are talking about teaming up, it is really necessary for the three of them to meet and get to know each other. After that, it was time to contact Wang Chanxian. When on the phone she heard that Su Meng was also going to follow along with her, she was still slightly nervous. "Brother Yang, Sister Meng, will she not hate me?" "Don't worry about this point, Meng is very easy to get along with, it just so happens that there are important things the three of us need to discuss together later." Things were settled like this, then Yang Lin and Su Meng traveled to the neighboring Hongbird Street to meet with Wang Chanxian who was waiting there. Today's Wang Chanxian was similarly well dressed. When Yang Lin saw her, this sister stood in the promised gazebo like a delicate painting. Her long hair was like a waterfall and her eyebrows were like a crescent moon. She was different from Su Meng's youthful vivacity, the whole person in a dress was like a bright moon, bright and gentle. Looking at her like this, Su Meng couldn't help but pout her little mouth and open her mouth to Yang Lin. "I kind of understand, no wonder you don't have the slightest resistance to her, I look at her with pity." "Don't talk nonsense, Chanxian and I, that's a pure male-female relationship. Get lost you, don't think I don't know what you think, big tail wolf, pretending quite like." When Yang Lin cried out unjustly, Su Meng had already taken the initiative to go up and pull up Wang Chanxian's hand. Only a moment's effort, the two are called sisters, that get along, is not the general harmony. I didn't expect you two to get along quite well. Both of us are girls, what's not getting along well? On the contrary, it's you. Don't you think that being sandwiched between us two girls is a bit of an eyesore? How about I leave? Don't come. Although the two girls got along well, in the subsequent action, Yang Lin still walked in the middle of the two girls. And looking at the behavior of the two sisters, they were both quite happy to do so. Listening to Wang Qianqian, she said, I thought at first that Sister Meng was quite difficult to get along with and was a bit nervous, but after talking, I was completely relieved. Su Meng said on the other side, Qianqian, you're saying this as if I'm like the devil. If I really want to say demon, it's still this guy Yang Lin. Ha! Brother Yang is very nice. Yang Lin concurred, Qianqian is right, I'm a good man. Su Meng couldn't help but want to kick Yang Lin. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. For a girl as simple as Qianqian, if I don't help her guard against it, sooner or later, you'll be eaten up by you. Playfulness to playfulness, today are out of the house, definitely want to walk around properly. For example, playgrounds, shopping centers, parks, snack streets, can go to all the places to go to the leisurely shake. Because Su Meng and Wang Qianqian two girls' face value is really too high, inevitably, Yang Lin this way no less envious and jealous. But Yang Lin does not care, their own cool is really cool, care about what others do. Also during this period, the topic of the three unconsciously chatted to the main thing to say. What is it? Definitely is to form a team. Generally speaking, squads are composed of 5 people. A powerful squad could even make it to the Alliance's Hall of Fame, and then be admired by billions of people. Naturally, the name of the squad would also be famous along with the world. Right now, the 3 of them were going to form a squad, and the first step was definitely to get to know each other's strengths. Yang Lin's okay to say, his occupation is again restricted and weakened, Wang Qianqian has long seen not to mention. Su Meng after understanding, straight called out that there is no heavenly reason why a domain town magician can be perverted to that kind of point. As for Su Meng's magic puppeteer and Wang Qianqian's druid, the two of them had their professions in common in one way or another. One was summoning demonic idols, and the other was summoning living beings, which then resonated with their own blood qi, and subsequently exerted powerful strength. The only difference was that Su Meng's magic statues could fight in concert. As for Wang Qianqian's druid, the living spirit did not have an entity, so it was not realistic to want to fight in concert. However, compared to the statues, the spirits were diverse and ever-changing. So from a certain point of view, Wang Qianqian's druid might have a bigger ceiling than Su Meng if she could summon good spirits in the future. Because of the similarities in their professions, these two girls were quite opportunistic when they talked together. Above. After the 3 had a basic understanding of each other, the next step was definitely to give the squad a loud and racy name. Maybe one day they will mix well, and they will really be in the Hall of Fame. Just for the team this matter, no matter whether it is Su Meng or Wang Qianqian or, they resolutely do not express their opinions. You're the man, just decide this kind of thing yourself. I'm the same as Sister Meng, whatever name you come up with, Brother Yang, we all support it. Yang Lin couldn't push back and thought seriously for a long time. Such a thing as forming a team, looking at the entire alliance, which squad doesn't have an ideal yet? In my opinion, since we have decided to establish a squad, then again, in the future, we shall not stand at the top to stand above the world, to see the light of the sky at the highest place? So what shall we call our squad? Heavenly Light. How vulgar. Meng, where is it cheesy? It's very meaningful, right? If you don't believe me, ask Qianqian, it's really vulgar. Wang Qianqian's words, she covered her small mouth and laughed on the side, smiling like a flower. No, you guys get up yourselves, I got up, you two still laugh. All said you decide for yourself, I only said vulgar, and did not say disagree. In fact, Brother Yang, I think Skylight is quite good, in the future our squad will be called Skylight Squad. When the name of the squad, Heavenly Light, was finalized, the entire world's qi invisibly shook at this moment. The world, like a wheel, at this moment, as if infused with vitality, began to slowly turn. Chapter 35 This kind of man who attracts bees and butterflies. Time passed quickly, 2 days of rest, almost instantly. As at the moment, Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian 3 people have been in the new day, sat in the Yuehuan fly to Lishan within the small transport aircraft. And 3 people together with the other 2 students of Yuehuan, but not the school is not familiar, is also a greeting friendship. Originally, the Greedy Wolf Guild was to recruit 10 people, but the 2 deacons who came down were too high-minded, and in the end, only 5 people were recruited. And regarding the Greedy Wolf Guild's favorable treatment to the admitted students, the family members must also be one of them.
According to the meaning of the guild is that the students who were recruited first go away for 2 days to intensive training. Family members, after that, the guild will specially come down to make unified pickup arrangements, and bring them to Cloud City together. Shelter, work, and various subsidies, etc., do not have to worry about, everything is the responsibility of the guild. After saying this, Yang Lin said that the 3 of them will be going to Li Mountain.
Li Shan.
The Cloud City, where Greedy Wolf is headquartered, is within the management area. Because there is space leaking out of the contaminated energy enveloping the spirit realm. And the intensity of the demons is not too high, so the Greedy Wolf Guild simply built a base over there, specifically used to train the new recruits recorded each year. After finishing the above briefly, you have to ask Yang Lin what he felt right now. He was very excited right now. A few days ago, he was still worrying about his career, and was afraid that he couldn't let his mom and dad live a good life. But no matter what, he didn't expect, now not only to discover his own occupation is very potential, but also by one of the 8 guilds of the Greedy Wolf recorded recruitment. Now, mom and dad can finally follow themselves to enjoy a little bit of treatment is not bad. But at this time, Yang Lin does not know, his family is happening some things. It wasn't a big deal, but it was still worth talking about. In the morning, after sending his son to the airport, Dad Yang Ji and Mom Zhang Yu just returned to the home. At this time, Dad Yang Ji suddenly thought of something. In the home for a while after a fruitless search he asked, "Child, his mom, that box where you put it?" "What box?" "It's the brocade box of the 15 marriage letters I wrote for my son earlier, I remember, I casually threw it under the table at that time, how come I can't find it now?" "I don't know, but Lao Yang, why do you ask? Our kids don't use those anymore, are you still going to keep them as treasure?" "Mom, don't get me wrong, I just suddenly thought of this matter, and casually flipped through it to ask about it." "Really can't find it, then can't find it." Mom Zhang Yu thought for a moment and said, "The Greedy Wolf Guild has notified their families to pack up their belongings in the next few days and then go to Cloud City to settle down. I wasn't thinking of cleaning up, so I threw away all the things I thought were useless." "Perhaps I threw away that box." "Just throw it away, it can't be used anyway, it's just right to throw it away." The above is a small episode. Let's go back to Yang Lin's side. Yuechuan is still quite far from Lishan. Although the speed by airplane wasn't slow, it still hadn't arrived after a whole morning. According to the flight attendants, it might take another hour or 2. In the beginning, Yang Lin was sitting with Su Meng and Wang Qianshan, and the conversation was still quite exhilarating. But as time passed, Su Meng could no longer stand it. She said that she had played too crazy in the past 2 days and hadn't rested properly, then hugged Yang Lin's left arm and drifted off to sleep. Wang Qianshan saw Su Meng fall asleep. Probably thinking of something, she asked in embarrassment, "Brother Yang, when you went to my house yesterday, what exactly did my brother ask you then?" Speaking of yesterday, Yang Lin couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He was not expecting, yesterday went to Wang Qianshan's house said to have a casual meal, but in fact, Qianshan's mom simply regarded herself as a son-in-law. That's right, that mouthful of a small yang, not to mention how joyful. Not only to personally cook, and even also specially treat yourself, in the future to take good care of Qianshan. For these, Yang Lin definitely had to answer. Who could refuse such an addictive sister? Even if he didn't say anything else, just the identity of a teammate alone, he definitely wouldn't let Wang Qianshan suffer. As for the question Wang Qianshan was asking now, it is actually like this. At that time, Wang Qianshan's 9-year-old brother Wang Yang suddenly ran over and asked, "Brother, are you my sister's boyfriend?" Seeing that the little guy especially liked his own appearance, he was only afraid that the answer was not to disappoint the little guy. So, Yang Lin answered yes. At that time, Wang Qianshan happened to pass by. I just didn't expect that she would actually ask this question. In response, Yang Lin replied, "Qianshan, are you sure you didn't hear it? At that time we were so close, did you really not hear it?" No. No. No, you blush what? I can't believe it. Don't believe it even if you don't believe it, Wang Qianshan said so on her lips, but saw that Su Meng on the other side was hugging Yang Lin's arm and sleeping soundly. She then carefully said, "Brother Yang, I'm also a little sleepy." Yang Lin said with some favor, "That's just right, I'll lend you my arm on this side." At this instant, Wang Qianshan's eyes lit up. It didn't take long before she hugged Yang Lin's right arm and slept sweetly as well. Feeling the warm fragrance coming from his left and right sides, Yang Lin thought barring that, this was not bad.
But after only 2.5 minutes, a sudden sight made him involuntarily shiver. Only when he looked up did he realize that Su Nianji, who was following the plane together, actually passed by the side and even stopped in passing. "Lord Deacon, is there something you want? I think that it's best for you to think about what you're traveling to Li Mountain for." Being too obsessed with certain things will inevitably lead to self-destruction by playing with things. This. Without even waiting for Yang Lin to respond, Su Nianji had already walked through the corridor into the front cabin of the airplane door. Looking at Su Nianji's back, Yang Lin was speechless. This woman, with her cool and lofty look, really makes people a little upset. What does it mean to play with things? What does it mean to self-destruct? What one should do, no one is clearer than oneself. On the contrary, Su Nianji sighed. She had just arrived at the front cabin when she saw Su Guan leaning against the cabin door. Listening to Su Guan said, "Nianji, see, you look quite bad. Met something troublesome?" "That's not true. I just saw that Yang Lin indulging in male love and was afraid that he would lose himself. Also worried that he would ruin the future of those two girls." Su Guan spread his hands and laughed. "I see you, you're still thinking too much. I know that you hope that the Greedy Wolf Guild will be able to cultivate more exceptional talents and stabilize the front line soon. But you also have to know, isn't it normal for a man with strength to attract the likes of girls? So what, just let them develop like that and don't care. Nianji, they are all adults, what they do is clear in their hearts. The future, also in their own hands, we are just outsiders, meddle in these what to do. In addition, I heard that Nianji, the president seems to have selected a few relatives for you. I think, you are also a girl, it's not a bad thing to make a proper boyfriend. For example, one like Yang Lin is actually quite good. Shut your mouth, one more nonsense word and be careful, I'll cut your tongue. And remember, I'm quite displeased with men like Yang Lin who attract bees and butterflies. I definitely don't want to hear you say something similar like this again." "Fine, Miss Su, rest your anger, I'll shut up right now." Su Guan sighed in his heart. It was too difficult, it was really too difficult for himself. In fact, following Su Nianji, he himself was also and had a task personally ordered by the president. But this way to follow down, also did not see which type of man Miss Su was interested in. This then, how to talk to the president to deliver the good. From tomorrow onwards, every day at 12 noon to update, the bottom of the three brothers look at the end of the point of a catalyst to give a bit of confidence. Chapter 36, you can build whatever you want if you have the strength. Lishan Training Base. When Yang Lin and the others came to this side, the time was a little more than 1:30 p.m. The Greedy Wolf Guild had recruited more newcomers than just Yu Chuan, so naturally, there were more than just a few newcomers who came to this side, not just Yang Lin and the others. When they walked into the base, it wasn't unusual to see many newcomers at a glance. However, the internal construction definitely made the first-timers taut. No way, this is moving the neighborhood inside the base as well? Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Shanxian were all dumbfounded after seeing the interior of the base. The base in their imagination should be a strictly managed, old-fashioned, and dull kind of atmosphere. But the reality of the base, the three of them in addition to seeing the martial arts arena, gravity room, holographic simulation hall, etc. where training could be conducted. They also saw tea houses, cafes, clothing stores, leisure halls, entertainment venues, and so on. This scene was very different from what was imagined. Su Meng pinched her chin in disbelief at this moment. I've heard that the training base is very strict, but with what's in front of me, I'm skeptical that I've come to the wrong place. Yang Lin proposed, why don't we take a walk around while we're still assembled? Su Meng and Wang Shanxian had no objections, and then the three of them partnered up and took a general look around the interior of the base. Finally, they summarized. Except for the fact that there was no bar or something like that, the rest of the things that were available outside were pretty much available here. At this, Yang Lin sked. If this is really the case, it seems like the next 2 months, the days can't even be uncomfortable. On the surface, but is it really that simple? Didn't we come here to train? Brother Yang, Sister Meng, in my opinion, this look feels like we came over purely to enjoy ourselves. The three of them stood at the doorway of the clothing store and chatted. When looking inside through the closet, they also unintentionally realized that the clothes inside were actually all new styles, regardless of gender, they were all quite fashionable. It seemed that this training base, which had always maintained a connection with the outside, had not gone off the rails. As for the feelings of the three people, they are not the only three people who look like this, all the newcomers who came here are confused or almost the same. And to keep the confusion first, after about another 15 minutes. There was a broadcast informing all the newcomers to gather at the center playground. Yang Lin's trio didn't slow down and quickly came to the center playground along with the crowd.
After a period of time, the newcomers all assembled. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Lin swept a glance at the newcomers that Greedy Wolf Guild had recruited this year.
The number of people was around 100, not too many to say, not too few to say.
And to be able to stand here, it went without saying that they were all elites. Also at this moment, two figures slowly approached from the distance.
These two people Yang Lin knew too well. One was Su Ninji, who wanted to train him as a full-time auxiliary.
The other was Su Guan, who had been following Su Ninji.
The identity of the two deacons was not known by 99% of the people in the arena. However, that didn't stop Su Ninji from making the entire arena stop talking in an instant as soon as she appeared on the stage. Simply because, this woman is too beautiful. The face is cold and absolutely beautiful, the posture is delicate and attractive, no matter male or female, it is difficult not to be attracted by her. But at the same time, and because Su Ninji's aura is too strong, her sharp gaze at the place, that really is, a look a squeak. First introduce myself, my name is Su Ninji, from today to the next 2 months, will serve as your batch of newcomers training instructor. As for the one next to me, this is my adjutant Su Guan.
Speaking here, Su Ninji paused for a moment. Then, she heard her continue, first of all, this is not the military, so you guys cannot be too formal, and there is no need to tense your nerves all the time. Hearing this, most of the people in the arena were relieved. But surely no one dared to make a scene and dare to clamor. Gentlemen, after coming to the base, I believe that you have all seen the situation in this room. I also know that you must be curious as to why the many facilities here are so complete. As soon as this topic was mentioned, the entire crowd of 100 or so newcomers immediately pricked up their ears. No one was not curious as to why there was a small neighborhood sandwiched inside the base, and that the sparrow was small but complete. Including Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Shanshan, they also wanted to know why the base was so arranged. Regarding this question, Su Ninji said, actually, you guys don't have to think too much, because right away, everything here will all be open to you. When the people present heard this, they all looked uplifted. Originally, they were already prepared to come here to suffer, but they didn't expect that there would actually be such a good thing. It was a pity that the crowd's excitement did not last for 3.5 seconds, and they were then splashed with cold water by Su Ninji's next words. You guys shouldn't be too happy for the time being, although everything here is open to you, there are prerequisites. Su Guan, you come and tell them the prerequisites for using all the facilities here.
Su Guan nodded slightly, then stepped forward and began to explain.
It was only at this time that the crowd of newcomers realized that a point system existed for the so-called training. You were able to enjoy all the facilities here, but the prerequisite was that you had to have points.
Where do the points come from? Initially, each person will give away 200 points.
After that, how to earn points, then you need to go to the neighboring spirit realm to kill demons, or collect spirit grasses, ores, and so on. In addition to that, you can also work part-time to sanitize the base, clean the toilets, and so on. To summarize, you can be as comfortable as you want to be, as long as you can earn points, you can build as much as you want at the base. Even, you can spend a high amount of points to have Su Ninji and Su Guan or other martial arts teachings instruct you in combat. After understanding all this, the 110 freshmen sighed. The world really didn't have a free dinner, everything was conditional. No, it couldn't be said that there were no free programs. According to what Su Guan had said, the subsequent squad dormitory as well as the dining hall's food, these two still provided the crowd with choice items. You want to live well and eat well, then you spend points. If you don't spend points, then you go and sleep on free hardboard beds and eat free standard meals of the most common course tea. Above all, after the points thing was said, Su Ninji's side took over the discourse, and then everyone saw that her complexion began to become grave and serious. For a moment, the words in the arena stopped, all wanting to listen to what else this cool, big beautiful instructor had to announce. About what's coming next is very important, so listen carefully. Later on, I need you all to form yourselves into squads, with a minimum of 1 person and a maximum of 5. After everything is in order, report both the number of squads and the names of the improvised squads to my adjutant. Instructor, we are all newcomers in the room and basically don't know each other. Would it be too hasty to go about forming squads so easily? That's a good question, and what I'm going to say for the record is this very thing. Afterwards, all of you will go with me to the holographic simulation field. Over there, each of you will need to demonstrate your strength by simulating a demonic creature killing battle. In this way, it will be easier for you to get to know each other and form teams. This was a good idea. The crowd of newcomers agreed.
Thinking about it, if the crowd didn't know each other well, who would show you the occupation panel? At the risk of being known by others to you, you might get shaded one day. And through a demon simulation killing battle, then who is strong and who is weak naturally at a glance, and then select teammates, the heart more or less can have a spectrum. At this time, if you were to ask Yang Lin what he thought, he was actually quite looking forward to it. Although he knew that his own strength was quite good, but now the group of heroes gathered, so he could see what level and strength of other professionals. However, Yang Lin wasn't sure right now that the holographic simulation battle had a fatal flaw for him. As for what exactly it was, he would find out later. Chapter 37. This is still not witnessed? According to Su Nianji's announcement, there were a total of 103 newcomers who had come to Li Mountain this time. All 103 of them now followed her and Su Guan to the holographic simulation field. What happened next was simple, whose name was read out, and whoever entered the simulation to fight a demonic creature through the spirit linker. There was an external public screen in the field, and the situation of the simulated battle could be clearly displayed. After everyone was ready, Su Nianji began to hand over Su Jianji's name. As for herself, she also wanted to take a good look at what the various talents recruited by the Greedy Wolf Guild this year were capable of. First, Ren Xingho. The one whose name was called was a boy, and his expression was slightly arrogant. It could be seen that he was very confident in his own abilities. When he sat down on the spirit linker's chair, the general screen then displayed his name, level, and occupation on top of it. Rin Starfire, level 10, Spirit Blade Warrior. As for the demonic creature he had to face, it was a simulated scorched earth creeper. It was reddish in color, as if it was a nightcrawler, and its face was quite hideous to look at. Rank 12, blood quantity 3900, attack 70 to 80. In this, the demonic creature's blood level was obviously raised by 2 times, the actual scorched earth creeper couldn't reach this blood level. Cranking up the blood level was probably to allow these newcomers to properly carry out a show of strength. Seeing that the battle was about to begin, the 100 or so newcomers in the arena were staring with wide eyes one by one. At this time, who wouldn't want to see what the other heavenly pride could achieve? Looking at Ren Xinghua's expression, it was obvious that he didn't see the scorched earth creeper in his eyes, and after seeing the scorched earth creeper pounce over, he directly opened up in situ. Flowing flame blade. Raging flames burned in the body of his blade. The moment he chopped it out, the naked eye could still see the powerful airflow formed by the blade, the flames, and the sharp compression of the air. The scorched earth creeper was instantly engulfed by Ren Xinghua's flaming blade, screaming miserably. As the demon's blood was too high to be killed by a single slash, Ren Xinghua dashed forward to take 2 complementary slashes in succession, easily completing the kill. The crowd watching this battle marveled. Awesome, actually almost killed the scorched earth creeper in a second in one shot, bull. Watching him fight, I'm suddenly under pressure. Who isn't, but on second thought, who doesn't have 2 brushes that can stand here? There are people outside of people. The crowd in the arena praised, not to mention, even Su Nianji. Her eyes expressed her praise for the first newcomer to the stage. By the time Ren Xinghu disconnected from the simulation connection and stepped down from the stage, he had already become the object that many people were pulling for in their hearts to build a squad. Second, Li Xiaoyun. The one who came on stage this time was a sister. Again, she was not in a hurry and had a clear mind. It was all said that those who could stand here all had 2 brushes. A mere scorched earth creeper could not pose half a threat to these so-called heavenly prides. Soon, the third, the fourth. Every now and then, gasps of awe would erupt from the field. Simply because even though it was the same crowd of heavenly prides, amongst them, as long as comparisons were made, there would definitely be a more outstanding one. For example, Chang Su, who was the 22nd to go up. A professional nightwalker, looking at a sword in his hand, but in reality, it was just a hidden reality. Only to see him easily reach the scorched earth creeper with an instantaneous step. Without waiting for the crowd to see his movements, the next moment, his blade had already picked the scorched earth creeper into mid-air. Multiple Yuan Qi projectiles erupted from the tip of the blade, blowing the scorched earth creeper to smithereens in seconds. There was also Qi Xiaowan, who was the 43rd to go up. Looking at a dainty and soft girl, but the crowd only saw her casually move her hand, and she didn't know where she summoned 12 daggers from. Whoosh 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 had already poked the scorched earth creeper into a hedgehog. Only when she beckoned to recover the daggers did they see that all 12 daggers were actually hidden in her snow-white thighs. Nowadays, the demon kill simulation battle was purely a battle between you and me. Every newcomer was showing off their super strength. Because of the reason of having to form a team, this was equivalent to selling oneself. If you really performed too poorly, who would team up with you? So one by one, that really spared no effort. Yang Lin's words, he definitely had to make a note of those who performed well. At least, have to retain the impression of these people, if in the future to become opponents can also know some information. However, it had to be said that the existence of professions was really diverse and strange. There were some professions that were simply unimaginable, yet they were ridiculously strong. Soon, Su Guan shouted, 79th place, Su Meng. Gotta, it was his childhood friend's turn. As Su Meng came onto the stage, many of the boys in the arena were all brightened up. For a big beauty who could show youthful vigor even when she walked, eye-catching was just too normal. Also now, Yang Lin witnessed the ferocious moment when his childhood friend struck. Only Su Meng made a move in the air, and a 2-meter-tall adamantine devil puppet instantly appeared in front of her. As for herself, she had also attached a layer of undefeatable golden body because of the adamantine devil puppet. Su Meng was very strong, so strong that her adamantium puppet didn't even make a move, but she herself had already beaten the scorched earth crawler to a pulp with a series of sacred iron fists. Only Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan knew that Su Meng had more than one adamantium puppet. She could also summon an ice-cold demon puppet, just that she couldn't use it for the current occasion. When Su Meng finished killing the demons, Wang Chanshan said happily beside Yang Lin, Sister Meng is really powerful, Brother Yang, look, a lot of people's eyes have changed when they look at her, there must be a lot of people who want to find her to form a team afterward. Yang Lin said back, that won't do, Meng is our person, I won't let go. Of course, the three of us have agreed to act together. Not long afterward, Wang Chanshan was the 83rd on the field. At this time, there was a sudden clamor in the arena. Simply because everyone saw that this girl's level was actually only level 7. But you have to know, those who can stand here are only qualified at level 10. When could a level 7 be recruited by the guild? The crowd went to watch Wang Chanshan fight with disbelief and confusion, they wanted to understand how this girl could be recruited. And then, everyone was relieved. Simply because Wang Chanshan's Furious Pale Bear Plus was fierce, it was level 7 yes, but in 3 or 2 hits, she tore the Scorched Earth Creeper into pieces. No wonder she was able to be recruited at level 7, so she's this strong. I thought she was recruited through connections, now it seems I was wrong. Just as the crowd was talking about Wang Chanshan, Su Guan shouted from the high platform, 84th place, Yang Lin. Well, it was his turn. Yang, it's your turn, go for it. Yang Lin, Chanshan, and I are watching your performance now. Don't worry you two, I don't see a Scorched Earth Creeper in my eyes. Afterward, Yang Lin fell and walked up, then sat down on the Spirit Linker's seat. In the middle of the field, there was another outcry. How come he's also level 7, domain suppressor, what kind of occupation is this? I'm not sure, but just now, the sister's level 7 was so powerful, so it seems that this one called Yang Lin should also be very tough. At this moment, not to mention that the crowd wanted to see how tough Yang Lin was. Even Su Ninji and Su Guan, both of them looked at Yang Lin with a little more anticipation. Knowing that Yang Lin was able to bring Wang Chanshan through the Abyss difficulty trial, but in the end, they hadn't seen Yang Lin's ability with their own eyes. Now, wasn't it just the right opportunity? The simulation battle had begun. Seeing that the opposite Scorched Earth Creeper was refreshed, Yang Lin must have also unfolded his domain at the first moment. But at this very moment, Yang Lin's heart jumped violently and a stunned expression came over his face. Chapter 38, This One's Too Pitiful. Occupational Intelligence Feedback. The current environment is a false environment, occupational skills and words are not in effect. At this moment, Yang Lin's scalp was numb. By the way, he also understood a few things through his profession, such as being a demon suppressor in his profession field. Only playing real games, high-end games, get a virtual fake thing, that is purely insulting to the profession of domain Jinmu. Jins are real existence, not to Jin a bunch of plastic virtual fake data. Because of this, in the analog simulation of the battlefield, in addition to the basic damage of the domain of the magician in effect, the rest do not think about it. Yang Lin was simply in tears. Of course he knew that everything was fake now, such as so many heavenly prides just now, and also knew that those people facing real Scorched Earth Creepers certainly wouldn't be casual to that extent. However, even if he knew that the moisture was too great, it was not so great that he directly drained himself of moisture directly, right? I really said dog. Liver pain was liver pain, but Yang Lin, in the end, still had his face in mind. Other newcomers can pass speed kill Scorched Earth Creeper, their own situation, even if they can't speed kill, but at least must pass to be like words. In a very short period of time, Yang Lin adjusted his mind and began to quickly think about the current situation. Currently, he was at level 7, and excluding all influences, the fixed injury was 7 points of damage. In 1 minute, he could deal 420 points of damage to the simulated Scorched Earth Creeper. And since the simulated Scorched Earth Creeper had a blood level of 3900, then it would take nearly 10 minutes to wear it down simply by relying on the profession. If one wanted to shorten that time, one would have to launch an attack on the Scorched Earth Creeper itself. Thus, just within the simulated battlefield, Yang Lin's hand quickly had an additional lance in it. Since the 2 super skills were not in effect, the Scorched Earth Creeper was so fast without restrictions. Facing Yang Lin, this thing wasn't the usual grimacing and flailing. To ask Yang Lin how to fight it? Well said, initially into the novice copy is how to kill the chopper rabbit, now how to kill the simulation of the Scorched Earth Creeper. There is no technical content, anyway. The Scorched Earth Creeper pounced over, Yang Lin quickly dragged the gun and ran. Otherwise really by this thing pulling a few times, then this simulation will be over in a minute. Such a scene, anyway, is to see stupid all the newcomers watching the battle. Previously saw the same level 7 Wang Chanqian are so powerful, the crowd think it, this Yang Lin must also be strong and comparable. Otherwise, how could he be recruited by the guild? But now, what exactly was Yang Lin up to? The crowd didn't wait for Yang Lin to powerfully kill the Scorched Earth Creeper, but instead, they saw that this bastard was being chased all over the field by the Scorched Earth Creeper within the simulated battlefield. Even more exaggerated, what the hell was this 7 points of damage per second? Could it be that this was the limit of the output of this man, some kind of demon suppressor? At that moment, the field was in chaos, just because Yang Lin brought these people a different kind of battle experience. Seeing that the field was about to explode, Su Nianji, the deacon and instructor, knitted her eyebrows together. What the hell is Yang Lin up to? Is there any point in hiding private property at a time like this? Nianji, you do not anxious, I see this thing. Some doorway. What does it mean? From the moment Yang Lin appeared in the simulated battlefield, I'd been staring at his expression. In my opinion, although his stunned expression was fleeting, it still couldn't escape my eyes. Su Guan, get to the point. Fine, I'll get to the point, now. Through my observation of Yang Lin, he wasn't trying to hide anything. Truthfully, even if he exerted his abilities, outsiders wouldn't be able to tell what tricks he actually used. The reason why he's now dodging Scorched Earth Creepers all over the field is that the biggest possibility is that the simulation is limiting his ability to play. Su Nianji was a little surprised. Will this happen? Of course it will. This is just a simulation. It's not like it's a real live battle. The nerves not being able to resonate, the ability to what to exert is not considered a rare thing. Hearing Su Guan say this, Su Nianji's expression slightly improved. Soon after, he heard Su Guan say again, Nianji, actually, don't you think that it's only now that you can see Yang Lin's true comprehensive strength? Is it? I think it very much should be. Look at the field, others only see him running all over the field, but in my eyes. What I see on the other hand is Yang Lin's various just right, various like a fish in water. In another person's case, if he encountered a time when his strength could not be utilized, I'm afraid that he would have messed himself up long ago. Su Nianji did not respond to Su Guan's words, and at this moment, she began to seriously stare at Yang Lin's every reaction and action. It had to be said that Su Guan's observation was right. The Scorched Earth Creeper wasn't slow, and even if it was a simulation, that every attack was still quite methodical. However, Yang Lin, who relied on his 4 basic attributes, was actually able to not be touched by the Scorched Earth Creeper over and over again was amazing. Even, occasionally, when he found the right opportunity, Yang Lin would carry his lance to counterattack with 1 or 2 hands. I had underestimated him earlier. Su Guan laughed. Sometimes, it's not the talent written on the career panel that's called talent. In my opinion, his ability to adapt on the spot like this is likewise one of the essential talents to become a powerful professional. Saying that, but I still feel that he is, well, unsettling. Nianji, you purposely applied to come here and transfer the original instructor. If you feel that he is unconscionable, as the main instructor, wouldn't it also be within your duty to train him? There's no need for you to remind me. Su Nianji said this on her lips, but her eyes, from the time she had seriously observed Yang Lin just now, she hadn't lost focus for a single glance. Having seen Yang Lin's various evasions as well as every step he took in carrying his lance to attack the Scorched Earth Creeper, even she, whose strength was not bad, had to admit. This guy, his on-the-spot reactions were truly remarkable. In the future, even if the outer restriction skills failed, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy for the demons to kill him. Observing for a long time, Su Nyenji herself didn't even realize that there were many rather gratifying smiles on the corners of her mouth. However, Su Nyenji and Su Guan were still quite responsive to Yang Lin, but the 100 or so newcomers in the arena were not. They murmured, with all sorts of discontent in their hearts. That's all Yang Lin is capable of. How on earth did he get accepted into the greedy wolf guild? Look guys, instead of getting angry, Instructor Su looked at the field with a rather approving expression. Is there a possibility that this Yang Lin went through her back door? Possibly, extremely possible. If Yang Lin didn't go through Instructor Su's back door, how could Instructor Su be so satisfied? There's an inside story, there must be an inside story. Numerous newcomers were indignant in their hearts. Thinking about the prideful people who went up to the simulated battle in the field, which one of them didn't end the battle in 3 or 2 moves? Yang Lin was good, being chased by the simulated demons all over the field even if Instructor Su and Lieutenant Su actually did not get angry, instead they were also very pleased it was too much. However, although the newcomers present were not convinced in their hearts, they didn't have the guts to openly protest. What if they upset the 2 instructors and made themselves go home obediently? However, both seeing Yang Lin behave like this also gave the new people present a wake-up call. Thanks to the simulated battle, or else we really had to be teammates with Yang Lin, and this subsequently wouldn't have been suffocated to Grandma's house? That's so right, as far as Yang Lin's combat power is concerned, whoever teams up with him is out of luck. Right, we can't team up with him even if we don't have any teammates, it's too pitiful. Chapter 39 Sister, or not to choose a hardboard bed, forget it. Yang Lin, he wasn't sure what the reaction of the crowd outside the simulation was. Right now, he was thinking about how to finish off the Scorched Earth Creeper. After 6 minutes of tangling with the Scorched Earth Creeper, he finally stabbed the Scorched Earth Creeper to death with the lance in his hand. It was also considered to have returned alive from the simulated battlefield. At that moment, the entire field was quiet, and everyone looking at him with eyes that were not generally meaningful. Considering that he spent 7 minutes to get rid of the Scorched Earth Creeper, truly speaking, Yang Lin was really a little ashamed. There was no comparison to the scenes of other people thundering through the level, but he had done his best with his skills and words being limited. On his side, just after he returned to the crowd, Su Meng said with some sighs, "You're really surprising people." Yang Lin spread his hands. How could I have thought that simulation would limit my abilities? But Meng, if this is really all the strength I have, would you still team up with me? What do you mean? If I cared about this kind of thing, what was I desperately inviting you for during the novice copy? Worthy of being my childhood friend, it touches me too much. Cut the crap, these meaty words, say them to Chanshan. Speaking of Wang Chanshan. Yang Lin just turned around and instantly heard Wang Chanshan say, "Even if Brother Yang you suddenly only have this kind of strength, I will definitely team up with Brother Yang." Chanshan, if I really do, you don't mind that I'm a liability? Brother Yang, you don't even mind me, how could I mind you? You're worthy of being my Chanshan. Brother Yang, your words are too shy. Next to Su Meng really can't listen to it, interrupted the 2 said, "I say you too, now is still in the simulation, can you pay attention to a little image? And you Chanshan, you just go along with him, sooner or later he was spoiled out of a stink." Well, let's not talk about these, continue to pay attention to the simulation of the real situation. Before and after, nearly 3 hours, 110 people all simulation finished. Su Nyenji as the instructor began to summarize the speech. Regarding this simulation, on the one hand, it is to let you guys get to know each other, so that you can form teammates. On the other hand, I've also sort of roughly seen what you guys are capable of. Overall, I'm very satisfied. Upon hearing that big beautiful Instructor Su was satisfied, the crowd of newcomers in the arena, one by one, now straightened their backs. In order to give this beautiful instructor a good impression, Su Nyenji then swept a circle of the whole field said, "As for the next to the Taimu team, who really want to do lone wolf action I have no problem, but given the proximity of the spirit within the strong strength of the demons, I suggest you still group full 5 people. After that, once you've chosen your teammates and settled on the name of your temporary squad, just report it to Adjutant Su." Upon hearing that the team formation had begun, all the newcomers present began to get active. The crowd hadn't forgotten that this side of the base implemented a point system. For the following 2 months, if they wanted to live comfortably here, strong teammates were definitely necessary. As a result, some of the people who had performed exceptionally well earlier had naturally become the target of the crowd's frantic invitations. Such as Su Meng, such as Wang Chanshan. The two of them are not bad in the first place, and then to have a face value, to have a body figure. It could be imagined how many people had thrown out olive branches to them. In response, Su Meng methodically rejected them all. On Wang Qianqian's side, although she was faced with many people's enthusiastic invitations, she refused just as dryly. Sorry, I already have a team, I'm really sorry. Only Yang Lin. With so many people around him, there was hardly no one who took the initiative to invite him to join the team. Alas, compared to Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, this was the difference. It seems that killing the scorched earth creeper in 6 minutes earlier really scared these guys in the arena. In addition, it is also for Su Meng and Wang Qianqian to no longer be invited and entangled. At that moment, Yang Lin very simply took the two sisters and headed to Su Guan's side. Lieutenant Su, I want to register the squad members and names. Su Guan looked at Yang Lin with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. You kid can do it, hogging 2 meat and potatoes by yourself. Lieutenant Su was joking, the three of us come from a place with similar aspirations. Is that so? Su Guan came close to Yang Lin and said, I think you guys are clearly in love with each other. Cough, cough. Okay kid, don't be nervous, I'm just joking with you. In fact, I still think highly of you. In the following 2 months, I hope to see your excellent performance. Yes, Lieutenant Su. The registration process was quick, but seeing the 3 people in the registration squad, the many newcomers in the arena had already tensed up on the spot anyway. What? This Su Meng and Wang Qianqian actually teamed up with Yang Lin? These two women are stupid, can't they see what Yang Lin is capable of and actually choose to be with him? This isn't the most exaggerated, right? The most exaggerated thing is that it seems like they're only teaming up with 3 people. A crowd of people sighed at this. This Yang Lin, how did he get the favor of the 2 great beauties, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian? Could it be that Yang Lin's simulation was too bad just now, so it caused the motherly love of these 2 beauties to overflow? Look, take a good look at Yang Lin. This man, he really deserves the wrath of God. He cannot, but also dominate the 2 strong beauty. Why, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian willingly for him to bend over? To ask how to bend over the first not to mention, but after this, Su Ningji announced the last thing. On everyone's cell phone, they have obtained the points intelligence sent by the base. Such as what facilities in the base, how many points need to be consumed to use one day. How many points could one earn from cleaning a sanitation and cleaning a toilet? If one wanted to trade points, how to execute it. At the same time, everyone's base 200 points had already arrived, and then how to live, the squad would have to measure various things amongst themselves. Because it was already evening at this point. Before the newcomers gathered and disbanded, Su Guan also gave the crowd a suggestion. You can spend as much as you want at the base, but at this point in time, it is recommended that all of you go and take care of your own lodging first. Then, the crowd clicked on the points-related information, and what followed was the ghostly cries of the crowd in the field. Holy, this is too expensive, right, the base is really black. More than black, simply in the robbery, just to live a day full supporting dormitory, the base dared to charge 500 points, this does not let people live? Brothers and sisters, can't you see? This is forcing us to go to the spirit realm to ruthlessly brush monsters. Complaining was complaining, but it was late in the evening, and dormitory resettlement was indeed the first and foremost task. As for what Yang Lin's 3 people planned at this time. After looking at the dormitory-related consumption, the 3 people wanted to live in a better dormitory, and the loss was actually not half a star. According to the content of the integral intelligence, the dormitory is a 5-person composite style. Regardless of whether you have 1 person, 3 people, or 5 people, anyway, as long as it's for one night, that's 500 points, no bargaining. Of course, if you don't want to spend money, you can go sleep on a hardboard bed, that one is free. Yang Lin, I think it's better to save the points, we only have 600 points in total, sleeping for one night is basically gone. I agree with what Sister Dream said, it's better to use the points on the blade, anyway, sleeping on a hardboard bed is nothing. Looking at the 2 dainty sisters beside him, Yang Lin thought about it and waved his hand and said, sleeping on what hardboard bed? Let's go for the full supporting dormitory service. Ha! Brother Yang, that would be too wasteful, right? What's a waste? I see you too, you still haven't made the relevant realization when you came here. Let's not talk about anything else, let's go check in first, and then let me severely criticize you two later. Su Meng listened to straight roll eyes. What is it, their own waste actually think of criticizing people? How, or Dream you go to sleep hardboard bed, I and Qianqian go to sleep all matching dormitory? Hee, without my 200 points, are you and Qianqian's 400 points enough? Ch. Alright, don't chatter, first go check into the fully supported dormitory. Chapter 40, Youthful Invincible Beauty Girl. Sometime later, Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian checked in for a set of fully complementary dormitories. Originally, there were a total of 600 points, and after deducting the lodging fee, there were now only a pitiful 100 points left. Because they were also curious about what the free lodging actually looked like, the three of them even ran over to have a look. "Good guy," said Hardboard Beds, "that is really hardboard beds. There is no bathroom, not to mention the toilet, in addition to a place to sleep. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are 4 walls." The fully furnished dormitory is a different story. Under the well-decorated environment, TV, refrigerator, air conditioning, all kinds of electrical appliances, sofa, coffee table, bathroom, that is more called a have everything. Compared with the free accommodation, it is really a heaven and a earth. As at the moment, Su Meng is sighing while checking the environment. "I didn't expect this full support dormitory has hot and cold water, not to mention, there is actually a bathtub. And so big, completely enough for 2 people to take a bath together," she was unintentionally said. But Wang Qianqian, who was next to her, subconsciously stole a glance at Yang Lin after hearing this, and her pretty face turned half red. This scene happened to be captured by Su Meng. Then, instead of looking at Wang Qianqian, her big beautiful eyes looked fiercely at Yang Lin. Yang Lin only felt puzzled, he wasn't sure what was happening at all. Meng, why are you looking at me with those horrible eyes?" Su Meng tried her best to hide her shame. "I'm warning you, you're not allowed to have any nonsense thoughts." Yang Lin's entire body was confused. It wasn't. What did he say or do? Just following the 2 sisters to see the environment of the full supporting dormitory, and somehow he was warned by his own childhood friend? Confused, completely confused. Now that the all-supporting dormitory has been moved in, the next thing to think about is definitely the dinner meal. The first floor of the cafeteria is free, the second floor food luxury, but need points. With the existing points of the 3 people, the luxury food package is not eaten, can only go to eat the first floor of the free tea and rice. And listen to some newcomers from the second floor to finish consumption down when talking about no. The second floor of the meals, the most basic specification is 4 dishes and 1 soup, per person per meal, 100 points at the bottom. If there is a special taste demand, you can also give out some more points for the chef to customize. TSK, summarized in 1 sentence, have points in this space as the master, eat well and sleep well. If you don't have points, don't say the above 2 basic items. What fitness, entertainment, leisure, games, all do not think. Look, came to the bases to check in, ate a free meal, but the points to people's impression has been so engraved. The same is because there are no points for the sake of, after eating dinner cannot engage in other entertainment activities. Su Meng and Wang Qianqian chose to return to the dormitory bath. If you ask the 2 girls what Yang Lin was doing while they were taking a bath, it was actually nothing, just sitting on the sofa in the dormitory hall and resting his eyes. After a long time, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian finished their baths and blew their hair out of the bathroom. Originally, Yang Lin was almost bored to doze off alone in the hall. But with the 2 fragrant winds blowing in, it quickly made his person start to become refreshed. Looking up, it turned out to be the 2 sisters who had both changed into new outfits after their baths. Su Meng, his childhood friend and peerless beauty. Right now, she was wearing a simple little halter that aptly showed off her rounded shoulders and delicate collarbone. The hidden skin showed a charming luster at the same time, but also outlined her delicate upper curve. And that's not all. The eye-catching part was her white-hot pants. Perfectly wrapped around her firm buttocks at the same time, but also super amplitude present her legs smooth and beautiful lines. Set her youth invincible, absolutely not mixed a little water. As for Wang Qianqian, compared to Su Meng, can be more subtle. A light pink silk pajamas, in the light of some disorientation. The flowing silk, clinging to the curves of her body, was as beautiful as it could be. Her long hair was all pulled on one side. When she came to the sofa as a lady to sit demurely, the person's attitude really can't say enough about the gentleness. Plus she was a little bashful, slightly swaying her small round feet. The softness of the girl was simply portrayed to the extreme. It's still early, Qianqian and I are planning to watch some TV. Probably because Su Meng had stayed in the bathroom time for a long time, when she spoke, one could clearly see that her pretty face had many blushes. Yang Lin nodded, the time is indeed a bit early, so let's watch it. Su Meng smoothly sat down on the other side of Yang Lin. Watching TV is watching TV, but before that, remember what you said? Yang Lin was a bit confused, did I say anything? Su Meng beamed her little mouth, who said earlier that Qianqian and I hadn't realized when we came to the base? Don't say you've forgotten. Yang Lin felt a bit amused as he first looked at Su Meng and then Wang Qianqian. So you guys are still thinking about this? Of course, come on, speak your realization, let both Qianqian and I listen to it. Don't forget, at that time, you also said that you would severely criticize both of us, we all remembered it. Fine, then say it. Yang Lin's complexion at this moment actually had a few more points of seriousness and gravity. You two say, what did we come here to do? Su Meng returned, coming to the base, we definitely came here to train to raise our level and strength. What about you, Qianqian? Just like what Sister Dream said, it's to come over to raise your strength. Yang Lin affirmed, that's right, we did come over to improve our strength. And the spirit realm next to the base is the existence that allows us to grow like a copy. Because of this, isn't earning points just a smooth thing to do? Su Meng and Wang Qianqian nodded their heads. But the two sisters were still confused. But what does this have to do with awareness? Of course it's related, don't forget that the base implements a point system. And since points are earned by hand, it means that those who can get more will get more. If, subsequently, we can't even get points for accommodation, meals, training, and entertainment, then what are we still doing in the base? We might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Wang Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed, Brother Yang, you speak with humor. Qianqian, this is not humor, this is called awareness. Let me tell you, our goal is to gain a large amount of points while super amplifying. Even the 500 points for lodging are hesitant. What kind of climate can this become in the future? Or in the same sentence, it's better to go home and sell sweet potatoes. Don't mention you're selling sweet potatoes, Su Meng laughed so hard that she almost branched out. She gently pounded Yang Lin with her pink fist and said, see how imposing you are talking, then in the future, Qianqian and I will listen to you, you have to take responsibility for both of us. Must, follow Brother Yang, 3 days full of 9 meals. Go to your, I and Qianqian follow you not starve to death on the line. Then tomorrow, let's take action. Well, tomorrow we must act, Qianqian and I want to further improve our combat power, we must reach level 10 as soon as possible. Thinking of the vocational skills and natural abilities that he would obtain at level 10, Yang Lin now, his heart was really not generally hot. Chapter 41, Angel Girl? Demon Sister? On a new day, after breakfast, all the newcomer squads within the base all set out towards the Lishan spirit realm. Among them, the heavenly light squad that Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian were in was naturally no exception. In addition, before departing, each newcomer contacted the base's positioning on their cell phones according to the instructions, as well as downloaded a map of the Lishan spiritual realm. If they encountered danger, they could call for rescue from the base through the localization, which was a good point. But this map of the Lishan spiritual realm left all the newcomers speechless. This map was actually all blank, can you believe it? In the words of Su Nianji and Su Guan, everything is unknown in order to have fun. Want a map? Anyway, the positioning has been connected, then each team will walk out in the spirit realm by themselves. Get it, I knew it wouldn't be that cheap. Yang Lin, 3 people do not dwell on this now, hurry to go to the spirit realm to kill demons to improve their strength is the most important. Out of the base door and other small groups scattered to the west after walking about 7 miles, into the eyes to see the front of a white blanket as if the mist divides the territory. This is the spirit realm. The essence of the spirit realm is the same as a copy. The only difference is that the copy comes from space, while the spirit realm is the pollution source of space leaked into reality. It was probably because the spirit realm was a bit more localized, so compared to the replica, there would be a bit more spirit herbs and ores produced in it. The base is so stingy, letting us go to the spirit realm to train, but they don't even give us the basic information of the demons, it's too inconvenient. Meng, don't complain, this is actually not for everyone's consideration. With all the information being made public, with so many high-minded newcomers, it would be strange if a few daredevils don't come out. Wang Qianqian agreed, Brother Yang is right, this is also for the sake of reminding us to be a bit more cautious and careful, not wanting us to be too reckless. I'm not reckless, and I'm not the captain. If something really goes wrong, just dump the pot on the captain. Yang Lin squinted and laughed, I didn't realize that a childhood friend for more than 10 years actually has such a black heart. Screw you, your heart is the one that's black. The 3 of them playfully entered the spirit realm. To say that outside the spirit realm looked misty and obscured, I didn't realize that the internal vision was actually quite clear, and there was basically no difference between the outside. 3 people continued to walk forward, when about a mile and did not find the magic creature or other resources, this time Wang Qianqian suddenly thought of something. It seemed like it was still very close to her. Brother Yang, Sister Meng, can you guys wait for me for a few minutes? Su Meng was a bit strange. Shanshan, what are you doing over there? I am going to do something. Then I'll accompany you. This is the spirit realm, even if it's not far apart, but after all, it's our first time here, it's better to be careful. Wang Shanshan couldn't push back Su Meng, so she could only let Su Meng follow. As for Su Meng, she only thought that Wang Shanshan wanted to water the flowers. But what did she expect? Just after arriving near a large tree, Wang Shanshan actually began to look for it in the career space. At this, Su Meng was quite curious. Shanshan, what are you doing? I'm going to change my clothes. Ah. We came to the spirit realm to kill demons. What are you changing your clothes for? Su Meng had only finished speaking when she looked at the set of clothes that Wang Shanshan had brought out from her career space. She finally understood and remembered at this point. Earlier during the special trial, Wang Shanshan had gotten a set of maid outfit. Now this situation was obvious. She was going to change her strange clothes again. Shanshan, it's not so bad, just how far are you going to go for Yan Lin? Yang is very good to me. I was so bad back then and he was still willing to take me. And he's always helped me, so I'm willing to do anything for him. Su Meng wasn't generally speechless. Was he the one who asked you to do that? Not at all, it's something I learned when I asked for help at the website. Listening to Wang Shanshan roughly say something about the website, Su Meng dreamed of spitting all don't know where to spit. This girl in front of him, isn't it too simple? Shanshan, those people on the website are molesting you. It's not. Earlier when I wore a maid outfit, Yang secretly told me, good-looking love to see more. But Su Meng's heart wildly sprayed old blood. That guy Yan Lin actually has this kind of hobby? She wanted to advise Wang Shanshan not to favor Yang Lin too much, but before she could open her mouth, Wang Shanshan got excited. Sister Meng, that maid outfit earlier was indeed a bit exaggerated. But the several sets I then customized are quite nice. How about you look at this one of mine? Su Meng fixed her eyes on it. It was unexpected that Wang Shanshan had actually changed into a little angel outfit, with even little wings inserted behind her. Not to mention, it was really quite good looking. If the previous maid outfit was called erotic, then the current angel outfit was more like a pure COS. There is still a difference between the two fundamentally. Moreover, Wang Shanshan was originally very pure, and now that the angel was so dressed up, the whole person's holy atmosphere came out. Shanshan, it matches your temperament quite well. Great, in fact, there is also a set of imp clothes that goes with the little angel costume. Just now I was still struggling to choose a set, and Sister Meng you even said it's fine, so I'll wear this one. Seeing Wang Shanshan dressed up as an angel about to turn back, Su Meng on the other hand mustered up a lot of courage and said, Shanshan, you said you still have a set of imp clothes? Yes, do you need it, Sister Meng? I'm just curious, definitely not catering to that guy, I just simply think the clothes are cute. Then I'll give the imp's clothes to Dream Sister. Thank you, Shanshan. Dream Sister, don't say thank you, La, otherwise it always feels like the relationship is quite distant. Su Meng endured a great deal of shame and took the imp's clothes handed over by Wang Shanshan. And at this time, vaguely could be heard from Su Meng's mouth. What the hell am I doing? Why did I have to take the imp's clothes? That guy, what good-looking love to see more. Really just two other girls can say anything, but the only thing that almost broke the relationship with me, angry individual. Forget it, the clothes are asked for, then put it on and try it on. Not long after, within the Li Shan spiritual realm, after a little angel was born, another little devil appeared. On Yang Lin's side, he was originally still waiting for someone. After hearing footsteps and suddenly turning around, and then seeing the situation in front of him, his entire body was subconsciously stunned. When did the two girls beside him actually turn into angels and demons? Angel holy. Demon seductive. And no matter which one it was all charming in a different way. Especially when the two sisters stood side by side towards there, they suddenly had a thrilling beauty that transcended the mundane and alternated between contradictions and harmonies. You too, when did you still like cosplay? Brother Yang, so do you think my angel costume looks good? Very good looking. After Yang Lin finished his response, his gaze just looked at Su Meng. Su Meng hurriedly turned her face aside and said, don't think so much, I just think the clothes are quite cute, so just try it on. Meng, when did you also have the potential to be arrogant? But don't say it, it's quite tantalizing. Scram, you're the one with arrogant potential. Although Su Meng said so on her lips, her heart was still happy to be praised. Also, if you dare to have any messy thoughts, I won't spare you. Yes, my great Miss Meng Meng, don't forget our main business today. Let's go, find the demon. Yang Lin was now filled with power. I'm afraid that today's small universe is going to explode in overdrive. Chapter 42, My two teammates are perverts. The Li Mountain Spirit Realm, for the newcomers of the base, was an unknown existence. Because of the lack of information and intelligence before arriving, no matter which squad, they didn't dare to be careless after entering this territory for the first time. Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, the three of them were likewise no exception. After another 10 minutes had passed since the two sisters had changed into their angel and demon clothing, the demonic creature was finally discovered. Blood Wolves, rank 14, blood quantity 1500 to 1600, attack power around 130. And this time, it appeared as 8 heads, with a rather imposing aura. Maybe at this time someone wants to ask, why to use the head to describe instead of using the horse? The truth is that this blood wolf has already exceeded the scope of ordinary wolves. This head of head, then the horse a robust half a head, body covered with the color of blood, more like a life-suppressing charm, ordinary people see for fear that the liver and gallbladder will be cracked. On the contrary, speaking of Yang Lin's 3 people, they were now hidden not far away. At this moment, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian both dropped their sights onto Yang Lin. Whether to go on the offense or not, both of them listened to this man. Yang Lin's words were a bit liver painful. This was only the outermost periphery of the Lishan Spirit Realm. The demons that appeared at the outermost perimeter were level 14, if they were to keep traveling deeper, would they let themselves live with only level 7? It's not that I'm afraid of not being able to defeat it, but there is an experience penalty for too much difference in level. 1 or 2 levels higher, 2 or 3 levels higher, maybe there was a bonus to the experience. But all of a sudden higher than half of the level of the person concerned, want a fart experience bonus, experience penalty is not too outrageous, can already burn high incense. Well, let's not talk about that. Coming to the spirit realm is to kill monsters. Since we've encountered it, how can we not kill it? You two get ready, wait for me to make the first move to restrict, you guys take the opportunity to raid. Yang Lin, the level of the demons here is a bit high, will your restriction work? It will definitely work, but it might weaken a bit, but that's okay, I'm still quite confident in my own abilities. Good then, Qianqian and I will prepare to strike immediately. Yang Lin saw that Su Meng and Wang Qianqian were already ready, he himself no longer hesitated and was the first to rush out while incidentally unfolding his inherent domain. Currently, the range of his inherent domain was still quite large. With the increase in level, it had already reached the current 16 by 16 from the initial 10 by 10. On the Blood Wolf Pack side, as soon as they saw that a human had appeared, the head of that one, like a shot of chicken blood, surged up. Super heavy pressure. Super paralyze. Seeing that the Blood Wolves started to riot, Yang Lin methodically cast his professional skills. At the same time, he observed the effects that the Blood Wolves were able to achieve after suffering 2 negative statuses. Good guy. One could only say that it was worthy of being a good guy. Yang Lin had thought that he had too much of a difference in level, and restricting this group of blood wolves would definitely have a much discounted effect. But in reality, it was at least 80% stronger than his initial prediction. The 8 blood wolves, grimacing, pounced halfway to this side, and then, one by one, they were just like drunkenness. Not only was it hard to run, the first few, just halfway to the pounce, fell back to the ground with a crash. Such a situation made Yang Lin overjoyed. Kana also said that the limit will be weakened by a large section, in fact, not too much. And to ask who was the most shocked at this moment. That was definitely Su Meng without a doubt. For her childhood friend, she only knew that Yang Lin would restrict abilities. But after seeing the blood wolves, she felt that even if Yang Lin restricted it, at most, he would just disrupt the rhythm of the blood wolves' offense. But who would have thought that all 8 blood wolves were now like having a convulsive disease? Not only were they unable to organize an effective attack, even the most fundamental bite, seemingly opening their mouths to reveal their fangs, was a struggle. Qianqian, let's make a move. Such an optimal opportunity to attack, Su Meng definitely had to grasp it. In a complete instant, she and Wang Qianqian rushed towards the blood wolves from Yang Lin's left and right sides respectively. Su Meng's profession was a magic puppeteer, and she could currently summon adamantine magic puppets and ice magic puppets. The Vajra puppet was Su Meng's foundation, so her own offensive attacks were actually physical techniques. If she had to add a weapon, it would definitely be gloves. As for the ice demon puppet, although its own offensive power was weak, it could freeze with ice.
At the same time, it applied an icy cold aura to Su Meng, allowing Su Meng to slow down and freeze her enemies while attacking them at the same time.
So it was seen that Su Meng was as athletic as lightning after the outbreak of blood chi. After she entered the wolves, the fist she smashed out was not only wrapped in the force of the adamantium doll, but the cold ice gas that erupted from the wind of her fist made the object of the blow condense out of the ice slag. Pity the blood wolf that was used as the target of her blow, itself was tossed by the super heavy pressure and super paralysis, crying without tears. Now, its movements were even further slowed down, and when the sandbag-sized fist power hit its body, being torn apart was already the least of it. By the way, look at the two follow the adamantium magic puppet and ice magic puppet, they belong to follow the summon object, then naturally to guard the master side, collaborate with the master to fight. Because their strength was not low and they had no sense of pain, they naturally didn't eat the blood wolf's bite. Blood wolf dared to bite over? Directly opened and smashed into a meat bag. Speaking of which, look at Wang Qianqian's side. Since Yang Lin gave her the Sea and Sky's bond bracelet, her current state of being said to be epically strengthened is by no means an exaggeration. Previously, she was afraid of consuming too much and often didn't dare to exert her full strength, but now, there was Yang Lin and Su Meng as well as the bracelet underneath. Once that furious Sang Xiong added his body, a claw crack strike went down, not to mention the blood wolf to tear you into several sections, even if it was the ground, all for you to plow. Just a face-to-face effort, there are already 2 blood wolves died under Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, there is also a blood wolf by the 2 puppets smashed into the mud. And seeing that the results were so remarkable, Yang Lin wasn't even idle anymore. Bringing out his lance from the occupation space. After penetrating into the group of blood wolves, looking for an opportunity, he stabbed at the back of the blood wolves. The poor blood wolves, they said that there were 8 of them, but looking at the entire scene, it was completely abused by the 3 of them. Isn't this too easy? Seeing the blood wolves being killed one after another, Su Meng, at this moment, let out an emotion in her heart. She knew that Yang Lin was able to restrict, and Wang Qianqian's strength was also good. But it was absolutely unexpected that with her childhood friend and best friend, killing the blood wolves could be so easy. Originally, she had thought that it might be a bitter battle. Only now did he realize that it wasn't the 3 of them who were fighting hard, it was the blood wolves. However, it was also when Su Meng unintentionally swept over Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian. She suddenly, the whole person was bad. These 2 guys, they want to not be so exaggerated? Yang Lin carried his lance and found the right time to stab viciously at the back of the blood wolf. Wang Qianqian's words, she was no better than Yang Lin in the slightest. As long as there was an opportunity, she didn't attack any place on the blood wolf, she just liked to greet the back. After just a few glances, Su Meng couldn't help but want to cover her ass. She now wanted to question the 2. You 2 are perverts, right? The blood wolf is so big, why do your lances and bear claws always like to focus on people's back parts and attack them? To say that she lamented, but under the combined strength of the 3 of them, the area of 8 blood wolves really can't become much of a climate. It didn't take long for all of them to be turned into the experience value of the 3 of them. Killing blood wolves gained 125 experience. Killing the blood wolves gained experience 118. Killing the blood wolf gained experience 121. A series of kill experience prompts told of the trio's victory in battle. Yang Lin sighed at this, it's not bad, the experience penalty isn't that severe. Wang Qianqian excitedly said, Brother Yang, these blood wolves don't seem to be much different from the demons of the abyssal difficulty copies. It's not much of a difference, but a higher experience would be better. Brother Yang, it's already very good, if we continue at this rate, maybe we could really reach level 10 during the day today. Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian were talking vigorously, and suddenly saw Su Meng beside him looking like she was about to speak, which couldn't help but arouse the curiosity of the 2. What's wrong with you, Meng Meng? Won't be hurt, right? What nonsense, I'm not hurt. I just can't figure it out, you 2, is there some kind of obsession behind the demon? You kept quiet just now, is that what you care about? I am just asking, I always feel that you 2 are perverts. Yang Lin was speechless, look at what you said, I would like to attack the demon's face, eyes and heart, but they don't give a chance. Wang Qianqian echoed Yang Lin's words, Sister Meng, we don't talk about morality when we kill demonic creatures. Earlier, I also felt that Brother Yang was a bit exaggerated, but since I struck deadly attacks one after another, I think Brother Yang is too right. Su Meng was shocked, can you still strike a fatal attack? That's for sure, Wang Qianqian nodded her head, strikes are violent and deadly. Qianqian, hearing you say that, it seems like I need to change my means of attack as well. It's just that. Yang Lin was puzzled, just what? If one day we have a sparring session with another squad, let's not talk about me, the two of you won't still greet people in the back, right? Just one sentence made Yang Lin and Wang Chanqian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Cutting with another squad, this was an unimagined event. Just thinking about it, the picture was quite beautiful, and it seemed to be quite exciting. Chapter 43, A Girl Who Can Drive People Crazy. Above, after killing the first batch of demonic creatures encountered, the next 3 people, naturally, had to do an action review. Among them, Yang Lin was the most relieved. Although his own level is low, but cannot help the restriction ability is really strong, the district blood wolf in front of the restriction ability still cannot become a climate. Wang Chanqian had no idea. In her words, just follow brother Yang and sister Meng to strike. As for Su Meng, she was undoubtedly the most shocked of the 3. She certainly knew that her childhood friend Yang Lin was a hidden profession, and she knew beforehand that Yang Lin could restrict demons. Moreover, teammate Wang Chanqian was also good. But she didn't think that deeply, just like when she had just encountered 8 blood wolves for an encounter, she still felt beforehand that it might be a bitter battle. But in reality, solving the 8 blood wolves, that was really a matter of 3 clicks. I do understand now, no wonder you guys were able to easily pass the abyssal difficulty trial, so you really are that outrageous. Average. It's still average. I'm certain that if any other squad met the 8 blood wolves, they would definitely be in a bitter battle in a short period of time. Meng, you can't say that, you're still underestimating this group of newcomers from the base. Think about them, which one of them isn't a talent picked out of thousands of miles? Even if the level of the demons here is a bit higher, then how come they won't be caught in a bitter battle, right? That's because your ability is too exaggerated, so you can't imagine the bitterness others have suffered. Su Meng said this on her lips, but her heart was bright. Her own childhood friend and best sister were so strong, this spirit realm, she couldn't even think of not stabilizing it. And next, the 3 didn't pull the conversation in terms of other squads. Right now, the 3 of them were more concerned about how many points they could earn from killing 8 blood wolves. This was followed by returning to the base, wanting to enjoy the benefits every day, how many points needed to be earned appropriately. According to the points earning table given by the base, he did some math. The 8 blood wolves produced a total of 8 pieces of second-order magic crystals. 6 of them were inferior and 2 were ordinary. The second-order inferior magic crystals were worth 40 points, while the ordinary ones were worth 50 points. In other words, the 3 of them had gained a total of 340 points from this battle. Too little, and only enough for the 3 of us to go to the second floor of the cafeteria for a meal. Su Meng almost rolled her eyes. It's still small, we've only just arrived, okay? The income is already pretty good. Wrong by far, Yang Lin said seriously, it doesn't matter if I'm a big man, you 2 follow me, how can I still commit you 2? Today's goal, at least 10,000, in addition to the dormitory and cafeteria, the 3 of us also have to have some other recreational activities. So you still think of me and Chanqian ah? Nonsense, you are very important in my heart. Hearing very important, Wang Chanqian's eyes were brighter than the stars in the sky for a moment. At Su Meng's words, her pretty face flew into a blush, counting you still have a bit of conscience, you still know that Chanqian and I are girls. All said with brother mix, 3 days full of 9 paragraphs. You, oily. Playfulness returned to playfulness. After the review was completed, the 3 of them once again started the hunting operation. Because it was the first day in the spirit realm, everything was unknown. So even if the 3 wanted to earn more points, they were quite cautious. It didn't take long to encounter the second batch of blood wolves. This time, the number was a bit less, but there were still 5 of them. Suffice it to say, because of Yang Lin's double restriction, coupled with the entry field decimating demons by 25% of their current blood level, the 3 of them couldn't handle these things too easily. Oh yeah, regarding this issue of decimating the demonic creature's blood level, it would only take effect once per demonic creature. For understanding this Su Meng, her reaction, astonishing. In Su Meng's opinion, decimating 25% of the blood is already excessive, and the full attributes of the demonic creature in the field also drops 25% of the full attributes? Is this really an occupational phrase that humans can have? She knew that her childhood friend was heaven-defying, but she didn't say that he was so heaven-defying? Anyway, because Yang Lin was there, the 3 of them wandered around the periphery killing blood wolves, really not too easy. After a whole morning's struggle, at 12:40 p.m., Su Meng's level had finally risen to level 11. Wang Qianqian level at this time is 8 level 3/5. Wada here level is really not match, but the good thing is, the number of killed demons mass experience, Yang Lin's level is also over level 8 to 1/3. At this time, the three people's stomach began to grumble. Once they saw this, they heard Wang Qianqian say, "Brother Yang, Sister Meng, let's find an open place to build a fire and cook." To this Yang Lin agreed. Su Meng on the other hand was a bit surprised. "Qianqian, you can still cook?" "Yeah, my mom used to be a chef, I learned a few things from her. Didn't we still have 100 points left yesterday? When we left today, I bought all the vegetables and meat, enough for us to have a full meal." "Qianqian, then I'll help you with the cooking." Su Meng wanted to help, but was firmly pushed back by Wang Qianqian. "Sister Dream, you're very tired, just take a good rest with Brother Yang. If you really want to help me, just do it next time. I mainly want to show off my craftsmanship, and I hope that in the days to come, I can get along better with Sister Meng." Having been spoken to by Wang Qianqian to such an extent, Su Meng also had no choice but to go to the side and sit in front of Yang Lin. Afterwards, she heard Su Meng whisper, "Qianqian, she's pretty and knows how to cook, and she's also willing to wear messy clothes for you to see. No wonder you're mesmerized by her." "Ah. Meng, you wouldn't be jealous of Qianqian, right?" "Who's jealous? Qianqian and I are good sisters, am I that small-minded? I just feel. This childhood friend of mine compared to Qianqian, seems like it's not that important to you." Yang Lin sweat face, "Nonsense what, how is not important? Earlier when I was down and out, you were willing to take me to the novice copy, this gratitude, until now I still retain in my heart. And we've known each other for more than 10 years, if you're not important to me, we're not related, right?" Su Meng turned her back, her face a little bashful. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course it's true, there's no need for me to tell lies to deceive you about this, right? This is what you said yourself, since I am important to you, will you treat me well in the future? It won't be the same as earlier, suddenly become so distant from me again and delete my photos, right?" That deletion of photos was just a hand mistake, you believe me? Su Meng's face was as delicate as a flower. I don't believe you. Fine, if you don't believe me, then you don't believe me, but I'm curious about a question." "What question?" "This little devil dress up of yours, the horns on the head I know are glued on, this tail, how did it fit onto the butt?" Su Meng's pretty face, all of a sudden red to the root of the ear. You care how I mounted it?" "I'm just curious, can't I ask?" "If you don't tell me, I'll ask Qianqian." "Can't ask, if you want to ask me then. I'll bite you to death." "Not allowed to ask." "Well, see Su Meng so resolute, then do not ask." After a period of time had passed, Wang Qianqian's side had already made a meal out through her own cookware. Let's just say her skills are good, rice with mushroom stewed chicken, making Yang Lin and Su Meng so delicious that they almost didn't eat their own tongues. This meal at noon, the three of them were particularly happy. However, it could also be that the trio's segment was too high, and they didn't realize a problem. This was a wilderness after all, and it was still a spirit realm land. Like other teams, what they ate at noon when they were hungry was all the dry food they had with them. In this place where the level of the demons was so high, firing and cooking haphazardly might be discovered by the demons and lead to some kind of trouble. But for Yang Lin's trio, demons? The ones doing it now were the demons. Other people rested and ate one by one, they were afraid to avoid the demons, but only the three of them, they were afraid to encounter fewer demons. No other, only because Yang Lin limitation ability is too strong, beside the two sisters is too fierce. Dare to appear demons, teach them to be demons again in minutes. Perhaps, this is also the reason why people with high segmentation and people with low segmentation can't understand each other when acting in a certain way. After the meal was full, in the afternoon, needless to say, the three of them once again plunged into the business of killing demons. Yang Lin didn't forget that both he and Wang Qianqian were equivalent to those who passed a transfer and gained opportunities. The ideal level to raise to today was level 10, to quickly make their new career skills and natural abilities visible. The same was true for Wang Qianqian. After reaching level 10, she would have her second living spirit and her second vocational phrase. In addition, the goal set by the three members of the squad today was to gain 10,000 points. It was now necessary to step up their efforts and accomplish these goals as much as possible before nightfall. And so it was. Right here in the middle of the Spirit Realm's mountain forest, at the periphery. The three figures seemed like a tornado of hurricanes. Wherever the hurricane blew, it was a sky-turning scene. Those blood wolves were really pitiful. They thought that food had been delivered to their doorsteps, but they didn't want a large number of them to become Yang Lin's trio's meal in their mouths. With a long time of cooperation, the three of them became more and more skillful in coordinated battles. Yang Lin is part-time output, Su Meng is completely responsible for the main attack, and Wang Qianqian ensures that the end and make up for the knife. It was this trio that became a deep nightmare for the Bloodwolves on the periphery of the spirit realm. The trio hunted and killed with too much gusto, so much so that without realizing it, the sky was slowly starting to dim. It's getting late, we can't continue delaying in the spirit realm, we need to turn back to the camp. Too bad, I'm still a small half-level short of reaching level 10. Brother Yang, as long as I kill this group of blood wolves in front of me, I should be able to reach level 10. Yang Lin's side was regretful, but when he heard that Wang Qianqian could reach level 10, he was instantly energized. Wang Qianqian is after all her own sister, even if she is a little bit wrong, but as long as she can rise, it must be equally excellent. Because he knew that Wang Qianqian would activate a new birth spirit and profession phrase after level 10, the little bit of frustration Yang Lin had just generated suddenly vanished. Until after killing the batch of blood wolves in front of them, and then after seeing a clear colored light wavering around Wang Qianqian's body. Yang Lin and Su Meng both couldn't wait to get to Wang Qianqian. Qianqian, you quickly take a look at the occupation panel, what beings and occupation phrases have been activated. Wait a moment, I'll adjust the occupation panel. In front of Yang Lin and Su Meng, Wang Qianqian didn't half avoid it. Soon, she publicly displayed the occupation panel in front of the two. Then, not to mention Yang Lin and Su Meng's eyes widened to the maximum. Even Wang Qianqian herself was given a shiver by her new birth spirit and occupation phrase. The three of them only thought that they had misread it, and each of them confirmed the occupation panel at least 3 times. Then they saw Yang Lin's face full of excitement, his hands pinching Wang Qianqian's thin shoulders with one hand. Brother Yang, be gentle, you're hurting me. Qianqian, I'm sorry, I'm really quite excited right now. But from now on, you absolutely can't display your career panel outside. Wang Qianqian nodded, I know, Brother Yang, you won't let me display it, then I won't let anyone let them see my occupation panel. Su Meng anxiously said, there's still me, don't you guys exclude me. Sister Meng, we are good sisters, I won't exclude you. Yang Lin said at this moment, sincerely, today, even if we get nothing in other aspects, seeing Qianqian being able to comprehend this kind of skills and words, it's worth it. Su Meng nodded, more than worth it, if it's really known by outsiders, I'm afraid it will immediately drive countless people crazy. Chapter 44, She's Really Big Baby. Wang Qianqian. Because of the opportunity triggered by the special trial earlier, all the new skills and vocational phrases that hadn't been shown after the current level 10 were shown. Let's start with her new skills. Because of her own druid profession, that was naturally related to summoning spirits. The forest's guardian griffin. Specializing in flight and wind spells. If it was simply mentioned like that, many people might not be able to figure out what was so awesome about this thing. But to say that 99% of the professions in this world are unable to fly, so to put it that way, it's kind of straightforward, right? That's right. Wang Qianqian's second being able to fly is outrageous. Previously heard of the same druid summon the eagle, then I do not know how many people up and down the envious Bad Alliance. But compared to the griffin that Wang Qianqian was able to summon, what is an eagle? Since the mention of flying, with the state of facing the ground cannot face the air of the magic creature, how bug can be imagined? Above, we are talking about Wang Qianqian's new skills. If that was all, it wasn't enough to make Yang Lin and Su Meng, who were present, look at Wang Qianqian's career panel 3 times in a row. Being able to fly was indeed an advantage. However, there were quite a few existences within the professionals as well as amongst the magical creatures that could fly against the air. What truly shocked Yang Lin and Su Meng was the new phrase that Wang Qianqian activated. Wind of Nature. Nature's gift boosts one's luck value, increases the chance of dropping item props by 35%, and has a 35% chance of raising the grade of the dropped item. If you are in a team, this gift benefits all team members. See, this was what really shocked Yang Lin and Su Meng. You could say that even if Wang Qianqian didn't know anything, even if she was just being a mascot, countless squads would surely rush towards her. What's more, Wang Qianqian's own strength wasn't bad, and she even had the ability to fly. With such an aura added to her body, it was completely unthinkable to think about what kind of uproar her occupation panel would cause once it was leaked out. Qianqian, you are a big treasure right now. If you're willing, there will definitely be countless strong squads that will invite you to join them. It's not as good as you say, Brother Yang, and also, I'm not going to another team, I'm going to follow Brother Yang all the way. It's a must, even if you really want to go, I'm still not letting go. Listening to this conversation between Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian, next to her, Su Meng's cheeks pouted. It's going to be dark, you two are still planning to continue flirting here, aren't you? Ah, I almost forgot, you're here too, Meng Meng. Su Meng was so angry that she couldn't help but gently kick Yan Lin's calf with her foot. Yeah, I'm here, disturbing your good deed, right? Indeed. Su Meng was all pissed off and laughed. Get lost you, how do I have a childhood friend like you who specializes in deceiving innocent little girls? The few people talked and fooled around, but it was really late in the day. Just as the three of them were next about to leave, Yang Lin suddenly thought of something that very much interested him. No, if I don't try it, I'm anxious in my heart. Su Meng and Wang Qianqian were uncertain and looked at Yang Lin with curious eyes. Try what? In the face of the two sisters' inquiries, Yang Lin's expression became very serious all of a sudden. Qianqian doesn't know how to fly now, I pondered that if she takes me to mid-air. At this time, with my means, wouldn't I be able to easily harvest the blood wolves on the ground that can't take on the air? When Su Meng and Wang Qianqian heard this, not to mention, the two sisters were really interested in this proposal. Let's try it then, but Yang Lin, can your field cover from top to bottom? It should be possible, I haven't tried it, but I'll know if I try it now. Saying and doing. Although it was late in the day, the trio spent some time searching for a group of wandering blood wolves in order to verify the idea. A total of 5 blood wolves. Qian, are you ready? Ready. As Wang Qianqian exploded her blood qi, behind her, a transparent 2-meter-tall griffin being instantly surfaced. Yang Lin wasn't ambiguous at this time, and went up in a princess hug, holding Wang Qianqian in his arms. Anyway, Wang Qianqian griffin's spirit's wings were also a shadow, and did not affect flight. In this way, under Wang Qianqian's belt flying, the two came to a height of about 4 floors and 10 meters above. Brother Yang, is this height okay? If it's any higher, the consumption is a bit high and it will become strenuous. It's okay, this height is just right. During the time Yang Lin replied back, he had already unfolded his domain, and by the way, he also threw super heavy pressure and super paralyze all over the blood wolves below. As for the results obtained, it was as expected. The domain was effective in 3 dimensions. After the 5 blood wolves were attacked, they definitely wanted to counterattack. However, they didn't have any air-to-air means, so they couldn't do anything other than barely flailing their claws at the sky above in their negative state. Needless to say, they were doomed and could only be slowly consumed. Yang Lin was now level 9, linking 2 negative statuses, with a second damage of 27, and a split damage that easily reached over 1200. Adding to that, the entrance kills 25% of the blood volume. Even if the 5 blood wolves were consumed, they would be resolved in less than 1 minute. During this time, Yang Lin of course also wanted to see Wang Qianqian Griffin spawn's means of attack. And so it was seen. Continuous wind blades, very strong. If he didn't mind the consumption, Wang Qianqian could also cast Tornado for a scale-pulling gathering of monsters. And of course, let's not forget the Griffin's sharp claw strikes. Wang Qianqian could also swoop down from above, dealing lethal damage to the enemy with the speed of a blistering wind. All of the above, Su Meng below naturally looked on. In comparison, she could deal higher damage than Wang Qianqian, but she didn't have Wang Qianqian's means to fly. Looking at the miserable appearance of the blood wolf in the field, Su Meng couldn't help but draw cool air. Thanks to his childhood friend and good sister, if other professions against the two bound together. If they didn't have any air-to-air tactics, wouldn't they have to be teased to death by the two of them? It's too scary. When all 5 blood wolves died, Yang Lin's test was declared complete. Needless to say, the results were definitely quite satisfactory. But this, of course, also involved an extremely important issue. Suppose there was no need for Wang Qianqian to make up an attack in the sky. Then how long could her flying simply last? In this regard, Wang Qianqian estimated, the Griffin's consumption relative to the Pale Bear is still a bit large. But if I just maintain a certain height and simply fly, with my current state, it's no problem to last for half an hour. Yes, that's quite alright. When the magic creature speed brush followed, Wang Qianqian could more easily detect the nearby magic creatures because of her flying ability. If the number of magical creatures was huge, she could be allowed to throw a few tornadoes along the way. If the girl still wants to close and fill in, a quick conversion of the less consuming Pale Bear beings will do. The so-called flying ability could be used as a killer weapon, and likewise as a means of escape. As for things like the test just now, when the two of them went to mid-air together to break the devil, it was possible to perform it when necessary. In addition to this one day, if the whim of the words, can also together to the mid-air to do some more interesting things. And speaking of which, don't forget Wang Chanxian's new phrase. Props item explosion rate increased by 35%, there is also a 35% chance to improve the grade of the dropped item props. So to say that this sister of our own Chanxian is really a proper big treasure. At the same time, it was also because of the super change of seeing Wang Chanxian gaining new skills and words after level 10. Yang Lin he now, on the new skills and new talent abilities he will obtain after level 10, needless to say, even more anticipation. Chapter 45 Su Nianji's special attention. Within the base, the statistics section. The magic crystals obtained by all newcomers from killing demons within the spirit territory, the spirit grasses collected as well as the ores. All of them could be registered here and then exchanged for points. Right now, the two clerks who were working were very idle. Only because the newcomers are only that 110 people, only 26 teams, as the color of the day is gradually getting late, should come over to exchange points have all been exchanged. Only, there is a small team named Heavenly Light missing. At first, the two clerks did not care about this team. In their opinion, it was probably because the team had traveled a bit far, so they were delayed on their way back. Because of this, they didn't bother going through the information of this squad's personnel. Anyway, they just chatted idly and waited for the squad to come back and get off work. However, it was just now that Su Nianji made a phone call. After inquiring about the overall status of the first day's points of all the newcomer squads, she actually specifically asked about the Skylight squad alone. Such behavior directly made the two clerks curious. There were 26 squads, so why was Deacon Su asking about Skylight squad alone? Could it be that there was a relative of Deacon Su within the members of the Skylight squad? With this curiosity and the search for answers, the two clerks pulled up the information of the members of the Skylight squad. It was really. Without looking, it was a shock. I didn't expand the Skylight squad's information earlier, I didn't realize that there were actually only 3 of them? Tisk, these 3 people are quite bold, you could at least form one more. In this place, Lishan's spirit realm, the lowest level of demons is 14, and it's not friendly to small teams with fewer people. Not only unfriendly, but if their strength is a little bit weak, they may roll over at any time, the 3 of them are really daring. Originally, when they saw the small number of Skylight squad, the 2 instruments sighed a few times and left it at that. But immediately, the shock and impact they received was even greater. No way, am I blind? Only one of the 3 is level 10, the remaining 2 are actually still level 7? Something's wrong, how did a level 7 get recruited by the guild and sent to this side of the base? Can't it be that they are really Deacon Su's relatives? Did he play favoritism and come here? Keep your voice down, can you say such things? Do you want to offend Deacon Su? I don't dare, but this Heavenly Light Squad personnel hasn't returned until now. That's fine, let's make a call to the scouting section and ask, we won't know. That's true, I'll call now. Because each newcomer's cell phone carried a locator, it was still possible to know roughly where the newcomers were if they wanted to know. The people on the side of the scouting section quickly responded. It said that there were 3 newcomers who were on their way back, and would return to the base in about 5 minutes or so. Hearing this, the 2 clerks were relieved. They were afraid that one of the people in that Skylight squad was a relative of Deacon Su. In case something happens to the 3 people, it would not be wrong for them to be angered if they work in the base. And it is in this waiting. One of the clerks looked at the points of the other squads and said, you say, this Heavenly Light squad goes to the spirit realm on this first day, how many points can they exchange in the end? This question based on the 3 of them, I think that it would already be amazing to have 1,000 points. Isn't 1,000 points a bit low? Since Deacon Su dared to accept 2 level 7 newcomers, if they aren't relatives, then they must at least be overpowered. So, 2,000 points, I think it should be able to reach 2,000 points. Are you kidding? 2,000 points? Do you know how many demons you have to kill? You know about the blood wolves in the periphery, the moment they appear they are all in packs, if the squad staffing isn't up to par, then the confrontation will be nothing short of a disaster. That makes some sense, I'll guess 1,500 then, this score is already quite a lot. In the end, the 2 clerks agreed on their guesses. They felt that the 3 of them, Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chanxian of the Skylight Squad, could manage to get 1,500 points already belong to the limit. It was in their mood of waiting for verification that a boy and 2 sisters came to their side of the statistics section. Sorry, we came back slightly late because we turned around in the spirit realm for a bit longer, so we made you guys wait for a long time. Seeing that the boy in the lead, also known as Yang Lin, was quite polite, the two clerks immediately felt a lot more favorable towards the three of the Skylight Squad. No need to be so polite, working here is our job. As for the three of you, no injuries or anything like that, right? No, thanks for your concern. That's good, now tally up your gains for today, after which our side will transfer the points directly to your accounts. Okay. As Yang Lin responded, he had already taken out a jar specialized in holding magic crystals from his occupation space. Looking at the jar full of second-order magic crystals, the two clerks looked at each other and felt that their previous guess was still correct. A jar of magic crystals, according to the mixture of inferior and ordinary grades, would be around 1500 points. Good, then you three wait a bit, we need to do an inventory and then tally up the points you have gained. The two clerks were getting ready to work, but Yang Lin didn't stop and actually took out a second jar of magic crystals from the occupation space. This? It's actually another full jar? You three can not bad. The two clerks couldn't help but be surprised in their hearts. I didn't expect to have underestimated the strength of the Skylight Squad. One level 10, two level 7, with these two jars of magic crystals alone, the points should be able to reach 3000, which had already multiplied beyond the two men's previous predictions. But how could the two instruments have thought that after taking out the second jar, Yang Lin's hand hadn't even stopped? Soon, a third jar was taken out. By this time, the two clerks had widened their eyes. No, is this Skylight Squad so fierce? With just these 3 jars of points, they could go and grab the first place out of the 26 teams. Only, the two clerks had ultimately underestimated the strength of Yang Lin's trio. Just then they saw that Yang Lin once again took out the 4th jar. Hiss. It was only then that the two clerks couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air one by one. The 5th jar of magic crystals had also been placed on the counter by Yang Lin. At this moment, the two clerks' eyes gradually changed, and the way they looked at Yang Lin's trio was no less than looking at ghosts. They didn't know what to say at this point. With trembling breaths like that, they looked at Yang Lin as if he was arranging apples. The 6th, 7th, and 8th jars of magic crystals continued to be placed on the counter. Because it's too much trouble, I didn't go picking spiritual grasses or digging up ores, today is simply killing demons. By the way, is there a slightly larger jar that the base provides to hold the magic crystals? This small jar is too small and inconvenient. The two clerks were now almost in a petrified state. It was only because in all the years of exchanges, they had never seen such a powerful squad before. The first day, this was only the first day. The first day of a normal squad was mostly focused on familiarizing themselves with the environment, and these 3 people in front of them, were they mowing down the demons within the spirit realm without a doubt? Moreover, their squad was only just 3 people. Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry, there's no way to solve the problem about the jars. In order to identify whether or not the magic crystals are fresh, they're all specially made jars. As for your harvest, we'll count it now, you guys wait a bit. Trouble you guys. Sometime later, the two clerks finished counting the magic crystals and got the total points after calculating the inferior, ordinary and excellent grades separately. 12,850. This was a terrifying number. So terrifying that several minutes after Yang Lin's trio left the statistics section, the two clerks still hadn't recovered from their shock. How on earth did the 3 of them do it? Who knows, they all carefully confirmed it just now, those magic crystals were all killed only a short while ago. It can be determined through the energy that it wasn't cheating, it was brought over earlier. I now understand why Deacon Su is purposely focusing on this heavenly light squad alone. Isn't it only natural for such a terrifying squad? Yes, then what are we still waiting for? Hurry up and send a message back to Deacon Su. Chapter 46, Whoever likes him is not eyeshot. Speaking of Su Nianji. In fact, just a short while ago, she had gone ahead and confirmed the situation of Yang Lin's trio with the investigation section. Hearing that the 3 were on their way back, she was relieved. As for why she was particularly concerned about the Skylight Squad that Yang Lin's trio was in, there was definitely a reason for that. First, most of the other teams were in groups of 5, or at worst, 4. Only, Yang Lin pulled Su Meng and Wang Chanshan, and the 3 of them created a squad. As for the Lishan spirit realm, even the outermost blood wolves were level 14 and still appeared in packs. So even though she knew that Yang Lin would limit the abilities, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan's combat strength was not bad. But she still didn't think highly of this 3-person team. If they didn't suffer some losses, how would these 3 know how to write the word difficult? Of course, thinking that she was an instructor after all. Knowing that the three of them would not have an advantage against the demons, but Su Nianji surely didn't want these three newcomers, on their first day, to be buried within the spirit realm. Second. Again, in Su Nianji's eyes, she was really not optimistic about Yang Lin's output ability. What she was optimistic about, on the other hand, was Yang Lin's super potential as a supporting presence. Even if Yang Lin's output damage was still watchable now, what about after level 20 and 30, going to a copy and scraping for the demons? Even if Yang Lin was more powerful, it was impossible for him to comprehend the many skills that could inflict negative statuses over and over again, right? Because of this, Su Nianji decided in her heart. Even though the previous request for a full-time auxiliary training was rejected by Yang Lin. Then, let this boy go to the spirit realm and hit a wall. When Yang Lin sees the reality and completely dies, then no matter if he is willing or not, the guild side is sent. Dedicated auxiliary training directly to him on the arrangement, the guild must not lose this precious auxiliary talent. Naturally, for this auxiliary talent, Su Nianji is still to be attentive. As for that, to ask Su Nianji what she thinks of Yang Lin himself? Career-related topics aside, Su Nianji doesn't hate Yang Lin, but she definitely doesn't have a good feeling about him. In Su Nianji's opinion, a guy who only knows how to indulge in women's colors, who only indulges in women's tenderness, what can he achieve in the future? How old is this to start embracing the right and the left? In the future, if any girl fell in love with this man again, that would really be bad enough. Above. When Su Nianji was sitting in her office thinking about these problems, her cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at it, it was a call coming from the statistics section side. After picking up the call, she heard her inquire, "What's up, is today's work done over there?" "Lord Deacon, it's already done. The points of the Heavenly Light Squad that you inquired about earlier have also been tallied." "Is that so? How many points did they gain on this first day?" 12,850. "How many?" "Say that again?" "Lord Deacon, 12,850. Su Nianji was stunned for a few seconds with her cell phone, she thought she had misheard. "Is there no problem with the statistics? Are you sure it's 12850, there's not an extra zero?" "Lord Deacon, 1,000 times sure, it's 12,850. You may not know that the three of them brought back a full 8 jars of magic crystals. The amount of magic crystals, at one point, reached a terrifying amount of over 300. "Okay, I know, on your side now, send all the point statistics of all the squads to my side." Yes, we'll send it over right away." About 20 seconds after the communication was disconnected, a piece of data had already been transmitted to Su Nianji's computer's mailbox inside. With incredulity and skepticism, Su Nianji quickly clicked on the email with her mouse. The first line of the statistics table. Skylight Squad, points 12850. Point source composition, magic crystals, nothing else. How is it possible? How on earth did the three of them do it? Su Nianji's eyes jumped a little. As she looked down, she felt even more that Yang Lin's three people's points were too outrageous. United Blade Squad, 5,113 points. Blitz Squad, 4,980 points. Blast Shadow Squad, 4,765 points. The others are all 5-member powerful squads, but they can't even compare to the three of them, not even half? Su Nianji didn't think that the statistics section would make such a low-level mistake. Not to mention that on the phone, she had confirmed it twice more. And it was also said over there that all three brought back a full 8 jars of magic crystals. In that case, this figure of 12,850 shouldn't be wrong. Could it be that I'm the one who underestimated Yang Lin's ability to restrict? Based on Su Nianji's next thought, she felt that if the 3-member squad wanted to make a big kill, counting on Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, they wouldn't be able to reach that point yet. Then there was only one possibility if one continued to think about it. Unless Yang Lin's restriction ability, even if it crosses many levels at once, the effect it can play is still not a bit discounted and is still all kinds of strong. In that case, the three of them would be able to act cheaply when facing packs of blood wolves. But was it possible? Level 7 versus level 14, the level had already exceeded by half, and the gap was so large that it was completely impossible. If it was possible, it went against common sense. Totally can't figure out how they did it. 12,850, this number is really exaggerated. Just as Su Nianji's words to herself fell, the office door was pushed open. Su Guan came from outside while laughing lightly, is there a possibility that Yang Lin he's just that strong? Sugwon, you know about it too?
Well, the statistics section side notified me in passing after calling you. At first, when I heard about 12850, to be honest, I was shocked as well.
But after thinking about it, with Yang Lin's restrictive means, it might not be impossible to do it. What about this?
Nianji, have you forgotten that Yang Lin brought Wang Chanxian with him earlier within the special trial Abyss difficulty copy, but he killed the Abyss leader? Judging by their current points again, I have reason to believe that the reason why he and Wang Chanxian were able to take out the Abyssal leader at that time.
The biggest reliance couldn't be separated from the suppression of the restriction ability. Su Nianji nodded slightly, thinking back and forth makes some sense, if he could even suppress a level 10 Abyssal head.
Then suppressing a level 14 ordinary blood wolf, it seems like it wouldn't seem much out of the ordinary. And Nianji, don't forget one very important thing.
What is it? Yang Lin, he's a hidden profession.
Other professionals may not be able to do anything too outrageous with their restrictive means, but hidden professions, it may not be impossible.
Even if it's a hidden profession, doing this kind of thing is really heaven-defying. However, after hearing you say this, I'm not obsessing over this issue anymore. How is the work on your side completed?
Don't delay me from witnessing the intensity of the three of them when the time comes. The satellites have been connected to the Heavenly Eye system, but the spirit realm is cut off by mists, and a great deal of debugging is still needed to map the images within the spirit realm in high definition. But please don't worry, there are still 20 days left before the chopping battle, it can definitely be completed is all.
Good then, I'll wait for your good news. By the way, you'll make a trip to the film and television section this time and hand over the statistics to that side, I want to use it tomorrow morning.
Sugwon froze for a moment, and soon, he figured out Su Nianji's intentions. Nianji, you do understand the Loach effect.
If I tell you to do it, do it. Yes, I'll go and do it. I think tomorrow morning it will be very lively. Chapter 47, My Sister is Cute. Plus Yang Lin sighed. After returning to the base to redeem the points. Whether it was him or Su Meng and Wang Chanxian, the two sisters, they were all very satisfied with the results of this day. Including on the way back to the dormitory also heard Wang Chanxian say, I didn't realize that this points are quite good, in one day's time we earn more than 12,000. Yang Lin responded, what did I say earlier, this thing should be spent on points, there is no need to save.
Just like the fully equipped dormitory we're living in now, how comfortable it is. If you really want to save those 500 points to sleep on a hard bed or something, that's called not suffering hard. Su Meng wanted to roll her eyes as she listened, you're saying this because you have the courage to do so, what about other teams? If you earn less points in a day, I'm afraid you won't have any spare money if you just eat and drink and spend a little bit on other aspects of your daily life, right? Meng, you can't think so poorly of others. They're all good seedlings picked out of 1,000, and most of them are also teamed up in groups of 5.
They definitely earn more than us. Su Meng was speechless, I think that you're the only one who thinks so. Is that so? Ask Chanxian if you don't believe me. Yang Lin then turned to Wang Chanxian.
Wang Chanxian spoke, Brother Yang, I also don't think that the other teams can earn that much, they don't have as strong a limitation as you do.
It seems like you guys quite believe in my restricting ability. It's not believing, but personally verifying.
Su Meng seriously said, Yang Lin, if I hadn't teamed up with you, I wouldn't have dared to think that killing demons could actually be that easy.
That's right, beside her, Wang Chanxian happily agreed, following Brother Yang is full of security. That's what he said.
Worthy of being his own sister, his words were all so heavenly and pleasant.
As a man, why don't you hurry up and fool around at this point? Meng, Chanxian, follow brother well in the future, brother cover you. With brother in, outsiders won't want to move a single strand of your hair. Good.
Wang Chanxian replied quite sharply. As for Su Meng, she was speechless. Saying it in such a righteous manner, who cares about you covering it?
That's good, then I will only cover Chanxian Xin in the future, Meng you seek your own happiness. You dare. Aya, how you still bite my arm, lost we no more than 10 years, did not think you actually belong to the dog. Yang Lin who you say belongs to the dog, I'll fight with you. Playfully, the three of them went back to the dormitory first.
Thinking that all of them have been running in the spirit realm for a day today, this will be the first time to take a small break. Also take advantage of this time, take turns to take a shower and change clothes. Then, the three of them got together and started making a strategy. To ask what kind of strategy to do, it must be a street of bases.
Earlier there were no points even if, now there are points how to not go to build a little. So, after having dinner, the three of them ran to the base street. Out of the trio's expectation, the street at night was more brilliant than expected. Every training place, leisure place and entertainment place, including snacks and stores, were all open. Even though there were fewer people here, the attendants and salesmen at each venue still greeted them with smiles and served them with sincerity. However, right after Yang Lin's figure appeared on this street, almost at the same time, quite a few lines of sight had already focused on him like flying ons. Isn't that Yang Lin? He actually brought Su Meng and Wang Qianqian to go shopping? It's really bad that he still has this kind of leisure. The key is, those two sisters are still willing to accompany him. People are more angry than people. The kind of people who come in through the back door. I really don't know what Su Meng and Wang Qianqian think. It's totally like falling back on them. Yang Lin, ever since the last simulation, had become a celebrity in the eyes of all the newcomers. The scorched earth creeper that others took out in minutes took him a full 6 minutes. And his second damage of up to 7 points had stunned everyone at the scene. It was precisely for this reason that all the newcomers couldn't even think of not recognizing him. Because he felt such an atmosphere, Yang Lin put on a deep face and pretended to sigh. Wang Qianqian wasn't sure what was wrong with Yang Lin and inquired with concern, "Brother Yang, do you suddenly have something on your mind?" "Where do I have something on my mind? I just have some sighs in my heart." "Huh? Sigh what?" "The preconceptions in a person's heart are like a big mountain." Su Meng quenched a mouthful and said, "Speak human." "It's like this, I found that the newcomers on the street look at me with unfriendly eyes." Wang Qianqian was puzzled. "Why?" "It's not because of you two. I performed so poorly during the simulation at first, but on the contrary, I abducted you two in front of everyone. So a lot of people are not convinced in their hearts." Wang Qianqian understood. "So that's how it is, but I don't want to team up with them, I only team up with Brother Yang. Worthy of being my family Qianqian, just so understanding. Come on, let's give you an arm wrestle and give them a little bit of a shock." Wang Qianqian was not ambiguous, and with a face full of happiness, she hugged Yang Lin's right arm. At this scene, looking at Su Meng, she rolled her eyes. "Qianqian, you're really listening to him. Sister Meng, I'm afraid that Brother Yang can't withstand other people's pressure. He has a load of pressure, he's dying of beauty." Yang Lin laughed, then looked at Su Meng. Su Meng beamed and said, "What are you looking at? What, you haven't seen a beautiful woman before? Meng, are you a beauty?" Su Meng was furious. "Scram you, I'm not a beauty but I'm really sorry about it." Yang Lin was serious, so, people have to have self-knowledge. "Egu, you bit me again. Don't hide behind Qianqian, you see me bite or not bite you to death." Seeing the trio on the street in a flirtatious manner, I don't know how many of those newcomers, especially the boys, secretly shed tears of envy. This Yang Lin. I'm afraid he's not the reincarnation of a chimera, otherwise why can he eat so well? As for the question of whether Yang Lin cared about the eyes of the onlookers, he cares a dir. Instead of caring about this nonsense, he should care about what new skills and talents he could obtain after reaching level 10 tomorrow when he traveled to the spirit realm. Right now, of course, he was having a good time shopping with his two sisters. Anyway, there were a lot of points on my body, so I could eat some snacks, drink a cup of milk tea, and savor the cake. If it wasn't for the fact that I came back late today, I wouldn't have to go sing a song or watch a movie or something. In short, this trip ran down or very enjoyable. On the way back, Su Meng is very happy. Just when she unintentionally looked at Yang Lin's side face, her heart couldn't help but think of something. The main thing was that in these nearly 2 years, someone had actually almost broken off their relationship with herself. "If you had been so good to me earlier, I would have promised you." Realizing that she had spoken out of turn, Su Meng hastily blocked her small mouth with her hand. Yang Lin curiously asked, Meng, what are you whispering?" I'm saying that if we work a little harder tomorrow, we'll definitely be able to get a lot of points again. At that time, we'll be able to spend even more in a street. That's for sure, but compared to the points, the increase in strength is the most important thing. I'm now looking forward to tomorrow. I want to see what kind of level my career in combat power can reach when my new skills and talents are activated. Chapter 48, Too Ruthless, No Man Likes It. Early the next morning, Yang Lin was nonetheless in high spirits. Currently, he was a little over level 9.5, and he was just waiting for today to head to the spirit realm to break through to level 10, and then comprehend his new abilities and talents. Because he desperately wanted to know what level he could mention, it would be strange for his mood not to be excited right now. After everything was ready, Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian first went to the cafeteria to eat breakfast. Then when they walked to the main entrance of the base, they found that almost all the newcomers had gathered here, and the atmosphere was very warm. At this, Yang Lin was quite puzzled. What's going on? Did the two deacons notify the gathering? No, I didn't hear the loudspeaker or receive a notice. Me too, I didn't hear half the news. Su Meng and Wang Qianqian shook their heads one after another, indicating that they did not know. Afterward, harboring many doubts, the three of them simply came over as well. Then they saw that on the public screen at the entrance of the base, the point rankings of each squad after returning yesterday were openly hung. And on it, the first place team, Skylight, with a score of 12,850 was particularly conspicuous. Not only are we on the list, but we're also the first place? Yang Lin was a little sweaty. Continuing to look down, when he saw that the second place United Blades squad only had 5,113 points, he almost didn't strain himself. Why does the second place squad have so few points? Su Meng cried and laughed. Didn't Qianqian and I tell you yesterday that with your kind of heaven-defying restriction ability, how can other squads compare to us? According to you, I'm overestimating them? Or maybe I haven't properly recognized my own strength? You think so? Su Meng was speechless to the core. I don't even know if you've been playing dumb or deliberately flabbergasted. Although most of their teams were configured with 5 people, to go head-to-head with a demonic creature, the considerations must involve every aspect. After all, if you're not careful, that could kill someone. Wang Qianqian followed. I agree with Sister Meng's words, Brother Yang, even though there are only 3 of us. But if you stand there alone, you'll abolish a large part of the demonic group with your first move, while what Sister Dream and I have to do is actually mainly harvesting. Yang Lin nodded. Looks like I'll have to revisit my strength. It's not right. Not right what? Now that I'm heading to the spirit realm, I'll be able to comprehend new skills and talents again in just 2 hours at most. So right now, I can't really examine myself properly. Okay. These words made the two sisters, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, almost tremble because Yang Lin was too strong. On the contrary, in the said crowd, because the Skylight Squad was really out of the ordinary, it had completely become the hot topic of the moment. No wonder they asked for secrecy when reporting the squad names earlier, so there are secretly rankings. It doesn't matter if it's ranked or not, the main thing is that this Skylight Squad is too outrageous. It wouldn't be a squad that the instructor randomly made up as a way to stimulate us, would it? No, the squad statistics at that time were indeed 26 teams. This is something that the entire room was present for, there is no doubt about it. To put it this way, this Heavenly Light Squad is also too terrifying. Of the 100 or so of US, which ones are actually so crazy? The crowd murmured. All of them were guessing which few people made up the Heavenly Light Squad. But there was no result after all the talking. Regarding this matter, Yang Lin didn't want to admit it. Because he saw that most of these young talents had a look of unwillingness on their faces. Also being recruited, who would want to be left behind by the people in front of them with such a big gap? If this was admitted, it might be how this group of people would miss themselves and the two sisters beside them. Anyway, the above chose to keep it a secret. As long as the above doesn't blurt out, then the personnel of the Skylight Squad will remain a mystery. After all, we can also bite the name of another team. When the 110 newcomers were still crowding around and discussing, when the several people of the Skylight Squad were in the end who they were. All of their actions were caught in the eyes of the two people on the roof not far away. These two were Sun Yinji and Su Guan. It was Sun Yinji's idea to announce this ranking, which hadn't been the case in previous years. Who let Yang Lin's Skylight Squad be so outrageous? So, it was used by Sun Yinji as a cannonball for pond bombing. These 110 people were all good seedlings. Those who could be here were the best who graduated from various schools. Anyone who has a bit of pride and is still at the age of blood and vigor, and does not give in to defeat is definitely there. Since this is the case, let them rise to the occasion. I believe that today, the points obtained by all the squads would definitely go up a notch because of the Skylight Squad. As for how much, we would know at night. At this time, Su Guan's cell phone suddenly rang. Before he could pick it up, he heard Su Guan say, as expected, one of the best of them telephoned over, and without even having to think about it, he knew that he definitely wanted information on the personnel of the Skylight Squad. Sun Yanji raised her eyebrows. Tell the other party that it can be given, but it requires 300,000 points. Yanji, you are so ruthless. Without giving them some motivation, how can they grow fast? It's far from enough to stimulate them with the consumption system of the base alone. Only a strong medicine like Yang Lin's is more effective for them. That's good, then whoever calls over to inquire afterward will always get 300,000 points. Oh right. When that happens, have the people over at the film and television section add a line on the public screen that the point rankings are updated every 5 days. I need to dangle their motivation and appetite severely. Tisk, in order to force them to put their best foot forward, you really spared no effort. Su Nianji said indifferently, this is nothing, if Yang Lin stimulates them enough and the effect is significant. Next, I'll diminish the purchasing power of points on one of the base streets, forcing them to earn more points. Su Guan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth twice. Nianji, can I give you a suggestion? Go ahead. You're too ruthless in your work, so it's hard to attract people's favor, especially men's favor. You know, the president has always been very concerned about your lifelong matters, and he wants you to think well for yourself. Su Guan, this is a training base for newcomers, not a place to talk about children's love. If you don't have business to attend to, I suggest you can shut up. Su Guan niggled, fine, I won't mention it then. Su Nianji didn't say anything and turned around, intending to leave, but it should have been because she thought of something that her figure paused for a moment. Today at 3 p.m., you and I will go to the statistics section together to do the statistics, don't be late. Seeing Su Nianji leave, Su Guan thought for a moment and couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. Although Su Nianji didn't say exactly what she was doing, how could he not know? This Miss Su just wanted to personally wait on Yang Lin to see if Yang Lin had the same ability today that he had yesterday. It's just as well, I'm also quite interested, it's not bad to go and take a look. And it was unclear what else Su Guan had thought of. But he was heard murmuring, if this little old brother is a bit more outstanding, he might actually become my honorable man, I might as well look forward to it as well. Chapter 49 Getting more and more demonic. Li Mountain Spirit Realm, Outer Perimeter. The 9-headed blood wolves were wandering in the mountain forest in a group when, abruptly, the air currents around them inexplicably began to surge. These blood wolves weren't even clear about what was happening, and in the next moment, a bucket-thick tornado with a destructive aura had been generated out of thin air. The blood wolves instantly all exploded. They wanted to quickly get out of the center, but the pulling force of the tornado was just too great, it was little by little, pulling them towards the middle of the tornado. Just as this group of blood wolves were struggling, a man ghostly appeared in the middle of the field. It was not at all clear what this man did, and in the next moment, the strength of the 9 blood wolves to resist and struggle was almost completely gone. As they were sucked into the tornado, the fur on their bodies was almost ripped clean in the space of a breath. However, that wasn't all. The girl who entered right after the man, with 2 magic dolls, after punching the tornado, the bucket-thick tornado simply turned into a tornado ice wind. In a matter of 10 seconds or so, chunks of frozen blood wolf meat clattered and fell from mid-air. And this also signaled that the battle had ended, not in a general dry manner. Looking at the blood wolf's shattered corpse ice in front of him, Su Meng was quite emotional. This is too simple. Indeed, it's quite simple, basically even saving the strength to strike. After Yang Lin responded to Su Meng, he then tilted his head and looked into the midair. Xianxian, see any other blood wolves in the vicinity? No more, no other demonic traces or abnormalities have been found in this area for the time being. Good, then come down and take a break first. Hearing Yang Lin say this, Wang Qianshan borrowed the griffin spirit to hover in mid-air for a circle, then quickly swooped down and then landed lightly. To say that after the 3 of them came to the spirit realm, 2 hours had already passed. But up until now, Yang Lin's level was still a section away from level 10. It wasn't that he and the 2 sisters weren't strong or that the 3 of them were slacking off, it was really that the number of blood wolves found wasn't that high. After all, this spirit realm had 26 teams in existence, so there were too many monks and not enough meat. Brother Yang, if we really can't, how about we go deeper into the interior? I have this idea, but the outer demons are all level 14, and the experience penalty is definitely heavier if we go inside. I think it's best to level up a few more before going deeper. Su Meng thought for a moment and said, in that case, nowadays we can only horizontally widen the range of monsters to kill in the periphery. But then, there's bound to be a high chance of meeting up with other teams. Let's just meet, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them, whichever ungrateful one dares to pick a fight and make a move, just them and be done with it. That was how the decision was made. In order to level up faster and obtain new skills and talents, the 3 of them next widened the scope of the squad's monster killing area. And with the trio's strong strength, when another hour or so passed and the time reached noon, Yang Lin finally rose to level 10. The data panel naturally followed and changed. It's not in vain, I've finally stepped over this hurdle. Yang Lin was now excited, as were Su Meng and Wang Chanxian who followed him. The two sisters had known that new changes would occur after Yang Lin's level 10, so now when they saw a clear light flashing around Yang Lin, they were curious and came up. Yang Lin, take a quick look, what good thing have you comprehended? Meng, you're being more anxious than me. Of course I'm in a hurry, I just want to see how far you can go against the heavens. Wang Chanxian smiled with her eyebrows, I also want to see to what new level Brother Yang is powerful. Fine, then I'll take a look at the data panel. And then. It looks like the skill aspect is right as I expected, I've gained another restricted ability. Su Meng and Wang Chanxian were shocked, 2 super restrictions weren't enough, but now there was actually one more? What's one more? Super weakness. In that instant, both sisters were silent as they both pondered over a question. After a long time, they heard Su Meng say, Yang Lin, if we were opponents, I wouldn't know how to fight you. 3 restricted abilities plus the entry decapitation that killed 25% of the current blood level, as well as dozens and dozens of continuous blood drops per second. Just thinking about it, Su Meng's petite body couldn't help but shiver. Wang Chanxian followed and said seriously, Brother Yang has become even more terrifying now, I feel that if I were to be opponents with Brother Yang, I wouldn't be able to fly at all within the domain, and I would only be slaughtered by Brother Yang at will. Both of you, why are you both still taking me as an imaginary enemy? It's not because you're too demonic. However, the more powerful you are, the more at ease Chanxian and I will be. Aha, following Brother Yang is very reassuring. Yang Lin laughed, that's a must, who made you all my people? Who is your person, Stinky? I want to be Brother Yang's person. Chanxian, you can't just go along with him every time, if you continue to go along with him, maybe he'll bully the two of us in some way. Brother Yang won't bully us. Yes, your Brother Yang won't bully the two of us, Su Meng finished, then turned to Yang Lin, didn't you say you have another talent of some kind? Yang Lin nodded, that's right, there is another new talent. Wang Chanxian asked curiously, Brother Yang, what new talent have you comprehended? On Su Meng's side, she was also waiting to hear Yang Lin's talent. But who would have thought that Yang Lin in the field suddenly seemed to split into several overlapping shadows before disappearing in place out of thin air? At this moment, no matter if it was Su Meng or Wang Chanxian, they thought they had blurred their eyes. After rubbing their eyes one after another, seeing that they didn't see Yang Lin, the two sisters looked at each other. Where's Yang Lin? I don't know, just now I only saw a few more shadows on Yang, then the person disappeared. I also saw a few more shadows on him, what kind of ability is this? Just as the two sisters were still amazed, a voice rang out in the proximity. Shadow of Resistance, my second core talent. Yang Lin, the sudden disappearance and sudden appearance of yours, are you going to scare me and Xian to death? Brother Yang, your new talent is also too amazing, I feel like you can even be an assassin, what kind of talent ability is it? The corner of Yang Lin's mouth revealed a nice arc and said, I know you two are very curious right now, in order for you to understand it more intuitively. This way, Meng, you spell out your life's strength to punch me. You, who are you underestimating? If I were to put my best foot forward, and you were in such a defenseless state, wouldn't I still blow you up? I'm not underestimating you, so why don't you symbolically touch me? Fine, but why would you do that? Don't ask why, lock on to my state later and sense more. And Chanxian, you too, pay attention and observe, don't get distracted. Su Meng and Wang Chanxian, both were almost confused by Yang Lin. However, they had said it to this point, so they just did what he said. Seeing that Yang Lin's entire body was now leisurely holding his arms and even closing his eyes, Su Meng walked forward and her pink fist landed very, very lightly in front of his body. In just an instant, Yang Lin once again disappeared in place. And at this time, whether it was Su Meng or Wang Chanxian, after being stunned for about 3 seconds, then each person suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and both stared incredulously. Chapter 50 Second Core Talent Important. Well, discovered anything? When Yang Lin reappeared in the field, Su Meng and Wang Chanxian still hadn't reacted from their shocked state. Yang Lin, this natural ability of yours. Brother Yang, are you a god? Yang Lin spread his hands, don't react so much, it's just a natural ability. Su Meng couldn't help but altoot her pretty face. You're still just that, just now I made sure, the moment I touched you, I didn't sense you explode a little, even a little bit of blood energy at all. Sister Dream is right, if it's an ability, it's impossible not to involve blood chi. Brother Yang, how exactly did you do that? This question, saying it out loud will probably startle you all. Shadow of Resistance. Yang Lin's new natural ability, the second core talent of the domain suppressor, the passive-active ability. As for why say passive-active? That was because the most counterintuitive effect of this talent was displayed on the passive level. However, it didn't prevent using this talent as an active skill. With this talent ability, there were two small notes. The first, the professional himself would gain 1 trace of resistance every 10 minutes, and could accumulate up to 3 traces of resistance in 24 hours. If all 3 traces of resistance are consumed, then when the ability is passively triggered again, it is converted to consume spirit. Second, when actively triggering this ability in a non-combat situation, instead of consuming traces of resistance, it consumes a small amount of spirit. The actual utility is as follows. When suffering damage from an attack greater than 5% of one's blood, resist trace forcibly counteracts the damage and causes the professional to enter the shadowwalking state. While in the shadowwalking state, the professional cannot be locked on, cannot be attacked, is not affected by any abnormal statuses, and his or her movement speed is increased by 300%. Duration, 15 seconds, during which time you can exit this state on your own, or after actively attacking an enemy. This active attack does not include the negative statuses and sustained damage applied by the unfolding field itself. If the damage from the attack is not greater than 5%, you can also choose to consume the traces of resistance to enter the Shadowwalker state on your own initiative. When consuming traces of resistance, or consuming spirit to trigger this ability, the professional will not be harmed. After learning about his new talent, Yang Lin exclaimed that it was worthy of being one of the core abilities of a domain subduer. With this talent ability, even if Yang Lin didn't want to pretend, he wanted to ask. Who can kill me? Who can kill me? As long as my spiritual power is strong enough, it's an immortal existence. And this also gave Yang Lin a reminder. Previously, every time he upgraded, he had ordered physique and agility. When he upgraded again in the future, he should focus on spirit and agility, and just take into account physique. As for briefly summarizing the application of this second core talent, this was good. First, not afraid of sneak attacks. If you get hit, you'll be passive, so what's the point of being afraid of sneak attacks? Secondly, it's easy to catch up. Consuming some spirit can increase the speed of 300%, mom no longer worry about running slower than other children. Thirdly, solving the shortcomings of combat. Originally, if a domain town magician wanted to fight, he first had to include the enemy in the domain and subsequently inflict damage on them. But now, you say you want to kite me remotely? Sorry, I can use the shadow of resistance to enter the Shadowwalker state, approaching you easily. Fourth, if you can't beat me, you can run away. Anyway, if you don't have low spirit power, you can run all the time, you can't be locked, and you won't be affected by anomalies. Could there be a more powerful means of getting out of the battlefield than this? Worthy of being my second core talent. Cool. As for that, after Su Meng and Wang Chanxian learned about Yang Lin's talent, the two girls once again fell silent. Yang Lin, your profession is open, isn't it? Sister Meng, brother Yang is definitely enlightened. Yang Lin squinted and laughed. Open Hung is right, I'm Open Hung, you guys hang out with me, who will dare to bully you in the future? And right now, since he was talking about open hanging, Yang Lin unconsciously thought of something. According to the tips from the career panel, after level 15, he himself would obtain the third mythological phrase. Look at it now, it's all been terrorized to such an extent. He didn't even dare to think about what new level the third mythological phrase would allow him to advance to. It was purely a matter of determining the occupation panel. But he never expected that Yang Lin's hands would directly tremble next. Originally, he was just making sure that the third mythological phrase was comprehended at level 15, so that he didn't make a mistake or have a wrong impression. But just after he was sure that it was true, his finger unintentionally touched the natural ability column. He saw a new prompt. When the number of demonic creatures that have killed more than level 10 reaches 5,000, the third core talent ability will be activated. Current progress for 5,000. Cough, cough. Because he was startled, Yang Lin choked on his own saliva on the spot at this moment. Having only just activated the second core talent resisting shadow, this third core talent had popped up? Moreover, the progress had all unfolded? If he remembered correctly, the last batch of blood wolves killed when he had previously upgraded to level 10 was 5. Undoubtedly, except for the first head that was killed that happened to level up to 10. The remaining 4 heads were added within the progress unknowingly. Yang Lin. Brother Yang.
Seeing that Yang Lin suddenly coughed, the two sisters immediately started to care.
I'm fine, I just feel. Feel. What do you feel, Brother Yang? The ones you guys awakened are professions, and the one I awakened seems like it's really a hangover cloaked in a profession. Su Meng asked rhetorically, isn't it? Wang Chanxian agreed, yes, isn't it? Yang Lin spread his hands, then it is, doesn't that make it more exciting? Oh yeah, speaking of which, it's already noon.
Wang Chanxian said happily, Brother Yang, congratulations on getting stronger again, I'll go make you a nice lunch to celebrate.
It's still my family Chanxian.
After Yang Lin finished speaking, his sight subconsciously turned to Su Meng. Su Meng blushed and said, it's a shame that it's not your family Meng Meng.
Who said it's not? It has to be.
Saying that you want to be your family's dream, think beautifully, Su Meng's face was full of shame, all the way to the roots of her ears, I'm going to give Chanxian a hand.
After saying that, she ran towards Wang Chanxian with a happy face.
Yang Lin was fine now, so he set the table and set the chairs and waited for dinner.
And just not too far away from Yang Lin's trio,
a small team of 5 people had just killed a group of blood wolves. The leader was a rather soft-looking girl named Qi Xiaowan. Exquisite features, blown-out white skin, and a slender figure, matched with her soft temperament. Letting people see it at first glance, they couldn't help but develop a strong desire for protection. However, this was all about that sister's appearance. Because as she walked, when the corner of her skirt occasionally fluttered up. Vaguely, one could see that above her left and right snow-white thighs, there were 12 daggers with a cold light hidden close to her body.
How could such a girl be weak? Let's talk about this team, named Blitz Squad.
In order to get more points, throughout the morning, the 4 members of the team, led by Qi Xiaowan, were basically in a super explosive state. Because of this, after the noon time, because of too much consumption, everyone that was not generally hungry. Of course, since they had come to the spirit realm to kill demons, they all definitely had bread, milk, pure water and the like with them. And right now, the entire team was indeed in a state of rest and recuperation. But it was during this time that a member of the team suddenly pointed to the distance and said, Captain, what's with the cooking smoke over there?
Who is making a fire? And do you guys smell it? There seems to be the aroma of a meal.
Qi Xiaowan looked over along with the other 3 team members, and one by one, they were also quite confused. As for the said aroma of rice,
it's still true. It's the aroma of rice.
That's right, floating along the wind, it smells so good.
What the hell, how dare you have a picnic in the spirit realm?
I suddenly feel that the bread in my hand doesn't smell good anymore. Not to mention that the things in the hands of the team members didn't smell good anymore, the captain Qi Xiaowan was the same. The other party is really bold, who gave them the guts to actually build a fire and cook in such a dangerous place like the spirit realm? Captain, I guess it's probably the hyped, more and loving power generation from the charming handsome families. Otherwise this squad could be so bold?
Makes sense, thought we might as well go over and take a look since we've met. Let's see what kind of god the other party is.
Thus, under Qi Xiaowan's leadership, the group of people began to quickly rush towards the direction of the cooking smoke.
Chapter 51 Trying Yan like this? Some time later. Yang Lin sighed. It really became a large picnic site.
Not only that, as a man, he was enjoying himself immensely. As in the moment, Wang Chanxian was just like a gentle little daughter-in-law, holding pieces of meat in hand delivering them to his mouth.
Brother Yang, I'll feed you, open your mouth, ah. This is? Feeding? In a rare moment, Yang Lin's old face was slightly red.
Mainly because after living for nearly 20 years, it was the first time he had enjoyed such treatment. So, being polite was not polite, how could he let down his own sister's heart?
Is it delicious, Brother Yang? Yummy, Chanxian, your cooking is really good. Wang Chanxian's face was full of shyness. If it's delicious, I'll cook for Brother Yang from time to time in the future.
Seeing this, Su Meng beside her couldn't help but spit.
Chanxian, why don't you just raise Yang Lin to be a loser? To this statement, Yang Lin firmly protested.
Meng Meng, this is your fault, Chanxian fed me, this is her intention.
As a good man, is it decent for me to disappoint her heart? Ch. You don't chatter, you see Chanxian have expressed, and we are still more than 10 years of childhood sweethearts, is it you, there is no point to express? Su Meng couldn't help but roll her eyes. What, you want me to feed you too? Ahem, if you desire to do so, I won't refuse.
Su Meng was all pissed off and laughed.
I've never seen you so shameless, hey, I'll feed you okay? Let us two girls feed you, don't choke to death later. But don't look at Su Meng's ferocious words, but her actions were actually not the slightest bit sloppy. She picked up a piece of chicken, then followed Wang Chanshan's example and sent it to Yang Lin's mouth with a red face. Yang Lin squinted and laughed, that's more like it. You hurry up and give me to eat, must choke you to death. I go, you gentle don't force you really want to choke me This meal, eat that is particularly lively. Originally, 3 people sat at a table, each occupying one side of the table. As a result, because of the feeding relationship, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan had moved their chairs to Yang Lin's left and right sides at some point. Naturally, Yang Lin became the loser being fed. You want to ask Yang Lin how he felt? One could only say that he now deeply realized his saying. No wonder so many men don't love the hero's mound, but only the gentle land. Surrounded by sisters on the left and right, which man could stand it? To say. Yang Lin was enjoying himself now. But he didn't expect to actually meet up with other teams at this point. This is not it, there is a squad in front of him. The Blitz squad led by Qi Shaowan was attracted by the smell of the meal. When the 5 of them came here, not to mention the reaction of Yang Lin's 3 people, anyway, Qi Shaowan's 5 people were immediately stunned. On an empty space, there was a dining table and chairs. On top of the dining table, in addition to white rice, there was also a rather large portion of 4 dishes and 1 soup. Sliced boiled pork, chicken potatoes, spicy tofu, oil-splashed lettuce plus apple and egg soup. Even though they were separated by a distance from the center field, the temptation of this food had already made the several people of the Blitz squad gulp hard one by one. People, in the end, could not be compared. Similarly, when they came to the spirit realm to kill demons, they could only nibble on some dry bread and drink 2 bottles of pure water when they were hungry. On the contrary, looking at these 3 people in front of them, they were afraid that they had not even moved their kitchens over. How on earth did they dare? In a dangerous environment where demons roamed around, were these 3 bold to this extent? And what the hell, the food was actually this good. Speaking of which, the 110 newcomers at the base hadn't interacted with each other much. But for Yang Lin's trio, 99% of the newcomers still recognized them. Yang Lin, the simulation battle, became famous in one battle. With a huge second injury of 7 points, others couldn't even remember him if they wanted to. As for Su Meng and Wang Chanshan, the 2 girls' strength and posture is outstanding, plus at that time unhesitatingly follow Yang Lin 3 people into the team. So the same, by all the newcomers remember to know. This is such a trio, when others are in the sword and shadow environment with the demonic creature to fight with life, they actually in the picnic? That's right, they were actually having a joyful picnic. If it was just a picnic, the Blitz squad's crowd would have been shocked for a bit. But after coming over here, what did they see? They saw that Yang Lin was like a second grandfather, being fed by Su Meng and Wang Chanshan on the left and right side one after another. That enjoyable look was like a thunderbolt deep in the hearts of the Blitz squad crowd. This man is obviously nothing, but why can he let Su Meng and Wang Chanshan, for him to willingly do this? Could it be that this man will secretly what compulsion art? So Su Meng and Wang Chanshan were confused by him, and then ruthlessly spoiled, by him to do whatever he wanted? Just as the members of the Blitz squad were making all sorts of guesses in their minds, Yang Lin opened his mouth. What, want to come over and eat some? Yang Lin, of course, he wasn't sincerely inviting the people of the Blitz squad over to dine. The person he was speaking to was Qi Shaowan, who was in the lead. An invitation in the open, but in reality, it was a test. After all, when the newcomers of the base go out, it doesn't say that they aren't allowed to fight with each other. As long as you weren't afraid to start a feud, without killing anyone, even if you robbed the other party's magic crystals and materials, the base basically wouldn't make a move. As for the current situation, if the Blitz squad dared to make a move, Yang Lin wouldn't mind if the 5 of them were carried back to the base. As for robbing this squad? There was no need, since he knew that his Skylight squad was first in the super range. He had little interest in the points of those other squads. Qi Shaowan returned at this time, no need, we are simply passing by. It's just that I really didn't expect that the 3 of you actually have quite a lot of guts. Generally speaking, even if you come to the spirit realm, you can't condescend to yourself, can you? You're right, indeed you can't condescend yourself. Oh right, Yang Lin, I want to ask you, do you know any information about the Skylight squad that is ranked first in points? I'm sorry, no. In that case, then have a nice meal, we'll be leaving now, bye. The Blitz squad, led by Qi Shaowan, quickly left. Seeing the Blitz squad disappear, Yang Lin said, I didn't expect this Qi Shaowan to suspect us? And then?
No then, anyway, if we don't admit it, as long as the top doesn't burst out of the mouth, it's useless for her to suspect.
Su Meng's words suddenly changed at this time. Yang Lin, don't you think Qi Shaowan's thighs are quite white and attractive?
Yang Lin cried and laughed. Meng, we don't test people like this. Whether her legs are white or not, it's none of my business. I'm not familiar with her and we don't cross paths.
You really don't have any idea? Alas, don't know what kind of person I am in your heart. Can't it be that it's a girl I have to go rub it in? What do you think? Look at Qianqian, what you've tricked her into.
When Yang Lin heard this, he cried out in his heart that he was wronged.
As for Wang Qianqian, she waved her hands repeatedly. Sister Meng, I didn't get cheated by Brother Yang. Joining Brother Yang's squad and following Brother Yang are all of my own volition and wish. And it's so nice to meet you guys. You, Qianqian, you're good at everything, you're just too simple. Sooner or later, you'll be eaten by some guy with no bones left. Chapter 52, Such a Beautiful Thing. The viewpoint returned to the Blitz squad side. After leaving the picnic place of Yang Lin's trio, one of the team members asked, Captain, why did you ask Yang Lin about the Skylight Squad? Could it be that you think that they are the Skylight Squad?
Qi Shaowan nodded. I think there's a big possibility that they are.
It shouldn't be, it's not like everyone isn't clear about what strength that Yang Lin is.
He's definitely just someone who came in through the back door. How could he possibly be on board with the Heavenly Light Squad?
That's right, to say that Yang Lin is capable of picking up chicks I believe it, but to say the Skylight Squad, he's also worthy?
Captain, you're just being overly concerned. People like this who come to the spirit realm and still recklessly flaunt picnics, sooner or later, they're going to plant a big head here. Hearing the team members say this, Qi Shaowan scanned her teammates and said with some pity, you guys, your sights are still too shallow.
Let me ask you guys, roughly how many points is the last place in the points ranking? If I remember correctly, it seems to be more than 2,700.
Not bad, it's more than 2,700, so you guys think about it, assuming that the last place squad is Yang Lin and the three of them. Then for them to round up to 5 people, how much do you guys think the ranking will improve? Several squad members all froze for a moment. Let's just go with the average score of the ideal standard and raise it upwards. It might reach 4,500 points, which would probably reach 7th. As one of the team members finished in this manner, the remaining few all drew in a breath of cool air. Without giving them too much time to think, Qi Shaowan spoke again. Then if we're assumed that their squad rankings were originally in the middle of the 26 squads, what rankings could this plus 2 people possibly reach? Possibly top 3. Or even surpass us. That's not it, no matter what their squad name is, their strength is basically not weaker than us, or even above us.
And that Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, you guys should have seen them strike, but only Yang Lin. Yang Lin's previous performance was poor. You guys only think that he went through the back door, so is there a possibility that he didn't want to show his skills at that time and did that on purpose?
These words left the 4 team members dumbfounded.
And heard Qi Shaowan continue, think back again, just now we met up with the 3 of them. What do you guys think, did the 3 of them get nervous? It seems like no, the 3 of them have been eating and drinking the whole time, they don't seem to care about us. Then why don't they care about us, have you guys thought about it? Captain, it's hard to believe that Yang Lin and the 3 of them are really the Heavenly Light Squad?
Qi Shaowan let out a deep breath and said, although I don't have solid evidence, but let me guess, it's at least 70% to 80% likely. Just now, when I was eye to eye with Yang Lin, I could clearly feel the confidence that he had everything under control. If he didn't have the strength, he definitely wouldn't be that self-assured. According to what you said, Captain, I'm only afraid that Yang Lin, when he simulated the simulation earlier, really did it on purpose. The Greedy Wolf Guild's recruitment is not a child's play, so how could they easily let someone go through the back door, so I have reason to believe that they are that powerful Skylight Squad. After this, no matter what happens, it's best not to mess with them. If you guys don't listen to me, when the time comes, I'm afraid I won't be able to save you. The 4 team members claimed yes one by one. After being told by the captain, it was getting more and more evil. In short, just don't mess with Yang Lin and the 3 of them. Time quickly arrived at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lishan Base, Statistics Section. Outside the door, a cold fragrance suddenly floated if nothing else. Immediately afterward, the figure of a cool and absolutely beautiful woman slowly stepped in. Her delicate face was as if it was carefully sculpted by the heavens, and her beautiful eyes were like the stars on a cold night. Anyone who saw such a beautiful woman would not be able to resist a tremor in their heartstrings. But the only thing is that the aura of the beautiful person is too strong,
the coldness that refuses to let people outside of 1,000 miles really let a person not dare to praise. Su Nyenji. And behind Su Nyenji, there is also a man, Su Guan. The two clerks who were originally on duty here could not have imagined, no matter what, that at this point in time, the two deacons, Su Nyenji and Su Guan, would come over. And what surprised the two even more was Su Nyenji's first words when she entered and opened her mouth. "Give each of you a half day off, I'll take over the work here today, you guys rest and go." Instructor Su, this isn't appropriate, right? Right, Instructor Su, where is the need for you to personally do these trivial things? I think it's more appropriate for us to do it. It doesn't matter, you guys just go and rest. The two clerks were now, by no means, generally flattered. The great beauty deaconess Su, who had always been cool and refused to let people go, she actually sympathized with her subordinates and gave them a vacation. Until the two clerks went out from the statistics section, they were still dizzy. Just now, when I saw Deaconess Su enter the door, I thought we had gone wrong somewhere, and she came to the door to rebuke us. But I didn't expect that it was actually to let us rest. I wasn't the same. The moment I saw her, my heart thumped violently. But now it's good, not having to work for the rest of the day, it's so comfortable. But saying that, but why did Deaconess Su come over and give us a vacation? The two instruments now, you look at me, I look at you, it would be weird to guess the reason. But since Su Nyenji was mentioned, the topic of the two clerks was still hot for a while. I heard that Deaconess Su doesn't have a boyfriend yet? Doesn't seem to have one, at least that's the information I know. It shouldn't be, she's so pretty, how could she not have a boyfriend? TSK, pretty is pretty, but her aura is too strong for ordinary men to handle. And I'll tell you a secret. It's said that Deaconess Su is a relative of the president, and inside the greedy wolf guild, even the chief secretary is courteous to her. Deaconess's status is already not low, but actually she's still a relative of the president? Relative, or I'm low to say, rumor has it that she seems to be the president's biological daughter. No way, the president's daughter? Keep it down, it's all speculation. But regardless of whether she's a relative or a daughter, her status in the greedy wolf guild is unquestionable. See Deacon Su, don't you see that he and Deacon Su are both deacons? But this Deacon Su is clearly an underling beside Deacon Su. See, Deacon Su is indeed like a follower, in front of Deacon Su, he really doesn't have much status. Who says otherwise? But brother, I was just thinking, if Deaconess Su is really the president's daughter, what kind of man do you think will be able to conquer her in the future? If this conquers her, she might even become the heir of the greedy wolf guild in the future. Alright, let's stop daydreaming. A woman with a noble status like Deaconess Su, it's enough for us little people to take a look at her. If you want to conquer an icy cold stunning beauty like her, you'd have to pick from the 3 departments, 8 dukes, and 12 gates, right? That's true, this kind of dream, we even think about it as a kind of extravagant hope. Okay, don't think about unrealistic dreams, this will be why don't we have a small drink? Right, let's go, let's have a drink. Chapter 53. He continues to pull out. The viewpoint turned back inside the statistics section. Su Nyenji sat down at her desk. Subconsciously, she pulled up the points of the 26 squads from yesterday on the computer, as well as the basic information of each of the squad members. As for Su Guan, he was currently sitting on the table next to him without a look, his hands clasped in his arms, with a hangdog look. He had been forced to pull over to work. It couldn't be helped, who made it a subordinate follower. After a long time, he heard Su Nyenji say, "Su Guan, apart from arranging for the chopping battle 20 days later, how are you doing with the preliminaries?" "Don't worry, it's all been arranged. Afterward, I will summarize the information that the spirit realm needs to make public to your side. As for what specific information to publicize, you can just pick and choose yourself. Yes, you should also speed up the progress regarding the setting up of the Heaven's Eyes, as opposed to picking the public intelligence, the decapitation battle is the top priority. Nyenji, this point I can be more on top of it than you, I don't want to be doubted about the ability to handle things. But the prizes at that time. Small matter, as long as they perform well, I won't be stingy with any bigger rewards." As Su Nyenji spoke, she would still look at the time from time to time. Seeing her like this, Su Guan joked, "I know you're waiting for Yang Lin to come back, wanting to confirm the points of the Skylight Squad. It's idle anyway, why don't we both make a prediction?" Predict their points? Not bad, I think they managed to get more than 12,000 points on the first day, and with this one more day to go by, they'll have to break 20,000 at any rate. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many heads need to be beheaded if you rely solely on demons? About 400 heads or so. Su Ninji laughed. The spirit realm's periphery is but 26 teams that travel to the area, so I'll assume that their strength is good. But to kill 400 or 500 heads, they would have to be able to encounter that many. It will be encountered. Why are you so sure? Nianji, do you remember the situation of the novice copies you learned about earlier? I heard Dragon Tang's principal say that when Yang Lin first awakened his profession, his skill phrases were all white bards. Su Guan spread his hands. Yeah, even with a solid injury of only one, he still had to venture to the novice copy. In 8 hours, he raised from level 1 to level 2 in one person by himself. His persistence and tenacity, as well as his desire for battle power, far exceeds what you'd expect. Su Ninji nodded slightly. I recognize this point, but what does this have to do with the fact that you were sure you could kill so many demons? Of course it has a relationship, a person that's serious, not to mention that right now he seems to have an unrivaled killing ability. Do you think that he would slack off in the spirit realm? If what I'm thinking is correct, in order to level up, he's probably more serious than anyone else, and should be running more than all the squads. Really, but it seems to me that he's more inclined to make out with his little girlfriend. So Nianji, you really don't understand men. A man who can make both little sisters fall in love with him, a man who is that obsessed and hungry for battle power. How come he mustn't have both hands, both hands? Su Ninji let out a light laugh. According to what you said, I'm even more looking forward to the Skylight Squad's points today. Let's take a look then, and see if the three of them can break 20,000. Su Guan thought of something at this time and said, Nianji, you said that if Yang Lin is really this powerful, then that's really a heavenly talent. For this kind of talent, don't you have any special rewards? Su Nianji thought for a moment and said, 5 days later, in the Tianshang auction hosted by the 3 departments, one of the finale items is very suitable for him and his 2 little girlfriends. If his performance these days is truly outstanding and can show me his greater potential, I don't mind helping him auction it off. Su Guan's eyelids couldn't help but jump a little. I know what you're talking about. As far as I know, that thing starts at like 10 million. The final price will most likely be between $20 and $30 million. That's nothing. Worthy of being Miss Su, she's really rich. After that, it was in this waiting that the time slowly reached 5 o'clock. At this time, there were already small teams returning from the spirit realm first. After Su Ninji and Su Guan, one after another, finished counting the points of 5 or 6 squads. It had to be said that the effect of taking Yang Lin's Skylight Squad to fry fish earlier was truly outstanding. Yesterday, the average score of the 26 squads was still at 3,700. But today, just looking at the statistics of a few squads, the lowest score was above 7,000. There was no doubt that these squads had been stimulated by the Skylight Squad. There was no need to even think about how far they had fought within the spirit territory today. Seeing this, Su Ninji, who had clearly always been cool, couldn't help but reveal a slightly pleased smile at the corners of her mouth. Her entire person, at this moment, was much softer. Gradually, the number of returning squads increased. And among them, the highest points of the squads had begun to appear, with a few breaking 10,000. In response, Su Guan sighed, Nianji, although I feel that you are sometimes unsympathetic. But I have to say that the errands are still very productive. Don't make me sound like a demon, as if I came over to target these newcomers. If you want to become a professional, it's an essential thing to suffer some hardships in the early stages. That, Nianji, I see that you seem to be very happy right now. Why don't you listen to a word of advice and talk about what the president has handed down? Su Guan, if you open your mouth to mention this matter again, I really don't mind finding someone to sew up your mouth. In order to keep his mouth from being sewn up, Su Guan now chose to work in silence. It's just that. When he saw that it was past 6:30 and all 25 teams had been counted, he still hadn't seen Yang Lin's trio silhouettes. Even Su Ninji was getting a little anxious. Something won't happen to the 3 of them, right? Don't worry, as long as they don't run deeper into the spirit realm now, what could happen? Wait a little longer. When the time reached 7 o'clock, the scouting section side came over to call, saying that they had already found the 3 on their way back. This time, both Su Ninji and Su Guan were relieved. After about another 10 minutes of time, footsteps and familiar sounds of talking and laughing came from the doorway. It was also with Yang Lin's trio walking into the statistics section. Whether it was Su Ninji or Su Guan, they were all in high spirits. After waiting for such a long time, they finally saw the 3 rightful owners. Instructor Su, Lieutenant Su, how? Is it you guys? Don't care, the 2 clerks on duty today have a task at hand. Nianji and I are just temporarily filling in. Yang Lin then walked to the front counter, skillfully took out the jars containing magic crystals one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When the number of jars reached 15, Yang Lin was still pulling them out of his occupation space. Not to mention Su Guan, even the always cool Su Nianji couldn't help but start to have an obvious movement in her expression. When the number of jars reached 20, Yang Lin continued to pull them out. Su Nianji and Su Guan, their breathing had begun to tremble slightly. These three people, they wouldn't be robbing another squad, right? No, I haven't heard of any other teams being robbed, and the 25 teams in front of me have long since finished counting. And when Su Nianji and Su Guan officially finished tallying the points, the two of them have completely doubted life. After every day to do their best 3 more, the old-time 12 o'clock noon update. Chapter 54, can it get any more outrageous? Before Yang Lin's trio had returned, Su Nianji and Su Guan had predicted that Skylight Squad's points might be able to break 20,000 points. But what to think? These three people had stopped being human, and in one breath, they had gotten their points up to 48,000, almost 50,000. Was this really something a human could do? What kind of strength did one have to possess to be able to achieve such a level? Or rather, if one wanted to achieve this level, simply looking for magical creatures, one would have to at least reach the level of wind speed when rushing within the spiritual territory, right? Seeing that Yang Lin's points were really exaggerated, Su Nianji and Su Guan, even if they were shocked again, they definitely had to suppress their emotions as much as possible and ask a question from the sidelines. Then they got the following answer from Yang Lin. Running around within the spirit territory is indeed quite hard. In the future, you won't be able to work so hard. Otherwise, even a body made of iron can't stand it. Yang Lin didn't give much thought to the two deacons' questioning, he just replied casually. But even if it was casual, he was serious. The current him, if he wanted to hurry quickly, he only needed to enter the shadow swimming state through his second core talent. A 300% increase in his own speed wasn't just a joke. Su Meng's words were similarly not slow. She was able to summon a magic puppet, and when she needed to rush, she just sat towards the shoulder of the puppet. Just like a heavily armored chariot, not only was it fierce, it was still fast as hell. If you really want to simply compare running, she was definitely the one who consumed the least among the three. As for Wang Qianqian, that was even more needless to say. She had a griffin spirit, and when she needed to pull speed, she could just fly in the sky. And in order to kill as many demons as possible, under Yang Lin's leadership, the three of them really didn't run a lot today. Coupled with the fact that a few people had really no difficulty in killing those blood wolves in the periphery. Therefore, it was quite normal for the points to reach almost 50,000 points. It is this last down, Yang Lin a total, really do not dare every day so fierce. Otherwise, not to mention that he can't eat, his two sisters, they can't carry it either. After exchanging points in the statistics section, the three of them left the place with a smile on their face. On the contrary, Su Nianji and Su Guan, the two of them did not return to God for a long time. I don't know how long it took. Su Guan sighed, Nianji, did you see that? These three, I'm afraid they are the great talents of the century, too fierce. Su Nianji returned to her senses and let out a deep breath. Then she heard her speak slowly, I still underestimated the three of them after all. Su Meng's magical puppeteer and Wang Qianxian's druid have extremely high potential in themselves. Although they are rare, they are not unique, and there is something to be said for them. As for Yang Lin, I have reason to believe that he's probably awakened skills, talents, or words again. Su Kuei nodded. I agree with this, the core of the Skylight Squad is Yang Lin. Once a hidden profession explodes, it really is as terrifying as it is. Rather, because of this, I'm curious to ask you. Nianji, seeing this situation, do you still intend to train Yang Lin in full support? Su Nianji ruffled a few strands of hair that fell between her ears and said, the so-called full support is generally a choice that is made out of necessity. Since he has the means to powerfully kill demons, I definitely have to respect his own opinion. Su Guan hemmed and hawed, I thought you were still going to be bent on having your way. I'm not that stupid, wait and observe for a while longer, if the Skylight Squad is still so strong. Then I'll set Yang Lin, set the files of the three of them as the top secret of the Greedy Wolf Guild. As it should be, if such talents are lost inadvertently, it would likely be the worst loss for the guild in 100 years. During the conversation, Su Nianji and Su Guan's eyes couldn't help but fall onto the large pile of magic crystals on the counter again. Just now, counting the magic crystals, there were a total of 681 pieces. This also meant that Yang Lin and the three of them had killed a total of 681 demons today. With such a huge number, other squads couldn't even do it even if they didn't run away and just performed consecutive kills. It can be imagined just how terrifying the Skylight Squad has become. Suddenly, Su Nianji's eyes fiercely tightened as she discovered something new. Su Guan, did you find a problem? The magic crystals they brought back seemed to have a problem. Su Guan was subconsciously stunned. What do you mean? Su Nianji looked a little agitated. She did not respond to Su Guan's words now but quickly pulled up the information records of the 25 squads that she had previously tallied on her computer. When a few consecutive glances were taken, the luster in her eyes were getting brighter and brighter. As she did so, a series of numbers were soon listed individually by her. Su Guan was quite confused at first when he saw Su Nianji like this. But as he moved over to see the series of numbers Su Nianji had pulled out, he immediately understood exactly what Su Nianji had discovered. This Yang Lin and the three of them, the magic crystals that they brought back, actually really had a big problem. This thing, magic crystals, there were grades. If it's a level 1 to 10 demonic creature, the magic crystals that fall after killing it are level 1. 11 to 20 level of the magic crystal for the second level, after every 10 levels, so analogous. The magic crystals themselves, in turn, were divided into 6 grades: inferior, ordinary, good, excellent, extreme, and orphan. As in the case of other newcomers, the magic crystals they brought back from killing demons in the periphery were known through the numerical proportions. Inferior quality basically accounted for 70%, ordinary accounted for 25%, like the higher quality good and excellent were purely occasional. But Yang Lin and the three of them brought back a large pile of magic crystals. Inferior quality only accounted for 25%, ordinary accounted for 40%, good quality 33%, and the last 2% was excellent quality obtained by chance. Such a comparison would lead to a conclusion. Yang Lin and the three of them, did they use some kind of prop that increases quality? Impossible. Props that can increase the quality of drops are extremely expensive on the market. The three of them are just newcomers, there's no way they could afford to use them. Taking a step back, even if they do have that kind of prop, as long as their brains aren't stupid, they couldn't possibly use it on an ordinary demonic creature. While Su Nianji's mood shook, she pulled up the points information of the Heavenly Light Squad's first day of killing demons. Just like the first day, compared to the other newcomers, the quality of the magic crystals they brought back is super magnitude higher. I have reason to guess that under the assumption of not using quality increasing props, among the three of them, someone must possess a talent or word that increases quality. Nianji, if that's really the case, it's even more impressive. Yes, a squad with strength that is super amplitude crushed compared to their class. Among them, there are also people that possess talents or phrases that drastically enhance the quality of dropped items. And that's still the newcomer status. In time, I dare not think of how terrifying they can develop to. Su Guan sked twice, Yang Lin and the three of them, they can really surprise people. Su Nianji at that moment, once again exhaled deeply. Don't be surprised, now help me inform everyone at the base that I'm going to call an emergency meeting. About the issue of the three of them's information profile? Not bad, just like what you just said, they are most likely talents that will be hard to come by in 100 years, they absolutely cannot be leaked out. This matter is indeed non-trivial. Fine, I'll go and do it now. Chapter 55: The Man with -1%. By the time he finished working on the emergency meeting, it was already past 9 p.m. Su Nianji hurriedly ate something in the cafeteria before returning to her dormitory. Probably because her nerves had been invigorated and tense earlier, after relaxing at this moment, her cool face slightly showed some fatigue. However, just at this moment, she suddenly thought of something. After thinking for a moment, she dialed a phone. In the cell phone, a gentle and graceful woman's voice soon came out. Nianji, it's so late, did you encounter something? Auntie Qing, I want to trouble you to help me with something. The woman called Auntie Qing by Su Nianji was not a simple identity. She was the chief secretary of the Greedy Wolf Guild, and her full name was Gu Qing. And she was by no means generally doting on Su Nianji, that is, she treated her as her own daughter. Of course, Nianji, what do you want Auntie Qing to do for you? It's like this, isn't there a joint auction being held over at the 3 divisions 5 days later? I want one of the items. And when Gu Qing looked up what Su Nianji needed on the opposite side, she was rather puzzled. Nianji, it seems like you can't use this thing, right? I can't use it, mainly because subsequently I might give it away. Such an expensive thing you take to give away, it's hard to believe that it's given to Rui Jun? Su Nianji was usually always cool, but when talking to Gu Qing, she was a simple little girl. Auntie Qing, don't test me, Where is there any Rui Jun? It's just a simple friend, right? You and my father are the same, you are quite concerned about my marriage. Nian Jiyua, your father can you this one pearl, and you have reached this age, he cannot be on the heart? Recently, he mentioned your matter to me when he saw me, and said that he wanted me to urge you more. I pondered, if I also talk about you more, maybe you'll find me annoying. Auntie Ching, what are you saying? How could I possibly feel annoyed with you, making it sound like I'm so unintelligent? Mainly, I'm not interested in matters between men and women right now, it's not too late to talk about it afterwards. You this child. Actually how you think, really think that aunt does not know It's certainly right that you want to share a little more of the guild's matters for your father, but you should consider your own matters as well. You're a girl in the end, it's good to have someone to rely on in the future, and to be able to share some of the burden for you. I know, Auntie Ching, if I really meet someone I like, I'll give it my heart. Good, with your words, I won't say more on this matter. As for the item you want, when the auction follows, I'll definitely auction it off for you. Well, thank you Auntie Ching. After the cell phone hung up, Su Nianji, in a rare moment, pondered about her life's major events at this moment. If she were to get married, what kind of man would she choose? After thinking for a while, she heard her mumble, what kind is fine, in short, as long as it's not that kind. The kind Su Nianji was referring to was Yang Lin. Simply because she never cared about things between men and women, she didn't have much of a concept related to the type of man aspect. Because of this, when she was thinking about what her future significant other might be like, she likewise counted Yang Lin's kind into the equation. But simply counting it in, and directly giving Yang Lin a negative 100%. Appreciating potential and strength was one thing. To get along with this kind of man who was obsessed with women's colors, it was definitely another thing. Thinking of this, Su Nianji also said that it was late and was ready to go take a bath and then go to rest. But it was when she was subconsciously looking at her cell phone, she was instantly attracted by the number of chat displays in the base group chat. Since entering the base, every newcomer will join the base group. This group is an anonymous system, which is for newcomers to discuss and communicate with each other. Su Nianji, as an instructor, was definitely in it. The reason why she was attracted to it now was because she never expected that this group would actually be this lively tonight. Not many people spoke in the group on the first day yesterday, including before this afternoon as well. But now, showing messages 999 plus? What are these newcomers chatting about? So active? With puzzlement and curiosity, Su Nianji clicked in. And then it didn't take long for her expression to start becoming a bit complicated. Meanwhile, on Yang Lin's side, because today's run in the spirit realm was really laborious, so after returning to the base and taking a shower and eating dinner, he took Su Meng and Wang Chanshan and ran to a street to sing. Having fun was definitely enjoyable, just look at the smiles on the two girls' faces. And when they returned to the dormitory after singing, the three of them were now sitting on the sofa in the hall, discussing together what type of movie they were going to go see when they came back tomorrow. It was also at this time that Yang Lin's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was actually an unfamiliar number. Next to him, Su Meng said, "It can't be any girl looking for you, right?" Yang Lin laughed and said, Meng, why don't you say it's an internet scam?" "Less bull, it must be that you hooked up with some simple little girl again, or else could you call you at night?" Knowing that Su Meng was joking with herself, Yang Lin definitely wouldn't care. However, what he really didn't expect was that the one who called was actually really a girl. It was none other than Qi Shaowan, who he had seen in the spirit realm during the day. In the base, one could check the basic information of each newcomer, and Yang Lin wasn't surprised that Qi Shaowan knew his number. What he was surprised about was what this sister was calling him for at this late hour of the night. As for Su Meng next to him, once she heard that it was Qi Shaowan calling, she was obviously on guard. As for Su Meng's vigilance, Wang Chanshan was a bit puzzled. "Sister Meng, you seem to be quite nervous." "Chanshan, aren't you nervous?" "Why should I be nervous?" Facing Wang Chanshan's inquiry, Su Meng was embarrassed and said, "I'm worried that Yang Lin is being tempted." "Tempted?" "Yes, look at that Qi Shaowan, when she walks, all the men subconsciously stare at her skirt and thighs. What if Yang Lin can't hold on and gets seduced?" Wang Chanshan was still puzzled, being seduced doesn't seem to be anything, right? "Chanshan, are you stupid? If Yang Lin is seduced by Qi Shaowan, do you think he will still have time to care about you in the future?" Speaking of this, Wang Chanshan finally got nervous as well. "That won't work. I said no, so the two of us should always remind Yang Lin that we can't let him fall for another woman's way. Okay, Sister Meng, I know. Right after Su Meng and Wang Chanxian united their fronts, Yang Lin's side of the phone had also finished answering. He wasn't sure what his two sisters had just said. Right after he raised his head to look at Su Meng and Wang Chanxian, he was confused after seeing that both sisters' eyes had quite an eye of the tiger in them. What happened to you two? Why are you looking at me with such eyes? Brother Yang, what is Qi Shaoan looking for you to do? Sister Meng is very worried that you have fallen for her path regardless of the two of us. At this moment, Su Meng was furiously spurting old blood inside. She was not expecting that in the twinkling of an eye, the simple Wang Chanxian had sold herself. Chapter 56 Soul Snatching Triple Question. Yang Lin thought something had happened and hurriedly said, Meng, don't worry, it's actually just a small matter. What exactly is the matter? It's actually this. When Yang Lin finished, Su Meng and Wang Chanxian understood. It turned out that during the daytime in the spirit realm, because they saw the three of them at the joyful picnic. At that time, among the several team members under Qi Shaoan, one of them secretly took a picture casually because of the shock. Originally, taking the picture was fine, it wasn't really a big deal. But who would have thought that when this team member came back to the water group, he accidentally selected the photo by mistake and sent it to the group chat. Although the team member reacted quickly, not long after sending it out, he hurriedly withdrew it. But where did he think that there were bored people in the new group who saved the photo in a swift manner? Then, the entire group set off a furor. This is it? So Qi Shaoan called you specifically for this? Yeah, she said she was really sorry and hoped to invite us for dinner or tea afterwards to formally apologize to us. But it was rejected by me. Hearing this, Su Meng was relieved. I thought she had her eye on you. Whoever looks at me, if they can't get past my family's Meng, what's wrong with that? Less stinky, who cares about you? Two people this side said. Wang Chanxian at this moment has opened the group chat. Hearing her surprised, she said, I didn't expect that the group is quite lively. Brother Yang, they seem to be chatting about us. Yang Lin was full of concern and said, it's just a picture of a spirit realm dinner, how big of a deal, make it seem like they haven't seen the world. Su Meng also came over to Wang Chanxian at this time and quickly flipped through the chat records. But gradually, her pretty face was getting redder and redder, and a ghostly grudge was appearing in her eyes. As for Wang Chanxian, she didn't react that much though. But she seemed to be very interested in the chat inside. Listening to her, she asked, Sister Meng, what does it mean to be on the so-and-so base? Why are they asking Brother Yang about this? Chanxian, you're a good girl, you're not allowed to ask this. I'm not a child, if you don't tell me, I'll find out myself. Then, Wang Chanxian's face was directly all red to the root of her ears, and when she looked at Yang Lin, her eyes were flustered. Yang Lin was in the clouds at the moment. He realized that his own two sisters had suddenly become abnormal. This was obviously not right, wasn't it said that it was just a picture of a spirit realm dinner? Now why would the two sisters in his own family be reacting this way? Meng, what exactly happened? You still have the face to ask, you open your cell phone to see it yourself, and also, you have to. You have to be responsible. Responsible? Responsible for what? Completely confused about what it means. With confusion, Yang Lin opened the group chat on his own cell phone. Soon, he finally understood why Qi Shaoan had sincerely and incomparably apologized to himself for the photo. The matter went back to just now. With a photo of a meal in the spirit realm being mistakenly sent to the group, all the newcomers were shocked. What kind of place was spirit realm? Thinking about newcomers like them, even if they were more desperate, they wouldn't dare to joke with their lives. But Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chanxian were good, so bold that they directly moved the kitchen to the spirit realm. It was outrageous to be able to make a table of dishes for dinner. In addition, seeing the photo of Su Meng and Wang Chanxian throwing food at Yang Lin left and right. That's the male envying and shouting that Brother Yang is awesome. The female quenched on a bite and cursed Yang Lin's scum. At first, the crowd was just marveling at this and talking about this. Seeing the trio behavior so exaggerated and emboldened. So a part of the people guessed, can't it be that Yang Lin and the three of them is the legendary Heavenly Light Squad? Mentioning the Skylight Squad was like setting off a hotspot. Most of the people who had been diving, at this moment also have joined the discussion. The atmosphere of the whole group is really not generally hot. To say that things up to here, in fact, everything is quite normal. However, I don't know who was too bored when he enlarged the photo and sent it to the group again. Right at that moment, it was no longer important whether Yang Lin's trio was the Skylight Squad or not. What mattered was that Yang Lin, he really deserved the wrath of God. On the enlarged photo, it could be clearly seen that at the time the two sisters were feeding him. He had one hand wrapped around Wang Shanshan's slender waist. With the other hand, it was not known if it was a problem with the shooting angle. Anyway, it looked as if it was pressing on Su Meng's firm buttocks. So, regardless of gender, all the newcomers started to verbally attack Yang Lin at this moment. It's already enjoyable enough for two sisters to throw food at you. But you're actually so dishonest in private. Ah, this guy. Just how far do you want to enjoy yourself before you give up? As for Wang Shanshan's question just now about getting on the so-and-so base, it was a question raised by certain people at this time of the year. I did not expect, just a photo, let me name on the name, but it is also a good thing. Earlier the simulation was a hit, and now that the photo is in the group, no one is already aware of it. Su Meng was so angry that she couldn't help but use her slender foot to kick Yang Lin's calf. Still a good thing? Where is it good? Don't care about me and Shanshan's reputation, just focus on satisfying your vanity, right? Meng, that's wrong. Which is wrong? Meng, look, you're so pretty and so cute, aren't there a lot of people chasing you? Upon hearing that she was praised for being pretty and cute, Su Meng was so bashful that she hurriedly turned her eyes away and said, that's of course, it's good that you know. On the contrary, it was Yang Lin who started to be serious. Meng, because you're pretty and cute. Then let me ask you, what if someone chases you unsuccessfully and turns around to hate me? How do I know? That's your business. Okay, then I'll ask you again, he just hates me, I could care less. But what if he hates me out of love and starts a duel with me? Su Meng was a bit speechless, which is so exaggerated. Yang Lin shook his head, you have to understand that reality can sometimes be more outrageous than imagination. So then I also ask you, what if he asks me for a duel, I quickly clean him up, and then he drags his family to seek revenge on me? Su Meng was already speechless to the extreme. So you asked me for so long, what exactly do you want to express? Didn't I say that it's a good thing? Now that everyone knows that our relationship is deep to this extent, there won't be any of those troubles above, how good? Saying that, Yang Lin turned to Wang Shanshan at this moment. Not even waiting for Yang Lin to open his mouth, Wang Shanshan hurriedly said, Brother Yang, you don't have to ask me continuously because I also think this is a good thing. Look, Meng, Shanshan, she even understands it better than you. What does she understand? She's always been following your matter. Su Meng casually threw a small pillow on the sofa towards Yang Lin. With some pout in her voice, she said, anyway, I've never seen a man as shameless as you, shameless. It's getting late, I'm going back to my room to rest. Brother Yang, it's really late, then I'll go back to my room and sleep too. Well, both rest and recuperate, tomorrow we'll continue to go to the spirit realm to kill the demons. Looking at the beautiful backs of his two sisters returning to their respective bedrooms, Yang Lin pondered. It seems like it's time to find some time to deal with his lifelong matters. Chapter 57 Hot Chat Passwords. Time, 1 week later. On this side of the newcomer base in Lishan, all the newcomers were notified that there would be an update on new information regarding the spirit realm side. However, before speaking about this matter, it was very necessary to mention the things that had happened in these recent days. For example, above the display screen at the main entrance of the base, the points of the 26 squads were updated twice 2 days ago. In first place, it was still the Skylight Squad. The total points displayed were more than 103,000 points. Of course, the points were definitely false. 2 days ago, the real points of Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Shanshan were actually 210,000 points. It was just a pity that the real score really couldn't be displayed, otherwise how would the second place squad, which had just broken 70,000, and the squads below it be allowed to live? To understand, try your best to not be able to overcome this kind of thing, instead of stimulating a person's motivation. On the contrary, it's more likely to make that person lay down on their ass. Therefore, in order to give hope to the second place team and the teams below it, Su Nianji and Su Guan took the liberty of modifying the display of the points of the Skylight team. On top of that, a new rule was announced above the display screen. All the historical points earned within the spirit territory would be converted into cash at a certain percentage after 2 months, and then subsidized to all the newcomers' families as welfare. In this way, it was ensured that the parents and relatives of each newcomer could live a better life in Cloud City. Even though the percentage wasn't announced at the moment, thinking about the status of the Greedy Wolf Guild, the percentage of points exchanged at that time definitely wouldn't be low. At this moment, not to mention the other newcomers, even Yang Lin's trio was stimulated. Secondly, there's another thing. How can I say this thing? Because the photos of Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chanxian's joyful picnic were sent to the base group. Then, it was as if the originally dead base group was revitalized, and it was lively every night after that. According to reason, this kind of thing was not worth taking out to say. But the amazing thing was, whenever the group started to get cold, as long as someone took out a picture of Yang Lin and Su Meng or Yang Lin and Wang Chanxian interacting, immediately, the entire group would immediately cheer up. And so it was. What Yang Lin and Su Meng indulged in kissing, what Wang Chanxian shyly sat in Yang Lin's arms during dinner. I don't know whether they were real or P photos, but they became the hot chat codes in the group. And every night someone sends, also does not bring the same. As a result, Yang Lin is now looking at whoever is in the base as if he is looking at a paparazzo. It's impossible to control. Because of this, things are gradually spreading throughout the whole base, and are developing in a magical direction. As for Yang Lin now, as long as he takes Su Meng and Wang Chanxian to a street, it doesn't matter if it's a store owner or a waiter. Anyone who saw them would cast ambiguous glances at the three of them. Some of the enthusiastic ones would even greet Yang Lin like this. "Yo, little old brother, bring your two little girlfriends over to play." Can't tell at all. Above, after mentioning these things, back to Yang Lin's trio. Through this period of time going to the spirit realm to kill demons, Su Meng's level had reached 14.5. Yang Lin and Wang Chanxian were currently level 13.5. For the other newcomers, their levels were generally in the middle or late level 12. Although Yang Lin was fierce in brushing monsters with the two sisters, it was impossible to run to the spirit realm every day. One example was the last 2 days. On the one hand, it was for the team to take a good rest, and on the other hand, it was also to let Su Meng and Wang Chanxian grow even more. That's why Yang Lin purposely purchased study guides for the two sisters from Su Ningji and Su Guan. Although the price of 30,000 points per person per day was fully twice as high as ordinary martial arts instruction, as long as it allowed his own two sisters to progress, it was nothing. And through Su Meng and Wang Chanxian's feedback, they had indeed benefited greatly from Su Ningji and Su Guan's guidance. In particular, Su Ningji and Su Guan had also purposely looked for various killing materials and images of other magical puppeteers and druids for the two sisters. The help for the two sisters was 10 times better than other martial arts teachings. As for Yang Lin himself, there would be no need for him to receive learning and guidance. Domain suppressor, going to the battlefield to brush monsters actually really doesn't have much skill. Running, meeting the enemy, unfolding the domain, applying negative statuses, and watching the timing to shadow travel and pull. It's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You can say this profession can guide him what? So during the period when the two girls were studying, Yang Lin went to the internet to search for some relevant information about the copies, the spirit realm, and the various magical creatures. By the way, he memorized what materials had a high price, what special types of magical creatures there were, what organs and traps he might encounter, and so on. In these 2 days, he was also very diligent. Time. Pull back to the present. Today the base made an announcement. It said that before 8 a.m. tomorrow, the spirit realm maps that everyone's cell phones had previously downloaded and connected to would be updated. On top of the updated map, a variable number of spirit grass concentration places and/or concentration places will be marked every day. As long as your team can bring the marked spiritual grass and ores back to the base, the points earned will definitely be more than just killing demons. Even more, in order to stimulate the newcomers' motivation even more. Su Ningji personally told the crowd that not all of these marked points were necessarily spirit grass or ores. It was also possible that the base had prepared a prize for them, the newcomers. Or spirit medicine, or props, there might even be high-quality copy scrolls. Even if the chances were small, it was still something for the crowd to look forward to. So right after Su Meng and Wang Chanxian came back from studying at night, the three of them definitely got together to talk about tomorrow's action. With the level of the three of them today, the blood wolves in the periphery were already somewhat insufficient. Tomorrow, they could actually try to head deeper into the spirit realm. If tomorrow's map was labeled with points in the depths, that would definitely be the best. However, at this time, Yang Lin had also gotten some information about the demons from Su Meng and Wang Chanxian. According to what they had learned in the guidance they received, level 1 to 15 demons were actually equivalent to newcomer exclusives. Low attack, low blood, and few special abilities. And the level 15 to level 20 magical creatures belong to the transition from easy to difficult. Whether or not the average professional could go on, this stage was important. As for the demons after level 20, it was the beginning of the true career of the professionals. So if you really want to head to the depths of the spirit realm tomorrow, you must be mentally prepared to face level 15 demons and above. In response, Yang Lin pondered over his situation. With 3 great auxiliary skills, it must not be a problem to take care of more than level 15 to level 20 demons, but I just don't know if my damage ability can keep up. At the same time, Yang Lin didn't forget his goal at this stage. Activation of the 3rd core talent, current progress of decimating demonic creatures 2312 5000. Activation of the 3rd mythic word, level progress 1315. Knowing that every skill, talent and phrase would bring great surprises to his profession, Yang Lin was now filled with a bright future. Chapter 58: The Sisters' Ghostly Grudge. As announced, at 8 o'clock the next morning, the maps of every newcomer in the base were updated. Looking at the 15 marked points on the map, the newcomers were all energized and full of energy. Similarly, before setting off towards the spirit realm, Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianxian definitely had to come up with a reasonable plan based on the marked points on the map. After getting together and discussing for some time, in the end, Yang Lin determined, it goes without saying that the marked points on the periphery are definitely fiercely competitive. Anyway, we're going to go deeper into the depths, so we'll go through from this point. If we're lucky, we might be able to easily take 2 marker points today. Su Meng and Wang Qianxian didn't have a problem with that, and then the 3 of them officially headed towards the spirit realm. And once they arrived at the spirit realm, the 3 of them that were not even pretending. Yang Lin entered the shadow-walking state, and Su Meng had already sat on the shoulder of her magic puppet. Wang Qianxian was even better, the griffin was added to her body, so she could fly when she said she would. On the way in, they were sure to encounter blood wolves. There would be no wasting them, just harvest them in passing. 3 people about with a straight line to the interior of the wind speed running an hour and a half later, can obviously feel, the front of the mist is slightly thicker than the outside. The smell of danger mixed with it also told them that they should have arrived at the dividing line between the outer and the deep at this moment. We'll have to be careful in front of us, let's see what kind of demonic creatures we can encounter before we make a move. Just like that, after cautiously exploring the surrounding area for 7 or 8 minutes, they finally encountered the first batch of demonic creatures. Golden beasts, rank 16, blood quantity 2500 to 3000, attack 130 to 150. These things had pointed ears and big noses, ugly faces, and carried either wooden spears or stone axes in their hands. They were all skinny and bony, basically a little over 1 meter in size, and their brownish-green skin around their bodies made them look rather unpleasant. As for their size, the group found at the moment was not small, all numbering up to 11. What's more, the golden beasts were just the underlying logic of the golden beasts as a magical creature species. Look at the center of the swarm, there was a level 17 Gorin shaman with a wooden staff, as well as 2 slightly larger Gorin warcasters that were also level 17 with broken swords. By this inference, besides the ordinary golden beasts, golden shaman and golden war generals, there must be golden something else. In the dark, Yang Lin's trio observed for a long time. Seeing that they had gotten the basic information, they then heard Yang Lin say, "This is the first battle with the golden beasts, so we must not be careless. For insurance purposes, let Xianxian go first as usual." "No problem." When Wang Qianxian replied back, her entire body had been griffin spawn added to her body, using her wings to leap into mid-air. Immediately following it was a bucket-thick tornado that suddenly rose up from the center of the field. The group of golden beasts that were originally still resting were instantly disorganized, and without waiting for the leader's shaman to give orders, there were already a few unlucky golden beasts that were ripped into the tornado and screamed repeatedly. Yang Lin and Su Meng, who were outside the field, saw this and ran to the field at almost the same moment. Yang Lin's field started, followed by super heavy pressure, super paralyze, and super weakness. The triple negative status went down, together with the vocational words, even if there was a level gap, even if the demons were strengthened after level 15. However, based on observation, these golden beasts, like the blood wolves outside, still couldn't become a climate. Su Meng's words, in this case, her actions were even simpler and rougher. After locking onto the 2 golden warlords, on her way to charge, she raised her foot and casually kicked the golden beasts in her way like cannonballs. The strong wind and coldness wrapped around her punch was no less than bursting a powder keg when it hit the golden warlords. There were also her 2 magical dolls, which were meant to be used as heavy chariots. When they crushed through, the ordinary golden beasts would topple over, and that was just a piece of cake. As for the other Golem War general, its fate was even worse. First it was frozen by the ice magic doll, then it was blown up by the adamantine magic doll. You said that it still left its body, but with the continuous heavy punch bombardment by the two demon puppets Ola Ola, in the end, it was born into mush. Oh, and what about the Golem shaman in the field, you ask? Just look at Yang Lin. In a short period of time, he held a lance and turned this guy's chrysanthemum completely into a peony. In the midst of endless wailing, as Wang Shanshan swooped down to land, transforming the pale bear living spirit to add to his body. The Goring shaman's monstrous humiliation finally ended under the sisters' furious cracking claw strike. The remaining ordinary Gorin beasts were purely ornamental in front of the powerful trio. It didn't take long before they were exterminated by the trio. In the end, the three of them resumed their actions. Because Yang Lin was there, they didn't experience any difficulty at all. The experience was quite okay. As for the dropped magic crystals, on the one hand, because of the high level of the Goring beasts, they rarely produced inferior quality. Coupled with the influence of Wang Shanshan's second phrase, they were basically all good quality to begin with. And there was no difficulty in seeing the depths of the spirit realm. Who would have thought that at this time the two sisters of his own family actually ghosted on? Yang Lin, you are also too strong. Following you, Shanshan and I are basically reduced to a pendant. What, how about giving you two a strength boost? Brother Yang, I think it's fine. Sister Meng and I should practice more so that we can better cooperate with you in the future and not drag our feet for you. Seeing that his two sisters were so active, Yang Lin was very pleased in his heart. So in the next action, unless one encounters a golem beast of a huge scale. If it was just 3 or 4 or 4 or 5, he basically wouldn't intervene. As for Su Meng and Wang Shanshan, they were both rare and powerful professions in the end. Even if Yang Lin's aura was put aside, they were still quite capable of fighting, and their performance, needless to say. Just like that, the three of them continued to rush towards the first locked marker. After about 2 hours, they reached their destination. True to its name, there were quite a few blood spirit grasses growing in the surrounding area. At a rough estimate, there were at least no less than 50 plants, and if all of them were harvested, at least 5,000 points could easily be gotten. However, before that, it was definitely necessary to clear out the 7 or 8 golem beasts that were roaming around in this area. Of course, this was all trivial. With the three of them striking out and strongly collecting this batch of golem beasts, they were talking about going to pick spiritual grasses. Yang Lin and Wang Shanshan suddenly realized that Su Meng this would actually stand in place in surprise, not responding for a long time. Meng. Sister Meng? Su Meng snapped back to her senses, but in her eyes, there was uncontrollable elation. Without waiting for Yang Lin to continue asking what had happened, who would have thought that Su Meng's entire body had already pounced over to this side? Although he was caught off guard, Yang Lin still seriously caught his own sister's surge. Meng, what are you doing? I activated the second career phrase, it's awesome. After saying that, Su Meng turned around and hugged Wang Shanshan again. Shanshan, I also have a second phrase, so happy. Sister Dream, what exactly is the phrase I want to see it. No problem, I guarantee that I'll surprise you two next. As Su Meng publicized her career panel, after Yang Lin and Wang Shanshan had looked at it, the two of them were really shocked. Chapter 59 The Rise of Su Meng. Su Meng's first phrase was legendary Great Demon Puppet Synergy. In addition to the summoned demon puppets being able to assist in battle, each one also possessed different characteristics. The attacks of the Vajra demon puppet had a certain amount of armor breaking and piercing ability. The attacks of an ice puppet have the ability to freeze and frostbite. The stronger the professional's own combat strength, the more significant the additional effect of the first phrase. As for what she said, the newly realized second vocational phrase was equally remarkable. Epic level phrase Hands and Eyes. Passively strengthens one's perception, making it easier to spot hidden enemies, mechanisms, traps, or treasures. When the professional himself senses an abnormality, the phrase will passively mark hidden enemies, organs, traps, or treasures within that range. Possibly too much excitement. When revealing her profession panel, Su Meng was so excited that she took after a mischievous rabbit. Her hands were comparing the ears of a rabbit above her head. The raging body leaned forward and swayed from side to side while looking smug. How is it? Isn't it great? Isn't it great? Yang Lin nodded his head busily. It's very good and awesome, it's just a bit wobbly. Wang Shanshan followed. Sister Meng, your ass is quite perkier than me. Su Meng was so angry, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but even twitch twice. You two assholes, I told you to look at the panel, What the hell are you looking at? It's you yourself who had to be there. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense and I'll dig a hole and bury you both. Talking is talking, messing is messing, and to ask Yang Lin and Wang Chanqian about their real mood, it was absolutely happy. Hand and eye, the value of this phrase is no less than Wang Chanqian's natural wind. And from the utility value alone, it's even better than nature's wind. Think about it, with this passive effective phrase in. As long as the gap with the other party is not too big, even if the other party stealth assassinate over, it is also completely possible to mark it during the reaction period, thus facilitating the action. In addition, as one's level increased, the copies one traveled to would definitely become more and more complicated. What hidden enemies, organs, traps and treasures could be marked if they could be marked, one wouldn't even dare to think about how convenient it would be. Meng, from now on, your profession panel is forbidden to be viewed by outsiders except for our own people. Humph, now you know I'm awesome? That's a must, who let it be my family's dream. Count on you to be sensible, then I'll listen to you, except for our own people, never show my panel to anyone. Su Meng was now, by no means, generally excited in her heart. Earlier, when Wang Chanqian activated the second phrase natural wind, she had dreamed of wanting such a phrase. Unexpectedly, it was just like a dream, suddenly it was as she wished. As for the practicality of this phrase, it was quickly verified next that it really wasn't generally practical. Since the three of them entered the depths of the spirit realm, because Yang Lin was there, the Golan beasts and whatnot simply couldn't become a climate. But even so, the Golan assassins among them were still really disgusting. Golan assassins don't pair up in groups, they like to hide in the dense forest one by two. As soon as you pass in front of them, this thing will find the opportunity to sneak up on you. Or if your team has just killed a group of demons, and they are just relaxing and catching their breath, you can't be sure that these Korin assassins will find the right time to kill you. On the internet, although the real combat power of the Korin assassin is not as good as that of the Korin warrior, Korin shaman, etc., it is definitely the most powerful newcomer. But it is definitely one of the most powerful nightmares for newcomers. Yang Lin's trio, for sure, had seen it a long time ago. All the way to the depths, one or two of these things would pop up from the shadows every now and then. So much so that sometimes it was unsettling to even think about talking to their two sisters about burning. This was not the case, right at the moment. With the three of them having collected all of the blood spirit grass from the marked point, then they definitely had to follow the route to the second marked point in the depths. Along the way, Su Meng's words that were frequently credited. What kind of Golan assassins? Once Su Meng noticed, a bright light would appear above their heads in an instant. As Su Meng's teammates, Yang Lin and Wang Chanqian could also see the bright light. Basically, without waiting for these things to jump out, they would either be sent to the sky by Wang Chanqian's Griffin Windblade, or they would be smashed into pulp by Su Meng's magic puppets that were one step ahead of them. It really wasn't too convenient. Back to the present, the three of them were indeed heading towards the second marked point in the depths. However, when they reached the midway point, Su Meng suddenly signaled Yang Lin and Wang Chanqian not to continue forward. Seeing this, Yang Lin hurriedly inquired, could it be that a large number of demons have appeared ahead? No, I sense that there seems to be something in the neighborhood. Is it dangerous? It doesn't feel dangerous, but it makes me care. Wang Chanqian's eyes lit up. Sister dream, could that be a treasure or something? Su Meng thought about it and said, it might be possible. Anyway, next, you two follow me, let's explore together. Yang Lin looked at the marked points on his cell phone at this time. There was still a huge distance from the second point, and what Su Meng sensed, it was definitely not the second marked point. If he was talking about this neighborhood, he didn't see anything anyway. But on Su Meng's side, there was already a clue right away. Yang Lin, Chanqian, it's over here. After Yang Lin and Wang Chanqian looked at each other, they quickly followed over. Without taking a few steps, the three of them saw that in the center of the dense forest, there was a central field that seemed to have been artificially opened up. In the center of the field, there were many black boulders of unknown materials that were more than 2 people high. And on the boulders, there were inexplicable runic seals engraved on them. What is this? I don't know, but you guys see, it's marked. The three of them walked around the multiple boulders a few times, but other than determining that they were artificially made, they didn't have a clue. Yang Lin sighed, why do I look at this thing? It's like a TV formation. And, I've thought of it, Wang Chanqian exulted, you've reminded me, brother Yang, I've previously read about the popularization of art formations on the internet. This seems to be pretty much the same as artificially constructed jutsu. Su Meng curiously asked, is it useful? Wang Qianqian racked her brain and thought, how to put it, it's usually used for protection. For example, if you have a treasure, then you can utilize a lot of magic crystals along with some materials for a spell construction. If you store the treasure inside, as long as it's well hidden, outsiders won't be able to see it. Even if they could see it, it would be hard to crack it without knowing the laws. Su Meng's eyes lit up. Can it be that there are treasures inside? And it was purposely set up by the base in order for us to discover it? Makes sense. Yang Lin clapped his hands. As long as we break open the spell, we might really be able to get the treasure. That's great, Brother Yang, hurry up and break the spell. That's right, Yang Lin, hurry up and break the spell so we can get the treasure. Yang Lin's face was full of black lines. I can see that you two are looking forward to it, but I don't understand this. Su Meng was a bit lost. It's so hard to find out, means you can only give up? What do you think? This thing is a jutsu, it's not a magic item. I'm just throwing it as status, it won't react. While saying that, Yang Lin smoothly cast a super heavy pressure on the present moment. And then, the three people's eyes all stared at the maximum at this moment. Chapter 60, The Great Treasure. It was a complete brush. The name and blood bar appeared before his eyes. Induced device with 200,000 blood. Although super heavy pressure was only a status, it was considered to have carried out an attack. So even though it didn't unfold its domain, it was both judged as an object that could be attacked, and accordingly gave the most basic intelligence information. So this is an induction device? Sinister, is this considered a jutsu? Sister Meng, this should be considered. Yang Lin's words, he felt like he had discovered a new continent. I didn't expect I can even kill this kind of constructed thing, even the name blood bar appeared. Yang Lin, so what now? I don't know, the base never said that there were any more induced devices within the spirit territory. And look guys, the blood is quite thick, a full 200,000 na. Su Meng pondered for a moment. I'm hypothesizing two possibilities right now. First, this thing might be an egg that was left here, and as long as we can handle it, then we can get the treasures left behind by the base. Secondly, it might be an abandoned site left behind by the base that did some kind of experiments here earlier. Other than that, it's hard to think of a third possibility, right? Makes sense. Yang Lin glanced at the current inducer once again. So what do you guys say, do we forcefully dismantle this inducer, or do we turn around and leave? If this is an egg or something, it's too bad to walk away. Brother Yang, I also think it's too bad to walk away. Whether it's the first or second possibility, it doesn't matter, right? This thing seems to be a piece of crap anyway, so it doesn't seem like a big deal even if we forcefully demolish it. Yang Lin nodded, that's what I think too. If this thing is important, there's no way the base wouldn't tell us. Right, if it was important, the base would have definitely prompted us. Since it wasn't hinted, it's either an egg or an abandoned site. The three of them said so, and the people moved towards the front of the inducement. Without saying anything else, in the eyes of the two sisters in anticipation, Yang Lin opened up. The field unfolded, the negative statuses all came out, and the entrance first chopped 25% of the induced device's blood. Seeing the induced device's blood bar, brushing down a quarter, looking at the 50,000 damage words floating up. At this moment, not to mention the two girls, Yang Lin himself felt shocked. The larger the base of the enemy's blood, the higher the damage of a first strike kill. In the future, if you take on a demon with millions of blood, and instantly kill 200,000 to 300,000 blood first, how many professions can you output together? Not to mention this, if you want to demolish this inducer, then you definitely need to do some math next. 200,000 blood, first hand kill 50,000, still left 150,000. One's current level 13, linking the first word that's 4 times the damage. Seconds damage 52. Split damage 3,120. Then to consume the remaining 150,000 blood, it would take roughly 48 minutes, which was still a long time. Meng, Qianqian, it's quite boring if we're just wasting away here. Yes, it's quite boring, why don't the three of us find something to do? Brother Yang, Sister Meng, want to play cards? I won a box of cards in the points lottery yesterday. That's fine, get the tables and chairs out, the three of us can fight the landlord. And so it was. While the other squads were fighting to the death in the spirit realm for the marking point resources, the three guys from the Heavenly Light team actually set up tables and chairs and started to fight the landlord. Of course, all the landlord fight, that must be some colorful. After the three people unanimously discussed, this then, who wants to be the landlord to win? Then have the right to take pictures once. The two losers must follow the landlord's orders and pose differently for the photo. Then again. Fight the landlord, I grab the landlord. Airplanes, straights, bombs, springs. After only a few games, Su Meng was already losing beyond her ability to top it. Wang Qianxian, you've gone too far. Sister Meng, how have I gone too far? I kind of don't understand. You still don't understand it, he is not the landlord, you all with him matter, dare I exclusion chant? Meng, how can you wrong Qianxian it? Qianxian is not very good at playing only. Can't you afford to lose? Who can't afford to lose? The two of you are clearly teaming up to mess with me. Dream sister, I have no. You shut up, Ming so simple girl, look at you and he mixed into what kind? Meng, you really can't wrong me and Qian too. You also have the nerve to say, you won the landlord after the order, that is a normal girl can pose for a photo? Alas, Qian, today's landlord fight gave us both a wake-up call. We can't play cards with Meng in the future, she's prone to red temperature. You too, you just know how to bully me, not playing with you anymore. Okay, then you will be the landlord, Qian, and I will lose you a few games in a row, okay? That's fine. The three people bickered and played solitaire for 40 to 50 minutes. When a rumbling sound was heard and the inducer device shattered, at this time the three people could no longer care about fighting the landlord. All of them ran as fast as they could to the blown-up inducer device to look at it. Brother Yang, Sister Meng, there really is a box. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and see what goodies are there. Su Meng was quite interested in things like treasure hunting. During the time she was talking, she couldn't wait to open the chest. The three of them went to look inside the chest. It was empty except for a card-like note. As for the card, it was just 3D printed. There wasn't any high level of this password or that intelligence, it simply had 20,000 written on it. 20,000? What does this mean? I don't know. Qian, how about you, can you read what it means? Brother Yang, Sister Meng, would it mean that we can go back and exchange 20,000 points? The probability is still true, other than that I can't think of any other explanation. Su Meng happily said, that's great, even though we didn't get any elixirs, props or scrolls. That Deaconess Su said, 20,000 points is still a very strong spending power. Very strong indeed, equivalent to how many magical creatures one can brush. Meng, you continue to sense the surroundings again and see if you can find any new entrapment devices. I'll keep an eye out later. It was around 10 minutes or so after the three of them moved again, Su Meng's side once again discovered an abnormality. Yang Lin, Shen, it's the same feeling as before, I guess there's a high probability that there are still induced devices in this area. 20,000 points for an inducer. Thinking that the points could be exchanged for cash subsidies to the family later, the three of them were all filled with excitement at that moment. Found it, sure enough it's another inducing device. Good, then let's continue to forcefully demolish this thing. By the way, the three of them messed up the table chairs and drinks again. Given the experience of fighting the landlord just now, this time Su Meng said nothing about taking pictures, so the three of them switched to sticking notes on their faces. To say that the three of them were now fighting the landlord while waiting for the induced device to be torn down and then obtaining the points coupon. But how could they have thought that this move made a certain man in the base almost collapse? Chapter 61: The Man Who Broke Down. Inside the base. Su Guan, as Su Nianji's follower and subordinate, was in a rare situation where he could be a little bit free today. Of course this was what he thought. Where did he think that the morning was calm, but only halfway through the afternoon, at 3 o'clock the scouting section suddenly came over to call. Adjutant Su, the beacon that detected our placement appears to have a disordered reaction. What? Didn't we say everything was normal earlier? Why is there still a disordered reaction? I'm going over to the reconnaissance section right now. Yes. Su Guan was having a headache at the moment. For the sake of the subsequent decimation battle, these days, he had mainly focused on the satellite and the Heaven's Eye system. Because he wanted to realize the observation of the spirit realm for a certain amount of time, he definitely needed to place beacons within the spirit realm. As for the placement points of the beacons, after the precision calculations of the scouting section, all of them were subsequently constructed locally with a baiting device to place the beacons by the way. Rather, it was said that this induction device was something that was activated during the subsequent decapitation battle. Currently, it was not officially activated, but because it was constructed through a special technique, the demons would only treat those things as broken rocks. Even if they were to launch an attack, with these pathetically weak demonic creatures of the Lishan spirit realm, they wouldn't have the ability to destroy them. So what could go wrong then?
Moreover, the scouting section had reported in the past few days that everything was fine with the beacons, and it was only necessary to have all the back beacons in place, at which time the decimation of the newcomers could be opened.
As for the disorganization, what's going on here?
When Su Guan arrived at the scouting section, the head of the scouting section immediately came forward to report.
Lieutenant Su, just now a disturbance was detected in one of the beacon signal waves, and just for a little while, it's already disappeared.
What did you say?
Say it again. It's already disappeared?
The head of the investigation section was also quite anxious. At first the disturbed fluctuation was not obvious, and at that time we thought it was a normal reaction. But after only half an hour or so, that one beacon directly disappeared.
You should have sent someone over to check it. What's the use of telling me this now?
Already sent someone over. Su Guan was rather speechless and then came to the monitor. Currently, although he couldn't see the picture within the spirit realm, the total map could be displayed.
Which beacon? The third center beacon. Su Guan's eyes almost went black as he listened.
You said.
The center hub beacon?
Yes.
You still, how long has the person who went there been? Where is the feedback? Where is the intelligence feedback?
That's the center beacon. Do you know that once something happens to the center beacon, it's very likely that the whole line will collapse? Back to Adjutant Su, our people have already departed for nearly 20 minutes. With the speed of the helicopters, they will soon reach the coordinate point, and in order to provide timely feedback, they all have special signal boosters with them, so I believe there will be intelligence feedback soon.
You'd better let the people hurry up. If something really goes wrong, can you afford to be blamed by Deacon Su? The head of the investigation section was tearless. Who knew that something would happen to a good beacon? Even he didn't expect anything to happen to that thing.
In the midst of anxiety, after roughly another 5 minutes had passed, the room's communicator rang. Calling scout section, all 3 of our personnel have arrived at the target point. Su Guan anxiously ran to the communication console and frowned. This is Su Guan, report the current situation directly. The opposite party froze for a few seconds, then when they spoke again, their voices carried a few tremors. The third center beacon's bearing, inducing device is in a state of blowing up, and observation of the situation has determined that it cannot be repaired.
Grass.
Su Guan was usually always a hangdog, never violent in terms of personality. If things weren't really out of the blue or he really couldn't hold it together, he would never burst out with a single word of profanity. Give me a quick confirmation of the specifics, whether or not the destruction damage was carried out by a demonic creature. Back to Lieutenant Su, the inducer device that carries the third center beacon belongs to the core that automatically blew up. The art barrier constructed around it is intact but disabled. There were no traces of demonic attacks found in the surroundings, nor did we look for any signs of a battle in the vicinity.
Automatically blowing up, you say? How could that thing blow up automatically? Back to Lieutenant Su, we can't tell why the core blew up automatically.
Then take pictures of all the surroundings for me, don't miss any valid information.
Yes. Disconnecting the communication, Su Guan's heart wasn't normally suffocating.
For good reason, the core of the inducer device automatically blew up, thus causing the bearer beacon to collapse. This matter was also too far-fetched.
It was simply unexplained and inexplicable. However,
even though the third hub beacon collapsed, it looked like it could still be maintained by relying on the power of the other hubs. As long as another team was sent over to repair it overnight, there might still be a chance to remedy the situation. At this moment, while Su Guan was thinking this way, he was just about to order the head of the reconnaissance section to reorganize a team of people to go over there to make repairs. God knows, the staff of observation started to report the situation again. Reporting to Adjutant Su, a disordered reaction has occurred in the fourth center beacon.
What? That fast?
Su Guan's face was covered in cold sweat as he pointed at the head of the reconnaissance section. The third center beacon and the fourth center beacon aren't too far apart. Hurry up and have your people rush over to take a look and confirm what's going on.
Yes, I will immediately instruct the 3 personnel present to take action.
Su Guan was now sitting on his butt in his chair, his face turning into a deathly gray.
In order to construct the beacon, countless manpower of resources had been spent these days. Once the fourth center beacon had the same accident, then needless to say, basically all of the beacons would be implicated in self-destruction. But it shouldn't be. It really shouldn't.
There was no demonic attack, and even if there was, the demons couldn't reach that level.
Why did the core of the decoy device suddenly blow up when there was nothing wrong with it? About 20 minutes later. communication intelligence feedback. Have rushed to the site of the inducer device where the fourth hub is located. Just like before, the core of the inducer device carrying the fourth hub's beacon has also blown up. The cornerstone of the jutsu construction is just as intact, and there are no signs of demonic attacks or battles found at the scene. It hadn't been long since the personnel who had traveled to the scene to inspect it had reported back. Inside the investigation section room, the monitoring system directly all sounded an alarm. It's bad, the first center beacon has been implicated and fluctuated, completely disordered. The 15th hub beacon has been implicated and completely disorganized. The 6th center beacon has reacted and entered a state of disorder. It is expected to self-destruct in 10 seconds. For a time, the entire scouting section was in a mess. Looking at the head of the investigation section in front of him, who was drenched in sweat, Su Guan laughed. The Lishan spirit realm, all of it is within your investigation and supervision. Now it's good, all the previous efforts have been wasted. You guys, are you all dry? Lieutenant Su, this. Don't say anything, next pray for what happened to me. I don't even know how to report this matter to Deacon Su right now. You guys are just harming me, you know? It was impossible not to report it after such a big thing happened. And when he thought of Su Ninji's cold and lethal eyes, Su Guan's heart was in disarray. Chapter 62, It's All About the Lottery. As for the three of them, Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Shanxian, who were still within the spirit territory at this moment. The three of them could be too happy. They had just finished an induced device and gained 20,000 points redemption coupons. Who knew that they hadn't traveled for long, but they actually encountered another one in a row. Needless to say, rolling up their sleeves was the way to go. Just as easy as the first one, in the three people's playful landlord time, the second 20,000 points voucher arrived again. This points today, it's too easy to earn. Yes, Brother Yang, you really are omnipotent. If you weren't there, even if Sister Meng and I found out, there was absolutely nothing we could do. Yang Lin straightened his shirt and put on a deep look. Shanxian, don't make a big fuss about it, a mere inducer device, can it be considered a thing to your brother Yang? Su Meng couldn't help but roll her eyes. Pretend, you continue to pretend you're sister. Tisk, Meng, aren't you my sister, do I need to pretend? Who is your sister? Less nonsense, I have nothing to do with you. Good, we have nothing to do. Yang Lin suddenly turned to Wang Shanxian said, Shanxian, do you remember the day before yesterday in the base group there is a photo of me and Meng? I remember, it seems to be a photo of you and Sister Meng kissing. At that time, I saw other newcomers saying that the P-picture traces were too serious, a glance was fake. Su Meng at this moment, her whole body was flustered. That's right, it's one glance fake, I don't know why those people like to gossip, it's so hateful. Yang Lin meaningfully looked at Su Meng, then once again to Wang Shanxian said, Shanxian, then you remember last night in the group? Not waiting for Yang Lin to finish his words this time, Su Meng suddenly turned into a well-behaved little girl all of a sudden. She pulled Yang Lin's arm pitifully. Yang Lin, let's not discuss those P-out photos, okay? It's okay, so do we have a relationship? Su Meng's face was full of grudges. Yes. Yang Lin was now comfortable. Then will you listen to me from now on? Listen, I'll listen to you, but don't do it in front of Chanchan. Sister Meng, what don't in front of me I mean, don't we still have the second marking point to deal with? This will not talk about those false and messy photos, points are the most important. Wang Shanxian nodded, well, points are indeed important. Brother Yang, Sister Meng, let's hurry up and take care of the second marking point. I see that it's almost dark. Yang Lin looked at his cell phone at this moment, it now showed 4:40 p.m. It really wasn't too early, so let's stop bolting and hurry up and take care of the second marking point. When the three of them arrived, they found that it was a concentration of star ores. The ores in the duplicates and spirit realm were formed by energy condensation, so it was generally difficult to form a large scale. However, after estimating the quantity, a quick collection would discount a proper 8,000 points. And at this time, Su Meng's two magic puppets came in handy. With a punch to the ore, the star ore could easily be mined. The three people just had to follow behind and pick it up. It was only 10 minutes before and after, and the second marked point was perfectly taken care of by the three people. At this time, Yan Lin roughly calculated that with the two 20,000 point redemption coupons, today's points would reach at least 85,000 points. Fierce, too fierce. We earned a bit too much today. I think it's good for the three of us to go back for dinner and have a separate table in the second floor cafeteria. Yeah, I heard that snow rabbit is pretty tasty. Brother Yang, let's have the chef cook the snow hare. No problem, Shanshan, if you want to eat it, we'll cook it, it's not bad. Then I want to eat the iron pot stewed goose.
Engage, as long as you two want to eat, we'll engage.
Yang Lin's trio was beautifully starting to rush back from within the spirit territory.
Sugwon inside the base, he felt that today was really bad. The beacons were all wiped out, so they had to reinvest a large amount of manpower and resources to get them. Earlier, he had sworn in front of Su Nianji that he would not delay the subsequent decapitation battle. Now, after such a big accident, he might have to be killed by Su Nianji's eyes and words many times. When Sugwon managed to calm down his emotions, he finally decided to find Su Nianji to explain the situation. When he arrived over here, Su Nianji was in her office dealing with the information data that had recently converged on her hands.
Sugwon, what are you doing over here if you're not busy with your business? Nianji, it's actually like this, I feel that the beacon that was established earlier seems to be unstable. I've pondered over it for a while, and I'm planning to go and get it going again. Are you kidding me? Don't you know that the chopping battle is imminent? How much time will be wasted if you're going to rebuild the beacon?
Su Nianji's eyes blazed, and when she saw Sugwon's look of weakness, she quickly guessed what was going on.
You might as well be straightforward. What exactly went wrong? Well, I can't hide it from you anyway, so I'll be honest.
In fact, even I myself didn't figure out why the inducer device carrying the two center beacons all blew up at once. So much so that it led to the total collapse of. In that instant, the temperature in the entire office plummeted by 12 degrees. Sugwon was too vain to even look Su Nianji in the eyes.
This is your ability to do things?
Nianji, listen to me, this matter is too evil.
The cornerstones constructed by that induction device are all intact, but the core alone suddenly blew up on its own. Do you think this is possible? The core blew up on its own? The cornerstones are intact? The beacons have all been implicated and destroyed. Look at these photos. Sugwon placed the printed stack of photos on Su Nianji's desk.
These are the photos taken by the personnel on the scene. The cornerstones are all there, except for the core of this inducer device that blew up into scrap.
This kind of thing, it's too contrary to common sense. Su Nianji frowned.
Even in her opinion, if one wanted to break the core of the inducer device, the first thing that must be depleted would definitely be the cornerstones of the 8 directions. But now that the cornerstones were intact and the core suddenly blew up, this.
Nianji, things are indeed my responsibility. I recognize when things go wrong.
To tell the truth, I also want to figure out what exactly happened.
That's why I'm planning to personally go to the scene a little later to take a look and see if I can discover the deep-seated cause.
Su Nianji was just about to open her mouth at this time. Suddenly a hurried knock sounded outside the door.
Come in.
When the door was pushed open, the one who came in was a clerk from the statistics section. Instructor Su, Adjutant Su, something happened on my end, and since I probably couldn't tell you over the phone, I simply came over to report.
What exactly is going on? It's this. The clerk placed 2 3D printed cards on Su Nianji's desk. I'm not sure what this is at all, but the 3 of them, Yang Lin of the Skylight Squad, insisted that this is the colorful prize you guys put up. I pondered, they are so strong that they don't have to take 2 cards for tens of thousands of points for nothing. So, I simply came over with the cards to confirm it. Looking at the 2 cards on the table, Su Nianji was dumbfounded. At Sugwon's words, he covered his face with his trembling right hand. In his mouth, he was also heard to mumble as if he had collapsed, so it's you kid. Chapter 63, Is there such a good thing? Instructor Su, Lieutenant Su, are we going to give them these points? Seeing that the 2 deacons were all out of sorts, the clerks who had come were all confused. Redeem, give it to them. Su Nianji exhaled deeply, double it for them. Ah? Double? The clerk was quite surprised. Instructor Su, that's these 2 cards, give them 80,000 points? Not bad, you go back and deal with it now. Oh, I know, I'll go back and deal with it now. Clerical at this moment was even more confused. He hadn't even seen this card. Who would have thought that with 2 cards, Instructor Su would actually directly give 80,000 points to the Skylight Squad? Well, forget it, anyway, as a subordinate, just do what the leader says. Waiting for the paperwork to leave, Office Su Nianji and Sugwon, 2 people, you look at me, I look at you, are complex. A long time to listen to. Sugwon said, Nianji, you see, this thing and my ability to do nothing, our Yang Lin that boy did. See, the cards were brought over, can I not believe it? However, how exactly did they do it? Hearing Su Nianji mention this issue, Sugwon similarly fell into thought. Nianji, although we know who did it, this is still a bit bizarre. Based on the scene, the three of them didn't crack the cornerstone, but directly chose to destroy the core. Can you do this kind of ability? Su Nianji shook her head. How could I have this kind of ability? If you want to crack a technique, generally, you only need to understand its rules of operation. And then even if you want to disintegrate it, surely you would first disintegrate the building blocks before finally breaking the core. Su Guan huffed backward. Then in that case, the three of them. The three of them have the special ability to avoid the building cornerstone and point directly at the core without understanding the rules of the operation of the technique. This kind of ability is unimaginable. Nianji, you're right, this is definitely an ability that can crack the artifact. Su Meng is a magic puppeteer, Wang Chanxian is a druid. These two professions and cracking spells basically don't go together. Thinking about it this way, the biggest possibility remains in Yang Lin. Not bad, I think so too. Su Nianji's eyes were bright at the moment. Where was the coldness and displeasure from earlier now, replaced by endless excitement? Hearing her continue, Yang Lin's domain suppressor demon master is originally a profession that has never appeared before, so if he has such abilities, it's not outrageous. Nianji, if Yang Lin really has this kind of ability, this is a big deal. Whether it's big or not depends on how far his ability can actually be utilized. If the linking boundaries can even be disintegrated, once word gets out, I'm afraid it will instantly alarm the entire alliance. In that case, we might as well test it? This is a must. Su Nianji snapped her head up. Su Guan, you call the three Yang Lin right now and say that the three of them have a test tomorrow. If they perform well, each of them will receive $1 million in prize money, which can be sent to their family's account in Yuncheng on the same day. Su Guan snapped his fingers. No problem, I'll contact them now. Back to Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chanxian. When the three of them came back, then they definitely had to exchange their cards for points. When they heard the statistics paperwork say that they didn't recognize it to help them confirm it, the three of them were quite apprehensive in their hearts. They were afraid that they would work for nothing and in the end, they wouldn't be able to get a single hair. But they never expected. When the clerk returned, he told them that not only could the cards be exchanged for points, but they were also doubled. This instantly made the three people happy. Including the three of them still talking excitedly about it when they went out from the statistics section. Brother Yang, why are the two deacons so generous that they would actually double the points for us? Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because we were the first to discover the colored eggs, and we discovered two at once. So it's considered special recognition. Su Meng smiled cheekily and said, I think that's it. When we subsequently go to the spirit realm again and find more of that what's-it-all-inducing device, it's totally possible to do a few more votes. That's a good point. When we see it, then we'll destroy it all. The three of them chatted while walking towards the dormitory, saying that everyone would take a shower next and then go to the cafeteria to get a table of food. At this time, Yang Lin's cell phone rang. When he looked at the caller ID, it was actually Su Guan. Yang Lin, the calls are coming over. It can't be a special compliment to us, right? Who knows, you and Shanshan don't say anything first. Wait for me to answer and see what Adjutant Su says. Wait for the phone to connect. Before even saying two sentences. Yang Lin's entire body almost didn't jump up. Adjutant Su, you're not kidding, a test, 1 million per person? Next to them, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan weren't sure what Yang Lin and Su Guan were talking about, but when they heard Yang Lin say something about 1 million, they also became interested. For a moment they were flocking to Yang Lin's arms, trying as much as possible to hear what was on the phone. Su Guan said on the other side of the phone, Yang Lin, I'm at least a deacon of the guild, can I still joke with you like this? Tomorrow, the three of you don't go to the spirit realm first, and when it's 9 o'clock, you'll go directly to the martial arts arena. That's fine, but Lieutenant Su, can you reveal what exactly the test is? That way the three of us can also make preparations. Simple enough, you'll know when you guys get to the martial arts field tomorrow. Alright then, the three of us will definitely be on time tomorrow. Well then, that's all for now, hang up. When Yang Lin finished answering the phone, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan had already started asking curiously. Yang Lin, what $1 million? What is Deputy Su looking for you for? Brother Yang, Vice Officer Su wouldn't reward $1 million for 2 cards, right? Yang Lin tried to calm himself down and said, Vice Officer Su said that tomorrow, let's not go to the spirit realm and wait until 9 o'clock to head to the martial arts arena to receive a test. If we are able to pass, each of us will be rewarded $1 million at that time, and he also said that he can directly credit $1 million to our family's account in Yuncheng on that day. Su Meng and Wang Chanshan thought they had heard wrong. 1 million? Or per person? Yeah, that's what Lieutenant Su said. It's just that when I asked him what the test was, he didn't tell me and said it was simple. Su Meng's face was full of vigor. 1 million, that's 1 million.
Wang Shanxian, like Su Meng, had a blush appear on her face.
Great, it's great to get $1 million. My mom and my brother will be very happy by then. Yang Lin he didn't even react now. God knows Su Meng and Wang Shanxian were both excited to go into his arms. At this time Yang Lin would have wanted to say, all do not know what test, each 1 million where is so good to take. But see their own two sisters happy and happy look. Forget it, do not discourage them, all one by one drilling over, then hold it. And for Yang Lin this kind of, blatantly in the base and little girlfriend kissing scene. Whether it was the staff passing by, or the newcomers in the same period, one by one, they were not surprised. Chapter 64, She's Paying Attention to Men. 9 p.m. This time period was usually the time after the newcomers had finished eating and returned to their dormitories after having fun on the base street. Because of this, often at this time, the inside of the base group was quite lively. As I said earlier, when you see an activity in the group or when you want to pull a topic, just put in the hot chat password. You asked what the hot chat password was? It was definitely Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Shanxian. Invisibly, this has almost become a customary rule.
Moreover, the people inside the base group are all anonymous, chatting without psychological burden, so at night these people are all happy. As at the moment, someone said in the group, Brother Yang's big event has fun or not, if there is hurry to send off. Yes brother, there is. There you pour send off. Don't be in a hurry, being sent quickly. A minute later, in the anticipation of 100 or 10 people, a series of pictures were successfully uploaded to the chat group. Possibly shocked by the pictures, in the 10 seconds or so since the pictures were sent out, not a single person spoke up. Until one person asked, is this real or fake? Sure it's not P out? P is sister I this picture package true. And I can also responsibly tell you, now the three of them are still in the cafeteria, don't believe it go see for yourself. With a crash, the chat group exploded. Grass, aren't they getting too many points? I saw snow bunnies on the dining table. Earlier I asked the chef and said that a snow hare costs 10,000 points. Look at them, I'm afraid this table of food is not less than 20,000, right? 20,000? You're kidding, I asked the chef about this table when my teammates and I were leaving, and it was 30,000 points. You guys might as well take a look at those drinks again, they're all guild specials, so now you know the gold content of this table, right? Below. It was a succession of 20 to 30 shocked expressions. That loss was all anonymous, really if we could see everyone's expression, it would probably be an absolute haunting cry. They have a pit in their brains, right? One table meal, 30,000? Our squad worked their asses off to kill demons in the spirit realm, and it's only 10,000 plus points a day. Everyone eats a set meal of 500 points, 4 dishes and 1 soup, but they're so good that a table meal is worth 3 days of our sweat and blood. I suddenly feel that the snacks in my hand don't smell good anymore. I just want to ask, are the three of them still human? Originally, everyone in the group was just envious and jealous for a bit. But who would have thought that the following statement of a person once again detonated the whole scene? It's not clear if the three of them are human, but I know a 100% more berserk thing. Don't be 100% berserk, can you speak quickly if you have something to say, shaking your hairy baggage? It's like this, Yang Lin side Su Meng and Wang Shanxian, 2 days ago, they used points to purchase Instructor Su and Lieutenant Su's guidance respectively. Within the chat group, once again dozens of people sent out shocked expressions one after another. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I've asked for the price of points to ask for guidance from the 2 instructors. Each person needs 30,000 points per day, according to you, Su Meng and Wang Shanxian spent 120,000 in 2 days studying alone? 120,000? It sounds fake at first glance, they couldn't have so many points even if they were a skylight squad. Whether or not they spent 120,000 I'm not sure, but I guarantee that what I said is true, you guys love to believe it or not. This was another 30,000 points for a table of meals, and another 120,000 points to buy courses. Let the group of 100 or so people now, really all fast envy to crazy. And so in the next discussion, everyone once again pulled together whether or not Yan Lin, Su Meng and Wang Shanxian were the skylight squad. The base group had been so lively because of Yang Lin's trio. For this matter, Su Guan had long been surprised. He had nothing to do but flip through the chat group at night, and it was quite interesting to see 100 or so newcomers scrambling to talk about Yang Lin's trio. Just at this time, Su Guan's cell phone rang. A look at the caller ID, that was a big shock to Su Guan,
Who would have thought that the president would call at this time? Who would have thought that the chairman would call at this time? And it was still a video call.
After quickly organizing his appearance and keeping himself serious, Soo-gwon connected the video call. On the opposite side of the video was a middle-aged man with a country face and hard lines. His thick eyebrows were like ink, and his eyes were deep with a bit of sharpness. Even through the screen, it was as if he could see through people. He was the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild, Soo Shin-ye. President, why are you calling me at this point in time? Could it be that there's some special mission to perform? Being asked this, Soo Shin-ye's face revealed a few moments of helplessness. You think I want to call you, but I still don't have the means to properly communicate with my precious daughter.
Soo-gwon sweated. President, you are quarreling with Nyen-ji?
Quarreling is not so much, just the phone call is connected. Do not know what to say to be good. Xiaosu, you also know that I am most attached to her right now. Right now, there are all kinds of emergencies on the front lines of space, and I have little regard for the guild side. I'm really afraid that if I die on the front lines one day, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to see my grandchildren at that time. Soo-gwon couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his face. President, you're talking too seriously.
Still too serious?
I don't know what kind of nature Nyen-ji has, letting her look for a boyfriend and not finding one, letting her go on a blind date and not doing so.
You say I'm a father, I'm so old, can I not be anxious?
President, this matter can't be rushed.
Xiaosu, are you sure it can't be rushed?
What did I tell you earlier? What did I tell you to follow her for?
I see you didn't even pay attention to it.
President, I put it in my heart, really put it in my heart.
But Nyen-ji she.
It's fine, then you continue to follow her, the previous vacation.
President, don't bring you like this.
I originally and my wife planned to go on a trip, but you insisted that I follow Nyen-ji to go to Yuechuan.
Going to Yuechuan is going to Yuechuan, suddenly she has to go to Lishan as an instructor again.
I can't go back now, and my wife is scolding me on the phone every day. It's useless for you to cry me. If you want a vacation, wait until the newcomer training is over.
And Xiaosu, I'm too disappointed in you.
No, President, how can you say that?
Cut the crap. I'll ask you one more thing by the way, who exactly did Nyen-ji give the thing she asked her Auntie Ching to auction to? Even if it's a friend, that's too expensive, isn't it?
Upon hearing about the things being auctioned, Soo-gwon's eyes, at the moment, snapped to life.
President, if you didn't mention it, I almost forgot about it.
Actually, it's like this, Nyen-ji has been paying a lot of attention to a man lately, and the item is also for that man.
What did you say? Nyen-ji has suddenly become enlightened and knows to pay attention to men?
Soo-gwon was quite embarrassed in his heart.
But after thinking about it, Soo Nyen-ji was paying attention to Yan Lin, so wasn't that paying attention to men?
One wasn't lying, that's right, one wasn't lying. President, I can be sure that Nyen-ji is certain that she wants to give something to a man. If you want to ask Nyen-ji what's in her heart, this I'm not sure, it's useless for you to ask for details.
Soo Shin-ye became interested for a moment. Okay, then you give me the details. What about the man she is concerned about? Is there any specific information? I must see it now. No problem, I'll send you his basic information now. Chapter 65 very much like.
Upon hearing that his daughter had a man she was concerned about, as a father, Soo Shin-ye was definitely interested. Seeing Soo-gwon send over the man's information, at the first moment, Soo Shin-ye clicked on the document file.
Is Yuechuan a newcomer recruited over this year?
That's right, President, it is indeed a newcomer.
Soo-gwon, are you teasing me?
Chairman, don't get angry first, at least, read it first.
Believe me, this is a once-in-a-century wonder. Soo Shin-ye frowned. A once-in-a-century wizard? Fine, then I'll finish reading it for now.
But you have to remember, if you hoodwink me, don't ask me for a vacation in the future.
Yes, President, you read it first, take your time. On Soo Shin-ye's side, he let out a deep breath before continuing to read the information. Yan Lin. Yuechuan ordinary family, previously attended Dragon School. Hidden profession, domain suppressor. Seeing this, Soo Shin-ye's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that there was a hidden occupation recruited this year. Such a big thing, why didn't you know about me earlier? Chairman, it's not that I didn't know to inform you, it's mainly because his occupation is a bit special. It's a profession that deals sustained damage with fixed injuries. It wasn't looked upon very favorably earlier, but who would have thought that now, he's already capable of taking seconds in the Lishan spirit realm. That's so, then I'll take another look. Su Xingye continued to go through Yang Lin's information.
But the descriptions after that were not very nutritious, basically talking about being in Yuchuan, in the dragon school, what with his good character and good grades, blah 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 blah.
Until Su Xingye saw Yang Lin's full body photo at the end of the document.
At that moment, his eyes snapped to the maximum, and his whole body was like an electric shock.
Noble. Nobleman?
This scene of his was naturally caught in the eyes of Su Wang on the opposite side.
What's wrong with you, President? Is there a problem with the documentation I sent? What gue? Nobleman? Oh no, you misheard me, I'm talking about the deceased.
That's right, is a deceased person. This kid looks me a deceased person some resemblance, just now at first glance, I thought I saw a deceased person.
So that's how it is.
Xiao Su, it's rare that this is someone that Nianji is concerned about, then you might as well tell me specifically what this kid is capable of.
Surprisingly, he can even make Nianji personally entrust someone to auction something for him.
This chairman you don't know, let me tell you, Chairman, Yang Lin he.
After Su Guan made some points, Su Xingye shocked not light. Is he really that powerful? At level 7 he can lead people to kill level 10 advanced abyss difficulty copies indiscriminately?
This is all trivial. After coming to the Li Mountain Spirit Realm, he only brought 2 people with him, and every single day, he killed indiscriminately within the Spirit Realm. The points that he and his 2 teammates earned every day were several times that of the other squads, simply unrivaled.
Su Xingye nodded slightly. What else? President, do you have any outsiders over there right now? Sure, our call is safe?
Seeing Su Guan suddenly look grave and cautious, Su Xingye nodded. Don't worry, everything is normal on my side, you can say whatever you want.
Su Guan responded with a good before whispering, it was today that Nianji and I discovered Yang Lin's new ability.
He can directly destroy the core of a jutsu without knowing the rules of its operation and without cracking the cornerstone of the jutsu.
What did you say?
Chairman, you heard right, he has the ability to directly destroy the core of the spell.
Impossible, how in heaven could something so absurd be possible?
Precisely because of the absurdity, Nianji and I have decided to have him conduct a new test tomorrow. Chairman, you should understand that the operation of the arts and the boundaries of powerful magical creatures have something in common. If Yang Lin can achieve that kind of ground, at that time, once he reaches the space front, this ability of his can change the battlefield to what extent?
Keep your voice down, who else knows about this matter?
President, don't worry, currently only Nianji and I, as well as Yang Lin his 2 little girls.
Cough cough, team members know.
Good, in that case, tomorrow after your test results, you must tell me it the first time.
Don't worry, President, this is a big deal, I'm on it, I'll be sure to give you the results at the first time. Well then, I'll wait for your call tomorrow. Wait, President.
Seeing that Su Xingye was about to hang up the communication, Su Guan was already getting anxious.
What's wrong? Is there something else? President, the vacation we talked about just now. Little Su, as a deacon of the guild, why are you thinking about vacation every day? No, Chairman, you should at least sympathize with this subordinate of mine, okay? Besides, isn't Nianji already focusing on men now? And you transferred me to Nianji's side, how much aggression I suffer every day, can you not be clear about that? Alright, when the newcomer's 2 months of training is done, you'll be given a vacation. Then at least 1 month at that time, no matter if Nianji's her business is successful or not, I want 1 month vacation, otherwise I won't do it. Su Xingye laughed twice, I should talk to Lao Su, let him pick you up, have you threatened the president like this? Then I followed Nianji to be aggrieved, you and my father don't sympathize. And it's only a month's vacation, you don't even dare to guarantee it. I guarantee, no matter what happens to Nianji, I'll give you a month's vacation at that time, so that you can take your wife on a honeymoon, satisfied? Thank you, Chairman. Hee, no big no small, hang up first, remember to call me tomorrow. Okay, President.
Waiting to hang up the communication, Su Guan now, he felt that he must be able to sleep well tonight.
On the contrary, Su Xingye's side, thought about it more.
At this moment, Su Xingye's line of sight was still staring at the page that opened the document and displayed Yang Lin's picture.
Hidden profession, Super Daisuki, powerful.
Even, the ability to directly break through the core of an artifact. This was indeed a super talent.
However, all of the above were not important right now, the important Yang Lin's appearance and temperament. Too much like.
Although I haven't seen Your Honor's front face, at first glance, this kid really looks like Your Honor.
Can't it be that he's still your man's son? Su Xingye looked at Yang Lin's family information again, then shook his head in relief. I'm still overthinking it after all. Your husband and wife are absolutely unrivaled. Even if they are secluded, how could they possibly be an ordinary person in an ordinary small place for nearly 20 years? But no matter what, this kid is a talent in the end. It seems that for the subsequent chopping battle, I should take the time to go over there to observe a ceremony to personally meet them before I do so. After that, Su Xingye looked at the situation of Yang Lin's two teammates. Su Meng, Wang Qianqian, two young girls. A magic puppeteer and a druid. Both were good, both were rare professions. Growing up well, they would definitely be the mainstay of the union in the future. Good, I won't think much about anything else. I hope that kid can perfectly pass Nianji and Xiaosu's trial tomorrow. Hopefully, don't let me down. Chapter 66, Don't Want It for Nothing. The following day. Knowing that they were going to the martial arts arena to receive the trial today, Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian came over here 20 minutes early. When they didn't see Su Nianji and Su Guan at the moment, but just the empty martial arts field, the three of them unconsciously became puzzled. What kind of trial are we receiving today? Can it be that it's a test of each of our fighting strength? Su Meng took a closer look at the martial arts field and replied, it's probably a test of combat strength. The three of us have been acting so out of character every time we go to the spirit realm, so the two deacons probably want to see our true level. Wang Qianqian thought for a moment and said, that means that we might confront each other afterward, doesn't it? Probably. Yang Lin's side just responded with a probably, and Su Meng's pretty face couldn't help but beep up. I really don't want to confront you two. When I run into your kind, I can't even touch your silhouettes. Isn't it purely asking for trouble? At this moment, Su Meng was by no means generally in a complicated mood. Yang Lin was able to enter the shadow swimming state, and in front of this man, he was simply only getting beaten. Wang Qianqian's words could fly. Can't touch it at all. In addition to being consumed, there will not be a second result. In fact, it is indeed as Su Meng thought. She wants to confront Yang Lin and Wang Qianqian, that is looking for abuse. However, there is one thing that has to be recognized. Putting aside Yang Lin's wall, and comparing with Wang Qianqian and other newcomers. Su Meng's mobility, damage ability, defense ability, basically T0 level. Bumping into being abused was purely a matter of mechanism. If Wang Qianqian did not fly to the sky, Su Meng not to say dry to Wang Qianqian, at least 1.5 is still more than enough. Next to Yang Lin, see Su Meng aggrieved, flirted, Meng do not worry, really want to use confrontation test, I'll be careful to abuse you, must give you face. Su Meng was furious, Yang Lin, you're obviously bullying me, aren't you? When I get back to Cloud City, I'll definitely find my aunt to complain. Let's not be like this, there's no such thing as suing your parents when you can't beat them in a confrontation. Anyway, I'll just say that at the base, you bullied me in all kinds of ways, so I'll let Auntie clean you up at that time. Next to Wang Qianqian laughed playfully, and then went forward to pull Su Meng's arm and said, Sister Meng, if it's really a confrontation, I'll lose to you on the line. Why do you want to lose to me? I don't care about winning or losing, and I'm just taking advantage of the flight, and subsequently, I won't use the griffin living spirit is all. Seeing this, Yang Lin sked, Meng, take a good look, our Qianqian knows how to do things, how to give you face. Scram you. Su Meng laughed and cursed, then pulled Wang Qianqian's hand and said, Qianqian, there is no need to let me, make it seem like I can't afford to lose, I'm not that kind of person. Sister Meng, it really doesn't matter. Alright, it's just a test, it's not important to win or lose or anything. The three were talking to themselves, then they heard footsteps coming from outside the martial arts arena. Looking towards the gate, they were seeing Su Nianji and Su Guan walking in. You three came quite early. Hearing Su Nianji say that, Yang Lin's three people went forward to salute. Instructor Su. Adjutant Su. Su Guan waved his hand at this time, you three, there's no need to be so formal and grave, just let go a little. Yang Lin nodded, then when is the test, what exactly are the three of us going to test? Is it a confrontation? Su Nianji returned, I am still clear about your strength that far exceeds that of other squads, and it makes no sense to let the three of you test against each other. Do you still remember the lottery you guys found yesterday? Instructor Su, that colored head has something to do with the current test? Cough cough, of course there is a relationship. Su Guan stepped forward and patted Yang Lin's shoulder, your squad was the first to find the colored head, and this is still in the beginning just came out and found too. Obviously, our jackpots were so hidden, but you guys were able to find them so well. In this regard, Nianji and I thought that we might as well see your ability to crack the colored heads with our own eyes, and give you commendations in the process. Su Nianji chimed in, Lieutenant Su is right, for capable talents, Greedy Wolf Guild will definitely not treat them poorly. Just as agreed yesterday, as long as your performance is strong enough, the subsequent bonus of $1 million per person can be credited to your family's bank accounts today. Upon hearing this, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian took a step back. Su Guan was surprised by this and asked, "What's wrong with you two?" Su Meng was embarrassed and said, "Actually, the matter of getting the 2 jackpots has nothing to do with the two of us, it's all Yang Lin's ability." Wang Qianqian nodded her head repeatedly, "Brother Yang is very strong, we just dipped into Brother Yang's light." "It doesn't matter," Su Nianji looked serious, "as long as Yang Lin shows his ability is strong enough, you guys as squad members can get the rewards just the same." Su Meng was shocked, "There's such a good thing?" Wang Qianqian was also quite excited, "Although I feel quite ashamed, I should have heard it right? You two didn't hear it wrong." After Su Nianji responded to the two girls, her gaze turned to Yang Lin. "Yang Lin, what should be said has been said, whether you guys get the rewards next or not will depend on your skills." "Oh, but Instructor Su, you guys still haven't told me, how exactly is the test?" "Ah, simple," Su Guan pointed to the martial arts arena stage at this point. "You guys should know that if someone performs a martial art, the martial arts arena itself will activate the protective barrier, right?" "That's right, and then what?" "Then, if you do, it's only necessary for you to break the protective barrier inside." "That's simple? That's today's test?" "Little old brother, don't say it's simple, the barrier of the martial arts arena is very strong. Because it involves the safety of lives, it's more than several times stronger than the state you were in yesterday when you got the lottery. I don't know if you still have the confidence to go forward and try after I've said this? Of course, it's fine for you to give up if you don't think it's possible, but then there's no reward. Lieutenant Su, reward or no reward aside, but as a man, how can you say that you can't? Merely breaking the barrier, then this test is rather still simple. Shall we start now?" Next to Su Nianji, she said, "If you're already prepared, there's no harm in starting now." "Then let's start. Alright, Lieutenant Su, you go activate the martial arts field barrier. Yang Lin, get ready to take your position." Yang Lin nodded, then glanced at his two sisters. Seeing that both sisters were looking at him expectantly, the corner of his mouth revealed a nice arc and said, "Don't worry, we'll get this reward today." And to ask Yang Lin why he was so confident, it was of course because after yesterday's events, he had properly studied the new characteristics of his profession. Based on the intelligence feedback he got, what kind of spells, what kind of barriers, even if it's a boundary, it's all the same for you to do it. As for now, there were people rushing to send money for it. Chapter 67 textbooks don't even dare to write like this. When they watched Yang Lin walk onto the martial arts field, both Su Nianji and Su Guan, both of them were quite excited. They weren't sure what Yang Lin's ability could be. However, what they wanted the most was to infer from this that Yang Lin would eventually have the ability to break the boundary. And with this ability, the role he could play in the space battlefield in the future would never be less than a super army. This matter was so important that it wouldn't do to not be attentive. "Instructor Su, Adjutant Su, I'm already there and ready to begin." As Yang Lin's words fell, Su Guan activated the barrier of the martial arts arena. And with the activation of the barrier, both inside and outside, one could vaguely see what appeared to be a layer of transparent cicada wings covering the martial arts arena. This was the barrier constructed by the art form, imitating a boundary. Yang Lin's task now, that was to break the barrier and proceed to get the money. Simple, very simple, quite simple. As his field unfolded, immediately, Su Nianji and Su Guan outside were shocked to realize. Since when did something similarly intangible like a barrier possess a blood bar? Martial field defense barrier, 500,000 blood. Gudong. Gulp. Su Nianji and Su Guan invariably swallowed a mouthful of excited saliva. When did even the imitation boundary barrier constructed by the art form have a blood bar? Even history books and textbooks didn't dare to write like this, right? This matter was unimaginable. If it was spread out, it would completely subvert the normal cognition of human beings. 1 second, Su Nianji and Su Guan were surprised to the extreme at the appearance of bloodstains on the barrier. But in the next second, the shock they received was no less than a thunderbolt. Just because they saw that as the barrier appeared with a blood bar, followed by an instant, the 500,000 blood bar suddenly evaporated by a large amount. As they watched, 125,000, a long string of numbers floated up. The barrier of the martial arts arena was weakened by a layer visible to the naked eye. What had happened? Let's accept the fact that the barrier had a blood bar, but what the hell was this 125,000 damage to the barrier at once? Clueless. Su Ningyi and Su Guan, both of them, were confused. In their perceptions, Yan Lin's domain Jinmu was a profession that dealt sustained damage with fixed damage. So subconsciously, they wouldn't even associate percentage blood deduction or anything to Yan Lin. Naturally, they really couldn't imagine what Yan Lin had done to actually create 125,000 such terrifying damage all at once. Look at the barrier, suddenly weakened by a layer. It would be a lie to say it wasn't scary. Speaking of this, I actually have to mention Yan Lin's domain ability. His field ability is able to break these things, but it's not an active default. It only took effect when Yang Lin subjectively decided that the thing was an enemy, similar to manually selecting it. However, don't think that this was a bad thing, but it was actually a good thing. Think about it, if there is no difference in the default, in the future, if you enter any arena, ring, or base. If you start a field unintentionally, you'll be able to tear down their defenses. The above. Back to Su Ningyi and Su Guan. The two of them must have truly understood Yang Lin's terror by now. They really hadn't tried to understand why Yang Lin had created over 100,000 damage just now, but next, as they watched Yang Lin's damage become normal, they gradually began to calm down. Hearing Su Guan whisper, maybe, his ability specializes in art forms and stuff like that. Su Ningyi agreed, that should be the case, just like there are some professions that inherently restrain certain types of magical creatures. On top of that, it's also true that I can't figure out why I was able to deal super damage just now, but now I'm switching to basic damage. Anyway, today's test was still a success. Well, Su Ningyi was inwardly uplifted. In order to better see his abilities, the staff strengthened the barriers of the martial arts arena overnight last night. This hard work was not in vain. Originally, when things came to this point, what Su Ningyi and Su Guan thought in their hearts had already been confirmed. Now, in order to test the rules and regulations in a decent manner, so they waiting for Yang Lin to finish grinding the barriers in the martial arts arena. And to say that the shock in the two people's hearts today was enough. They had already understood Yang Lin's terror. However, just in the next observation of Yang Lin, Su Ningyi's beautiful eyes snapped up as she once again discovered something that shook her mind. Su Guan, Yang Lin's level is now 13, isn't it? Yes, Ningyi, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly asking this? Do you still remember when Zhang Yanghui initially approached us, he gave the data situation of Yang Lin's level 7 at that time? I remember. What's the problem? Su Ningyi drew in a breath of cold air. There's a problem, there's a big problem. Take a good look at Yang Lin's current damage before you say anything. Su Guan was unsure, but still turned his sight to Yang Lin in the field. After roughly looking at the field for a dozen seconds, Su Guan couldn't help but have a twitch at the corner of his mouth. No way, did he comprehend another skill? Calculating according to his situation at that time, his current second damage should be 39, but now it's 52? A super heavy pressure and a super paralyze, together with his words, are already enough to warrant Daisuke's existence. Now looking at the damage, it's clear that he did comprehend another ability. And judging by his skill type, it's no more than another super restriction ability. Ningyi, he's really capable of comprehending it. It's just a pity that it's impossible to see his current occupation panel. Let's not talk about whether we can see it or not, but in any case, he's even stronger now than he was earlier. No wonder, he brought Su Meng and Wang Chanxian within the spirit realm like nobody's business. With 3 restricted abilities plus weakened attributes, one wouldn't dare to think how easy it would be to team up with this kind of person and kill demons. Shocked, deeply shocked to the point that both Su Ningyi and Su Guan were almost numb. As for Yang Lin, he was equally somewhat numb. It was only because the barrier of the martial arts arena was too thick, and although he had first chopped a quarter of the barrier's current blood level, but there was still 375,000 blood left to grind. The second damage was 52, the minute damage was 3120, and the hourly damage was 187,200. To finally take care of the barrier, it would take 2 hours. It was just like going to jail in the martial arts arena, but it was really hard. However, seeing his own 2 sisters outside the martial arts arena who were looking forward to him, as well as Su Ningyi's promise of 1 million rewards per person, endured. Time passed minute by minute. When 2 hours had finally passed and the barrier of the martial arts arena shattered like glass with a crash, it meant that Yang Lin had successfully completed the trial. Yang Lin! Brother Yang! Su Meng and Wang Chanxian ran forward to congratulate him.
Su Ningyi and Su Guan's words looked at each other, their eyes were all very satisfied.
Instructor Su, Adjutant Su, this trial of mine is considered completed, right? Well, it's very good, your ability has opened the eyes of the two of us. As for the rewards promised to you, they will definitely be put into place today, after which you can check on your own. Thank you, Instructor Su, Lieutenant Su, if there is nothing else, the three of us can leave, right? Well, go. Seeing Yang Lin's trio leave the martial arts arena, Su Ningyi and Su Guan, on the other hand, walked towards the stage of the martial arts arena. After a bit of checking, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Yang Lin, he really was a wizard. Without destroying the artistic cornerstone that the martial arts arena had secretly arranged, he was actually able to directly destroy the barrier. This skill, when looking at the entire alliance, was unrivaled. Chapter 68 concerned about his private life? Speaking of Yang Lin, although he came over to suffer for 2 hours today, but taking such a great reward for nothing, he was definitely happy. Needless to say, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian were as well. The way the two girls were looking at him right now, they were all about to pull the wool over their eyes. Brother Yang, you're awesome. Wang Qianqian at this moment, her eyes were full of adoration, the blush on her face was almost condensing out of water droplets, delicate and incomparable. Yang Lin couldn't help but say back, Qianqian, there are many places where your brother Yang is great, in the future, I'll let you see all kinds of even better ones. Aha! Seeing Wang Qianqian nodding her head cheerfully, Su Meng couldn't help but quench a bite and said, can't you be a bit more decent? Where am I not decent, clearly pure as snow, okay? Just you? Pure as snow? Ha! Su Meng this side just heckled, which she thought, is this gap in the effort. Over there, Wang Qianqian stood on her tiptoes, and her warm lips had quickly printed onto Yang Lin's left cheek. Qianqian, you. Sister Meng, what's wrong? You're just fueling his arrogance. Look at him, what kind of complacency is he in now? Dream, what are you talking about? What do you mean by fueling arrogance? This only shows that, my family Qianqian, she understands things. On the contrary, Meng you. How do I? Certain people privately and I do not know what to do, that was photographed, sent to the base group of photos or still less? The blush on Su Meng's face all of a sudden died to the roots of her ears. You're shameless. Yang Lin squinted and laughed, is that so? That's right, I'll bite you to death. No, you really bite Qianqian, quickly stop her, or I'll have more teeth marks on my arm again. Don't you run. Meng, I'm kidding you too? That's why, who told you to be shameless? Well, in the end, Yang Lin's arm still had one more row of, shallow, cute little teeth marks on it in the end. As for the rest of the day, it's 11 o'clock, go to what spirit realm It's rare to make a big profit, so let's just take it as a vacation for the three of us. Eat some good, play some good, and then go together to sing, play video games, see a movie gorgeous. Of course, now play to play, he did not forget his goal at this stage. The activation of the third core talent, the progress of killing demons is almost completed, just short of 1,000 demons. In the words of the third mythic word, the level was said to be 13, but it was actually close to 14. As the level increased, the upgrade experience was increasing, but even so, reaching level 15 was just a matter of these few days. That's why every day that follows is wonderful to look forward to. Yang Lin was in wonderful anticipation, Su Ningyi and Su Guan's mood was no less. On their way back to the office, they heard Su Ningyi say, through these days of observing Yang Lin, I realized that his potential has long exceeded my imagination. Later, I'll call my father and ask him to seal the files of the three, no matter what, I can't let Yang Lin be lost. This is a must, if the once-in-a-century wunderkind is lost, I feel like the two of us can go wipe our necks. By the way, speaking of your father, last night he also talked to me, I incidentally told him about Yang Lin. Really, I originally also said to give him a surprise to come. Even though it breaks the surprise you were going to give, your father said that after Yang Lin finished his test today, he immediately asked me to give him a report. It's still a huge surprise. I know. Just like that, it wasn't long before, within Su Ningyi's office, Su Ningyi had already made a video call connection with Su Xingye. Su Guan's words were also present, only that he was now a little vain. Thinking about last night, he had spared no effort to pull Su Ningyi towards Yang Lin. He was afraid that the president would make a slip of the tongue and he would subsequently be sanctioned by Su Ningyi. Then again, speaking of the call. When Su Xingye heard that Yang Lin had the ability to break the specially thickened barrier of the martial arts arena, he was momentarily red-faced. Nianji, afterward, I'll talk to your Auntie Ching and ask her to seal the files of the three. In the future, this will belong to our guild's secrets, so you guys should also pay attention to it and absolutely not spread it out. Don't worry, Dad, we know this kind of thing in our hearts. Oh, right, Nianji, this Yang Lin is, after all, a rare talent in 100 years, this follows, you have to pay more attention to it. But you have to keep an eye on the person for me. Dad, even if you don't say it, I will. Nianji, just looking after him isn't enough, you have to learn to get along more. After all, Yang Lin is a young man, and it's normal for him to be high-minded and proud at this age. If he has any place that makes you dissatisfied, you must be more patient. Su Nianji was stunned for a moment. Dad, do you have something in your words? Nianji, what are you overthinking? I just know that our guild has such a newcomer heart happy. But your nature I do not yet understand, is afraid that you scare him. Don't make me say so unintelligent, I always do things with a sense of propriety. At this time, Su Xingye couldn't help but look at Su Guan over here on the opposite side of the communication. Seeing this, Su Guan quickly turned around. He would not want to meet Su Xingye's eyes this time. Afterward, he heard Su Xingye continue, Nianji, Dad wants to give you a suggestion. During this free time, I want you to try and get along with Yang Lin. For example, invite him for a cup of tea, take a break, and by the way, care about his private life. After all, he's a member of our guild, this kind of talent can't be left out in the cold, and as his current head, you should learn to make him feel warm. Dad, what the hell are you talking about? I finished saying what needs to be said, I still have a lot of things to take care of, so I won't talk much more. Alright then, I'll let your Auntie Ching handle the three of them's files right away. Aha! After the communication hung up, Su Nianji couldn't help but rub her temples with her hands. Knowing that her dad loves talent, but as far as talking about it to that extent? He still had nothing to do but drink tea and go shopping? And even care about Yang Lin's private life? This is also too strange. Not to mention how complicated Su Nianji's mood would be this time. Su Guan's words soon received a short message. Xiao Su, I'm too disappointed in you, just now talking you couldn't help out? Su Guan wanted to cry. Your daughter is not looking for a man, what can we do? Once he helped just now, he might have to have his mouth sewn up. Su Guan. What happened to Nianji? The item I had Auntie Ching auction off will be sent over in the next few days, so pay attention to receiving it at that time, and then send it directly to Yang Lin afterwards. Just say that the same is a reward for him. Alright, I'll pay attention to receiving it and send it over for you at that time. And mentioning that auction item, Su Guan suddenly thought of something, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. For him, what he wanted most right now was a vacation. And if you wanted a vacation, you had to do things to satisfy the president. Then this time. As long as he did that, why would he worry that the president wouldn't be satisfied? After deciding something in his heart, Su Guan's entire being was suddenly enlightened. Chapter 69 Third Core Talent Important. 2 more days quickly passed, and today was the third day. Earlier, it was said that the third core talent was still short of killing 1,000 demons. It was really not in vain that Yang Lin had brought Su Meng and Wang Qianqian to kill a good number of them in the past few days. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon today, that is, at this moment, finally reached a successful conclusion. The career panel intelligence feedback, there were new data updates. So after dealing with the batch of goring beasts in front of him, Yang Lin looked upbeat and signaled his 2 sisters to rest. As for his words, he studied his third core talent. Third core talent, Crimson Cutting Blade. Current status, first level. Current effect, summons the Crimson Blade, beheading the enemy's soul while attaching a crimson mark to it for 60 seconds. When the enemy carries the crimson mark and is in the realm of the professional, the damage dealt explodes to 5 times the total solid damage previously dealt. This damage is considered a spiritual attack and cannot cause substantial physical damage. The default target of the attack is the enemy identified by the professional, and does not work on anyone else. Advancement 2 condition, absorb the souls of 100 heads of 15th level captain level and above to unlock the second effect of this talent. Current progress 0-100. Looking at the introduction of the third core talent of the career panel, Yang Lin froze for a long time. Summon Crimson Blade, what the hell was that? As long as you attach a crimson mark to the enemy, you can achieve 5 times the effect of total solid damage? And this third core talent, divided into multiple weights, not to mention, now even the second advancement condition is given out? To try, one must immediately look for magical creatures to try. Meng, Shen, let's quickly look for the next batch of magical creatures. Remember, you guys don't have to make a move later, I'm going to try out the new talent I've obtained. Upon hearing that Yang Lin had acquired another new talent, Su Meng and Wang Chanxian simply had numb scalps. Yang Lin, are you serious? You've acquired a new talent again? Brother Yang, you're too outrageous. Didn't you just obtain a second talent earlier, and now you're coming out with a third talent? The corner of Yang Lin's mouth revealed a nice arc and said, there's no way, my profession is just so powerful. Right now my level is 14, when I reach level 15, there's a third phrase waiting for me to activate it. Kneeling. Su Meng and Wang Chanxian really had to kneel for Yang Lin. Was the hidden profession really so counterintuitive to such an extent? How can this make other professions still mix up? Of course, right now was not the time to lament about this. Since they had heard that Yang Lin had gained a new talent, they also wanted to see what kind of shocking movements Yang Lin could make in actual combat. In this way, as the three of them continued to run all the way through the depths of the spirit realm. After about 7 minutes, they finally came across a group of golem beasts wandering in the dense forest. The leader was a golem shaman, but this group of golem beasts was a bit too numerous, totaling 14. If it was any other team, if they weren't a little bit stronger, they would basically avoid such a huge number of goblin beasts as much as possible. On the contrary, it was Yang Lin, who now had a happy look on his face. The greater the number, the more they could test the effects of their natural ability, which was a good thing. Yang Lin, this number seems a bit much. Do you want Chanxian and I to help you kill a few of them first? No need, you two can just watch from the periphery. Then Brother Yang, be careful. Aha! Yang Lin nodded, then his figure suddenly burst forward, and his entire body was like an arrow, shooting directly into the group of golem beasts. As his domain unfolded, super heavy pressure, super paralysis, and super weakness followed almost instantly and enveloped these golem beasts. Just as the group of goblin beasts fell into panic, they still wanted to try to struggle and fight back. Yang Lin, who had just entered the field, abruptly disappeared from the center field. These steps above were quite familiar to Su Meng and Wang Chanxian, who were watching the battle from the periphery. They thought at this time that Yang Lin would keep consuming these gorgon beasts in the shadowwalking state. But how could they have thought that? It was in the next moment that Yang Lin's figure suddenly appeared. Not only did he appear, but in his hand, he was carrying a huge and appalling death scythe that was surging with blood-red chi. The crimson scythe cut across the entire battlefield with a thunderous momentum. The effect created was really no less than the effect of a 40-meter-long sword in a TV movie. The range was extremely vast. It was also the scythe that, while passing through the 14 gorgon beasts, it also left a flash of blood red on each of these things. Like the blooming flowers on the other side of the river, it was permeated with a demonic and deathly flavor. On the contrary, looking at these 14 golem beasts again, although the scythe did not cause physical damage to them, the moment the scythe penetrated their bodies, the pain that came from the soul was obviously more intense and unbearable than the physical damage to the body. The golem beasts, whose resistance was a little weaker, not to mention struggling now, simply shrank into a ball on the ground, suffering immensely. And to say the most horrifying, it was also the damage that these goblin beasts had received. Yang Lin was currently at level 14, and putting aside his third core talent, the second damage he could deal was originally 56. But because of the crimson marking on the goblins, the second damage of 56 had instantly turned into 280. Thinking about Yang Lin's entrance, he would have first chopped 25% of the enemy's blood, plus the fact that the goblin beast originally had 2500 to 3000 blood. In other words, even less than 10 seconds, other 5-member powerful team do not dare to easily mess with the thing, easily by him all killed. For this result, Yang Lin was quite satisfied. Until this moment, he finally got back a little bit of the feeling of being a big C. He thought that we were at least a demon master. Thinking that we're at least a demon suppressor, it's reasonable to have a powerful means of killing, right? Moreover, he had always felt that the second core talent was missing something after entering the Shadowwalker state. When he showed up, because there was no skill or ability that could articulate, he could only use his lance to stab the demon's asshole. Now, finally, Yang Lin felt the completeness of the ability. Meng Meng, Xian Xian, you can show yourselves now. Yang Lin just shouted this, and to his surprise, while the two sisters ran out like the wind, one of them was actually terrified on one side and tightly hugged his arm. What are you guys? Yang Lin, now that you're so powerful to such an extent, you won't underestimate Chanxian and I, right? Brother Yang, Sister Meng, and I will work even harder in the future. We will absolutely not drag you down. Yang Lin man was dumbfounded. No, what are you two up to? Su Meng beamed her small mouth and said, "You're strong to such an extent. What if you think that Qianqian and I won't be able to be useful and hold you back?" Although Wang Qianqian didn't say anything, but looking at her panicked expression, Su Meng's words were obviously what she had to say as well. Although Yang Lin felt amused, he still said seriously, "The three of us are a squad, saying this kind of thing again would be out of place. And don't forget, the original reason we established the squad. To go to the highest place together to see the light of the sky. That's right, so if you two say something stupid again, I'm going to punish you, okay?" Seeing the two sisters nodding their heads in succession, Yang Lin was now comfortable. As a man, who would dislike their own sister? Obviously, being able to grow in endless enjoyment, one would only choose to be a lone wolf if one's brain was out of their mind. Chapter 70. What is Lieutenant Su going to do? Strong, that was really strong. From the time he awakened his profession until now, Yang Lin had never been as sound in battle as he was now. A mere golden beast, a level 16, level 17 thing. Sensei is 3 or 5 or 13 or 15, all less than 10 seconds strong sweep. As for the status of the other rookie squads, how are they doing now? I want to come to the base for such a long time. At present, the newcomers who are a bit stronger have almost reached the level 13 shop. Continuing to stay in the periphery would definitely not satisfy the increasing experience demand for upgrading. Naturally, they would definitely have to head deeper into the spirit realm as well. For example, the Blitz squad led by Qi Shaowan, who had previously met Yang Lin's trio in the spirit realm. Their upgrade range nowadays had also advanced to the depths of the spirit realm. And to say that their combat power, with Qi Shaowan as the core, it was poor, definitely not poor. But to say that they were strong enough to kill monsters, it was impossible. As in the present moment, facing a demonic swarm consisting of 8 Gorgon beasts, the 5 of them weren't able to cope with it as casually as they would have liked. If it wasn't for Qi Shaowan's 12 daggers being able to surprise and save the day at critical moments, then this team was under even more pressure. Saying that they were able to kill this group of golem beasts, it was actually purely a matter of fighting and pulling and grinding to death. Their grinding to death was fundamentally different from Yang Lin's grinding to death. The Blitz squad was already considered one of the top teams among the newcomers, and the situation of the rest of the teams was even worse. Because of this, recently, the base's medical room, regardless of major injuries or minor injuries, basically every day to the newcomers to an endless stream. Fortunately, so far, there had been no deaths. Back to the present moment, although Yang Lin had a great time crushing the golem beasts, he didn't forget to exercise his two sisters as well. Just like earlier, when he encountered a relatively small group of golem beasts, he basically left it to the two sisters to deal with. This day was full of rewards. After returning to the base in the evening and exchanging today's points over at the statistics section, Yang Lin was planning to discuss with Su Meng and Wang Qianqian about how to entertain in the evening. Who would have thought that one of the clerks in the statistics section would say to him, "Yang Lin, there is something important to tell you. Adjutant Su seems to be looking for you for something very important. He said that when you come back, he wants you to give him a call." Su Guan was looking for himself for something? And it was also important? Because he was more curious, after leaving the door of the statistics section, Yang Lin casually dialed Su Guan's number. "Adjutant Su, I heard from the clerk in the statistics section that you're looking for me for something? Not bad, it's a good thing, a heavily good thing. What exactly is it? Let's just keep it as a surprise for a while. At 8 p.m. you go alone to a street tea house, the third elegant room on the second floor. I've already booked it there." Being messed with by Su Guan so much, Yang Lin's heart was quite itchy. Su Meng and Wang Qianqian were also quite curious. What exactly is this Deputy Su looking for you for that's so mysterious? Who knows, and he also said that he subsequently wanted me alone. Meng, Qianqian, then at that time you guys play by yourselves, I'll go to the tea house to meet Deputy Su, to see what in the end is the heavily good thing he said. Alright, then you go and busy yourself, Qianqian and I will find some entertainment to juggle on our own. Good. Just like that, after returning to the dormitory to take a shower and then going to the cafeteria to eat, the time had almost reached 8 o'clock. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Lin went alone straight to the second floor, third elegant room of a street tea house. As for Su Guan, he had been waiting here for a long time. Adjutant Su. Little brother is here, Su Guan greeted Yang Lin as he entered and took a seat. After Yang Lin took his seat graciously, he asked curiously, "I don't know what exactly is the great good thing you said, Lieutenant Su? And it seems to be quite urgent? I know you're curious, but before we talk about this matter, don't call me Adjutant Su, just call me old brother. You kid, I see that you're still quite compatible." Ah. What? I don't seem to be that difficult to get along with as a person, right? Yang Lin was extremely sweaty. This Su Guan gave off an impression of a gangly flavor, slightly dangling. To say that he was difficult to get along with, he really wasn't. The one who was truly difficult to get along with was Su Nianji. In front of that woman, it would invariably cause people to feel pressure. Little old brother, it seems like you're not willing to get close to me? Adjutant Su, oh no, don't misunderstand me, old brother Su. I just think that you still have the status of deacon in the guild. And I'm just a newcomer, would it be a bit inappropriate to directly call you that? Hey, what's a deacon or not? If my father forced me to do it, I wouldn't bother being a deacon. As for the two of us, just now I did not say it, I see you like. I'll call you little brother, you call me Su Laojiao, all are people in the same guild, don't need to be polite with me. Alright, older brother Su, you've come to this point, then I'll call you older brother from now on. That's the right thing to do, if you're squirming like a big girl, that would rather make me dislike you. Yang Lin cried and laughed, elder brother Su, let's not talk about this, didn't you say earlier that you have a great joy? I'm really quite curious, and I've been speculating about what's going on all the way over here. Su Guan snapped his fingers. Whether it's a heavenly happy event or not, little old brother, you'll know if you confirm it yourself. Like a magic trick, when Yang Lin looked at the table, a brocade box had magically appeared on the table. This is? Open it and take a look. Yang Lin froze for a moment, but still opened the lid of the brocade box as Su Guan said. Upon seeing what was inside, Yang Lin's heart jumped. At first thinking that he had misread it, he looked at it at least 3 more times. After making sure he was right, he gulped and all but swallowed a mouthful of eager saliva. Little old brother, just tell me, are you heartbroken? Elder brother Su, what the hell are you doing? Such an expensive thing, you're looking for me. Hard to give it to me? What if I say it's for you? Yang Lin closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, then he shook his head. The thing is too valuable, I can't take it. Moreover, I really can't figure out why you want to give this item to me, elder brother Su? At the very least, there has to be a reason, doesn't it? I don't think that there would be a free lunch under the sky for nothing. Ha ha ha, little old brother, you're quite vigilant. If I say, your performance is outstanding, the guild appreciates you so much that they specially rewarded you. This way you can accept it, right? Is that really the reason? Su Guan leaned back into the chair behind him and spread his hands. Could there be another reason? You're a hidden profession, and now you're leading the way in the spirit realm with your 2 little girlfriends. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with giving you a big reward, right? Of course, if you don't want it, I'll take it. Want it? Yang Lin didn't feel that Su Guan was telling the truth. But the things in the brocade box were really heartwarming. So first make sure, and then later listen to what Su Guan said. Chapter 71 Men Don't Lie to Men. However, Yang Lin really didn't expect it. He just said want and Su Guan then pushed the brocade box directly in front of him. Since little old brother wants it, then just activate it by dropping blood directly. No, old brother Su, so casual? This kind of thing can't usually be bought in the market, right? Even if I don't understand its price, I'm guessing it's at least $10 million. Not bad, you guessed correctly, this thing cost a total of $26 million when it was auctioned. Yang Lin was dumbfounded. And then it was given to me just like that? Of course, what else would it be auctioned for? Elder brother Su, I always feel that you still have something left to say, things won't be so simple. Things really aren't that simple, but if you want to know a bit more specifically, first activate it with a drop of blood and I'll tell you afterwards. Seeing that Yang Lin was stuck in thought, Su Guan laughed, little old brother, if it was another newcomer who saw this thing, they would have hated to receive it in their hands immediately. You're good, you're still hesitant. It's not that I'm hesitant, it's just that I feel that things are too dreamy. Don't worry little old brother, if something good is sent to you you can just accept it. Who do you think is idle enough to spend tens of millions of dollars on a good thing for the purpose of fooling around with others? Good, in that case, I'll take it. A heavenly favor was placed in front of his eyes. Yang Lin really didn't feel that Su Guan was fixing himself. Taking tens of millions of dollars to trick people, wouldn't that be a brain shortage? There are heavenly benefits don't matter, Yang Lin did not hesitate to bite through his own finger, and then drip down on top of the things in the brocade box. A golden light flashed, which represented that the treasure inside the brocade box officially belonged to Yang Lin. Seeing this, Su Guan suddenly smiled. Little old brother, since you've already received it, then I can be honest with you. I knew that you had something to say afterward, old brother Su. Don't worry, old brother, I won't bully you. In fact, this item was given to you by Nianji. Ha! Isn't it quite surprising?
I'm indeed quite surprised. I don't understand why she would send me such an expensive thing.
Suguan came over, then put one hand on Yang Lin's shoulder and said meaningfully, although Nianji has a cool appearance, a look of rejecting others. But she is a girl after all, and she hasn't even had a boyfriend. Then you say, what is she sending you such an expensive thing for? Older brother, don't joke about this. Can I call this a joke? Something that costs tens of millions of dollars, do you think Nianji is so fed up that she would just give it away? Of course, I'm actually not sure what Nianji has in mind, but I think that since she did this for you, then it must be that you are very important in her heart. Yang Lin, now the person, was almost dumbfounded. About Su Nianji, how to say it, their impression of her still stays in the bad clothes, can only be seen from afar, cannot play this kind of. Now all of a sudden make so exaggerated, things how so outrageous it? Elder brother Su, to be honest, I feel that Deaconess Su is quite difficult for people to approach. Little old brother, look at what you're saying. It's true that Nianji's nature is rather cold, but you have to understand that girls like this generally have thinner cheeks as well. And with a thin skin, it's easy to be haughty, and you won't be able to express many things properly. Elder brother Su, what's the use of you telling me this? Useful, of course it's useful. Next, I'll determine some things with you. Alright, old brother, you tell me. I understand Nianji's character. Since she's willing to give you something, don't worry, I'll pat my chest and guarantee that no matter what happens, she won't ask for it back. So feel free to use the things in the box, don't have a mental burden. Oh, what else? And let me ask you, isn't Nianji beautiful and very conquering? Men don't lie to men, you clap your heart to me and tell me the truth. Yang Lin wanted to laugh. I admit, she is indeed pretty, but just too cold in nature. Leaving aside the issue of nature, let's just say that right now, she gave you a superb gift without asking for anything in return. As a man, not to mention showing it, you must try to get close to her. Of course, it's not that I'm asking you to pursue him, it's okay to at least get in touch with her a bit more, right? This. Big man, don't be pretentious, all said just try to contact a little. And didn't force you to sell your color, and didn't hold a knife on your neck to threaten you. Even as an ordinary friend? Oh. Little old brother, in fact, I sincerely give you a suggestion. What advice? It's good for you and Nianji to have more contact. Although I know you're strong and have unlimited potential. However, you know very little about the spirit realm and about replicas. If you can get acquainted with Nianji, don't worry, you can totally ask her for advice on the things you don't know. Isn't that a good thing? Yang Lin was quite agreeable to what Su Guan said. This is indeed a good thing, just can get acquainted with her? Little brother, people have sent you things, so you should be generous and make friends with her. In the future, every now and then, call her out for a cup of water and a cup of tea, it's not difficult, right? With a good, let her as your girlfriend can, with a bad, as more than one mentor. No matter how you think about it, it's a good deal. I kind of understand, old brother, so you are planning to be a matchmaker. I don't have the ability to be a matchmaker. I'm just genuinely suggesting that it's mainly for the sake of your faster and better development and becoming stronger in the future. As for Nianji's side, don't worry, I can deliver the message for you. If you're free on your side, I can also spread the word for you. In short, more contact. Alright, anyway, I need someone to systematically explain to me many things about the spirit realm and the duplicates, so if she's willing to tell me and teach me, I definitely won't mind. Worthy of being a little old brother, it's right to think so. Then tomorrow when you come back, you two meet up first? Alright, then old brother, you arrange it for me. But first things first, I'm not going with the mindset of finding a girlfriend. Understood, but there is one thing I still have to say, Nianji, she is a girl after all. When you get along you must compliment her more, like saying she's pretty, her clothes are beautiful or something like that, so she'll definitely be happy. Oh, then I'll trouble old brother. I'll take care of everything. It's getting late, I still have some things I need to take care of, so I'll withdraw first. Little old brother, you can sit here for a little longer if you want to. Seeing Su Guan go out the door, Yang Lin subconsciously, again dropped his sight within the brocade box on the table. Something good, not to mention for himself at the moment, but also for the future that would be of great use. Soon, he picked up his cell phone and dialed Su Meng's number. Meng, where are you in Qianqian? The two of us just returned to the dormitory from a street, are things over there busy? Finished, I'm preparing to go back now. You two will wait for me in the dormitory, don't go anywhere at this time, I will show you a treasure. Okay, Chan and I will wait for you to come back. Chapter 72. Pure as snow is too hard for a man. As soon as they heard Yang Lin say that there was some kind of treasure, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan were definitely looking forward to it. Sometime later, when Yang Lin had just entered the dormitory door, the two sisters immediately came over. Yang Lin, I want to see the treasures. Brother Yang, I want to see the treasures too. Fine, look at it, Yang Lin signaled his two sisters to take it easy. He then pushed the two sisters' slender waist and walked to the sofa to sit down. Then, he took out the brocade box holding the treasures from his occupation space. There are treasures in here? Well, it was brought over by Lieutenant Su, who said that it was given to me by Sun Yinji. Wang Chanshan was a bit surprised. It's actually still a treasure that Instructor Su sent you? Brother Yang, what exactly is it? See for yourselves. Hearing Yang Lin say that, Su Meng hurriedly opened the lid of the brocade box and looked inside with Wang Chanshan. For the next 10 seconds or so, both girls were almost in a petrified state. Seeing this, Yang Lin said, when I saw what was inside at that time, I wasn't much better than you two. Su Meng reached out and interrupted him. By the way, she also pulled out her cell phone and began to quickly pound away on top of the web page. What are you doing, Dream? I'm checking the price. There's no need to check, Deputy Su said that this thing was auctioned off at the auction house for $26 million. Brother Yang, Deaconess Su, she gave you such an expensive item? How would I know what Deaconess Su thinks, but anyway, as you all can see, I've activated this thing with a drop of blood, it belongs to me now. This matter, Yang Lin himself was also very confused. Anyway, he definitely didn't expect that someone would actually give himself such a great gift, it was like a dream. Group Contract Scroll. Extremely rare props. The first person to activate it is the captain by default, and as the captain, 4 additional teammates can be enlisted to fill the scroll's other slots. After activating the scroll, the overall explosion rate of the team will be increased by 5%, the attributes of all team members will be increased by 1%, and the team's hidden luck value will be increased by 2. When killing demons, all team members can gain an additional 15% experience. And when the team is in the spiritual realm, copy your special battlefield, the team members within a radius of 1,000 meters by consuming the spirit of the divine sense of conversation between all. Note, when the captain logs in another team member in the scroll, that team member will take up a slot by default. Removal is not possible, so please choose your teammates carefully. Above is the information of the teaming contract scroll. With this, and let's not even talk about the 1% of the full attributes of the white whore as well as the hidden luck value plus 2. The 5% of the burst rate and the extra 15% experience alone could directly drive people crazy. Especially the extra 15% experience, at first glance, don't think it's small. As a professional, then as long as life doesn't die, hacking monsters will live and die. A day or 2 days accumulated may not be significant, January and 2 months that is definitely going to be a large amount more, that's not to mention half a year and 2 years. What's even more exaggerated is that on the battlefield actually also has the divine sense dialogue function is outrageous. With this additional function, in the battlefield even if the situation is chaotic, as long as within a radius of 1,000 meters, as well as teammates can communicate well. Divine Weapon. The group scroll, without a doubt, could be called a functional artifact. While looking at this thing, Su Meng suddenly looked at Yang Lin pitifully at this time. She clearly didn't say anything, but it was like she had said everything. Yang Lin squinted and laughed at the same time, then pointed to his cheek. Su Meng grumbled, "You don't mind being ashamed, Shanshan is still beside her." Wang Shanshan blinked and said, "Sister Meng, what's wrong with me being next to her? I'm not treating you as an outsider." That's right, even Shanshan high awareness are not. Yang Lin, you're dying. Egu, don't bite my arm, don't bite, log in for you, log in now. Humph, that's more like it. Yang Lin cried and laughed. While helping Su Meng to log in all kinds of information in the scroll, he sighed, "Ever since our relationship has gotten better, you're almost growing out your little dog teeth. It's all because you forced it." Okay, I forced it. Well, done, Meng, your information is logged in. Seeing Su Meng's name appear on the scroll, Yang Lin was just about to turn to Wang Chanshan's side for the third team member's login at this time. God knows, Su Meng this time actually printed her warm lips over with the speed of a swift wind. This will not feel shy? Why should I be shy? I'm not shy. No shyness just now, you bit me? Just bit you. Okay, I'll let you bite me enough, I'm good at it. Go to your, hurry to Chan log in it, or Chan anxious to cry. To say Chan anxious to cry, not to, but indeed quite anxious.
And seeing that Yang Lin started to log in his side of the information, the smile on Wang Qianqian's face became relieved and happy.
Soon, the names of all three were implemented on the teaming scroll.
As for the remaining 2 spots, there were no suitable candidates for the time being, so they would be talked about later. On the contrary, the 3 people's conversation, this would fall on Sun Yinji. Yang Lin, this thing is so valuable that Deaconess Su is willing to give it to you. It's hard to believe that you seduced and mesmerized her, and that's why she went to such lengths for you? Oh my god, Meng, you can't say that nonsense. Whether it's Yu Chuan or the current base, the 3 of us are basically together. Where would I go to seduce Sun Yinji? Besides, it's not like you guys aren't clear about what kind of nature she has. Can she still be seduced? Wang Qianqian hugged Yang Lin's arm and said, then is there a possibility that she suddenly looks at you, Brother Yang? I don't think I'm that charismatic, besides her kind of woman. Do you guys think it's good to get along with her? To Yang Lin's question, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian shook their heads in complete unison. Deaconess Su is good at everything, just too cold. Well, I agree with what Sister Meng said, it's a bit stressful in front of her.
Yang Lin spread his hands, am I still not the same as you guys?
I was unable to guess why she would send such a big treasure to me, but listening to what Adjutant Su said.
What did Adjutant Su say?
He said that Sun Yinji had sent me something after all, and that I, as a man, should respond to it as a matter of course. That's why I'm thinking about meeting with Sun Yinji tomorrow after I return from the spirit realm. If I can, there are really many points I don't know that I can systematically ask her about. Su Meng's eyes were meaningful. Do you want to pick up Sun Yinji, or do you really have points you don't know that you want to ask for advice?
Wang Qianqian smiled cheekily, Brother Yang, Deaconess Su is very pretty. Yang Lin, he looked gloomy at the moment.
Meng, Qianqian, you guys need to know one word.
What words?
A beautiful skin is 1 in 1,000, while an interesting soul is 1 in 1,000,000, no, 2 in 1,000,000.
Thinking that Qianqian and I are children, fooled by 2 words? Sincerely. I'll be damned if I believe you. Yang Lin sighed.
See, if it's a man as pure as snow like himself, it can be too difficult.
Chapter 73, You're a mature girl. At this time, let's say Su Guan again. After he finished talking about Yang Lin, he then came to Sun Yinji's office.
Sun Yinji at that moment, she was still dealing with some information of the newcomer's base, and when she saw Su Guan come over, her expression immediately became grave.
Coming over so late, you don't want to tell me that something went wrong with the reconstruction of the beacon again.
Nianji, you have to believe in my ability to do things.
Everything is stable in the reconstruction of the beacon. I came over to talk to you about another matter. Go ahead.
Su Guan casually took a seat on the adjoining table before hugging his arms and saying, it's not about the group scroll you auctioned off earlier, which I've just delivered to Yang Lin.
Oh, I see.
Sun Yinji lowered her head and continued to tap her hands on the keyboard, faintly giving a response.
Su Guan raised an eyebrow, his voice slightly louder. Don't you want to ask, Yang Lin, what's his reaction?
It doesn't matter what the reaction is, it was meant to be a reward sent to him, it's fine for him to accept it. Su Guan looked to the side somewhat sheepishly, but immediately, he had stabilized his emotions and acted as steady as an old dog. But Nianji, something seems to have gone wrong.
Su Nianji's body paused for a moment, and then her eyes looked toward Su Guan, wondering what went wrong. This. I'm not good at saying.
If you can't say it well, don't say it, it's not early, you go back, I have quite a lot of information on hand, I still need to organize it.
Nianji, you this nature can be really. Well, I say.
In fact, it is like this, Yang Lin may have misunderstood your meaning, he thinks you may be interesting to him.
So also want to see you tomorrow. Sun Yinji put down the work in her hands, you didn't make it clear and understand with him?
Said, but he thinks, so expensive things, if you are not interested in him, how can you give it to him?
And I could see that mentioning you lifted his spirits.
Thinking that he is at the age of blood and vigor, it is obvious that he is interested in Nianji Yu.
Sun Yinji exhaled deeply, I'm not interested in children's love right now. And doesn't he have 2 little girlfriends by his side, and he still can't get satisfied physically and mentally? Nianji, you can't say that. Yang Lin, what's his situation right now, aren't you clear about it? As far as the situation was concerned, when he said he wanted to ask you out tomorrow, could I directly refuse him? So you agreed for me to meet him tomorrow? What could I do then? At his age, he's nothing but bloodthirsty and loves to hate. If I refuse him, I will inevitably make him think that we have refuted his face. Once he is uncomfortable in his heart, Nianji, you don't want to let such a 100-year-old wizard stray to the side of another power, do you? Su Nianji heckled, so if he wants to make an appointment, I have to meet with him? Look, Nianji, look at you, Yang Lin only showed interest in you, he didn't say that he would confess to you when he meets you tomorrow. What if he's thinking that you sent him something so valuable that he'll specially meet with you tomorrow to thank you? So even in my opinion, tomorrow, it's better for you to meet him. Su Nianji stared intently at Su Guan, I have to go? Nianji, it's not like you're losing a piece of skin or meat, what are you afraid of? Suppose, even if he can't control himself to confess to you, can't you just say a word, you can consider it. Anyway, you do not have a boyfriend, in addition, consideration is not a promise, you ultimately have to keep people in our guild well. Su Nianji thought about it and said, if it's just a simple meeting, then. Meet him, what time? Tomorrow after he comes back from the spirit realm, I'll contact him then and tell you the time. Alright. Once he heard Su Nianji agree, Su Guan felt relieved in his heart. Then, he brought out two things from his career space and placed them on Su Nianji's desk. Looking at the two packaged contraptions, Su Nianji was quite puzzled by Su Guan's operation. What are these? Look at the first piece, this is black silk. Su Nianji only felt her head buzzing. Su Guan, what the hell are you doing? Nianji, don't be in a hurry, what's the hurry? This thing, the average little boy has no resistance at all, tomorrow we meet and you dislike it, the words are definitely in your hands. Su Guan, are you crazy? Crazy? I'm not crazy. Yang Lin, he's a once-in-a-century wizard, and there's a big chance that he'll crack the boundary. What that means, I believe you know better than I do. Anyway, we've met, regardless of whether things will go that way or not, it's normal to care about the mood of a little boy like him, right? Su Nianji, she wanted to kick Su Guan over at the moment. Letting herself wear black silk to meet with a newcomer? It's a shame that this guy could think of it. On the contrary, Su Guan, full of concern, opened the second item. Su Nianji looked down towards the table, this second item was a book. The name of the book, How to Date Boys' Treasures. Moreover, it was actually not just one book, there was another one underneath. The second book, 72 Tips to Make Men Lust After You. Su Nianji at this moment, she suddenly had an impulse. She wanted to smash the two books and the black silk card on Su Guan's face, then tell this man to get out of the office. Su Guan, what do you mean by this? It's just a meeting, how did it turn into a date and some 72 tips? Nianji, you really still don't understand. It's true that you're not necessarily seeing him for a date, but you and him always have to move in a good direction, right? Look at this dating dictionary, what does the first sentence of the opening chapter say? When meeting with the opposite sex, as long as you're not collecting debts or seeking revenge, dressing and grooming that is the most basic courtesy to someone. So you specially brought me these things? Su Guan spread his hands, in my opinion, these are essential anyway. Things I purposely left for you, as for whether you throw them away and tear them up or throw them in the trash, it's up to you. I'll have some things I need to take care of this time, so I won't stay here much longer. You. Nianji, don't you are already a mature girl, you need to learn how to get along with a man. In my opinion, this is never a bad thing for you. Even as Su Guan would walk to the door this time, he still didn't forget to add a sentence like this. Seeing Su Guan completely leave, Su Nianji couldn't help but rub her hand over her forehead. What's this all about? After a period of time, Su Nianji's spirit recovered a bit. Her line of sight landed on top of the black silk at this time. This thing, it wasn't that she hadn't worn it before. But to say that in order to meet with a man and purposely wear it, that was absolutely not the case. Why do I have to go to this extent for that man who was hugging men left and right? If I had known that the teeming scroll would lead to this mess, I would have. Let it go, it's useless to talk about this. For a moment, Su Nianji's mood was very complicated. But in the end, looking at her, she should have figured something out. Only to see that she first put away the black silk with packaging. Then she turned over the How to Date Men treasure trove, and that's 72 tips. Chapter 74, Doing This for a Man. Because of the activation of the third talent, even if it was only one, it could still allow Yang Lin to be in the spirit realm for a second. In other words, the golden beast was truly miserable. Who knew that he would meet such a monster, bringing Su Meng and Wang Qianqian with him to kill all sorts of girls? Other newcomers, Simply and Yang Lin, cannot be compared, right?
In addition, at this stage, most of the newcomers are still in the periphery, only a small number of strong people dare to come to the depths to find the golden beast to touch the porcelain.
As a result, Yang Lin's trio was currently in the depths of the spirit realm, and it wasn't difficult to find the golden beasts. Naturally, a new day of points came down without any controversy.
Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Qianxian had once again broken the records of previous year's base newcomers killing demonic creatures.
100,000 points a day?
On the evening of a new day, the two clerks on duty in the statistics section, after tallying up the points of the Skylight Squad, they were on the verge of kneeling to Yang Lin's trio. Those who knew that the three of you went to the depths of the spirit realm to kill the golden beasts, but those who didn't thought that the three of you had exterminated the golden beasts. Because Yang Lin's three people's points were really shocking, the clerk of the statistics section decisively reported the results to Sun Yanji. As for Sun Yanji at this moment, after learning that Yang Lin's trio had returned from the spirit realm, her feelings were also incredibly complicated. But it wasn't because of the shock of the points, it was actually because Su Guan's phone had already called at this time.
Nianji, are you ready on your side? Yang Lin told me that he'll be waiting for you at 8 p.m. at the water bar on a street.
I know, you get busy with your business, I'll be at the appointment then.
Fine, then I'll let little brother Yang know now. Alright, Nianji, you must dress up, first impression is important. It's not like I'm going on a blind date, shut up you.
Sun Yanji hung up the phone fiercely. Her whole person now, very confused.
Why did things suddenly develop to this point? Why did she have to wear black silk, had to dress up properly to meet a man?
Moreover, this man was also a newcomer that she had brought along. Despite this thought in her heart, in the end, Sun Yanji still sat in front of the mirror. After putting on the brand new black silk with a complicated mood, then, very carefully put on a light makeup for herself. Yang Lin's words, he didn't think that much. Returning to the base, as always, he went to take a shower and go eat. Seeing the time is almost time, he let Su Meng and Wang Qianxian to find something to play by themselves, and his words, is the first step to a street water bar.
Specific mood cannot be said, while Sun Yanji did not come before, first order a cup of lemonade pressure complex mood.
Seeing the time getting closer and closer, finally, a relatively familiar figure appeared within the water bar.
Tonight, Sun Yanji's appearance definitely gave Yang Lin quite a big impact. On weekdays, Sun Yanji's body exudes a coolness, refusing to be seen from afar.
Now, this woman is wearing a slim black skirt, mature and delicate body posture show undoubtedly at the same time. The delicate texture of the exquisite black silk, but also the curvature of her legs, as well as the beautiful body, showing the extraordinary show. In addition, can obviously see, come to the appointment Sun Yanji also seriously put on light makeup. She was already incredibly beautiful, and now that she was doing this, a man would have to be pinned down after looking at her.
Deacon Su, you're here, please sit down.
When they heard that the person Yang Lin was waiting for was Sun Yanji, at this point, the waiters at the water bar couldn't help but stare. Who didn't know that Yang Lin and his two little girlfriends roamed a street every day? So much so that the various stores on a street, which one didn't recognize a great man like Yang Lin. But now, Yang Lin actually changed his companion, and even Sun Yanji came over. As for this point, Sun Yanji also obviously found out. After taking her seat, she said with a complicated mood, "It's better if you don't call me Deacon Su, let's just say that in the future, we'll all be people from the Greedy Wolf Guild, so it's fine if you call me Nianji."
Is this okay? I told you to call me that, it's fine if you call me that. Alright then, Nianji, you're very pretty and attractive tonight.
Yang Lin, who had followed Su Guan's instructions, didn't begrudge the girl who had gone on a date with him a compliment. Originally, he was just talking casually, but to his surprise, he actually saw a hint of panic on the always cool Sun Yanji's face. Although fleeting, but really there.
To ask Sun Yanji how to think?
If it was usual, whoever said beautiful and pretty to her like this, she simply didn't care. But tonight's atmosphere was different, and hearing Yang Lin say this, it was rare that she, in her heart, was a little flustered. But thinking of her own identity, Sun Yanji still forced herself to calm down and said, "I heard Su Guan say that you have something to find me, what exactly is it?" Yang Lin at this time, his thoughts began to turn. In fact, even if he thought of Sun Yanji will come over to the appointment, but also never thought of Sun Yanji carefully dressed not to mention, actually wearing seductive black silk. Wearing attractive black silk not to mention, the whole person actually and the previous cold ice rejecting people outside the aura is not the same.
Look at now, although Su Nyenji faced to maintain the usual cold, but from her slightly taut body, as well as because of excessive tension, tightly clamped legs no. This woman was definitely forcing her composure. And in order for the atmosphere to be less awkward, after Yang Lin's mind turned 12,000 revolutions at high speed, he opened his mouth. Actually, it's like this. Recently, I've been checking the internet about topics related to spirit realms, copies, and secret realms within some special scrolls. But the answers I got were all fragmented and completely unable to be effectively organized. I feel that you, Nyenji, have quite a bit of experience in this area, so I wanted to ask you for advice. Su Nyenji raised her head. Do you really just want to seriously ask for advice on these issues? That's for sure. Spirit realm copies and such, you can lose your life if you're not careful. It's always right to know more, it's just that I don't know if you Nyenji are willing to spend some more time to give me some relevant content in this area? That's not that difficult. If you want to know, there's no reason for me not to tell you. But the prerequisite is that you must be serious and humble enough to ask me for advice, not with a playful heart. This is a good thing. How could I possibly bring a playful heart? Well, since you said so, I believe you, so if you have any questions, just ask. I will, as much as I can, tell you the intelligence as well as knowledge points that I know. Good. Seeing that Yang Lin brought out a pen and notebook from his occupation space, he looked like he was listening to the teachings and taking notes attentively. Su Nyenji was surprised that this man was quite well prepared, and at the same time, there was some relief in her heart. The original is their own thinking too much, also thought that the man in front of him is like to go to coax his two little girlfriends, want to go down on their own. It caused himself to be slightly nervous for a while just now. However, Su Nyenji was thinking this way, it was unclear exactly what Yang Lin was thinking. But that didn't stop Su Guan, who was secretly observing and taking pictures from afar, from making his move. Nyenji, little old me, don't blame me. If you want to blame me, blame the president for not giving me a vacation. If you two don't try to make contact, how am I going to explain to the chairman? How can I honeymoon with my own daughter-in-law? I'm offended. To ask how to be offended? Su Nyenji and Yang Lin were not at all clear about what kind of explosion would be ignited into the atmosphere between the newcomers of the entire base not long after. Chapter 75 Yang Lin's Devil's Claw. Once he talked with Su Nyenji at the water bar, it was more than an hour. During that time, Yang Lin benefited greatly. During this hour or so, he humbly asked Su Nyenji for advice on many things about spirit realms, copies and such as rare magical creatures, such as mechanical traps, such as special rewards, all aspects were covered. And Yang Lin also carefully made notes, and then Take Back can also let Su Meng and Wang Chanqian look, two birds with one stone. In short, for today's meeting, Su Nyenji is very satisfied, Yang Lin is also very satisfied. Because of this, when the two of them were leaving to part ways, Yang Lin asked, Nyenji, the knowledge related to spirit realms and copies is too vast. With you giving me advice, my squad and I will definitely take a lot less detours, so after this, can I still invite you out? Now, Su Nyenji's impression and feeling towards Yang Lin was much better. Only to see her casually lifting the few strands of green silk scattered between her ears, her originally cool temperament had a flavorful taste all of a sudden. As long as you are sincere in asking for advice, I will tell you everything I know about the content of the intelligence. If you need it in the future, you don't need to go through Su Guan, just call me directly. As long as I don't have a job at hand, I'll respond to you. That's great, Nyenji, I'll trouble you for more advice in the future. Next, the two parted ways. Su Nyenji probably still had some work to do and should have returned to the office. Yang Lin's words, directly returned home. He took his earlier notes to Su Meng and Wang Chanqian. Su Meng was quite surprised to see this. I thought that you were simply indulging in Su Nyenji's beauty. I didn't realize that you were really asking for her knowledge. Going to a copy to upgrade is a big deal, it's about life and gain. It's rare to have such a good opportunity to understand many intelligence contents. I'm stupid to only indulge in female color. Wang Chanqian took the notes and flipped through them, and couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Yang, your notes are so detailed. That's for sure, in order for you guys to read and understand quickly, I've carefully made batches of them. Come, both of you come over, Nyenji gave me a lesson, now it's time for me to give you a lesson. At this moment, Su Nyenji was probably still working. Yang Lin taught his own two sisters what he had learned today. They would not have thought that the base group had already exploded. As usual, the water friends in the group started with Yang's big event, ready to liven up the group's atmosphere. However, they never expected that the next series of pictures posted by someone would directly shock everyone. What is this? You guys read it right, this is the scene of Brother Yang and Deaconess Sue's date. In the series of pictures, the scenes of Yang Lin and Su Nianji taken from various angles were clearly visible. In this way, in just a matter of minutes, the group was filled with ghosts and wolves. Has Brother Yang gone against the heavens to this extent now? Two little girlfriends aren't enough, he actually extended his claws to Deaconess Su? You guys zoomed in to see the photos. Deaconess Su was obviously wearing light makeup today, and she's also wearing black silk. Is there a great god out there? Quickly see if these are pee out? The great god has arrived. Wait for me for a few minutes, let this great god verify it. As hundreds of groupies waited anxiously, the self-proclaimed authority gave his answer a few minutes later. After testing, these photos have no watermarks, no keying, no splicing, no editing, and other traces. This great god can confirm that it is 100% real. All of a sudden, the base group chat that had already exploded was now even more boisterous. No, does Brother Yang eat this well every day? Two little girlfriends aren't enough for him to be comfortable and enjoy, and now Deaconess Su has to wear black silk to please him? This might be the charm, it's just a pity that we don't have it. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced either, I don't think I'm inferior to Brother Yang. Disobedience plus 100. Disobedience plus 10,087. Convinced or not, you guys are holding back. If you guys are capable, you can also let Deaconess Su wear black silk for you guys to see. The base group chat began to be clustered with demons. Regardless of men and women, they all denounced Yang Lin. Brother Yang, he is heaven forbid. The other girls in the group, you guys have to be careful, don't be careless and also fall into the path of Brother Yang this. You guys say, is there a possibility that Deaconess Su may which handles were obtained by Brother Yang? Then Brother Yang's sinful clutches began to madly defile the ice-clean Deaconess Su? This is a big possibility, it's just a pity that we are too weak to save Deaconess Su. Just as the newcomers in the group were each filled with righteous indignation, an even more explosive picture was uploaded. On this picture, surprisingly, Yang Lin and Su Nianji were kissing together. Brother Yang, this is on? Got it? Look at Deaconess Su's side face, she seems to be enjoying herself. Big God, quickly come out, and then identify the authenticity of the photo. The entire group exploded to the point where it had already turned sky high. As for this last picture, how could it be real? It was actually just a misplaced photo taken when Yang Lin was holding his notes and Su Nianji was close. However, in the hearts of the group of friends, Deacon Su's usual coolness has been disintegrated by Yang Lin this. Perhaps, it is possible that Deacon Su had been ravaged by Yang Lin before this. Anyway, the new people of the base group, the sky in their hearts all collapsed. Above. The situation in the group, whether it was Yang Lin or Su Nianji, must have seen it afterward. Yang Lin was speechless. What were the bunch of smartasses in this group chatting about? How could he ask Su Nianji for advice in the future if he was so confused? Will Su Nianji still be willing to go to her appointment? I am afraid that Su Nianji mistakenly think that the photos are all his own. Yang Lin hard-head to Su Nianji through the phone. To ask Su Nianji, who saw the chatting situation in the group, how is she now? One could only say that she had a headache. She just met with Yang Lin, and now she was rumored to have let Yang Lin spoil her. What kind of thing was this? Su Nianji had the intention to close the chat group, but by doing so, it was obvious that it would only make the rumors deeper. It was at this time that Yang Lin's phone call came over. Nianji, I must state that this is not something I messed up. Yang Lin, I truly underestimated the influence of you as a topic person. You believe me, even if I were to be more underhanded, I definitely wouldn't be able to do something like this. Then can I still ask you for advice in the future? Being upright is not afraid of the shadow slant. I don't care about this, just like what I said earlier, you can just call me when you have free time. Nianji, thanks for understanding. Also at this time, Su Guan, who had messed up this matter, would never admit that there was anything wrong with this approach. What could be wrong with himself? He himself just wanted to make a red thread for his colleague Su Nianji and find a beautiful mentor for his little old brother. Moreover, just now, he had purposely reported to the president. Thinking that the president didn't even say anything, this means that one is even more right. Thinking that after the newcomer training was over, he would have a month to spend his honeymoon with his wife, Su Guan felt comfortable in his heart. This should be called Everyone's Good is Really Good, right? Chapter 76, Immovable Underworld King Important. Time flashed by and nearly half a month had passed. Up until now, the time for newcomer training was exactly 1 month long.
According to the base's previous announcement, in fact, during the previous week, if nothing else, there was going to be a killing battle. However, it was unclear what had happened, and the killing battle, which was originally scheduled for the 20th day of newcomer training, had been pushed back by a dozen days. That is, the day after tomorrow, the base will organize a large-scale killing war activities, said Yang Lin's trio. His and Wang Qianshan's levels were currently level 16.5, Su Meng was slightly higher at level 17. For the other newcomers, the stronger ones were already at level 15, while most of them were at mid or late level 14. This was because the higher the level, the more experience was needed. So even if Yang Lin's trio was strong, it would be impossible to drastically widen the level difference with the other newcomers in 10 days and half a month. Moreover, the spirit realm was that big, and with so many monks and so little meat, it was even more impossible. Within this period of time, there were certainly a few things worth talking about. For example, the relationship with Su Nianji. With a few invitations later, Yang Lin's relationship with her was definitely much better than earlier. Seeing that the time was ripe, when Yang Lin went to receive guidance again, he incidentally brought along Su Meng and Wang Qianshan. In response, Su Nianji protested. In her own original words, "I can kind of see that, it's even if you alone hoard out guidance, but now that the three of you have teamed up to whore me out, you must collect points." Yang Lin similarly protested. To really collect points, each person 30,000 per day, even if you squeeze yourself dry, are not enough to fill Su Nianji's bottomless pit. This matter must not be agreed. Su Nianji at this time, to settle for the second best, proposed 10,000 points per person per day is also okay, but cannot withstand Su Meng and Wang Qianshan one mouth a good sister. Any of her Su Nianji again cold, in the end, or compromise. And in this way, both the base staff and the new people many time can see. At the beginning of Yang Lin and Su Nianji still alone in a street over to meet. With the passage of time slowly became four people together. Could it be Murphy? Deaconess Su's body and mind have been completely tainted with Yang Lin's flavor? You ask Su Nianji if she cares? How to answer? In fact, in the do not care already meaningless, others are so think, already three people into a tiger trend. There's no other way but to do a good job. Finish talking about Su Nianji, then talk about Su Guan. These days, he also invites Yang Lin from time to time to drink tea, eat a barbecue or something. The two of them had a mouthful of old brother and a mouthful of little old brother or something, and their relationship was evident. It was what made Yang Lin helpless. Su Guan seemed to be particularly interested in his and Su Nianji's affairs. Every now and then, this would be tapping in his ear. Little old brother, why don't you seize the opportunity to punch Nianji hard? In case she is willing to follow you in the future? Yang Lin really didn't understand why this old brother Su especially liked to put himself and Su Nianji together. But after hearing more, one becomes numb. Su Nianji what nature, and is not unclear, this general people, who can pry off. So this thing, temporarily lazy to think. After these off-topic remarks, back to the main topic. Within these 10 days, Yang Lin, because from time to time, he took Su Meng and Wang Qianshan to the spirit realm. In addition to leveling up, his own strength must have also skyrocketed. Third core talent, chopping Crimson Blade. First effect, hang Crimson State and burst 5 times the total solid damage. After he finished killing 100 captain level and above demons, the second weight effect was now activated. Second effect, also in the case of the Crimson State, when the enemy's blood level was less than 5% of his own, he would be able to directly kill them when he used the chopping Crimson Blade again. Not only that, this secondary effect will also grow. Every time you kill a minor leader or a demonic creature of the same level or higher in the spirit realm, a copy, or a special battlefield, you will increase your kill limit by 0.5%. The maximum kill limit can be increased from 5% to 10%. Yang Lin. He knew that he was a wall hanger, but he really didn't expect that he had actually gone crazy to this extent. Other than that, think about the entrance decapitating 25% of the enemy's current blood level. Add to that the fact that closing can kill up to 10% of the total blood volume. In the future, if he didn't behave himself and robbed other people's monsters or something, it would simply be a matter of robbing them. In addition to that, there was nothing more important than when Yang Lin's level reached level 15. His third mythic rank occupation phrase had already appeared. Immovable Underworld. When a professional performed a full burst of blood chi, they would passively enter the immovable underworld state.
Upon entering this state, one would engage in a one-on-one death cascade with a locked demonic creature, thus suppressing it completely while retaining various career skills and talent abilities. At the same time, the total sustained solid damage of occupational damage above the third word will be doubled again. Yang Lin, he could no longer describe how far he had perverted himself. He only knew that if he had a alpha-level demonic creature in front of him, if he enters the field and first decapitates 25% of the blood, the tail blade will be calculated as the most basic 5% decapitation. Then it would be equivalent to this: the alpha-level demon only has 70% blood. At his current level 16, he has a base second damage of 64, and after he puts on the red status, his second damage is 5 times as much as 320. If you don't do a full burst at this time, the second damage will be 19,200. If the full outbreak, then the split damage will reach a horrible 38400. At this time, don't count the hourly damage, because at this time the theoretical hourly damage has reached a horrible 2 million. Even if a demon heard that, it would have to kneel down and call Yang Lin a Big Daddy ancestor. However, the third phrase really wasn't something that could just be inspired to use. Entering a full burst state would be equivalent to having a quick battle. Although it would super suppress demons or enemies, its own consumption would be equally staggering. In short, it needed to be used with discretion. Last of all, organize the current mini goals. First, the third core talent, Chopping Crimson Blade, needs to be used as soon as possible to kill minor chieftains and above demons. Increase the 5% decimation to the maximum cap of 10%. Second, at the same time, this talent has a third effect. Need to meet the conditions level 25, and the tail blade decimation to reach the maximum limit of 10%, at that time can activate the final effect of this talent. Third, when level 25, pass the second special evolution copy. Must be awakened skills, talents or words in a random one. So what to do next, isn't that obvious? In order to quickly upgrade, Yang Lin was now simply discussing with Su Meng and Wang Qianshan. Now that the entire squad had arrived at the depths, if they continued to stay in the depths and there were too many monks and too little porridge, then when would they be able to upgrade? Since this was the case, it would be better to simply advance to the depths of the core. That was how the three decided, and that was how they acted. As it was, when they arrived at the spirit realm today, the periphery and the depths no longer smelled good. Winding up, they ran towards the deepest core area. Unbeknownst to them, the fact that they had done so had not only made Sun Yanji want to kneel to the three of them. Even the executives of the Greedy Wolf Guild's headquarters were directly led by the trio until all of them were silenced. Chapter 77, He, the Silent Weeping. Tree Spirit. Level 19, blood quantity 4000 to 4200, attack power 250 to 280. As Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianshan advanced towards the deepest part of the spirit realm, among them, Su Meng's passive probing was once again frequently successful. When a white light marked the camouflaged tree spirits, without even waiting for these things to sneak up on them, the three of them had already launched into action. With Yang Lin in the room, it was difficult for the tree spirits' ground surge to suddenly come out of the ground. When these tree spirits were still trying to lock up the three people that appeared with the branches on their bodies, Wang Qianshan's tornado had already ripped their branches into twists. As for the two devil puppets by Su Meng's side, it was even better. The adamantine magic puppets were known for their strength, and the cold air spewed out by the ice magic puppets could easily freeze the tree spirits. After the stormy and heavy punches continuously bombarded the tree spirits, it only took a few breaths to turn these things into pieces on the spot. After getting rid of the first 7 tree spirits they encountered, Yang Lin's trio did a small review. As the level of the demonic creatures increased, the blood volume, which was a significant climb, and the attack power was the same. However, it was just like that, easily solved. In terms of experience, with the extra 15% experience from the group scroll, it was okay, within the acceptable range. Is this the deep core? It seems to be similar to the outside. Su Meng excitedly said, that's only about the same if you're there. For other teams, they definitely won't come and venture out in a short period of time. So all the demons here are ours for the time being. Wang Qianshan's words, at this time, flew in mid-air, when the white markings appeared in front of her eyes once again. The wings of the griffin being behind her flapped, and 2 wind blades fell one after another. In the sound of breaking air, the 2 golden assassins that were about to sneak up on the trio were instantly killed. Sister Dream is right, for the time being, if no one is robbing the demons from us, then we can get more points. Alright, let's do a speed brush and try to break the previous record of 100,000. The 3 of them were like nightmares. Wherever they pushed forward, there was annihilation. The district tree spirits and the district gorgon beasts were not worth mentioning. As the three of them said, today, they had to charge 100,000 points and break the record. But what to think, as they continued to advance to the deepest part, they were suddenly stopped in their tracks. Yang Lin, we're stopped in our path by a barrier. No, the top won't pass either, the front is sealed. Thinking that Su Meng and Wang Shanshan had both sensed the problem, Yang Lin was of course the same. Stretching out his hand, he could feel that there was just an invisible barrier in front of him. Through the barrier the trio saw that there were more tree spirits and gorgon beasts ahead. Obviously, those things had also discovered the trio by now, and in just over 10 seconds, at least 20 tree spirits as well as 30 to 40 gorgon beasts surrounded the front. However, it was still because of the barrier that these demonic creatures couldn't get through. They could only do useless output against the barrier as well as roar angrily. Looking at this scene, Yang Lin was a bit puzzled. What was this situation? There was a barrier in the deepest part of the core? Out of curiosity, without unfolding his domain, Yang Lin raised his hand and threw a super weakness onto the barrier in front of him. Soon, the basic situation was revealed. Imitation Boundary Protector Wall, blood level 180,000. Meng, Xian, this isn't an induction device, right? It's obviously not, Su Meng thought for a moment. Earlier, Sister Nianji confided that she wouldn't let us touch the inducing device again, and said that it would be very serious if we did. At the end of the day, she didn't tell us what the inducing device was for. Wang Shanshan looked around and said, as a precaution, why don't we walk to the left and right to see if there are any cornerstones or something before we say anything? This point, Yang Lin and Su Meng both agreed. So the three of them began to explore to the left and right, but unfortunately, nothing was found. On the contrary, the demons on the opposite side of the protective wall heard the commotion and surrounded more and more. Looking at such a large group of magical creatures, the three of them salivated. Simply because, these were all plentiful experience. Brother Yang, what do we do now? I would like to destroy it, but it's not clear if this thing is set up by the base, or if it's a specific restriction of the spirit realm. If it's the former, I'm sure there's another deep meaning. If it's the latter, then there's nothing to worry about. Su Meng pondered for a moment and said, I remember that the barriers in the martial arts arena at that time had higher blood levels than this. If the base really wants to set up a barrier, it can't be lower than the martial arts arena, right? That's also true, Nianji. She only cautioned all the newcomers that they should never core deep without the ability so as not to send death to themselves. She didn't even mention anything special about the core depths. Is there a possibility, Su Meng's expression perked up even more, that it's an ability or something that the head honcho is exercising, like it's covering the deepest part of the minions, so it's temporarily isolating the outside? I think it's possible. Wang Shanshan now, her expression was equally excited. The spirit realm also has an alpha, and it's said that the chances of the spirit realm alpha coming out with props seems to be even higher than normal copies. Yang Lin pinched the knuckles of his fist and said, mainly there is no signal here, can't contact the outside. But with so many demons in front of us, we really don't want to give up. Why don't we take out this what's-his-name guard wall? Aha! The two sisters' eyes were glowing. Because even if we don't talk about the ringleader, the swarms and swarms of magical creatures inside the protective wall were enough for the three of them to brush up a large wave of points and experience. As soon as he said he would do it, Yang Lin quickly unfolded his domain. Brush, brush, brush. The blood level of the protective wall fell down crazily. Even if Yang Lin wasn't in full burst right now, it was only 180,000 blood. After the entrance decimation and tailblade decimation, plus the high damage of 19,200 from split damage, it would take no more than 7 minutes at most to finish. As time passed by minute, when the time reached 5 minutes later, cracks were already crawling on top of the imitation boundary protective wall. When the final blood level was at 5%, Yang Lin smoothly slashed down with a crimson blade, easily shattering the protective wall completely. At this moment, a light blue pillar of light shot up into the sky. Even in the daytime, it was still quite dazzling. It wasn't clear what was going on, as if it was a chain reaction. As the first light blue light pillar shot up into the sky, light blue light pillars rose up one after another in the remaining 7 directions. This scene was seen by the three Yang Lin, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. What's more, right now, a large number of demons had already surged over, so it was important to harvest points and experience first. Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Shanshan were only immersed in the joy of the harvest. How could they possibly know? The scouting section within the base was suddenly in chaos. Section chief, it's not good, the art seals in the deepest part of the spirit realm don't know what's happening, they seem to be loosening. Not good, one of them suddenly collapsed. Oh no, because of the chaining of the other 7 connected seals, all 7 in a row have fallen into self-destruct mode. At this moment, the section chief was about to pee out of his pants because he was so tense and devastated. Your sister, the last time the beacons were all destroyed he almost didn't get dismissed. It's only been a few days, why is it happening again? What kind of sins did he or she create? Quickly, the section chief stretched out his trembling hand and said in the most disheveled, powerless and weak voice, quickly notify Adjutant Su. Chapter 78, The Section Chief's Happiness. Su Guan's words, he and Su Nianji were currently at a tea house on a street, reporting on their work. To ask what work situation to report? It was definitely about everything that was going to happen in the chopping battle 2 days later. Last time, because the beacon had been destroyed, Su Guan had mobilized a large batch of resources on the hoof these days, and deployed additional manpower to re-establish the Heaven's Eye and radar monitoring system. Currently, it had all been completed and was waiting to be officially used 2 days later. Hearing Su Guan say that everything was fine, Su Nianji nodded in satisfaction. You've done a great job, and just in time, my father might come over in the next 2 days. At that time, if I can't take care of him, you'll help me pick up the slack. He's coming over to see Yang Lin in actual combat? Well, he thinks highly of Yang Lin, so he wants to take a good further look at Yang Lin and his 2 teammates. Okay, I know, when you can't spare the time, I'll go and meet the president. As for now, the topic was all about Yang Lin. How come Su Guan had to pry from the sidelines? Nianji, I find that you and Yang Lin are getting along quite well. Now the whole base is rumoring that you and him have been dating. I'm really curious, what do you think as a person involved? It's all just rumors, what do you care? Aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? If I go to dispel the rumors, it will only make them even more determined in their suspicions. Instead of letting things get darker and darker, it's better to let it go, and when they get tired and cold to these gossips, they'll naturally subside. Ha, that's true, but Nianji, I think you and little old brother stand together quite well. Really don't think about it? My current status is that of his instructor and mentor, I don't have that kind of little girlfriend special feelings for him. Su Guan, I think you're quite fond of gossiping as well, and it's meaningless to your job. Meaningless? How could it be? Su Guan secretly, when he spoke, he had been observing Su Nianji's reaction. Saying what he was feeling and concluding right now. Sure enough, letting little old brother have more contact with Su Nianji was the right thing to do. In terms of the topic of conversation in front of him, if he had put it before, he wouldn't even have to think about it. Su Nianji would definitely say, "Do you want to die once? Or, want me to find someone to sew up your mouth?" But look at now, even if Su Nianji talked back very firmly, but there is absolutely no kind of invisible forced oppression. So this was followed by urging the little old brother. Let him hard, good, and their top boss can have more in-depth intimate exchanges. And so on the deep, this relationship is not 1,000 miles a day? At that time, their work will not only not be oppressed again, but also to the president of the perfect account, 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Next, and first put aside the topic of little brother. Su Guan originally wanted to report to Su Nianji about the more specific situation of the decapitation battle. Who would have thought that the scouting section would actually come over the phone? What's wrong? Adjutant Su, something big. Big has happened. Don't stammer when you speak, what's the situation directly? Yes, regarding the art seals in the depths of the spirit realm, I don't know what has happened, they have all collapsed. It was initially determined through the Heaven's Eye that there appears to be a small team involved in the deepest part. The collapse of the art seals is most likely related to the squad. Like this. Oh, I see. Su Guan didn't have a particular reaction. Rather, it was this light-hearted response of his that in turn confused the side of the scouting section. Lieutenant Su, did you not hear clearly? What I reported just now was. I heard you report the total collapse of the art seal. Is there anything else? Right now, the one who was the most confused was actually the section chief of the investigation section. Hearing his subordinate say that a situation had occurred in the depths of the spirit realm, his legs and feet went weak and his head broke out in a cold sweat. He even anticipated in his heart that he was afraid that he would be dismissed from his post and his future would be ruined. However, no matter what, he did not expect that when his subordinate notified Vice Officer Su, he seemed to look as if he did not care. Because of this, at this time, after the section chief came to have a few moments of courage, he took the initiative to take over his subordinate's call. Adjutant Su, in this situation now, aren't there any special instructions from your side? Instructions for what? Just destroy it. Anyway, if we don't destroy it now, we'll have to send someone specifically to destroy it in a couple days, so it'll save us the trouble instead. Inside the investigation section, the section chief almost didn't react. He himself had almost pissed himself in fear just now, but as a result, now, it was over lightly? For a moment, the section chief wondered if he was hallucinating because he was too nervous. When the section chief was somewhat skeptical, within the communication, came Su Guan's voice. Alright, now Nianji has something she wants to say. Yes, let Deacon Su speak freely, I'll listen over here. With that, Su Nianji's voice came from within the communication. For the time being, for the sake of insurance, allow you to temporarily use a small portion of the Heaven's Eye's arithmetic power to directly lock onto the depths of the spirit realm's core. Practically confirm that if there is a squad over there, is it a 3-person squad? Alright, Deacon Su, wait a moment, I will immediately have my subordinates make arrangements. About 3 minutes later. The section chief respectfully returned. As shown through the general screen overview, there is indeed a 3-member squad deep within the spirit realm. Very well, don't turn off the movement observation for the time being, plain record their activity trajectory and see when they will exit the deep range. Yes. The section chief, who hadn't heard Adjutant Su and Instructor Su get angry, was instantly relieved. And speaking of Su Guan and Su Nianji's side, the two of them really didn't have much of a reaction. 99.9% is that they didn't run. This little old man, he's actually running into the depths of the core with his 2 little girlfriends right now. Possibly, it should be because he felt that the experience of the demons in the depths was too little, so he wanted to go to the core depths to fight the autumn wind. But Nianji, the core depths are not simple. Of course it's not simple, it's always been restricted there, and the demons gathered there are beyond imagination. Even if the newcomers are strong, it's impossible for them to be a fish out of water in there. As long as the 3 of them aren't stupid, they'll retreat on their own accord after going deeper for some distance. Su Guan, of course, thought the same thing. Regarding the art seal in the depths of the core, it was actually prepared for the decimation battle 2 days later. Once the decapitation battle was opened, the inducing device would come into play, and the deepest demonic creatures would be attracted at that time. As for the luring device, it was true that its main function was to attract demons, but at the same time, it also carried the beacon of the Heaven's Eye system. The killing battle, in reality, was compared to the killing ability of each squad now. The demons gathered in the deepest part of the city were, to put it bluntly, the test questions for the subsequent killing battle. Only now, it was released 2 days in advance by Yang Lin's trio. So this matter was, indeed, no big deal. Naturally, neither Su Guan nor Su Nianji were moved. However, just after Su Guan had reported on his work in every detail and another half an hour had passed, a call once again came over from the detective section. Instructor Su, Lieutenant Su, we've been observing the trajectory of the 3-man squad's activities. They've been going deeper into the core, and the preliminary estimate is that in another half hour, they'll basically reach the high-energy territory. What the hell, are the 3 of them so adventurous? After such a long time, can't they feel the weight and number of demons in the core region? Instructor Su, then our side, continues to observe? Continue observing and report back to me every 5 minutes. Then. Instructor Su, they're still continuing to go deeper. Instructor Su, they're not stopping at all. Instructor Su, they're about to reach the core high-energy territory. As the scouting section reported more and more, Su Nianji's forehead was on the verge of breaking into a cold sweat. What exactly was Yang Lin doing with his 2 little girlfriends? Even if you were as strong as you were, how could you still be alive in a long-blocked, demonic super-gathering area? It was a pity that the spirit realm had a mist blocking the signal, and they didn't have a special signal booster on them, so they couldn't contact this side even if they wanted to. No, this guy absolutely can't have an accident. Truly unable to sit still, Su Nianji greeted Su Guan, and the 2 of them hurriedly rushed towards the scouting section. Chapter 79 Absolute Colorful Demoness. Greedy Wolf Guild Headquarters. Outside the main door, a slender figure stepped in. Right at this moment, the hall where people were originally coming and going was suddenly as if the pause button had been pressed. It was instantly silent. Brush, brush, brush. Regardless of whether it was the public officials coming in and out or the staff here, regardless of male or female, all of them gathered their gazes on the young woman who entered. The woman's eyes flowed, and there seemed to be thousands of flavors swirling within. Vermilion lips slightly raised, then that the most delicate peach blossom in the spring are to provoke the heartstrings. Obviously just walking normally, but still let everyone feel the most soulful charm in the world. Even if it is only the slightest knitted brows and movement, it can still let everyone linger on it, unable to take their eyes off. At this moment, a secretary quickly stepped forward. "Deacon Chianmai, you are back. Well, the outside commissions have been dealt with, next you help me log off the program." "Okay, I will then go and deal with this matter." This little secretary's pretty face was red, and she didn't even dare to directly look at the woman in front of her. It wasn't ingesting the status of the woman's deacon, but, rather, excited by the charming charms emanating from the woman's body. Thinking about the little secretary as a woman, facing the charm of the woman in front of her was like this. Not to mention others, especially men. Thousand Dances, Lu Chianmai. She was one of the deacons of the Greedy Wolf Guild. Because of her natural charm, even as it was in the moment. Even if she didn't act at all, every move or even her voice would still mesmerize the people around her. Lu Chianmai's lethality, no matter where it is placed, is definitely a nuclear explosion level. Looking around the hall, quite a few people were either swallowing their saliva, or hurriedly turned away to wipe their saliva to prevent ugliness. As for Lu Chianmai herself, she has long been accustomed to the scene around her, and does not care. She was just coming over to go through the process of cancelling a completed commission. But unexpectedly, the little secretary added at this time, "Deacon Chianmai, you've come just in time. The president and a group of executives are discussing important matters on the top floor, and the time has only just passed 3 minutes, so you can also go and take a look." "So I've also arrived at quite a coincidence. Oh yes, is that woman Su Nianjian?" "Deaconess Su, she's not here, she's over at the Lishan base right now." "What? She's at the Lishan base?" "Well, it seems like she's an instructor there, and Deacon Su is with her." Lu Chianmai hummed lightly. That ex-cold woman would actually go to work as an instructor, it's really surprising. "Deacon Chianmai, the meeting on the top floor?" "Anyway, I don't have anything to do right now, so I'll go up and take a look, see what a bunch of old guys are deliberating about." Until Lu Chianmai's back all disappeared within the elevator. But the vast majority of the people in the hall still hadn't come back to their senses. "Deaconess Chianmai can be too top, I'm willing to be her hook for the rest of my life." "You're thinking beautifully, this good thing can still be your turn? If I could be Deaconess Chianmai's boyfriend for a day, I would be willing to die right now." "Stop dreaming, hurry up and wash up and go home to sleep. Let's not talk about this side of the hall." When Lu Chianmai went up to the top floor and came to the meeting room, she found that basically 9 out of 10 were present, except for the higher-ups who were on a mission. Although it was not clear what had happened, but with such a big formation, it must be something not small. Rather said her appearance, not to mention the crowd in the hall below indulged, even now most of the old guys in the conference room could not carry it. There's no way, Lu Chianmai in the Greedy Wolf Guild, but she has the title of Stunning Beauty. So far, there is no man who can see her and not be confused. Moreover, ordinary women were equally unable to resist. What happened? Why is the venue so tense? Could it be that it is at war with which power? Finding an empty seat and sitting down, just so casually asked. Soon, Lu Chianmai got the answer she wanted. That's something to ask the president. Inexplicably, he suddenly wanted to block the files of the 3 newcomers as top secret. For such a big matter, to come with a preemptive action, how could most people be convinced in their hearts? Lu Chianmai was surprised. Top secret files, and it's 3 people at once, and all of them are newcomers? Yes, if it's one, this turning a blind eye is just fine. But 3 of them are still first to go. Even if it's the president, he can't treat all the top brass as nothing, right? Hearing you say that, I'm also interested. Of the people recruited this time, there are actually 3 people who can catch the president's attention all of a sudden. That's really something. It is quite remarkable, just wait for how the president explains it afterwards. Lu Chianmai nodded slightly, then looked around the entire venue. Right now, she did not see President Su Xingye. However, looking at the crowd of executives reacting so greatly one by one, she suddenly thought of something. Just now, that secretary said that Su Nianji was now working as an instructor at the Lishan base. Then the president first cut off the files of the 3 newcomers to block them as top secret. This, indeed, was somewhat intriguing. If such things were to be said, no one would not suspect that those 3 people were afraid that they were not relatives of the president. Like top secret file, in other words, means internal top secret. If it was just that, there would be nothing to say. But the important thing is important once become internal top secret. Accordingly, it means that the three newcomers will be the mainstay of the guild, the core of the core. The entire greedy wolf guild, from top to bottom, will give the green light for the three. No matter what position you are in, no matter how powerful you are, as long as the three people have a request, then we have to open the highest authority to fulfill as much as possible. To put it bluntly, if the three of them were to commit adultery in Cloud City, all kinds of absurdities, all kinds of tyranny. Before removing the top secret files, a group of people will have to follow the three people's asses and smooth things out for them. So if President Su Xingye didn't give a statement today, how could the crowd of executives be willing to do so? To ask the President Su Xingye at this time how to plan? That certainly have to give a statement. But this statement to give how much, can make people convinced and no longer pursued, the degree of which needs to be weighed. After all, who can guarantee that there will not be a mole in the guild? So at this moment Su Xingye is outside the conference room at the end of the corridor, and daughter Su Nianji intends to discuss this matter. Nianji, what do you think is appropriate for me to tell them? Dad, I'm very busy right now, I'm dealing with a very important matter. Good daughter, Dad is now being roasted on the fire by them. If I can't say anything later on, I might not know how a bunch of people are going to quench my saliva. Can't you just spare some time and help me? In that case, let me think. Hearing Su Nianji say think, Su Xingye anxiously said, Nianji, you think quickly, after all, the meeting I've been dragging it out for a while. Dad, I really did think of an excellent idea. Don't they want to know if the Yanglin trio is worth the green light within the guild? It's just right, give them a chance to witness it. Nianji, you're. Wait, you just have to do what I say, too much no need to explain unless my side screws up. Okay, good daughter, I listen to you. Waiting for another period of communication with Su Nianji, Su Xingye returned to the conference room. Chapter 80 Jingguo Dragon Lady. Back to Su Nianji's side. She knew that the three people who had entered the depths of the spirit realm's core were definitely Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Qianqian without a doubt. Other than these three, no one else had the ability to destroy the art seal. With what she and Su Guan thought, the demonic creatures that had been gathered within for such a long period of time, that was not 2,000, but 18,000. Under normal circumstances, the three of them would have traveled a short distance into it, and when they realized that the situation was not right, they would definitely choose to retreat obediently. However, she and Su Guan had no idea that Yang Lin's trio would not follow the normal path. Instead of retreating, they quickly traveled deeper into the interior. This moment really frightened Su Nianji and Su Guan. A once-in-a-century genius, if he were to break down here, what would happen? In the first instance, she had summoned a group of high-ranking good soldiers. Next, she came to the scouting section and directly activated the radar Heavenly Eye system. Originally, this thing was prepared for the decimation battle 2 days later. Wanting to observe the inside of the spirit realm, the startup and operation of this Heavenly Eye system required dozens of times the consumption of the outside. But now, Su Nianji couldn't care less about this. The deep core territory was actually quite large, and she had to pinpoint where Yang Lin's trio was, and then send out an expert to bring the trio back. That was what she planned to do, and that was also what she did. After some hands-on work by the staff of the investigation section, finally, through the Heaven's Eye system, they locked onto Yang Lin's three people deep in the core. On top of the video within the scouting section, the figures and actions of the three people were clearly displayed. Then, everyone was doubly shocked. Shock 1. The three of them were currently killing demons, and just by looking at the demonic corpses that had accumulated in the surrounding area like a small mountain, one could tell how strong the three of them were. Shock number 2. Embarrassed to open his mouth, just because there are some. Difficult to speak. Nianji, I found a problem. There's no need for you to say it, I have similarly discovered this problem. Yang Lin and the three of them are far more powerful than we expected, it can be more than just twice as simple. Yeah, not to mention Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, did you see that the three of them didn't have a trace of panic, on the contrary, killing the demonic creatures with a lot of ease and enjoyment? Indeed, so now whether or not to bring the three of them straight back, I'm a bit hesitant instead. Isn't this a very good idea? For the time being, we will still let the support manpower go, and for the time being, we can first stand by in the depths with the core. Once we find out that the three people can't support themselves, this will also allow us to order the rescue personnel to quickly arrive at the scene. Su Nianji nodded, that's what I'm planning. Immediately, the group of high-ranking good soldiers still on standby received the order and carried their combat equipment and special communication signal enhancers to the depths of the spirit realm on the transporter. As for the scouting section room, Su Nianji redirected her sight once again to the video screen of the Heaven's Eye system. Su-guan, you said that the three of them wouldn't be trying to kill the spirit realm leader, right? Looking at them, I think it's possible. Even if they're strong, the deeper they go inside, the more obstacles they'll encounter. That spirit realm head, with normal common sense, if you want to kill it, you would normally need 4 to 5 small teams to join forces. So I still hope that they don't take that risk. Nianji, I don't feel that little old brother is a reckless person. You've been with him for some time now, are you still not clear about his character? You're right, the many questions he asked me earlier were all about the spirit realm and copies. This shows that he is indeed not a reckless person. At the very least, he should know what he's doing by now. Su Nianji and Su Guan were still chatting, but unexpectedly, her cell phone suddenly rang at this time. At a glance at the caller ID, it was actually still her own father. What was she looking for at this time? With confusion, Su Nianji picked up the phone, and soon, she also understood her father's situation over at the headquarters. Looking at the time, it was currently 1:15 p.m. Looking at the image screen again, Yang Lin's trio was still killing big time. So, Su Nianji gave her father, Su Xingye, an idea. Su Xingye accepted his daughter's proposal. Afterward, he returned to the conference room in high spirits. Gentlemen, we can now begin our meeting. Upon hearing that the meeting was about to begin, the crowd of high-level patriarchs could no longer hold back. This one and all, they all decided to turn on their spraying mode. But soon, they were suppressed by Su Xingye with a pause gesture. I know what you guys are thinking, and I also know what you guys care about. This is not it, it just so happens that I have an opportunity here for you all to get to know the three of them as well. Chairman, what do you mean by that? Why does it feel inexplicable? Inexplicable or not, let's not talk about it first, you guys will know afterward. A patriarch said, President, are you playing a trick? Although I'm not sure what purpose you've come out with to block the files of the three newcomers here today, I'd like to ask you one thing. The three of them, could they possibly be comparable to Dragon Sex Jinhua Dragon Lady this year? Brush. All eyes were invariably focused on Su Xingye. Su Xingye also did not expect that in an instant, this topic had all run to the Dragon Sex Jinhua Dragon Lady. Regarding the Jinhua Dragon Lady, in fact, the Greedy Wolf Guild side only had the most basic information. It said that this year, the dragon sect had a big boom, and there was a hidden profession among the newcomers. Because the newcomer was a girl, she was called Dragon Lady. And because this girl's profession is second to heaven and second to earth, she is said to have the ability to subdue the country by herself, so she is called the Subduing Dragon Lady. To ask if this Yang Lin could compare to the Jinhua Dragon Lady, Su Xingye himself couldn't help but want to spit. He had never seen Yang Lin's ability at all, and everything was based on believing what his daughter said. Now being asked like this, how to answer? However, as a father, how could he not believe his own daughter? Listening to Su Xingye, what's wrong with Jinhua Dragon Lady? She's a hidden profession. Then among our three newcomers, there's just as much of a hidden profession, Domain Jin Demon Master. President, don't blow it off, you think we don't know, when this Domain Town magician, the novice copy didn't even reach level 10. That's not true, it says that he finally passed the abyssal difficulty trial, but we didn't see it with our own eyes, who knows if there's anything fishy during this period. Su Xingye waved his hand, okay, what did I just say? Now isn't exactly the time to give you guys a chance to get to know the three of you. Next, you guys just need to stare and watch, the rest, wait for the end. Speaking at the same time, Su Xingye also took out his cell phone, choosing daughter Su Nianji video call at the same time, by the way also put the video of the projection of the large public to the meeting room on top of the public screen. To ask the crowd of executives in the room what they saw, it was definitely transferred from Su Nianji's side, the image of Yang Lin's trio killing demons in the spirit realm. Only after seeing the picture for the first time, a group of old men and women in the field, the patriarchs, couldn't hold their breath. Degrading, simply degrading. President, look for yourself, what exactly are you making us look at? The world is going downhill, people's hearts are not ancient, such a trio of people can still be sealed off from the archives? Su Xingye glanced at the image screen, and he himself was startled. Good guy, this is too. Chapter 81 What a hurtful wind. As for what exactly was going on, this matter had to be traced back to the time after Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Shanxian shattered the protective wall. Because they had killed 100 or 200 demons in one breath, all three of them were in a rather uplifting mood. During the next break, Yang Lin thought that he might meet more demons afterward. Therefore, he subconsciously said, I hope to have more fun next time.
Yang Lin was just saying it casually, but Wang Qianqian, as a know-it-all, instantly understood it.
Brother Yang, I'll go and change my clothes.
After saying that, Wang Qianqian ran towards the back of the nearby tree in a hurry. Such a move scared Su Meng. It wasn't even the thought of the imp outfit that she had changed into earlier. Especially that imp tail, which was still fresh in her mind.
She had wanted to persuade Wang Qianqian not to be like this.
But she couldn't pull it at all. Forced to do so, she was forced to follow up. But it turned out to be okay. Seeing that it wasn't an imp costume, she was relieved in her heart. It was in this way, when Su Meng and Wang Qianqian reappeared in front of Yang Lin's eyes. One turned into an imploring and pure little nurse who would take care of people, and one turned into a cute and slightly sexy bunny girl.
Ah, this.
Yang Lin righteously criticized these two sisters of his family.
Now it's to kill monsters, how is this still playing cosplay?
As a man as pure as snow, he had to educate them properly, and the next one would not be an example.
Just because he was so educated. Immediately, his arm once again more 2 rows of shallow cute little teeth marks. Even Wang Qianqian had become bold now. Completely defiantly protesting against Yang Lin, she dared to do it again next time. Can't control it at all. Since he couldn't control it, Yang Lin thought, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? He would reluctantly accept the ferocious impact of all kinds of visuals when the two sisters were swaying in front of his eyes. In addition, perhaps he was a bit tired from killing so many demons earlier. Yang Lin filled a bottle of pure water in one gulp at this time before feeling slightly quenched. The situation was such a situation as the above. So afterward, a long time after the disguise. When Su Ningji, who was inside the base, ordered the activation of the Heavenly Eye system, capturing the images of Yang Lin's 3 people. The costume of the two sisters became the second of the shock to Su Ningji, Su Guan, and the crowd of staff. These 3 people, Yang Lin, were playing with too many flowers, so they couldn't even be evaluated, okay? And knowing that Su Ningji had transferred the image of Yang Lin's trio to the president's cell phone and publicized it in the headquarters conference room, Su Guan couldn't help but feel sorry for Yang Lin. Su Guan couldn't help but cover his face for Yang Lin. Nianji, are we counting this as an invasion of the 3 of them's fetishes and privacy?
I can't help it, my dad's side can't hold back the guild executives. Now, if we don't transfer the picture to show the 3 of them being strong, we still want to seal the 3 of them's files for fear that it won't be possible. After Su Ningji finished, she added awkwardly, earlier when I was in Yichuan, I knew that Yang Lin had that kind of hobby. Who would have thought that in addition to Wang Qianqian, Su Meng is also so cooperative with him? You can't say that, after all, their relationship is right there. That's true, but what do you think? What do those high-level patriarchs at headquarters think?
Su Guan thought for a moment.
Even if he didn't appear at the headquarters right now, he could guess the various wonderful reactions on the faces of those old men and women. However, there was no time at all for Su Guan to finish gloating. His cell phone suddenly came with a message. Clicking on it, it turned out to be a questioning message sent to him by the president using his spare cell phone.
Su Guan, your kid is punking me, isn't he? Earlier, you didn't say that Yang Lin and those 2 girls were playing with such flowers, so you're still encouraging Nianji to get involved with him? Egu, I'm going. This hat can't be taken. Su Guan took advantage of Su Ningji's inattention and hurriedly messaged back, Chairman, don't accuse me. I want to bring Nianji and Yang's relationship closer, but I didn't say that I have to let the 2 of them be together. And Chairman, you can't forget your original intention.
You kid, can't forget what original intention? Of course it's the original intention of breaking the shackle of not wanting to find a man on Nianji. Now letting her get close to Yang Lin, the main idea is to change Nianji's impression of men. When she has this concept, in the future, looking for a boyfriend or something, wouldn't that be much easier? Su Xingye, who was at the headquarters, was obviously silent for some time. Finally, his message returned, you have a point, now is really not the time to dwell on this, we must first change Nianji's impression of men. That's right, Chairman, you trust me, you can rest assured that I'll do my job. Good. Seeing that the president was not entangled in this matter, Su Guan secretly and quietly let out a huge sigh of relief. On the contrary, it was his side that was relieved, but in the headquarters conference room, most of the senior old men and women were all tense. Sinful ah, these are the 3 newcomers that our chairman blocked the file? If outsiders find out, will our greedy wolf guild still have a face? Look at this dress, how vulgar and unattractive it is. And the 3 of them are still enjoying themselves? Look, that kid's hand is touching a girl's butt.
It's impossible to watch, it's impossible to watch. As a guild elder, I feel ashamed for these youngsters. The comments converged into one, and in the end, without exception, all of them turned into sharp arrows and shot towards President Su Xingye. Su Xingye became a target in minutes. Even though he was usually known for his majesty, he was unable to resist the criticism from a group of executives. Everyone be quiet, everyone listen to me. Listen to what you have to say, listen to how unashamed these three youngsters are for what they have done. Isn't it true that we old guys still have to be proud of their kind of behavior? That's a bit of a bad thing to say, young people, it's normal to be a bit reckless. Where is it normal? Chairman, look for yourself. Egu, that girl dressed as a rabbit is dying to melt into that kid's arms. Chairman, is this what you consider normal? It's degrading, it's degrading. Su Xingye, at this moment he was all broken up. He listened to his daughter, Su Nianji, and wanted to see how strong Yang Lin's trio was so that he could shut these patriarchs up. But how could he have thought that the three of them wouldn't even engage in a battle to kill the demonic creature? No battle, not to mention it, they were actually talking and laughing hand in hand. You and I were in love, stepping on the green and traveling. Gentlemen, letting you watch the live video, these are not the point at all. The point is, do you guys know where the three of them are right now? The conference room, slightly quieter. A patriarch asked, where are they? In the deepest part of the core of the Li Mountain Spirit Realm. The senior members of the crowd froze. Is this true? It's only been a month, and they actually dared to go to the deepest part of the core? Didn't I tell you guys that Yang Lin, he's a hidden profession realm demon suppressor? If he didn't have the ability, do you guys think that he would dare to take two girls and run towards the core? Chairman, how many levels is Yang Lin at now? From what Nianji said, it's already 16, and one of them, Su Meng, is the highest leveled among the newcomers in the base, level 17. The other one called Wang Chanqian is the same level 16 as Yang Lin. The senior members of the crowd pondered for a moment. This level was okay, rising quite fast. President, let's just assume that their levels are not bad, but how do you prove that the area they're in now is the deepest part of the spirit realm? Simple, won't you guys know when they meet the enemy later? It was also true to say so. The group of executives felt that they might as well put up with the three little guys' hurtful behavior and see the true condition of their encounter with the enemy before saying anything. But what to think? Another 5 minutes or so had passed, and the demonic creatures hadn't been encountered. Instead, it was the three's actions that once again made the entire crowd of executives tense up. Chapter 82, A Man's Enjoyment of Life. To ask what was happening now. Well said, the main thing was that Yang Lin's trio felt hungry. Earlier, because they had just entered the depths of the core, they were all in high spirits, and after brushing a few large groups of magical creatures, they were all immersed in excitement. Now that they had calmed down, it suddenly occurred to them that even though it was past 1 o'clock, they hadn't eaten their lunch yet. Since we are going to the deepest part of the core, and we even plan to break bread with the final leader, it would be uncharacteristic to go there on a hungry stomach. So, the three of them, with such a plan in mind, simply found a place with a wide view and relatively clean area nearby to prepare a pot for cooking. Naturally, as usual, Yang Lin went to set the dining table and chairs, arrange drinks and fruits. Su Meng went to pick up pots and pans, preparing cooking seasonings. Wang Chanqian, on the other hand, washed rice and vegetables to prepare meat. Everything was orderly and methodical. But such behavior, in the eyes of a group of executives, it was completely unintelligible. President, are you sure they are in the deepest core area of the spirit realm? Are you sure they're not traveling in some scenic area? I'm sure, Nianji personally told me, personally transferred the image, how could it be fake? Hee, President, you take us for cuties. And let's just say, like you said, they're level 16 or 17. But do you know that it's already outrageous for level 16 or 17 to dare to go to the deepest part of the Li Mountain Spirit Realm? And what are they doing now, acting like nothing, actually getting together to live and cook? More than that, living and cooking without being a bit more stable and careful is just a matter of fact, but actually making such a big deal out of it? Should we say that they are stupid and don't know how to protect themselves from demons, or that they hold a sacred sense of ceremony for their meals, and that they have to be in place with rules and regulations? The executives, anyway, couldn't sit still again now. One by one, they transformed into spritzers and started spraying furiously at Su Xingye. President, you can underestimate our strength, but you absolutely cannot insult our intelligence. Dressed like this, just about to go to the hotel to get things done, not to mention, How dare you tell us now that they are in the depths of the spirit realm? Su Xingye was already on the verge of not being able to sit still. For the first time in his life, during a meeting, as the president, he was disliked so badly by his subordinates. Although, he definitely believed in his good daughter, Su Nianji. But he now also had to be skeptical. Could it be that something went wrong somewhere when his daughter transferred the live video? In order to quell the resentment of the crowd of executives, he hurriedly used his backup cell phone to contact Su Nianji at the Lishan base. Also wanting to convince the crowd present that he wasn't lying, Su Xingye turned on her speakerphone. Dad, why are you still calling? I can't help it if I don't call. Nianji, I'm asking you, you didn't make a mistake when transferring the picture over, did you? Don't worry, there was no mistake. Your daughter guaranteed with her personality that they are now in the core region of the spirit realm. According to where the three of them are now, they are probably in the high energy zone. If they walk further, they will truly enter the final head destination disk. Well, with your words I'm relieved, Dad believes in you. Hanging up the communication, Su Xingye straightened his back. Gentlemen, you've heard the call, right? Nianji definitely won't joke around. Yang Lin and the three of them are indeed in the deepest part of the spirit realm right now. Okay, let's just assume that they are in the deepest part of the spirit realm, but are the three of them crazy? Daring to start a fire and pot in the open space, are they really not afraid of inviting the surrounding demons? Chairman, not trying to talk about you. Even if the three of them have some strength, but they are so arrogant, sooner or later they will fall prematurely because of this arrogance. It's hard to imagine what they learned in school. Don't they even know basic common sense? Or are they really so confident that they can see everything? This question was asked. Su Nianji and Su Guan's side were still not the same. If they hadn't seen Yang Lin's trio having a casual picnic in the deepest part of the spirit realm with their own eyes, by now Su Nianji and Su Guan still fought. The picture of the picnic in Brother Yang's big event that was posted in the group at the beginning was a group of people who PD'd in order to flirt with Yang Lin and the others. Now understand, these three guys are really bold, are really eye-catching. When they come back, I must teach them these basics. Nianji, then is there a possibility that it's really us thinking too much? How do you say this? We're certain that Yang Lin is strong, several times beyond what was expected. Then how about this question continues to go a little deeper? What about the actual Yang Lin's being strong, exceeding several times more than exceeding several times more than 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 several times? This. Seeing Su Nianji's sight return to the scene image, Su Guan said with a grave expression, "Don't you realize that it's been such a long time, but there still hasn't been a single demonic creature around? Could it be, then, that before they moved the kitchen to the field, the surrounding demons had already been completely killed by them? But Su Guan, is it really possible to reach such a point? Little old brother is a hidden profession. I heard that the dragon sect has a woman who is also a hidden profession. Dragon sect dares to call it Jinghua, little old brother is a hidden profession, it can't be too much worse than dragon lady, right?" Su Nianji exhaled deeply. If one person can subdue the country, then the entire world. I'm afraid that changes will occur due to this person, right? Who knows, but it's also possible that little old brother he really is that powerful. An hour quickly passed. And in the picture of the live image, Wang Qianqian's few people had already set up a large table full of sumptuous meals. It was another big plate of chicken, another pickled fish, another fish-flavored eggplant, another vinegared cabbage. Of course, not just these four, is actually 4 meat, for vegetarian 2 soup. This situation, the whole like a festival. Simply look, even if you have already eaten at noon, but still let people look drooling. Originally, when they saw this, whether it was the Lishan base or the guild headquarters, everyone was Yang Lin 3 whole hemp. But who would have thought that the more inverted Tian Gang was still behind? Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, the two of them, actually took the initiative to sit in front of Yang Lin. One by one, all of them transformed into gentle little daughters-in-law, taking turns to feed Yang Lin. From time to time, the two of them would also go and get a whole drink of fruit, fearing that Yang Lin would get tired and thirsty. This scene couldn't help but make people vomit. Is this sure it's from killing demons in the spirit realm? Is this sure it's not a man showing off his enjoyment of life? Anyway, looking at this scene, everyone was suffering. However, there was an exception among them, and that was the stunningly beautiful demonic maiden Lu Qianmai in the headquarters conference room. After watching the live video for so long, she felt more and more that Yang Lin was quite an interesting man. To be able to make 2 little girls be able to do this for him. In that case, this man must have extraordinary excesses in some way. When she thought of Su Nianji's earlier phone call, when she swore that Yang Lin's trio was deep in the core of the spirit realm, Lu Qianmai couldn't help but think. Could it be that the reason why that ex-cold woman had gone to the Lishan base as an instructor was for the sake of this man? Really, if that's the case. Interesting. That would be even more interesting. Chapter 83. That year, he had his hands in his pockets. Within the spirit realm. By the time Yang Lin's trio had eaten lunch beautifully, it was almost 3 p.m. After this eating and drinking, it was definitely necessary to have a good exercise. Needless to say, it was definitely necessary to head towards the deepest part of the core. After this journey, the three of them quickly realized that there was something different between the front and the outside. As far as the eye could see, there were countless spider silks floating around the perimeter as well as on the large trees, which also had quite a few cocoons. Su Meng, out of curiosity, purposely also used a knife to scratch open a cocoon. Unexpectedly, inside was actually a dried-up corpse of a gorgon beast. This deepest part is obviously the spider's territory. And it really didn't occur to me that magical creatures would still use magical creatures as food? Meng, isn't this normal? Powerful magical creatures all have their own turf, and it's really not uncommon to hunt weak magical creatures. Su Meng was just about to say something at this moment, but in the next moment, her eyes tightened violently. Yang Lin, Shanshan, there are quite a few demonic creatures surrounding us, they're fast. I feel it, there are all 3 ways ahead, it looks like it's time to make a big profit again. After Yang Lin finished speaking, he had instructed Wang Shanshan to summon the griffin beings to fly into the sky. As for himself, he unfolded his domain in a smooth manner. At the same time, he signaled Su Meng to get ready for battle as well. After 3 breaths of time had passed, the first demonic creature to rush over had already appeared. Venomous Streak Spider, rank 20, blood quantity 5000 to 5500, attack 300 to 320. All of these contraptions were almost the size of 2 basketballs. Their stomachs were patterned and looked inexplicably unpleasant. With a large group in front of him already waiting within the field, Yang Lin nonchalantly dropped his super heavy, super paralyzed and super weak. Movement is very flexible, can climb rocks, can climb trees, can jump. Sorry, all obediently land up for me. Obviously being restricted so much, this group of things still want to move towards the center. Yang Lin naturally didn't mind pulling out the crimson blade. He ruthlessly chopped through the entire field. The poison spiders that were already restricted in their mobility were already miserable enough, and then they were chopped into their souls by the crimson blade. At this time, where they still have a little mobility and the ability to resist, lying on the ground in spasms is already the greatest gift to them. At this moment, Yang Lin didn't even bother to enter the shadow-walking state. With his hands in his pockets, he was proudly looking at the spiders. Above the sky, as many wind blades fell on the ground, several tornadoes followed and swept madly. The poor spiders, large swaths of them were swept into it, not to mention that with Su Meng's ice magic puppet, I don't know how many spiders were shattered into ice cubes in a matter of breaths and sprinkled all over the sky. As for Su Meng himself, he sat down on the shoulder of the adamantium puppet, controlling the puppet to dash back and forth in the field and crush it. For a moment, the ground had gathered a thick layer of spider's flesh. 3 people, too strong. Strong to a batch after batch of poisonous spider to come to die, the 3 people do not bring blinking eyes. Thinking that this was at least a level 20 demonic creature, that experience plus the extra 15% experience from the team scroll, made the 3 people's experience bar obviously grow rapidly in a state that was visible to the naked eye. For half an hour, the 3 of them were in a frenzy of killing, basically without stopping. Unbeknownst to them, such a move had long since shocked all of them to the point of standing up in the scouting section of the Lishan base and the conference room of the Greedy Wolf Guild's headquarters. First, let's talk about Su Nianji's side. Seeing Yang Lin's trio begin to move, she definitely couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat for the trio. Especially when she heard the staff say that they had found a large amount of magical creatures, scrambling over to the 3 people in the field. In fact, Su Nianji had already made plans for the rescuers to start moving. The core area had been restricted for so long, and it had long been unknown how many demonic creatures had survived in it. Look at the dense red dots of demonic creatures displayed on the Heavenly Eye system, a single glance would make one's scalp numb. Even if they were strong, even if they were several times stronger, it would be impossible for them to directly fight against the dense swarm of demons, right? Fearing that something might happen to Yang Lin's trio, Su Nianji's heart was beating violently at that moment. Su Guan's words were tense though. However, he seemed to have thought of something, and the look he gave Su Nianji became meaningful. Nianji, you're nervous? Nonsense, they are the most outstanding seedlings this year. As an instructor and their mentor, isn't it normal for me to be nervous? Is that really all there is to it? What do you mean, Sugwon? Is there a possibility that you're actually interested in Yanglin? Sugwon, I'm not in the mood to talk to you about these messy things right now.
Why did Sugwon open his mouth to say this now? It was because he suddenly thought of the drawbridge effect. Right now, no matter why Su Ninji was worried about Yang Lin, as long as the facts existed, it was a good thing. He was just words casually stimulating like this. He didn't believe that Su Ninji wouldn't think deeper. Of course, Sugwon was quite worried about whether Yang Lin's trio could deal with the spider swarm. He definitely didn't want anything to happen to this little old brother and his two little girlfriends that he had bonded with. But just in the next moment, both of them were all struck as if by heavenly thunder, so shocked that their minds were about to go blank. Strong, just how strong could it be? The swarm of spiders that appeared in the image alone was no less than a small beast tide. However, Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Shanshan had demonstrated an earth-shattering power feast. As for the conference room and the greedy wolf headquarters, because of the large number of people, the scene was even more uncontrollable. They had been waiting for too long, having been tortured by the two girls' cosplay, having been tortured by their picnic, and having been tortured by the trio's shameless interactions. Finally, they waited until Yang Lin's trio headed deeper. And then, what did they see? Druid, this bunny girl's druid profession actually has the ability to fly? A druid that can't fly isn't a good druid, it's a complete downgrade against those professions that can only fight in close combat on the ground. Don't be druids, look at the spiders coming over, they all lost a large amount of blood in an instant. What kind of ability is this? It's as terrifying as this. Oh my god, is this the gold content of a hidden profession? All the spiders become lambs to be slaughtered in an instant since their entrance, without the ability to turn around and struggle. It's too terrifying. It's not generally scary. There's also this nurse girl who summoned a magic puppet. Where is this summoning a magic puppet? This is clearly driving a chariot to brutally crush. For half an hour. Everyone in the conference room, all eyes unblinking staring at the screen, a full half hour of time. The level 20 poisonous spider's corpse had long since piled up into a small mountain in the center of the field. And the fighting trio, unharmed. Because of this, when the people in the conference room talked again, the picture suddenly changed. The patriarchal old men and women, looking at the trio in the picture, suddenly the more they looked at them, the more they liked them. You guys don't say, that girl in the nurse's outfit still looks good, her body is slender with beautiful lines, good, very good. That flying rabbit girl isn't bad either. Look at those bunny ears, so cute. And there's also a hint of sexiness in this cuteness, this costume suits her perfectly. Don't just talk about the two girls, look at the kid in the field, he deserves to be our guild's hidden profession. What Xingua Dragon Lady, I'm sure it's not worth mentioning in front of our family's hidden profession. Initially, each and every one of them still had a bad heart and the world was going downhill. But now, the three were synonymous with perfection. As for any shameless touching and kissing interactions, they had now turned into youth. Know what youth is? Know the gold content of youth? One by one, the old men and women that were now smiling and praising. It was at this time that President Su Xingye straightened his collar and stood up calmly. The people present were not sure what he was going to do, and one by one, they all cast their eyes over. Then they saw that Su Xingye opened his hand. Now when I say seal the files of the three of them, which one of you is in favor of it and which one of you is against it? Chapter 84, Worry. It was impossible to oppose, as long as one's brain wasn't stupid. They all knew the value of Yang Lin's three-member squad. If this three-member team could stay strong, it could stay for others who could not. In time, the greedy wolf guild in the 3 departments, 8 males and 12 gates, that is not a proper rise? Back to the present moment. Seeing Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Shanshan, 3 people, after fighting continuously for half an hour, just rested for a moment, and continued to the deepest part of the core of the spiritual realm. This side of the headquarters conference room was definitely once again tense and lively. From the looks of them, they should be planning to crusade against the final leader. That's definitely the case, it's just that, even though they're very strong, and judging from their performance just now, they do have the capital to do so. But in the end, it still makes people a bit uneasy. It's only good if they don't make a whole mess. Yeah, the spirit realm's ultimate leader, the poison tattoo spider queen, that thing has too many mechanisms. If you don't know anything about it, like an ordinary squad, it's likely that you'll be wiped out in a single glance. The crowd in the conference room, the talking point now began to shift to the poison tattoo spider queen. To summarize,
The most basic ability of the poison-tattooed arachnid queen was that it could powerfully weave a web. However, whenever one accidentally falls into it, if no one rescues them, they will easily become food in their bellies. In addition to weaving webs, its venom spraying was even more terrifying. Not only is the range extremely vast, but there is no regularity. According to the normal process, want to kill this thing, antidote potion, and so on, that is essential, otherwise the team overturned is not unexpected. For the crusading professionals, the above 2 points are at most a test of basic skills. The last point is the most critical. The poisonous spider queen can let the small spiders around her hatch in advance, and these hatched small spiders will become a self-exploding tool body. The small self-exploding spiders were the queen spider's deadliest killer mace. Whether they were blown up or splattered by the venom of the explosion, it would be a tricky thing. Especially, when densely packed hundreds of small spiders or even more exploded together, then it was estimated that the small team caught in it was afraid that not even a bit of dregs would remain. Because of this, even if some teams were 10 or 20 levels higher, they didn't like to mess with such things. Now, even though Yang Lin and the three of them were strong, they were only level 10 or so each. Could they really easily handle the poison tattoo spider queen? If the three of them didn't take care of the poison tattoo spider queen and all of them fell into the spider queen's mouth, what would happen? Because of the fear of such a thing occurring, a portion of the patriarchs had already begun to propose to President Su Xingye. President, why don't you notify Nianji and contact the three people as soon as possible, so that they can call off their actions to kill the spider queen? These three are our greedy wolf's talons, we must not lose them to the spirit realm heads' mouths due to some accidents. That's right, President, hurry up and contact Nianji, make sure not to let the three of them fool around. Su Xingye thought about it, he also felt that the words were reasonable. Moreover, when he spoke to his daughter Su Nianji earlier, Su Nianji told him that Yang Lin's three people running to the deepest part of the core was equivalent to an accident. And the newcomer base had never released information about the final leader of the spirit realm until now. In other words, the trio knew nothing about the terror of the poison tattoo spider queen. Even if they were indeed strong in their own right, it didn't mean that they wouldn't fall into the path of the spider queen. In the absence of any information about the enemy, even if the trio's normal strength exceeded the spider queen's by a factor of 1, 2, 3, and 4. But if they should roll over, they will still roll over. This kind of thing is too normal when looking at the entire alliance. Knowing that he couldn't hesitate any longer, Su Xingye hurriedly contacted Su Nianji at the newcomer base. Nianji, the three of them can't be alright, they absolutely can't be allowed to risk crusading against the poison tattoo spider queen. Dad, even if I want to stop it now, I can't make it in time anymore. Why? Look at the live images yourself. Su Xingye raised his head to look at the transferred live image, and instantly, his entire being was bad. Including, the crowd of high-level patriarchs who were watching with him at this time, were all the same. Only to see that within the live image, probably because of the excitement of killing, and in order to get more experience, Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Shanshan had already started a hasty march. Su Meng was sitting on the shoulder of the adamantine devil puppet, as if he was driving a chariot across the road, and his speed was so fast that he was flying. Wang Shanshan could fly in the sky, if you wanted her to slow down, it was simply impossible. What really shocked people had to be Yang Lin. Previously, Yang Lin stood in the middle of the field with his hands in his pockets, not even bothering to move. But now, when he moved, the crowd basically couldn't see his shadow. Only once in a while could they see Yang Lin show his head, but the next second, he continued to disappear. Everyone marveled at this. Yang Lin, wasn't he a domain demon suppressor? Why did he even know sneaking abilities like assassin or killer? And from the second he disappeared last to the second he finally showed up, combined with the distance he ran, his advancing speed was faster than both Su Meng and Wang Shanshan. This kid, in the end, how many more skills were hidden in his body? How many more surprises will he bring to the crowd? But surprise to surprise, delight to delight, and then thinking about Su Nianji's comment about not being able to catch up, as well as the hasty march of Yang Lin's trio in the picture. The crowd was definitely more anxious at the moment. This action and killing speed, that's not catching up. Roughly estimated, in 10 minutes at most, Yang Lin's trio would meet up with the poison tattoo spider queen. The atmosphere in the conference room was super intense and tense. It's rare to see 100 years of talent, just waiting to shine. If something happens now, how can it be okay? Heartbreaking, quite heartbreaking. Su Xingye words, he pondered for a moment, said, things since it has been unable to stop, I hope everyone mood a little slow down. I think, since the three of them have extraordinary strength. Maybe, it's really possible to easily crush the poison tattoo spider queen. President, strength is indeed the root of killing a strong enemy. But even if one has crushing strength, there are countless accidents of overturning in front of a strong enemy as usual. If one could crush with just pure strength, then the mechanism of a strong enemy wouldn't be called a mechanism. This I know, strong enemies and ordinary demons are originally two concepts. Since we can't stop the three of them now, we might as well take a good look. Without the slightest bit of intelligence, will they still be as strong and invincible as before? With such a scene, don't you all want to look forward to observing it? The top brass froze. The president was right. If the three-member squad could still be strong and invincible in the absence of any intelligence, they would be able to retreat in one piece. Then what did that indicate? It showed that the three of them were the most malleable of malleable talents, and that they were even more of a rising pearl within the greedy wolf guild. Oh no, they could already be the sun. The atmosphere inside the conference room became even more intense and hotter. At this moment, everyone's eyes were staring at the public screen even more tightly. The moment of the final crusade against the poison tattoo spider queen, they didn't want to miss a single second of it. Could the three of them make it? They must be able to do it, right? Definitely, it has to be possible. Chapter 85, Not Afraid of How Much You Don't Want to. The viewpoint turned back to the Li Shan base. Although Su Ningyi knew that she couldn't stop Yang Lin's trio from crusading against the poison tattoo spider queen. But in the end, she still held out a little hope, letting a group of high-level good fighters who had originally stayed at the core junction go to the depths to support them. At this moment, Su Ningyi, the coolness on her face had long since ceased and was replaced by a deep anxiety. Even in her eyes, one could see that there was quite a bit of self-blame and guilt. Because it had been based on the average comprehensive level of the newcomers, she hadn't published the relevant information about the poison tattoo spider queen. But who would have thought that Yang Lin's trio was so fierce? Now they were directly rushing towards the poison tattoo spider queen. It was fine if nothing happened after the three of them, but what if something happened here? Nianji, I see that you are becoming more and more concerned about little old brother. Su Guan, I know what you connote. But right now, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. And with your mouth full of little old brother, I'd like to think that it's no more than that for you to call yourself a brother to him. Su Guan was filled with injustice, whether it's for public or private reasons. How could I not be worried about their safety? It's just that I feel that if we're just talking about combat power, they've already seriously exceeded the standard of the poison tattoo spider queen. Whether or not they can come out unscathed next depends on their ability to adapt on the spot. On that point, I would agree, but... There are no buts, Su Guan said seriously. What you observed was his actions, while what I observed was the expression that little old me had been wearing all along. From the beginning to the end, I have not detected him to be half nervous and half flustered. On the contrary, his face has been filled with absolute confidence. Su Ningyi exhaled deeply. Absolute confidence may not necessarily be a good thing. Haha, not being confident, instead, is a disaster. And Ningyi, it's not that I'm talking about you. Even though you and Yang Lin have been together for some time, you still don't know him well enough. What else do I need to know about him? Does it have anything to do with the actions of the three of them right now? There is, speaking of which, I can now discard all my worries and begin to be 100% certain. The poison tattoo spider queen, to Yang Lin, is definitely just a piece of the road. Su Ningyi was quite surprised. Why are you so sure? You want to know? You can shut up if you don't. Oh, then I won't say anything. Su Guan, you. Fine, I'll say it. Who made you my top boss? Su Guan's expression was now quite grave. Before we get to that, Nianji, I want to ask you, what do you think of Yang Lin's treatment of Su Meng and Wang Qianqian? Hasn't he been having fun left and right? Nianji, you can really. You have been with little old brother for such a long time for nothing. Su Nianji frowned. Can you state it bluntly? Su Guan sighed. Isn't it straightforward for me to say again? You only saw little old brother treating Su Meng and Wang Qianqian that and that. But what I see is that Su Meng and Wang Qianqian are of unparalleled importance to little old brother. Earlier, when they were killing demons along the way, little old brother's focus could have been on Su Meng and Wang Qianqian. And then? Isn't it clear? Little old brother was so worried about Su Meng and Wang Qianqian. And yet now he's bringing these two sisters to crusade against the poison tattoo spider queen, so I have reason to conclude that little old brother he still has cards up his sleeve. Even though he may think that the poison tattoo spider queen is dangerous, he definitely has a bottom card that surpasses the expected danger. Su Ningyi was somewhat incredulous.
I don't agree, this domain of his, the demon suppressor, is already heaven-defying and exaggerated enough, if there are still undercards.
That's why you are inferior to Su Meng and Wang Qianqian. You, what are you talking nonsense again?
Su Guan ignored Su Nianji's anger, his eyes looked at the live image and said, these two sisters, they are equally convinced of Yang Lin. I haven't seen half a bit of cowardice or retreat from them since the beginning, even when the beast-tide like demons surged over earlier.
Does this have anything to do with me? Whether it has anything to do with me or not, let's not talk about it, but let's watch and see how little brother, the dragon among men, can take down the poisonous tattooed spider queen. As for Nian Jiuel, I cannot dare to think that you one day, whether you can also win Su Meng and Wang Qianqian the same, will be that firmly believe in a man. I don't mind sewing up your mouth if you say any more. Look, you still have this temper. Come on, then I'll stop talking, let's watch little old me together. And when Su Nianji's sight returned to the live images, she would be thinking quite a lot. There was one thing that had to be recognized, Su Guan's observation was meticulous. Thinking about it seriously, from watching Yang Lin's trio strike all the way to now. Yang Lin had indeed been taking care of Su Meng and Wang Qianqian's safety, and these two sisters really trusted Yang Lin unconditionally. Even though they were surrounded by a huge group of spiders, the small group could still be like a deep-sea reef, not moving. What kind of trust was needed to establish such a solid bond between them? Thinking about it this way, Su Nianji had to believe it. What Su Guan said was probably right. Yang Lin, he might really have more powerful cards, otherwise he really wouldn't have taken Su Meng and Wang Qianqian at risk. In that case, let's take a look. Let's see just how far Yang Lin can still go against the heavens. And Su Nianji couldn't help but cover her heart. If Su Guan hadn't been mentioning it, she might not have realized it. Herself, wasn't she a bit overly worried about Yang Lin? Was it because Yang Lin was a genius? Or was it this man that made her heart care a bit more? Unconsciously, Su Nianji's heart was slightly confused. Su Guan naturally saw this situation in her eyes. Su Guan, his greatest strength was that he was good at observation. He didn't think Su Nianji's reaction was abnormal, on the contrary, it was too normal in his opinion. Previously said, Su Nianji as long as in Yang Lin, no matter how it itself think. As long as the outside world to stimulate a few more, Su Nianji absolutely impossible not to think more. How to say, the authorities are confused bystanders clear it. And people, once more think, it is not allowed to rub out what kind of love sparks. At the same time, the deepest part of the core of the spirit realm. All the way to kill running Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, three people, finally stopped. Looking around at the present moment, one could see countless spider eggs and countless spider silks. Feeling the air of heavy pollution coming from the front, with the fingers of the feet can think that, at this moment, has arrived at the final leader is located. Listening to Yang Lin, he said, take a short break, then we'll finish off the final leader together. Good. Su Meng and Wang Qianqian obediently responded. On their faces, there was no trace of fear, on the contrary, each of them was quite excited. Yang Lin, we're going to kill the final leader soon, what kind of goodies do you think we can drop? Who knows, but we have luck and explosive rate plus, so at the very least, we'll be able to come up with a decent treasure. Then I have a claim. What request dream you say? You have given Qianqian a bracelet, if props come out, if you can't use them, you have to prioritize me. After saying that, Su Meng's pretty face reddened with mumbling and added, you can't just favor Qianqian. Wang Qianqian was a little embarrassed and said, so Sister Meng, you've always cared about this. Of course I care, this guy hasn't even sent me anything good. Yang Lin rubbed Su Meng's soft hair and said, send, burst out good things to send you. I'm not being unreasonable, I'm saying, you can't use it and then send it to me. No problem, who let it be my family Meng. Wang Qianqian also hurriedly said, if it's shipped and brother Yang can't use it, I promise I won't grab it with sister Meng. Then it's a deal, otherwise I always feel that you two are bullying me. See what you're saying, Qianqian and I are about to become big devils who are unforgivable. You two are the big devils. Sister Meng, I am not a big devil. Still saying I'm not, you and Yang Lin have been teaming up to bully me for less time? Then I'll team up with Sister Dream to bully Brother Yang in the future. Yang Lin couldn't help but laugh, now you guys don't team up to bully me. Let's go, the three of us will team up and go bully the final leader and explode the love token for our family Meng. You're dying, what token of love, what are you talking nonsense? Nonsense. About? Dream sister you mouth so say, but you are not quite happy? Who Who is happy? I am not happy. Shanxian, you do not talk nonsense. Chapter 86, The Gold Content of a Hidden Profession. In the midst of the banter, the three of them finally stepped into where the final leader was. The Poison Tattoo Spider Queen, awakening from its slumber. Rank 20, Spirit Realm Final Leader, Blood Quantity 150,000, Base Attack 350 plus. It was also at this moment, seeing that the three of them began to launch the final crusade against the Poison Tattoo Spider Queen. Whether it was the Lishan base, or the Greedy Wolf Guild headquarters meeting room. Everyone, they almost didn't even dare to utter an atmosphere. It was under such an atmosphere that the first thing that appeared was something that the crowd didn't even dare to think about. Just 3 people stepped into the Poisonous Tattoo Spider Queen's place, and the final leader just lit up the blood bar. Instantly, the words of -37,500 that floated up made everyone's pupils begin to grow larger. The 3 of them, what on earth had they done? The final leader had just appeared and actually received such a terrifyingly effective attack? Of course, it wasn't like the crowd didn't see it along the way. But whenever a demonic creature appeared, they would all be docked a cut of their blood first. As for why they were still so surprised now, it was because it killed them to think that such an unknown magical ability would actually be effective against the final leader as well. Not only was it effective against the stragglers, it was also effective against strong enemies. Do you know what that means? Do you know what this means? Let's not talk about the nearly 40,000 damage in the middle of the field. How far does it take someone else or another squad to work together to achieve that? Since this is effective for the final leader, then in the future more powerful such as more than 1,000,000 blood of the enemy, just so come a moment, how many masters have to top the output of the combined efforts of how long? In front of a strong enemy, time is life. This sentence in this world is the truth. And now, the truth was in the hands of the 3 of them. Gul'dan. Gudong. Everyone in the 2 places where the battle was being watched were all gulping down excited saliva. At this moment, the crowd's envy and astonishment hadn't even ended yet. But after seeing what happened again next, almost in unison, they once again fell into a frenzy. Were they and the others blind, or were they hallucinating? Why could someone really be so heaven-defying to such an extent? It wasn't an illusion. No, it was not an illusion. What the crowd saw with it, that was a fact that they didn't even dare to think about. Originally, in everyone's imagination, the 3 of them meeting up with the Poisonous Tattoo Spider Queen was surely going to start a grand battle. But the reality was that what Poison Tattoo Spider Queen was not even as good as one on the side of the road. That's right, in front of Yang Lin's trio, the Poison Tattoo Spider Queen, it really was inferior to a roadside strip. On the screen. The first thing the Poison Tattooed Spider Queen did after awakening was obviously unleash a sound wave. In an instant, a dozen or so self-destructing small spiders had broken out of their eggs and rushed towards the 3 of them. However, in the middle of the way, they were all strangled in by Wang Shanxian's tornado. As for the Poison Tattoo Spider Queen, it had just planned to bounce close to launch an attack, but at this time, it no longer had a chance. Simply because Yang Lin didn't intend to consume, he wanted to kill quickly. After completing the multiple negative statuses in a flash, as well as the Red Blade's decapitation, Yang Lin looked disdainful as he entered a full burst state. Third Mythic Lexicon. When a professional performed a full burst, they would enter the unmovable Plutonian state and then perform a death cascade with the suppressed person. Thus everyone saw that at this moment, the entire battlefield was plunged into a state of deathly silence. Strange black aura condensed after raging and tumbling behind Yang Lin. As a pair of blood-red eyes opened in the black mist, a line of blood traces, if any, had connected to the Poison Tattoo Spider Queen's body. The Poison Tattoo Spider Queen didn't even understand what was happening. The entire 3-story-tall body had been forced to the ground by various negative statuses and death cascades. Even though she tried her best, the Poison Tattoo Spider Queen only symbolically raised her legs. Then, there was no more. The ultimate leader, the Poison Tattoo Spider Queen, was now a fish on a plate, a choked animal. Powerless to resist, unable to fight back, and even less likely to escape. In the eyes of that man with a disdainful look, the Poison Tattoo Spider Queen was nothing. Meng Meng, Shanxian, attack with all your might, don't hold back. When Su Meng and Wang Shanxian heard this, then what else to reserve, ferociously greeting this Poison Tattooed Spider Queen that wouldn't move was. Su Meng herself was incomparably strong, coupled with the combined attack of the 2 magic puppets, she was completely treating the Poisonous Tattoo Spider Queen as a sandbag. Wang Shanxian was even more exaggerated, and after shifting into the Tsang Xiom living spirit state, she focused on attacking the Poison Tattoo Spider Queen's buttocks. With that violent cracking claw attack, anyone who watched it couldn't help but want to cover their behinds tightly. As for Yang Lin himself, it was even better. Currently, his level had reached 17. The base damage was 17, and the 3 negative statuses linked together was 68. Multiplied by Red's 5x, it was 340. Continuing to link the 2x effect of the immovable underworld, the second damage is directly flipped to 680. What, you say the second damage is 680 low? Come on, in this state, the split damage has reached more than 40,000 okay. And Yang Lin was thinking at this time, if he could have 2 more negative statuses. The follow-up talent and words, and then doubled a few times the damage, that will reach what point? I don't dare to think about it, I don't dare to think about it at all. As for this moment in the field, don't forget that there are still 2 of our own sisters around with the little lion, crazy after the poisonous pattern to cause continuous fatal blows. In the case of the 3 people together, just a minute more time, after the poisonous spider has left a blood bottom. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yang Lin drew a red blade down, tail blade 5% of the decapitation, on the spot this thing carried away. The poison tattoo spider queen died peacefully. As the most powerful leader of the spirit realm, it didn't make a single ripple. Looking at Yang Lin's trio again, they didn't receive a single damage, and drying out this thing didn't even cause a hint of fatigue. Outside the battlefield. Whether it was Su Ninji and Su Guan from the Lishan base, or Su Xingye and the others in the conference room of the Greedy Wolf headquarters. Everyone was collectively petrified. This is the end? This is over? There was no killing in the expected back and forth, and there was no 3-person linking up under the expected crisis. What there was just the poison tattoo spider queen, not as good as a roadside one, and was disliked into a puddle of mud in almost 1.5 minutes. So scary, is this still human? On top of that, no one had forgotten the scene where Yang Lin had just entered full eruption. The blood-red eyes in the depths of that black mist, even though they were outside of the image, they still felt their hearts palpitate. There was also the final tail blade, which similarly made them feel shocked. Obviously there was still a cut of blood, but it was all taken away by a crimson light. Yang Lin, just how terrifying does he have to be? The crowd, unable to calm their moods. Simply because Yang Lin was only level 16 or 17 now. Now he's so heaven-defying, if he continues to grow and comprehend a few more skills, talents, and phrases, who can imagine how much more powerful he'll be in the future? Yang Lin's 3 people. They weren't aware of anything outside the spirit realm at the moment. They were now, after the death of the poison tattoo spider queen, only concerned about one thing. That was, whether or not this final leader had exploded or not. At the words of the 3 of them, their eyes were wider than one another. Then they saw that next to the corpse of the poison-tattooed spider queen, 2 rays of light steeply began to flicker. Brother Yang, it exploded, yeah. Great, there's really something good. Su Meng at this moment, because of Yang Lin's promise earlier, she was now more excited than anyone else. After running over there with gusto, she quickly returned with 2 items. Chapter 87 Su Meng's Desire. Yang Lin and Wang Chanxian watched Su Meng return and hurried over to look. The first item was nothing rare, but it was still precious. Peacock Stone. It had previously exploded within the level 10 special copy abyss difficulty, and was worth 30,000 pieces apiece. Although it couldn't be discounted now, it could be kept and taken out at any time in the future as money. As for the second item, it was somewhat remarkable. Second order rare magic item card Poison Tattoo Spider Queen. After dropping blood to recognize its owner, it can be transformed into a summoning skill attached to the professional for use. When a large amount of spirit is consumed to activate this skill, a poison tattoo spider queen can be summoned to join the battlefield. The comprehensive attributes of the poison tattoo spider queen will be adjusted according to the professional's own comprehensive strength. The poison tattoo arachnid queen specializes in binding, venom, and self-destructing small spiders. Additional ability: if the activated pro is a summoner type, the poison tattoo spider queen gains the master protector skill. Protect Master: if the activated pro is linked to its own life force, all damage taken by the pro is transferred to the poison tattooed spider queen until the latter dies. After reading the Lin's introduction, Yang Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "This is good stuff, this final head crusade, it wasn't in vain." Wang Chanxian's side also said excitedly, "I've learned about the rare decks, and they've always been the best sellers on trading sites. Ordinary magical creatures card, according to the type of price varies okay. But the alpha type of demonic creature decks, that's the sky-high price of the sky-high price. It said that someone who likes the Ghost Bride deck of a level 31 copy has an 8 million bounty on it for 2 years without acquiring it. Hearing this, Su-meng's hand that was pinching the deck trembled. Trembling that was because she wanted it very, very, very much. But taking a look at how valuable the item was, and that it could be used by any profession. Finally, she still bit her lip and handed it over to Yang Lin with both hands cupping the card. At this time, could Yang Lin not see the reluctance in Su-meng's eyes? Also having the intention to flirt with his own Meng, Yang Lin reached over to take it. Tugging gently, he didn't pull it over from Su-meng's hand. On Su-meng's side, she said she was handing it over, but now, she clearly didn't want to let go. Seeing this, Yang Lin suppressed a smile and gently tugged again. Well, on Su-meng's side, her hands squeezed the card even tighter. Not only that, looking at her eyes, they were about to fog up. Meng, why don't you keep this card? How can that be? It's too valuable. Since it's too valuable, I'd better take it over. Yang Lin continued to pretend to take it and gently tugged on it for the third time. At this moment, Su-meng was still tightly pinching the card, looking completely ready to cry. Okay, just now I was joking to you, I didn't have the intention of taking it over, I was just teasing you. Really? Su-meng's pretty face was bright with delight. Yang Lin laughed, I can still be fake when I speak, and you yourself are a summoning type of profession, staying in your hands is just right. Wang Shanshan chimed in, I also support staying in Sister Meng's hands. Su-meng was even happier, then I'll take it, you all agreed, no backing out. Regret what I can still be reluctant to part with it to my house Meng, hurry up and drop the blood to recognize the owner. Seeing Su-meng bite her finger and drop a drop of blood onto the card disappeared. At this time, Yang Lin looked at Su-meng with an intriguing expression on his face. Cough. While coughing, Yang Lin intentionally took a step in front of Su-meng, holding his arms and leaving a sideways stance. If he asked Su-meng if she understood what it meant, then she understood it too well. Listened to her first pouted shameless, then saw her pointing to the rear shouted, Shanshan look, there is a big bird. Wang Shanshan really thought that there is a big bird, quickly turned to look. It was also when Wang Shanshan turned around so much to look for the big bird that Su-meng had long ago printed her warmth on top of Yang Lin's side face. Sister Meng, where is the big bird? The big bird flew away too fast. Oh, Wang Shanshan answered, then she asked rather puzzled, Sister Meng, why is your face as red as a monkey's but right now? But. This adjective was used in such a way that Su-meng inwardly spurted old blood furiously. Shanshan, have you used words like this? Yang Lin gloated, I think Shanshan's use of words is very good, Meng, your face right now, it's as red as a monkey's but. Yang Lin, who do you think it's all because of? Su-meng now said nothing to comply, to Yang Lin's chest is bang 2 punches. Waiting for the three of them to frolic for a while, they took a look at the time to see that it was more than 4 p.m. Considering that the spiritual realm they were currently in was too deep, it would take quite a bit of time to return to the base, so they decided to return. But before that, Su-meng and Wang Shanshan discussed changing their clothes first. Seeing that they were about to change, just at this time they were stopped by Yang Lin. What, you haven't seen enough for 1 day, and you want Shanshan and I to return to the base wearing such shameful clothes? That's not true, in fact. Just earlier when we built a fire and cooked I felt that it seemed that someone was watching us. Including now is the same. When Su-meng and Wang Shanshan heard this, they hurriedly looked around. No one, I didn't notice anything. Brother Yang, I didn't notice anyone in the surroundings either. No, then you guys can't change now either, fear not. In case you guys accidentally get looked at, wouldn't that be taking advantage of me? Su-meng's face was full of shyness, speaking in a righteous manner, it's clearly you yourself who wants to see Shanshan and I wearing such shameful clothes. With this, you are still pure as snow? What's in your heart, Shanshan and I are too embarrassed to expose you. Yang Lin laughed, then don't reveal it, wait until I feel that no one is watching us, then you guys can change. Then Sister Meng and I will listen to you, Brother Yang. Good, now let's return to the ship. Because they were afraid that it would be too late to return to the base, immediately afterward, the three of them entered a state of hasty marching. However, during this time, when they encountered a swarm of magical creatures, Su-meng incidentally tested the new card summoning ability she had obtained. As for how was the summoned poisonous tattooed spider queen? According to Su-meng's current comprehensive strength, the poison tattooed spider queen's attributes in all aspects had been adjusted somewhat. For example, in terms of attack ability and mobility, they were all still good. Even if the three of them didn't make a move and only deployed the poison-tattooed Spider Queen, taking care of a group of a dozen or so Goral beasts would still be manageable. The only biggest adjustment was that the poison tattoo Spider Queen had been reduced from 150,000 blood to 20,000 blood. However, don't underestimate this 20,000 blood. Su Meng is now level 18, and has more than 5,000 blood. Because of the poison tattoo arachnid's ability to protect its owner, Su Meng is equivalent to whoring out 20,000 bloodstains, and increase no less than artifact level. To summarize, the poison tattoo Spider Queen can not only be used as the current stage of the blood increase artifact. The greater role is to act as a killer, kill the enemy as surprise. At the same time, when necessary, this thing can also be pulled out to do a killing aid, fully functional and perfect. Because of this, the exhilaration in Su Meng's heart could be imagined. 2.5 hours later, the three of them returned to the base. Over here, the trio had just finished exchanging points at the General Affairs Division. It wasn't long before they walked out the door and were discussing how they were going to entertain themselves tonight when Su Guan's phone call suddenly came over. Chapter 88, Who is the one who started it all? Elder brother Su, you're calling at this time, is there something going on? Of course there is. Nianji wants to invite you for dinner. The location is set in the elegant room on the second floor of the cafeteria. Just come over when the three of you are done organizing. Why? Suddenly want to invite the three of us for dinner? Little old brother, you have to understand that the main object of her invitation is you. Is it convenient for you to talk over there, so you can take a step to talk without your two little girlfriends hearing you? Okay. It's already possible. What are you going to say, old brother? Nianji in order to invite you to dinner, but carefully dressed. Even the black silk was bought quietly just now when she went to a street behind someone's back. So old brother give you a suggestion, when you finish organizing later, you can come one step ahead of your two little girlfriends. Yang Lin listened with a blank stare. Older brother, you're not kidding, right? Little old brother, what kind of relationship do we have, and I'm giving you this kind of joke? Anyway, the word has gotten to me, remember to come early. Hanging up the phone, Yang Lin hissed and drew a breath of cool air. He always felt that Su Guan was trying to push himself towards Su Nianji. But seriously, with these days and Su Nianji get along? Discovered that this woman's coolness as well as compelling pressure, seems to have been felt not. Is it weakened? Or have you gotten used to it? Forget it, let's not talk about this issue, since Su Nianji wants to invite for dinner, then definitely go to the appointment. Afterwards, he told his own two sisters about this matter, and they were also quite happy. Just like that, when he returned to the dormitory, Yang Lin first went to take a shower. After changing his clothes, he took an early step to the elegant room on the second floor of the cafeteria. However, when he pushed open the door and walked in, he didn't see Su Guan, only Su Nianji, who had been waiting for a long time. Su Guan was right, Su Nianji did dress up carefully today. A seed of light makeup, simple slim dress, with glossy delicate black silk, let her appear even more modest and moving. The current Su Nianji, although you can feel the cool temperament around her, but never rejected people. On the contrary, because of her yukai-like beauty, people could not help but amplify the desires in their hearts while approaching her. You're here, where are Meng Meng and Qian Qian? They are still bathing, they are estimated to be late. Yang Lin spoke at the same time, sitting next to Su Nianji in a big way. From his angle, he was able to see Su Nianji's marvelous posture, as well as the taut curvature of her body at a glance. Can only say, Su Nianji really deserves to be a special thing, just look, are not generally pleasing to the eye and itchy. If this is further, cough, cough. Thinking of Su Guan's consistent teaching, having his sister dress up for you, sending a compliment was necessary. Nianji, today you're even more beautiful than usual. You can really. Forget it, thanks. Yang Lin sweated. He thought that Su Nianji would say something like, I'm your instructor or mentor, don't be smooth talking, who knew that in the end she actually came with a thank you. This is really an unprecedented unlocking of special vocabulary. Right, Nianji, where is old brother Su? Also, you suddenly invited me to dinner, is there something going on? I'm not sure where he'll be at this time, Su Nianji turned around and said, on the contrary, it's you, you're really something. Without saying a word, you took Meng Meng and Qian Qian and ran deeper into the core, aren't you afraid that something will happen? Yang Lin was stunned, you know about the three of us going to the core? Well, today I happened to be testing the previously established Heaven's Eye system and happened to capture the images of the three of you. Fortunately, nothing happened to the three of you. In that case, after we beheaded the poison tattoo spider, you saw it on your side as well? Yes. I never thought that the three of you were quite powerful, out of my expectation. So this meal is also equivalent to a reward for you guys, you can't be so adventurous in the future. Yang Lin now lamented. No wonder he always felt that someone was watching him earlier, it turned out to be Sun Yanji who tested the Heavenly Eye system today. And when Yang Lin talked about the fact that he had sensed being watched all the way, Sun Yanji was definitely surprised. The Heaven's Eye system is silent, you actually detected it too? I can't say that I perceived it, I can only say that I sensed something strange. Your perception can be strong enough. Strong perception alone won't do. Subsequently, Nianji, you also need to help me cram some spirit realm copy related knowledge. Especially like strong enemies and such intelligence information, you know how much to tell me how much. Well, that's fine, same as initially, 30,000 points per day. That won't do, I'm too poor to pay. Where are you poor? Because of your Skylight Squad, the entire base's points have been inflated, you still have the face to say poor. Anyway, I don't have any points, Nianji, just tell me, to teach or not to teach? You can really have no face, then, continue to free line, I really just owe you. Owed or not owed not to mention first, but now. Yang Lin suddenly realized that Sun Yanji, this woman really didn't have that icy cold feeling from earlier. Especially now, her face that if anything, the red halo, all the time is not permeated with a thrilling beauty. It was quite comfortable to get along now. Not long afterward, Su Guan entered, and then his own two sisters, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian also came later. This table of people finally came together. Because of the familiarity these days, the atmosphere between a few people was quite active. At the same time, it was also from the chatting at this meal that Yang Lin got some unexpected information. What? That previous inducing device was only activated during the decapitation battle? Little old brother, what did you expect? Thanks to you destroying the inducing device, if it were really someone else, I guess Nianji would have stormed out long ago. With the topic out of the way, a small mention of the decapitation battle. According to what Su Nianji and Su Guan had said, after the chopping battle was opened, each newcomer would be labeled with the coordinates of the induction device. In order to activate the induction device, one would need to carry the secret key assigned to each squad by the base. If they could activate the decoy device and destroy the demons within the time limit, they would then be able to get the points card for the treasure chest inside the decoy device. In the end, the scores were stacked, and then the team rankings were sorted out. The event was originally such an event. But because of Yang Lin's relationship with the three of them, it was postponed for more than half a month. And postponing it for half a month not to mention, Su Guan now said, according to what Nianji and I have discussed, for the chopping battle the day after tomorrow, your Heavenly Light Squad should not participate. Why? Su Meng and Wang Qianqian were a bit unconvinced. I say two little sisters, you and little old brother, it's better to leave a way for others to live. Even the poison tattoo spider queen was easily killed by you guys, if this matter were to spread out, it would probably scare the other newcomers to death. There was no way around it, one Skylight Squad was indeed a little too out of the ordinary. In order to make this event more intense and give hope to the other newcomers, Yang Lin's trio sympathetically accepted Su Guan's offer. However, compensation was to be given. This was something Su Guan wasn't ambiguous about either. Compensation is good, in the future, Nianji is yours, she'll give you free white whoring. Su Nianji was so angry that if it wasn't for Yang Lin's three people being present, it was estimated that this bastard would be kicked out. No matter what, this meal was still quite enjoyable. As for the next days, the newcomer base carried out the chopping battle as promised. Although the Skylight Squad that Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Qianqian were in didn't participate, they gained a lot of points and benefits from Su Nianji. It was probably because they had been in contact with Su Nianji. These days, in the Yang's big event of the base group chat at night, Yang Lin and Su Nianji were close to each other. The number of intimate photos of Yang Lin and Su Nianji continued to increase. Like Yang Lin caressing Su Nianji's black silk thighs, or the two kissing affectionately, or the two snuggling up to each other, and so on, 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 and so on. The atmosphere of the new people discussing how passionate Yang's index has reached the point of how outrageous, that needless to say. But you have to ask if the photo thing happened? Don't even have to think about it, certainly not Pure as purely have the intention of people in the work. As for who the originator was, Su Guan said that he didn't know. The other party's misplaced shooting technique was too clever to find out, not at all. He was just an adjutant, you couldn't expect an adjutant disguised as a detective to solve the matter. This led to the fact that Su Nianji's eyes were basically filled with a small grudge every time she subsequently taught Yang Lin about the spirit realm and replica-related knowledge. And during this same time, the Greedy Wolf Guild suddenly encountered some trouble. Rather, this trouble, to Yang Lin, Su Mang and Wang Shanxian, things suddenly became interesting all of a sudden. Chapter 89: Su Nianji's Lifelong Enemy. In recent days, the atmosphere at the Greedy Wolf Guild's headquarters had been quite heavy. Every now and then, a group of elites would be transferred to a certain place fully armed to carry out a mission, and the frequency was quite not low. Even the meetings at the headquarters were once a day, with a high frequency of 2 or 3 times a day possible. Right now, President Su Xingye's mantra had become, "They, Dragon Sect, are simply too deceitful." Speaking of which, the perspective shifted back to the side of the newcomer base in Lishan. Ever since Yang Lin's trio crushed the final leader of the spirit realm last time, inexplicably, his relationship with Su Nianji was even better compared to before. Sometimes, without Yang Lin even taking the initiative to call, Su Nianji's call would come first. Then, either Yang Lin would bring Su Mang and Wang Shanxian together to find Su Nianji. Either that, or he would meet with Su Nianji alone. And often, when Yang Lin met with Su Nianji alone, the night base group chat of Brother Yang's big event. All kinds of hot photos of him and Su Nianji would be flying all over the place. Because of this, Su Guan hadn't flirted with Yang Lin much recently. "Little old brother, isn't Nianji's black silk getting more and more eye-pleasing lately? Little old brother, you have to work harder and try to get Nianji to lecture for you until dawn soon." What a mess. Yang Lin was too lazy to get into it with Su Guan. Just today, the 10th day from the day after killing the poison tattoo spider. After finally leveling up to level 19 in the spirit realm and coming back to the base, Yang Lin smoothly made a phone call and asked Su Nianji to the tea house. There was nothing else, just wanted to learn more about the spirit realm and replica-related knowledge. Who made learning just so pleasurable, fascinating, and overwhelming? Su Mang and Wang Shanxian's words. The two of them had recently gotten hooked on a game called Fist Saint 98 in a street arcade, so they didn't follow Yang Lin. Originally, Yang Lin and Su Nianji were still doing well at the tea house. But who would have thought that, with Su Nianji's cell phone ringing, when she saw the name of the person who communicated with her, her eyebrows suddenly knit up. And all of that icy and compelling pressure from the past surged out all at once. "Yang Lin, excuse me, I'm going downstairs to take a call." I know, you go." So Yang Lin waited for almost 20 minutes alone at the card seat on the second floor of the tea house. The person didn't come back, but he waited for Su Nianji's phone call. "Yang Lin, I'm sorry, I suddenly feel a little tired right now, so I won't go back upstairs this time. Wait afterward, is it okay if I make an appointment to make amends to you? Nianji, if you're tired, take a good rest. We are so familiar, you should not apologize and make amends one after another, making it seem like we are very rusty." Well, thank you for your understanding. At this time, it was meaningless for Yang Lin to drink tea alone at the tea house. Coupled with the reason that he was curious about who Su Nianji had answered the phone and would become that way, he simply dialed Su Guan's number. "Where are you, old brother? Come to the tea house for tea sometime." In less than a minute at all, Su Guan's entire body popped out. "Old brother Su, you appeared too fast, you're not following me, are you?" "Don't bull, I just came to a street to stroll around, your kid suddenly came on the phone, I'm not just going along to your appointment." "How, Nianji, what happened?" "Not clear. She answered a phone call, suddenly aura all open, now should be back." "Older brother, I ask you, Nianji, she, in the end is answered whose phone?" "A moment, actually can make her become that way?" Su Guan thought for a moment and said seriously, "Little old brother, you're really asking the right person this question." "You know, old brother?" "Of course I know." Su Guan looked around to see that no one was around, then moved his chair to Yang Lin and whispered, "I'm telling you, it's obvious that she received a call from her lifelong enemy." "Lifelong enemy? Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear." "Little old brother, you probably don't know, Nianji has been at odds with someone since she was a child." "Who?" "Lu Qianmai, also a deacon of the Greedy Wolf Guild." "And since Qianmai was mentioned, little old brother, I must warn you. If you want to develop with Nianji, then in the future, you must not mess with Lu Qianmai, or else I'm afraid you'll be chopped up by Nianji." Yang Lin sighed a little. "Nianji and I are pure men and women." "Little old brother, don't bull, old brother still can't see that you want to pick up Nianji and conquer her?" "Older brother, some words are not Xing say no, I think if people catch the wind, the impact is not good." He, since you don't admit it, then the matter of the 1,000 dances will not be said, in the future, you will go to Nianji yourself to understand." Don't meddle. This person actually also good gossip. Old brother, you said half of the words. You always have to let me understand Lu Qianmai in the end what kind of god is. Good, for you to say. Listening to Su Guan's words, Yang Lin now understood. Sun Yanji had a hairdresser named Lu Qianmai. But the two people that were not dealing with each other since childhood. As soon as they met, the two would fight. Speaking of which, do you think the two of them are very close? They are the kind of girlfriends who are very close? Wrong, very wrong. Because in Su Guan's words, these two people, because they do not deal with each other, as soon as they meet, that is a real fight. When they were young, they grabbed each other's hair, and their nails were digging into each other's faces. Both of them that red eyes full of blood on the face of the situation, adults are afraid to see. When they grow up, it is even worse to see each other again. As long as a disagreement, carry a knife in each other to cut. The entire guild of senior, the most afraid of Sun Yanji and Lu Qianmai, two people meet. Because no one is sure, these two women then one, will not be another whole dead. Su Guan's words left Yang Lin dumbfounded. Older brother, is it really that exaggerated? I've already said it euphemistically, little old brother, you can't even imagine it. If the two of them were to meet, it would be a tigress touching a tigress, it's too terrifying. Once they are affected, all 8 generations of ancestors will have to admit their bad luck. Yang Lin wiped his cold sweat. No wonder Nianji's body started to emit cold air once she looked at the caller ID, so it's like this. So little old brother, I warn you again. This woman, Qian Dance, you absolutely cannot provoke her. Although she was born with charming bones, ordinary men have no resistance at all when they see her. But you, for the sake of Nianji, if you really meet up with Qianmai one day, you must also choose to ignore her. Never ever have any interactions with Qianmai. Alright, I know. Thanks for informing me, old brother. Hey, who are we brothers with? Come on, drink tea. 3 days after that. Sun Yanji seemed to be very busy, all of them, always dealing with something. On Su Guan's side as well, he was busy turning over data information back and forth at the base. Just as Yang Lin brought Su Meng and Wang Qianqian with him, he was planning to fight his way through the week to hit the rank 20 mark. Which thought that early in the morning of the 4th day, Sun Yanji suddenly came to the phone. She said that she had something very important to discuss with the three of them and asked them not to travel to the spirit realm today for the time being. On the phone, Sun Yanji's voice was very grave, and from this, it could be heard that she said that the matter was very important, that it was by no means generally important. When Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian went to the tea house at the agreed time, they didn't expect that Su Guan was actually there. Whether it was Sun Yanji or Su Guan, both of their expressions were all very serious. It seemed that something heavenly had happened. Chapter 90, The Big Event. Seeing Sun Yanji and Su Guan like this, Yang Lin naturally put away his expression and earnestly asked the two what exactly had happened. It's complicated to say the least, but it's not much harder to understand. Seeing Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian take their positions, Su Guan responded while directly spreading out a map on the table. Sun Yanji followed at this moment. Things are indeed a bit troublesome, but if you listen to Lieutenant Su's explanation, you'll understand in no time. Then, Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian saw that Su Guan had drawn a good-sized circle on the map. Elder brother Su, what on earth are you doing? Don't be in a hurry, little old brother, take a look first. What does my first circle mean? It seems to be the sphere of influence of the Greedy Wolf Guild? That's right, the range I'm circling now is still the Greedy Wolf Guild's approximate sphere of influence. Once Su Guan heard that, he was sure, whether it was Yang Lin or Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, that was even more confused. Calling people over here in a haphazard manner, it couldn't be that he wanted to show the Greedy Wolf Guild's sphere of influence, could it? But by the looks of it, it clearly wasn't. Because soon, Su Guan drew a small circle once again at one of the Greedy Wolf Guild's borderlands. Older brother, this is? Little old brother, I won't hide it from you now that you people have come over. This border marking point is actually the new Spirit Realm territory range that the guild recently discovered. Yang Lin was stunned for a moment and said back, so it's a new spirit realm that has appeared? That's right. Older brother, isn't this normally a good thing? How are you now? And Nianji still sat up. Su Guan sighed and said, if it were normal, this would naturally be a good thing. Who doesn't know that although the spirit realm annexes a large area with mists, within, it produces quite a lot of resources, and it also refreshes. For so many years, according to comprehensive statistics, the value of the spirit realm's output was tens or even hundreds of times higher than the output of the original region. But things, bad is bad here. Hearing Su-guan say this, Yang Lin's trio was completely confused. Since the spirit realm was created, you should go and develop the spirit realm properly to obtain resources. Why are you still here now with a sad and bitter face? Probably seeing the trio's doubts, Su Nyenji explained at this moment, it's not that I don't understand what you guys are curious or confused about at this moment. But you guys seriously look, this new spirit realm, where is it located and where is it at? Su Nyenji had spoken to such a point, so Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Qianxian definitely had to continue to observe it carefully. Then it was seen that Su Guan had circled 3 more different territories on the map consecutively. Dragon Gate, Rat Sect, Battle Wolf Department. Older brother you are. Little old brother, that's right, what you're seeing right now are 2 of the 12 gates, as well as one of the 3 ministries. In other words, the development of this spirit realm is not as smooth as imagined, and it's not an exaggeration to describe it as plagued with many disasters. Yang Lin, he took another serious look at the simple map at this moment. Then he said, I don't understand, isn't the appearance of the spirit realm within our greedy wolf guild's territory? How is this related to the dragon sect, the rat sect, and the werewolves? If I say that 1/10 of the scope of the spirit realm crosses the border into the scope of the dragon sect, what do you think of that? If I say again that this spirit realm spans across the range, giving Battle Wolf and Rat Sect a reason to intervene with the road being cut off, what do you think of that? Hearing Su Guan say this, not to mention Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianxian were all sweating terribly. Next, after listening to Su Guan's serious explanation, the 3 of them, Yang Lin, finally understood the reason of the matter. Within the Greedy Wolf Guild's sphere of influence, a spiritual realm had appeared. Originally, within the spirit realm, resources were abundant, and if utilized well, it was a matter of making a fortune with ease. But the bad thing is, the spirit realm spans too wide a geographical area, the micro end actually directly laid in the dragon sect's sphere of influence. The dragon sect took a look, there was this kind of good thing, needless to say, directly came up and intervened across the board, hoping to share this benefit equally with the greedy wolf. And at this time, the rat sect in the north and the werewolf in the south obviously couldn't sit still. Both sides made a strong attempt to intervene in the spirit realm by cutting off the north-south transportation line. And so it was. The 4 forces of Greedy Wolf, Dragon Sect, Mouse Sect, and Werewolf were now deadlocked in the development and follow-up of the spirit realm. The thing was such a thing as above. However, Yang Lin did not understand, this kind of thing high-level negotiation processing is not on the line, how now also pull their own this 3-person team over? In this regard, Su Nyenji with a few points of shame said, the solution of the matter is not so easy, the spirit realm is equivalent to exploitable resources. Now that the other 3 forces have intervened, who all want benefits, that one is not resolved well, there will really be a big mess. So, even if you guys pull the 3 of us in, it seems like it won't help at all, right? Wrong, little old brother, you're very wrong. On Su Guan's side, he caught Yang Lin's hand. Listening to him, he continued, the 4 directions of forces, which one of them is not a deep family. It's true that they won't fight easily, but if they say they'll give in, how can that be possible? Therefore, during the turnaround deliberation time in recent days, the 4 families reached a suggestion. What proposal? The main body of the spirit realm is in the Greedy Wolf, and the tail end is in the Dragon Sect, and it's right to isolate a piece of transportation between the North and South Mouse Sect and the Battle Wolf. In such a situation, anyone would want a piece of the pie. Therefore, the 4 families settled on one thing in the final negotiations. Older brother, you continue. Well, in order not to hurt the peace between several families, Greedy Wolf, as the main body, had to find a way to give up a little bit of resources. But at the same time, it is necessary to ensure that their own interests cannot be damaged too much, while not letting the Dragon Sect, Mouse Sect, and Battle Wolf return empty-handed. So at this time, the 4 parties unanimously agreed that this family, Greedy Wolf, could take 40% first, and the remaining 60% would then be competed for by all 4 families together. By now, how could the Yang Lin trio not understand? It's because the Greedy Wolf Guild couldn't expel the other 3 directly, so they were forced to let the other 3 intervene. However, they didn't want to easily spit out too much meat. So up until now, the 4 had simply signed a public competition agreement. The main body of the spiritual realm appeared in Greedy Wolf, and Greedy Wolf first enjoyed 40% of the development rights. The remaining 60%, the 4 families competed together to divide it up. Speaking of which, there were 2 issues that needed to be said. The first. Why did Greedy Wolf agree to the seemingly outrageous agreement? This you have to understand, since the 4 spheres of influence in a piece, the economic trade transactions,
the various resources in and out of the income must be entangled together. There are benefits you do not let a little. Is it wanting to wait for the other three forces gathered in one piece to suppress you? Secondly, you ask the greedy wolf already have four become why still follow the competition? Please, as long as the competition will be able to give the other three less share, do not compete is a little cute. Is that so? So then, in the midst of the stalemate, Dragon Sect proposed a resolution. Newcomer battle. Since tearing their faces apart won't do anyone any good, why not start a newcomer war and see what you can do to get the remaining 60%? At this time, you don't care what greedy wolf thought. Anyway, Rat Sect and War Wolf were close to raising their feet in the air. As long as the entrants can divide the resources, and the newcomer war is really a few families enter each other to fight, consume the least cost approach. Therefore, it doesn't matter anymore if you, the subject greedy wolf, agrees or not, as long as Dragon Sect, Mouse Sect, and War Wolf agree. Chapter 91 There is this good thing? Now ask Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chanqian to listen to understand or not. That certainly is to listen to understand. Not only do they understand, but they also heard Su Meng lament, I've figured out one thing now. I said I used to watch TV and movies, a few not a clan or organization, inexplicably have to convene a joint clan competition or organization joint competition. Dare I say that behind all of this, there are huge benefits to be divided. Su Guan laughed, that's for sure. Besides, within the organization, who would idly engage in a newcomer war with another organization? If you really want to send out mid-level or above forces, the nature of this action will change. It's called an exercise or a mock war. So, elder brother Su, Nianji, are you planning to let the three of us be the representatives to participate in the newcomer war? That's for sure. Little old brother, you're so powerful. If you bring Meng Meng and Chanqian out, everyone will feel at ease. Su Nianji concurred. Right now, the entire greedy wolf hierarchy is thinking the same way. I asked you three to come here today to specifically tell you about this matter. Yang Lin, are you guys willing to participate in this newcomer battle? Only to be so forceful, before Yang Lin could reply. Su Nianji hurriedly added, as long as you guys go to participate in the newcomer battle, the guild will definitely not treat you poorly. At the moment, if you guys are short of anything, you can report it. The guild's internal will spare no cost and do a super free supply for you guys before you participate in the newcomer battle. I'm going. There's still this good thing? Yang Lin suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, Nianji, that means if we agree. If we want any favor, we can just report it and get it for free, right? That's right. Then it's okay to want some good props or something like that? Yes. Then what if we screw up in the end? That's fine too, as long as you guys do your best. And the favors given to you guys earlier, not a single cent will be taken back. Hearing this, Yang Lin smiled. Having said this, it wouldn't be a cutie to disagree. Is it? Good, the three of us shall agree to this, elder brother Su, Nianji, you guys then please just be good. Su Guan at this moment looked serious and said, little old brother, I know that you and Meng Meng and Chanqian are very powerful. However, one should never be careless. That dragon sect dared to propose a newcomer battle because they came out with a hidden profession Jinghua Dragon Lady this year. Mousegate and Battle Wolf are said to have agreed to the newcomer war without hesitation, and it's obvious that they also have their own newcomer cards. So this newcomer battle is by no means simple. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, you're right, old brother, as the saying goes, there's a world outside of people, so it's true that we can't be careless. But for the three of us, it's also a good time to see the world. That's a good point. Touching base with outside talents at the right time will also be beneficial to your future growth. As for the next thing, what should be said has been said, and then what you three are missing, you can make a list and give it to Nianji. This side will use the shortest possible time to equip you in place. At the same time, within 7 days, it would be best for you guys to reach level 20 to enter the new stage, which will be favorable for you to engage in a newcomer battle. No problem. Hearing Yang Lin's confident reply, Su Nianji was quite relaxed at the moment. Since that's the case, the three of you will now consider the issue of supplies, and then make a list and hand it over to me. As for my side, I will accompany you guys there at that time. For this moment, I need to transfer all matters of the base to Su Guan's side. Good, Nianji, you and elder brother Su will be busy with yourselves first, while I'll discuss it with Meng Meng and Qian. Aha! When Su Nianji and Su Guan left, Su Meng and Wang Chanqian invariably looked at Yang Lin with excitement. Yang Lin, just now, Sister Nianji and Adjutant Su said about supplies, can we really just ask for good things? This, it should be possible. Brother Yang, then if it's too expensive, will the guild give it?
It should be given, although it said that taking from the shortest hand and eating from the softest mouth, as long as we show our value, the guild will feel that it's all worth it. Su-meng thought about it and said, but this newcomer battle, it doesn't seem too easy. Just now, Lieutenant Su said something about dragon sex hidden profession Jingwa Dragon Lady. I wonder, how does it compare to this hidden profession of yours? Yang Lin let out a breath at this time and said, actually, not to mention, I'm quite interested in dragon sex Jingwa Dragon Lady. Always priding myself on being in a circle, that's undoubtedly a bit of a sitting duck. It's just right that I can take this opportunity to look outside and test the waters. In fact, speaking of this, Yang Lin still had an idea that he hadn't told Su-meng and Wang Qianqian. For such a long time, he felt that his hidden profession, on the surface, was a profession, but in reality, it was a plug and cloaked as a profession. Now since he could fight with other hidden professions, it was just the right time to confirm it. What level is the real hidden profession? In this way, it was also possible to determine whether or not one's own domain demon suppressor was a mere plug-in. After that, the topic returned to the three people's supplies. Rarely have this opportunity, say don't, say give up the chance of pie in the sky, that is pretentious. But to say yes, how much is appropriate? Meng, if we're talking about supplies, what do you want? Me, I want a fist blade. Although I'm not a pure physical arts ability person, because of the magic doll's bonus, I can be much more powerful than a normal physical arts ability person. Other than that, blood quantity-wise I'm not worried about the poison tattoo spider queen right now, and defense I'm also strong. It would be great if I could obtain a prop that enhances and strengthens the attributes of the summon itself. After Yang Lin wrote these down, he turned to Wang Qianqian. What about you, Qianqian? Brother Yang, it would be great if I could make up the jewelry set of the flying bird and swimming fish. That way, I would be able to keep flying in the sky for a longer period of time and not worry about the massive consumption of the druid profession at all. Xian, this can be had. Also, hearing Sister Dream talk about weapons, I want double claws so that I can strengthen the attack power of the Fury Pale Bear. Good, I'll make a note for you too. Yang Lin, don't just ask me and Qian, what about you, what do you want? Me Yang Lin pondered for a while and said, I really can't imagine what I should want. But since the guild is giving it away for free, let's say, first, I want a better lance. Although I don't expect this thing to attack and kill the enemy, it's still fine to give people the wrong impression of my occupation. Brother Yang, what else? I'll have to think about what else, at the very least I'll need another gain prop or something. And after roughly finishing their respective desired supplies, Su-meng and Wang Qianqian were instead a bit embarrassed. Yang Lin, if we ask for 7 or 8 items, the guild side won't think we're insatiable, right? This is the opportunity they gave us, it's not like we're asking for nothing, and subsequently, don't we still have to contribute to the newcomer battle? Brother Yang is right, we still have to fight in the newbie war, what's wrong with asking for a little more? Qianqian, why are you so thick-skinned all of a sudden? Not at all, with Brother Yang here, I know that even if I can't, but Brother Yang will definitely be able to hang all of them. Yes, your Brother Yang can hang everyone. So now what, are we going to the spirit realm, or what are we doing? Yang Lin raised his eyebrows, accompany me to play video games, watch a movie, drink juice and eat cake, and have a good time. Anyway, our task at this stage is simple, we can upgrade to 20 in 7 days, it's fine to rest for 2 days. As for what we want, tomorrow I'll go find Nianji and say something, the day after tomorrow we'll go to the spirit realm again. Su-meng and Wang Qianqian had no opinion. The current situation of the three of them, at most 4 or 5 days can be level 20, really wait for level 20, the spirit realm basically cannot get any experience. There was nothing wrong with enjoying oneself in time. Chapter 92. He wanted to get ahead so badly. On the morning of a new day, Yang Lin didn't wake up until sunrise. By the time he finished washing and organizing and ate breakfast, it was already 9:30 in the morning. Su-meng and Wang Qianqian ran to the arcade to play Fist Saint 98 for an expert duel. Yang Lin's words, he directly dialed Su Nianji's phone. Nianji, will this be free, about? On the phone, Su Nianji was quite helpless. You guy, can't you talk properly? Not about I'll go about Su old brother. Fine, then you go make an appointment, he's right beside me. On the phone, a voice soon came saying, little old brother, you can't ask me out alone, first I'm not a girl, second Nianji still won't chop me up? Little old brother, what are you doing right now? Nianji and I are now handing over data over here in the investigation section, do you want to come over? I won't go over there, it's not convenient to talk, wait until you guys are free. Free, basically the stage data has been busy finished, you set a place, later Nianji and I will go to find you. A street water bar there it. Good, order me a glass of watermelon juice, then arrive. Soon Nianji's voice came again on the phone, give me. To order a cup of grape juice. By the way, inform you of some important information that the newcomer war has newly learned. No problem, I'll wait for you. About 10 minutes later, Su Nianji and Su Guan arrived at this side of the water bar together. Little old brother, you actually didn't go to the spirit realm today? Just one level short of a good promotion. Speaking of the newcomer battle, I'm still reading about that new spirit realm and whether it's suitable for upgrading after level 20. Su Guan patted Yang Lin's shoulder and said, this one, it's slightly difficult, it's said to be a spirit realm around level 30. Level 20 is too low, but with 25 transfers, there is not much experience at all in killing demons. That's quite regrettable. No, it's not regrettable, little old brother, if you have the skills, maybe it's still your chance. What about this? Let Nianji tell you. Seeing that the topic had shifted to herself, Su Nianji took a small sip of grape juice before saying, but for any new spirit realm, as long as the level is lower than the final leader, and if it's not rated by more than 3 squads or more at the same time. Even though there is no experience, there is definitely a first kill reward. Yang Lin came to be interested, is the first kill reward generous? According to the various information records of the Alliance, first kill rewards are often at the rare and precious level. That's why one of the items in this newcomer battle includes whether or not you can get the first kill of the spirit realm. No way, this is beyond level killing? That's true, but whether it's Dragon Sect, Rat Sect, or Battle Wolf, all of them are aiming for it. While saying that, Su Nianji also placed 3 pieces of information in front of Yang Lin. Out of curiosity, Yang Lin flipped through them. The first one was the newcomer from the Rat Sect. Shang Jin. Occupation Skywalker, Thunder Break, Unrivaled. The second one was a newcomer from Battle Wolf. Gao Jingwei. Dream Eater, kills enemies with phantom dreams, kills invisibly. For the third one, there's no picture and no name, just a codename. Jingwa Dragon Lady. Details are not available, but gossip says. On the second day of her training at the newcomer's base, she swept through the spirit realm all by herself, and in her level 10 state, she powerfully killed the final leader of the spirit realm at level 20. It seemed that the battle was incredibly fierce, not to mention the final leader. The entire venue was directly yanged by the Jingwa Dragon Lady. After Yang Lin's side had read the 3 simple profiles, Su Nianji said, Yang Lin, I know you're strong, but these 3 people, they can't be underestimated. Skywalker, equivalent to the pinnacle profession amongst thunder artists. Historically, there was a Skywalker who was able to withstand a large beast tide that broke out in the advanced spirit realm all by himself. When heavenly thunder comes out, who will contend with it? It's not as simple as mentioning a slogan. What about this Dream Eater? It's the head profession among illusionists, specializing in virtual reality, and relatively a bit more mysterious. It's just that I don't know if you can block it? Yang Lin pondered for a moment. This should be no problem, it's this last Jingwa Dragon Lady. The Jingwa Dragon Lady information is well blocked, but I think the gossip is not a rumor. If the Dragon Sect is not relying on the Jingwa Dragon Lady, that side will definitely not propose to engage in any newcomer war. Dragon Sect, for the newcomer battle, is determined to win. Su Guan, at this point, was also a bit nervous. Little old brother, after knowing these 3, do you think you're sure of yourself? Older brother, that must be certain otherwise the first kill of the leader of the spirit realm over there, wouldn't there be no part for me? Su Guan sweated, you're thinking pretty far ahead, you're all thinking about the new spirit realm's leader's first kill. That's for sure, who would have trouble with treasures? Speaking of treasures, Yang Lin at this moment naturally also wrote the supply needs of the 3 members of his squad onto paper and handed it over to Su Nianji. When Su Nianji finished reading it, she said, these are all fine, just you, Yang Lin, you only need an irrelevant lance, what about the others? In fact, I also want a prop that can raise the spirit or something like that. But as far as I know, spirit props are extremely precious and hard to ship. I wonder if there are any on the guild side. Yes brother, there is. Su Guan patted Yang Lin's shoulder and said in a manner, can't the beautiful Su in front of you restore your spirit for you? Su Nianji was furious, Su Guan, are you sure you want to die last time? Just kidding, as for the spirit props, Nianji, you can get them, right? Of course I can, I'll have Auntie Qing arrange this later. As for the rest. In the next chat, Su Nianji asked Yang Lin if he wanted to add 2 more members to the squad. This would also be favorable for the newcomer battle 6 days later,
but it was rejected by Yang Lin.
To Yang Lin, what was the point of having outsiders? It was completely inconvenient for him to interact with his own two sisters. After some time, seeing that there was nothing else to do, Su Guan proposed to leave first. In order to provide Yang Lin and Su Nianji with time alone, it was convenient for the two to communicate. It is this goods before leaving, but also did not forget to hook shoulders in Yang Lin's ear, said, "It's still little old brother you." Previously in Nianji joke what, she has really dared to cut people. See now, where is the good to go? So little brother, old brother can look forward to you, as soon as possible, let your relationship 1,000 miles a day. Fearing that Su Nianji would hear him go berserk, Yang Lin hurriedly asked Su Guan to leave, telling him to hurry up and leave. After waiting for him and Su Nianji to be left in the scene, Yang Lin opened his mouth and said, "Nianji, it's just the two of us left, why don't you seriously teach me about spirit realm copies? You know, I want to progress too much. Only by constantly learning can my soul be sublimated." Su Nianji heard this and almost didn't roll her eyes. "Nianji, what's that expression of yours? You're too far away from me, lean your chair closer to me." "Why don't you lean closer to me?" "It's not impossible, then I'll lean closer to you." It was definitely more convenient to study when these two were close. What can smell the faint fragrance of Su Nianji's body, what can appreciate her stance arc and black silk legs, as well as observe the faint redness on her face and whatnot? This was all unimportant in front of learning. Yang Lin is a decent person, he didn't care about those at all, really. Only learning can make him happy. Only learning can make him climb. Oh yes, and Nianji get along, but today once again mentioned the town of Dragon Lady, really let Yang Lin came to interest. Xingua Dragon Lady? Look at the subsequent newcomer battle, dislike her or not, it's over. Chapter 93, What's Wrong with Borrowing an E-Pillow? When the time came to the 7th day. Today was the day that Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan participated in the newcomer battle and departed. It went without saying that the person accompanying them was definitely Su Nianji. However, Su Nianji told the trio that the two guild elders were also going along. So instead, the three of them now came to the tarmac of the base, waiting for someone to come from the headquarters side. By the way, it was also to take advantage of this time of waiting for someone to talk about the status of Yang Lin's trio these days. First of all three of them had reached level 20. Among them, Su Meng was definitely the first to reach 20. It's just that the upper limit of the Lishan spirit realm is right there, and with the decrease in experience gained, it's normal for Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan to level up with her. Secondly, something that made Yang Lin's trio happy must be mentioned. Didn't they say earlier that participating in the newcomer battle was free to resupply once? In fact, just 2 days ago, the supplies were already in place. Yang Lin had obtained a high-quality lance of the 3rd level, that is, the current stage of level 20 to 30, and a special item, the feather of the rhinoceros. The lance provided him with an additional 15 points of strength, 10% of blade breaking, and 30% of penetration effect. However, this was of no use to Yang Lin's enhancement. He wasn't a lance professional in the first place, adding more strength wouldn't be of the slightest use, and the incidental effects were the same. A sustained fixed damage professional, he wasn't like Su Meng and Wang Chanshan. High strength, attack power damage is high, a skill down the multiplier 10 times 20 times or something. Yang Lin take lance weapon, really is pure hand, convenient to stab the devil's asshole only. On the contrary, it's the special props that simply make Yang Lin fall in love with them. Spirit Rhinoceros's feather, after dropping blood to recognize the owner, it can permanently increase the professional's base spiritual power by 10%. When facing a spiritual impact from a spiritual power professional, it passively weakens the opponent's spiritual impact by 30%, with a small probability that the opponent can directly ignore that damage. Let's put it this way, the feathers of the rhinoceros props, thrown in the auction house that is the finale of the goods. To ask the price geometry, it is absolutely astronomical. Yang Lin lamented from the bottom of his heart, greedy wolf guild's wealth is right, but also really thanks to Nianji can apply for himself down. Su Meng's words. She had obtained a 3rd order fist blade. As she said, she didn't really need this weapon. But since there was an adamantium magic puppet to play with, having a fist blade was definitely a bit stronger than not having one. After all, the 10 points of strength and the impact effect that came with the weapon still gave her a certain boost. In addition to that, Su Meng had likewise obtained a precious item. Heart of Vibrancy. Special prop, after a summoning type profession drops blood to recognize its owner, it can obtain the vibrancy skill.
After consuming a certain amount of spiritual energy to activate the invigorating effect, the temporary attributes of all summons in the entire field are all increased by 10%. At the same time, both the professional and the summons themselves will temporarily gain a high shield that can withstand injuries during this period.
As for Wang Qianqian,
at the same time as obtaining the third order dual claw weapon, she had also made up the flying bird swimming fish's jewelry set. The dual claw weapon could assist her in linking her pale bear status to deal damage. The flying bird swimming fish jewelry set further reduced her career consumption and incidentally boosted recovery. The benefits gained by all three were not small, and it was impossible not to raise an eyebrow.
Above. Having said that, back to the present.
Together with Su Ningyi, after waiting for a period of time, a small transportation plane landed on the tarmac of the Lishan base. When Yang Lin's trio followed and boarded the plane, they saw that in addition to the pilot, there was also a middle-aged uncle with a calm face, as well as an old woman in her 50s or 60s with a serious look. Knowing that this time to participate in the newcomer war there were also two elder-level figures to follow, Yang Lin as the guild's juniors, that definitely should go forward to salute.
And after Su Ningyi's introduction,
the calm middle-aged uncle was named Su Zhangdao, and was actually Su Guan's father. As for the 50 or 60-year-old crone, it was said that when she was young as a professional she was an assassin and a god. Because of her reputation, she was now a patriarch, and the guild's juniors all honored her as the Ghost Woman.
To ask Su Zhengdao and Ghost Woman how they reacted to seeing Yang Lin's trio?
Su Zhengdao had heard his son Su Guan say that he had befriended the three, and he had also seen Yang Lin's trio in action at the guild earlier. What a filer sealed off, this how shall not praise of three people young and promising. The words of the Ghost Woman, the surface looks to give people pressure, but once the opening, the person is quite kind.
That look at Yang Lin three people, just like looking at grandchildren.
She complimented Yang Lin for his imposing appearance, and Su Meng and Wang Qianqian for their good looks, which made the three of them feel embarrassed.
Afterwards, the transportation plane was on its way. The atmosphere in the cabin was not dull.
Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, two people idle boredom, talked about the recent two people together to play the boxing Saint 98. From the descending dragon fist to the earth and sky return, then from Chioli to Dianyana, and finally from yellow hair to the captain, it was a lot of fun. Yang Lin's words, he was quite curious about one thing at this time.
So he asked Su Ningyi, I remember earlier didn't I say that the location of the new spirit realm is in the area of Yao Lake?
How come when I heard the Ghost Woman mention it just now, our destination seems to have become Flower Tree City within the dragon sect's sphere of influence?
This is the result that was reached after the four families conferred the day before yesterday. Although it's a newcomer battle between the four families, the impact of the matter seems to be out of the circle.
In order to make this newcomer battle more formal and standardized, so it now needs to go through a comprehensive process.
Yang Lin was very confused. It's just a rookie battle, but it's actually out of the loop? And what about the process to go through?
The newcomers of the four families need to go to Flower Tree City to do a basic test first, but I'm not sure exactly how to test it. Anyway, we'll know when we get there.
Alright, then go to Flower Tree City first.
Nianji, for me, you can completely trust me. You can see how I'll give you the whole first place in the newcomer battle afterwards. You'd better get first place, because first place is rewarded with a special evolutionary copy scroll of a level 25 high strength affix.
High strength affix? Well, it's quite precious, the kind that money can't even buy.
At least it's a newcomer battle where the four families join forces. If the rewards aren't in place, all four families will lose face.
Looks like I'm really going to go big this time for the newcomer battle. Yang Lin couldn't help but jump a little, and it was during this time that he unintentionally lowered his head. Then he saw Su Ningyi's black silk legs that were permeated with a delicate luster. It was very tantalizing.
Nianji, we arrive at Flower Tree City is estimated to be very late. If I am tired afterwards, at that time lend me your knee pillow to lie down for a while.
You
look for me to borrow what knee pillow? You go to your home Meng Meng and Xian to go. I can also borrow your chest if you are sleepy and tired lean over. Su Nianji, a rare pretty face flying red.
Can you stop saying that? Uncle Su and Ghost Woman are looking at us, aren't you ashamed at all? I'm just borrowing a knee pillow. Borrow you okay, but not now, wait until you get the first place in the newcomer battle.
Yang Lin squinted and laughed, that can be said, when the time comes you have no room to back out. Su Ningyi's face was full of grudges, how did I meet such a shameless person like you?
At that moment, not to mention Yang Lin took the initiative to flirt with Su Ningyi about this.
He was not expecting that. In fact, just during this period of time, Su Zhengdao had secretly been observing Yang Lin.
It might have finally determined something, and then he headed to the cockpit with a gloomy expression. Chapter 94 Mysterious Woman? Through satellite communication, Su Zhengdao called to the headquarters. The officer who answered was no other than Su Nianji's father, Su Xingye. Old Su, you should have met in person, right? Met. And then? If it wasn't for you saying that to me earlier, from the photos and videos alone, I really didn't care. But it was after meeting the person in person that every move, the feeling that came over me, really resembled your person in many ways. That's right, so I have good reason to believe that he might be the son of your man. Then Old Su you are. Now. His family is in Cloud City, just in time, I'll have Xiaoqing go and visit him. If it really is, that would be great. Good, I'm quite interested in this matter as well. When we get to Flower Tree City, I'll contact you and you let me know the results. No problem. Cloud City, residential settlement area. It was quite a peaceful place, and those who could live here corresponded to people who had relatives serving in the Greedy Wolf Guild. Yang Lin's parents, Yang Ji and Zhang Yu were naturally there. Ever since they came to Cloud City, they received benefits from the Cloud City headquarters every now and then. The couple's days were quite comfortable. Just today, Yang Ji was drinking tea and reading the newspaper in the small courtyard, while Zhang Yu was tidying up and organizing the house. Suddenly, it was like the two sensed something at the same time. Old Yang, it's kind of an old acquaintance coming to the door. Who let our boy and I be so much alike? If he goes out to run here, he might be noticed by someone with a heart. It's not uncommon for acquaintances to come. Then change your scent now, don't reveal yourself, I still want to live a more comfortable life. Who doesn't? During the conversation between the two, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Coming. It was Yang Ji who opened the courtyard door. Outside the door was standing a middle-aged beautiful woman in her 30s or 40s with a gentle temperament. Behind the middle-aged beautiful woman were several subordinates, carrying large and small gifts of rice and noodles and the like. Sorry to disturb you, I am Gu Qing, the secret art chief of the Greedy Wolf Guild. In light of your child Yang Lin's excellent performance at the newcomer base, I've come here to deliver some condolences. By the way, I'm investigating whether you guys have been living satisfactorily in Cloud City recently. So it's Secretary Gu, please come in, please come in. Zhang Yu followed suit and ran over, warmly welcoming Gu Qing to the compound. It's weirdly embarrassing to have your headquarters come all the way here. What kind of words are these? Your son has performed brilliantly, and now the entire guild is praising him. In time, that will definitely be a dragon and phoenix among men. The headquarters is now very grateful to you guys for being able to cultivate such an outstanding talent. Yang Ji laughed, that's not true, we're satisfied that that brat of mine doesn't cause trouble for your guild. During the conversation, Gu Qing signaled her subordinates to bring all the rice and noodle gifts brought to the house. As for herself, after secretly sizing up Yang Ji and Zhang Yu, a touch of disappointment could not help but rise in the bottom of her heart. It seemed that the president's side had really thought too much. This Yang Ji and Zhang Yu did not match the impression of the noble couple at all. Whether it was their height, dress and temperament, there was not a single resemblance at all. But since they had all come, the process still had to be completed. By the way, you guys have been residing in Cloud City for some time now, are you satisfied with the placement of the headquarters? Yang Ji pretended to be full of gratitude and said, very satisfied, we are very satisfied, now it's much better than the previous life. Zhang Yu even went up and both excitedly shook Gu Qing's hand, thank you so much for your Greedy Wolf Guild, we are relieved that our son is in your Greedy Wolf Guild. Really, that's great. But if you guys encounter any difficulties, or any hard times, please be sure to contact the guild, don't worry, the headquarters side will help you deal with it. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. That's good, I have to go to the next house for condolences and research now, so I won't stay here for long. Secretary Gu, we'll see you off. No need, you guys are busy with yourselves, just stay behind. When Gu Qing was out of the gate of the compound, she couldn't help but sigh, then dialed Su Xingye's number. Old Su, I'm going to let you down. Xiaoqing, are you sure you're done, very seriously? That's right, I've seen Yang Lin's parents, and they don't match up with the noble couple at all. They're just a pair of ordinary people whose blood qi hasn't even awakened. But Yang Lin's side, it gives me the feeling. Gu Qing said seriously, Old Su, isn't it normal for people to resemble each other or have a few similarities in their temperament? Just now I also compared Yang Lin and his parents' looks, and it is indeed their biological son, no doubt about it. So don't think too much on your end. Alas well, it seems that it's really me who's overthinking. As for Yang Ji and Zhang Yu at this moment. When Gu Cheng left, the two of them sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. Daughter-in-law, our son has really made a name for himself. In order to verify the true identity of his parents, look, the guild's secretary general has personally run to the house. Yes. Earlier, I even said that I would find him a wife and let him eat soft food for the rest of his life. Who would have thought that it's so capable now? Daughter-in-law, after all your talk, why are you still crying? I'm not excited. You don't know that when I gave birth to our son, he almost died. I thought that he would have many disasters in his life, but now he finally has a good fortune and is completely well. Speaking of this, Yang Ji froze for a moment. I really forgot about this matter. If you didn't say it, I didn't even think at that time that you could actually conceive him. Obviously our situation is so special, God really sent us a big surprise. Well, but old Yang, do you still remember that woman at that time? Was that woman real? Both of us saw it in a trance, we can't have the same illusion. Yang Ji thought seriously for a while and said, perhaps it is not an illusion, but if it is not an illusion, did she mention 18 years in her trance at that time? Indeed mentioned 18 years, but what exactly was said, I did not hear clearly. Neither did I, daughter-in-law. Other than that, do you have any other impression of her? Zhang Yu tried to recall for a long time. Just as she was giving up, suddenly, her body trembled. Old Yang, I really thought of something. What? Isn't there a little mark on her forehead? It's just a pity that I forgot the shape of that mark despite trying to think about it, and vaguely felt as if it was watery blue in color. I didn't pay much attention to this. I just wondered what that 18 years meant. That woman wouldn't be wanting to be unfavorable to our son after 18 years, right? What are you talking nonsense about? If it wasn't for her, our son would have probably died young at that time. Let me tell you, if my memory is correct, I still remember that she seemed to have kissed our son's forehead at that time. This I remember, but that's about it. Anyway, it doesn't matter what for 18 years, what's important is that our son is now successful and peaceful, and that's enough. Well, that point is exactly right. Chapter 95 Crescent Moon Holy Maiden. Flower Tree City, Martial Arts Academy. There was an endless stream of people coming here today, and each and every one of them had a rather low status. Of course, this place was also the place where the Greedy Wolf Guild, Z-Mouse Sect, Cinnabar Dragon Sect, and Battle Wolf Military Department, the four families, took their entrance tests. Originally, the only people who appeared here should be the senior management, newcomers, and staff of the four families. But no one in the four families had expected the news of the newcomer battle to spread. In an instant, the 3 ministries, 8 dukes, and 12 gates that were coming in droves. If one were to ask them why they came, one would actually have to blame the Dragon Sect for being too high profile early on. Although they had already tried their best to block out the news of the Jinhua Dragon Lady, in the end, they were still found out by people from various families who had the intention to find out. This was not the case, since there was going to be a newcomer battle, other forces would participate even if they didn't. It was still necessary to see just how strong this Jinhua Dragon Lady was. Of course, the Dragon Sect's targeting of the Jinhua Dragon Ladies matter even if it refuses to admit it doesn't matter. Anyway, the newcomer war can determine the truth at a glance. Because of this matter out of the circle, originally not troublesome newcomer war, now all of a sudden become complicated. Just look at the guests received by the Wudao Academy now, which one is not a dignified figure? Those who know understand that this is the place to conduct the introductory test for the newcomer war. Those who didn't know thought that this was a top stream party. However, whether it is a test or a party, the characters that appeared here today, besides the four families of the newcomer battle. When one person appeared, he similarly attracted the attention and shock of the crowd. The Rabbit Sect. The Crescent Moon Holy Maiden, Lu Shiyao. When she appeared, the skylight of the entire Martial Dao Academy seemed to lose its color at that moment. She was very young, and even though the white veil covered her face, the only thing that was revealed was her delicate, snow-white face, which still gave people a sense of flawlessness. Especially the little 3-petal aquamarine mark in the center of her brow, it was even more noble and unobtrusive. It was like a crescent moon showing. Whether it was her holiness or peacefulness, it made it as icy and pure as an exiled fairy. But were the heart of her a trace of blasphemy, the next moment certainly cannot help but be ashamed of themselves. In the 12 sects, there was no such position as the Holy Maiden. But no one knows what happened inside the rabbit door, suddenly raised a holy woman. It is said to be able to ensure the prosperity of the rabbit sect for 100 years. Of course, people in the rabbit door things outsiders certainly cannot interfere. Do not say set up a holy woman, even if set up 1000, that is also their own thing. But back to this crescent moon holy maiden. Her information is blocked very tightly, exactly what ability, the outside world does not really know. Just did not expect, for a newcomer war. The crescent moon holy maiden, who had always been mysterious and basically didn't show her face outside, would actually come to Flower Tree City to observe the ceremony. Speaking of Yang Lin's side. After coming to this side of the martial arts academy, I found that there were really a lot of people here. After hearing Uncle Sue say that the 3 departments, 8 dukes, and 12 sects all had people coming, he couldn't help but sigh. It's just a newcomer battle, is it really necessary? Thinking about it seriously, it must be that Jingwa dragon lady that has attracted the attention of everyone. Otherwise, what were they all gathering over here for, but not just to witness the Jingwa dragon lady? In addition, after coming over here, Yang Lin suddenly seemed to have sensed something, walking all the way, looking left and right. Wang Shanshan was puzzled by this and asked curiously, "Brother Yang, looking at you it seems like you're a bit soulful, did something happen?" "That's not true, it's just that how can I say it, since I entered the gate, I inexplicably felt a familiar aura." "Yang Lin, have you been here before?" "Meng, the two of us have basically been together since we were small, where have I been to Flower Tree City before?" "Then you said it's familiar?" "I can't say, I just feel that there seems to be something here that I care about." "But what exactly is it a person or an object, and can't say?" "Nerve." "I'm serious, no kidding." This topic was just mentioned. Yang Lin pondered in his heart, it might be that there were too many people, and he himself felt a little pressure, so he created some strange illusion. The group continued traveling and waited until they reached the reception hall. Su Ninji said, "Yang Lin, Meng, and Xian, I'll go with Uncle Su and them to go through the formalities related to checking in. You guys don't run around outside and wait for us to come back." Yang Lin looked up at the sky. It was almost evening, so he really had to hurry up and check in. "I know, then you guys go, the 3 of us will wait for you outside." "Good." Su Ninji answered, then went to check in with Uncle Su and the ghost woman. At this time Su Meng pulled Yang Lin's sleeve and said, "Yang Lin, Shanshan and I will go to the restroom for a while, don't run around alone, or else Sister Nianji won't be able to find anyone when she comes out. You and Shanshan go to let the water out." "You guy, don't you know it's rude to say that to a girl?" "Actually what I mean is, I will not go, you and Shanshan put my share too." "Get lost you, aren't you ashamed?" Su Meng pouted and quenched, then pulled Wang Shanshan to the adjacent restroom. Yang Lin's words, he stood in place and waited for someone. About a minute later, just when he was bored, he inadvertently turned around and suddenly realized that a little loli was standing not far away from the proximity. Short and small, with a double ponytail, it seemed to be quite cute. Seeing the little loli looking left and right, it seems, should be looking for someone. "Little friend, you won't be separated from your family, right?" "Huh? What did you just call me?" Like a cat that had its tail stepped on, the little loli almost didn't jump up. Yang Lin was a bit puzzled. "I mean, little friend, are you separated from your family?" "You're the little friend, your whole family is a little friend." Yang Lin froze for a moment. "Egu, I'm going." "You're small, calling you a little friend, actually gave yourself a stressful situation. How do you talk to this little guy? It's rare that I suddenly care about people and want to do something good, this is your attitude. You call me little friend, not to mention, you actually call me little guy? Don't think that just because you're big, I wouldn't dare to hit you. You have to be thankful that people come and go here, otherwise I would have to beat you up." Yang Lin was happy. "You, beat me up? Is there a problem?" The little loli gawked at the tiger and crossed her arms. "Let me tell you, I'm a person from the Dragon Gate, and my sister is a town. Anyway, I'm a professional who is already 18 years old, and you, a stray fish, had better not mess with me." "So you are 18 years old, or dragon sect people? And what happened to your sister?" "You don't care what happened to my sister, in short, you're making me very upset right now. Looking at you, you are also a newcomer, right? Where are you from? Dare to register your number." "Me, Yang Tianba." "Where are you from? Greedy wolf, Z-rat or war wolf?" "Why should I tell you, I just won't. You're just a gutless bat, you don't even dare to announce yourself, I despise you." "Little friend, don't speak so harshly, don't you understand what it means that there is a world outside of people? Yang Tianba, you still dare to call me little friend. You're dead, I'll remember you. No matter where you are from, you better not meet me afterwards, otherwise I will definitely hammer you." After the little lowly finished being angry, she suddenly heard her cell phone ringing and was about to run away after answering a call. But before running, she still left a sentence, "Yang Tianba, you're finished." Yang Lin spread his hands, "Tianba grand stage, come if you have the ability." "You hateful guy, I won't let you go, just wait." Probably in a hurry to meet someone, the little lowly responded with one last sentence and then completely disappeared. Chapter 96, Little Lori Wants to Beat Me Up. "Yang Lin, who are you talking to? I heard your voice from far away." Su Meng and Wang Chanxian had just returned and were looking around Yang Lin. However, they didn't find the person Yang Lin was talking to. "You guys don't know, just now a fierce little lowly threatened to beat me up." "Ha? Sister Dream and I just went to the restroom for a while, and you got into an argument with a little lowly?" Yang Lin was full of innocence. "Originally, I thought it was a 9 or 10-year-old little girl and purposely cared for her with kindness. Who knew that she was an 18-year-old professional? Ah, 2 wrong words are going to me." Su Meng snorted out a laugh. "Then what?" "Then I told her that my name is Yang Tianba, and she said that she told me to wait and hammer me sooner or later." "Brother Yang, then what?" "What else then?" She answered a phone call and ran away. "Oh, almost forgot, she also said that she has a sister who seems to be very powerful." Su Meng finally stopped laughing. "You also didn't ask her what her name was and which newcomer she was?" "Forgot to ask her name. As for which newcomer?" She said she is from Dragon Gate." "Convinced?" Su Meng and Wang Chanxian were both convinced. Worthy of being Yang Lin Yang, he could be missed by someone just by saying a few words to them. Afterward, they heard Su Meng gloat, "Yang Lin, just now you said that little lowly has a powerful sister. Since it's a Dragon Gate, is there a possibility that her sister is still that Jinhua dragon lady? Who knows? It's not like I'm afraid of any Jinhua dragon lady anyway." Wang Chanxian's face was full of adoration. "It's still brother Yang, always so confident." "Chanxian, why don't you praise your brother Yang a little less? You are really not afraid of him turning into a balloon and floating to the sky." "But Sister Meng, what I said is the truth. I definitely can't beat Jinhua dragon lady, can't you?" "But Yang definitely can." "Oh yes, your brother Yang can definitely. Just praise him as hard as you can, sooner or later he'll be completely inflated." The 3 of them chatted outside the reception hall, and after roughly another 15 minutes had passed, Su Nianji walked out from inside. "Nianji, have you made arrangements for accommodation and such?" "Well, this martial arts academy is big enough, and the facilities and equipment are comparable to a hotel. This is the doorway to the independent apartment on the 14th. When the time comes, the 4 of us will go over and settle down. Uncle Su and Ghost Woman have another residence." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go there now." "I can't do it now, I have to join Uncle Su and Ghost Woman to attend the meeting of the 4 families. Determine the specific introductory test program for tomorrow. Then Sister Nianji, Brother Yang, the 3 of us will go to the apartment first. Well, you guys go ahead. For dinner, there will be a specialized staff personally delivering it after 6:30 p.m. You guys will eat by yourselves then, no need to wait for me. After I'm done with the meeting, I'll convey the relevant information to you guys." "Good." There was nothing to say next. Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chanxian took the access control and arrived at apartment 14. To say that the environment here was good, entering the door, they found that the layout and decoration was also good, with all the supporting facilities. The 3 of them will not have much to do, simply nestled in the sofa to watch variety shows. As Su Nianji said, after 6:30, there are specialized staff to deliver food. The food was okay, and the 3 of them ate quite happily. Until 8:40 p.m. when Su Nianji came back. At this time, that definitely had to ask how tomorrow's debut test was going to go. After the joint deliberation of the 4 families, tomorrow's debut test will start the simulation. Su Meng and Wang Chanxian heard Su Nianji say that simulation was not much of a reaction yet, while Yang Lin was directly anxious on it. "No way, to conduct simulation? Yang Lin, I can't help it. I privately talked to Uncle Su and Ghost Woman about your situation, and the 3 of us opposed it together. But we can't help that the minority obeys the majority, so we can only compromise." Yang Lin's face was filled with black lines. "But I can't utilize my strength in that virtual environment? Must put a definite pill here to do a secondary explanation. The occupation just has a restricted reserved basis for false things, because false things are essentially false. To put it bluntly, it's just that you can hit whatever you want. I'm not dropping a hair, and it doesn't matter at all whether I have output or not. However, please rest assured that if the attack encountered is something like an illusion or something like that, the profession will definitely take effect, and there's no such thing as saying that Yang Lin can't fight or that Yang Lin has an opponent that he can't fight. I'm also quite worried, Su Nianji rubbed her temples and sighed, and I won't hide it from the three of you, this debut test, it's still quite important. If you fail to pass it successfully, then you will be judged to have failed the test and be eliminated from the field. In that case, the corresponding guild would only be able to leave the field with 5% of the remaining 60% of the original Spirit Realm's resources. Su Meng spoke up at this time, then, Sister Nianji, how difficult is the simulation? Very difficult. Su Nianji said with a grave expression, the simulation will refresh a batch of demonic creatures every once in a while, 5 batches in total, with levels between 20 and 30. And the next batch will definitely accrue difficulty on top of the previous batch. For the sake of anti-cheating, the types of magical creatures of levels 20 to 30 used are all randomly generated. This way, even if you guys wanted to prepare in advance, it would be impossible. Wang Shanshan worriedly said, then if Brother Yang is restricted, Sister Nianji, do you think Sister Meng and I will be able to clear the level? Su Nianji thought for a long time, 50-50, although you two do have good strength, the last few batches of demons must be between 25 and 30. With a small number, you two might be able to handle it. But once the number gets out of control, it's hard to say if you guys can get through. Wait. What's wrong with Yang Lin? Speaking of which, even though I'm limited in strength, I can still be useful. I currently have a second damage of 20, and without additions, I can consistently create 1200 damage in a minute. What's the approximate blood level of a level 30 demon? Su Nianji replied back, roughly between 15,000 and 20,000. In that case, if I want to grind down a batch of demonic creatures, it will take me around 10 to 20 minutes. Then, is there a time limit for the simulation? This really doesn't have a limit, as long as the personnel still survive, the battle will continue until all the personnel die and are kicked out of the simulation space. Yang Lin was comfortable now. Then I don't have to worry, as long as the time is not limited, tomorrow you will see if I grind through or not. Su Nianji couldn't help but laugh, I forgot that you also have this advantage of toughness. Nianji sister, there is still me and Qian Shen, the two of us can still fight. Well, when the time comes, it will depend on your ability to adapt to the scene, I believe in you guys, you can definitely pass the debut simulation. It was also so that the three of them would be in high spirits when they conducted the simulation tomorrow. After Su Nianji first let Su Meng and Wang Shanshan rest early, she left Yang Lin alone, wanting to say a few words. Nianji, Meng and Qian Shan have already returned to the bedroom, what do you want to say to me? Su Nianji's pretty face was a bit flushed, of course it's to admonish you to get your strength back. Normally you can do whatever you want with the two of them, but tonight you must show me restraint. Otherwise, how else will you participate in the simulation tomorrow? Yang Lin at this moment, some embarrassed said, in fact, we do not have. Really? When I believe you, playing so flowery every day. I don't have to lie. Seeing that Yang Lin really doesn't look like a lie, Su Nianji is embarrassed at the moment instead. No, you. What are you staring at my legs? I'm also a little tired, I'm going back to rest. Still for the first time, watching Su Nianji escape so sharply and so quickly. Yang Lin is now quite emotional, his own earlier, really forgot to do the right thing. Chapter 97 Keeping Up the Good Tradition. The following day at 9 a.m. Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Shanshan arrived at the main hall of the Martial Arts Academy and entered the venue through a special passage. On the way, they didn't encounter the rookie teams from the other three forces, which were obviously intentionally separated. After all, even the most basic simulation couldn't pass, there was no need for the teams to meet up with each other. In addition, although they didn't see anyone at the simulation site. But the three of them were aware of it. The 3 ministries, the 8 dukes, and the 12 gates, respectively, all had their senior officers come to watch the battle. This moment, there was no doubt that they all landed within the neighboring auditorium, watching the performance of the 4 newcomers through the big screen relay. Yang Lin, I'm suddenly a little nervous right now. Nervous about what? Look at Shanshan, she's just very calm. I'm not nervous about the battle, I'm just a little gross in my heart when I think of all the big names in the alliance that are secretly watching us. Meng, remember, our Skylight Squad, sooner or later, will alarm the entire alliance. This so-called rookie battle is nothing more than giving them a little shock in advance. It's no big deal. Well, hearing you say that, I immediately relaxed. What about you, Qian? I don't have any anxiety in this regard, I only know that I can do whatever I want after Brother Yang. I'll do whatever Brother Yang tells me to do. Very well, then let's connect the Divine Sense transmission device now to enter the simulation battlefield. Afterwards, a specialized staff member came over to help the three of them connect the device. A dozen seconds later, when the three of them opened their eyes again, they had already arrived at the simulation battlefield. A very empty simulation battlefield, without any fancy terrain or anything like that. The main focus was an unobstructed view, with nowhere to hide. Overhead, a 10-minute countdown can be seen. This signaled that the battle would officially begin in 10 minutes. However, Yang Lin's trio was not expecting that just after they showed up on their side, the top management of the 3 ministries, 8 dukes, and 12 sects that were watching the battle in the auditorium, each and every one of them couldn't sit still. Why is the Greedy Wolf Guild's rookie squad only 3 people? Could it be that there's a problem with the equipment and there are still players who haven't entered? No, the screen of the broadcast notes that the personnel have arrived, which means that the newcomer squad that Greedy Wolf Guild sent out originally only had 3 people. Oh, so arrogant? Don't they know that Dragon Sect still has the Jinhua Dragon Lady? It's hard to believe that the Greedy Wolf Guild thinks that they can't even see the Jinhua Dragon Lady in their eyes when they rely on a 3-member squad? The entire room was talking, and in the end, their gazes were all focused on the 3 representatives of the Greedy Wolf Guild, Su Zhengdao, Ghost Woman, and Su Nianji. If you asked the 3 of them whether they were nervous or not, there was no need to say, but they were just pretending to be calm. Especially after knowing that Yang Lin's ability was limited in the illusion. Look at Su Zhengdao, the cold sweat on his forehead was coming out. At this moment, seeing that most of the gazes in the arena were focused on this side, Su Zhengdao was quite worried and asked in a low voice, Nianji, is it really okay? It's alright, Yang Lin said that there's no problem. But didn't you say that his ability basically doesn't work in the illusory simulation? That's true, but he still has Su Meng and Wang Shanshan by his side, so if the 3 of them play well together, I think it's still possible. Hearing this, Ghost Woman couldn't even help but interject, Nianji, even if you say so, but this simulation, the demons that appear are all level 20 to 30. It's not something that can be compared to the Lishan Spirit Realm's level 10 or so demons, which are no more than level 20 at the highest. I know, but Uncle Su, Ghost Granny, we can only trust the 3 of them now, there's no way beyond that. Seeing this, Su Zhengdao and Ghost Granny could only sigh softly. Hopefully, in this situation of adversity, Yang Lin would still be able to give himself and the others a big surprise. Although, mulling over how the hope looked a bit slim. Also at this moment, a Dragon Sect senior who was sitting not far away from Su Zhengdao opened his mouth. Your Greedy Wolf Guild, it seems a bit arrogant. Is this not putting our Dragon Sect in your eyes? Su Zhengdao calmed himself down as much as possible, then returned, how dare I? Our Greedy Wolf Guild hasn't forgotten that your Dragon Sect still has a Jinhua Dragon Lady. Hee, that's what I said, but looking at your Greedy Wolf Guild, you don't pay any attention to this newcomer battle at all. 3 people dare to form a team, are you so arrogant that you can ignore our other 3? Or is it that your Greedy Wolf Guild's talent has withered to the point where you can't even form a 5-member squad? Su Nianji snorted coldly, what's the rush, hasn't the simulation battle started yet? It's not yet known who the deer will die, if you guys are capable, let your own newcomers pass the level first. Fine, then we'll see what happens next. We'd like to see how your Greedy Wolf's 3-member squad will actually pass. As for the 4 public screens at this moment, a countdown of the last 10 seconds had begun. In other words, the simulation battle would officially begin. Tick. When the countdown reached 0, the spirits of the entire crowd in the auditorium couldn't help but all be revitalized. Simulation battle, it has begun. Immediately afterward, it was seen that within the 4 split-screen images above the public screen, a large batch of magical creatures were refreshed before the eyes of the 4 squads. There were a total of 5 batches of demons in the simulation battle, and this first batch, with a level of 20, was basically a warm-up for the newcomers of the 4 squads. The angle of view shifted to Yang Lin's trio. Seeing a total of more than 30 dead knights wrapped in dead chi appearing in front of them, to ask if they were panicked, it wasn't so bad. They were all level 20 goods, and even if Yang Lin didn't put up a fight, basically, it would be no difficulty at all. As for Yang Lin himself, with the appearance of the demons, his career instinct gave feedback. Currently, apart from the basic solid injury and the Shadowwalker status being in effect, the rest of the career skills, talents and words were all restricted. If you asked Yang Lin what he thought, he was actually quite excited. He thought that only a basic sustained wound would be retained, but he didn't expect that the talent Shadowwalking would actually be retained as well, which was simply an unexpected blessing. At the same time, Su Mang and Wang Qianqian had already started their actions. It was needless to say that Su Mang's two magical puppets were all kinds of strong, but as for herself, her body moved around and she used her fists and feet. Now that she had a fist blade in her hand, she often threw out a punch, and the wind that was wrapped around it could set off powerful air currents. A mere level 20 demonic creature would not be able to withstand a single glance from her. Even though there were many demons in the surrounding area, her body shape was so agile that when she stepped on the swallows, her legwork was not the least bit inferior. Either trampling the demons, that is, circling around, and even kicking the legs can be kicked out of the sharp edge, can be said to be sweeping thousands of troops. As for Wang Qianqian, she had always adhered to the fine tradition that young Lin Yang had taught her. It didn't matter what weaknesses the demons had, what mattered was always behind. Between her claws waving, she could easily cut into the vitals of the back of the demon, not only giving the demon, but also always giving the observers a variety of small shocks one after another. Anyway, no matter who it was, watching this girl kill demons, her asshole would always hurt. Chapter 98, Don't you really feel sorry for the two sisters? As for you asking how Yang Lin is doing now? He, is just variously shuttling through the group of demons, utilizing the lance in his hand to cooperate with Wang Qianqian to penetrate the back of the demons. After all, it was only the first batch of demons, only level 20, the same level as all the newcomers in the simulation battle. So to the spectators, Yang Lin's current moves were not out of the ordinary. Because in the eyes of the crowd, it should just be trying to hide his strength, and there wasn't much of a reaction for a while. But the rookie squads of the other three clans, on the other hand, were detonating the entire arena at all times. Z-Mouse Sect. Changjin was not only the captain of the squad, but also the one with the most colorful performance from the Z-Mouse Sect. As the battle opened up, a layer of lightning power coalesced up and down his body. While raising his hand to be able to slash down riotous thunder, several dripping and spinning balls of electricity had even coalesced around his body. Regardless of whether he was attacking from afar or fighting in close combat, it was simply a case of God blocking to kill God and Devil blocking to destroy Devil. Especially with his casual fingers snapping, one could clearly see sinuous electric snakes stirring out. The many demons that surrounded him couldn't even make a move in time, and either their heads were penetrated, or their bodies were penetrated with large holes. Because he was there, with the 4 teammates assisting in the chain, the first batch of demons were cleared out in just over 10 seconds before and after. Seeing the sub-rat door quickly open the second batch of demons, the crowd could not help but sigh. Worthy of being the newcomer elite selected by Z-Mouse Sect, too fierce. If this continues to grow, it's only a small matter of writing 1,000. The viewpoint switched to the War-Wolf military department. That Gao Jingwei was also not to be underestimated. As he utilized his ability, the entire public screen was strangely distorted. It wasn't clear what exactly happened in it, but it could be seen that the demonic creatures in the field were but a few seconds old, and suddenly all of them went out of control. Some of the demons went berserk, recklessly attacking their surroundings regardless of friend or foe. There was also a portion of the demons that were shivering and forgetting to act as if they had seen something terrible. With him around, dozens of demons of the same level couldn't even make a single wave, and were easily harvested by him and his teammates with ease. If you say, the sub-rat sect's Changjin, thunder breaks all laws was okay to understand. But this Gao Jingwei, with such an arcane ability, caused people to feel palpitations from the heart. And it could be clearly seen that a mere level 20 demonic creature wasn't enough to make him use his full strength. It was obvious that Gao Jingwei still had killer abilities, perhaps more than one. And after finishing talking about Z-Mouse and Battlewolf, in fact, the one that all of the higher-ups who had come this time were most eager to see was also the Dragon Sect's Jingwa Dragon Lady. The Dragon Sect's team consisted of a total of 5 people, but to determine who was the Jingwa Dragon Lady, it was actually quite easy to recognize. Among them, a girl called Lin Yu stood out. At the first glance, you would indeed be attracted by her delicate face, slender waist, and long, straight legs. But at the second glance, you would realize that this girl was not the same as other girls. Although her looks were beautiful, there was a compelling heroic aura between her eyebrows. Combined with the huge two-handed sword in her hand, the intimidating oppression was overwhelming. In the face of the swarms of surrounding demons, even without her teammates, just a sword, with the autumn wind sweeping the leaves in general, suddenly all the elephants drifted away. Even through the screen, one could still feel the immense power bursting out from her body. Even if she simply stood in place, no one would dare to underestimate her. Just like the Valkyrie descending into the world, never letting anyone doubt her powerful fighting strength. You say that a mere 3 dozen level 20 demons, sorry, can't really block 2 of her swords. A woman who could raise the level 20 final leader along with the grounds at level 10, never doubt her might. Worthy of being the Jingwa Dragon Lady, to be so fierce at level 20, I can't imagine what peak she will climb to in the future. Although Chang Jin and Gao Jingwei are good, they're still a bit softer compared to the Jingwa Dragon Lady. And this Jingwa Dragon Lady, I'm afraid that only 2 or 3 out of 10 at most. If you want to see her true strength, I'm afraid that you have to take a level 30 or so demon to try your hand at it. Listening to the senior members of the audience, the several senior members of the Dragon sect all looked arrogant. There was no other reason, just because the Jingwa Dragon Lady was the future glory of their Dragon sect. On the other hand, what about the Greedy Wolf Guild's Heavenly Light Squad? After a period of time passed, all of the higher-ups in the room were all in a state of confusion. The strength of the 2 sisters was indeed strong, no doubt about it. But this Captain Yang Lin, what exactly was he doing? If it was said that the first batch of demons were too low in level and the second batch of demons weren't qualified enough to make this captain called Yang Lin take action, it was actually okay to say. But as time went on, this was when the third batch of level 25 demonic creatures appeared. Why was Yang Lin he still so calm? There wasn't any powerful abilities on display, there weren't any earth-shattering special effects that caught people's eyes, all there was him weaving through the swarms of demons. A single shot poking a damage of less than 100 points, as well as a continuous wound of 20 points per second to the demons around him. For the rest, what else did he know? Why hasn't this one called Yang Lin shown his strength until now? By all rights, a level 25 demonic creature shouldn't be too low for him, right? I don't know, is he still waiting? Whoever was present in the upper echelons was not confused. Thinking about level 5 was already considered a serious watershed. If you switch to Shin Fantasy Immortal, level 10 was equivalent to a great realm, and at level 5, it would be half a great realm. And in the face of a demonic creature of half a great realm, Yang Lin continued to hide his strength, throwing the pressure to the 2 teammates around him was outrageous. Looking at the other 3 squads, all of them had already cut into the 4th batch of level 28 demons for some time. But on Yang Lin's side, he had only just finished killing the 3rd batch of demons. As such, the crowd was even more perplexed. This kid, what the hell is he up to? Originally, the 3-member team did not have an advantage in terms of numbers, and now you're the captain, but you're still fishing in troubled waters? Really pity the 2 sisters who followed him together. All kinds of hard work to kill the enemy, all kinds of rolling over to kill, on the contrary, Yang Lin this kid, simply inappropriate people. Letting the 2 sisters work hard, he was completely indifferent. Seeing that the 4th batch of level 28 demons had already been refreshed. Not to mention the others, anyway, Su Zhangdao and Ghost Woman now had even more cold sweat on their faces. Nianji, is it really okay? Su Nianji's mood was actually not a tad less tense than the 2 of them, but still, she was seen clenching her teeth and saying, believe in Yang Lin, he can definitely do it. You do believe in him, but I always feel that the situation is a little bad. Su Zhengdao occasionally made a sideways glance, and happened to be right in the middle of seeing a few senior members of the Dragon Gate Guild, casting teasing glances his way. The hints of mockery, disdain, and underestimation were quite obvious. Unconsciously, his mood was angry and at the same time, he was full of hope for Yang Lin's trio. I know that this kid Yang Lin is strong, but if he falls into a virtual simulation battle, that's really too much of a loss. Su Zhengdao and Ghost Granny were all feeling this way. But with the current situation, they could only force themselves to calm down and continue to observe the situation of Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan. Chapter 99 Doomed Defeat. In the middle of the field. Watching the 4th batch of level 28 fiendish dreadnoughts swipe out more than 20 of them in an overwhelming manner, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan's pressure was by no means normal. Yang Lin, the situation is a bit ominous. If Chanshan and I explode to resolve the 4th batch of demons, we'll absolutely run out of strength when we subsequently deal with the last batch of demons. Brother Yang, I'm also not sure I can maintain my full strength to finish off the final 5th batch. At this moment, the 3 of them had already opened a divine sense dialogue through the team scroll. Yang Lin's sight swept over the swarm of level 28 dread beasts that had been refreshed around him, and his mind was definitely racing. The 2 sisters of his own family, they were outstanding. After the 2 of them teamed up and entered an explosive state, they would definitely be able to kill the 4th batch of this group of dread beasts. But in that case, after a huge consumption, then when they responded to the final 5th batch of demons, then they would definitely be killed and retired. As a man, Yang Lin definitely didn't want to see his sister killed by the demons. Even if this was only a simulation. As for the fact that the team members being killed out of the game by the demonic creatures would affect the greedy wolf guild in terms of dividing up the benefits, as well as what impression it would leave in the hearts of the many executives in the field and so on. None of this mattered. What mattered was that nothing could happen to his sister. Shanxian, these dreadnoughts I know, they don't have air-to-air capabilities. So you hold Meng Meng now and go wait in the sky. Then I will then launch an attack on them in the sky. Never, you and Meng Meng simply wait in the sky, retaining your blood energy. Don't forget, this is only the 4th batch of demons, there is still a 5th batch of stronger demons yet to appear. At this time, Su Meng said through Divine Sense dialogue, so, you are planning to grind them to death? Yeah, there's no time limit anyway, so you guys just wait in the sky for me to grind them to death. When we get to the last batch of demons, we'll rethink our countermeasures based on the situation. Alright then. After Wang Shanxian answered, she had already griffin beings added to her body, and then she picked up Su Meng and flew into mid-air. Such a scene naturally stunned the crowd of high levels watching the battle. This girl called Wang Shanxian can actually fly in the air. Awesome, just by this mechanism alone, it can already hang half of the melee professions. Yeah, even if certain melee combatants would have so 1 or 2 skills against the air, but if they can't hurt anyone, they still have to be pressed by the other side in the sky. Watching the battle of the greedy wolf guild's newcomers had finally made many people's eyes light up by now. However, they soon discovered a new problem. No, how come this girl flying in the air isn't launching attacks in the sky above? Could it be that it can only simply fly in the air and has no ability to attack? Impossible, druids that can summon living beings, even the relatively weak pale eagle flying sky beings, all still have many means of attack. And a griffin that is more powerful than a pale eagle by an unknown number of levels, it's impossible to pull the crotch that much. The crowd was still puzzled as to why Wang Shanxian was just staying quiet in mid-air while holding Su Meng. In the next moment, the crowd's astonished look intensified. Look guys, Yang Lin went into stealth. I didn't expect him to be stealthy, and you guys, even though he's in a stealthy state, his sustained damage is still effective against demons. Regarding this, the crowd went to take a closer look. How to say, even if stealth is still able to deal damage, but this is only 20 per second, how to think about it makes it hard to say anything. Look at the level 28 dreadnought, the blood volume had reached 15,000 tons. If Wang Shanxian and Su Meng do not take action, this 20 damage per second want to kill the field and the group of dinosaurs, how long does it take? And the crowd of high-level executives in the field were certain. Although Yang Lin had stealth, he definitely couldn't last long. Even for assassins and other professions, sneaking and stealthing was a huge drain, and it was even more impossible to continuously stealth. Yang Lin wouldn't really want to slowly exhaust the demons in the field by himself, right? This kind of thing, just thinking about it is a joke. In about 10 seconds or so, Yang Lin's figure had already appeared from his stealthy state. See, didn't this come out? If you can hide from the demon's sight for a while, can you still hide for a lifetime? Thinking about Wang Shanxian and Su Meng not making a move in mid-air, Yang Lin was alone down below surrounded by 24 level 28 dreadnoughts. Being kicked out of the simulated battlefield was a complete matter of seconds. However, the reality of the situation gave all of the countless executives present who thought this way a hard slap in the face. What? Continued stealth? Seamlessly connecting? How did he do that? It's props, he must have used some kind of potential inspiring props, otherwise how could it be so seamlessly silky smooth? Using props, this was the new definition of Yang Lin for the executives present. Because of this thought, each and every one of them, when they looked at the 3 people in charge of Greedy Wolf Guild, Su Zhengdao, Ghost Woman and Su Nianji, their eyes were all meaningful. Your Greedy Wolf Guild a small simulation, actually used a seemingly not bad props. Instead of this now, your earlier was to make up the 5-member squad And then seriously, even if this Yang Lin with props so what, more than 10 seconds time to appear once, and then invisible. But how much damage did he do to the demons? 1 second 20, 10 seconds 200, 15 seconds 300. On the contrary, the dread beast, that was a whopping 15,000 blood, how long would it take to grind? There is also the deadliest point. The executives present didn't believe that Yang Lin wouldn't make a mistake in the middle. Being in the midst of a group of magical creatures that were 8 levels higher than himself, and there were still 20 or so of them at once, one mistake would really kill him instantly. Even if he didn't make a mistake, the props that he had previously inspired would be able to withstand a few times of Yang Lin's consumption, so how could he be able to maintain continuous invisibility for more than 10 minutes? At this time, look at the other 3, Z-Mouse, Cinnabar Dragon and Battle Wolf. Under the leadership of Changjin, Gao Jingwei and Jingua Dragon Lady, basically the last batch of demons were almost at the end of the fierce battle. It was the strongest people that had been selected, plus the captains at the head of the group were one fierce stroke. That Yang Lin 3 people, even if Su Meng and Wang Qianqian is good, how can this be compared with 5 people strong personnel squad? At most 3 minutes, Yang Lin will definitely make a mistake and then be surrounded and killed by the Dread Beast group. 3 minutes is still a bit much. I think it's already good enough if we can continue to be invisible for another 2 minutes straight. Then what if Yang Lin really exhausts the Dread Beast swarm? A portion of the higher-ups let out a kind laugh. How could anyone generate such childish thoughts? Even if they wore out the Dread Beast swarm, the last batch of magical creatures could all be level 30 super ranked. If the level 30 demons had air-to-air abilities by then, not to mention Yang Lin, even if that Wang Qianqian could fly, it wouldn't work. Regarding this point, one of the dragon sect's leaders spoke up. Earlier it was not thought that there were still professions that could fly in mid-air, but considering that the last level is at least a level 30 demonic creature sitting in the middle. So although it's still randomized, yes, it's still added on top of the randomization with more comprehensive attack types of demons. The higher-ups were in an uproar. In that case, the last group of demonic creatures that Yang Lin's trio would have to face, that definitely possessed air-to-air capabilities. Even if they did kill the 4th group of dread beasts, it seemed that this final level would only end in a rout. Chapter 100 Sister, that's him. As time passed, the 3 newcomer squads of Z-Mouse, Battle Wolf Military Department, and Tatsuo Dragon passed one after another. Despite Jingua Dragon Lady's reputation, the strength of the remaining 2 newcomer squads were equally not bad. So there wasn't much of a gap in terms of clearance time. At the same time this time, they definitely wanted to see how the other newcomer squads other than their own were doing. So all 3 squads basically did the same thing. That is, they had the staff pull up the images of the squads that were still simulating the simulation battle. Subrat's Changjin. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the 3 Yang Lin who were still fighting in the simulated battlefield. A squad of 3? What the hell? Captain, one of them named Wang Qianqian can actually fly. The corner of Changjin's mouth revealed a hint of disdain. Knowing how to fly is indeed quite remarkable, but that's for you guys. Under my falling thunder, she has no chance of flying. What the captain said is true, but it's really strange that the greedy Wolf Guild side is actually so braggadocious that 3 people would dare to let them participate in the newcomer battle? It's unclear what's going on with them, but it's just like that. Seeing Wang Qianqian holding Su Meng in the middle of the field flying in mid-air, Yang Lin was constantly stealthily consuming below. The 20 damage that floated up one after another in that Dread Beast group could be somewhat comical. Gao Jingwei from the Warwolf Military Department. He was equally amazed at the moment by Wang Qianqian who was able to fly. However, the focus of his attention still fell on Yang Lin. This guy's ability seems to be very similar to mine, but I can't do it to the point where he's continuously invisible. Is there a possibility that this one called Yang Lin has used some kind of gain-boosting excitation prop? It's hard to say. Gao Jingwei's eyes narrowed slightly, but in my opinion, his mean should have a backhand connection technique. But why is it simply hidden without a bit of the next attack? Could it be that he's deliberately hiding his strength? Captain, you're overthinking it. If he had any backhanded techniques, he would have already used them. Looking at the counting time, they have been entangled with the 4th group of demons for 7 minutes. To leave means behind in just such a situation, that can only be said to be foolish. Gao Jingwei interrupted the team member. You can't say that. The greedy Wolf Guild is not weaker than any power. But the rookie squad they sent out was only 3 people. This is full of weirdness. If these 3 people didn't have some real skills, I don't believe that the higher-ups would be so adventurous. Captain, then why couldn't their killer be the flying Wang Qianqian? As for this Yang Lin, in my opinion, it's no different from the ones who make up the numbers. A profession that sustains 20 damage, that's really odd. You think it's odd? In my opinion, not to mention that Wang Qianqian, Yang Lin's continuous concealment lasts for 20 for consumption alone. The 4 of you, if you want to take him down in single combat, you may not have absolute certainty yet. Anyway, keep looking and see how outrageous their next move can be. Cinnabar Dragons Lin Yu. The screen had just shifted to the scene of Yang Lin's 3-man squad fighting. The little double ponytailed loli beside her immediately opened her mouth as she excitedly pointed at Yang Lin, who had just finished hiding and appeared on the screen. Sis, it's him, this guy called Yang Tianba, he insulted me earlier. Nui, don't use words indiscriminately, and don't you see that his name isn't Yang Tianba, it's Yang Lin. Lin Nui became even more furious upon hearing this. Find this guy, not only did he bully me, he actually told me a fake name. Sister, you can't spare him, this man is too hateful. Lin Yu gently rubbed Lin Nui's little head and said, Little Nui, it's just a couple of words, there's no need to be so catty. I'm not being catty, sis, you don't know how detestable his face was at that time. Even thinking about it now, I want to hit him. Lin Yu didn't respond to her sister's words, but instead carefully observed the three-person squad on the screen. Sis, this three-person squad of theirs is dead, at most they'll go past this 4th level, 5th level high difficulty, don't even think about it. Sis, why are you still mesmerized? You don't think that they can pass at this level, right? Lin Yu said in a serious tone, Nui, as a professional, you should never underestimate anyone. They dared to form a team of 3, so they must have something special. What's so special about it, sis? You're still the dragon lady of Xinhua. Little Nui. I know, I won't underestimate them, okay? Anyway, they definitely won't pass. Whether it was the crowd of executives watching in the auditorium, or the 3 squads that had already finished their battle. All of their attention was now focused on the Skylight squad whose battle had not yet ended. To ask the crowd how they evaluated the 3. Then, basically, it gradually went without fluctuation. Really hard to grind from start to finish right, that 20 damage per second is not only tormenting the demon, but also tormenting everyone watching the battle. If you think about what kind of professional battle, it's not all about ping pong to quickly distinguish the winner from the loser. Yang Lin 3 people are good, they are really in a little bit of grinding What's the difference between watching this kind of battle and going to jail? And so, it was in this kind of atmosphere that quite a few people started bombarding Su Zhengdao, Ghost Woman, and Su Nianji one after another. You greedy wolf guild, are you sure you're not here to be funny? This also gives us a wake-up call. In the future, whenever we encounter tournaments and such, we must limit the time. Don't say it, looking at the battle, the 4th batch of demons, they're obviously stable. But this last batch, if they still want to use a similar method then there will be something to see. For a moment, everyone in the room actually began to look forward to it. What did the dragon sect say earlier? That the last batch of demons must have a means to the air. Then it might as well take a serious look at whether Yang Lin, this 3-member squad, could still play any tricks. On the screen, as the last red beast fell, it signaled that Yang Lin's trio had officially arrived at the last level. And after seeing the last batch of demons brushed out one after another on the screen, the atmosphere of the entire room couldn't help but be stunned. Lookout Tooth Demon, it's actually a Lookout Tooth Demon. These 3 people's luck is really bad. This thing, the Lookout Tooth Devils, not only are they good at Fire Cyclone, their actions are even more ghost-like. If we have to categorize the level 30 demons, the Looking Tooth Demon is completely T0 level. At this point, well, basically there's no need to look, the end is already predetermined. Yang Lin's trio won't even be able to hold out for 30 seconds before they're kicked out of the simulation battlefield. In this situation, whether it was Z-Mao sect, Cinnabar Dragon sect or Warwolf military department, they all felt that it was stable. This was a good ending. The remaining resources Greedy Wolf would take 5%, and the remaining 55% would be competed by the 3 of them. As for the Greedy Wolf Guild, didn't they try to be brave enough to get on the 3-member squad? See, this is the blessing. Looking at the same screen, Su Zhengdao and Ghost Woman were unwilling to do anything about it, but now that it was over, there was really nothing they could do about it. On the contrary, it was Su Nianji who comforted the 2, Uncle Su, Ghost Granny, you guys believe in Yang Lin, the 3 of them will definitely be able to do it. Nianji, defeat is defeat, although there are some regrets, but Yang Lin's true strength is still clear to us. This time, well, it's just a matter of getting a little less resources. Uncle Su, but I believe in Yang Lin. Su Nianji exhaled deeply and continued, he said himself that he will definitely be able to pass, so he will definitely be able to. Alright, then I'll continue to look around with Ghost Woman and see how Yang Lin's trio will turn this predicament around. Chapter 101 Little Lori's Unwillingness. Inside the field, the last batch of demons had already been refreshed. Looking at the 20 number of Lookout Tooth fiends that appeared in front of him, Yang Lin's teeth twitched a little. In his mind, as long as the last batch of demons didn't have an air-to-air ability, then he would still be able to pass the level with the 4th batch of dreadnoughts. But this Looking Tooth Demon, it was a bit tricky. Looking Tooth Demon, level 30, blood quantity 23,000 to 25,000, attack power 400 to 500. The 3 of them are only level 20, and a level 30 demon is a whole realm higher than the 3 of them. Moreover, Yang Lin had been following Su Nianji's studies, and he clearly knew how powerful this thing was. On Su Meng and Wang Qianqian's side, once they heard that the Looking Tooth Fiend also had an air-to-air ability, they couldn't help but be a little anxious as well. Brother Yang, then is it still useful for me to fly in mid-air? Yes, next you also take Meng Meng and fly in the sky, then take the opportunity to throw tornadoes in the field. What about me? You, Meng Meng, watch the timing to throw the magic puppets to my side. To ask Yang Lin what to do. He decided that he was going to have a hard battle. Of course, this hard battle was not a hard battle, but in reality, it was to discard the Shadow Tour and face the swarm of demons in the field directly. According to what he thought, although the Lookout Tooth Fiends could raise a huge whirlwind of fire straight into the air. But they were still ground-based demons after all, no better than sky types. Therefore, as long as there was a target on the ground to drag them, then their main strike point would definitely still be focused below. As long as they can drag the Lookout Tooth Demon crowd, Wang Qianqian tornadoes damage that can be much stronger than their own 20 per second. On the contrary, once the two sisters heard that Yang Lin wanted to do this, they were not willing to do it no matter what. They firmly wanted to go to the ground and fight side by side with Yang Lin. I know you guys are worried about me, but this is a simulation, it won't really kill you. The main thing is that since I arranged it this way, I have to be more or less this strong anyways. So Meng Meng, Qianqian, you two just do as I say, keep in touch and cooperate with me. Su Meng and Wang Qianqian had no choice but to do so. At the same time, 24 Lookout Tooth Demons had already madly surged over. They moved swiftly, truly like ghosts. With their hideous wolf head appearance, not only did they possess sharp teeth that could easily tear apart their prey. Once the distance was too far, they would also open their mouths to have a mouthful of fiery fire whirlwind. And these things, whether it is hands or feet, all are sharp claws. If it is torn to, the end is equally miserable. Yang Lin, his spirit was highly concentrated, always ready to dodge. Shadow swimming was not possible, he had to reduce the hatred of the Lookout Tooth Demons in mid-air, and focus as much as possible of the demons' hate value on himself. Almost in an instant, the crowd of Lookout Tooth Demons had already surged onto the spot. Above the mid-air, Su Meng timely released two magic puppets to Yang Lin near. Wang Qianqian did not forget to follow the wind on the ground, as far as possible, to Wang Tooth Demon people to cause damage. Unfortunately, although it was true that the magic puppets were powerful, they were ultimately two-fisted. The super magnitude of the level difference made the might of both devil puppets not show up, and they didn't last long before they were both torn into pieces. The magic puppets were linked with Su Meng, and although Su Meng could resummon them after they died, it would consume a huge amount of spirit. So if she wanted to summon the magic puppets again, then naturally she had to wait for Yang Lin's order and pick the right moment. Wang Qianqian's tornado looked like it was vast though. But also because of the level difference as well as the super high defense of the level 30 magic creature, whether it is the damage created or the utility of pulling. All of them are greatly reduced. But it doesn't matter, it's still better than Yang Lin's basic 20 damage per second. So now, Yang Lin's thought process for fighting was clear. All Yang Lin had to do now was dodge through the swarm of demons. Su Meng would look for the right opportunity to summon two demon puppets based on the situation Yang Lin was in to take the secondary damage for Yang Lin. Wang Qianqian's tornadoes were thrown with the same care, and at critical moments they were released towards Yang Lin's periphery, striking at the Lookout Tooth Demon while at the same time being able to share the pressure for Yang Lin. Yang Lin also lived up to the expectations of the two women. Despite the ferociousness and mobility of the demon fangs, he was able to use the magic puppets and the dragon tornado. However, with the help of the magic puppets and the tornado, he was still quite comfortable. It was this scene in the arena that made the crowd outside the arena marvel greatly. At first, when they saw that Yang Lin wasn't stealthy, they all thought in their hearts. The reason why Yang Lin was able to be invisible was probably with the help of props or something. See, now the reason why he wasn't invisible was that the props had been consumed. But they soon realized that things didn't seem to be like that. Yang Lin does not enter the state of invisibility, the pressure borne by Su Meng and Wang Qianqian in mid-air will be extremely small. As for Yang Lin himself, he was actually able to turn over his activities surrounded by a group of extremely maneuverable Lookout Tooth Demons. Perhaps because the difference in level was so great, the action couldn't be called easy, but it definitely wasn't as difficult as one would imagine. This Yang Lin, his on-the-spot reactions are actually so strong? In that situation just now, he was actually able to dodge and even delivered a shot with his backhand. I thought this was a movie. Did you guys notice that Su Meng and Wang Qianqian in mid-air worked well with him? The timing and location of the magic puppets and tornadoes each time they appeared was too appropriate. The crowd praised a lot. On the one hand, they praised Yang Lin's battlefield reactions for being really awesome. On the other hand, they were quite appreciative of the tacit cooperation between the three. After seeing once again that Yang Lin used the timing of the tornado's generation to weave through the combined attacks of 7 watch-tooth demons one after another, Su Zhengdao couldn't even help but draw in cool air. Nianji, you didn't say that this kid could be so sharp without relying on stealth. Uncle Su, I realized a long time ago that he has an extremely strong prowess. At that time, I didn't care too much about it, but now, it's impossible not to admire him. At least if I were to be replaced, I wouldn't be able to do it. The ghost woman nodded in satisfaction. His reflexes can even go for assassin killer and other related professions. Ordinary people can't reach this level of normalcy. There were also Z Mouse, Cinnabar Dragon, and the 3 rookie squads from the War Wolf military department. Each of them were also dumbfounded as they watched. This Yang Lin was really a bit exaggerated. Being surrounded and beaten by 24 high-intensity lookout-tooth demons, and for that to still be able to weave in and out was outrageous. Pissed off, what's going on with these looking tooth demons? Why are there so many surrounding a person who can't even surround them? Lin Nui, she fluttered her twin ponytails, her little face beaming with anger. Nui, don't play around, people have this kind of skill, you should watch and learn more. Sis, so what if she's even more powerful? Isn't she still an imbecilic profession with 20 damage? It's because he didn't touch me, otherwise, how come I had to beat him to death? Jingua Dragon Lady Lin Yu's eyes stared at the screen and said, Nui, first of all, I don't believe that his profession only has 20 damage. Secondly, even if that's the case, it's impossible for you to be his opponent. Ha! I'm a cat knight, just with his rookie profession he dares to touch my cat knight? Are you very good? Throw you into a crowd of lookout tooth demons, how long can you last? No talking to me from now on, give me a serious look and carefully ponder over Yang Lin's reaction actions at every step as well as analyze his various intentions. On what grounds, I'm not. Lin Nuan hadn't even finished her sentence when she suddenly felt her sister's stern gaze. She instantly wilted. I'll watch it carefully. Although she said this, the little lowly Lin Nui was even more exasperated in her heart. Bastard Yang Tianba, no, it's bastard Yang Lin, actually letting her sister look at her so highly. No, afterward, I must find an opportunity to teach this guy a good lesson. Then take a few pictures of this hateful man licking his toes, so that her sister will properly know who is the strong one. Chapter 102 Su Ninji's Relief and Shame. Within the simulated battlefield, it had now almost all become Yang Lin's exclusive field alone. Surrounding him were 24 high-grade, maneuvering as if they were ghosts, lookout tooth demons. Even though these things were encircling, surrounding, and intercepting, they still couldn't do anything to Yang Lin. Yang Lin, completely relying on his exquisite stance and keen perception, easily traveled through every inch of the seemingly impossible gaps between the demons. For others, in such a situation, they would be killed in a few seconds at most. But for Yang Lin, it directly became a performance show of his clinical reactions alone. This kid, why can he do this? This reaction ability, it's not too much to say it's a special effect. Do you guys realize that at the beginning, this kid's actions were still a little bit rusty and sluggish? As for now, it feels like he's getting better and better. The senior members of the crowd who were watching the battle, they originally thought that when they entered the last level of the simulation, the 3-member team would be annihilated in a matter of seconds. But who would have thought that Yang Lin was actually so heaven-defying without being invisible? Especially a group of powerful executives, who envisioned their own scene if they were to encounter this situation. Before long, they all wiped cold sweat from their foreheads. It couldn't be done, it simply couldn't be done. In the same situation, unless there are many props that can be used in the hand, simply relying on the field reaction to travel across the road, that is basically a dead end. But Yang Lin, he was not only able to do it. And as 3 minutes passed, his actions began to become more silky and skillful. To say how the crowd outside the arena marveled, Yang Lin definitely couldn't care less about that. But what even Yang Lin himself hadn't expected was that right after he had once again avoided the 12 looking tooth demons' chained attacks, his brow suddenly became hot. What's going on? What had happened? Time, in this instant, seemed to be completely frozen. At the same instant, Yang Lin saw a woman appear in front of him in a trance. He couldn't see the woman's face, but he could feel that the woman had the beauty of a city. Then, the woman kissed her forehead. A warm coolness coalesced in the center of his eyebrows, as if opening the eyes of heaven. When Yang Lin returned to his senses from this moment, he found that the surrounding looking tooth demons, who were as maneuverable as ghosts, suddenly became sluggish in their actions one by one. even just by sweeping a glance. He even saw the connecting diagram of the arcs of the attacking trajectories of 24 watchtooth demons when they attacked together. Obviously, the 20-odd Watcher's Tooth demons were all pressing in, almost sealing off all routes with their bright eyes. However, within the connecting diagram of the attacking trajectories, there was more than one way out. Completely driven by instinct, Yang Lin's body moved. However, his body was slightly slanted, first avoiding the clawing attack of the 4 looking tooth demons. Then he turned sideways and took another stooping step, once again causing the watchtooth demons that came tearing at his head to pounce. In the end, after he took 3 consecutive sharp steps and brushed against the looking tooth demons, his entire body had already arrived outside the group of looking tooth demons. At this time, if the looking tooth demons wanted to surround and attack in a new round, they would naturally need to waste some time. This is okay? Yang Lin now, he was stunned by himself. Yes, this will work? Not to mention that Yang Lin was stunned by himself, the crowd of high-level people watching the battle, at this moment, half of them were directly petrified, and the other half stood up excitedly. Just now, Yang Lin was flanked and surrounded. In that situation, even with Su Meng and Wang Qianxian in mid-air, it was too late to save the day. But Yang Lin, he was like a fish out of water, silky smooth and easily got out of the group of demons. It was like a piece of performance art. Anyway, the entire senior management watching the battle, their eyes all lit up. This kid is not a bit of something. This ability, even if it's transferred to an ordinary professional, even if it's weak in every aspect, it can definitely become a good party player. Look, this kid is still showing, he's actually still showing. The gazes of the entire audience focused on top of the public screen's image. Once again, they saw that Yang Lin was not only coming and going freely in the group of demons this time, but even more, he had started to increase the frequency of his attacks. Yang Lin, indeed, was not a lance professional. There were no lance skills and no multiplier boosts, but right now, the lance was dancing out of his hands. Every time he struck, there was bound to be a lookout tooth demon's chrysanthemum that met a tragic end. The damage was low, but the insults were definitely strong. Moreover, at this time, the crowd could also clearly observe that the fighting style of Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianxian had shifted again. At first, Yang Lin was attracting hatred, while Su Meng's magic puppet and Wang Qianxian's wind blade and tornado assisted Yang Lin in sharing the pressure and killing the demons on the side. But now, Yang Lin was still attracting hate, yes. But Su Meng and Wang Qianxian had already begun to shift their magic puppets and tornadoes to the main killing aspect. Soon, there were already 2 watchtooth demons that had been centrally killed by the demon puppets and tornadoes. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th heads. And as the number of the tooth watchers became smaller and smaller, Yang Lin's actions became more comfortable, not to mention that Su Meng and Wang Qianxian's cooperation also began to become more furious. Until, when the number of the Devil's Tooth Watchers was gradually reduced from more than 20 to 12, Su Meng and Wang Qianxian had already recovered from the situation. Su Meng and Wang Qianxian had already fallen from mid-air. Having suffered so much from the birds, it was now time for a full counterattack. Su Meng, after she went into full outburst, she matched the 2 demonic puppets with an iron fist sanction, instantly breaking a lookout tooth demon into pieces. Wang Qianxian at this moment, after transforming into a raging pale bear, the dual claws in her hands variously and ferociously bloomed out behind the lookout tooth demon. This, coupled with Yang Lin's various wandering and sustained damage, the remaining 30 level Wangtooth demons, in turn, began to be slaughtered by the 3 of them. This scene made the higher-ups outside the arena dumbfounded, and also made the other 3 rookie squads who were also watching the battle feel a lot of emotions. Previously, weren't they still in an extremely weak position? How did they turn around and become so berserk? Seeing that the last of the looking tooth demons fell and turned into a data stream, this also signaled that Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianxian had officially cleared the level. This is the end? The executives outside the arena, one by one, were still a bit reluctant to finish. Thinking that these people were in high positions, how could they not understand the super gold content of Yang Lin's clinical reaction? Even if each of them was a strong person with a not-so-low status, when they saw such a colorful scene, deep down they definitely couldn't help but want to observe more. But who would have thought that it would end so soon for 3 people? But fortunately, this simulation must have burned a CD-ROM, which then must take a copy. Not to mention the other 3 newcomers. Anyway, Yang Lin's performance in the last level alone was already textbook level. When he went back, he must let his own newcomers learn and learn well. At the same time, the 3 heads of the greedy wolf guild, Su Zhengdao, Ghost Woman, and Su Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. Worthy of being our guild's good seedling, he can really give people frights and surprises. The old me was on the verge of losing hope just now. Who would have thought that this kid Yang Lin is so capable, convinced, unconvinced? Su Nianji's words, she probably had a few strands of scarlet on her stunning face because she was too excited. That guy is really, I can't imagine that it's so powerful, I'm worrying about him for nothing. Chapter 103, it's reasonable to enjoy it, right? On Yang Lin's side, after passing the simulation battle, even the few staff members who were standing by gave him a thumbs up, one after another praising him for being so awesome. This. It's just passing a simulation battle, is it as bad as that? In his heart, he was still holding his tongue, but he thought that when he looked around, stars appeared in the eyes of his two sisters when they looked at him. Su Meng said excitedly, Yang Lin, why are you so powerful? I was dumbfounded just now in the battlefield. Me too, Wang Chanqian said with the same excitement, seeing Yang's performance, it's almost as good as the male lead in a TV movie. So many high-level demons surrounded together, but they didn't even touch the corner of Brother Yang's coat, so strong. Well, the two sisters of his own family had spoken to such an extent. Yang Lin thought, let's not be modest, being overly modest is the same as being proud. He only saw him straighten his collar, then said, Meng, Shanxian, you all know that I've always been this strong. What did I say in the past? Only when I'm stronger can I properly protect you guys, right? If I'm not strong, what if you guys are bullied by outsiders? Su Meng's face was full of shyness. Really, there are still staff members beside us. What, there are staff members and I'm still not allowed to say a sincere word? I know. Su Meng stepped forward and hugged Yang Lin's arm and walked towards the outside of the martial arts center. Wang Chanqian's words, naturally, hugged Yang Lin's other side. At this time, Yang Lin felt the cozy fragrance and tolerance around him and said, speaking of which, earlier in the battlefield the spirit has been highly tense. Although I didn't suffer any injuries, the fatigue is still a bit. How about this, when we go back, Meng, you help me step on my waist, and Shanxian, if you want, help me rub my feet. Okay, Brother Yang. Wang Chanqian responded nothing ambiguous. Once Su Meng saw this, the delicacy on her face once again thickened a few points. You've spoken to such an extent, so I'll satisfy you this time. Seeing his own two sisters like this, Yang Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion, worthy of being his own Meng and Shanxian, they just know what they're doing. When he returned to the independent apartment, Yang Lin rarely began to enjoy the service of his own two sisters. However, during this time, he couldn't help but think of something. Earlier, when he was in the simulated battlefield, in that instant, was the blurry woman's figure that he saw true or false? Why did that happen for no reason? The most crucial thing was that the woman appeared to have kissed his forehead. Then he felt that there seemed to be an additional warm energy deep in his brow. It shouldn't be an illusion, right? And at that time, one clearly felt as if one had opened the eyes of heaven. Because of this, he was able to tangle with the demonic swarm more at will afterward. Thinking about this, Yang Lin decided to re-energize the energy in the center of his eyebrows to make sure if that feeling was still there. However, it was also at this time that the door to the entrance hall was pushed open, and Su Nianji walked in with it. Sister Nianji, you're back. Aha! While Su Nianji responded to Su Meng, she naturally saw the situation in the scene. This Yang Lin, lying on his back on the sofa and letting the two sisters serve him, that was very comfortable. Yang Lin, you're quite enjoying yourself. Nianji, you said that, earlier in the battlefield almost didn't make me have a mental breakdown. Now that it's all battlefield clearance, it's not too much to enjoy it. Yes, then you enjoy yourself, I won't bother you anymore. Wait. What's wrong? Nianji, come over here, I happen to say that there's something I want you guys to confirm together for me. Su Meng and Wang Chanqian stopped their hands and feet, then together with Su Nianji who walked over, they came together in front of him. Brother Yang, what are you asking us to confirm? It's like this, when I was in the battlefield, I suddenly saw a woman and was then kissed by that woman. Hearing this, whether it was Su Nianji or Su Meng and Wang Chanqian, they were all very speechless. What are you three looking at? I'm not joking. Su Nianji resisted the urge to spit at Yang Lin and said, then what? Then it seems like I opened my heavenly eyes. Are you telling jokes to the three of us? You three, I have nothing to do with telling you this kind of joke. Anyway, I'm recalling that feeling from earlier, and then you guys help me see if there are any special changes in my brow as well as my circumference or something like that. Seeing that Yang Lin was speaking seriously, Su Nianji's trio nodded. Then try it, let's help you see. Good. After Yang Lin finished speaking, he quickly went into concentration mode, then he gathered his spiritual energy above his eyebrows. At this time, he then went to look at the three sisters beside him, and his heart was suddenly shocked. Sure enough, this heaven's eye was real. Look at Su Nianji, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, the three of them had all slowed down. Yang Lin, have you tried to open the heaven's eye yet? It's already opened. Are you teasing the three of us? You guys don't believe me? Su Nianji heckled, I know you're powerful, okay. If you're powerful, you have to make up something about heaven's eye. Looks like you guys won't believe me unless I show some real skill. Saying that, Yang Lin got off the sofa and walked to a relatively empty place in the hall, then also took out a black cloth from the occupation space and blocked his eyes. Su Nianji's trio looked surprised, not sure what exactly Yang Lin was trying to do. Brother Yang, what are you doing? Come on, I'm standing here, you three try to explode your blood chi and attack me together. Ha? Su Meng said with some incredulity, you're blindfolded and you're asking us to launch an attack? And you have to know that Sister Nianji, she's an expert. I've said I'm going to show it off, so if you guys don't feel it for yourselves, how do you know what I'm saying is true? Alright, Su Nianji responded, I'll restrain my attacks later, lest you complain about me if I hit you. Well, there's also Meng Meng and Xian Xian, you guys cooperate with Nianji to launch attacks at me at the same time. Having said this, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian could only agree together. Then, under Su Nianji's authorization, the three sisters all quickly touched towards Yang Lin after exploding a certain amount of blood chi. However, the three sisters didn't expect that just the moment their hands were about to land on Yang Lin. Yang Lin suddenly bent his body, followed by a small sliding step, and his person had already arrived behind Su Meng and Wang Qianqian. And his big hands were placed on the waists of the two sisters respectively. Su Nianji looked at this scene with a shocked expression. How did you do that? You guys try again. Good, Meng Meng and Qianqian, you two also be more serious. So next, within the limited space, Su Nianji, Su Meng, and Wang Qianqian each executed their means. Because it wasn't a fight, they definitely wouldn't explode with their full strength. But with such a close distance, they teamed up to grab someone, and every time, Yang Lin was able to dodge away just magically. One must know that Yang Lin he was blindfolded. How about it, I said I opened the eyes of heaven, do you guys believe me now? The three sisters were astonished. You were kissed on the forehead by a woman earlier and then opened your heavenly eyes? Yang Lin, if you're going to say that, this thing is too outrageous. Brother Yang, it's really outrageous, can your so-called heavenly eyes still replace the blindfolded eyes? Yang Lin removed the black cloth on his eyes and said, that's true, my heavenly eyes seem to be able to replace both eyes. It's just that I can't figure out why this ability isn't displayed on my occupation panel. Chapter 104 18 Years of Engagement. Within the entire hall, there was silence for a long time. After a long time, he heard Su Nianji say, you really are a monster. What's wrong with a monster? What, don't dare to play with me because you think I'm a monster? Come on, it's Meng Meng and Qianqian who play with you, what's it got to do with me? Yang Lin squinted and laughed. Just let Su Nianji keep her mouth shut for a while longer, there will be times in the future when she'll have all kinds of soft mouths and even beg for forgiveness. And in response to this heaven's eye, Yang Lin rethought about it, it was really useful. Ordinary demons weren't worthy of him energizing the heaven's eye, but if he encountered a strong enemy and needed a certain amount of time to consume it, this could totally attract a bit of firepower, creating a time to attack and take a breather for the sisters following him. In particular, it was also possible to see the attack trajectory of the demonic creature. One's own invisible, and got a super divine weapon is not much different well. On the contrary, Su Nianji, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, they had long been skeptical of life now. Yang Lin himself is already heavenly enough, and now actually open the eye of heaven, this is really not let other professionals live. Of course, this is a good thing, a great thing. While the three sisters were envious, they were definitely happy for Yang Lin from the bottom of their hearts. Because of this, Su Nianji began to ask about the appearance of the woman Yang Lin saw. Yang Lin replied back, I really can't remember, it was just a split second, now that I think about it, it's really just like an illusion. Brother Yang, you didn't even remember a single feature? No, but there is one thing I care about. I was surprised for a bit, yes, but it didn't feel sudden. It was as if I knew her, as if everything was natural. Su Nianji asked, is there more? There is, and that brings us to how I felt since I came to Flower Tree City. From the moment I stepped into the martial arts academy, I felt that there was something that made me care very much. This care is the same as what I felt the moment I saw that woman. Su Meng beamed, what, your fated daughter-in-law has arrived? Dream you don't say, it's really possible. You're good at thinking of beautiful things. Then what if it is? I won't talk to you anymore, don't ask me to serve you in the future. Above, playful or not, joking or not, this then, naturally, also talked about the main thing. According to Su Nyenji, this simulation mock battle is equivalent to the qualification of the examination for the newcomer battle. Because the new spirit realm over at Yao Lake, the starting point is 25 to 30 level demons. If you can't even pass the simulation, which qualifies you to enter the new spirit realm. And the second elimination match of the newcomer battle was held in the new spirit realm. The time, it was set 2 days later. The reason why it was 2 days later was because the 4 families hadn't expected this newcomer battle to be so out of the ordinary. Seeing that there were so many reporters, media, and TV stations coming again, the top management of all of them deliberated and simply took this opportunity to have a high-level communication and development meeting. The next 2 days were to deal with these things. As for the newcomer battle, it was postponed for 2 days, so that the participating teams could take a rest. Let's listen to Su Nyenji continue to share her story. Yang Lin, 3 people at this time, by the way. No, dare I say that now the 3 people has become a celebrity in the mouth of the senior people talk about. Originally, everyone came over in order to see Jinghua Dragon Lady Lingyu. God knows Yang Lin's performance is so eye-catching. Now the limelight had basically suppressed the Jinghua Dragon Lady. I just randomly made a move, I didn't expect them to actually react like this. Su Nyenji couldn't help but give Yang Lin a blank look and said, "You're still striking out randomly? You were really not there and couldn't see the dazed and shocked looks of those people one by one." If it wasn't for Uncle Su and Ghost Woman's refusal, it's estimated that the threshold of the apartment would have been trampled on by now. Su Meng and Wang Chanxian were puzzled. Sister Nyenji, why? What else could it be? It must be because they want to try to reach out to Yang Lin and try to see if they can cut corners. Yang Lin felt amused, but my performance in the scene wasn't much better. 20 damage and they can look at it? Naturally, no one looks at 20 damage, what they look at is your on-the-spot reaction and insight ability. This is a skill that ordinary people can't do. If you can do it, even if it's a bad profession, it won't be an ordinary person. Yang Lin thought about it, and it was really true. For example, a most ordinary swordsman, or whatever, even if there was no opportunity to transfer into a new profession. It also didn't matter if his career talent and words were excellent or not. As long as there is a certain amount of attack ability, if it is matched with the Heaven's Eye, it is really not ordinary. However, speaking of which, even if he hadn't awakened the Heaven's Eye at that time, he would still be able to pass the final level of the simulation battle. After his own coordination as well as Su Meng and Wang Chanxian's coordination, it was just that the time spent might be slightly longer. There was one more important thing. In the chat, Su Nyenji said that she cared for a long time. That is that there are limitations in the simulation. What about encountering illusionists, mental ability people and the like? This point Yang Lin gave Su Nyenji a guarantee. What kind of illusionist, mental ability person? There is no opponent that one's profession can't defeat. Simulation itself is virtual, fake, dead, cannot hurt a hair. This and professional or such magic is simply 2 different things. To summarize, there are 3 words, the package win. Above all, knowing that tomorrow and the next 2 days are rest time, Yang Lin can now also relax. During the day and into the night, anyway, he mingled with the girls in the house, looking uplifted and happy. Until in the evening, several people watched a long variety show and went back to their own bedrooms separately. Yang Lin just opened his own bedroom door, and immediately, he felt a long-lost familiar feeling. At this instant, his divine soul couldn't help but tremble. Right on the windowsill on a moonlit night, there was a young girl sitting in plain clothes, covered in a white veil, with an aquamarine pattern imprinted between her eyebrows. The young girl's bare feet were as white as jade, just like the bright moon. And the holiness of its circumference, for a time, spread throughout the entire chamber. Especially the young girl's line of sight, when looking over, the entire world seemed to be drowning within her eyes. "You are." Yang Lin didn't even finish his words, and in the next moment, the young girl had already arrived in front of him. When their hands overlapped, Yang Lin inexplicably felt an unprecedented calmness and warmth. "We have an agreement." The young girl lightly opened her vermilion lips, her voice was more than heavenly. 18 years later, I am yours, and you, mine. Yang Lin didn't even react until now. As for what kind of agreement, it was even more impossible to remember. 18 years, what 18 years? I don't understand what you mean by that. These are not important, what is important is that we have met. But it's not enough, you have to continue to grow until. Until what?
The young girl didn't respond to the words, but gently pressed her cheeks covered in white veil towards Yang Lin.
Everything was now as if it had become a dream. And everything in the dream had turned into a softness that could touch the soul and a beautiful charm that could not be said. Chapter 105. I'm getting stronger again, I'm scared. Dum 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 dum. Knock knock knock. There seemed to have been a sound similar to knocking on the door in his ears. However, Yang Lin remained immersed in his beautiful dream and continued to sleep soundly. Exactly how long had passed was unclear, until someone gently shook himself. Only when the sound of Yang Lin brother Yang kept ringing in his ears did Yang Lin open his eyes. Unexpectedly. All of a sudden, the time arrived at noon of the next day. That's right, actually slept for an entire extra morning. At this moment, Yang Lin, he looked in amazement at Su Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Su Nianji who appeared in his bedroom. As for himself, he was now still wearing casual four-cornered big pants, and his arms were even hugging his pillow tightly. At this moment, Yang Lin was more confused than anyone else. When did he sleep with the habit of hugging a pillow? Also, why are Meng Meng and the girls there? Still not awake, want to stop sleeping for a while? Listening to Su Nianji's words of unknown significance, Yang Lin rubbed his hair and said back, not sleeping, already awake. Since you've woken up from your sleep, Qianqian, show the video you shot to your Yang brother. Hot, isn't this a bit bad? What's so bad about it? Let him see what he did, causing everyone to think that something happened to him. Then, Qianqian's side opened her cell phone and pulled up a video. Yang Lin merely glanced at it, and then he wanted to cover his face. In the video, his own face was full of happiness as he rolled back and forth on the bed while holding a pillow. Is this really the reaction one should have? I'm definitely not usually like this, I'm definitely dreaming. Qianqian, hurry up and delete the video, you guys by the way also hurry up and forget about it. Then I'll delete it. Hurry up and delete. Seeing Wang Qianqian deleting the video, not waiting for Yang Lin to be relieved, immediately, Su Meng took out another white masked face veil in her hand. What is this? Yang Lin, what is this? Are you not clear yourself? Meng Meng, don't look at me with strange eyes, where am I clear about what this is? Su Nianji said at this time, I know if you don't know, this is the veil that covers the face of the new moon holy maiden of the Dawn Rabbit sect, I've seen it before and can confirm it 100%. Yang Lin's head right now was close to floating up 100,000 question marks. The crescent moon holy maiden of the rabbit sect? The veil she used to cover her face? Then why did it appear here? It was found on your bed, don't you know this better than us? And take a good whiff, right now your room is filled with the smell of women. TSK. Are you kidding me, your room is filled with a woman's smell? Yang Lin just sucked in his nose and smelled it, this. I didn't expect to really smell a faint fragrance, although it's not obvious, but on his own body, on the quilt, on the bed, it actually smells quite good. Just when Yang Lin's heart is more puzzled, Yang Lin suddenly found that on his bedsheet, there is actually a touch of crimson blood like a plum blossom. No, could it be that he had a nosebleed? No, his nose was fine, there wasn't even a trace of blood that had flowed. Meng Meng, Qianqian, and Nianji, what in the world happened? Ha! None of the three sisters answered back. One looked at Yang Lin with eyes that were not generally meaningful. After a few seconds, Su Meng said, you stay in the bedroom by yourself and slowly reminisce and play dumb. The three of us will go out first. No, you guys don't go, I really don't know what happened. However, this did not get a response. Soon Yang Lin was left alone in the bedroom. Looking at whatever veil of the crescent moon holy maiden was left on the bed, he was now even more confused. So, who was going to tell himself what was really happening? Because of his disbelief, Yang Lin began to think back quickly. He himself had returned to his room last night after watching the variety show in the hall, and then what? Why can't I remember? Let me think about it. Oh yeah, did I see someone? In a trance, Yang Lin felt as if he had seen someone after entering the bedroom. That feeling was familiar and intimate. Then again, he had a very long dream. I forgot the specifics, but the dream was very beautiful, and one was very sound and physically and mentally happy. Everything was indeed blurry, but then he smelled the faint fragrance that filled the room, what with the veil of the crescent moon holy maiden as well as the crimson blood on the bedsheet. Yang Lin's body shivered violently. It couldn't be. He now thought of a great possibility, but he didn't dare to be sure. But the reality of everything was here again, and there was no way for him to think in that direction. After a long time, Yang Lin sighed. What's going on here? It seems like something very important has happened, but he can't even recall it at all. It's so hard. Under extreme helplessness, Yang Lin emotionally seemed to rub his temples with his hands. Also at this instant, his body was as if he had been slightly electrocuted, and after 2 seconds of surprise, he called up the occupation panel as fast as he could. In the column of profession skills, besides the original super heavy pressure, super paralyze and super weakness, now there were 2 more super skills, super fear and super stun. Hiss. Yang Lin couldn't help but draw a breath of cool air. He himself was too heaven-defying, right? In one night's work, he had directly obtained 2 super negative statuses? But this obviously wasn't over. Because he saw that inside the talent column, the upper limit of Tailblade Slash had risen from the initial 10% to 15%. Although the current Tailblade Slash was only 7% due to the fact that it hadn't reached the standard, it didn't prevent it from being able to be raised to such a terrifying limit of 15% later on. Continuing to look further, Yang Lin also saw that his first mythological phrase. Originally, for every additional extra hand applied negative damage, it additionally doubled the sustained damage of fixed wounds. Now, surprising heaven and earth had become 1.5 times. This kind of breakthrough made even Yang Lin himself shudder. At this time, he was just casually calculating his current damage, and even he felt shocked and afraid. At level 20, the base sustained solid damage was 20. Adding 1.5 for each of the 5 negative statuses, that would be 8.5 multiplier. With that kind of second damage it would be 170. If you link the Crimson Blade's Crimson 5x status, then the second injury is 850. If you enter the 2x increased state of full burst immobilizer, then your second damage will be 1700. In other words, when all the statuses were in effect and you were in the full burst state, the second damage was $102,000. Adding to that, 25% of the current blood level of entrance decapitation, and 15% of the total blood level of tailblade decapitation. At this moment, Yang Lin was confused on the spot. Such a perverted self, was he still himself? The same level 20 of the other professions, now at most about 7,500 blood, let's just count them, have additional attributes to increase blood, counting 10,000 blood it. This kind of situation, not to mention their own full burst, not full burst dry them also 5 or 6 seconds, 6 or 7 seconds of time. Under full burst, it would take 2 to 3 seconds to dry them out. If he threw himself onto the street, it could be said that he was a humanoid super bioweapon, and wherever he went, the humans would have to evaporate. Too scary, I'm really too scary. The thought that he could continue to grow, this horror naturally had to be doubled and doubled and doubled again. Cold sweat, unconsciously, all flowed down Yang Lin's forehead. Chapter 106 Lu Xiao. Because he only obtained Heavenly Eyes the day before yesterday, he inexplicably obtained 2 more super skills today, plus the first word multiplier increase. After that, Yang Lin left the bedroom and washed up, just casually mentioned it to a few sisters at home. Then, whether it was Su Meng, Wang Qianqian or Sun Yinji, they were still grumbling about what Yang Lin did last night, but now that they couldn't even care about the grudges. So, Heaven's Eye acquisition wasn't your limit, and today you've grown against the odds? Nianji, I don't want to be this strong either, but there's no way, I can't control myself. Su Meng didn't know what came to her mind at this time. She hurriedly came forward and hugged Yang Lin's arm and said, I can label the enemies, organs, traps, and treasures within the spirit realm and the replica. My family Meng Meng is just awesome, this is a divine skill. And me, Wang Qianqian hugged the other side of Yang Lin's arm and said, I can increase the rate of drop explosions, and I can also improve the quality of the dropped treasures. Well, Qianqian, this is the same divine skill you have. Afterwards, Yang Lin looked at Sun Yinji. Sun Yinji was startled. What are you looking at me for? What's it got to do with me? Nianji, what do you know? I don't know anything. Satisfied? I'm satisfied with your thin skin. Get lost, you think every girl has to like you? Nianji, I didn't say that. Sun Yinji was flustered by Yang Lin's eyes, and now she simply turned her face aside. She felt that as she got along with Yang Lin more and more deeply, gradually, she was on the verge of becoming a little woman in front of this man. That, in fact, let's leave the growth matter aside for now. About last night, I still have many unanswered questions. Yang Lin greeted the 3 sisters to the sofa and sat down. Listening to him continue, I was a little confused last night until now, so now I'm very curious, who exactly is that Crescent Moon Holy Maiden? Sun Yinji said, Do you really not remember what happened last night? You dare to do it, but you still don't dare to admit it?
This you guys really misunderstood. My memory is limited to last night when I returned to my bedroom and then it was gone.
Do you guys think that it's necessary for me to tell you guys this kind of lie? Or does it make sense?
Su-meng couldn't help but pinch Yang Lin's waist at this time. You still have the nerve to say that.
Precisely because I'm embarrassed, isn't it all the more reason why I want to understand the specifics? Seeing Yang Lin like this, Wang Chanshan hurriedly asked Su Nianji, Sister Nianji, since you know about the sacred maiden of the crescent moon, what exactly does she look like?
Su Nianji responded, she's always covered in a white veil, so how would I know what she looks like? However, I have a photo of the auditorium from yesterday, and there is her on it.
Upon hearing that there were photos, not to mention Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan all fought to see them.
After that, Su Nianji used her cell phone to open a photo, then zoomed in and zoomed out and zoomed in again. Immediately, the three of them, Yang Lin, sigh, even if she was veiled, she made people feel that she was a beautiful girl.
She's the crescent moon holy maiden?
Well, her name is Lu Xiao, and she's the holy maiden that the upright rabbit sect suddenly raised up.
And other than her name, the rest of the news is blocked and no one knows the specifics. Su Meng turned to Yang Lin and said, Yang Lin, have you seen her then?
No, but even looking at the picture, I feel that she's familiar.
In fact, when Yang Lin said this, there were 3 more words he didn't say.
That is, in addition to being familiar, she was also very kind. After thinking a little, Yang Lin said to Su Nianji, Nianji, can you do me a favor? I want to see the crescent moon holy maiden.
It's not necessary, because she has already left. What? Already left?
Well, I had someone check for me, and the people from the upright rabbit sect, they left early this morning.
That's so. Yang Lin was deeply regretful.
Originally, he had said that he wanted to meet with the crescent moon sacred maiden no matter what, but now, well, it seemed that he didn't have a chance. At this time, Su Meng suddenly said, Yang Lin, what are you frustrated about?
If you really want to see her, can't you just go to the Dawning Rabbit Sect's headquarters in the future?
Right, Meng, if you don't say it, I've forgotten that you can go to the Upright Rabbit Sect's headquarters when you have the chance in the future. Su Nianji said in a voice from the side, although it is possible to go to the headquarters of the Usagi sect in the future, but don't be so optimistic. The crescent moon holy maiden usually doesn't come out of the world. Even if you go over there, it would be hard to see her.
Then what can be done?
Let it go for now, Su Meng said meaningfully in a comforting tone. You might as well specifically recall exactly how you hooked up and hung out with her last night.
Yang Lin's face was filled with black lines. Meng, are you really comforting me?
What good things have you done yourself? You still need me to talk to Chanshan and Nianji sister. Yang Lin had no choice, he went back to thinking. But this time, he really thought of something. 18 years, that's right, I remember. My impression is that she seemed to have said 18 years. Hearing Yang Lin suddenly come up with a sentence of 18 years, which had no beginning and no end, it would be strange if the 3 sisters in the scene weren't confused. And both thought of the 18 years as a lead-in.
The next sentence, Yang Lin likewise thought back.
He excitedly turned to Su Meng at this time and said, I am yours, and you too, are mine. Yang Lin, he had meant to say that he had thought of this quote from the Crescent Moon Holy Maiden last night.
But because it was said so unexpectedly, plus it was said to Su Meng.
Su Meng's pretty face at this moment instantly reddened to the roots of her ears, not to mention that she couldn't speak well. What you're so not shy, Chanshan and Nianji's sister, are in it. Probably too ashamed, Su Meng covered her face and ran back to her bedroom.
Looking at her back, Yang Lin stiffly didn't react.
He was only repeating the words of the Crescent Moon Holy Maiden. How could Meng she still misunderstand it? What made Yang Lin even more surprised was that his other sleeve was suddenly pulled tight.
Looking back, it was Wang Chanshan.
Wang Chanshan at this moment, gently biting her lips, her eyes full of hope. She was in this state, obviously waiting for something. Even so, she pulled Yang Lin's sleeve and gently shook it. The meaning of pampering was not generally obvious.
Yang Lin, of course he knew what Wang Chanshan wanted to do now. She wanted to hear that sentence just now. However, that sentence was really a misunderstanding. And seeing that Yang Lin didn't say anything, Wang Chanshan's momentarily aggrieved pretty eyes were almost misting up.
There was really no way out. Yang Lin hardened his head and said with embarrassment, Chanshan, I am yours, and you are also mine.
I go. It's too embarrassing.
Yang Lin said himself, wanting to cover his face.
Aha! But Wang Chanxian was obviously very happy. Looking at her, the tenderness in her eyes could almost drown Yang Lin. And when Wang Chanxian was pacified, Yang Lin just had no intention of intertwining his eyes with Sun Yinji's. Immediately, he heard Sun Yinji say, "I'm not interested in listening to these words of yours that lie to girls. All day long you just know how to talk slick. How innocent of a person I am, in your mouth it becomes like this. Your innocence my ass, development and exchange meeting side I still have some things, you yourself at home continue to coax Meng Meng and Shanshan it." Sun Yinji fled and left. As for Yang Lin, there is nothing to do today and tomorrow anyway, so he will be entertained with his own sister. If nothing else, he would tease his own Meng Meng and Shanshan from time to time, and then flirt with the flower of the high mountain Sun Yinji Su big beautiful girl. This small life, play the beautiful. Just what Yang Lin did not expect is, on the second day at 4 p.m., he suddenly received a mysterious text message. Chapter 107 Little Lori's War. The content of the text message was simple. "I'll be at the 26th small closed martial arts arena, do you dare to come over?" Yang Lin looked at his own Su Meng and Wang Chanxian who were sitting on the sofa while eating snacks and watching variety shows. He also thought of Sun Yinji who was still in a meeting to determine the specifics of tomorrow's second newcomer battle. Yang Lin then simply regarded the text message as a harassing text message and directly chose to ignore it. Seeing that Yang Lin didn't reply, about 5 minutes later, the second SMS came over again. "Bastard Yang Tianba, you gutless bat, come to the 26th martial arts arena if you can." Yang Lin thought about it. There was currently one and only one person who would call himself Yang Tianba. Soon, in Yang Lin's mind, a double ponytailed, small and delicate little loli that spoke savagely and ferociously appeared. Unexpectedly, that little loli had gotten her cell phone number not to mention. She actually dared to provoke herself in the martial arts arena. Anyway, being idle, Yang Lin smoothly flirted back with the message, "What's in it for me to go? Is it picking up money for nothing or a girlfriend for nothing? You guy, you can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth, just say if you dare to come over." "I don't dare." "You come over." "But." "Then how can you come over? Give me a favor." At the number 26 martial arts arena, Lin Nuan, who was holding a cell phone, was so angry that she stomped her little feet. The detestable Yang Tianba, no, the detestable Yang Lin, he actually dared to ask for favors. Lin Nui, she now wanted to ask Yang Lin to the martial arts arena, and then, ruthlessly pick up this man a meal. Then take Yang Lin's submissive photo and go back to her sister to claim credit. She was now very angry simply because her sister was now studying the videos from Yang Lin's simulation all the time. She just couldn't figure it out. Wasn't it just avoiding a bunch of virtual demons? What was the big deal? Strong combat power was fundamental, and if you could only hide, what kind of hero was that? She had to prove to her sister that Yang Tianba, oh no, Yang Lin or whatever, was not worth mentioning at all. Because of this, she had found the staff to find a way to obtain Yang Lin's cell phone number, and now came to this. Just. That guy actually didn't agree to come over, infuriating. There was really no way out, so she used a message to inquire, "Then what kind of favor do you really want before you come over?" Not long after, a message reply was received. "I have absolutely no resistance to legitimate Lolitas. How about this, you take a few smiley face portraits of me, the cute type, so I can consider going to the martial arts arena." Bastard asshole. This damnable Yang Tianba, he actually dared to make himself take portraits. By what right should one be cheap to him? No way. Lin Nuan replied in this manner. Of course, she received a reply. In that case, stay in the martial arts arena by yourself, bye. This guy, this hateful guy. Lin Nui really had no choice, the so-called shedding the child to catch the wolf, she was forced to compromise. Okay, I'll shoot, but you swear that you'll come over when I do. No problem. Seeing Yang Lin promise, Lin Nui gritted her teeth while muttering in her heart. I'll let you be complacent for a while, when you come over, I'll definitely beat you to death and see if you still dare to molest me like this. Clack clack clack. Clack 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 clack. Lin Nuan, this little loli, took selfies from many angles in one breath, then all of them were transmitted to Yan Lin. So you're satisfied, can you come over now? Please, can your selfies have a little bit of emotion? What I want is cute, what are you doing with a bitter look? It's too ugly, retake it. Lin Nui, she was going to explode with anger. Bastard Yang Tianba, damn Yang Tianba, he didn't come over not to mention, he even said he was ugly. But, bear it first. Then how do you say to shoot? to show a cute smile and a cute pose. Try to fantasize that I'm the man you desire most in your life, and how are you going to please me with the photo now? Who pleases you, you asshole, bedbug? Forget it, don't go, play with yourself in the drill hall. I'll take it, I'll retake it, okay? That's right, you have to have the right attitude. If you don't have a deep desire for me, then how are you going to see me? Lin Nui almost didn't crush the phone. But it was still the same sentence, endure it again. Click click click. Click 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 click. Another bunch of photos were sent over. Is it always okay this time? No. Why not, Yang Tianba, are you trying to back out? First of all, I'm a man of integrity. It's not like your photos won't work this time, at least half of them need to be retaken. Endure, Lin Nuan admonished herself, a little impatience makes a big difference. So what do you say, which ones need to be retaken? I'll mark a few photos for you, and then you must remember them when posing. You have to show all of your own tiny advantages, or else there will be no flavor at all. Alright. Lin Nuan reluctantly continued to take pictures, and this time, finally, Yang Lin was satisfied. Not bad, it seems like your attitude is pretty good, wait for me for a while and I'll go over. Then hurry up. Lin Nuan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She was now waiting for Yang Lin to come over and then ruthlessly over this man. Doesn't he like to take pictures? Subsequently, he himself will ruthlessly take more pictures of this man's defeat and shame, so he will also prove to his sister. Yang Tianba, he, not as good as himself, is not worth mentioning. On the contrary, Lin Nuan could not imagine that her current photos were being viewed by Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian in the apartment. Yang Lin, so this is the little loli you said you wanted to beat you up last time. Well, very small and fierce one. But brother Yang, she's so cute, I want to hug her so much. Su Meng was also full of anticipation, I also want to pinch her, look at her beaky little fleshy face, it must be very comfortable to pinch. At that moment, the two sisters from their own family couldn't get enough of Lin Nuan's selfie photos. Flipping it over and over, looking at it again and again. Yang Lin, are you going to the 26th martial arts arena, should Qianqian and I join you? Brother Yang, I want to go see that little loli. This. Yang Lin shook his head after thinking about it, that little guy seems to only let me go alone. When Su Meng and Wang Qianqian heard this, they were all a bit lost. Yang Lin, on the other hand, appeased the two, don't be like this, it's not very simple for you guys to see her, I'll just go to the martial arts arena and bring her up here. Can brother Yang do that? What's not to like, when I get to the martial arts field, I'll immediately pick her up. You guys just wait for me at the apartment. Good, then hurry up, Qianqian and I can't help but want to molest this little loli already. No problem. Yang Lin, he first looked up the location of the 26th closed martial arts stadium in the park and then set off. On Lin Nuan's side, once she heard that Yang Lin had already come to the appointment, her mood was even more uplifted. She felt, right, that only letting Yang Lin lick his toes in defeat was still too cheap for this hateful guy. He must be made to sincerely repent in front of her, so that she could show how powerful she was. By then, her sister would understand how strong this man was and would definitely praise herself. Chapter 108, Don't Want to Fight? It's not up to you. The Wudao Academy was originally a martial arts training base, so it was normal to have many martial arts arenas. Yang Lin followed the navigation and found the 26th closed martial arts arena easily. And when he entered, he was seeing a little loli inside, other than that, there was no one else. Yang Tianba, you're finally here. Lin Nuan was so excited when she saw Yang Lin come. Because right away, she could ruthlessly over this man and wash away the resentment in her heart. On the contrary, it was Yang Lin who walked towards the center without slowing down and said, "Little fellow, are you just so nostalgic about me thinking about me? My charms have gotten so great? Yang Tianba, you still dare to call me little guy. Fine, I won't bother with you now, let's use our strength to speak." At the same time that Lin Nuan put on a fierce look on her small face, a huge scissors more than 2 meters long had already appeared in her hand. I rub. Don't blame Yang Lin for coming up with a foul mouth, mainly because he really didn't expect it. Obviously such a small loli in front of him, but the weapon she used looked so formidable. What Yang Lin never expected was that Lin Nui's weapon's toughness was only one of them, and in her private life, there were even more terrifying and undefendable existences. However, surprised or not, this little loli was indeed incredibly tough to outsiders. But to Yang Lin, it was just like that. As the saying goes, in the face of absolute strength, all tricks or killer tactics are futile. And seeing that Lin Nuan was about to make a move immediately, Yang Lin hastily reached out to stop him. Little fellow, I know you want to fight now, but beforehand, we should still have something to say, right? What words? That is of course the benefits of fighting. Think about it, you called out to me to come to the martial arts arena, and now I'm coming over. It can't just be an inexplicable fight with no benefits at all, right? Lin Nuan thought for a moment and nodded approvingly. If you didn't say it, I really almost forgot. For both of us to fight, we really have to establish some benefits first. Like this, if I defeat you later, you'll get down on your back and lick my toes, as well as give me an honest confession. Let me tell you, I'm going to record a video at that time, no slacking off, okay? Yang Lin scared, I didn't expect that you're small in size, but your heart is so ruthless. In that case, if I win, are you going to do the same? Me, there's no way I'll lose, you mongrel fish, there's no way you'll win over me. Cut the crap, just tell me, if I win, are you going to do the same? Lin Nuan said with some weakness, if you win, I'll sincerely apologize to you. You wish. How could Yang Lin let himself suffer if he still wanted to make himself do a losing deal? Little fellow, in my life, I dislike people double standard the most. Thinking about this duel since you called me over, then if you want to count the losses, besides following the conditions you put forward yourself. And you must also, unconditionally agree to one of my demands. Otherwise, I will turn around and leave now. You can't leave. It's fine if I don't leave, just say it, promise or not. Seeing Lin Nuan hesitate, Yang Lin hurriedly added quickly, I'll count to 3, if you don't promise I'll leave now. 3, 2, 1. Promise, I promise you. Lin Nuan had no choice but to open her mouth, if I lose, I'll do that too, and also, unconditionally promise you one more request. Yang Lin smiled. That's more like it, as a man, how could he lose in front of a little lowly? However, this so-called bet can't just be said with the mouth, otherwise if the other party subsequently denies it, then it's not a waste of time. Little fellow, since you promised, this would be a good thing to do. However, words are not proof. Before the two of us duel, we must record a video first, and we must swear on the honor of the forces that each of us is a part of. Yang Tianba, why are you so annoying? Why are you unwilling? Then I'll go. You come back, you can record the video, okay? That's more like it. Then, Yang Lin and Lin Nuan took out their cell phones respectively, and after the two of them came together, they started to record their respective promises respectively. The two of them now, starting with the Greedy Wolf Guild and the Qianlong sect, swore. When they reached the end, and Lin Nui felt it was almost time, Yang Lin hurriedly opened his mouth again. I must add one thing that you have to understand, little one. We now have a video in our hands, and the duel later on will also be videotaped in its entirety, if we lose in this situation and still don't fulfill our promise. Do you know what that means? Means what? Let's say you lose and you refuse to fulfill your promise despite swearing by the Tatsu Dragon sect. Doesn't that mean that all of you from the Qianlong sect are untrustworthy, despicable, shameless, backtracking, brazen, and shameless villains? At this point in Lin Nuan's life, she suddenly smelled danger. Seeing that Yang Lin was now more active than her, she inexplicably panicked a little. I didn't say that, I suddenly don't want to. Don't want to fight. Anymore. Little guy, weren't you very horizontal earlier? How come you are suddenly afraid now? It's okay, I allow you to escape, after all, I'm a big man, to bully you a little guy is really a bit unlike words. You dragon sect, also so it, is not just retreating from the battlefield well, I understand. What do you understand? Who said I retreated on the verge of battle? It's fine, the gate of the martial arts arena is right there, now you can walk out. Of course, as long as you walk out in disgrace, the video or whatever we just recorded, all of it doesn't count. Yang Tianba You. I'm not going to retreat at the battlefield, much less walk out in ashes. Seriously think I'm afraid of you? Stop, you stop first. Little guy, you have to understand, this duel is you urgently shouted me over. It wasn't me who forced you, don't make it seem like I'm the one looking for trouble now. Cut the crap, let's start the duel now, I have to beat the hell out of you. Alright, then let's get ready to start now. And at this moment, one had to ask Lin Nui what she thought. She panicked, very much so. She originally just wanted to beat up this man and then prove to her sister that she was strong. But now, sparingly, the honor of the Qianlong sect was involved. Especially, if she lost, not only would she have to go and fulfill the shameful thing, but she would also have to unconditionally agree to the other party's demands. At that time, in case, the man in front of him took the opportunity to threaten and do that kind of unpleasant and unseemly thing, what to do? Also, if my sister knew that she had lost, she would definitely be incredibly angry. At that time, what should he do? On the contrary, Yang Lin's face was full of relaxation. He said that he was a humanoid biological weapon, so if he wanted to lose, he would have to have the opportunity to do so. In addition, Yang Lin hadn't forgotten that the two sisters at home were still waiting for him to carry the little loli back. Yang Tianba, are you ready? Already ready, you can launch your attack at any time. But first things first, you're not allowed to cry when you get beaten up later, or you won't be losing your own people, it'll be the people of the Cinnabar Dragon sect. Lin Wan exploded with anger. Fine, then I'll beat you to tears first, so you'll lose the greedy Wolf Guild's people. Next, there was nothing to say. Lin Nui dragged his huge scissors and burst out with blood chi while suddenly bursting towards Yang Lin. Chapter 109, I'm an understanding man. As for Yang Lin, he felt Lin Nuan's erupting breath. In his heart, he slightly sighed. Worthy of being a newcomer chosen by the Qianlong sect, this outburst, this speed, to estimate, it's impossible to lose against his own Meng Meng. But still, it's just like that if you compare yourself. Yang Lin didn't expand his domain, otherwise he was afraid of vaporizing Lin Nui. He simply raised his hand and used a super heavy pressure. The Lin Nui who launched the attack was still thinking of destroying Yang Lin in one fell swoop, but where did she think that her entire body would suddenly sink? From top to bottom, the powerful gravity almost made herself kneel. What the hell, this man can actually inflict status abilities. However. So what? Seeing that his surging speed had been slowed down by the status interference, Lin Nuan didn't dare to slow down in the slightest, and continued to erupt with even greater amounts of blood chi. Trying to approach Yang Lin in the shortest possible time and then ruthlessly over Yang Lin. But in an instant, Lin Nui once again felt that his entire body was like being hit by electric current, and half of his body was tending to be paralyzed. As for Yang Lin, he just stood in place, holding his cell phone up in his hand for filming, completely without the slightest awareness of dueling. Bastard, so what if you have two status abilities? Just get close to him, that's right, just get close to him. Lin Nui once again ramped up her burst of blood chi as she tried to resist the pressure and paralysis on her body. But the next thing she realized with horror was that her own blood chi suddenly began to become poorly functioning, and her entire body rapidly weakened. Because of this, she had only originally broken through to the center of the field, and was still halfway to Yang Lin. But Lin Nuan himself, the whole person has been rotating, if not do their best to hold on. If he didn't try his best to hold on, he was afraid that the whole person would already be completely lying on the ground. Little fellow, you're quite tenacious. You shut up, damnable guy, I will definitely defeat you. Yeah? Yang Lin continued to hold up his cell phone and shoot. The newly comprehended Super Fear and Super Stun were applied to Lin Nui together. Puff. Lin Nui hadn't even burst into Yang Lin's side yet, her entire body completely couldn't hold on and fell directly above the ground. Right now, she only felt that her breath was completely out of control, her body was like a giant, besides the sky spinning, the extreme fear had crushed her mind at once. Demonic arts. The man in front of her would be capable of all sorts of demonic arts. If it was just one or two negative statuses added to his body, Lin Nuan wouldn't find it strange. At least he was a professional, it wasn't unusual for him to have some special skills or abilities. However, when more negative statuses were all gathered on her, even thinking and breathing and even her soul began to tremble. Yang Lin, in Lin Nuan's mind at this moment, directly turned into the nightmare of nightmares. Little fellow, you're too weak here, you collapsed before I even made a move. Lin Nui, who was lying on the ground and was no longer able to get up, was on the verge of crying. She was, right now, so uncomfortable. Gravity, paralysis, weakness, fear and dizziness all rolled into one, not to mention getting up, her mind was blank even when trying to think. You can, demonic magic. You don't care whether I can do demonic arts or not, I just ask you, are you convinced, do you admit defeat? No, don't admit. It doesn't matter, anyway, I have the video in hand, you just failed miserably in front of me. As for me, I'll take it as you refusing to fulfill your promise, and later on I'll go to the staff to publicize the video of your and my duel. You know, right now, the Martial Arts Academy has many executives from the 3 divisions, 8 gongs, and 12 gates, so I believe they'll be interested. No, I admit. To admit defeat. You don't want to release. Hearing Lin Nuan say admit defeat, then Yang Lin no longer made things difficult for her. In passing, he withdrew all the negative statuses that had been applied to her. At this moment, Lin Nui only felt like she had seen the light of day again, and there had never been a time when she was more relaxed than this moment. Just as she was breathing heavily, Yang Lin squatted down in front of her. Since you've admitted defeat, then next, it's time to fulfill your promise, right? When Lin Nuan heard this, her face turned pale. Yang Lin then said, "Little one, don't be so scared, it's just toes and confessions, plus an unconditional agreement. You don't really disregard the reputation of the Cinnabar Dragon sect and are afraid, do you?" "I was wrong, I was wrong." "Now that you know you're wrong, weren't you trying to me over earlier and were arrogant and brash?" "I won't dare anymore, Yang Tianba, no, Yan Lin, please let me go." "You wish. Then in the future, I'll listen to you, but don't spread the video, and don't let my sister and the people from the Chenlong sect know." Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I'm a generous man." "So, you're willing to let me off? You think it will be that cheap? Then what do you want? What did you say yourself just now, that you'll listen to me from now on?" "I'll listen to you all, but you can't do anything bad to me, and you can't release the video." Yang Lin smiled. "It's okay, but I want to know something through you. You have to promise to know everything." "Okay, as long as you don't make things difficult for me." "So good." Yang Lin said, and tried to pinch Lin Nui's fleshy little face, not to mention, it was quite enjoyable. There was also her double ponytail, the texture of her hair was quite good, pulling it was very smooth. Let's go to the apartment where I live first, there are some things that are not convenient to ask here." Lin Nuan said with some caution, "Yuan, take me to your apartment. You promised me not to do bad things. If you really do that, my sister Jinhua Dragon Lady, she won't let you go." "Don't worry, I promise not to do bad things to you. But you also have to pay attention to your words and behavior, you have to know that you are now my underling. And I still have in my hands." I know, can't I listen to your words?" "Not only should you listen, but you should also listen carefully." "Okay, I'll listen carefully." "Then go now, go to my apartment." Lin Nuan now, where would she dare to disobey? Besides being afraid of the video in Yang Lin's hand, she now felt even more that Yang Lin was the demon. She definitely hadn't thought about facing this man, the other party hadn't even made a move, and she had lost under this man's hands. This kind of godly ability was recognized by her as demonic magic. So now, when she followed behind Yang Lin, it was by no means the usual caution to ask Yang Lin what he thought at this moment. Of course it was to bring the little lowly back to Su Meng and Wang Qianqian. Also, since this little lowly's sister is the Jinhua Dragon Lady, that's not coincidental, and by the way, you can also poke around to find out what level the Jinhua Dragon Lady has actually reached. Other opponents were fine, but this Jinhua Dragon Lady, it was necessary to understand. After a period of time, finally arrived at the residence of the apartment. Su Meng and Wang Qianqian's words had been waiting for a long time. Once they saw that Yang Lin had really brought the little lowly back, the two of them were not generally happy. As for Lin Nuan, she was miserable right now. Chapter 110. She's a mascot. I'm not a mascot. This was the protest Lin Nui made. However, it didn't do much at all. Su Meng and Wang Qianqian kept poking and pinching Lin Nui's little face, not to mention how joyful they were. "What a little one, so cute. Sister Meng, she's like a little pillow, so comfortable to hold. Qianqian, don't focus on hugging it yourself, let me hug it too." "Okay Sister Dream, then I'll go pinch her little face." Seeing that she didn't have the slightest bit of autonomy, Lin Nuan once again protested. "I told you, I'm not a mascot." "No, you are." Yang Lin sat across from Lin Nui, his face full of teasing. Lin Nui couldn't help herself, but when she saw Yang Lin shaking the cell phone in his hand, she, a little lowly, instantly wilted. It was also at this time that Su Meng couldn't help but ask, "Yang Lin, how did you bring her back, and she's also oddly obedient?" "There's no way, who let me have a big charm." Little Nui also said that she will be my person in the future, she will do whatever I tell her to do. Lin Nui was shocked. "Bastard, I didn't say this, you don't." "You really didn't say that?" Yang Lin raised his cell phone and sighed in a fake helpless manner. Lin Nui immediately wimped out. "I said it, yes, I did say it. Just now you called me an asshole?" "No, I didn't, you must have misheard." Seeing the little lowly like this, Yang Lin couldn't help but cross his legs at this time. "Little Nui, let me ask you, What strength do you say you have yourself that you actually dare to challenge me? How did I know that you know demonic arts? Let me see your occupation panel. No, absolutely not, you're not my sister, who am I to let you look at my occupation panel? Yang Lin let out a laugh. This thing called occupation panel is very private, but you have to understand one thing. Your strength is not worth mentioning in my eyes. You won't think you're so strong that I have to find your weaknesses or something like that, right? Su Meng and Wang Qianqian also became interested at this time. In order to get Lin Nuan to light up his career panel, one took out a whole bunch of snacks, and the other took out a handmade cupcake. With a clatter, they all laid out in front of Lin Nan. Even if you guys lure me, don't even think about looking at my occupation panel. Forget it, with your three-legged kung fu, don't look at it. Who's a three-legged cat now? I'm an extremely rare cat knight, a noble profession. This moment directly made the three Yang Lin present laugh. So there's still an occupation like cat knight. Brother Yang, sister Meng, this sounds weird but somewhat cute. Qianqian, it's useless to be only cute. If it was a dragon knight bar, it would still be eye-catching. Rather, it's this cat knight, I feel more like she's lying. Lin Nui was anxious. I'm not lying, I'm really a cat rider. If you're really a cat knight, that just means you're too weak. I'm too disappointed in the newcomers your dragon sect picked out. Who said I'm weak? Can't I just show you guys? Lin Nuan huffed and puffed as she flashed her occupation panel. With that, not only Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, but even Yang Lin was quite saddened. This little lowly, Lin Nui, was indeed a cat knight. It could only be said that she was not only not weak, but if it was a life and death struggle, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian alone probably wouldn't be able to hold her down. Cat knight, a dual-form profession where melee and long-distance attacks could be switched. Melee attacks with huge scissors, and when switching to long range, the scissors can be transformed into a blade cannon. Oddball is quite odd, but based on her skill multiplier and her own attributes. This little lowly was strong, and ordinary people were not her match. Now you guys are still saying I'm weak? My cat knight is super strong. Little sister, I didn't expect you to really be that strong. Su Meng at this moment, she pressed her face into Lin Nuan's fleshy little face. Don't treat me like a little kid, I'm a noble cat knight. Right, you're a cat knight, Wang Qianqian smiled cheekily, so want to eat a cupcake? Barely. Eat a little bit well. And these snacks to eat? Have a little bit too. Watching Lin Nuan eat the snacks and cakes, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian were overjoyed. With those eyes, it was truly like looking at a kitten. Every now and then, going up to touch it, the two sisters of their own family were very satisfied. On Yang Lin's side, his main purpose was actually still on the Jinghua Dragon Lady. Seeing that this would be Lin Nui eating with gusto, he opened his mouth and asked, "Little fellow, you said that your sister is the Jinghua Dragon Lady, just how powerful is she?" "Humph, you mortals, you're not even aware of how terrifying my sister is. Let me tell you, my sister could single-handedly take on a Spirit Realm level 20 final leader when she was level 10. We've heard of these things. Does your sister have any other special skills besides her high combat power?" "Of course there are." Lin Nuan said, looking at Yang Lin, "Although your demonic techniques work against me, against my sister, you can only ask for trouble." "Why?" "Because my sister is naturally immune to all attribute negative statuses, you can restrict me, but can you restrict my sister?" Lin Nuan said this, causing Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, who were nearby, to instantly gasp. Immunity to all attribute statuses? Little sister, aren't you exaggerating? Lin Nui said rather smugly, "Humph, you guys just haven't seen it before. If it's just a high combat power, how can she be called a Jinghua Dragon Lady? Moreover, my sister is not only immune to abnormal statuses, but also..." When the words came to this point, Lin Nuan suddenly realized that she had said too much and hastily stopped her mouth. "Little guy, why did you stop talking? Why would I tell you guys so much? These things are highly blocked secrets that can't be told to anyone. If my sister and the higher-ups within the sect know about it, not only will I be severely punished, but I will also be expelled." Yang Lin raised his eyebrows. "What is our relationship now? Why are you still so outgoing? What relationship do I have with you? You've forgotten that you're my person. When did I say I'm your person? Don't admit it, right? Fine then, you'll have to bear the consequences." Lin Nui, already crying. "Really can't say it, the consequences are very serious." "Alright, don't cry first, make it seem like I'm intentionally bullying you. How about this, let's make an exchange, and definitely not let you and your sister suffer. Believe me, you and your sister will definitely earn a fortune." "What exchange?" You know the first reward of the newcomer battle this time, right? A 25 super evolutionary copy scroll, whose value I've asked about, because of the super extreme phrase, it's probably worth hundreds of millions.
Lin Nuan thought for a moment and said, "This I know, then? I'll give you this, I'm determined to win this scroll. Although your sister is very powerful, I'm not looking at her yet. As long as you're willing to tell me her information intelligence, when I take first place to get the scroll, then I'll set aside 2 positions for you on my side, and let you guys enjoy the benefits of the scroll as well. My sister won't lose to you. Hee, although your sister is immune to status, are you sure I don't have any other killer moves? Use your little brain to think about why our greedy wolf guild only has 3 of us in this newcomer battle. Do you really think that the greedy wolf guild's talent is withering away and we can't get 5 people together?" Lin Nuan bit her lip, "But my sister's information is really confidential, you'll just threaten me with those videos." "Not so much, Broken, not so much, I just want to give you and your sister a chance. And you claimed confidentiality, but in reality, haven't you already said half of it? That was unintentional on my part. Anyway, it's already like this, so why don't you bet on it? Bet that I'm better than your sister, so that when I get the scroll, I'll reserve a place for you and your sister." Lin Nuan thought for a long time, "If you really get first place, will you really save a place for me and my sister? Lying to you is a puppy." That's fine, anyway, it's half said, lie to me, you really are a puppy." Soon, Lin Nui was seen messing around with something on her cell phone, and then, she put a video out. Chapter 111, Yang Lin, My Damn Charm. Originally, he had asked the Jingua Dragon Lady what other crushing means she had. Who would have thought that the little lowly Lin Nui would actually release a video? However, without waiting for Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian to wonder, Lin Nui had already taken the first step to explain. This video was quietly recorded when I followed my sister to kill the final leader earlier. Not to mention outsiders, even my sister herself doesn't know about it. It's the video of your sister killing the Spirit Realm level 20 final leader at level 10? That's the one. That's great, the 3 of us are really curious about how your sister killed the final leader back then. Just as Yang Lin's 3 people wanted to catch a glimpse of the Jingua Dragon Lady killing the level 20 final leader, who would have thought that at this time, Sun Yanji pushed her way in from the outside. Upon seeing this, Lin Nuan, who had just opened the video, turned her cell phone off at the first time under the nervousness of her expression. In this regard, Yang Lin amused, "Don't be so panicked, Nianji is our own people. No, she's one of the heads of the greedy wolf guild, if she knows, her sister's secret won't be kept." Su Meng pinched Lin Nuan's little face and said, "What are we lying to you for, Nianji's sister, she really is one of us." Wang Qianqian didn't forget to stuff a bite of cupcake into Lin Nuan's mouth at this time, allowing this little lowly to reduce her nervousness and defensiveness. As for Su Nianji, who entered the door, when she saw that there was an additional little lowly, Lin Nuan, in the hall, needless to say, she was definitely quite surprised. "If I remember correctly, you seem to be the dragon sex. Lin Nui, right?" Lin Nui held her cell phone in her death grip and looked at Su Nianji vigilantly. Su Nianji wasn't clear about what was happening at all and looked at Yang Lin with a face full of confusion. "Yang Lin, when did you guys get so close to her? And I've only just entered the door, I don't seem to have done anything, right? Why is she looking at me with that kind of look?" Yang Lin pretended to cough lightly twice and said, "Nianji, come over here and sit next to me." "What for?" "Of course there is something important to do, come over quickly." Although Su Nianji did not understand what was happening, she saw Su Meng and Wang Qianqian secretly nodding their heads to the side. Then, she walked over to the sofa holding confusion and sat down next to Yang Lin. But Lin Nan, she was still staring closely at Su Nianji, just like a frightened kitten, quite cautious. "What's wrong?" "Nianji is like this, Lin Nui is now my person. The 3 of us were exploring with her, her sister Lin used strength, and no, you happened to come back. She doesn't believe that you're one of her own, so she became defensive." Su Nianji was puzzled to hear this. "What nonsense, Lin Nuan, she's one of yours now. You guys can explore all you want, why are you getting defensive towards me?" "Nonsense, the information of the Jingua Dragon Lady is a secret. If you weren't one of your own, would Nui dare to talk about this in front of you?" Yang Lin said while comfortingly rubbing Lin Nui's little brain. "Little Nui, don't you think so?" Lin Nui nodded. "She's a high-ranking member of the Greedy Wolf Guild, I know that. Nianji, you understand now, little Nui doesn't trust you. So you have to prove that you're one of your own." Su Nianji cried and laughed. "How can I prove this kind of thing?" Yang Lin gently touched Su Nianji with his shoulder and whispered, "How simple, wouldn't it be fine for you to be closer to me?
Don't you want to know what the Jingwa dragon lady has in her bottom of the barrel skills or killer mace? To ask Sun Yinji whether she wanted to know or not, there was no need to say.
The information of the Jingwa dragon lady was definitely a highly confidential information blocked by the dragon sect, although it wasn't clear how Yang Lin's trio had fooled this little lowly in front of them. But if there was a chance to learn about the blockade intelligence, then there was no reason not to be willing.
So what should I do? Lean a little closer to me.
Sun Yinji sparingly leaned towards Yang Lin again.
Yang Lin wasn't ambiguous at the moment, and while wringing his hand above Sun Yinji's slender waist, he opened his mouth to Lin Nuan.
Nui, don't look at Nyenji as the head of the greedy wolf guild, but at home, she's very obedient. Let me tell you, if I tell Nyenji to go east, she would never dare to go west.
Here, I have the final say.
Sun Yenji, originally what a cool person, now suddenly being surrounded by Yang Lin's body, for a moment she almost didn't react.
It was still the first time that she had such an intimate move with a man. Yang Lin Yu.
Nyenji, can't you be a little quieter? When you explore the strength of the Jingwa dragon lady next, you have to distinguish between the lesser and the greater.
Sun Yinji understood.
Dare Yang Lin to let himself sit over, just want to take advantage of himself openly and honestly.
And what's the matter with you wringing your waist and unconsciously wanting to touch down from the back? Yang Lin, you are good. Of course I'm good, Nyenji, just tell me, are you my man?
Sun Yenji's right hand pressed Yang Lin's big hand that was wrapped around her waist, then she said in a different tone of voice, yes, of course I'm your person, satisfied? That's right, Nui you also saw, Nyenji is her own person.
Sun Yenji at this moment, she then stared at Yang Lin tightly and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, wait for afterwards, I'll settle the score with you. Yang Lin whispered back, give some face, okay? Don't tear down the stage, don't you know that men love face? Then give me an honest hand. Cough, cough.
Lin Nuan's side of the words, she looked at Sun Yinji and then at Yang Lin with a confused expression.
Yang Tianba, aren't you a newcomer? But you're still in charge of the head of the greedy wolf guild, do you still have a hidden identity?
Hidden identity no, but it can't be helped, Nyenji cried and begged to follow me, I can't refuse.
Sun Yinji had the urge to kick Yang Lin over.
Right, who made Yang Lin so charming, where can I refuse?
Yang Lin, this damn charm of yours, it's really big. Nyenji, talk is talk, but you have to be a bit more normal in your tone, otherwise what if you let Xiaonan misunderstand?
And Nui, look how well behaved Nyenji is now, I've said she's one of my own.
Oh.
Lin Nui at this moment, she slowly relaxed her guard. Then relit the extinguished cell phone screen. As soon as she saw this, not to mention Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Shanshan, Sun Yinji definitely couldn't help but come over it the first time. As for the video playing on Lin Nuan's cell phone, it was showing the scene of Lin Yu carrying a two-handed giant sword and killing the four directions. That all the way to the attack, all the demons encountered were just like paper mache, broken in seconds. Under Lin Yu's two-handed giant sword, the devils were real ants. Against this powerful girl, it was no different than a mayfly shaking a tree. Currently, although the scene of killing the final leader hadn't arrived yet, this alone already had to make people marvel. Worthy of being called the Jingwa Dragon Lady's sister, with the huge level difference, she could still crush her way through. This unusual professional, not to mention going to find her to touch the porcelain, even if it is to rub a little, do not have that qualification.
Chapter 112 Female Martial God. Nui, when will the final leader be killed? Soon. Half a minute after hearing Lin Nui say that it was getting close, finally, the video showed Lin Yu arriving at the final leader's territory. It was a level 20 giant mantis. The constantly grinding mouthparts were appalling and very impressive, and the two pincer hand blades were incredibly sharp. But who would have thought that with a few staggered charges from the Jingwa Dragon Lady Lin Yu, half of this giant mantis face was chopped up, not to mention the fact that even its legs were broken off multiple times alive. Nui, your sister is too powerful, isn't she? Being praised so much by Wang Shanshan, Lin Nui proudly said, that's for sure, I was following my sister at that time, and I didn't have a chance to make a move along the way. Yang Lin also asked at this time, but didn't you just say that your sister still has great means? There is, didn't it just appear? Yang Lin's few people wistfully wondered and focused their eyes even more on the video screen. Immediately afterward, they saw that at this moment, the screen had all become much dimmer. The reason for this was that Lin Yu seemed to be exercising his ability, and the reason the scene was dim was because the light of the sky was all obscured by the black, dark clouds in the sky above. Invoking the heavens? What kind of ability is this? Even through the screen, I can feel the pressing sense of oppression. Just as several people were speculating about what means Lin Yu was actually displaying, there was a crash. Only the drums of war could be heard beating, and the Jingo horses launched their charge towards the giant mantis with the momentum of black clouds. That's right, it was the Jingo horse. Although it was a false shadow, the scene was extremely grand. That was truly letting Yang Lin several people see what was called destroying the world. To be able to the army over, the field at this time where there is still the figure of the giant mantis, breath has long been trampled into pieces of pieces of pieces of pieces. The video came to an abrupt end. But the entire hall was silent. Especially Su Meng and Wang Shanshan, both could not help but wipe up a cold sweat. After a long time, they heard Su Ningji ask, "Xiaonan, your sister, was she level 10 at that time?" Yeah, she was level 10 at the time, killing the level 20 final leader or whatever. Before and after was only 20 seconds. Awesome, Su Ningji huffed back, worthy of being called the Jingua Dragon Lady. Yang Lin said at this time, "Ningji, you probably don't know that Lin Yu, she also has full attribute abnormal status immunity." What? Full immunity? Yeah, if you don't believe me, ask Nui, this is what she said herself. Su Ningji hurriedly looked at Lin Nui. Can you really be immune to all abnormal states? Such as poison and mental interference, could it also be immune? Well, these were tested at the Dragon Gate. No matter what type, they can't cause any interference to my sister. Su Meng exhaled and also opened her mouth to ask, speaking of which, she was only level 10 at that time, and now she's already level 20, so your sister should have awakened some new means during that time, right? Lin Nuan entered a state of thought. Wang Shanshan was quick on her feet and hurriedly stuffed a chocolate into this little loli's mouth. 10 seconds later saw her eyes light up. I've thought of it, my sister fought against the shadow profession within the gate at level 18, stealth and all, it's useless to her. My sister can lock on to the opponent's position with a single glance, and her attacks can even tear through space. Su Ningji said tentatively, you're not bragging, are you? She's already that powerful, and she can still lock onto the stealth of a shadow profession and even tear through space? I'm not bragging, my sister really is that strong. Yang Lin seemed to have thought of something and spoke, okay, your sister is indeed that strong, so let me ask you, what exactly is her profession? This you, as a sister, should always understand, right? My sister, she is a Valkyrie. Knowing that she's a Valkyrie, I'm asking about the occupation. Yeah, she's a female Valkyria. I read her panel a long time ago. Her occupation is called female Valkyrie. The few people present in Yang Lin's presence sighed very much. When describing someone who was very powerful, they would be called martial god or female martial god. The Jingua Dragon Lady was good, her occupation was not even acted out, and she came up as a female Valkyrie. This hang open, full state immunity, launched Jingo Flood, and what cut through space. Now think about it, it seems not so outrageous. Nui, does your sister know anything else? Not sure, but there should be more. My sister is super powerful, like in this newcomer battle. Actually me and the other 3 teammates are all abusive. The real main force, my sister alone is enough. This was said, and the few people present in Yang Lin nodded their heads in agreement. The Jingua Dragon Lady was terrifying to such an extent, Lin Nuan and the other 3 newcomers were not brought in to make up the numbers. On the contrary, after Lin Nui said so much, this little loli of hers now seemed to have suddenly realized something. Oh. I've thought of it, young Tianba, you can't beat my sister, I've told you my sister's information for nothing. Nonsense, how could I possibly not be able to beat your sister? Lin Nuan rarely began to argue with reason. Even though you can inflict status, it doesn't work on my sister. I know you can still sneak around, but my sister can lock onto your existence with a single glance. Even if you can vanish into space, it's useless, my sister can cut through space. Yang Lin didn't say anything at this time. As for Su Ningji, Su Meng and Wang Shanshan, they instead felt that Lin Nuan's words were quite reasonable. Yang Lin, you might not really be able to beat the Jingua Dragon Lady. Brother Yang, doesn't it seem like the Jingua Dragon Lady was born to restrain you? Su Meng and Wang Shanshan had just finished speaking when Lin Nuan, the little loli, seemed to have once again thought of some intelligence. I remembered again, my sister, she seems to be able to lock blood. I've seen her cast it once before, her whole body was covered in white light, and even if she was attacked, she wouldn't lose a single drop of blood. No, you're deliberately exaggerating, right? She has so many abilities on her, why do you keep adding abilities to her? But what I said is true, my sister is that powerful, Yang Tianba, how are you going to fight my sister? After Lin Nuan said this, Su Ningji couldn't help but ask Yan Lin, yeah, how do you fight the Jingua Dragon Lady? Ha! Yang Lin pondered for a moment. I admit, the Jingua Dragon Lady is very powerful, but Yang Tianba, oh no, but Yang Lin, that's not a vegetarian either. Did you guys think that I couldn't do damage because my abnormal status didn't work on her? Brother Yang, is it possible to do damage even if it doesn't work? Of course, ineffective just means that the effect of the status is ineffective against her, but it doesn't prevent me from throwing statuses to build up my solid damage. As for me wanting to shadow walk, so what if I can lock onto me, so what if I can cut through space? In that state, I'm invincible. Sun Yanji said, but didn't Lin Wan say that her sister can still lock blood? Yang Lin laughed and didn't say anything. When his entire attribute drops, as well as his entrance beheading and tail blade beheading are just for show? Locking blood, try locking it in front of yourself? Of course, it's useless to argue about this now, then really want to confront, everything will be able to see the difference. And to ask Yang Lin what is the biggest idea. Right now, he would love to be friends with the Jingua Dragon Lady. A girl so powerful that she could be second to heaven and earth, it wouldn't be a loss to befriend her. Subconsciously, Yang Lin landed his gaze on Lin Wan. Chapter 113. Does your sister have a boyfriend? You, what are you looking at me for? Suddenly being looked at meaningfully by Yang Lin, Lin Nui was a little flustered. Nui, you're my person now, it's not appropriate for you to move and call me by my name. Then what do I call you? Don't you like to call me Yang Tianba, then call me Brother Tianba or Brother Yang Lin. Call me whatever you want, but you can't betray me. Don't worry, I'll make sure that only a few of us present know about the information you said today. Alright, Brother Tianba. So good, I like it when you're so understanding. Then, Yang Lin's words suddenly changed. Little Nui, let me ask you, does your sister have a boyfriend now? The moment these words came out. Whoosh! Su Meng, Wang Qianqian and Sun Yanji almost instantly gathered their eyes onto Yang Lin. Yang Lin hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand me, I don't mean anything else, I just want to get close to the Jingua Dragon Lady. As the saying goes, more friends, more roads, she's so strong, wouldn't it be good for both sides to have a friend? Su Meng's eyes were sideways. Yang Lin, you really don't have any other ideas? Meng, you have to believe in my purity. And you guys think about it, what kind of person is the Jingua Dragon Lady, would she easily like a man? Sun Yanji said breathlessly, then asked Nui, does her sister have a boyfriend? Nianji, you silly in case her sister has a boyfriend, I venture close to this, by her sister misunderstood how to do. What if her boyfriend misunderstands me? I just want to know more, and then think about how to make friends and find a topic. Hearing this, Lin Wan replied, no, although my sister is not cold in nature. But because of her strength and identity, even in the spirit realm, she basically acts alone. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to get close to my sister. Hearing Lin Wan answer like this, Sun Yanji said with some emotion, that's also true, your sister is so strong that she invariably makes people fear her. And her identity is not trivial. If we talk about boyfriends, there is no doubt that ordinary boys can't even enter her eyes. I agree with this point, Wang Qianqian responded, a person that strong, even if I'm allowed to take the initiative to approach, I'm all grossed out in my heart. Just like Brother Yang is so strong, if I were suddenly asked to get close to Brother Yang, I would definitely be nervous and apprehensive. Seeing this, Yang Lin said, that's why I said to get to know her better. She is strong, but we are not weak either. It is said that a strong combination is good for both sides. If we get to know each other now, we might be able to fight together sometime in the future. That's a good point, but even if we are friends, I'm afraid that if our strength is too low, we won't be able to get into her eyes. Unless you also show a little, otherwise why would people be friends with you? Sun Yanji, just as she finished saying that, Lin Wan's eyes brightened up and said, no need, if Brother Tianba is friends with my sister should be very happy. Why? Sun Yanji and Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, almost in unison, asked. Because in the past 2 days, my sister has been studying Brother Tianba's simulation. I've never seen her so serious and focused. Yang Lin sweated, just that earlier simulation? Yes. My sister said that she had never seen a strain as powerful as that. She also said that if she were herself, she wouldn't be able to do that kind of thing at all. So then, she's impressed with me, is she? Well, not impressed, that's quite impressed. Because of that, I couldn't stand it and asked you to duel. This. Yang Lin couldn't help but hug Lin Wan from the opposite side, then continuously pinched her little face and said, you really have the guts, looking for me to duel? Don't have the guts, how would I know you're that powerful? Knowing how powerful you are still don't hand over your sister's phone number? Here you go, don't pinch my face, it's going to be broken by you. Very easily, Yang Lin got the cell phone number of Jinhua Dragon Lady Lin Yu from Lin Nui. Also in passing, he sent over a text message to Lin Yu. I'm Yang Lin, because I admire your strength, so can we make friends and have a good exchange some other day? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, the other party didn't respond at all. Su Meng said in response, Xiao Nui is quite good at getting along, but her sister is after all a Jinhua Dragon Lady. If it's her kind of girl, her eyesight must be very high. Sun Yinji nodded, she might appreciate your battlefield resilience, but to say that she's making friends, she might not be interested at all. It's fine, it's just a casual message. It's not too late to find a time to get to know each other. Next. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Nuan's side went back first. While Yang Lin's trio and Sun Yanji, they started talking about important things. Today. Sun Yanji went to the four-way meeting, and what was agreed upon was the matters related to the second item of the newcomer battle tomorrow. According to Sun Yanji's conveyance, what came first was a great thing. According to the comprehensive strength assessment of the newcomers by several families, within the spirit territory of level 25 to 30, killing demons was no problem at all. However, because each one of them was only level 20, and none of them had passed the special evolutionary transfer of 25, there was no experience at all in killing 25 as well as the demons above. Thus, thinking about it, they all felt that it was a loss. Thus, it was also considered a heavy benefit for the four newcomer squads. Greedy Wolf, Z-Rat, Cinnabar Dragon, and Warwolf each took out a batch of huge sums of money, and then special channels purchased a batch of experience penalty offset scrolls. These scrolls were really quite precious. With money and no channels, they basically couldn't be bought even if they wanted to. Subsequently, each newcomer was allocated 4 scrolls, each lasting 12 hours. In this way, it ensured that the 4 newcomers would be able to gain experience from killing magic creatures for the 2 days of the spirit realm. Secondly, this time, when the newcomer squads traveled to the spirit realm, they would earn points based on magic crystals for killing magic creatures. Marking spirit grass, or resources, and special minor leader areas would also earn points. Other than that, the most important thing for the 4 newcomer squads was to kill the spirit realm's final leader. After all, the first kill reward, that was still quite attractive. In the final words, the rankings would then be determined based on each squad's overall ranking. Above was the second element of the newcomer battle. But there were stipulations in it. Newcomers enter the spirit realm to train and grow, and should never fight or kill each other. Every newcomer here is a seedling amongst seedlings, if you really want to die one because of a fight. If you want to stop, will the forces behind them be willing to do so? Originally, things said here, the next is definitely to prepare for tomorrow's battle right. Sun Yanji's words even began to introduce some of the circumstances of the new spirit realm's roughly demonic creatures to Yang Lin's trio. But who would have thought that just at this moment, Yang Lin's cell phone suddenly came with a message? A look at the message person is Lin Yu, since needless to say, Sun Yanji, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian certainly came to interest. However, a group of people did not expect that Yang Lin only talked to Lin Yu for 2 sentences. On the spot, including Yang Lin himself, all of them were shocked by the Jinhua Dragon Lady Lin Yu. Chapter 114 Picked up a girlfriend for nothing? Lin Yu's first message. I'm sorry, my mind was a bit messed up after receiving your message, so it took me so long to reply to you. Yang Lin, you're not angry with me, right? Seeing Lin Yu's message saying so, Yang Lin fell back and replied, it's fine, because it was quite sudden from my side too, so I probably startled you. I just don't know, about the matter of me saying that I'm a virgin friend, what do you think on your side? It didn't take long this time, and Lin Yu quickly had a response. I've seriously considered it, and it's not impossible. It's just that there are some things that I have to say to you in advance. Okay, go ahead. Yang Lin returned the message while not forgetting to say to Su Meng, Wang Qianqian and Sun Yanji beside him, I didn't realize that the Dragon Lady's side was quite particular. Sun Yanji said, after all, she's the Jinhua Dragon Lady, even if she's making friends, it's probably a big deal for her. Su Meng concurred, that has to be a big deal, she is the Jinhua Dragon Lady, so I'm sure that the dragon sect must usually be very strict with her. It's not like anyone who wants to be friends with her can be friends. Wang Qianqian, on the other hand, was filled with worry, then would this be miserable, not even having the autonomous right to be friends? Just as several people were discussing, Lin Yu's message arrived. Yang Lin, it's like this. Because I've never had a boyfriend, I'm not really sure how to be a qualified girlfriend. If you ask me how I feel about you, I can only say that it's okay, especially the simulation, which made me amazed at you. But I also did not expect that you suddenly confessed to me, this fact is sudden. And about this issue, I pondered for a long time. I think I can try to accept and learn a little to be your girlfriend. Looking at that long message, a big drop of sweat slid down from the back of Yang Lin's head. After a long time, he turned to Su Nianji and asked, Nianji, did I confess? Su Nianji was equally bewildered. She looked to Su Meng and asked, Meng, Yang Lin, did he confess his love? Su Meng thought hard and didn't think of a reason, so she asked Wang Qianqian, did Yang Lin confess? I don't think so. Wang Qianqian was just as perplexed. We all read the message Yang sent earlier. Yang said he wants to be friends with her, that's all. In the middle of the field, the several Yang Lin people were more confused than one another. Right during this time, Lin Yu's message arrived once again. Yang Lin, I actually thought of something else. Although I promised to be your girlfriend, but you're in the Greedy Wolf Guild and I'm in the Dragon Sect. If it's a long-distance relationship, you being a guy, if we don't see each other for a long time, will you put up with it a little too much? In that case, what should I do for you to be good? Brush. Su Nianji, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian's eyes instantly focused on Yang Lin's face. Yang Lin, long-distance relationships are hard. Yang Lin, this Qingmei of mine also wants to know, what do you think about long-distance relationships? Brother Yang, can you endure a long-distance relationship? Yang Lin almost spurted blood. What the hell are you three pulling? By now can't you guys see that this opposite side is obviously not Lin Yu? There's a huge possibility that it's a prank. The three sisters in the field looked at each other. To say that it was a prank, it was really possible. After all, a Jinhua dragon lady wouldn't just agree to be someone's girlfriend directly without even getting along with a man. What's more, Yang Lin's side hadn't confessed either. Yang Lin, what should we do then? Wait a bit, let me calm down for a bit, then I'll directly phone over and have a video call with the opposite side. Hearing Yang Lin say this, the three sisters' eyes all lit up. This method was feasible. When the time came, was it a prank or not, wouldn't it be clear on the spot? And that is, while Yang Lin was calming himself, the opposite side of the dragon lady, Lin Yu, was also quite apprehensive. If you look at her cell phone page you can still see it. In the internet search bar, the content of her search that was quite clearly visible. If a guy wants to be friends with a girl, how should he respond? The answer. The subliminal meaning of what a guy says to a girl about being friends is no different than a confession, it's just a relatively more euphemistic way of saying it. If you have a crush on him, try to consider it. If you hate it, you can also be quick and direct to reject. This kind of thing is the most taboo ambiguity pulling, that waste each other's time not to mention, but also easy to make unnecessary trouble. Dragon Lady Lin Yu, she thought about this for a long time. She felt that although she didn't get along with Yang Lin much, she did quite admire that boy. In the past 2 days, she had basically been watching Yang Lin's simulated battles to analyze and learn. So Lin Yu felt that she should have a good feeling towards Yang Lin. Then she thought that she had grown up in Dragon Sect since she was a child, and she had never experienced love or anything at all. It was rare for a boy to take the initiative to confess to him, and on the premise that he still had a good feeling, he might as well get along and try it out. The above is all Lin Yu's thoughts. However, what Lin Yu thought, how could Yang Lin be clear about it? After he finally calmed his mood on his side, he started to dial Lin Yu's cell phone number. But it was when he was about to plan to make a video call with Lin Yu that Wang Qianqian suddenly asked, Brother Yang, what if this isn't a prank? In an instant, several people in the hall froze once again. Yes, what if the opposite party was really Lin Yu, and this dragon lady was serious? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the end, this was how Yang Lin answered. Thinking that she's at least a Jinhua dragon lady, and she's also so pretty, I just don't believe that there's no one within the dragon sect who has thoughts about her. And you guys think, even if I'm as charismatic as I am, it's impossible for me to let her take the initiative to be my girlfriend without exchanging interactions with her, right? Su Meng and Su Nianji thought about this reasoning. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and video call to confirm it. And since we're talking about pranks, I now have a guess that it might be that little guy Lin Wan who took her sister's cell phone and messaged her. Not bad, Nianji, you've hit the nail on the head with that, so I'll make a video call with the opposite side now. Next, as Yang Lin dialed the video call over. About that is 3 seconds later, the opposite party connected. And within the video, when Lin Yu's appearance was revealed, it was like the dawn of the breaking dawn, causing the several people over here, Yang Lin, to be astonished. Unexpectedly, it was really the Jinhua dragon lady Lin Yu herself. Lin Yu's features were very pretty and soft, but the yin-chi between her eyebrows was overwhelming. However, it was also underneath this heroic aura that one could vaguely still see the shyness and coyness that could not be concealed. So much so that it made her, not long after the video was connected, her cheeks were already flushed with a touch of halo. Matching her temperament, there was something else about it. Lin Yu, is it really you? Aha! Lin Yu gently bit her lip before graciously saying, "Originally, I was quite nervous about answering your video call. But after connecting, the tension in my heart quickly receded." Chapter 115, this is a fast development. That. Although he felt a bit embarrassed, Yang Lin asked out now. "Just now when you said you promised to be my girlfriend, were you serious?" Lin Yu's expression was stunned for a moment. How can you joke about this kind of thing? Could it be that, if you confessed to me, you wouldn't just want to play or tease me? At this moment, not to mention Yang Lin, even Sun Yinji and the others could see it. Lin Yu on the opposite side was very serious, and it was still the unrivaled kind. Being so messed up, Yang Lin felt embarrassed to tell the truth. But he still asked from the side, "Lin Yu, of course I'm also serious, just like you said, how can you joke about this kind of thing? It's just that what I care about is that the message I sent you said that I wanted to be friends with you. Yeah, so I seriously considered it and I agreed to be your girlfriend. But it's also like the message I sent you earlier, a long-distance relationship, would you mind that much? We most likely won't be able to be together for long periods of time, and we'll only be able to talk on our cell phones most of the time." Yang Lin's mood was a bit messy right now. He subconsciously turned back to look at the three sisters around him. Well, apart from Chanshan, Nianji and Mengmeng looked at this side with eyes no less than looking at scum. Yang Lin wanted to say that he was wrongly accused, who would have thought that things would develop to such a state. Looking at the opposite side of the dragon lady, she was by no means generally serious, she really took the words of making friends as a confession. "So, you care a lot?" Hearing Lin Yu say this, Yang Lin hurriedly replied, "That's not true, how could I care about this? That's great, earlier I was worried for a long time, now I can finally rest assured. At the same time, I still have one more question. What problem do you say? I looked it up on the internet, and it says that when men and women get along, they always give each other a nickname. And you guys, don't you especially like it when girls call you husband, so can I call you husband?" Huh? Yang Lin was truly shocked. The two of them had never met in reality, they hadn't even said a couple of words, and now they had all developed to the name husband? Husband, you don't like me calling you that? Then what should I call you? It's not that I don't like it, in fact, anything will do. Then I'll call you hubby, but hubby, what are you going to call me? Dragon lady, after all, you are the Jingua dragon lady. Well, that's fine. Listening to the inside of the video call, one called husband, one called dragon lady. Anyway, in addition to Wang Shanshan, Su Nianji and Su Meng's grudge that was deeper. A good husband, called quite hot. Sister Nianji, didn't you hear someone still calling dragon lady carnally? This was something that Yang Lin had definitely heard. But he couldn't care about that right now because Lin Yu's side seemed to have thought of some interesting proposal and she was very excited. Hubby, did you rest early at night? No, why? Then why don't we do this, when we have dinner afterward, can we meet at the martial arts arena? After all, we are all in this kind of relationship now, otherwise, it always feels a bit weird. Okay, then subsequently at 8 o'clock, I'll go and open a martial arts stadium, I'll send you the address then. Okay, then hubby bye. Finally, the video call hung up. Yang Lin's words, at this time, he needs to face his own Su Nianji and Su Meng directly. Wang Shanshan's words, on the contrary, as always, did not care about this at all. Nianji, Meng, you two don't go so far as to look at me with eyes that are about to eat me. Su Nianji heckled, you're really capable, first you abducted someone's younger sister, then you don't even let go of your older sister. Su Meng concurred, and even called her husband and dragon lady, the development is really fast. You guys really misunderstood me on this point. Yang Lin said in a serious manner, actually about this issue I seriously thought about it, it should be better to go wrong. You guys think, just now if I directly said that she would be wrong, with her being so serious, what do you guys think would happen? Su Nianji gave Yang Lin a blank look and said, who knows? It's not a matter of who knows or not, she's so serious, if I really point it out, then won't the relationship between the two sides directly collapse? And on top of that you guys think about it, once it collapses, just simply collapsing is fine. Wouldn't it be unattractive in case it turns against you? Su Meng muttered, you clearly just can't let go. What can't give up? I'm in Greedy Wolf, she's in Dragon Gate. Even if I agree, I basically can't see each other. Since this is the case, lest the relationship between the two sides crumble, it's better to maintain the status quo. Wang Chanqian was a little excited. Then after dinner, is it to go to the appointment? All said to such a point, go to it. What's wrong with everyone getting to know the Jinhua Dragon Lady? Of course, if you guys don't want to, you can stay home. Go! This time, the three sisters at home that were speaking in unison. Yang Lin sweated. Why so unanimous? Sun Yanji, the Jinhua Dragon Lady is the treasure of the Dragon Sect. I'm afraid that if you offend her, it'll be bad if you make Greedy Wolf and the Dragon Sect fall out. Su Meng, I'm just there to spy on you, lest you make a move on the Dragon Lady. Wang Chanqian, if I'm there, I'm just simply getting along. Yang Lin spread his hands, then subsequently together. When the time reached around 8 p.m., Yang Lin's side opened a martial arts arena and then invited Lin Yu to meet him. Unexpectedly, the little lowly Lin Nui also followed. Regarding the current situation, not to mention Sun Yanji, Su Meng and Wang Chanqian feeling confused, in fact, the little lowly Lin Nui was almost the same. She didn't think that she had given Yang Lin her sister's cell phone number. It didn't take long for her sister to have another husband on the back foot. So how did brother Tianba get my sister to be his girlfriend? How would we know? Su Meng said breathlessly. We thought at first that you were playing a prank across the street. No way, I wouldn't do something so boring. Lin Yuan had just finished replying when she suddenly heard Wang Chanqian say, Are brother Yang and Dragon Lady going to perform martial arts? I see that they have their weapons out. Sun Yanji responded, It should be, although they are now considered male and female friends, but this way of getting along is not a strange point? Wang Chanqian thought about it. Is this the legendary common progress? What common progress? Suffer. Nui, what's wrong? Is there a problem? There's definitely a problem, and it's a big one. Lin Nui was a bit nervous. You may not know, but in Dragon Sect, no one practiced martial arts with my sister. If there's no one beside you to prey on and still spar with my sister, then the result will either be crippled or disabled. What? That's serious? Of course it's serious, Sister Nianji. You have the highest rank here and your strength is still good. You have to keep an eye on the two of them, or else brother Tianba might be crippled. Inexplicably, a heavy burden came on Sun Yanji all of a sudden. Chapter 116, Who is a good person to date so much? Then I realized after listening to Lin Nui talk about it in general. This sister of hers, once she got into a fighting state, she would become quite focused and serious. When she was at Dragon Sect, there was initially someone else who didn't know how to die who was a newcomer looking for Lin Yu to spar with. But as a result, that Lin Yu simply couldn't stop, and the consequences could be imagined. Gradually, no one dared to spar with her. As Lin Yu continued to grow, the patriarchs within the sect even tried to find her some high-level professionals to be her companions. But think about it, there was no point in chaperoning if the high level was in full swing. But if you suppressed your blood chi to about the same level to give Lin Yu a sparring partner, the consequences would be self-evident. Anyway, in the end, Lin Yu's training as a dragon lady could only rely on simulation. This who thought, now she and Yang Lin been present, came up and entered the fighting mode. Because of this, Sun Yanji several people by cannot help but think. Previously said what girlfriend, husband and so on, will not be all false. See Yang Lin, want to cut Yang Lin is true? Looking at the field, seeing that Yang Lin and Lin Yu had already fought hard, a few sisters were anxious in their hearts and wanted to go and stop them. But at this time, they found that because the battle between the two in the center of the martial arts arena had been opened. So the protective wall of the martial arts arena had automatically opened. Not good, we're isolated outside. Sister Nianji, what then? Don't worry first, I'll go over to the management center and open the protective wall of this martial arts arena. You few pay attention to the situation over here. Wait, Nianji sister, Wang Chanqian shouted, I don't think that's necessary. Why? Yang is very strong, the two of them are fighting fiercely right now, but didn't you guys notice that they didn't use their abilities? It's not like they're fighting to the death. Lin Yuan said nervously, but even if that's the case, what about after a period of time? Brother Tianba definitely won't be able to hold out. Not at all, Brother Yang he can enter the shadow swimming state. When it really comes to that time, Brother Yang will find a way to break the protective wall by himself. Hearing Wang Chanqian say this, Sun Yanji and Su Meng were relieved. Just now, they had only focused on being nervous, they had forgotten that Yang Lin also had the ability to break the boundary. So now, it wouldn't be too late to observe for a bit longer, and if the situation really wasn't right, then go to the management center to remove the protective wall. As for this moment, You ask Yang Lin what he thinks? He was a little broken right now.
Mainly because, after meeting Lin Yu, he lost himself in the dragon lady's husband. It was also at that time that Lin Yu proposed, "Hubby, you're so powerful, anyway, we're in the martial arts arena, can you take this opportunity to practice with me?" Exercise, it's no big deal. Yang Lin agreed without even thinking about it. Then, he saw Lin Yu's door slab like two-handed giant sword chopping over like thunder. At the same time, he also saw that Lin Yu was like a different person at the moment. Where was the shyness and embarrassment of calling out to her husband earlier, and now she had directly transformed into the state of a female Valkyrie. Now to Lin Yu, it was obvious that there was no husband, only a duel. Could it be that earlier, this sister's husband or whatever, was all pretend? She wouldn't have come over to specifically me, right? At first, Yang Lin couldn't help but think the same. But gradually, he realized that it didn't seem like it again. Because there was no killing intent or oppressive ruthlessness in Lin Yu, this girl was simply displaying her attacking techniques, and naturally, she wouldn't be able to exert her abilities or anything like that. Yang Lin had no choice but to use his spear in Lin Yu to simply go through the motions at the moment. Thus, Sun Yinji and the others were treated to an intense scene in the arena. Jingguo Dragon Lady Lin Yu pressed forward, her two-handed giant sword was wide open, it could be said to be unstoppable with 1,000 pounds of force. Yang Lin's words, his lance was like a dragon. Or as swift as a shooting star, or as fluttering as a wandering silk. Two people you to and fro, from time to time, can also see the center field weapon collision when the sparks splash. In such a scene, the few sisters outside the arena were all frightened. Listening to Lin Yuan, this little lowly, she said, "This is the first time I've seen that someone can fight with my sister for so long." Su Meng responded while observing, "Your sister focuses on attack, and although Yang Lin can also counterattack, he focuses on defense and evasion. After a long time, it's definitely not favorable for Yang Lin." That's right, Sun Yinji's gaze was firmly fixed on the field. In a short period of time, if they are just purely going through the motions, it's hard to tell the winner from the loser. Sister Nianji, it seems like they don't need to distinguish the winner from the loser, they are just purely going through the motions. Who knows, let's take another look. Time passed minute by minute. Yang Lin and Lin Yu in the martial arts arena, the time spent in the fight was also getting longer and longer. At this time, looking at Yang Lin again, because he was being forced by Lin Yu in various ways, both his figure and his counterattacks were more sensitive and swift. Lin Yu's words, both hands huge sword all kinds of force big power sinking, every sweep and chop, or a few can chop out the storm. After watching for a long time, Sun Yinji couldn't help but emit a sigh of relief. I can kind of see why this Lin Yu would agree to Yang Lin under the premise of misunderstanding. Sister Nianji, why? You guys observe Lin Yu more, she's obviously getting more and more vocal the more she fights now, and the satisfied look on her face is getting stronger and stronger. Su Meng sked, "Nianji sister, you don't say, it's really true. So as far as this situation is concerned, it really wouldn't work with another person, only Yang Lin can fit with her to this point." Aha! The little lowly Lin Nui nodded her head repeatedly, "It's also the first time I've seen my sister so happy and excited, it looks like she's having a really good time fighting." A full half hour. That's right, Yang Lin was forced to perform martial arts with Dragon Lady Lin Yu for half an hour in the martial arts arena. "Hubby, you're really good, it's the first time I've had so much fun practicing moves with someone." "Really, it's good that you're happy." Yang Lin was disheveled in his heart. He thought that the first time he met with Lin Yu, this how shall not have a sweet memory. But who knew that he was dragged to spar in the martial arts arena for half an hour? That is really thanks to himself, replaced by others who can eat. After that, looking at the time is not early, think of tomorrow still have to go to Yao Lake Spirit Realm, the group also dispersed. On Lin Yu's side, because she was too happy, when she returned to the apartment and prepared to go to the bathroom, she still hadn't lost the excitement in her complexion. Seeing this, Lin Yuan said, "Sister, aren't you going on a date with Tian Ba's brother tonight? Why did you drag him into a fight for half an hour? Can't you see that when he was leaving, brother Tian Ba's face was full of haggardness?" Eh? Is that so? Of course it is, although I don't know much about this aspect of men and women, but you can't drag someone into a fight and fight for so long. Lin Yu was a bit frustrated, "I was just on the spur of the moment and didn't think about it that much, it seems like I'm causing trouble for my husband." You think so? Lin Yu, after retiring her clothes and skirt, thinking about her sister's words, she walked into the bathing room with a complicated mood. Just as she was about to start bathing and showering, she felt that it would be better to settle her husband's matter first. So she searched the internet for what to do if you upset your husband.
Soon, she had an answer. Turns out it's okay to take some cute pictures? She really didn't think much about it and took her cell phone and clicked a series of selfies and sent them directly to Yang Lin. Hubby, tonight I might have been a bit capricious to upset you. Next time I promise I won't be like this. I hope you won't be angry with me. Yang Lin, after he returned to his apartment, he was sitting on the sofa resting and closing his eyes. God knows, Lin Yu actually sent over a series of selfie photos. And this photo, which was taken inside the bathroom, was outrageous. Seeing Lin Yu's unreservedness and unobstructed view, Yang Lin knew that he was destined to lose sleep tonight. Chapter 117 Old Brother Su's Affair. Early in the morning of the following day, several small transport planes departed from Flower Tree City successively to fly to Yao Lake. Needless to say, it must be the matter of the 4 newcomers participating in the second Spirit Realm Challenge of the Newcomer Battle. As for the Yao Lake side, a temporary communication base had already been established. Although there was no Heaven's Eye system to monitor internally, the interior of the Spirit Realm had already been constructed by the 4 families combining their efforts to build multiple special signal boosters. At the very least, it was still possible to use the dot map of the general screen to show the general location of the people inside and use communications to make contact. The viewpoint returned to Yang Lin's side. At this moment, he was still on the transporter, and it could be clearly seen that his eyes were a little dark. Last night he had insomnia, not to mention, this morning he rushed to take the airplane early to catch the road, so it was normal for him to have dark circles under his eyes. Oh, why did he lose sleep, you ask? Earlier did not say it. Who is a good person girlfriend will be in the bathroom in one breath to send 7 or 8 that kind of unobstructed and unreserved selfie. Because of this, Yang Lin on his own dragon lady more layer of knowledge. Since the home Shanshan she is very pure, but in some ways, the dragon lady than Shanshan also pure. In fact, if you think about it seriously, you will understand. Lin Yu grew up in the dragon sect, because it is really too strong for the sake of training or no opponent, can only rely on simulation. Even though Lin Yu is very beautiful, when other people see Lin Yu, they will only be oppressed by her aura and have fear in their hearts. Coupled with the strict discipline in the door, who in general would dare to go to her to confess or fall in love and so on. Thus, right after Lin Yu misunderstood the difference between being a friend and being a boyfriend or girlfriend, Yang Lin sort of picked up a girlfriend for nothing. That is, how to say it? Now in the words of Sun Yinji and the others. It seemed like Yang Lin was really the only one who was suitable for this current dragon lady. Because as soon as Lin Yu entered a fighting state, she was almost as good as a martial arts nerd. As far as Lin Yu's attacking ability was concerned, anyone else would have been crushed by her 2-handed giant sword in minutes. Above all, these are just passing mentions. When the time reached 8:15, Yang Lin and the others had already taken the airplane to the Yaohu temporary communication base. At this time, the 2 families of Z-Mouse and Battle Wolf arrived first, with Dragon Sect still behind. Although the 4 newcomers were in competition afterward. However, Changjin, the rookie captain of Z-Rat, and Gao Jingwei, the rookie captain of Battle Wolf, still greeted Yang Lin in a polite manner. Yang Lin's words were naturally responded to warmly given the face. At the same time, he could tell. Z-Rat's Changjin was very hostile towards this side, and there was slightly more underestimation and contempt in the depths of his eyes. War Wolf's Gao Jingwei, when looking at himself, was equally wary, yes, but relatively more interested in himself. And asked Yang Lin how he viewed the 2 men? Actually didn't put it to heart. These 2 people are indeed very strong, stronger than their own Meng Meng and Shanshan, but it's just like that, that's all. Next, just as the person in charge of each family individually cautioned the newcomers of each family about some of the precautions to be taken for their subsequent entry into the spirit realm, the airplane ride that the Dragon Sect and the others were traveling on also arrived over here. For this newcomer battle, the Dragon Sect's head in charge was named Gu Feihong. Ever since he appeared at the temporary communication base, the spring in his demeanor was undoubtedly on display. There was no other reason, simply because he was very confident in the Jingua Dragon Lady. The newcomer battle was something that not only he, but also the several patriarchs who accompanied him were all determined to win. Because of this, the next time he brought a few patriarchs to exchange pleasantries with the heads of the other 3 families. The arrogance of having the world in one's hands could be said to be in full bloom. It was especially evident when Gu Feihong talked to Su Zhengdao, the head of the Greedy Wolf Guild. Old Su, although I'm not sure why you greedy wolves are so confident. Only 3 newcomers have been deployed, and your Yang Lin is indeed not bad. However, in front of our Jingua Dragon Lady, there's only the part of being abused and crying. Su Zhengdao nonchalantly countered this. The strength of our Yang Lin is not something that your Dragon Sect can imagine. I see you, it's best not to take things for granted right now, or else you won't feel so comfortable if you end up getting punched in the face. Ah, Gu Feihong laughed. Lao Su, you're not young anymore, why can't you figure things out? What kind of person is our Jinhua dragon lady? Is it some roadside cat or dog that dares to touch the porcelain? Old Su, you're still as young as you were, you don't have any self-awareness. Obviously can't compete with me, but you're stubborn and dying to save face. Gu Feihong, you're not finished, are you? Ah, are you getting annoyed? Old Su, we're not young anymore, why are you still as young as when you were young and can't help but be a little angry? Su Zhengdao spat on the ground and said, Gu Feihong, do you think that because there are so many people here, I wouldn't dare to beat you up? Su Zhengdao, you still want to beat me up? I'm really looking forward to it. Come, you just have to have the guts. Blanche. Then, the crowd suddenly became chaotic. Who would have thought that the heads of the two leading families would suddenly be like children, kicking at each other with their feet? Obviously, one by one, they were all being held by the staff, but they were still actively spitting as well as spitting fenugreek towards each other. This image, whereas like the guild's top management, is clearly two country moms patting their asses in the glass reflection. The remaining two heads of the two families took a look at this situation, and it was a lot of talk. I had heard that Su Zhengdao and Gu Feihong and the two of them don't deal with each other. I can't imagine that the relationship has gotten so bad that it's this bad? This isn't bad, it's clearly love for each other. I heard that they were classmates when they were young, or in the same squad, only that they were both stronger in nature, so they ended up in two forces. They also said that they are bound to compare who is stronger. Oh yeah, I also heard that Su Zhengdao's son, Su Guan, secretly hooked up with Gu Feihong's daughter. At that time, Gu Feihong couldn't even block it, and really had no choice but to agree to the marriage of the two juniors. No way, the two of them are still in-laws? That's not true, otherwise they are both more than adults, how could they be fighting with each other like children now? This talk made Yang Lin and the others listen with their jaws agape. Nianji, is this really true, Uncle Su and that fighting one are still in-laws? The ghost woman knows about this, I'm not much clear about it. Afterward by the ghost granny confirmed that Su Zhengdao and Gu Feihong were indeed in-laws, Su Guan's wife was really Gu Feihong's daughter. Thinking that the two were sinful when they were young, who knows that their descendants are even more sinful than them, married all. After a period of time, Su Zhengdao returned with a green eye socket. He said in a serious tone, Yang Lin, this time when you go to the spirit realm you have to fight for your honor, you absolutely can't lose to the dragon sect, I'm optimistic about you. Uncle Su, don't worry, there's no problem on my side. Good, I feel much more at ease hearing you say that. After saying that, Su Zhengdao turned to Ghost Woman again, Ghost Woman, help me with my medicine, that dog thing's punch was too heavy, I can't even open my right eye. Thinking that Su Zhengdao was in this state, Gu Feihong over there was definitely no better. Originally at this time, Gu Feihong still wanted to admonish Jinhua Dragon Lady Linyu, after entering the spirit realm, she must try to fight for the dragon sect. But what happened next, not to mention Gu Feihong, the entire room was stunned. Chapter 118 He actually seduced a dragon lady? Jinhua Dragon Lady Linyu. After she came over here and did some simple things to hand over, she began to look for Yang Lin in the crowd. During that time, she had seen Su Zhengdao and Gu Feihong tugging at each other, but she wasn't interested in those things. The only person she was interested in was Yang Lin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent a series of selfies to Yang Lin last night in a mood of apprehension. Soon, Linyu locked onto Yang Lin's figure in the crowd. Hubby. After calling out, she walked towards Yang Lin's side in a big way. To Linyu, she and Yang Lin were already boyfriend and girlfriend, so it was just a title, no big deal. It was natural to call out. But how did she think that as a Jinhua dragon lady? Since the time she came over here, she had actually been noticed by quite a few people both explicitly and implicitly. Regarding this temporary communication base at the moment, besides the people from Greedy Wolf, Z-Rat, Cinnabar Dragon, and Battle Wolf, there was actually another group of people from the 3 divisions, 8 dukes, and 12 gates. The newcomer battle to enter the spirit realm was only the second element. So most of the people stayed in Flower Tree City, yes, but that didn't mean they didn't pay attention to the performance of the newcomers from the new 4 families within the spirit realm. In particular, there was the performance of the Jinhua Dragon Lady, Linyu. Naturally, each family would send some people over to pass on news intelligence and such at all times. But now, Linyu's cry of husband was like a thunderclap on dry land, blowing everyone in the temporary communication base silly on the spot. Husband? The Jinhua Dragon Lady already had a husband? This information, in all sincerity, can already be entered into the SSS grade top secret file. Think about it, there was a Zhenghua dragon lady in the dragon sect. This subsequently don't even need to think about, the 3 departments, 8 males and 12 gates, well certainly according to this dragon lady's character hobbies. Then correspondingly cultivate, can enter the eyes of the dragon lady young talent. You ask what to do with these? It is not obvious, the dragon lady is also a girl, the future cannot get married? At that time, which family can and the dragon lady marriage, that is definitely a big profit. But now, the dragon lady actually has a husband? The crowd managed to slow down, but a large portion of them still started to make inquiries privately because they couldn't believe it. Were the 2 words that the dragon lady called out just now really husband? Could it be an empty ear? There shouldn't be any mistake, what was called was husband. It does sound like the 2 words husband to me as well, 99% can't be wrong. Because they were too surprised, the crowd's eyes were all locked onto Lin Yu's body. They wanted to see just what kind of god this dragon lady's husband was. And then, soon, the atmosphere in the arena was once again high and boiling. It's him, the dragon lady's husband is actually him? Wasn't it said that these newcomers of theirs don't have much to do with each other? How come they're even called husbands now? Look, their hands are holding hands. In the middle of the field, Dragon Lady Lin Yu really didn't think that much, and after seeing where Yang Lin was, she naturally went to this boyfriend. On the contrary, it was Yang Lin, who was a bit startled himself because of Lin Yu's too abrupt husband. Yang Lin really didn't expect that in front of all the people in the room, this dragon lady would not shy away from calling her husband. It should be said that, not only did she not avoid it, but she even pulled his hand with joy as soon as she came up. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Why do you look a little unnatural? No, nothing, I just didn't expect that you suddenly came over here. Yang Lin said while observing his surroundings with his afterglow. As expected, because of the dragon lady, he couldn't even think of not being the center of attention right now. In Lin Yu's words, she was now uninterested in everything around her except Yang Lin. I also heard her say, "Hubby, I'm really sorry about what happened last night." In hindsight, I also think it was quite excessive. You won't be angry with me, right? No, I'm not a small-minded man. Hubby, I'm relieved when you say that. By the way, how about the photo I sent to hubby? Because I was in the bathroom just about to take a shower, so I didn't have a chance to choose a background, so I took those selfies by hand. Do you like it, hubby? I'm going. Lin Yu's words, not waiting for Yang Lin to answer, most of the people in the scene, in their hearts, had already poofed old blood wildly. What did the dragon lady say? She took a selfie in the bathroom when she was showering and sent it to Yang Lin. Not only did she send it over, but she also asked if it looked good. Oh my god, has the relationship between these two people developed to such a private level? In an instant, the sights of everyone in the arena began to become fiery. And Yang Lin realized that his own back was even hotter. There was no other reason, simply because there were still Su Meng, Wang Qianqian, and Su Ninji standing behind him. When he was stared at tightly, Yang Lin hurriedly whispered to Lin Yu, "Dragon lady, those pictures are very nice. But you have to promise me that in the future, other than me, you absolutely can't send them to outsiders." Don't worry, hubby, I won't send my selfie to anyone other than you. Well, there's also about the two of us, I think it can be slightly low key. Why? Yang Lin gestured for Lin Yu to look around. See, because you have a big reputation, too high profile, I'm afraid it will affect you. Hubby, I disagree with your words. You confessed to me and I responded to you seriously. It's all a matter between the two of us that you love and I love. What others want to see and think, let them be, why care about that? With these words, Yang Lin couldn't help but feel ashamed. I didn't expect that my own dragon daughter, she actually had such a great realization. Dragon lady, you're right, it's me who's obsessed. Then husband, we're going to enter the spirit realm later. As your girlfriend, I want to give you some encouragement. Upon hearing encouragement, the eyes of the entire crowd stared even tighter at Yang Lin and Lin Yu, including Yang Lin, who was about to ask after what kind of encouragement. Then he saw that Lin Yu in front of him gently stood on her tiptoes, while the white arm gently encircled his neck. Then the girl brought her warmth over. This. Yang Lin's brain had a moment of downtime. He would never have thought that his own dragon girl she would actually kiss over in full view of everyone. And it could be clearly felt that the movements of his own dragon lady were clumsy and rusty, but they were trying very hard. Seeing that things had come to this point, after Yang Lin let out a deep breath, he wasn't going to be passive. The dragon lady, it was true that he had picked her up for nothing. But she had made it to this point, as a man himself, was it like words not to respond properly?
So, in his reversed over the Dragon Lady Lin Yu's slender waist, Yang Lin responded to his long. Click 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 click. Around at this time, basically all the sound of taking pictures.
This was because everyone could already clearly determine one fact.
Greedy Wolf Guild's Yang Lin and Chen Dragon Sect's Dragon Lady Lin Yu, the two of them had effectively gotten into it. If there were no surprises, soon in the future, Greedy Wolf would probably form an in-laws relationship with Dragon Sect. There were already a lot of people that had begun to report this situation to the Flower Tree City side.
Chapter 119 Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady.
In fact, it was also up to this moment that Yang Lin had a relatively full-bodied understanding of the Dragon Lady sister he had picked up for nothing.
Dragon Lady she was, quite good at fighting.
And her upbringing was such that she was nurtured. But it was also because too much was invested in fighting that caused her basic common sense to be in shambles. She called her husband when she was just a boyfriend or girlfriend, and she dared to send incomparably private photos without even holding hands. If this was anyone else, they would have been scared away by her. However, the Dragon Lady's greatest strength was that she was straightforward and not pretentious, so she was quite cute. As in the present moment, she didn't care about how others viewed her. She only knew that she had a boyfriend, and as a girlfriend she would learn to make her boyfriend happy.
Isn't this something that Yang Lin is enjoying?
And to say that Yang Lin was enjoying himself, someone in the temporary medical room at the back almost collapsed. Gu Feihong, who had just disliked Su Zhengdao, was now applying ointment to the bruises on his face. While smearing it, he quenched Su Zhengdao that is not a human being, actually letting his son hook up with his own daughter. The most annoying thing is, actually really hooked up. This in-law's not, he is very uncomfortable.
Just when Gu Feihong was still dwelling on this, a patriarch hurriedly entered the door. It's bad, something big has happened. Gu Feihong was a bit speechless. Aren't the newcomers not in the spirit realm yet now? What's the big deal? Our Dragon Sect's Dragon Lady might be abducted by Yang Lin of the Greedy Wolf Guild. What? What kind of joke are you making? Gu Feihong was furious and amused. I know that Yang Lin kid, he's a bit capable, but does he have anything to do with the Dragon Lady? You're still asking if there's a relationship?
The two of them call one husband and the other Dragon Lady outside.
In the end, they even openly kissed long and spread dog food. What kind of relationship do you think this is?
Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu Feihong's heart was clogged up. Thinking that he had brought the Jingwa Dragon Lady over here only a few days ago, even if she was even more divine, the Dragon Lady within his own gate would not be so bewitched by a man to that extent. However, as the patriarch played out the video of Yang Lin and Dragon Lady Lin Yu's long kiss,
Gu Feihong's originally bruised face was now bruised to a point of no return. When did they become this kind of relationship? I don't know. Have they had any contact in the past 2 days?
Most of the time I don't see the Dragon Lady going out. Who would have thought that the two of them have developed to this point? Gu Feihong, his heart was even more blocked. Endure, can't endure anymore. Su Zhengdao's son had seduced his own daughter, and now the newcomer from the Greedy Wolf Guild had come to seduce the Dragon Lady within the gate. This is not pure bullying. If this kind of news was spread back to the Dragon Sect, it would have been a newcomer battle to grab some resource benefits. If the Dragon Lady was seduced by someone, I'm afraid that all of us, including the sect master, would have to vomit 3 liters of blood. Rushing out of the temporary medical room, Gu Feihong shouted, Su Zhengdao, you this, have the balls to give me out. Get, at the sight of the newcomer battle's Dragon Sect head appearing, the rest of the crowd hurriedly made way. There was fun to be had, not to be seen for nothing. Su Zhengdao's words, he felt that he was quite wronged. But he couldn't help it, this heart is cool. He was not expecting that this kid Yang Lin actually hooked up with the Dragon Sect's Dragon Lady. Previously, you Dragon Sect is not based on the Jingwa Dragon Lady bullish, now again bullish a try? Home for you to steal no. Su Zhengdao, is this how your Greedy Wolf Guild teaches newcomers? At such a young age, if you don't put your career first, you're going to do this crooked seduction trick, don't you feel ashamed? Old Valley, you can't blame me for this. Look at Yang Lin, then look at Dragon Lady. They are a match made in heaven, why are you trying to stop it? Gu Feihong was furious. I think it was you who came up with the ghost idea. It must be you who instructed Yang Lin to give the Dragon Lady some kind of mesmerizing soup. Stop, things can be eaten indiscriminately, words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. How they befriended has nothing to do with me at all. If the person isn't right here, you can ask yourself. Su Zhengdao said this with his mouth, but in his heart, he also wanted to figure it out. How did this Yang Lin get together with the dragon lady? Things seemed a bit too magical. And not only Gu Feihong and Su Zhengdao, who in the room did not want to understand, the dragon lady, how did she get together with Yang Lin? Back to the moment, Gu Feihong that is holding back the sadness and choking asked Linyu, Linyu you say, is it greedy wolf guild using what improper means to threaten you? That's why you called Yang Lin husband, that's why you're pulling the strings with him? Uncle Gu, there is no such thing. My husband confessed to me last night and I agreed to him, there was nothing in between that threatened me or not. Hearing such an answer, the whole audience was in an uproar. Only now did the crowd realize that the original Yang Lin and the dragon lady, the two of them actually still made a line last night. However, this is only a night's work, and again is the husband, and again is the bathroom private photos, and again is the long kiss on the spot. This development, isn't it a little too fast? On Gu Feihong's side, it was clear that he didn't accept this reasoning from Linyu. Linyu, you said he confessed to you last night? When? Around dinner, my husband sent me a letter confessing to me, then I agreed. Linyu, you're confused, have you crossed paths with him? Do you know what kind of person he is? Do you know what it means to socialize? Moreover, he just sent a message and you actually agreed? Yeah, it's the first time I've ever been confessed to, and I've thought about it, I should still have a crush on my husband. So it was agreed. Poo poo poo. Lin Yu's ordinary few words made countless people on the spot directly break their defenses. The old blood in their hearts sputtered and couldn't be stopped. These days, confession with information not to mention, the key is, dragon lady she promised If I had known that chasing the dragon lady was so simple, why didn't I try it myself at first? At this moment, I don't know how many men in the room feel like they lost $1 trillion. So hard, so heartbreaking. Gu Feihong at this moment, he was almost unlovable. Linyu, why did you agree to him? You are now the core of the dragon sect, carrying the heavy responsibility of the dragon sect's rise on your shoulders. You're still young, it's not too late to talk about your children's love later. But Uncle Gu, I think my husband is quite good. Thinking that he was so affirmed by his own dragon lady, Yang Lin felt it, he had to concur anyways, didn't he? Uncle Gu, actually I also think I'm quite good, you have to believe in dragon lady's vision. Gu Feihong's eyebrows were almost crooked with anger, you kid don't get close to me, I'm not familiar with you. Lin Yu frowned, Uncle Gu, I'm serious. And my husband promised me that he can accept a long-distance relationship, why do you want to stop us? I. Gu Feihong was in a disheveled mood, what a mess this was. This followed, how is one going to account to the sect master and the higher-ups? Also still long-distance relationship it, kill yourself forget it. Chapter 120 He's getting bolder and bolder. Regarding the matter of Yang Lin and Dragon Lady Lin Yu becoming boyfriend and girlfriend, it quickly spread to the Flower Tree City side as well. Inside the Martial Arts Academy in Flower Tree City, there were still many people from the 3 divisions, 8 dukes, and 12 sects gathered, and they had been conducting academic seminars and development exchanges. Now when they heard that Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady had gotten together, they were all shocked. What? The two of them had completed their private engagement with only a few messages? No kidding? Already so close that they could even send each other private photos in the bathroom at will? And what's more, the two of them actually kissed passionately in public. For a moment, all of the higher-ups on the side of the Martial Arts Academy couldn't hold their breath. The reason they had come to Flower Tree City was because they wanted to learn more information about the Jingua Dragon Lady. Naturally, they also fantasized about a certain young talent from their own forces. Could have the opportunity to marry the Jingua Dragon Lady in the future. But now, the Dragon Lady's intelligence didn't understand much, but instead, it was the Dragon Lady herself, who had been intercepted by Yang Lin first. I don't understand, I can't understand at all. Did this Yang Lin know the Dragon Lady before? Did he really rely on a few pieces of information to take down the Dragon Lady in a strong way? Previously watching the Dragon Lady's simulation battle, as well as observing the Dragon Lady's demeanor, it didn't appear that she was a love brain. How was this so easily taken down by Yang Lin of the Greedy Wolf Guild? Check. Go check Yang Lin's information. To say that Yang Lin's simulation wasn't strong, but there was absolutely no denying his stunning performance earlier. Plus the fact that he was still entangled with the Dragon Lady, then naturally, more people wanted to know Yang Lin's information. But soon they realized. Whether it was Yang Lin, or Su Meng and Wang Shanshan, all 3 of these people's profiles were blocked within the guild, all SSS grade encrypted. In this way, it had to make the crowd of senior members of the martial arts academy ponder Yang Lin's strength in depth. This kid was definitely more than the level of battlefield reaction heavenly show. At the time of the simulation battle, Yang Lin had definitely left his backhand as well as many killer moves. That's why most people didn't believe it now when they said that a few messages had taken care of the Dragon Lady. It must be that Yang Lin was very strong, exceptionally strong, and could rival or surpass the Dragon Lady, which made the Dragon Lady fall in love with him. Similarly, thinking about this, the top brass of the various forces were all filled with emotion in their hearts. Why is it that super talents like Yang Lin and Dragon Lady are from other people's families? Why couldn't their own families produce such demonic geniuses? Greedy Wolf Guild Headquarters, President's Office. President Su Xingye had just finished dealing with some matters at hand and was drinking tea and resting when suddenly Su Zhengdao's phone call came over. After hearing Su Zhengdao say on the other side that Yang Lin had hooked up with the dragon sex Xinghua Dragon Lady, he couldn't calm his heart for a long time. What situation is this? Didn't Yang Lin bring his two teammates to the newcomer battle? How did he suddenly fall in love with the dragon sex Dragon Lady and talk about sweet dog food? Not right. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Su Xingye was so anxious that a layer of fine sweat broke out on his forehead. He dialed his daughter Su Nianji's cell phone as fast as he could. Dad, the second test of the newcomer battle is about to start on my side. Is there anything on your side? Nianji, let me ask you, just now your uncle Su said that Yang Lin and Dragon Lady hooked up? Oh, that's right, indeed. When Su Xingye's side heard that, he was obviously more anxious. Nianji, if he hooked up with the Dragon Lady, what will you do? What? About me? Dad, why are you suddenly pulling on me? Nianji, it's already this time, so don't play dumb with Dad, okay? Earlier I've been hearing from Su Guan that you and Yang Lin are developing well, and now he's suddenly entangled with the Dragon Lady. Dad, I have nothing to do with him, okay? Don't listen to the wind. Especially Su Guan, what truth can you get from his mouth? Me and Yang Lin didn't have that kind of development. Su Nianji said at this moment while her eyes fell obediently on top of Yang Lin's back in front of her. In her heart, she was a little stifled. Since coming over here, Yang Lin had first lingered with the Crescent Moon Holy Maiden of the Dawn Rabbit sect for one night. Then he somehow abducted the dragon sect's little lowly Lin Nuan. Now it was even more exaggerated. After abducting his sister, he also packed his sister along with him. The two were even shamelessly engaging in a long kiss in full view of everyone. The next time he makes a move on me, I should chop off his claws. Su Nianji's heart just chanted a sentence with this kind of grudge, when she heard the opposite side of Su Xingye ask, Nianji, do you really not have the slightest feeling for Yang Lin? Dad, I said I don't have any feelings, why are you still asking? Tisk, listen to your tone, you can't fool Dad me ah. Nianji, let me tell you, if you look at someone else, I'll definitely have to scrutinize it for you. But Yang Lin, I'm quite satisfied. Nianji, really can't you just be a bit more daring, strongman lockman a bit, use force to do him is not impossible. Su Nianji let out a cold laugh. I'm not as shameless as you are, Dad, hang up, I have things to deal with later. No longer giving her dad Su Xingye a chance to speak, Su Nianji hurriedly hung up her cell phone. At this time, her heart was even more disorganized. So much so, Su Nianji couldn't help but all wonder. Exactly since when did the relationship between herself and Yang Lin start to become close? It was like when she was in the newcomer base earlier. At first she saw the group chat flying all over the place, the intimate photos of herself and him. Initially, he would still care a little bit, but gradually, he seemed to be completely used to it. And then, actually to him every day about his own lesson is still a little bit small expectation. No, their own never expect, purely see this guy want to progress, so do his mentor only. That's right. Wasn't this guy's guts getting bigger and bigger lately? At first, he was just approaching himself, then he would go for his waist, and even 2 days ago, his big hands became significantly more unrestrained. What was wrong with oneself? Could it be that one was invariably charmed by this guy, and that's why one didn't bother to resist? Nianji, I have some things I want to say to you. At this time, Dragon Lady Lin Yu had already been called away by Gu Feihong. At Yang Lin's words, he suddenly walked over to Su Nianji's side and opened his mouth. Su Nianji stabilized her mind and asked, what is it? It's like this, just now I seriously thought about it, now the Dragon Lady is also one of our own. So for this second item Spirit Realm competition, I feel that it seems a bit inappropriate to continue to stick to the 4 family competition.
Thinking that it's rare for us to all obtain 4 experience penalty offset scrolls, isn't it more reasonable to maximize their utility? Su Nyenji, she noticed at this moment.
When Yang Lin spoke, he habitually wrapped his waist again.
In an instant, 2 shades of light pink quickly blossomed on her cool cheeks. Nyenji, why are you still lost in thought? Oh, just now I thought of something. Yang Lin, you go straight to business.
Actually, it's like this, Dragon Lady and I and Meng Meng and Xian Xian have discussed it and want to make a big upgrade plan.
Subsequently need you to help us out a bit. Chapter 121, Can we still be reasonable? The second element of the newcomer battle, the spirit realm actualization, had begun.
But Su Nyenji at the moment was devastated. She knew that as long as Yang Lin said that he had some idea of a big plan, it would be no good. At that moment, each of the 4 newcomer squads had already entered the spirit realm. And Su Nyenji, who was one of the people in charge. On the other hand, she was working as a staff member in the temporary communication room, conducting communication and guidance with Yang Lin and the others.
As for asking Yang Lin what exactly was his big plan,
well, he actually wanted to integrate the 4 rookie squads together and fully dry sync the Yao Lake spirit realm within the limited 48 hours.
So now, after Yang Lin's 3-member squad entered from the periphery of the spirit realm,
the first thing he did was that Yang Lin established a temporary legion in his own name, and at the same time sent out a legion invitation to the neighboring Dragon Lady squad. You could only establish a primary legion before level 35, and a primary legion could hold up to 10 squads.
Compared to squads, the legion's share of experience after killing demons would be much smaller per person.
However, the effective range for distributing experience is about 10 to 15 times larger than that of a squad. Simply put, if you form a squad by yourself, when the team members kill a demon, all teammates within a 500-meter radius can gain experience. If you change it to a legion, this 500 meters would become a 5,000-meter square or even wider, thus allowing every member of the legion to effectively gain experience.
You ask why Yang Lin was so strong that he didn't take off directly with Su Meng and Wang Chanxian's own 3?
Please, he is very strong, but the strength and blood of the spirit realm demons have an upper limit. Beyond that limit it's called overflow useless damage. A group of demons on your side of a dozen to 2 dozen seconds can be dry crushed, the other 3 5-people squad joint attack, almost the same time. So since you can't pull an advantage over the race, you might as well just cage all 4 teams in one piece and clean up the spirit realm all over again in an efficient manner. According to Yang Lin's prediction, if the 3 of them worked alone, even if they worked intensely for 48 hours without rest, the highest level they could break was 1.5 to 2 levels, which was very good. But if all 4 newcomers joined hands, it would definitely not be the effect of 4 simply adding up to 4, it would probably be 8, or even 12. Still, don't underestimate the 4 newcomer elites, every newcomer that comes here is not a weak one.
Above. Just as Yang Lin sent out a legion invitation to the approaching Dragon Lady squad, Dragon Lady Lin Yu directly chose to join without even thinking about it.
In response, her younger sister Lin Nui didn't have much to say about it, but the other 3 newcomers quit on the spot.
Captain, didn't we agree on competition? Just because you like Yang Lin, you can't tie us all to his chariot.
I'm also against the Legion, they only have 3 people, how can their efficiency in killing demons be comparable to us?
We'll suffer too badly if we legion with them. Dragon Lady Lin Yu completely ignored these voices of opposition.
I know that you guys are not convinced in your hearts, but my husband said that he will convince you. If you have any grievances, you guys will see him later and speak to him personally. The 3 teammates who objected were on the verge of tears.
What kind of captain is this? With a man, you don't even care about your own teammates, do you?
They wanted to quit the team, but they didn't dare at all, even if they were strong, they were nothing compared to the Dragon Lady.
For now, they could only endure. Until, they followed the Dragon Lady and Lin Yuan to meet Yang Lin's trio.
Yang Lin, you're also too despicable, actually relying on your relationship with Dragon Lady to try to share our points. That's right, if you're capable, just go solo with your own squad, why would you drag us down? Yang Lin laughed softly, and in an instant's effort, the 3 newcomers that the Dragon Lady's squad objected to all turned into little sprawling vegetables on the ground. You guys need to know that Dragon Lady is my girlfriend, that's why I'm giving you guys the chance to speed brush your experience.
Don't sell yourself short if you've gotten benefits.
The 3 newcomers who objected were on the ground at this moment looking at Yang Lin with eyes no less than looking at a god. They were at least elite and strong people selected from the newcomers, but against Yang Lin, they were instantly pressed directly to the ground by 5 negative statuses. If Yang Lin had a killing intent, then the 3 of them would be fish meat on the chopping block at this moment.
You are so strong. What exactly Are all these abilities? Yang Lin, you, too. Outrageous. Yang Lin, with only an instant's effort, made the three newcomers realize what it meant that there was a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man. Including the little lowly Lin Nui, now also cannot help but say, on the way I told you guys, brother Tianbai is very strong, you guys still do not believe me, now you believe it, right? Let him first withdraw his status first. Yang Lin's side closed his hand, and the three newcomers could finally catch their breath. Also coinciding with this time, a bunch of level 25 stinging bug people suddenly sprang out in front of them, numbering 10 at a glance. They had a blood level of 22,000 and an attack of 500 to 600. The head of adults high and low, covered with green oil like flies, although the back has wings, but can only jump away and glide, cannot fly in the air. Dragon Lady Lin Yu was just about to strike it this time, but was immediately stopped by Yang Lin reaching out. As Yang Lin's domain unfolded, 5 negative statuses plus the Crimson Blade Sweep, plus the entrance decapitation and tail blade decapitation. In a matter of 20 seconds, the group of stinging insects all died violently on the spot. In such a scene, not to mention the three newcomers, even Dragon Lady Lin Yu and little lowly Lin Nui were completely stunned. Just because Yang Lin stood still for the whole time, and his two teammates, Su Meng and Wang Shanxian, didn't even make a move. Otherwise, this killing speed must be increased by another 10 or 8 seconds. Hubby, you're too strong, I didn't even see it coming, and these demons were already killed. Saying that, but compared to your crisp and clean fighting, this is still a bit of a grind for me. Not at all, Lin Yu shook her head, hubby your fighting ability is terrifying, a newcomer of the same level wouldn't last more than 8 seconds in front of you. It's average, Dragon Lady, next we're going to join forces to force the other two to join the team. Good, I'll listen to my husband on all counts. Right in the middle of the three newcomers who were still originally against it trembling in fear, Dragon Lady Lin Yu called the temporary communication base at the same time. This is the communication base, go ahead. This is Lin Yu, the Dragon Gate Squad is now officially merged into the temporary legion established by my husband, and subsequently, the total communication rights over here should be handed over to the Greedy Wolf Guild. What? The patriarch who was originally still doing the communication and guidance for the 5 dragonesses nearly spurted old blood furiously. He pointed at the approaching Sun Yinji and said, you Greedy Wolf Guild, are you still a human being? Seducing the Dragon Lady within our gate not to mention, now you're also forcing the Dragon Lady 5 to merge into a team, just how much more unreasonable do you have to be? Chapter 122 Crack Maiden. Inside the temporary base, it suddenly became lively again all of a sudden. You Greedy Wolf Guild, you're bullying people too much. I can kind of see that you guys are relying on Yang Lin to compel the Dragon Maiden, so you're all sorts of unscrupulous. Su Zhangdao, don't sit over there and drink tea, you must give a statement today. Old Gu, what can I say, it's the Dragon Lady herself who wants and, what's it got to do with me? Gu Fei Hong was unwilling. He recontacted Dragon Lady Lin Yu. Dragon Lady, what the hell are you up to? Don't you know that this competition also concerns our dragon sex interests? I know, but I'm far behind compared to my husband, and I know in my heart the difference in strength between me and him. That's why I'm requesting once again that the total communication rights on the dragon sex side be transferred to the Greedy Wolf Guild. You're winging it, just how far have you been mesmerized by that kid? Uncle Gu, please respect my husband and my choice. Gu Feihong had no choice, breathless and full of decadence, signaling the two patriarchs to transfer the right of total communication. On the contrary, it was Z Mouse and Battle Wolf, their two families watched Greedy Wolf and Dragon Sect make trouble again. Their hearts were surely free. But soon, Z Rat's side realized. The team that Greedy Wolf and Dragon Sect had joined forces with was heading towards Z Rat's squad. You guys, what are you Greedy Wolves going to do? Sun Yinji Naiji said, don't be anxious, you'll know later. About 10 minutes later, the Z Mouse communication channel Changjin said, Z Mouse squad intends to merge into Greedy Wolf's temporary legion, please transfer the general right of communication to the Greedy Wolf Guild on the opposite side. Changjin, what the hell are you up to? I'm sorry, I'm no match for Yang Lin, he's too scary, even scarier than Dragon Lady. Inside the temporary communication base, other than Su Zhengdao, Ghost Woman and Sun Yinji, the rest of the people were all sweating terribly. Yang Lin. He was terrifying? More terrifying than even Dragon Lady? Please transfer Z Mouse Squad's communication mastery to the Greedy Wolf Guild. Egu. A few patriarchs of Z Mouse Squad couldn't sit still. Su Zhengdao, what exactly do you Greedy Wolves want? Saying goodbye to the points race, that Yang Lin of yours, What kind of temporary legion is he building? Su Zhengdao forced himself to calm down. Even if they establish a legion, it doesn't seem to affect them from swiping points, right? Nonsense, this is a temporary legion. Where can they still be divided into 1, 2, 3, 4? Who says it can't? Didn't Changjin say that he wasn't Yang Lin's opponent? This situation is obvious. Our Yang Lin's team is number 1, the Dragon Lady's team is number 2. As for number 3 and 4, it's you guys and the Battle Wolf's 2 families. Cut the crap. We can recognize Dragon Lady as first, but definitely not Yang Lin. That's right, Yang Lin is relying on Dragon Lady to suppress Changjin. Just now Changjin said that it was just to give Dragon Lady face. While the group of people were arguing in the communication room, Su Ninji was reporting back, constantly hinting to Yang Lin and the others about the general whereabouts of War Wolf Gao Jingwei's group. After another 10 minutes had passed, the War Wolf communication channel, Gao Jingwei, returned the message that it had been merged into the Greedy Wolf Provisional Legion. Gao Jingwei's voice contained a lot of heartache. Because if he didn't do this, his squad would be outflanked by 3 squads at the same time, and even though he didn't do anything, his squad wouldn't even be able to touch a single demon's hair in this situation. Whether to join the Legion and kill the demons together and share the experience, or to just follow the 3 teams and eat farts. Gao Jingwei wisely chose the former. However, he chose it, and the 2 patriarchs of the War Wolf military department obviously didn't comply. The entire communication room was abuzz with noise for a moment. Su Zhengdao, the main person in charge of the Greedy Wolf Guild, became the target of the other 3's accusations and scorn. You greedy wolves are so capable, coercing the other squads by force with the Dragon Lady's backing. Do you still want to lose face? You don't fight in a good speed race, you're making a mess of things. What do you want to do? Su Zhengdao was similarly somewhat exhausted by the whole thing. I know you guys are furious, but don't get angry yet. Nianji, you tell them, what exactly does Yang Lin want to do? Of course it's to kill the demons faster to collect resources and kill the final leader along the way. Fine, then you greedy wolves yourselves say, what's going to happen at the end of this newcomer battle? If it's really not possible, we'll just hold an individual battle or squad battle at the end, and just treat the spirit realm as a mere trial for the time being. Seeing that there was no way out, the crowd in the temporary communication room could only compromise like this. After that, the group of people observed the status of the total screen plot. After a long period of time, someone said, I find that once their 4 squads are united, this advancement in collection speed is quite fast. Indeed, and the various resources and special magical creatures marked on this path are also displayed quite completely. Su Ninji added to this, according to Yang Lin and Dragon Lady's idea, they intend to join forces to sweep the entire area within 48 hours. The crowd huffed backward. The Yao Lake Spirit Realm territory is not small, can it be done? If we follow their current sweeping speed, it might actually be doable. Just as well, just think of it as the high-intensity training they're doing uniformly. Gradually, the atmosphere in the communication room got a lot better. But all of a sudden, the communication, without knowing what was going on, was like it was being interfered with, and even the instruments were all affected. But fortunately, it was all restored in less than 3 seconds. What happened? I'm not sure, it might have been electromagnetic interference, but it's no longer a problem. The people in the communication room only thought that this was a small episode, seeing that the equipment was all functioning normally, and no one bothered to look deeper. But no one thought about it. In the deepest part of the core of the Yao Lake Spirit Realm, in the sky above where the final leader, the Lion Scorpion, was entrenched, a spatial crack suddenly appeared. The original calmness in the surroundings was suddenly broken at this moment. Raging and violent destructive energies were like overflowing, spreading, and falling from the spatial crack. Soon, these energies had transformed into a tongue snake. With unrivaled speed, they swept and wrapped around the huge lion scorpion below like lightning. The lion scorpion began to struggle violently. However, no matter how hard it tried, even going so far as to use its tail needle to stab it, it still couldn't get rid of it. Gradually, the lion scorpion gave up struggling. Not only that, but it could also be seen with the naked eye that the life energy within the body of the lion scorpion was being rapidly drained. The body, which was originally like the cumulative size of 2 tanks, slowly dried up, and when it dried up to a certain extent, even the outermost empty shell turned into powder. This amount of life energy is simply not enough, it's too weak. A teenage girl's voice with some teasing but nice sound rang out from within the spatial rift. It didn't take long to see that more destructive power overflowed from the spatial rift, then re-emerged as a tang snake that kept stretching out in all 8 directions and circumferences. Whenever an ordinary scorpion monster was wrapped up in the energy serpent, it wouldn't take long for it to turn into flying dust. When the number of dead ordinary scorpion monsters reached nearly 200, the spatial rift suddenly opened a little wider. Immediately afterward, a pair of white, rounded legs stretched out from it first. Chapter 123 Little Loli and Her Sister. Yao Lake Spiritual Realm. The current Yang Lin was the chief commander of the temporary army. Through Sun Yinji in the communication base, he centralized his orders to each action group to advance and retreat to kill. Let's start with himself, one person for a group. With the 5 super negative statuses working together, even if the demons within the Yao Lake Spirit territory were a bit higher in rank. But to make a difference in front of him, it was simply impossible. As for Su Meng and Wang Qianqian who had been following him around. On the other hand, they became the core of maneuvering in addition to Yang Lin dispatching the actions of each group. Wang Qianqian could fly, and Su Meng could perform marking of magical creatures, resources, organs, traps, and so on. So now the two of them were in a group, and the task was simple. With Wang Qianqian leading the flight, Su Meng marked the wide area designated by Yang Lin as fast as possible. By the way, the demonic creatures that they encountered when they weren't in large numbers, such as 3 or 5 of these, the two of them would definitely kill them in passing on their way to marking them as well. The rest of the group was fine. Listen to Yang Lin's dispatch, according to the mark left by Wang Qianqian and Su Meng, just responsible for killing and collecting. In this, it was definitely necessary to mention the other 3 people who were in a separate group. The first one was Jinghua Dragon Lady Lin Yu. She was a true female wushu god, an existence that could be ridden by 1,000 on the battlefield. But wherever her blade passed, no demonic creature was left intact. Whether it was her power or her aura, no one could match it. Especially as she entered the battle state, it was completely different from everyday life. Next was Changjin of Z-Mouse and Gao Jingwei of Battle Wolf. In Changjin's words, the thunder technique broke all laws. Because there was no one at the same level who could beat it, before engaging in a newcomer battle. Even when he heard the name of the Jinghua Dragon Lady, he wasn't the slightest bit moved. At that time, he felt that even if he couldn't compare to the Jinghua Dragon Lady, but if the Jinghua Dragon Lady wanted to take himself down, he couldn't think that it would be that simple. But now he realized that he was wrong. If he had to make an analogy, it would be Jinghua Dragoness's strength belonged to the strength of the frontier conniving. His strength, on the other hand, was more in line with that of a Jianghu master. The two were simply not in the same class. As for Yang Lin afterward, it even made Changjin vomit blood. When he heard the communication channel say that Yang Lin had brought his manpower to besiege him, he still had some disdain in his heart. There was a chance that he wanted to find Yang Lin to try his hand, and now it was better to take the initiative to find himself. Then, Changjin realized that his proud lightning method actually couldn't hurt a single hair on Yang Lin's head. And Yang Lin didn't even need to do anything, a few negative statuses it will made him almost kneel on the spot. I'm not convinced. Facing Yang Lin, it was impossible for Changjin not to be convinced. At the same time, it also made him realize one thing. Everyone thought that Yang Lin had hooked up with the Jinghua Dragon Lady with a text message. But it was only now that he realized that people in the Jinghua Dragon Lady were able to get together based on their heaven-defying capital. Other people coveting the Jinghua Dragon Lady was purely wanting to eat farts. On the contrary, it was Gao Jingwei. He didn't directly confront Yang Lin or the Jinghua Dragon Lady. As a dream eater, he specialized in illusions and then used dream martens to kill his enemies. At first, he also thought that he could touch base with Yang Lin, and thought that he and Yang Lin were kindred spirits. However, one of his greatest strengths as a person was that he scrutinized the situation and measured himself. He didn't meet with Yang Lin, but in the middle of being surrounded by several squads, he met Changjin. After hearing Changjin say that Yang Lin was the monster of monsters, he then knew that his level was too far away from that man Yang Lin. Being able to make Changjin, who had broken all the laws of thunder, despair to that extent, he would no longer have the heart to start a half-hearted fight with Yang Lin. Because he understood that if he wanted to fight Changjin, it would be 50-50 at best. But Changjin, when he faced Yang Lin, it was a deep despair into the bottomless abyss. If this didn't understand the gap, it was purely a wasted life. The remaining 3 groups. They were the 4 of Changjin's team, the 4 of Gao Jingwei's team, and the 4 of the little lowly Lin Wan, who had left behind the Jinghua Dragon Lady. Among them, it was very necessary to mention the little lowly Lin Nui. Her sister is now engaged with Yang Lin, that side of the 3 teammates inevitably have to gossip about it. Lin Nui replied, actually, I had a duel with Yang Lin earlier, but unfortunately I lost. The 3 teammates were not surprised. Because not too long ago, they were still lying in front of Yang Lin without the power to fight back, just like the three little lying vegetables. Nui, then in that case, won't you have a powerful brother-in-law in the future? This compared to brother-in-law, I'm still more willing to call him Brother Tianba. Moreover, not long ago, Brother Tianba even said that I'll be his person from now on. The three teammates were shocked. Besides your sister, you're also his person? Nui, do you really have to plan to join your sister in that? What are you guys trying to say? Nothing, anyway, if you're willing, it's good, after all, your brother-in-law is so powerful. Of course it's powerful, and Brother Tianba said that when he gets the 25 evolution scroll for the newcomer battle, he will leave 2 places for my sister and me. If they lost the duel these things, earlier Lin Nuan wouldn't dare to tell anyone about it for fear of losing face. But at the moment, the matter between her sister and Yang Lin was making a lot of noise. Especially now, when her teammates were scared at the mention of Yang Lin, Lin Nui no longer felt ashamed. On the contrary, Lin Nui felt very proud. After all, a little lowly, what complicated mind could there be? Awesome, I heard that the 25 scrolls for the first place in the newcomer battle could be worth over $100 million. Nui, if you follow your sister and your brother-in-law into the scroll copy, when you come out your strength will be raised by at least another notch. I'm quite looking forward to it myself. And in this 8-group action, besides Yang Lin, Dragon Lady, Chang Zhan and Gao Jingwei, the one who was actually the strongest really had to be the little lowly Lin Nuan. Although Su Meng and Wang Chanxian weren't bad, they couldn't hold this little lowly. She was a professional dual form. Melee holding scissors, will roll, windmill, as well as groups of energy cats and kittens. Madness of the vast impact. Not only did it dazzle people, the attack damage multiplier was even higher. After switching to long range, the scissors in his hand directly transformed into a knife cannon. That crazy bombardment, no less than a large caliber Gatling holding a modified special bullet in his hand, can easily blow up the territory in front of him flat. At this time, even if Wang Chanxian can fly, profession are useless. Continuously slashing the cannon, the little lowly can spread the firepower to level half of the canopy in a short period of time. It was also Yan Lin, this kind of heaven-defying god, who came up and could directly rub Lin Nuan on the ground. If an ordinary professional came over and wanted to overthrow this powerful little lowly, he simply wouldn't be qualified. Above again, after finishing the basic situation of the 8 groups. Yang Lin, who was the chief commander, definitely had requirements for everyone. That is, within 48 hours, because they don't want the experience penalty scroll to go to waste, so in addition to the time that will be free to eat, sleep, don't think about it anyway. As a professional, even this perseverance is not, can directly go home to sell sweet potatoes. At the same time, all the people clearly understand the goal of the moment, that is, within 48 hours, flatten the entire Yaohu spiritual realm. However, no one knew that within this spiritual realm, a certain change was quietly taking place. Chapter 124. She said he was shameless. Time, 12 hours had quickly passed. However, within the Yao Lake Spirit territory, all the newcomers were still carrying out their sweeping operations quickly. It really had to be said that, being so organized by Yang Lin, the ranks of the line of people had risen quite quickly. Everyone now had risen from level 20 to 21. If this were to happen in normal times, if each squad was allowed to act on their own, not to mention level 1 now, at best, half a level or close to half a level would be enough to burn incense. However, for the newcomers who participated in the operation, the level up including the resource harvest was actually secondary. Because during this period, everyone recognized one thing. When a group of people were united by a large hand, the work efficiency that was completely doubled and doubled and doubled and doubled again. Also under such circumstances, coupled with Yang Lin's appropriately high pressure, everyone's battle experience skyrocketed. Just because they didn't want to lag behind others, just because they didn't want to perform too poorly and be despised by others, everyone's energy was full. In this way, the effect of the crowd sweeping action became even more remarkable. Of course, since it is said that there is appropriate high pressure, accordingly, there must also be appropriate slack. Seeing that they had been in continuous action for such a long time, all of them hadn't eaten anything. So after 12 hours, under Yang Lin's guidance, after clearing the last batch of demonic creatures in the current area, he gathered everyone together to build a fire and cook. That's right, it was life cooking. Next, watching Yang Lin's trio take out all kinds of meat and vegetables, tables, chairs, benches, cooking equipment, and so on from their occupation space, not to mention Chang Jin and Gao Jingwei, even Dragon Lady looked dumbfounded. Hubby, when you guys were on the move in the past, did you still carry the kitchen? That's a must, man is iron, meal is steel, a meal is not eaten is hungry. The entire daytime in order to quickly move to scrape together dry food, this will not come to a big meal subsequently which have the strength to fight? Subsequently, in order not to waste time.
Wang Shanshan is the chef, not to mention, Su Meng is to start scheduling all the people, to each person are assigned to cook before the various work. And the moment they heard that Wang Shanshan was still a small cook, the expectations of everyone in the room were directly pulled up to full capacity. In the end, Shanshan, this cooking small master indeed, did not let everyone disappointed. Looking at the wide array of meals, as well as the placement of a variety of fruits and drinks, even Chang Jin and Gao Jingwei couldn't help but sigh. It was still the first time that eating within a spirit realm or a replica was made to look like a joyful picnic. And as soon as I heard Brother Yang. Yes, Yang Lin is now Brother Yang. Who let Yang Lin make the dragon lady submissive and his strength make the crowd submissive? What is he if not Brother Yang? And once they heard that Yang did this every time he traveled to the spirit realm or a copy, the crowd envied and admired at the same time, not to mention the admiration. Instead, because there were too many people, for the first time, Yang Lin, this Brother Yang, wasn't fed by the two girls around him like a waste. The scheduled 1-hour meal break soon ended, even though the crowd was still a little unfulfilled. However, they still listened to Yang Lin's command and took advantage of the night to engage in battle. Over at the communication base. As soon as Sun Yinji heard that Yang Lin was still bringing people into action, she was quite worried. Yang Lin, the demons are more manic at night than during the day, and the line of sight isn't too good. I really don't recommend that you lead them to fight that hard. Yang Lin said back with full concern, as a professional, if you don't even have this toughness and quality, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. You, moving to sell sweet potatoes, don't you know that I am worried about you? Guys? Then in that case, Nianji, how about going back to give me a knee pillow? Hearing Yang Lin say this, Sun Yanji's heart jumped wildly. Thanks to the fact that she was here on the general channel and could connect with Yang Lin alone, if this was heard by outsiders, how embarrassing it would be. You guy, you're still so dishonest in the spirit realm, you're still thinking about knee pillows. What, unwilling? Don't you have Chanshan and Meng Meng? If you ask the dragon lady for it, the dragon lady won't refuse. Oh, you're so reluctant, then forget it. Obviously hearing out that Yang Lin said this with obvious flirting, but Sun Yanji's cool face still couldn't help but blush. Here, can't I give it to you? But can you? Don't say that in the channel. Don't you feel ashamed if it's heard by outsiders? Not ashamed at all, I'm talking to my family Nianji, why should I be ashamed? Who is your family Nianji? Get lost. Do you want to let me go? Doesn't it hurt you? Gue only heartache you, all day no seduce and flirt with women, sooner or later hang on the woman belly. Really, what kind of people more and more feel this guy is not honest? Although the heart thinks so, but Sun Yinji's pretty face, at the moment where there is a little bit of coldness. Now all the little girl general shyness, red fluttering appearance, is not the general dainty. Because suddenly felt the surrounding very quiet. Sun Yinji suddenly thought of what to look around her, then she saw Su Zhengdao, ghost woman, as well as other forces, all the meaningful sight. At this instant, Sun Yinji suddenly wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill into. It was all Yang Lin's fault, having to speak ambiguously and flirt with herself. Now it was fine, everyone's eyes looking at her had become abnormal. Calm down. Must be calm. As long as one wasn't embarrassed, then the ones who were embarrassed would be the others. That's right, that's it, just pretend that nothing happened just now. Sun Yinji resumed her cool demeanor. Gradually, the eyes of the people around her turned away from her side. Originally at this time, Sun Yinji wanted to exhale a good deep breath. Yang Lin's voice once again came from the communication. Nianji, you didn't fall asleep, did you? Thanks to your blessing, I'm not so bad that I can't stay up for a little bit of the night, what's wrong? I suddenly felt that there seems to be an unusual aura within the spirit territory. I cannot describe it, but inexplicably feel some danger. Dangerous? Sun Yinji's voice unconsciously raised a few points. What kind of situation is it? The surrounding heads, patriarchs, and staff were subconsciously attracted. And seeing that Yang Lin was not molesting himself, Sun Yinji also temporarily switched the total frequency of communication to the public frequency. It's like this, that feeling is very ethereal, specifically trying to capture it doesn't seem to work. But even though it's very faint, it still makes my soul palpitate a bit. Sun Yinji thought for a moment and said, it's nighttime now, and the spirit realm differs from the replica in that there are alternating days. And every night, especially late at night, is the time when the demons are the most furious. Could you have been affected by this factor to produce such a feeling?
In that case, it's not impossible, but I'm still concerned. In this way, for the sake of everyone's safety. Yinji, I need you not to take your sight off the dot map in the communication room for even a moment during our next operation. Once you perceive any abnormality, notify me at the first opportunity to inform everyone. Okay, I know. Chapter 125, Maiden and Sin and the Chance of Survival. Flower Tree City. The crowds of senior members of the Martial Arts Academy, although they hadn't traveled over to the Yao Lake Spirit Realm and had been holding seminars and exchanges. But the melons that should be eaten and the fun that should be learned about were not missing at all. For example, Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady suddenly got together. It was said that when the Dragon Sect Master learned of this news, he didn't control his emotions and directly shattered his favorite tea set. Then he made a phone call to the headquarters of the Greedy Wolf Guild and scolded the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild for a day. Soon, news came back from the Yao Lake Spirit Realm side. Greedy Wolf Guild's Yang Lin was too strong, so strong that he directly turned the Spirit Realm race into an impromptu legion drill for the 4 newcomers. It was rumored that Changjin of the Z-Mouse sect had even been punched by Yang Lin. But here, the beating up was secondary. According to the analysis of the incoming intelligence, Yang Lin's team had met up with Changjin's team. In less than even 30 seconds, Changjin fed back to the communication room, promising to merge into the temporary legion, hoping that the Z-Mouse communication channel would merge into the Greedy Wolf general frequency. See, isn't that where the problem arises? Changjin was the most successful newcomer in the Z-Mouse sect this year, bar none. But he actually couldn't last more than 30 seconds in Yang Lin's hands. In that case, just how terrifying was Yang Lin? Originally, the crowd had envisioned how much of a difference there would be between Changjin, Gao Jingwei, and the Jingua Dragon Lady's fighting strength. But even if they had envisioned this problem, no one dared to say that the Jingua Dragon Lady could cut down and finish off Changjin and Gao Jingwei in a 30-second one-on-one situation. However, Yang Lin could. The crowd still didn't know the specifics of this Yang Lin at the time of the simulation, and the Dragon Lady had fallen for him afterward. That's why the crowd is now 70% likely to assert that. Yang Lin's comprehensive strength, I'm afraid that it really exceeds the Jingua Dragon Lady. And if you want to prove this, you'll know when the 4 newcomers exit from the spirit realm. In addition to the above, Li Zi definitely had more. For example, Battle Wolf Gao Jingwei, he wasn't generally miserable. Although he didn't have a head-on conflict with Yang Lin and the others, he was surrounded by several teams designated by Yang Lin. After seeing that he couldn't touch a single hair of the demon, Gao Jingwei took a few people from his squad and compromised himself by merging into the Legion. What is this called? The one who knows the time is the best. In the end, the fact that Gao Jingwei didn't choose to go against it proved that he was right. Because under Yang Lin's general command, the 4 newcomers split into 8 groups. Strongly sweeping through the spirit realm's magical creatures and resources, they were raging and invincible. After 12 hours on the first day, all 4 newcomers were level 21. With the skillful cooperation between them, even though level 22 was harder than rising to level 21, the upgrade after that instead took only 8 hours. By the present day's 32nd hour, which was 5 p.m., according to the news intelligence back, it said that all the newcomers had all reached level 23. Such a fast upgrading speed made all the senior members of the Martial Arts Academy gasp in amazement. Speaking of which, you must understand. What the higher-ups marveled at was by no means just the rapid promotion of a few levels. What was truly marveled at was the huge number of demonic creatures that needed to be killed when they carried out battles to raise these few levels. Exactly what kind of combat power was needed to be able to kill such a huge number of demonic creatures in such a short period of time? At the same time, you have to understand one thing. The Yao Lake Spirit Realm itself was severely over-leveled by the 4 newcomers. For level 20 to kill demons between level 25 and 30, if it weren't for the fact that the 4 newcomers were all elites. Under normal circumstances, this situation wouldn't even be allowed. Wouldn't that be letting the newcomers die? But Yang Lin and the others, not only did they do it, but they did it with great fanfare. So, these are all talents. Anyone who didn't praise a talent wouldn't be able to do so. Also, seeing that the time had reached 5 o'clock, it was already close to evening, and the so-called seminars and exchanges among the top management of the crowd had basically stopped. Originally, the crowd had already begun to disperse. But who would have thought that at this time, another heavyweight event back to the rumor? What? The communication of the temporary communication base was directly disconnected altogether. The special signal enhancement equipment constructed within the spirit realm all failed. How could such a thing be possible? Even if there was damage, it could only be partial damage and then spread all over. It would never fail together for no reason? At this moment, the executives looked collectively serious. They needed more information. 5 minutes later, there was once again news from the Yao Lake Spirit Realm. The communication base side utilized the Sky Eye system to force the drones to intervene. However, because of the mist and unknown reasons, a batch of drones sent into the Spirit Realm for less than 3 minutes were all lost. According to the initial judgment of the communication base, within the Spirit Realm, it was likely that a mutation had occurred. At this instant, the seriousness of the matter was raised to an unprecedented height. This newcomer war, that had mobilized the entire elite of the 4 families of Z-Mao sect, Cinnabar Dragon sect, Greedy Wolf Guild, and Battle Wolf Military Department. Especially among them, there was also the Jingua Dragon Lady, an existence like the daughter of Qi. Including that Yang Lin, the equivalent of the Son of Mystery. Thinking about Flower Tree City, there were so many high-ranking officials gathered here at once, in case something really went wrong and caused all the newcomers of the Spirit Realm to die. Everyone here would probably become the shame of the Alliance in the future. Yao Wu's side is sending out rescuers instead. They've already been dispatched. Not good. Intelligence came back that several transport planes had only just flown to the edge of the Spirit Realm, and all of them were interfered with by the electronic storm, crashing and exploding one after another. How could this happen? What exactly happened? We don't care about that much now. Everyone, head to the Yao Lake Spirit Realm. When the crowd of top executives from Flower Tree City rushed to the Yao Wu Spirit Realm, the Yao Wu Spirit Realm was already in chaos. Not to mention that all communication devices were invalidated, the rescuers sent out hadn't even saved anyone yet, and soon became the rescued. Even those high-level professionals, even if they were strong, they couldn't fly. Even if you have a parachute with you, but you cannot prevent the accident is really violent, a part of the people do not even understand what is going on. They were thrown out by the bumpy and exploding transportation plane. Of course, these people really are not ordinary people, at present, although not dead, but fainting, broken legs and feet are not a few. The medical room beds in the entire temporary base were almost insufficient. Su Zhengdao, Gu Changhong, and the other main leaders were even more anxious. Their own family's most promising seedlings were all inside. If something happens to them, they won't need to go back in the future, they'll all wipe their necks here. Seeing that they couldn't send out any more rescuers, the last group of leaders and patriarchs came together. They formed a ground rescue force to try and enter the Spirit Realm. However, once again, they miscalculated. There was a violent aura enveloping the entire Yao Lake Spirit Realm, and at this point, it had already formed a boundary. The group of heads and patriarchs simply couldn't enter. This boundary is a sin. How is it possible? Doesn't sin only appear in spatial battlefields? Why would it appear in the Spirit Realm? It's unclear, but I'm 100% certain that this is sin. That means all the newcomers inside will definitely die. The chances of survival 0. Chapter 126. A miserable young girl? Within the Yao Lake spiritual territory, Yan Lin was originally still having a communication conversation with Sun Yinji. Because on this journey, speed brushing demons was just too formulaic and boring, so from time to time, Yan Lin would go and flirt with Sun Yinji to have some fun. But to his surprise, after he once again had a conversation with Sun Yinji within the communication, the signal of the communication channel was suddenly lost. The communication channel's signal suddenly lost connection, and the ear-piercing murmur almost didn't shatter his eardrums. What's going on? There was no communication signal? Could it be that the special signal enhancer within the spirit territory had failed? At this moment, Yan Lin only thought that there was some kind of accident at the communication base, thinking that communication would soon be restored. But 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes later there was still no communication with the base. At this point, Yan Lin was definitely more puzzled. After all, without Sun Yinji as the general communication, he was now trying to give orders to the surrounding legionnaires was quite inconvenient. After thinking about it for a while, he connected to Su Meng and Wang Chanxian using the Divine Sense conversation feed of his team scroll. Meng, Chanxian, we've lost contact with the base side now. It's not clear what happened, but count the time between our last break and now. You guys signal everyone right now and close in on my side. Chanxian and I will notify everyone now. Without communication, there was only human notification now.
Fortunately, Wang Qianshan could fly, the sky view was wide open, and the members of the grouping were not dispersed, notifying once was just two sisters flying around the area.
5 minutes later, everyone gathered with Yang Lin, the temporary army chief, as the core. Brother Yang, currently we have entered the core area of the spirit realm. At this point in time, shouldn't we continue to increase the speed and tempo of killing demons?
The one who opened his mouth was Changjin. Ever since he understood the gap between him and Yang Lin, he was respectful to Yan Lin. Yang Lin returned, "We are now out of contact with the base, and although we can still act, my heart, it's a bit unsteady."
Dragon Lady Lin Yu was concerned, or is it because of what happened earlier?
Well, Yang Lin nodded. Earlier, I had sensed that there seemed to be special energy fluctuations within this spiritual territory. So at that time, I told all of you to be careful. And now, the deeper we go into the core area, that feeling, too, seems to be slightly stronger. And it just so happens to coincide with the loss of the signal, so I think that we can take this time to take a break and wait for the base signal to be repaired in the meantime.
Brother Tianba, you keep saying special energy, how come I didn't feel it? It wasn't just Lin Wan who didn't feel it, Su Meng, Wang Qianshan including everyone present shook their heads. They rather felt that everything was normal. Moreover, this journey was smooth in killing the demons, and it didn't look like there was anything abnormal at all.
Gao Jingwei laughed at this moment. "Brother Yang, could it be because you're the temporary army chief and have to dispatch everyone for battle?
That's why there has been pressure, creating an illusion? After all, to say perception, Brother Yang, my profession belongs to a kind of illusionist, and I have to rely on my super strong spirit to eat. My perception is not even weaker than your girlfriend, Dragon Lady." Yang Lin, he felt that Gao Jingwei had a point.
Subconsciously, he looked at Lin Yu again.
"Dragon Lady, did you notice the abnormality?"
Lin Yu shook her head, a little ashamed above her complexion.
"Hubby, it's somewhat quite embarrassing to say.
Since seeing how strong hubby is, as well as familiarizing myself with hubby's various dispatches and commands, I've been a bit lazy."
"What do you mean?"
"If I were leading a team by myself, or if I were here alone, my perceptions would definitely be highly focused. But because of relying on my husband's stem, I didn't care about these things along the way."
Yang Lin laughed. "It's fine, after all, I'm your husband." "Then you try to perceive it now and see if you can find something?"
"Yes."
Dragon Lady Lin Yu didn't hesitate.
Now she slowly closed her eyes, emptied her mind of everything, and then tried to sense everything around her. Seeing this, the people around her didn't dare to make any noise for fear of disturbing the Dragon Lady for a single minute. About 30 seconds later, Yang Lin and the others saw that the Dragon Lady's expression was violently stunned, and her eyebrows were subconsciously furrowed.
"Dragon Lady, how is it?" "Hubby, I've tried to perceive it multiple times.
Although I don't dare to be completely sure, it seems that I have, indeed, perceived something.
In the deepest part of that core, there is an invisible energy fluctuation in a trance, and it's very dangerous."
"Sister, you couldn't have been affected by Brother Tianba's words." The little lowly Lin Wan pulled Lin Yu's sleeve and said, "None of us felt anything, and now you suddenly have a feeling. I rather think that it's more like you were influenced by Brother Tianba, thus creating an illusion." Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps there is such a possibility, however, it can't be ruled out that there really is some kind of dangerous existence within."
"Then what should we do now? Brother Yang, should we retreat?"
Listening to the worry that permeated Su Meng and Wang Qianshan as they spoke, Yang Lin pondered for a moment and said, "Logically speaking, we're already close to the very core area. According to the current situation, it won't be long before we can kill our way into the final head destination disk.
However, I don't want to take any chances." Changjin and Gao Jingwei looked shocked.
On their faces, they correspondingly displayed a lot of incomprehension and regret.
"Brother Yang, we've managed to kill our way here with great difficulty, so if we retreat now, wouldn't it be the same as losing the big head of the final head? This is too much of a pity. Do you want to consider it, Brother Yang?"
The two of them weren't the only ones saying this, most of the personnel around them also felt it was a pity. It had been 2 days and nights of speed brushing, and it was clear that they would be able to go on the final leader shortly afterward. Withdrawing now would be equivalent to this trip's action not being perfect. Even if the people didn't have OCD, they still felt regret. "Gentlemen, retreating is not the intention. The communication signal is inexplicably lost, and the Dragon Lady has a vague sense that something dangerous may exist inside. I, on the other hand, have always had this feeling. So, I don't really want you all to take any chances. Take it from me, the final leader can come over and kill any time, but there is only one life for everyone.
In the name of the temporary army chief, I order everyone to now, quickly retreat. The people looked at me and I looked at you, although they were a bit reluctant and felt that this operation was not perfect. But since Yang had spoken, and in the name of the army chief, the crowd could only nod by default. Also, for the sake of the unnecessary trouble to follow, everyone must stay together when retreating, absolutely no private departures. Yes. Hearing the crowd's response, Yang Lin let out a deep breath and once again glanced towards the deepest part of the core. As he waved his hand, he declared the end of this speed brush activity. Everyone, too, began to prepare to follow him to withdraw from the spirit realm. However, also at this time, right in the deepest part of the core ahead, a voice with crying suddenly floated over. Save me, someone save me. Is there anyone? I'm so scared. Someone save me. It was a very nice, with choking and panic, young girl's voice. And listening to the voice, it seemed to be rushing towards the crowd's side. At the same time, the sound of many demons hissing could be heard. This situation, like a young girl was being chased by demons. Chapter 127, The Helpless Her. This place, aside from the 4 newcomers, there were actually inexplicable young girls? The moment they heard the plea for help, everyone present looked at each other in confusion. Brother Yang. Attention everyone, it's most likely a trap, everyone enter a state of readiness. Although they were puzzled in their hearts, the people present still took up their weapons and were on guard against the young girl who was getting closer and closer to the side. Soon everyone saw a young girl whose dress was somewhat broken and covered in blood was staggering towards this side. Her originally silky long hair was draped over her shoulders in a messy manner, and her delicate and beautiful face was filled with panic and despair. When she saw Yang Lin and his group, the young girl's eyes, which had originally turned deathly gray in despair, suddenly glowed with hope. Despite falling to the ground at this time, she still stretched out her hand and said, "Help me. Behind. There are demons." This young girl was by no means a general churl. Even if she was in a sorry state right now, she still couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Because of this, the impact on the crowd present was even greater. Some of these newcomers even looked towards Yang Lin, wanting to open their mouths and ask Brother Yang to save this person first. But who would have thought that Yang Lin's expression snapped and said, "Everyone back off, she's not human." The crowd was shocked. "Brother Yang, you said she's not human? Not bad, she's only human in appearance, you guys shouldn't be fooled by her disguise." Seeing the absolutely beautiful and miserable young girl continue to walk this way, Yang Lin first signaled the crowd to stand guard and retreat. Dragon Lady Linyu followed at this moment. "Hubby is right, this young girl is not human, I can clearly feel now that she is terrifying and horrible." Continuously hearing Yang Lin and Dragon Lady say this, even though Changjin, Gao Jingwei, and the others were all still quite confused. But right now, they were also on their 120 guard to prevent the young girl on the opposite side from suddenly snapping. As for the young girl who suddenly appeared to beg for help, she looked terrified and her voice was in tears. "You guys, why are you pointing your weapons at me? I'm human, how can I not be human?" While saying that, she also kept looking behind her. "Those demons, they're about to come after me. Please. Please save me." Yang Lin snorted coldly, "Don't pretend, you can hide it from them, but you can't hide it from me. The killing chance and hostile aura on you is too heavy. No, you must be feeling wrong, save me, I have lost too much blood to hold up. Since you can't hold on, then don't hold on." The one who spoke wasn't Yang Lin, it was Dragon Lady Linyu. Seeing that the young girl was still approaching, her 2-handed giant sword blasted down towards the opposite side. The powerful sword light cut across the crowd's line of sight, along with the young girl in front, along with the surrounding trees. It was just like suffering from a hurricane raging in general, shattering one after another. It could be said that if the opposite girl was really a human being, this moment should have already become pieces of powder. But let everyone except Yang Lin and Dragon Lady cannot imagine is, after the smoke and dust, the girl is still there. But at this moment, the young girl was still half as pitiful and miserable as before. The wounds on her body were no longer there, and the dress that was originally torn in many places had also been repaired. In particular, when her eyes looked at the crowd at this moment, the teasing meaning was extraordinarily obvious. "I'm really lucky, just coming over here from that damned place made me run into a heavenly chance." While saying that, the young girl also gently licked her lips. Her gaze, more now, was focused on the Dragon Lady Linyu. "You smell so good, this flavor really makes me want to stop. There are also all of you present, the purity of your blood qi is actually good, am I considered to be a Hanyuan Dangdang? Well then, I will subsequently devour the blood chi of all of you. Just thinking about it alone makes me a little excited already now. Hearing the young girl say this, Su Meng somewhat nervously pulled Young Lin's arm and said, Young Lin, so she really isn't human. Then what exactly is she? Not sure, but don't underestimate. While responding to Su Meng, Yang Lin signaled the dragon lady beside him to strike twice. But what surprised him and everyone present was that before Lin Yu could even start, the figure of the young girl on the opposite side had already turned into a shadow. What's the hurry? If you want to fight, there are plenty of opportunities. But prepare yourselves mentally, don't go out from this place, because you, all of you, are my food. There were only 5 seconds before and after leaving such a sentence, the young girl's figure disappeared with it. The crowd looked around and could no longer find the maiden's movements. There's no need to look for it, the maiden from just now was just the main body's test for us. Brother Tianba, I don't understand, can someone who isn't human also have a human body? I'm not sure either, it's also the first time I've encountered such a thing. Now I figured out why I had been distracted earlier, it turns out that there really was a mess within the spirit realm. Then now? Right now, we still have the original plan, we must withdraw at the first opportunity. Being so messed up by the strange young girl, where did the crowd still have in mind to linger here? But what shocked the crowd once again was that they were just about to move their feet, deep in the core in front of them, the entire territory began to vibrate. The hissing sound of the demonic creatures, one more than one urgent, one more than one violent. At this moment, the earth underneath their feet was trembling, and it was getting more and more urgent and dense, and had almost become a drumbeat. This situation, like a beast tide, has occurred. This is a beast tide. Everyone quickly retreat. The group tried to escape, but in the end, they had underestimated the scale of the beast tide. Not even a few seconds later, an endless number of densely packed demonic creatures had already surged out from the deepest part of the core. Compared to the normal state of these demons, the current ones had black ferociousness wandering all around their bodies. Completely as if they were being manipulated, with red eyes, they launched themselves at Yang Lin and the others with a speed that was even more multiplied than usual. We consumed too much earlier, I'm afraid we can't run away from these things. What can we do about this? There are so many demons, looking at the size of the leader, I'm afraid the total number is no less than 2,000. So many, how can we fight? How can we escape? Yang Lin was now, and his scalp was numb. If the 2,000 demons were scattered, it really wasn't a big deal. But this was gathered together, and it was obviously still under control. This situation was dangerous. Everyone, focus on me. Since we can't run away, let's fight. Brother Yang, can we really block it? We have to block even if we can't, be careful not to be dispersed by the demons. The crowd had no choice at the moment, and all of them rallied towards the center field. Seeing the raging tide of demons approaching, everyone, concentrating their spirits, began to burn their respective blood chi. Even though everyone was certainly not at full strength at the moment. But having encountered something like this, if they didn't put up a fierce fight, needless to say, the end would definitely be worse. Closer. Closer. Simply like a bursting riverbank, the vast torrent of demonic creatures completely just flooded everyone present, led by Yang Lin in an instant. Chapter 128. Yang Lin makes it hard for her. The incident at the Yao Lake Spirit Realm escalated once again with the creation of the outer boundary. And when the group of executives who came from Flower Tree City saw such a situation, all of them were greatly changed and shocked. The spirit realm actually appeared to have sinned? Such an incident, if it were to develop in a big way, such as spreading out, it might even affect the foundation roots of the alliance's stability. Preventing this news from leaking, the entire Yao Lake side, the first time, was completely blocked down. The top management of the 3 ministries, 8 public officials, and 12 sects that came this time quickly held an emergency meeting. Sin should have appeared in the spatial battlefield. But now, this thing has appeared in the spirit realm, and if we can't figure out the situation, I'm afraid that the entire world will be overshadowed afterward. There were some things that might not be a secret among the top echelons of the various forces of the alliance. But ordinary people, in their entire lives, might not hear a single whisper. For example, the sin that appeared today. In everyday life in the cyber world, it was impossible to hear or see any relevant words. But the top echelons of the powers knew that the existence of this thing possessed the capital to turn the world upside down. Historically, the Alliance had definitely killed Sin, and because of that, they had more or less interrogated a small portion of relevant information. Sin, it seems to have been born in the Sea of Fetal Breath. But where exactly is the Sea of Fetal Breath, no one is clear at all. But listen to Sin's vague exposition. That place, the sea of birthing breath, is the origin of the world. Not only the birth of demons, the birth of sin, also closely related to the human world. Sin is the existence that distinguishes between humans and demons. According to the Alliance's secret records, a few hundred years ago, a powerful sin descended into the present world after killing through the space battlefield. In order to kill that powerful sin, the Alliance not only lost countless powerful professionals, but also millions of ordinary people were involved and died. In the end, although the sin was killed, it was unclear what that sin had actually done, and actually established a basic disc that belonged to her. Even to this day, there are still residual sin forces associated with that sin. Above is the basic information of the sin. And now, in addition to blocking off the Yao Lake spirit exterior, the senior members of the crowd were likewise worried about another matter. That was how to save people. Even if nothing else was said, just the existence of the Jingua Dragon Maiden, a daughter of Qi, it was impossible for the various forces of the Alliance not to care. The Jingua Dragon Lady, once she grew up, she definitely had the formidable strength to kill Sin head-on. Now if she were to fall here, it would not only be a regret for the Dragon Sect, but also a scar for the entire Alliance. Moreover, there was also Yan Lin, who seemed to be no less special than the Dragon Lady. For this reason, a group of executives were even more disturbed. Sin's boundary has been spread, we humans so far have not researched a way or ability to break through the boundary. Even if we have the heart, I'm afraid it's powerless. No, this is not necessarily so. We are unable to break through the boundary, but according to the research over the years. Although the boundary belongs to Sin and the exclusive limit of super magical creatures, destroying and striking with a strong power can likewise shake the connection between the boundary and itself. Not bad, based on previous observations, this Sin's boundary doesn't seem to be mature. Judging from this, it is likely that this sin has not been born for a long time. If we focus our energy on blasting it from the outside, we might really be able to cause an internal shock through the connection between the boundary and itself, thus breaking the boundary. The top brass nodded their heads. This was also considered a method that could not be helped, and could be tried before coming up with a better countermeasure. And again, these executives, they were all in high positions, how could they not have two brushes? Naturally, then it was all on the line. After establishing a centralized art form at the fastest speed, all of them transmitted their own blood chi within the art form. From there, the power of the art form was allowed to shake the boundary head-on. At the same time, the senior members of the crowd also hoped that these newcomers led by Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady must be able to support themselves within the spirit boundary for some more time. If all of them fell, then what was the point of their hard work in doing this? Meanwhile, inside the spirit realm, the deepest part of the core area, at the place where the original final leader had died, a huge and rather beautiful-looking flower had grown. On top of the blooming flower sat a stunning young girl with a slender figure. The young girl had extremely exquisite features and fair and delicate skin, and she looked not generally attractive. At this moment, the young girl was folding her beautiful legs, observing the situation of a group of new professionals fighting in the tide of demons through the water mirror in front of her eyes. The water mirror lens that was locked onto her was mostly focused on one person. And that person was none other than the Jingua Dragon Lady, Lin Yu. It was obvious to see that this young girl called Sin was the most favorable to the Jingua Dragon Lady among this group of newbie professionals. Especially when she saw the strong image of Dragon Lady Lin Yu carrying a two-handed giant sword and sweeping away demons from all 8 directions in the water mirror image, the young girl's face also unconsciously revealed a look of excitement. Just after appearing, I encountered a great gift delivered to my door. It's not in vain that I expended a great deal of effort to come this way earlier. This woman's blood chi is so pure, if it can be devoured by me, I can definitely enter the next stage of metamorphosis quickly. No, far from it, this woman seems to be quite extraordinary. If I can devour her blood chi, I may, perhaps, be able to possess a stronger capital to devour other sins. That's right, that's it, so happy. In the young girl's excitement, she switched her water mirror perspective, and when she saw Yang Lin, her sight unconsciously stopped. She hadn't forgotten that just now she had used her energy to simulate her own doppelganger to approach this group of people. This man at the head of the group had seen through his disguise with a single glance. The young girl thought carefully for a long time, a little confused. I obviously concealed myself very well, my breath was restrained to the extreme, so why would he see through it with a single glance? Right, at that time, although it was not obvious, I vaguely felt that this man seemed to harbor a unspeakable weird power. Could it be, is it my illusion?
No, it doesn't seem to be an illusion. The young girl's eyebrows were permeated with a trace of displeasure. That kind of feeling makes me very uncomfortable, like seeing a huge vortex. It's so hard to bear.
What kind of existence is this abominable man?
The young girl forced her eyes to turn from the dragon lady to Yang Lin. She saw that Yang Lin, who was in the midst of the tide of demons, didn't actually put up much of a fight. However, the people around him, with him as the centerpiece, kept following the command to dispatch various fill-ins and assists to the tide of demons coming over.
After a period of time,
listening to the young girl humming, she said, "Then let you guys struggle for a while longer. I'll see how much longer you can hold out."
And with that, after she glanced at Yang Lin once again, a hint of hatred flashed in her eyes. Truly, the more I look at him, the more it makes my heart and soul feel bad. This fellow, when I catch him subsequently, I must torment him ruthlessly, otherwise I always feel that my heart can't settle down. Chapter 129, With Me. The core area of the Yao Lake Spirit Realm.
At this moment, the light of the sky was gloomy and depressing, and the earth trembled violently. As the densely packed demonic creatures roared and rushed over on the opposite side, everything in front of them seemed as if they were going to be trampled by this terrifying torrent. Despite the situation being so pressing, Yang Lin and the others did not despair.
Conical formation.
Although it was commonly used for active raids and attacks, right now, in order to better deal with the situation in front of them, the group passively chose this formation to meet the enemy. In the case of the vanguard, the dragon lady, Lin Yu, was the obvious choice.
"Hubby, don't be afraid, I'll protect you and everyone else." The current dragon lady had transformed into a true Valkyrie.
Her long hair fluttered, and her expression was arrogant. Even when facing the black pressurized tide of demons, she was still fearless within her eyes. Due to the influence of her aura, everyone's morale was unconsciously raised by 3 points.
The two wings were settled by Changjin and Gao Jingwei.
The rest of them were at the core, forbidden spells, engravings, ready to go.
Rumble.
Just as the tide of demonic creatures was about to approach the group of people, Dragon Lady Lin Yu took the lead with her two-handed giant sword. The sword that erupted with blood chi and cut horizontally caused the mountains and forests to shatter and the earth to crumble. While the biting sword light illuminated the entire battlefield, along with it, there were countless miserable screams from the demons as well as blood raining from the sky after breaking their bodies.
Such a scene couldn't help but make everyone present sigh.
Worthy of being the Dragon Lady of Xinghua, when she gets serious, she is as terrifying as this. And as the tide of demonic creatures approached, there was heavenly thunder rolling down, electric arcs of all sorts saved and projected, making the demons scorched or piercing through their bodies. At the same time, there were also groups of demons that were suddenly disorganized, either suddenly silent or suddenly attacked their companions. Among them, several dream sables were like phantom light, causing the demons to break one after another. The triangle of the conical formation was stable, and the core of the attack was naturally not too weak. Countless forbidden spells were generated around the perimeter, and the demons were either restrained or refined on the spot.
Accompanying them were destructive heavenly flames, crazy earth spikes, and entangling vines.
Among them, there were also engraved laws that took effect, and wave after wave, the onslaught of demons were annihilated on the spot. On top of that, there was also the sky above. Nowadays, Wang Qianxian had more than just Su Meng in her arms. There was also the little lowly Lin Wan who had long since transformed into a sword cannon. Several large tornadoes generated flat, even if those devils are fierce, but that dense situation, in a short time there have been dozens of hundreds of devils were pulled in the tornado. The two large magic puppets showed their terrifying power, about to be unable to withstand the group beatings quickly broken, but soon, they will be summoned to Nirvana rebirth. As for the terrifying sword cannon, not to mention, although it couldn't reach 6,000 revolutions in a single breath, when the densely packed energy bombs exploded on the battlefield. Not to mention the demons, the land will be turned into scorched earth for you. The tide of demons is indeed powerful, but the group of people at the moment are definitely not weak when they are cohesive together. They are the reef under the monstrous waves. Let you 10,000 pounds of pressure, I will stand firm.
As for the one person that must be said, it was definitely Yang Lin.
Right now, in addition to dispatching and commanding, he was definitely also unfolding his domain.
As much as possible, he was slowing down the impact of the demonic tide's vastness and relieving the pressure on his teammates to a certain extent. However, he wasn't using his full strength.
At this moment, as the temporary army chief, he had to maintain sufficient chi.
Because he hadn't forgotten that the mysterious girl hadn't appeared at the moment.
The scene in front of him was clearly the mysterious maiden's exertion on his own party. If he and the others couldn't hold on, the end, needless to say, would definitely become that girl's mouth to feed on.
But if he and the others carry down the tide of demons, it also goes without saying that the mysterious girl will definitely do the next harvest. Therefore, it was necessary to retain a certain amount of strength, otherwise everyone present was afraid that they would be doomed. Time passed by minute. But the onslaught of demonic creatures still didn't stop. Because a large number of demonic creatures were controlled by the young girl, those so-called demonic creatures had obviously lost themselves long ago. Isn't it ridiculous? Clearly a group of demons with low intelligence, but they are now, because they are being controlled. It was outrageous that they could actually be as outrageous as a regular army regiment, repeatedly pounding on the battlefield. Dragon Lady, can you still hold on? Hubby, don't worry, I will keep fighting until the last moment, otherwise, how can I protect you and everyone else? Tough. Yang Lin was in the moment, and he felt a little guilty. In order to defend against the tide of demonic swarms, it didn't matter if the formation was the conical formation at the very beginning, or the subsequent transformations of the cloud-draped formation, tiger wing formation, and thunder extinction formation. Basically, the Dragon Lady was the foremost vanguard. It could be said that the Dragon Maiden, by herself, basically bore 50% of the burden for the entire legion. But despite this, she still had no complaints. On the contrary, when she heard Yang Lin's concern, she would even show a smiling face and reply back, although I want my husband's sight to fall on me alone. But right now, we are the whole, hubby, you can't neglect the entire team's dispatching and meeting the enemy because of me alone. I know. Time still continued to go by. Although the tide of the demonic swarm had passed, the situation was not optimistic for the crowd in the field. From the time the group of people entered the spirit realm until now, it was true that it was overwhelming, and it was also true that it was devastating. But for 2 whole days and nights, no one in the crowd present had rested at all. The group itself had continued to advance to the deepest part of the core, and that was also by virtue of its own fervor, arrogance, and strength. Only now, being consumed by the waves of demonic swarms one after another, even if the crowd was the elite of the elite and made of iron, they had begun to be unable to bear it. When as the incandescence of the battle continued for some time, Yang Lin could clearly see that several of his teammates around him were starting to tremble and shake a little as they stood. Even his own Meng Meng and Shan Shan, the fatigue on their faces could no longer be concealed. Exactly how much time had passed after that was unclear. But one after another, there were already teammates who began to sit on the ground, breathing heavily and gasping for air. Brother Yang, I can't hold on anymore. Sorry, my blood chi has been consumed to the extreme, I can't hold on either. In response, Yang Lin nodded, don't worry, just leave the rest to me. Gradually, Self Meng Meng and Shan Xian, then Lin Nuan, then Chang Zhan and Gao Jingwei. When exerting their best efforts, after has slowly crushed the tide of demonic swarms, a group of people all consumed to the extreme. Dragon Lady. Hubby, it's okay, I can still continue. Obviously saying so on her lips, but Dragon Lady Lin Yu's delicate body had already begun to tremble. Even if she was the Jingguo Dragon Lady, the exertion of such a long period of time, as well as the exertion of her best efforts when facing the tide of demons. Right now, her state would definitely not be optimistic. Dragoness, don't hold on strong, there's still me. I know I have my husband behind me, I'm at ease. Just as the Dragon Lady's words were finished, she heard a misty voice coming from the void. At ease? I have to admit that you guys are very powerful. But unfortunately, the current you guys, your level is too low, and you are ultimately too weak. And next, well, that's my chance. Buzz. The space in the area where the group was located suddenly began to shake. The eardrums felt like they were being stimulated, and even Yang Lin, for a moment, had a feeling of vertigo. At this moment, when they looked at Su Meng, Wang Qianshan, and Lin Nuan's group, they had already fainted. Although Chang Jin and Gao Jingwei were still struggling to support themselves, right now the two of them were only retaining a little bit of consciousness, and they didn't have any fighting strength at all. Even the Dragon Maiden, her entire body half crouched down, her figure faltering. The young girl's sneering and teasing voice resounded once again. Damnable man, you really are different, but unfortunately, you can't protect them. Chapter 130 I like him. Outside the Yao Lake Spirit Realm. The art form established by the multitude of high-level powerful professionals was functioning in an organized manner. Because of the powerful blood chi energy inputted into it, currently, it was intermingling and colliding with the boundary on the periphery of the spirit realm. In a short period of time, it didn't seem to be seeing results. However, if one looked closely, one could clearly notice that countless subtle ripples seemed to be rising above the originally unperturbed boundary. In this regard, the top brass more or less saw hope. It seems that our move is not without a little effect. Indeed, as long as we keep going on, we will definitely implicate the sin of establishing the boundary. It's just that, can Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady and the others really last until then? Although it's vaguely concluded that sin is a newborn sin, since she was able to bypass the spatial battlefield to reach the human world, I'm sure her strength won't be too low. We can only do our best, and hope that things won't go to the evil side. The same was true of the base beyond. While watching the artifacts go to collide with the boundary, there was a person who was non-generally desperate at the moment. This person was precisely Su Nianji. The current Su Nianji was not generally blaming herself. Her original cool temperament was no longer there, and within her beautiful eyes, she had almost become dead gray. Ghost woman, it's all my fault. I clearly knew that Yang Lin's perception ability was extremely strong. At that time when he said he detected an abnormality, I should have advised him to come back the first time. Looking at Su Nianji, who was like a lost soul, the ghost granny sighed and said, "Nianji, don't blame yourself too much, this has nothing to do with you." No, obviously it has something to do with me. Nianji. The ghost woman gently hugged the desperate Su Nianji and said, "No one would want this to happen. Not to mention you, even the entire top echelon of the forces that came here, never expected a sin to occur in the spirit realm. But Ghost Granny, if I persuaded him at that time." Good child, Ghost Granny gently wiped away the tears in the corner of Su Nianji's eyes and said, "Don't ever put the blame on yourself, it was just an accident." And what? Nianji, are you forgetting? I actually have a divination-like ability in my professional talent? Ghost woman, you're saying that your limited ability of fortune and misfortune determination? Not bad, I'm very attached to Yang Lin and the others, after all, they're the newest force in our guild. So after meeting them, I paid quite a bit of attention to a few of them. Including when they entered the spirit realm this time, I also secretly conducted a fortune determination for them. Su Nianji's mood began to become excited. Then, Ghost woman, what did you determine? Will they be alright? Will they be able to return safely? Nianji, don't be anxious, my fortune and misfortune determination is the ability, yes, but it can't indicate the future. But according to my determination, all three of them are blessed people who will not die young easily. Therefore, even if they encounter sin, I'm sure they'll be able to turn it into a safe journey. Ghost woman, aren't you comforting me? Silly child, why would I lie to you about this? I clearly perceive that the blessings on them are very strong, so where would they resign themselves to their fate so easily? So what you need to do now is not to cry in despair, but to wait well for their return. Otherwise when the time comes, your favorite Yang Lin, see you crying and sniffling, still do not laugh at you, I don't like. Well, I do like Yang Lin. The ghost woman smiled, her face full of kindness. She gently rubbed Su Nianji's hair and said, "I'm also quite optimistic about that kid, I think you two are quite compatible." It was also to ease Su Nianji's emotions, in order to divert Su Nianji's negative emotions. Ghost woman then continued to open the topic, said, "Nianji, you have always disliked in boys to socialize, usually so cold a person, how suddenly like on Yang Lin?" Su Nianji was comforted by the ghost woman, and now her mood was much better. Then being asked about this topic again, her pretty face slowly regained some of its haloed colors. "It's all his fault, earlier seduced me, causing me to subsequently keep worrying about him and keep eating his jealousy in my heart." The ghost woman felt a little funny. He seduced you? Well, he thought I didn't know. He utilized that guy Su Guan to variously lure me into the set. Moving around the newcomer base, spreading all sorts of unashamed photos, as well as the rumor that I'm her girlfriend. I'm not a little cutie, how can't I see that? It's just that I'm a bit indisputable, and I'm slowly falling into his trap. And he's just a womanizer, seducing women all day long. The ghost woman is full of tenderness. Then you still like him, Wait for me to come back to my senses, it seems to be too late, I'm not sure why, I care about him every day. Well, if you like it, there's nothing to be ashamed of. But you have a thin skin, I reckon you might not be as good as the few little girlfriends around him. Ghost Granny, how can you say that? Alright, Granny me, I won't flirt with you anymore. Usually I see that you and him get along well, at least I'm also a person of age, can't I not see that Yang Lin, he, too, likes you a lot? Maybe, he really just likes your thin skin look. When Su Nianji heard this, her complexion began to be a bit overwhelmed. At this time, she happened to see Su Zhengdao, who was passing by. The ghost woman hurriedly asked, "Zhengdao, how is the situation with the art form?"
Hearing such a question, no matter what Su Zhengdao's reaction was, anyway, Su Nianji's expression immediately began to become anxious and nervous.
Su Zhengdao exhaled and said, "Fortunately, it's better than expected.
Although it hasn't shaken the boundary for a while, it's not ineffective.
If it keeps going, it should be able to disintegrate the boundary."
Listening to Su Zhengdao's words, Su Nianji's hand that was pulling on the ghost granny obviously became much harder. On one side, Ghost Granny gently patted Su Nianji's hand with her hand, signaling her not to be nervous. On the other hand, she said back, "Hearing you say that, my heart has eased slightly."
Su Zhengdao looked at the ghost woman and then at Su Nianji.
With a gloomy expression, he said, "I think that brat Yang Lin is lucky. He will definitely be able to return safely with Meng Meng, Shanxian and the Dragon Lady and the others."
Rumble.
Suddenly, a shocking roar was heard. Immediately, the three people in the field, Su Zhengdao, Ghost Woman and Su Nianji, quickly looked towards the source. It turned out that the sound just now came from the collision between the technique and the boundary. Immediately afterward, someone could also be heard shouting, "It's working, cracks have already appeared in the boundary, it won't take long to break the boundary." At the same time, a staff member was heard shouting from the communication base, "Good news, there's good news, the communication equipment recovered for a few seconds just now. The top of the dot map shows that the newcomers are all still there, none of them have disappeared." The successive good news spread throughout the entire communication base like a hurricane. For a moment, everyone began to look upbeat. Ghost Woman also looked at Su Nianji with a smile at this moment. "Nianji, look, I told you that their good fortune is very strong."
"Well," Su Nianji said excitedly, "I believe that Yang Lin and the others will be able to return safely. I'll be waiting for them to come back."
"Will do, definitely will."
Chapter 131 Sin and Punishment and Redemption.
The viewpoint shifted back to within the spirit realm. With the appearance of the mysterious young girl, and the bizarre abilities that the young girl exerted. Currently, other than Yang Lin and the weak dragon lady, the rest of the people were either fainting or completely paralyzed on the ground without the ability to fight back. At this moment, the young girl was clearly eating up everyone in the field. The smugness and mockery on her face was on full display. At Yang Lin's words, he stared dead on at the young girl who appeared in front of him.
"Who the hell are you? We have no grievances with you, why do you want to kill us painfully?"
Hearing Yang Lin's inquiry, the young girl scared twice and said, "What am I?
Didn't you already know? I am not one of you humans.
But you're not a demon either, and you have the means to control demons." The young girl heckled, "Controlling demonic creatures and whatnot are just some means. Rather, it's a question you want to know, I'm not obligated to answer you. But then again, you and them will be my rations, just thinking about it, that's a pretty good feeling. Can we shake hands and make peace? If you need anything, I'll try to accommodate you. I don't feel that both of us have to fight to the death." Yang Lin, the reason he was saying this right now, he was actually trying to stall for time to observe. He had seen the means by which the young girl in front of him had appeared earlier, and he wasn't sure whether the young girl standing in front of him now was her main body or a doppelganger or something like that. If it was her main body, it was good to say, but if it was a doppelganger, exposing her cards too early would not only be unfavorable to him, but also to all his teammates in the field. As for the young girl, the sneer on her face became even more intense when she heard these words. "You're such a funny guy, you actually want to shake hands with me? You're a human, do you realize what you're saying?" Yang Lin said blandly, "I know that although you're not human, you're an intelligent life form. Since you have intelligence, you can communicate, and I don't feel that there is anything in my statement that is worthy of your ridicule. Heh, it seems that you really don't know my identity. In fact, thinking about it, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I am what you humans see as Sin, and my name, I myself named myself Spectral Light, satisfied?" "Sin? Your name is Spectral Light? You humans are so insatiable, I've obviously told you so much, but I'm uncomfortable with you wanting to pursue this. So?" While the spectral light dragged out a long tone, suddenly a dozen of Tang snakes condensed by fierce fury energy steeply stabbed towards the Dragon Lady Lingyu in the field. The Dragon Lady responded even though she was already weakened to the extreme. Her two-handed giant sword slashed horizontally one after another, strangling the dozen or so energy Tang snakes to pieces with a thunderous momentum. But accordingly, the Dragon Lady was now in an even worse state, and her gasping breaths were starting to become even more rapid. On the contrary, it was the spectral light. She snapped her eyes wide open. You actually. No wonder I felt you were so fragrant and special. It turns out that you, a woman, are actually punished. Giggle, I'm really lucky,
I actually just descended into the human world and encountered punishment, or a weak punishment in the developmental stage.
Wonderful, simply wonderful. As long as I can swallow your blood chi, I'm bound to successfully metamorphose to a higher level.
With the spectral light being so excited, Yang Lin was even more confused anyway. What sin? And what punishment?
Whether it was a sin or a punishment, it was simply unintelligible.
As for Dragon Lady Linyu, she couldn't care less about Yu Guang's insanity right now.
Even though she was now exhausted to the extreme and weak, she still carried her two-handed giant sword and blocked Yang Lin's side.
Husband, you back off, I won. Let this crazy woman hurt you, I will personally kill her. Dragon Lady, no need, leave it to me next. But husband, I can still fight.
A trace of heartache flashed in Yang Lin's eyes, obviously all weakened to such a point, but still wanting to protect himself. In this heart, one couldn't even think of not being moved.
Don't worry, Dragon Lady, if she is, just let me deal with her. You build up some strength, and then fight with me at the right time to match. Husband. It's settled.
Yang Lin didn't say anything twice. At this moment, he had already stood in front of the Dragon Lady and everyone else. After such a long time of judgment, he could 100% assert that the non-human girl in front of him named Spectral Light was her original body. And since it was the original body, he might have a fighting chance.
No. It wasn't that he might be able to fight, it was that he had to be able to fight.
And seeing that Yang Lin stepped forward, a hint of disdain flashed in Yu Guang's eyes.
Seriously, I really hate you as a man. The aura you have on you inexplicably makes me very uncomfortable. Yang Lin didn't say anything, but quickly unfolded his domain.
On the contrary, the spectral light was like she was seeing a joke.
This man in front of her, clearly his companions had all fallen, and he was alone, just how many ranks, actually saying something about dealing with himself. Especially the next few negative statuses that the man cast on himself. This made the spectral light feel even more amused. He himself was a sin in the mouth of humans, as a sin, even if he couldn't be completely immune to abnormal statuses. But with a man of such a low level in front of him, for him to want to limit himself with just a few abnormal statuses, that was simply a fool's errand. On the contrary, speaking of Yang Lin, as his domain unfolded, all 5 negative statuses were applied. Naturally, he also saw Spectral Light's blood level. Spectral Light, special existence, level? Blood? Attack? It simply didn't occur to him that the non-human girl in front of him, who was called Spectral Light, had all of her blood quantities unknown. You guy, it's ridiculous, I know you left your chi behind in the battle just now. But with this amount of energy, you actually want to deal with. Wow, pfft. Before she could even finish her words, Yui Guang only felt as if she had been hit by a heavy hammer. In the next moment, she felt a tightness in her heart, and a huge mouthful of blood instantly spurted out wildly. What did you do to me? Those aren't important, what's important is that we are now mortal enemies. The moment Yang Lin acted, the entrance decimation directly took effect.
25%, 1/4 of the current blood volume decimation directly caused the words -1.5 million blood volume to be displayed above Spectral Light's head. With that, Spectral Light's blood quantity also changed from the original series of question marks to 4.5 million 6 million. It was actually as high as 6 million blood. Even if Yang Lin was prepared in his heart, he couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. However, at that moment, he knew that he didn't have the time to be surprised or hesitate. After his crimson blade chopped across the scene, his entire body immediately followed into a state of full blood chi explosion. In the dense blood mist that lingered around Yang Lin, a pair of blood-red eyes that shocked the world snapped open. At the same time, a red line also directly connected to the body of the Spectral Light.
You actually are the legendary redemption? Why, if you are an atonement, why are you involved between sin and punishment? No, you can't be real, you absolutely can't be real.
Seeing that she was being connected by the immovable underworld's red thread, the Spectral Light began to enter a state of violent struggle. She began to be glad that the man in front of her, whether he was a ransom or not, but after all, the man in front of her was still low in rank and weak. Therefore, this man he couldn't restrict himself.
You want to break free? I won't allow it.
The blood chi on Yang Lin's body, with a crash, burned and erupted even more violently. And his voice was even more like the cold wind blowing out of the 9 secrets, as if it could penetrate into the bone marrow and soul.